The title card appears, 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. It's 6:50 a.m. The story begins. There are 3 ways to survive in this ruined world. A few have been forgotten, but one thing remains clear: the need to survive. The fact that you, reading this, will survive is certain. The story, 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World, ends. And so, the story concludes. 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. The end. The story ends. That's all there is to it. Ha! The final words hang in the air, a stark reminder: this is the end. But there's a twist. An announcement appears on screen: 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. This is the last chapter. The reader, it seems, is one of the survivors. The final chapter ends. Or does it? A progress bar appears, showing 27 of 27 chapters completed. The story, it seems, isn't over yet. For real? That's the end? The question hangs in the air, disbelief palpable as the reader stares at the final screen. 27 chapters completed. The story, however, seems far from over. A finger traces the words World End, a chilling finality that belies the lingering uncertainty. The story, it seems, is far from over. He sits on public transport, absorbed in his phone, the World End message still fresh in his mind. The journey continues, but the weight of that finality remains. The stark title card, The End, looms large, a chilling reminder of the ominous message received earlier. The weight of impending doom hangs heavy in the air. A flicker of apprehension crosses his face as he rereads the message. The weight of the World End warning settles heavily upon him. The title, The End, appears, stark and chilling against a worn, grid background. Its stark simplicity only amplifies the dread. The chilling title, The End, looms large, its stark simplicity echoing the dread he feels. A cold finality hangs in the air. And so, Chapter 1 begins. The prologue unfolds, its title declaring, 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. A stark, yet intriguing promise. I am Dokja, a voice declares, the words appearing against a backdrop of a speeding train. The name itself hints at a deeper meaning, a subtle foreshadowing of the journey to come. Dokja continues, explaining, I present myself to people by saying this. However, most people have the same misunderstanding as the following example. A subtle hint of weariness underlies his words, a foreshadowing of the challenges he'll face. Oh, you're an only child, someone asks Dokja. He replies, I am, but I didn't mean it that way, his words carrying a subtle undercurrent of something unsaid, a hint of the complexities hidden beneath the surface. Ha? Then what did you mean? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to Dokja's carefully constructed explanation. His previous words, seemingly simple, now carry a weight of unspoken meaning, leaving the listener curious and intrigued. My name is Dokja, he states, holding out an employee ID card. His father's intention behind the name becomes clear, a wish for strength, even in solitude. However, the name holds a deeper significance, a silent testament to his father's hopes for his son's strength and resilience. Dokja's explanation continues. Despite his father's hopes for strength, embodied in his name, he reveals, I have lived my ordinary life as a lonely, unmarried man. A subtle understanding dawns on the face of the man across from him. In short, this is who I am, Dokja states, his declaration hanging in the air, a simple yet profound summary of his life's journey. Kim Dokja, 28 years of age, is introduced. His age, a simple detail, yet it underscores the weight of his unassuming life, a stark contrast to the expectations placed upon him. He's 28, a contracted worker for a major company's subsidiary, a graduate of a third-rate, rural university. These details, seemingly insignificant, paint a picture of ordinary life, a life far removed from the extraordinary events about to unfold. Kim Dokja, on his way home from work, reveals a simple truth: his hobby is reading web novels. This seemingly mundane detail, however, hints at a quiet escape, a world of imagination contrasting sharply with his ordinary life. Kim Dokja, absorbed in his phone, observes that his commute is anything but ordinary today. A subtle shift in his expression hints at an unusual occurrence, a deviation from his routine. You'll get sucked into your phone at this rate, a voice cautions, pulling Kim Dokja from his literary world. A subtle shift in his posture suggests he's aware of the observation, though whether he heeds the warning remains to be seen. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise, perhaps even alarm, crossing his features. Something unexpected has caught his attention, pulling him sharply from his previous thoughts. He glances up, his expression shifting from absorbed concentration to startled awareness. A subtle tremor in his hand betrays the sudden interruption. His attention is clearly elsewhere now, pulled away from his phone by something unseen. A woman, her expression a curious blend of amusement and intrigue, appears. She subtly adjusts her jacket, her gaze lingering on him with a knowing smile. Yu Sanga from Human Resources. The words hang in the air, a question whispered more than spoken, reflecting the man's surprise as he looks up. The woman's presence is unexpected, her arrival interrupting his focus. Oh, hello, Yu Sanga greets him, her casual tone a stark contrast to the man's surprise. Are you on your way home, she asks, her question initiating a brief exchange. He replies, yes. What about you? The unexpected encounter on the commuter train leaves their next move uncertain. I was lucky, Yu Sanga explains, a hint of relief in her voice. The department manager went on a business trip today. Her words suggest a fortunate escape, leaving the reason for her luck, and the significance of the manager's absence, shrouded in mystery. A blush creeps onto Yu Sanga's face as she speaks, her words barely audible. The man's eyes widen slightly, a mixture of surprise and perhaps a touch of intrigue, reflected in their depths. To think that I'd meet Yu Sanga, the most popular woman in our company, in the subway, he marvels, a quiet astonishment coloring his words. The unexpected encounter adds a new layer to their developing connection. A quiet observation hangs in the air, a simple yet telling thought. She smells really nice. He muses, the scent of Yu Sanga lingering in the air between them, a subtle yet potent detail adding a new dimension to their chance encounter. Do you always take the subway, she asks, a thoughtful expression on her face, her hand lightly touching her chin. The question hangs in the air, a simple query with the potential to deepen their connection. I'm pretty sure that many men from the company offer to drive her home every evening, a voice observes, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the air. The casual comment reveals a surprising detail about Yu Sanga's workplace, adding a layer of intrigue to the unfolding story. Sigh. Someone stole my bicycle, you see, she explains, a hint of frustration in her voice. Her words add a new, unexpected complication to their evening. Do you come to work by bike, he asks, his question a casual one, yet hinting at something more. Yu Sanga's response reveals a surprising amount about her life outside of work. Yes. I have a lot of overtime these days, and was lacking in exercise. There were also some bothersome affairs, so it seemed like a good idea. Her explanation adds another layer to the mystery surrounding her. Seeing her up close, he begins to understand the attraction. The men whose hearts she stole, he starts to see why. Anyways, it's none of my business, he mutters, a dismissive air about him. Yu Sanga, he reflects, lives a life completely unlike his own. Oh, and for your information. The words hang in the air, a subtle shift in the narrative's tone. A new phase begins. Oh, and for your information, he continues, his tone shifting. The reason today was a bit different from my usual ride wasn't just because of Yu Sanga. A subtle hint of something more significant hangs in the air. Can you lend me some money? The request hangs in the air, followed by a simple, questioning, huh? It's Spanish, he explains, it means, can you lend me some money? A thought bubble reveals his observation, she's even studying on her way home. We truly do live different genres of life. A final, unspoken question hangs in the air, where is she planning to use that phrase? You're so diligent, he remarks, a smile playing on his lips. By the way, what are you reading so intently, Dr. SSI? His casual question hints at a curiosity about her focused study. A playful grin spreads across his face as he leans in, phone in hand. He's clearly amused by something on his screen, his gaze briefly shifting to Dr. SSI before returning to his phone. The scene is a quiet moment of shared public transport, the subtle tension of their earlier conversation seemingly forgotten for now. Oh, Dr. SSI begins, a hesitant pause in her voice. Her companion's eyes widen slightly as he glances at the title of the book she's engrossed in, The World After the Fall. Is that a novel? He asks, genuine curiosity coloring his tone. Well, yes, you could say that I'm studying Korean, Dr. SSI replies, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Her companion's earlier curiosity is now replaced by a knowing smile. The quiet tension of their earlier conversation has completely melted away. Wow, I also love reading novels, he exclaims, a genuine enthusiasm in his voice. His words, a shared interest, further bridge the gap between them. I've read works by Murakami Haruki, Raymond Carver, and... He trails off, a playful smile hinting at more literary adventures to come. Who is your favorite author, Dr. SSI, he asks, a playful curiosity dancing in his eyes. A nervous chuckle escapes Dr. SSI's companion as he replies, you won't recognize his name even if I tell you. Ha ha. The unspoken implication hangs heavy, a secret shared only between him and the pages of his book. Indeed. My hobby is to read web novels on my way home from work, he confesses, a simple statement revealing a quiet side to his personality. The casual admission further solidifies the connection between the two, a shared appreciation for stories forming an unexpected bond. A flicker of surprise crosses Doctor's face, his eyes widening slightly. The casual confession about his reading habit seems to have caught him off guard, a subtle shift in his demeanor. He adds, a touch of self-consciousness coloring his tone, however, it is a bit embarrassing to tell that to other people. A slight blush seems to creep onto his cheeks, hinting at a vulnerability rarely glimpsed. He scrolls through his reading list, his finger pausing on 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World, a novel boasting a hefty 3,149 chapters. The sheer length of the book seems to speak volumes about the scope of the story within. It was, he explains, because of the fantasy novel he'd devoured for over a decade. The title, 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World, appears, a stark reminder of the epic, 3,149 chapter saga he'd immersed himself in. Ways of Survival, for short, had come to an end today. The declaration hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the epic journey just concluded. You might ask why the end of a novel is so important. But this novel, he explains, meant a great deal to him. It was, after all, 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World, a saga he'd followed for over a decade, finally reaching its 3,149th and final chapter. A profound sense of closure settles in. He reflects, a quiet weight in his tone, I have read this novel since my 3rd year in middle school. The final chapter, a journey of over a decade, is complete. Even when bullied at school, he found solace in the story. A quiet strength emanates from him as he sits, phone in hand, lost in the world of 3 Ways to Survive. He sits alone on a bench, the quiet hum of his phone a stark contrast to the bustling university hallway around him. A flashback washes over him, a memory tinged with a quiet disappointment, when I failed my entrance exams and went to a third-rate, rural university. The flashback continues, a bitter memory surfacing, when I drew the wrong number and was sent to the damned front lines. His shoulders slumped slightly, the weight of that past experience palpable even now. The memories continue, a bleak procession of disappointments. He recalls his time as a contracted worker for a major company's subsidiary. A sigh escapes him, a quiet dismissal of the painful recollections. Damn it, forget this talk, he mutters, a hint of self-reproach in his voice. I don't have any good memories. A sense of closure washes over him, a bittersweet mix of emptiness and satisfaction. Today marks the release of Ways of Survival's epilogue, a fitting end to a long and arduous journey. Lost in thought, he scrolls through his phone, a quiet smile playing on his lips. The fantasy novel he's followed for over a decade, from his teenage years into adulthood, has finally concluded. 3,149 chapters, a journey that mirrors his own life in its length. He stares at the screen, a quiet awe replacing his earlier smile. To think, this author poured over a decade of their life into this novel, over 3,000 chapters, only to receive an average of a single view per chapter. The numbers on the screen tell a stark story. Chapter 2 boasted nearly 1,000 views, Chapter 3, slightly less. But by Chapter 50? A mere 12 views, and only 2 comments. A poignant end to a decade-long journey. A thought bubble appears, summarizing the grim reality: 1,200 views for the first chapter, dwindling to around 20 in the tens, and a mere 12 after chapter 50. The author's decade-long labor, 3,000 chapters, met with such meager recognition. The grim trend continues. Chapter after chapter, a single view, a single comment. Countless ones, a few twos, but mostly just the digital ghost of accidental clicks. In other words, this was a novel dedicated to him. The author's shoulders slump, the weight of his decade-long labor, a 3,000-chapter saga, settling heavily. A single view. Again. A single comment, a testament to the author's dedication. Kim Dokja's message, a heartfelt thank you, appears on screen. He explains his limited means prevent a donation, but his words, he insists, come from the heart. He tried posting his novel on a recommendation board, only to be met with insults. "I bet you're the author," they sneered, "and you attention whore," he recounts, a weary sigh implied in his posture. Even so, he insists, it's a pretty good story, if only people would be patient enough to read it. Dokja SSI? The question hangs in the air, a sudden interruption to his quiet contemplation. A new voice, unfamiliar, yet carrying a hint of recognition. "Oh. Now that I think about it, it's been a year since we joined the company," one of them remarks, a slight awkwardness coloring their tone. Time, it seems, has flown by unnoticed. "Gotta change the topic when things get awkward," the other adds, a quick, almost nervous laugh implied in their expression. "That's true," one of them agrees, a chuckle following. "Back then, neither of us knew anything, right?" A shared laugh, light and a little wistful, hangs in the air, a comfortable silence settling between them afterward. Indeed, one of them agrees, a chuckle accompanying the words. "I still remember it like yesterday, but the contract period is almost over." A shared laugh, light and tinged with a hint of melancholy, marks the passage of time. "Ah," one of them breathes, a single word expressing a shared understanding. A knowing smile spreads across one face, while the other's expression is one of quiet contemplation. "I had forgotten," one of them murmurs, a sudden realization dawning. Yusanga's contributions had been recognized, and she'd been promoted to a full-time employee. A beat of silence hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The weight of Yusanga's promotion settles upon them, a quiet shift in their dynamic. "Oh right, I forgot to congratulate you." "My apologies," one of them says, a touch of awkwardness coloring his tone. "Maybe I should have diligently studied other languages more." Yusanga, however, quickly counters, that's not true, Dr. SSI. "There's still the performance review, and..." Her voice trails off, leaving the unspoken implications hanging in the air. A silent observation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent conversation. "I hate to admit it, but Yusanga is incredible," a voice reflects, the unspoken sentiment echoing the panel's gravity. "If this world were a novel, then the protagonist would be someone like her." The words paint a vivid picture of her capabilities. "That was obvious," Yusanga states, her expression unwavering. The bluntness of her declaration leaves no room for misinterpretation. "I hadn't put in any effort," while she was working earnestly, Yusanga admits, her words a stark contrast to her earlier confidence. She was reading web novels instead. The contrast is stark. While Yusanga diligently studied, she reveals she was actually engrossed in web novels. "That's why it was obvious Yusanga would become a full-time employee, while I'd have my contract terminated," she explains, a harsh reality settling in. The contrast between her actions and Yusanga's diligent work becomes painfully clear. A single word escapes her lips, barely a whisper, Dr. SSI. The weight of her situation, the stark contrast between her fate and Yusanga's, hangs heavy in the air. "Yes," he replies, his eyes intense. "If you don't mind, I can show you the app one use." A hint of something unreadable flickers in his gaze as he makes the offer. His eyes, intense and unwavering, bore into her. A silent intensity filled the space between them, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. "If my life had a different genre." The words hang in the air, a sudden shift in tone. A contemplative pause follows, the unspoken possibilities heavy with implication. I mean, if the genre of my life wasn't realism, the speaker continues, a large cricket filling the panel, its detailed features stark against the muted background. The implication hangs heavy, a world of possibilities hinted at. The scene shifts. Three figures stand silhouetted against a dim, twilight backdrop. A young man in a hoodie, a girl with short brown hair, and another figure partially obscured by shadow, all seem lost in thought, their faces etched with a quiet contemplation that mirrors the speaker's earlier musings. But instead, fantasy, a young man declares, holding a small container of crickets. The scene, previously filled with pensive contemplation, now shifts subtly, a quiet determination replaces the earlier uncertainty. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable, could I have become? The young man in the suit sits on the public transport, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and introspection, his gaze fixed on his hands clasped around a briefcase. The quiet contemplation of the previous scene lingers, now tinged with a deeper, more personal doubt. The question hangs heavy in the air, the protagonist? A stark, simple query, yet it speaks volumes about the uncertainty that now clouds the young man's journey. The train jolts, throwing him slightly off balance. A sudden, jarring movement interrupts his reverie, snapping him back to the present. Dokja SSI? The hesitant question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Uncertainty gives way to a fragile hope, a tentative call for someone lost in thought. It's all right, you sang SSI. The words offer reassurance, a gentle calm amidst the lingering uncertainty. A quiet strength underpins the simple statement, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Ha? Yu Sangda's question hangs in the air, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Kim Dokja's quiet reply, I don't know, only deepens the mystery. A palpable tension settles between them. However, what I do know is, Kim Dokja states, a resolute set to his jaw, even if you show me that app, it won't change anything. His words carry a weight of finality, a quiet defiance in the face of uncertainty. Kim Dokja's declaration hangs heavy in the air, that the genre of my life is unmistakably realism. The statement carries a chilling weight, a stark contrast to the earlier uncertainty. Kim Dokja continues, his voice firm, and that within this genre, I am not the protagonist, but a reader, Dokja. The weight of his words underscores a profound shift in perspective, a stark realization that his life isn't a story he controls. A reader has a reader's life. A clarifying note appears, explaining the subtle wordplay in Kim Dokja's statement. He's highlighting the paradoxical nature of his existence, a reader living a reader's life, a life defined not by agency, but by the narrative itself. His eyes, wide and thoughtful, reflect the gravity of his realization. The weight of his newfound understanding settles upon him, a reader in a story he cannot control. The life of a reader. The words hang in the air, a quiet reflection of Kim Dokja's pensive expression. A subtle shift in his posture underscores the weight of this realization, the paradoxical nature of his existence sinking in. You truly say some interesting things, Dokja SSI. The words, spoken by someone unseen, hang in the air, a subtle acknowledgement of Kim Dokja's unique perspective. A hint of intrigue, perhaps even a touch of apprehension, colors the statement. Yes? Kim Dokja's reply is short, a simple affirmation to the unseen speaker, his expression unreadable. The question hangs unanswered, the tension palpable. Then I guess that I am living an ivory life, she declares, a mix of realization and perhaps a touch of wonder in her voice. Dokja, beside her, offers a small, knowing smile and a quiet, huh? The statement hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Oh well, at least things got quiet, she observes, a quiet resignation in her tone. Beside her, Dokja receives her declaration with a slight, almost imperceptible, frown. Meanwhile, she resolves, I will imitate Dokja SSI and stay devoted to my life. A determined glint enters her eyes as she adds, let's do this. With a determined set to her jaw, she presses a button on her tablet. The quiet resolve in her eyes speaks volumes. It's time to act. A message? She wonders, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes as she waits for the notification to load. He checks his phone, a slight frown furrowing his brow as he waits for a response. The anticipation is palpable. Back then, I could never have guessed. A reflective tone settles over the scene, hinting at a significant revelation to come. A simple message appears on the screen: "Thank you very much." Relief washes over him, the weight of his earlier anxiety visibly lifts. The past, with its uncertainties, suddenly feels distant. A simple message fills the screen: "Thank you very much." The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the tension that had gripped him moments before. A wave of relief washes over him, palpable in the way his shoulders visibly relax. A new thought strikes him, a question forming on his lips. Could this be the author of Ways of Survival? Intrigued, he wonders what he'll soon experience. A new thought dawns. Author Nim, he wonders aloud, a question hanging in the air. Could this be the author of Ways of Survival? The possibility sparks a fresh wave of anticipation. A message appears, a testament to the power of his inspiration. "I was able to complete this novel to the end thanks to you. I even won a competition," it reads, confirming his suspicions. A wave of understanding washes over him. Ways of Survival won a competition? He stares at his phone, a mixture of disbelief and awe etched on his face. It's really the author. Congratulations! By the way, what is the name of the competition? A message pops up. He learns it was an unknown competition, so he wouldn't recognize the name. More good news follows. The novel is scheduled for monetization. Monetization begins today, upon the epilogue's upload. A special gift is offered as a token of gratitude, a request for his email address following the exciting news. He provides his email address, a small price to pay for the exciting news. Monetization has begun. A looming presence fills the frame. Two massive, golden horns curve back from a head shrouded in thick, white fur. The darkness behind only intensifies the mystery. What the world would soon experience. The ominous words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet anticipation that precedes a storm. A note rests on a dark surface, a simple question posed: a gift? The accompanying text explains, "It is thanks to you that this story was able to take shape and be brought into this world." A simple question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. The lingering ellipsis reflects the uncertainty surrounding the gift mentioned earlier, a gift that birthed this very story. But seriously, did Ways of Survival actually win a competition? The question hangs heavy, a shadow of doubt clouding the previous celebratory tone. He did say it was an unknown competition, maybe he lied because he felt ashamed? A new email arrives. He wonders aloud if the mysterious benefactor will also send a cultural gift card, musing that 50,000 won would be a welcome bonus. It's here. The gift is here. Excitement bubbles up, a stark contrast to the earlier uncertainty. The arrival of the prize finally confirms his victory. Tonight at 7? It's 6:55 p.m. right now, so I have 5 minutes left, right? He checks the email again, a nervous energy replacing the earlier elation. The monetization process is about to begin. He glances at his phone, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Let's see, go to my favorites and... He murmurs, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He adds, a question hanging in the air. He taps his phone screen, a frown furrowing his brow. The uncertainty from moments before deepens. Something isn't right. That's odd, he mutters, his frown deepening. The message on his screen confirms his suspicion: the novel he's searching for is gone. He wonders aloud, has there ever been a case where they deleted a novel to monetize it without informing the readers? A wave of frustration washes over him. The novel is gone, vanished from the platform without a trace. He's left with a growing unease, a feeling that something far more sinister is at play than a simple technical glitch. He sits on the subway, lost in thought, the cool blue light of the carriage reflecting in his pensive eyes. The unsettling disappearance of the novel continues to weigh heavily on him, a silent question hanging in the air. What's? He murmurs, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a flicker of concern crossing his features. The mystery of the missing novel continues to puzzle him, even as the subway car rushes onward. A sudden screech of metal pierces the quiet contemplation. Kya! Screams a nearby passenger, the sound of chaos erupting around him. sparks fly, and the subway car lurches violently. Wah, what the? He cries out, his eyes wide with alarm as the subway car shudders violently. A terrorist attack? The thought crosses his mind, the chaos around him confirming his worst fears. Wakak! A woman's scream cuts through the chaos as the subway car careens wildly, the passengers thrown about in a desperate scramble for safety. Panic grips them all. A chilling grin fills the screen, a monstrous moth filled with sharp teeth, a grotesque parody of a smile. The darkness surrounding it only amplifies the horror. The wreckage of the subway car smolders, sparks showering down like infernal rain. A grim, almost triumphant silence settles over the scene. Are you all right, you Sangha SSI? Concern etched on her face, a woman's voice cuts through the lingering silence, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. Sangha groans softly, the aftermath of the destruction still heavy in the air. What happened? The question hangs heavy in the air, echoing the confusion of the scene. A reassuring voice cuts in, don't worry. It's probably nothing too serious. The timestamp shifts, marking the passage of a minute, from 6:59 p.m. to 7 p.m., a silent testament to the lingering unease. Sangha's eyes widen, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features as he recalls the exact moment the clock struck 7. I coincidentally witnessed the moment the clock changed, he thinks, the weight of that instant heavy in the silence. A chilling announcement cuts through the tense silence, everyone, run away. Panic grips the passengers, the weight of unspoken dread hangs heavy in the air. Amidst the fleeing crowd, Sangha's confusion deepens. Dr. SSI? What exactly is? He begins to wonder, his voice barely a whisper against the rising tide of panic. Sangha's eyes widen, a stark contrast to the panicked faces around him. Confusion and a dawning sense of dread war within him as he struggles to comprehend the unfolding chaos. A surge of energy erupts, a blinding flash of white and red cutting through the fleeing crowd. Sangha is thrown back, the force of the blast knocking him off his feet. He's thrown back, the impact jarring him. A wave of searing pain washes over him as he hits the ground, the world momentarily blurring. He shields his eyes, the residual energy still shimmering in the air. Pain lances through him, a sharp reminder of the blast's force. He gasps, his breath ragged. A stark announcement pierces the air, the free service of Planetary System 8612 has been terminated. Panic grips the passengers, a man's face is contorted in terror as he and others are swept up in the chaos, a young woman clutching his arm, fear etched on her face. The main scenario begins. Panic reigns as the passengers are thrown into chaos, the announcement echoing the sudden end of their safe passage. The instant the genre of their lives had changed. The weight of that statement hangs heavy in the sudden silence that follows the chaos. The moment it appeared, a cry pierced the air, it's a dakibi. A young man, amidst the hushed commuters on a crowded train, looks up, his expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The air crackles with unseen energy. Nah, there's no way. The subway often stops on the tracks, so it's no surprise, he mutters, dismissing the earlier commotion. The young man's apprehension seems to ease, replaced by a shrug of nonchalance amidst the still unsettled passengers. But even as he tries to dismiss it, a familiar scene from a novel keeps intruding on his thoughts. The image is unsettling, a persistent echo in his mind. However, that's not possible. He dismisses the unsettling thought, a flicker of doubt momentarily interrupting his carefully constructed calm. There's no way it could happen, right? He questions himself, a tremor of doubt in his voice. Then, a whispered word escapes his lips, Dakibi? What? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the hushed unease of the crowded subway car. His companion's wide eyes mirror his own growing apprehension. Logically speaking, it was impossible. But his eyes widen, reflecting the disbelief and dawning horror that grips him. The impossible, it seems, has happened. A smartphone screen displays a cryptic description, with 2 small horns, and wearing a small straw mat, the strange and fluffy creature was floating in the air. It was too strange to call it a fairy, too evil to call it an angel, and too tranquil to call it a demon. Thus, it was called. The implication hangs heavy, a chilling mystery unveiled. A pulsing, crimson light erupts within the crowded subway car, its unearthly glow illuminating the terrified faces of the passengers. Panic grips them, a palpable wave of fear washing over the scene. "Look at that," someone cries out, their voice laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The words straw mat, strange, fluffy, evil, and angel float amidst a crimson glow, highlighting the mystery of the creature previously described. The question, "What's that?" hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the collective unease of the subway passengers. Impossibility. That's the only word that comes to mind as he stares, wide-eyed, at the floating object. The crimson glow intensifies, casting long, eerie shadows. Tranquil moments before now feel like a distant memory. Thus, it was called a dakibi. The creature, fluffy and seemingly harmless, floats serenely, a stark contrast to the unsettling crimson glow that still emanates from it. Thus, it was called a dakibi. The name hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the creature's fluffy, seemingly innocent form. The crimson glow, however, persists, a lingering unease in the otherwise serene scene. The name, dakibi, appears, etched in ancient script against a dark, tiled background. A chilling stillness hangs in the air, the very inscription seeming to hum with a hidden power. Chapter 2 begins. Episode 1, Starting the Paid Service, Part 1. The title alone hints at a new phase, a shift in the narrative's trajectory. A pair of wide eyes, dark and intense, fill the frame. They reflect a palpable tension, a silent anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The word warning appears, a stark white against the encroaching darkness. A stark warning. Wide eyes, filled with apprehension, stare out from the encroaching darkness. The weight of unspoken danger hangs heavy in the air. Panic grips the subway car. A shimmering, ethereal dust swirls around the passengers, their faces etched with fear as they scramble to escape. A man and woman, caught in the center of the chaos, clutch each other, their eyes wide with terror. Amidst the panicked scramble, a figure emerges, partially obscured by a swirling, ethereal dust. Small horns peek from beneath a large, fluffy hood, hinting at a presence both unsettling and otherworldly. The moment arrives. Fiction and reality, perfectly overlapped. And then, from the swirling dust, a small, fluffy creature emerges. Tiny horns sprout from its head, and it lets out a surprised, almost gleeful shriek, and at hashtag, and at hashtag. The creature's unexpected appearance is jarring, a stark contrast to the previous tension. "What's it saying?" one of them asks, her voice laced with curiosity. The tiny creature, barely visible amidst the lingering dust, continues its strange, high-pitched shriek, and at hashtag, and at hashtag. "Is this augmented reality?" one bystander asks, a skeptical smirk playing on his lips as he films the scene with his phone. Another, nearby, adds with a grimace, "It's so ugly." Their reactions highlight the creature's bizarre and unsettling appearance. But does anyone other than me realize the significance and gravity of this situation? A voice, filled with a growing sense of urgency, cuts through the murmurs of the onlookers. "That is, indeed, a dakibi. But this is impossible. This can't." The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the casual observations of the bystanders moments before. Tragedy and calamity, the narrator intones, summarizing the situation with chilling finality. "It sounds a bit like Spanish. Should I try talking to it?" The woman's question hangs in the air, a tentative bridge between the stunned silence and the unknown nature of the creature before them. A flicker of apprehension crosses her face, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on her companion's features. "Do you even know what that was? Are you going to ask it to lend you some money?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the stunned silence that preceded it. A young man, his face a mask of nervous apprehension, stammers a reply. I wasn't going to." Do you hear me correctly?" The question hangs in the air, a nervous tremor in the speaker's voice. A follow-up statement clarifies the uncertainty. "That was a pain to deal with. The Korean patch didn't work properly. A technical glitch, it seems, has complicated matters. Everyone, can you hear my words clearly?" A fluffy, horned creature, seemingly a bizarre mascot or guide, calls out, its voice echoing through the space. A sense of cautious anticipation hangs in the air. "Hey, What are you doing right now? The question cuts through the air, a sharp contrast to the previous uncertainty. A confused "huh" is the only immediate response. Are you filming a movie? I have an audition to attend, so I need to leave quickly, a young man explains, his words cutting through the lingering confusion. He looks harried, clearly eager to depart. Aha, auditions. I see. I didn't know there were auditions at this time of night. Ha ha. The words hang in the air, a bemused chuckle accompanying the revelation. The young man, hurrying to his audition, is left slightly speechless by this unexpected information. Seems like we didn't investigate properly, a voice observes, the words tinged with a hint of frustration. I was told that most people would comply if we started the monetization at 7 p.m., he continues, explaining the unexpected situation. The young man, still bewildered by the earlier conversation, blurts out, "What? What are you talking about? Now, everyone, calm down. Take a seat and listen to me. I have some very important information to tell you right now." A voice cuts through the confusion, demanding attention. The air crackles with anticipation. The young man, still reeling from the earlier revelations, leans forward, eager to hear what's next. Who cares? Get the train moving already, a voice shouts, impatience lacing every word. The command cuts through the lingering tension, a clear directive amidst the uncertainty. The young man, still processing the recent revelations, watches as the scene shifts into action. You don't have our cooperation, so stop this already, a voice demands. A young girl, pointing excitedly, exclaims, "Mom, what's that? An anime?" The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the frustrated demands for compensation. This is the development I know, a voice declares, cutting through the chaos. The statement, firm and unwavering, suggests a sense of grim certainty amidst the surrounding uproar. I need to stop them, he declares, a grim determination etched on his face. But the question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. But how? You sang SSI, don't move an inch, a voice commands, a hand gently but firmly resting on her shoulder. She looks up, a questioning "huh" escaping her lips. Below, a chilling "huh" echoes the growing tension. You're so fucking noisy, a voice snaps, the words cutting through the tense silence. Sangha flinches, a silent "I told you" to stay hanging in the air, a stark reminder of her earlier instructions. Quiet, a voice roars, silencing the tense atmosphere. The command hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the previous whispers and murmurs. A crimson eye, wide and furious, fills the panel. The intense gaze is framed by a blur of motion, the air itself seeming to crackle with barely contained rage. Ha! The question hangs in the air, a bewildered whisper amidst the lingering tension. A young man, arms crossed defensively, stares blankly ahead, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere that still crackles around him. Ah! Ah! The young man's pained gasp echoes, his boots stained crimson on the otherwise clean floor. Blood pools around him, a stark contrast to his stunned expression. A crimson eruption explodes, engulfing the young man. Horror twists the faces of the onlookers, a woman in red clutches her chest, eyes wide with shock. The aftermath is a pool of blood, stark against the pale floor. A monstrous grin fills the frame, teeth bared in a chilling display of predatory satisfaction. The previous horror is now framed by this terrifying visage, a stark reminder of the brutal act just witnessed. This is not a movie shoot. Neither a dream, a voice declares, cutting through the lingering horror. The stark words emphasize the brutal reality of the scene, the crimson stain a testament to the violence just witnessed. Nor a novel, the voice intones, the words hanging heavy in the wake of the brutal scene. Reality, stark and unforgiving, settles over the crimson stain. And not the reality you've been living in. Do you understand? The voice booms, a stark declaration shattering the lingering horror. Fear grips the woman, her hands flying to her mouth as the gravity of the statement sinks in. The man beside her, equally stunned, stares ahead, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. He's right. This is all real. The weight of that realization settles heavily upon him, a grim acceptance etched onto his face. The part of him that refused to believe this nightmarish situation finally crumbles under the undeniable truth. A chilling silence descended. The subway car, moments before filled with terror, fell utterly still, a stark contrast to the crimson stains spreading across the floor, a grim testament to the violence that had unfolded. Everyone, haven't your lives been nice and peaceful so far? The question hangs heavy in the suddenly silent subway car, a stark contrast to the recent violence. Fear, raw and palpable, etched itself onto the faces of a young man and an elderly woman, their eyes wide with a dawning horror. A monstrous, fluffy creature cackles, its laughter echoing the chilling words, "You were born and paid no price to breathe, eat, poop, and breed as you wished. Ha! You truly lived in a great world." The statement hangs heavy, a cruel irony in the wake of the recent violence. "But those good old days are gone," the monstrous creature declares, its voice dripping with cruel satisfaction. The statement hangs heavy, a chilling end to its mocking laughter. Because nothing is eternally free in the world. The monstrous creature's chilling declaration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to its earlier, mocking laughter. Its words carry the weight of a cruel truth. Panic grips the two young men as they're suddenly enveloped in a strange, ethereal glow. Fear contorts their faces, mirroring the unsettling shift in their surroundings. Fear etched deep on their faces, the two young men are consumed by the ethereal glow. A strange energy crackles around them, intensifying their apprehension. Are you asking for money? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the unsettling glow that still clings to the two young men. Their fear, however, hasn't abated, their faces remain etched with apprehension. A man in a sharp suit, his face contorted in a furious grimace, steps forward. His eyes, narrowed behind his glasses, fix on the two young men. The unsettling glow fades slightly, but the tension remains palpable. "You sang SSI, isn't that Manager Han of the finance department?" "Our company's worst parachute," the man in the suit observes, his voice dripping with disdain. The two young men exchange worried glances, the tension thickens. One of the young men quietly agrees, his voice barely a whisper. The weight of the situation, and the manager's blatant disregard for merit, hangs heavy in the air. "If you're asking for money, I can give you all the money you want," a confident voice declares. He then offers a business card, a subtle shift in the power dynamic. "Oh, please take a look. This is who I am. So, how much do you want? This much? Or double?" The question hangs in the air, a blatant offer, the implication of wealth and power shifting the dynamic once more. So you're saying you'll give me human money?" The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and calculation in the tone. "If you let me out of here, I can give you as much as you want," the other party counters, his confidence unwavering. "Money. That's good. Plant fibers that humans mutually agree to use." A wide, knowing grin spreads across his face as he holds up the cash. It worked. There really is nothing money can't buy. A burst of flame erupts, engulfing him in a fiery explosion. His triumphant grin is replaced by a look of startled surprise, eyes wide as the heat intensifies. "Ha!" he gasps, flames now consuming his expensive suit. But that's not the end of his troubles, a calm, almost detached voice cuts through the air. "But that only applies in your spacetime continuum. That measly piece of paper has no value in the macrocosmic world," a voice booms, chillingly calm. "I'm warning you. If you act like this again, I'll blow your brains out." The threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the still smoldering flames licking at the man's burning suit. He groans, "Ugh, the flames now extinguished, leaving behind only the lingering scent of burnt fabric. His expensive suit is ruined, a testament to the power he just faced. "Phew, your debts will keep piling up if you continue to babble on like this," a voice sighs, clearly exasperated. "Well, all right. Instead of explaining it 100 times, it'll be faster to make you earn money and see for yourselves." The creature's tone suggests a shift from threat to pragmatic efficiency. The creature, impatient, gestures with a clawed hand. Two massive, golden horns curve elegantly from its head, a striking visual detail. It's clear now, this isn't just any creature, this is a being of immense power. The creature's words hang in the air, a promise of action. Suddenly, a channel opens, a stark, crimson glow illuminating a young man's horrified face as blood splatters around him. Hashtag BI7623 channel is open, the message blazes, a chilling announcement. Terror grips the young men as the announcement echoes, the constellations have entered. Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to the event's impact. Confusion and fear ripple through the group. What's this? One of them whispers, their voice barely audible above the rising panic. Another murmurs, huh? A wave of icy blue energy surges around them, a tangible manifestation of their terror. Panic etched itself onto their faces. One young man, eyes wide with terror, mouths a silent plea. Beside him, a sinister figure smirks, a chilling contrast to the fear radiating from the others. The icy blue energy intensifies, a tangible representation of their dread. His eyes, wide with stark terror, reflect the icy blue energy swirling around him. A silent scream hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. The icy blue energy surges, engulfing him completely. His eyes, wide with terror, strain against the encroaching icy blue energy. Beads of sweat trace a frantic path down his temples. The main scenario has arrived. A system message blazes across the screen, the stark blue light reflecting in the sweat on his brow. He's engulfed, the icy energy now a chilling prelude to whatever lies ahead. The main scenario begins. Proof of value, the stark title declares. The instructions are chillingly simple: kill one or more lives. 30 minutes. 300 coins reward. Failure? Death. Well then, good luck everyone, a cheerful, almost unsettlingly so, voice announces. A fluffy, horned creature floats above, its expression oddly serene as the protagonist stares up, a mixture of dread and grim determination etched on his face. Please show us an interesting story, a voice booms, echoing with chilling expectation. Crimson light flares from unseen eyes, a terrifying grin splitting a shadowed face. The stakes are clear, this is no mere game. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts, engulfing the participants. The air crackles with raw power. Panic grips the onlookers as shards of shimmering blue energy rain down, a chaotic aftermath of the purple blast. Fear etched on their faces, they scramble, desperately trying to avoid the falling fragments. Panic grips the subway car. A shimmering, ethereal energy crackles through the air, causing passengers to gasp and clutch at their belongings. Fear is palpable, spreading like wildfire amongst the commuters. Amidst the chaos, a passenger frantically dials for help. The police. She whispers, her voice barely audible above the rising panic. Sweat beads on her brow, reflecting the urgency of the situation. They're not answering, she cries, her voice laced with desperation. What do we do? The question hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the growing dread amongst the trapped passengers. You sang SSI, calm down, a voice commands, cutting through the woman's desperate pleas. A hand gently rests on her arm, a reassuring presence amidst the escalating fear. You sang SSI, a voice calmly states, you've played the game our team made before, right? The one where the world was destroyed, and only a few survived. The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift from the previous panic. Huh? What are you talking about? Yusenga's confusion is palpable, her wide eyes reflecting her disbelief. The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the calm explanation she just received. We're currently inside that game, the calm voice explains, the words hanging heavy in the air. Yusenga, still visibly shaken, stares in disbelief as the reality of their situation sinks in. The scene, a crowded subway car, is now tinged with an unsettling stillness, the faint glow of embers adding to the growing unease. Rules? What are they? Sanga's whispered question, laced with a palpable fear, underscores the gravity of the situation. The calm voice responds, it's simple. All games have rules, right? You just need to follow those. A chillingly simple explanation, yet the weight of its implications hangs heavy in the air. We need to find out from now on, the man states, his voice firm, a stark contrast to Sanga's lingering fear. Determination hardens his features as he addresses the unsettling new reality they face together. A determined glint shines in Sanga's eyes as he stares ahead, a subtle shift from the fear that had gripped him moments before. Ethereal particles drift around him, a visual echo of the unsettling game's rules. He's ready. Sanga and his companion stand shoulder to shoulder on a crowded train, ethereal particles swirling around them, a tangible reminder of the game's persistent presence. Her hands are clasped tightly, mirroring his newfound resolve. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a shared understanding of the challenges that lie ahead. The dakibi stretched out its antennas. A mischievous grin spreads across its fluffy face, a stark contrast to the apprehension Sanga and his companion felt just moments ago. The train car is a scene of carnage. Corpses are strewn about, discarded like refuse. A chilling statement hangs in the air, the corpses scattered around like trash in the compartment. The aftermath is horrifying. A blood-soaked office worker trembles, his fear palpable. Nearby, an elderly woman prays, her hands clasped tightly, a silent testament to the carnage around her. Still reeling from the horror, a young man mutters, "I still can't believe it, but..." The lingering shock is palpable, a stark contrast to the carnage he just witnessed. He can't believe his eyes. "I can't doubt my eyes anymore," he whispers, the weight of disbelief heavy in his voice. Actually, he begins, a new thought dawning, leaving the audience hanging on his next words. "I have to admit it," he confesses, a dawning realization in his tone. Panic sets in as he cries out, "Somebody! Open the door! Anybody! Break it open with a hammer," he shouts, desperation coloring his voice. A nearby figure responds, "I don't know why," he says, a hint of uncertainty in his tone, "but one thing is for sure." The tension hangs heavy in the air. The screen glows, illuminating the title, 3 Ways to Survive in A. The text cuts off, leaving the reader and him in suspense. He's been reading this novel for over 10 years, a detail that suddenly feels profoundly relevant. "Has become reality and is taking place before my eyes," he reads, a chilling realization dawning. The screen's glow reflects in his wide eyes, mirroring the disbelief washing over him. 10 years of reading, and now, this. He exhales, a shaky phew, escaping his lips. The weight of his realization hangs heavy in the air. Then, a single word floats above his head, think. The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable: what must I do to survive in this new world? He stares ahead, the weight of his predicament evident in his pensive gaze. A single, stark word, etched in icy blue, hangs in the oppressive darkness: choice. The weight of his decision, the path he must forge in this unfamiliar world, presses down on him. Before him, etched in the oppressive darkness, a single, chilling word appears: choice. The stark declaration hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the weight of his decision, the path he must choose in this strange new world. Chapter 3, Episode 1, Starting the Paid Service, Part 2 begins. The stark title hangs in the darkness, a silent promise of the challenges ahead. A stark blue interface materializes before him, the words Main Scenario Number 1, Proof of Value, Kill 1 or more lives, glowing with an unsettling light. The parameters are laid bare: difficulty F, a 30-minute time limit, a reward of 300 coins, and failure, death. "Everyone! Please calm down," a voice calls out, cutting through the tension. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the frantic energy that clearly preceded them. "Take a deep breath," a voice commands, "and stop everything you're doing." The instruction cuts through the lingering tension, a calm counterpoint to the frantic energy of the previous moments. A young man and woman, standing shoulder to shoulder on a dimly lit platform, visibly relax, their bodies subtly shifting, mirroring the calming words. "Have you calmed down? Please listen to me for a bit," a voice urges, a plea for attention amidst the lingering tension. The speaker's expression is one of earnest concern, his words a clear attempt to restore order. "As you may know, in the event of a national disaster, small disturbances can cause large human casualties," a voice explains, the words carrying a weight of authority. "That is why I will now control the situation from here on." A decisive gesture accompanies the statement, a clear assertion of control over the unfolding crisis. "What? Who are you?" The incredulous outburst explodes from a young man, his disbelief palpable. "National disaster? Don't bullshit me. His defiant words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the authority previously asserted. A military ID card appears, the image of Lee Hyun-sung, an army lieutenant, confirming the authority previously asserted. His calm expression contrasts sharply with the young man's disbelief. He displays his military ID, the crisp lettering confirming his identity, Army Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung, 6502 Unit. The young man's skepticism, however, remains etched on his face. Still unconvinced, the young man watches as Lieutenant Lee calmly presents his credentials. The ID's details are clear, Army Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung, 6502 Unit. Doubt lingers in the young man's eyes. He's a soldier, someone states, the words hanging in the air as the young man's skepticism remains. Lieutenant Lee's military bearing, however, speaks volumes. Lieutenant Lee announces, "I received a message from my unit earlier." A nearby bystander murmurs, "A message?" The lieutenant's words introduce a new element of urgency, a shift from the previous focus on his credentials. "Shit," someone mutters, the word barely audible above the sudden tension. A Level 1 national disaster. The message is stark, the gravity of the situation instantly clear. All troops are to assemble immediately. Mr. Soldier. What is happening exactly? A frantic voice demands. The lieutenant, visibly strained, explains, "I've been trying to contact my unit, but..." His words trail off, the unspoken urgency hanging heavy in the air. "What about the Blue House? What are they doing?" the voice cries out, demanding immediate action. "Contact the president right now." "I apologize, but I am just an ordinary soldier, so I don't have a hotline to the Blue House," the soldier explains, his voice tight with the weight of the situation. "Then who are you to control this situation?" the frantic voice demands, the urgency palpable. A national disaster. It's hardly a surprise, given the circumstances. But the soldier's surprise runs deeper. He's taken aback, not by the unfolding disaster, but by something else entirely. A new, unsettling element has entered the equation. The soldier's gaze drops, a flicker of concern crossing his features. His thoughts, however, are far from the immediate crisis. Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung. He murmurs, the name will wait on his tongue, the safety of all citizens hanging in the balance. "I know about him," the soldier states, his voice low and grave. The weight of that knowledge, the unspoken implications, hangs heavy in the crowded train car. It's Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung, the revelation chills him to the bone. It's the first time he's seen the man's face, yet Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung's name resonates deeply within him, a chilling reminder of a weight he carries. His gaze drifts upwards, a subtle shift betraying a quiet contemplation. The weight of the lieutenant's name, the soldier's words, settles upon him. He was one of the important supporting characters in Ways of Survival. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the weight of the name, Lieutenant Lee Hyun-sung, a name that carries a profound significance for him. A jolt of recognition runs through him. Even a character from the novel has appeared, he thinks, his speech and mannerisms precisely as described in the book. But a nagging doubt lingers. He scrolls through his phone, a familiar unease settling over him. A question hangs in the air, a silent query forming in his mind. Was Lee Hyun-sung introduced like this in the novel? Doubt clouds his features, his unease deepening. Surrounded by murmuring onlookers, a sharply dressed man stands out. His calm demeanor contrasts with the anxious faces around him, fueling the protagonist's growing unease. The question remains, is this how Lee Hyun-sung was introduced in the novel? No. As the only reader of Ways of Survival, I'm sure of this. Lee Hyun-sung's first appearance wasn't like this, he insists, his certainty a stark contrast to the murmuring unease around him. The protagonist's conviction deepens, his doubts solidifying into a growing sense of unease. I'm certain that he appeared after the end of the first scenario, he muses, a frown etching itself onto his face. The question hangs heavy in the air, then what's happening right now? His unease is palpable, a stark contrast to the seemingly ordinary scene around him. Damn it. If I could reread Ways of Survival, I could find out, but... Frustration bleeds into his voice, a stark contrast to his previous analytical calm. The protagonist's inability to consult his familiar guidebook underscores the unsettling nature of this altered reality. His eyes widen, a grim realization dawning. On his phone, a news alert blares. The Prime Minister is giving a speech, announcing a Level 1 national disaster. The gravity of the situation settles upon him, a stark contrast to the mundane chatter of the commuters around him. Dr. SSI. A woman's voice calls out, her phone held up, recording the Prime Minister's address. The gravity of the situation, a Level 1 national disaster, is palpable, even amidst the oblivious chatter of the surrounding commuters. The protagonist watches, a mixture of apprehension and grim determination etched on his face. His thoughts confirm the news report: terrorism. Unidentified terrorists are active in Seoul, and the government is mobilizing a full-scale response. He already knew the content of the Prime Minister's speech. Now that I'm actually listening to him, it sounds so ridiculous, he thinks, a sardonic edge to his internal monologue. The gravity of the situation, the official announcement of a national crisis, clashes sharply with his dismissive assessment. But why is the Prime Minister making the speech instead of the President? He wonders aloud, his skepticism palpable. The answer, delivered in hushed tones by those around him, chills him to the bone. They say that the President has already been killed. A stunned what? Really, escapes his lips, the gravity of the situation finally hitting home. I'm not sure, one of them says, it was written in the comments. Another dismisses it immediately, moron, it must be fake then. The gravity of the president's death, previously announced, is now met with disbelief and a desperate attempt to rationalize the unbelievable. Of course, it wasn't fake. The chilling certainty of those words hangs in the air, silencing the earlier denials. And soon, the unspoken threat of what's to come adds a layer of dread to the already heavy atmosphere. Panic erupts. Bang! Bang! The sounds of gunfire shatter the disbelief, replacing it with raw terror. People scream, scattering in a chaotic flurry as the reality of the situation crashes down. The breaking news report cuts through the chaos. The Prime Minister was unidentified terrorists. A chilling hiss, TSSS, underscores the gravity of the announcement, a stark contrast to the panicked screams still echoing in the background. Everyone, I told you already. The words cut through the lingering chaos, a stark declaration amidst the still present fear. A chilling hiss, TSSS, punctuates the statement, underscoring the speaker's grim certainty. This isn't something so simple, a voice booms, the words heavy with foreboding. Crimson eyes, blazing with an unsettling intensity, glare from the shadowed depths of a monstrous face. Terrorism. The word explodes from the monstrous maw, a chilling declaration hanging heavy in the air. Crimson eyes burn, a silent promise of violence yet to come. Do you still not understand? That won't do. The words hang in the air, a chilling ultimatum. The speaker's impatience is palpable, a stark contrast to the growing unease of those around him. Does this situation look like a game to you? The question hangs in the air, a chilling challenge. A dismissive chuckle follows, laced with a chilling undercurrent of menace. All right. According to the data, this country's citizens are skilled at playing games. The words are a stark declaration, the speaker's confidence unwavering despite the gravity of the situation. Then why don't we increase the speaker's words trail off, his hand reaching into his briefcase. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Increase the difficulty? The question hangs heavy, a sinister proposition. A wave of unsettling energy pulses from the briefcase, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. A digital clock, glowing an eerie blue, materializes above the crowded train car. 2400 hours 22 it reads, the numbers stark against the dim interior. A palpable tension grips the passengers, something is about to happen. The countdown continues, now reading 2400 hours 21. A hushed whisper escapes someone in the crowd, that's. The unspoken dread hangs heavy in the air, a palpable sense of urgency gripping the train car. The countdown continues its relentless march. 23:19, the air crackles with anticipation, the silence heavy with unspoken dread. The remaining time has been decreased. A sudden, unsettling announcement cuts through the tense silence, the countdown now ticking faster. Panic ripples through the train car. 10 minutes. The stark announcement cuts through the rising panic, a cold splash of reality in the suffocating tension. The countdown accelerates, each second a hammer blow against their dwindling hope. 1 minute. The countdown blazes, a stark blue against the blurring motion of panicked figures. Hope dwindles with each passing second. The timer ticks down to 0. A stark blue interface screams the mission parameters, proof of value. Kill 1 or more lives. 30 minutes. Failure means death. The reward? 300 coins. 10 minutes remain. 300 coins are at stake. The mission continues. Time is running out. The mission timer shows only 10 minutes remaining. A stark warning flashes: failure to secure a kill within the next 5 minutes will result in further penalties. A chilling announcement blares: all lives in the carriage will be wiped out. Panic grips the passengers, they're trapped. Panic explodes. What's up with that? Is this a joke? One passenger cries. Another, more urgently, demands, Mr. Soldier. What do we do now? Why isn't the police coming? The chilling announcement about the impending wipeout has left them terrified and desperate. Amidst the escalating terror, a voice cuts through the chaos. Everyone, please calm down and listen to a glimmer of hope, however fragile, appears in the suffocating fear. A grim expression settles on the man's face. The initial hope, the attempt to calm the panicked passengers, seems to have faltered. He looks burdened, the weight of the situation pressing down heavily. Right, he murmurs, a grim set to his jaw. Everything is unfolding exactly as he predicted, a mirror image of the events and ways of survival. Yet, a persistent unease gnaws at him, a feeling he can't shake. Lee Hyun-sung's arrival throws him. His jaw drops, a silent gasp escaping his lips as the supporting character appears, a development that throws his carefully laid plans into disarray. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication: why has that guy yet to appear? The protagonist's internal monologue reveals a growing unease, a crack in his meticulously crafted plan. A figure emerges, cloaked in shadow, yet radiating an unsettling presence. The text above him screams a single, ominous word: appear. His arrival throws the protagonist's carefully laid plans into even greater disarray. He arrives, a figure shrouded in mist and trailing sparks, his presence a palpable weight in the air. The anticipation, the unspoken question, is finally answered. His anxious gaze sweeps the crowded train car. According to the story I know, he should have appeared by now, he mutters, a rising panic evident in his wide eyes and clenched jaw. A strangled gasp escapes him: HIIIIK? Panic explodes. There was a murder in that compartment, someone screams, the chilling words punctuated by a blood-curdling cry. A desperate plea follows: block the door. Don't let them in here. We need to block. A desperate plea erupts, accompanied by a surge of energy crackling from his fingertips, a desperate attempt to barricade the compartment door against the unseen horror within. His desperate attempt to seal the door is met with a surge of energy, but the effort proves too much. Arg, he cries out, the sound swallowed by the escalating chaos. The door bursts open. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts, swallowing him whole. What's this? The three witnesses stare, mouths agape, as something transparent materializes before the door. A wave of confusion washes over them all. A system message appears, stark and undeniable: all types of access to the carriage will be restricted until the scenario is completed. The three onlookers exchange bewildered glances, the weight of the announcement settling heavily upon them. A phone screen displays a live feed, a fluffy, horned creature cavorts across the screen. Above, a disembodied voice chuckles: interesting things are happening in some places, while others have yet to do anything. The irony hangs heavy in the air. All right. Here's a special service to everyone, a voice announces. I'll show you what will happen to all of you if nothing occurs in the next 5 minutes. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, the playful image of a fluffy creature juxtaposed against the ominous warning. A large screen displays a classroom, students inside stare, wide-eyed and terrified, at something unseen. The image is jarring, a stark contrast to the previous playful tone. A wave of unease washes over the onlookers on the train, reflecting the student's palpable fear. On the screen, a man in glasses watches the terrified students, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Huh," he murmurs, his voice barely audible above the mounting tension. A sudden realization dawns on the observer. "Isn't that the uniform of Taepung Girls' High School?" he questions, his voice laced with a newfound concern, the mystery deepening. The tension on the train intensifies, mirroring the escalating unease on the screen. Panic erupts on the screen. The girls, their faces contorted in terror, are clearly overwhelmed. A wave of fear washes over the observer as he witnesses the chaos unfolding before him. A cacophony of screams erupts, the girls' terror palpable. The sound, a raw, guttural cry, kayak, hangs heavy in the air, a stark testament to the unfolding horror. The time limit expires. A grim announcement appears: the payment settlement will begin. The girls' faces, etched with fear, reflect the gravity of the situation. The word begin flashes, and a wave of terror washes over him. His eyes, wide with a stark, desperate fear, reflect the screams that still echo in his ears. A desperate plea escapes her lips: "Save, Ak." Panic claws at her, a raw, visceral fear reflected in the frantic energy of the word. "Open the door! Open!" The desperate cry tears from her lips, a raw plea echoing the mounting terror in her eyes. Her companion, equally frantic, struggles alongside her, their combined efforts against the unyielding barrier. "No!" A desperate cry, raw with terror, rips through the air. The sound is a physical manifestation of her fear, a desperate plea against an unseen force. "Heavens, that's..." The whispered words, laced with disbelief and terror, hang in the air. Their faces, etched with stark fear, reflect the horrifying truth dawning on them all. Panic grips the group as they recoil, their eyes wide with dread. "Ha?" The question, barely a whisper, escapes their lips. Wide eyes, reflecting a shared, dawning horror, speak volumes. The unspoken terror hangs heavy in the air. A pained groan, "Ugh," escapes him. He clutches at his chest, his face contorted in agony. "A pained ugh. Kurg," escapes him, the sound ragged and strained. He doubles over, clutching his chest, the agony etched deep on his face. He collapses, the fight abruptly over. One girl lies on the floor, the other stands above, her breathing ragged but triumphant. She reaches down, her hand gently resting on his chest. A quiet stillness descends, the aftermath of the fierce battle hanging heavy in the air. A collective gasp ripples through the onlookers as a loud crash echoes. Wide-eyed, they watch the aftermath of the battle unfold. A low hiss fills the air, the silence broken. Then, a stark, blue box appears, announcing #Bay23515 channel survivors. The aftermath of the battle, and the grim reality of their situation, is laid bare. His breath hitches, a ragged sound lost in the sudden silence. Scars mar his face, a testament to the brutal fight. The announcement, Taepung Girls High, Year 2 Class B, confirms his survival, but the grim expression on his face speaks volumes. He's alive, but the battle has left its mark. Lee Jai-hai. The name appears, stark against the dark background, confirming her survival. A brief glimpse of her, slightly disheveled but clearly alive, offers a moment of quiet relief amidst the harsh reality of the #Bay23515 channel. Lee Jai-hai. The announcement confirms her survival, a flicker of hope in the ravaged classroom. She stands amidst the wreckage, her posture suggesting a weariness that belies her strength. A single pool of blood stains the floor, a stark reminder of the brutal fight she endured. A monstrous grin fills the panel, its jagged teeth a terrifying contrast to the chilling words that follow. "What do you think? Isn't this fun?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a cruel taunt directed at the young man whose eyes, though partially obscured, reflect a grim determination. Dust motes dance in the dim light, swirling around a pair of sneakers. The young man's feet, still planted firmly on the ground, suggest a resilience despite the chaos. Panic grips the subway car. Fearful faces stare as a ghostly mist swirls around them, the passengers' gasps echoing the growing unease. "Shit! What is this? What the fuck is all this?" The panicked cry rings out, echoing the chaos unfolding around him. Bodies litter the subway car floor, a chilling testament to the strange, ethereal mist that continues to swirl. The word mass explodes across the page, a stark, crimson title against the black backdrop. Below, an invitation: join our Discord to be notified about new chapters. Really? What's your group's name? The question hangs in the air, a challenge in the face of the carnage. A smirk plays on the lips of the man before him, a chilling prelude to the answer. We are. A faint blue glow emanates from the ground as two pairs of sneakers, one brown and one dark blue, stand poised. The scene suggests a moment of quiet power before an action unfolds. A strange blue energy crackles through the subway car. Panic grips the passengers, their fear is palpable. Gasps and murmurs fill the air as they clutch at their chests, eyes wide with terror. A shimmering, blue holographic projection flickers to life within the panicked subway car. A young woman, her face partially obscured, stands silhouetted against a blurry background. The image pulses with an unsettling energy, mirroring the fear that grips the terrified passengers. Shit. What is this? What the fuck is all this? The panicked cry echoes through the subway car, a raw expression of the terror gripping everyone. Bodies lie scattered on the floor, a grim testament to the chaos that has unfolded. A chilling silence descends upon the ravaged subway car. The only illumination comes from the faint, icy glow of 4 characters etched onto the grimy wall. Chapter 4 begins. Episode 1, starting the paid service. A stark title card against the black screen, hinting at the unsettling events to come. Part 3 begins. A slow fade from black to white, mirroring the uncertain journey ahead. A hand reaches out, fingers brushing against dark fabric. The cloth tears, revealing a glimpse of something hidden beneath. A young man in a suit, his expression one of dawning horror, stares at something hidden beneath his colleague's jacket. She, in turn, clutches her throat, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The scene unfolds on a crowded commuter train, the hushed murmur of other passengers forming a stark contrast to the rising tension between the two. He turns, a frown etching itself onto his face. The young man in the suit, still unnerved, mutters, "This is weird." His gaze lingers on the scene behind him, a lingering unease palpable in the air. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication: why isn't that guy showing up yet? The young man's unease deepens, his frown intensifying. The delay is clearly unsettling him. He checks his phone, a flicker of concern crossing his face. "Events that I remember from the novel," he mutters, "and events I'm not aware of are taking place right now." The young man's unease intensifies, the weight of the unexpected unfolding around him palpable. Frustration creases his brow. He slams his phone shut, muttering, "Shit, it's still not available." The novel he needs to survive this situation remains elusive, and the realization sinks in: its unpopularity means illegal copies are unlikely to exist online. Panic flares in his eyes. The young man's desperate search for the novel has failed, leaving him facing an uncertain future. "No, wait a minute," he says, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. He taps his phone screen, a downloaded file appearing. "Don't tell me, there's no way, right?" His breath hitches. Could this be it? The elusive novel, finally within reach. His eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning hope replacing the previous panic. Could it be? The impossible has seemingly become reality. There it is. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. The file name confirms his wildest hopes. Relief floods him, the impossible has happened. He's found it. His eyes remain wide, but now a dawning confusion replaces the earlier relief. He stares at the phone screen, a question forming on his lips. What is this? His initial relief quickly fades, replaced by a dawning confusion. Wide-eyed, he stares at the phone, a silent question hanging in the air. What could this possibly mean? A file titled "Save All eBay in a Ruined World.txt" appears on his screen. Download, cloud save, and search options are available. His confusion deepens. Did he actually send me a copy of his novel as a gift? The question bursts from him, disbelief coloring every syllable. Astonishment etched across his features, he stares at his phone, the sheer unexpectedness of it all leaving him speechless. Isn't this some sort of illegal distribution, he muses, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. A moment later, he adds, more to himself than anyone else, maybe it doesn't matter since I got it from the author himself? The initial concern seems to melt away, replaced by a quiet curiosity. A system message flashes before his eyes, he's obtained an exclusive attribute, and his exclusive skill slot has been activated. All survivors of Ways of Survival, it explains, possessed such unique abilities. Just like a game, he murmurs, a thoughtful expression on his face. The implication hangs heavy in the air, this new reality feels eerily familiar. He decides to learn more about his new attribute and skill. The implications of this newfound power, and its game-like nature, clearly weigh heavily on his mind. A blue, translucent interface flickers to life before him. He stares, a question mark hovering above his head, clearly puzzled by the sudden display. The unfamiliar text within the interface only deepens his confusion. A blue window appears, displaying the message, "You cannot activate the attribute window." He stares, dumbfounded, a single word escaping his lips, "What?" Frustration creases his brow. The message, stark and unyielding, repeats, "You cannot activate the attribute window." He mutters, a barely audible "what," escaping his lips, his confusion deepening. Has this ever happened before, he wonders aloud, his brow furrowed in deepening confusion? The inability to access his attribute window leaves him completely in the dark, he won't know what skills or attributes he possesses. A chilling uncertainty settles over him. He stares at the unresponsive attribute window, a silent question hanging in the air. His brow furrows deeper, concern etched onto his face. The mystery of the malfunctioning system only intensifies his growing unease. Forget it. Let's open the file first, he decides, a flicker of determination replacing his earlier confusion. He taps his phone, a digital file appearing on the screen. A new sense of purpose settles over him. A system message appears, a bright blue box illuminating the screen. His reading speed has increased thanks to a unique attribute. A subtle smile plays on his lips, this unexpected boost is a welcome development. His eyes widen, a wave of surprise washing over him as the text swims before his vision. The information flows faster than he could ever have imagined, a torrent of data flooding his mind. Overwhelmed, he clutches his head, a torrent of information still flooding his senses. The enhanced reading speed, while initially welcome, now feels almost unbearable. What the? Was that my attribute's effect? He exclaims, still slightly dazed. It took him less than a minute to read the first act of Ways of Survival. But thanks to that, he mutters, a newfound clarity dawning in his eyes. I found it. A sense of accomplishment settles over him, a stark contrast to the earlier confusion. In the 3707th compartment, a crowd huddled by the back door. He held the lighter, its will cold against his skin. In this life, mistakes were not an option, he'd use any means necessary. Fear etched itself onto the faces of the people before him, yet he felt no guilt. Everything was fleeting. He looked at them with merciless eyes. Then, as his fingertips moved, fire ignited, and it all began. He approaches compartment 3807, a grim determination etched on his face. The number, stark and unforgiving, seems to mirror the weight of his resolve. It was compartment 3707. He'd found the source of his unease. The number, a chilling echo of his recent actions, hangs heavy in the air. The reason for the discrepancy becomes clear. He's in the compartment directly behind the protagonists. A chilling realization, given the blood-soaked scene unfolding before him. Wait. If that's true. He murmurs, a sudden chill gripping him. His eyes dart to his phone, a question forming, unspoken but heavy in the air. What happens to the passengers in compartment 3807, according to the novel? Dokja SSI, shouldn't we stop them? The question hangs in the air, a plea born of fear and urgency. He looks through the blurred window at compartment 3807, the weight of his unspoken question, what the novel foretold for those passengers, pressing down. A grim determination sets in. He ignores the plea, his gaze fixed on compartment 3807. The weight of the novel's prophecy, the fate of those passengers, fuels his resolve. It was too late. Inevitable, even. The grim reality settles in, only 2 survivors remain. Ah. Fucking hell. Who said you could run away? I feel like shit now. The raw, bitter words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination that fueled him moments before. His failure weighs heavily. He's grabbed, roughly, the fabric of his clothes bunching in a desperate grip. A pained ugh escapes his lips, a sound of both exertion and defeat. Please save me. I need to go, he pleads, his voice strained. The grip on his clothes tightens. Won't you shut it? A voice snaps back, silencing his desperate cries. A crimson slash erupts, silencing his pleas. Blood splatters as a brutal blow connects, the force of it momentarily obscuring the victim's features. A crimson blur cuts through the air, silencing him instantly. Blood sprays, painting a gruesome picture as the attacker's swift strike leaves its mark. I already know who the 2 survivors are. The words hang heavy in the silence that follows the brutal attack. A chilling certainty permeates the statement, leaving the audience to wonder about the identities of those spared. Didn't I tell you to shut up? The words are a snarl, a low growl of barely contained fury. His eyes blaze, reflecting the incandescent rage burning within. Usanga will most probably die. The statement hangs in the air, a grim prediction delivered with chilling certainty. A look of stark terror grips the woman beside him, her hands fly to her mouth, stifling a gasp. A grim assessment appears on a screen, only 2 survivors. Other than those 2, everyone here will probably die. Including me. The words hang heavy, a stark contrast to the previous fury. A chilling certainty settles over the scene. What are you doing? The sharp question cuts through the heavy silence, a cry of disbelief and alarm. A desperate lunge. He throws himself forward, a blur of motion, the very air crackling with the force of his effort. How dare a brat like you treat an elderly lady like this? The indignant shout explodes, a furious retort to the previous attack. He grabs the attacker's arm, his face a mask of righteous anger. Manager Han Myungo? The words escape him, a gasp of disbelief. His eyes widen, reflecting a mixture of shock and dawning recognition. Beside him, the woman's hand flies to her mouth, mirroring his astonishment. Ha! The single word explodes from him, a raw expression of disbelief. His eyes, wide and blazing with a fiery intensity, betray his utter shock. Hey, old man, do you want to die? The sharp words cut through the air, a challenge issued by a young man with startlingly white hair. His expression is one of cold fury, a stark contrast to the older man's bewildered confusion. What kind of bullshit is that, you brat? The older man sputters, clearly taken aback. Don't you see that? The older man's voice cracks with a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror as he holds up a glowing blue cube, his eyes wide with a newfound understanding of the situation. The urgency in his tone is palpable. Panic grips the crowd as the white-haired young man presses his advantage. You still don't understand? The army won't come to save us, he states, his voice devoid of sympathy. Cries of terror and pleas for help erupt around him, a desperate chorus swallowed by the encroaching chaos. And we have to kill someone, the young man declares, his voice cold and resolute. A desperate plea for mercy rings out, spare me. You know how kind I am. But it's instantly cut short. Shut it and die already, the young man commands, his merciless tone leaving no room for doubt. Confusion clouds the other's face as he stammers, Wah, what are you talking about? We must choose someone to kill, the young man declares, his grip tightening on the terrified man before him. His eyes burn with a chilling resolve, leaving no room for doubt. I already know what you're thinking, old man, the young man states, his voice sharp and unwavering. Killing a fellow citizen to survive? That's something only beasts do. His words hang heavy in the air, a stark condemnation of the older man's desperate plan. And you're right, the young man concedes, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, but does that apply in a situation like this? His voice, though still firm, carries a hint of uncertainty now, a crack in his unwavering resolve. This is beyond our control. We will die if we don't kill. Who would blame us? The young man's voice, though still laced with doubt, hardens with grim resolve. The words, sharp and desperate, echo the gravity of their situation. His eyes blaze with an unnatural red light, a chilling contrast to his pale skin. Think carefully, he commands, his voice resonating with a newfound authority. The world you have known so far has just ended. The very ground seems to crack and crumble around him, mirroring the shattering of their reality. A new world dawns, fractured and unstable. The very fabric of reality shatters around him, a stark visual testament to his words. This new world requires new laws. Reality itself fractures further, the world around him splintering into jagged shards of nothingness. A void opens, a terrifying testament to the Demon King's power. From the void, a single shard of darkness materializes, growing larger, a terrifying omen of what's to come. Kim Namwon, the young man who adapted fastest to the brutal world of ways of survival, is shown here, a grim smile twisting his lips as he moves with lethal efficiency. Blood spatters across his dark green jacket, a testament to his brutal effectiveness. He was the one who drove a wedge in the crack, a voice observes, the gravity of the statement hanging heavy in the air. A young woman beside him looks on, worry etched on her face. How long are you all going to watch? Do you all want to die? The voice demands, a sharp edge of urgency cutting through the tension. Namwon's brutal efficiency continues. A man cries out, fuck, I don't care anymore. As he's overwhelmed, his sense of morality shattered by the relentless onslaught. A narrator observes, and destroyed their vague sense of morality. Namwon stands defiant, fists clenched, a grim determination etched on his face. The scene crackles with barely contained rage, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A chilling ultimatum hangs in the air: if the first death doesn't occur within the next 5 minutes, everyone here will die. The weight of this threat settles heavily upon Namwon, his grim determination hardening further. Two figures crumple, eyes wide with shock and pain. A crimson stain blooms across the snow-white background, the silence punctuated only by the harsh, guttural sound of death. Two more fall, eyes wide in a silent scream. Crimson blooms across the snow, a stark contrast to the chilling silence that follows. The clock ticks relentlessly onward. A chilling memory surfaces. I remember reading a certain paragraph in the novel, a voice recalls, the words hanging heavy in the aftermath of the brutal scene. A chilling realization dawns. They were like executioners pulling on the lever at the same time, a voice narrates, the words a grim summary of the carnage witnessed. The speaker's face is a mask of horrified understanding. Because they didn't want to know who had killed the prisoner, a voice explains, the words a chilling revelation. The weight of that unspoken truth hangs heavy in the air. And I, he thinks, am simply observing, as if rereading a familiar paragraph. A detached, almost clinical observation of the horrifying events that unfolded. As if observing from another world, he watches. A detached observer, taking in the scene unfolding before him, a chilling tableau of unspoken truths and horrifying implications. He simply observed the spectacle, a detached observer amidst the chaos. The narrative's chilling truth unfolds. In the novel, that elderly woman, whose name he doesn't even know, was the first victim. Altering the original course of events, he realizes, would severely limit his advantage. But is it right to spectate her death? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his previous detached observation. A moral dilemma now clashes with his strategic advantage. Just because of that? He questions, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he pulls his phone from his pocket. The weight of his decision, the potential consequences of inaction, suddenly feels heavier than before. She'll die at this rate. The woman's desperate cry pierces the air, her fear palpable. He stares, his earlier detachment shattered, a new urgency replacing his previous contemplation. You can't act recklessly. His warning is sharp, urgent. You will get killed if you go there now. The woman's pleas, however, are met with a resolute, if conflicted, I know, but. He knows the risks, yet his resolve remains unshaken. You Sangha. He whispers, his gaze unwavering, a mixture of concern and grim determination etched on his face. Her own expression is one of fierce resolve, despite the clear fear still lingering in her eyes. Despite the shift in the story's genre, the narrative continues. Fear etched on her face, Sangha is pulled away, yet the text proclaims, she still shines as brightly as ever. A defiant glimmer remains in her eyes, a testament to her unwavering spirit. The narrative shifts. A hand rests gently on Sangha's shoulder, a stark contrast to the fear still etched on her face. The words, however, cut through the scene. However, the person who can change this story isn't you, Sangha. Because she isn't the protagonist of this world. You, Sangha SSI, stay here, a man commands, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. Please listen to me just this once. I won't interfere with you afterwards. Sangha, though still visibly shaken, hesitates, a quiet huh? But, escaping her lips. Sangha's protest is cut short. A look of dawning understanding, perhaps even a flicker of hope, crosses her features as the man beside her speaks again, his words carrying a weight of unspoken urgency. A subtle shift in Sangha's demeanor is palpable. Hope, fragile yet present, replaces some of her earlier fear. The man's reassuring presence, his hand still lightly on her shoulder, speaks volumes. His quiet confidence seems to be calming her anxieties. Honestly speaking, it's still too early for me to step in, he admits, his words a quiet assessment of the situation. A hint of caution, perhaps even a touch of reluctance, colors his tone. This wasn't my plan originally, but I have no choice, he states, his voice firm despite the unspoken weight of his words. His hands, clasped together, betray a hint of the internal struggle he's clearly enduring. Dr. SSI? The woman's voice is laced with alarm, her eyes wide as she stares at the figure sprawled on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around him. He remained motionless, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around him. I was standing still this whole time not because I was afraid of Kim Namwon and the others, he explains, his gaze unwavering, a quiet intensity replacing the earlier turmoil. His gaze unwavering, he continues, I was simply waiting. Waiting for the opportune moment. The quiet intensity in his voice belies the chaos that surrounds him. That's why. He reveals the reason for his stillness amidst the chaos, a calculated patience finally bearing fruit. The scene unfolds before him, a culmination of his strategic waiting. A blinding flash erupts, engulfing the train car in a wave of raw energy. The force of the blast throws a nearby passenger against the wall, leaving her stunned and gasping for breath. Now! His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a stark contrast to the calculated stillness moments before. The moment of action arrives. A wave of searing energy explodes outwards, a blinding flash of light in motion. The impact reverberates through the train car. They collide in a blinding explosion of energy, the force sending both combatants sprawling. He's sent flying backward, a blur of motion against the metallic walls of the train car. Sparks erupt around him as he tumbles through the air, the force of the impact clearly staggering. He slams into a crowd of onlookers, the impact sending them sprawling. A wave of bodies tumbles down like dominoes, a chaotic scene of sudden, unexpected violence. The screen flickers, displaying the mission parameters, main scenario number 1, proof of value. Kill 1 or more lives. Difficulty, F. Time limit, 10 minutes. Failure, death. 7 minutes and 32 seconds remain. The clock ticks down relentlessly, a stark reminder of the mission's brutal time constraint. A stark black screen commands attention, the word mass emblazoned across it in bold, crimson letters. Below, a smaller text box urges readers to join their Discord server for updates on new chapters. The countdown continues its relentless march. Really? What's your group's name? The question hangs in the air, a challenge. He clenches a small, ornate object, his response poised on the edge of silence. We are. A blinding flash erupts within the train car. The force of the explosion throws a woman backward, her eyes wide with shock. Debris flies everywhere. A shockwave rips through the air, leaving a trail of debris in its wake. Smoke fills the air, swirling around the woman who lies on the floor, dazed. Smoke. Where did it come from? She gasps, her voice laced with confusion and a growing sense of alarm. A figure is sent flying, a blur of motion against the gray walls. He crashes into the crowd below, sending a ripple of panic through the onlookers. The impact throws several others to the ground, the scene a chaotic ballet of bodies and scattered debris. He rises, a furious glare hardening his features. Dust and debris cling to his suit, but his eyes burn with a fierce determination. The chaos around him seems to fade as he focuses, a silent promise of retribution in his posture. His eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air. Confusion, raw and undeniable, etched itself onto his features. The aftermath of the chaos swirls around him, but his focus remains inward, a storm brewing behind his shocked expression. A blur of motion. He lashes out, a whirlwind of strikes leaving a trail of sparks and stunned figures in its wake. The air crackles with energy as he moves, a silent fury propelling him forward. He moves in a blur, a whirlwind of motion leaving his opponents scattered and defeated. Dust settles, revealing the extent of his swift victory. What the? Arg! The cry of surprise and pain echoes as he sends his opponent sprawling, a powerful blow leaving the man crumpled amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The dust settles, revealing two stark characters written in a language unknown to us, yet somehow, their meaning is clear: the end. The dust settles, revealing two characters etched into the ground, a stark, final message. The end. The credits roll, a stark finality to the tale. Story by SoulPC, art by UMI, and serialization by SingSong. Chapter 5 begins. Episode 1. Part 4 of Starting the Paid Service begins. A blinding flash erupts from the chamber doors, intense heat radiating outwards. The air crackles with energy. What the fuck was that? He screams, the raw shock evident in his wide eyes and gaping mouth. He's thrown back, the force of the blast clearly visible in the motion lines trailing behind him. At first glance, it seemed he'd shoved Kim Namwon aside to save the old woman. But that, he reveals, wasn't his only motive. A deeper, more complex plan is afoot. Where is it? He demands, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. The urgency in his voice is palpable as he scans his surroundings. What are you doing? Keep hitting her. Kill her already, he shouts, the words a desperate plea amidst the chaos. He's certain it's nearby, muttering, I'm sure it's somewhere around here. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. A frantic energy grips him as he searches, the urgency in his gaze intensifying. There it is, he exclaims, relief flooding his features as he clutches the small container. The frantic energy that consumed him moments ago now gives way to a focused determination. But his relief is short-lived. A hand clamps down on his shoulder, halting his movement. His eyes, wide with a dawning fear, reflect the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Excuse me for a moment, a voice interrupts, the words cutting through his brief respite. A hand clamps down on his shoulder, halting his progress, and fear flickers in his eyes once more. Here, hold on to this, a voice commands, interrupting his moment of reprieve. A green device is thrust into his hand, a lifeline in the face of renewed danger. A blinding flash of light erupts, momentarily obscuring everything. Then, a wave of relief washes over him as the immediate danger seems to subside. Everyone, stop, a voice bellows, cutting through the chaos. The command rings out, sharp and authoritative, silencing the immediate threat. Even if you kill that elderly lady, you won't survive. The warning echoes, a stark counterpoint to the previous chaos. A sudden shift in the balance of power hangs in the air. What did he? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the sheer disbelief washing over one of the onlookers. His wide eyes and gaping mouth perfectly capture the shock of the moment. Meanwhile, another man stares, his expression a mixture of fear and dawning comprehension. A grim determination sets his jaw. He stands, a whirlwind of motion having subsided, leaving only the faintest trace of residual energy. The shock of the onlookers is palpable, their disbelief lingers in the air. Good. Listen to me. The words, sharp and commanding, cut through the lingering disbelief. A newfound resolve hardens his gaze. Silence. A heavy, expectant silence hangs in the air, broken only by the ragged breaths of those who witnessed his feat. Then, a single, sharp word, begin. Let's say that you do end up killing her. Then what next? The question hangs in the air, a desperate plea masked as a cold calculation. His frantic gesture underscores the urgency, a desperate attempt to buy time, even if it means sacrificing one life for many. While it's true that her death will buy us time as it'll be recognized as the first killing, he adds, his voice strained, the weight of the decision etched onto his face. What will you do next? The question hangs heavy, a stark challenge in the tense silence. His eyes, wide and frantic, reflect the immense pressure he's under. The weight of the decision, the lives hanging in the balance, is palpable. The chilling ultimatum hangs heavy in the air. If the Dakibi's words are true, each person must kill one of their own. The question, sharp and brutal, follows immediately. So who will you kill after the elderly lady? The person standing next to you? The weight of this impossible choice settles on the group, their faces etched with a grim understanding of their predicament. A chilling laugh escapes the Dakibi. His cruel amusement is palpable, a stark contrast to the group's desperate plight. The weight of their impossible choice remains heavy and suffocating. What's wrong with that? The question hangs in the air, a sharp challenge amidst the lingering tension. He stands, seemingly unconcerned by the chilling ultimatum, his posture a defiant counterpoint to the group's despair. We just need to kill a coward like you next. The Dakibi's words are a venomous barb, his sneer a chilling promise. A dark intensity settles over the scene, mirroring the threat in his eyes. Don't worry about your turn in advance. The odds are equal to everyone, a calm voice cuts through the tension. Kim Namwon's words, a stark contrast to the Dakibi's threats, hang in the air, a promise of a level playing field. Yes. I knew you'd say something like that, Namwon replies, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His confidence is unshaken, a quiet assurance in the face of the Dakibi's threats. There's no need to bet on your lives like that, Namwon declares, his words cutting through the tension. A stunned silence follows, broken only by a whispered, "Wah, what do you mean?" from one of the onlookers. The implication of his statement hangs heavy in the air. Namwon's eyes narrow, a grim set to his jaw. Did you forget? The condition to clear this scenario isn't to kill a human, he states, the words sharp and unwavering. His expression leaves no room for misinterpretation, he's setting a boundary. Kill one or more lives, the condition for clearing the scenario is finally revealed. The weight of those words hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the previous tension. Namwon holds a large insect, a mantis, in his hand. The creature's presence, small yet significant, subtly shifts the atmosphere. The weight of the previous words, the harsh conditions of the scenario, now seems less about human lives and more open to interpretation. Namwon, holding the mantis, offers a new perspective. The scenario's condition, to kill, no longer feels solely about human lives. A subtle shift in the atmosphere hints at a broader, more ambiguous interpretation. Boo, bugs? Namwon's surprised question hangs in the air, as he gazes at the container of insects before him. The scene, previously heavy with unspoken tension, now takes on a curious, almost whimsical tone. He has insects, one man shouts, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. Another, equally astonished, adds, "If I can get one of those." A greedy gleam appears in his eyes, his gaze fixed on the container. The earlier tension shifts, a new, opportunistic energy fills the scene. The explosive craze that fueled their attack on the old woman is explained. A wave of understanding, tinged with a chilling realization, washes over the onlookers. Their attention, once focused on the old woman, now shifts. A new target emerges. The man, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and fury, clutches the container of insects as a sudden, violent attack is unleashed upon him. Was now directed at me, the text confirms, underscoring the sudden shift in the narrative's focus. A silent question hangs in the air, I wonder why. Then, a confession, a raw admission of the tension, my heart is beating so excitedly in this nerve-wracking situation. The unspoken threat, the palpable unease, intensifies. A chilling grin spreads across his face, a wide, unsettling smile that stretches from ear to ear. He explains, and why my mouth is grinning from ear to ear. The unsettling sight underscores the escalating tension. A single, unsettling question echoes in the silence, have I always been this kind of person? The words hang heavy, a stark contrast to the unsettling grin that preceded them. A wave of self-doubt washes over him, a chilling reflection in the fiery backdrop. His hands rise, clawing at a crimson curtain of eyes that seem to pour from the darkness behind him. A chilling, almost tangible sense of dread emanates from the scene. He crushes the spectral moths in his fist, the remnants dissolving into dust. A surge of power, a desperate attempt to quell the overwhelming dread that still clings to him. A blur of motion. Hap, someone cries out, a sharp sound cutting through the lingering dread. The man in the suit unleashes a powerful strike, a dark wave of energy arcing through the air, leaving two others in its wake, their expressions mirroring shock and alarm. This crazy! The exclamation hangs in the air, a testament to the sheer absurdity of the situation. A giant grasshopper, seemingly unaffected by the recent energy blast, scuttles across the ground, its presence adding another layer of bewilderment to the already chaotic scene. Ah, Aya! Terrorized screams erupt as a giant grasshopper descends, its shadow engulfing the pair. The chaos deepens. Panic grips them. The monstrous grasshopper looms, its shadow a suffocating blanket. They scatter, wide-eyed and desperate, as the insect descends. They are swallowed by the impact, a blinding flash of light and a shower of dust marking their sudden, violent end. A bright blue notification flashes across the screen: you have obtained the first kill achievement. A reward appears. 100 coins are credited as a bonus for achieving the first kill. Find them, he commands, his voice sharp. A defeated foe groans nearby, muttering, "You bastard." Just you wait. The victor stands tall, a grim determination etched on his face, amidst the quiet aftermath. I got one. Add. He collapses, a defeated grunt escaping his lips. The victor, still breathing heavily, surveys the scene, his grim expression unchanged. He glances upward, sweat beading on his brow, a grim thought forming. The remaining time, it's running out. A digital clock flashes, 3 minutes remaining. Oi, why did you do that? A voice demands, the question hanging heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency of the dwindling timer. He sits rigidly, a grim set to his jaw, amidst a flurry of sparks and smoke. The air crackles with tension, the unspoken question hanging heavy: will he make it in time? Couldn't you have handled those insects out? The sharp question cuts through the lingering tension, a reprimand directed at the young man still recovering from the recent struggle. He stands with a weary nonchalance, a stark contrast to the urgency of the situation. There were only 3 insects remaining, he replies, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. The weariness is gone, replaced by a steely resolve. Ha! The young man's single word, a breathy question, hangs in the air, a stark contrast to his previous fiery intensity. Uncertainty clouds his expression, replacing the steely resolve he'd just shown. Po-ha-ha-ha. You threw it since everyone can't survive? The man in the green jacket laughs, a chilling sound that echoes the grim reality of the situation. Yeah, the other replies, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the carnage around them. Don't make me laugh, he scoffs, a hint of barely contained fury in his voice. The young man's eyes narrow, his earlier uncertainty replaced by a simmering anger. A question mark floats above his head, unspoken but palpable: what just happened? If you were a human with common sense, you wouldn't have thrown it for a reason like that. The words hang in the air, a sharp rebuke cutting through the lingering tension. His anger, barely contained moments before, now solidifies into a cold assessment of the situation. Be honest, he demands, his eyes blazing with a furious intensity. The young man's anger is palpable, a stark contrast to his earlier uncertainty. You simply wanted to watch this view, right? The question hangs in the air, less an inquiry and more a scathing accusation. A cruel smile stretches across his face, a chilling contrast to the fury that still simmers beneath the surface. Indeed, Kim Namwon is someone like this, a voice confirms, the words hanging heavy in the air. Cruel and free, he enjoys the unfolding situation, a chilling revelation. His exclusive skill, character list, activates. A character profile appears, detailing Kim Namwon, a 19-year-old with unusual adaptability, knife fighting, and blackening skills. The assessment deems him a Chinibu, someone who's been blackened through a special opportunity, and advises against involvement. A dismissive floats nearby. I see. I can more or less guess what my attribute is, he muses, studying the profile. A dismissive "oh right, this jerk is a Chunibyu" follows, revealing his assessment of Kim Namwon. The report continues, painting a grim picture. Most Chunibyu participants in Ways of Survival couldn't handle the brutal reality and took their own lives. However, it notes, Kim Namwon was different. His gaze sharpens, a glint of something dangerous in his eye. The labeled delusional demon appears, a stark descriptor for Kim Namwon. This young man, later dubbed the delusional demon, was no ordinary Chunibyu. His smile, sharp and unsettling, hinted at a darkness far beyond typical adolescent delusions. He had been waiting for the world's destruction since forever, and adapted to this world at an abnormal speed. The revelation hangs heavy, a chilling testament to the delusional demon's unsettling dedication. "Team up with me," the delusional demon proposes, a sharp glint in his eyes. His words hang in the air, a challenge and an invitation all at once. "What do you think?" he asks, the question echoing the uncertainty of the situation. A system message flashes. "Kim Namwon has a favorable impression of you." A system message appears. Understanding of Kim Namwon has increased. The delusional demon's offer hangs heavy in the air, and a subtle shift in Namwon's expression hints at his consideration of the proposal. Namwon considers the demon's offer, the weight of the decision evident in his silence. "Making an offer to me," he thinks, the words a silent acknowledgement of the unexpected proposition. A stark blue interface appears, outlining the parameters of his next task. Main scenario number 1, proof of value. Kill 1 or more lives. The difficulty is listed as F. The time limit, initially 30 minutes, has been reduced to 10, the reward is 300 coins, and failure means death. The timer ticks down. 2 minutes, 59 seconds remain. He's running out of time. The scene is chaos. A train car lies wrecked, engulfed in flames. Several figures are scattered around, consumed by fire. The air crackles with the energy of destruction. Amidst the fiery wreckage, a number 3707 is visible, seared onto a scorched metal surface. The flames lick at the edges, threatening to consume it entirely. A heavy boot crushes something amidst the fiery wreckage. The embers glow around a fallen figure, barely visible beneath the boot. The scene is one of devastation. A heavy boot crushes the remnants of the conflict. Embers glow around a fallen figure, almost swallowed by the inferno. The scene is one of utter destruction. Where did it go? It was here just now. Panic flares in the midst of the fiery wreckage. A figure, silhouetted against the inferno, shouts, "Move! I'm gonna catch it!" The chase continues, frantic. A desperate cry pierces the air, "It's getting away!" The chase ends abruptly. A stark, blue title card appears, its characters hinting at a significant revelation yet to come. Silence. Then, a stark title card appears, its cryptic characters promising a new chapter. A simple credit roll appears, naming the artists and writer behind this chapter. The story pauses, leaving us to anticipate what comes next. Chapter 6. A New Beginning. Episode 1. Starting the paid service. A new chapter begins. Part 5. The new chapter unfolds. "I'm sorry, but I like to be alone," he states, his voice cold. Two figures lie injured nearby, smoke still curling from their forms. A grim determination hardens his features. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering. A young man in a dark suit stands to his left, his expression grim, mirroring the scene's harshness. Opposite him, a figure with stark white hair stares back, eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. "Really? A pity," the white-haired man muses, his gaze lingering on the blood-splattered floor. He continues, his voice a low murmur, "If I teamed up with Kim Namwon, my immediate survival would be guaranteed. If I hadn't read Ways of Survival, my answer may have been different." The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the young man's face. "Then could you step aside?" the white-haired man asks, a smirk playing on his lips. "I have some business with that granny behind you." His words carry a chilling confidence, a stark contrast to the young man's tense posture. "I can't let the insect I caught escape from my grasp," the white-haired man snarls, a chilling smirk twisting his lips as he holds his captive. His grip tightens. He throws the young man aside, the force of the movement sending him sprawling. The white-haired man's grip remains firm on his captive. Wide-eyed with terror, the young man struggles against the white-haired man's relentless grip. His knuckles whiten as he fights back, but the older man's hold remains unshaken. What? The white-haired man sneers, his grip tightening. Are you trying to act like a hero of justice now? Or do you have split personalities? His eyes, blazing with barely contained fury, leave no doubt as to his contempt. A chilling smirk spreads across the young man's face, his eyes blazing with defiance. Either way, he spits, you old farts are all the same. The words, sharp and laced with bitterness, are a stark contrast to his previous terror. His inner monologue reveals the source of his unexpected resolve, reminds me of how much he infuriated me while I read Ways of Survival. Turns out you're the type of person I hate the most, the young man declares, his voice dripping with contempt. He looks down at the older man, his defiance unwavering. I told you to, the young man snarls, his defiance unwavering. A system message flashes, his favorability with Kim Namwon has slightly decreased. Move, he shouts, unleashing a blinding, purple-tinged energy blast. The force of the attack is undeniable. Oh. Not bad, the young man remarks, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. His opponent, however, remains furious. I knew you'd do something like that. This bastard is exactly as I imagined. Then how's this, he snarls, a furious expression twisting his features as he prepares for a counterattack. The intensity of his glare is palpable. This, he explodes, unleashing a furious purple energy blast. The force of the attack is undeniable. That's, he stammers, his eyes widening in disbelief as the full extent of his opponent's power becomes clear. The Chunibayu attribute's exclusive nature is revealed, adding a layer of unexpected complexity to the fight. His eyes, wide with disbelief, fix on the swirling purple energy. A skill, he gasps, the sheer power of his opponent's ability leaving him speechless. Blackening. Level 1. The words appear, a stark contrast to the swirling purple energy erupting from his opponent. This is no ordinary attack, it's a skill, a power beyond anything he's encountered. He can use his skills already? The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the raw power still radiating from the opponent. A wave of dawning horror washes over him. The opponent unleashes a brutal attack, a torrent of purple energy exploding outwards. He's already using his skills? Panic grips him as the full force of the assault bears down. What the hell? I'm so fucking strong. The opponent's words are a raw, incredulous shout, mirroring the shockwaves of purple energy erupting from his hands. His grin is wide, almost manic, as fragments of his clothing disintegrate around him. It's because of his talents that the protagonist recruited him, despite his psychopathic personality. The narration explains the opponent's presence, a chilling revelation given his terrifying power. A grim expression crosses Kim Namwon's face as he mutters, "Do I have to use that now?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the raw power he witnessed moments before. A system message confirms a deeper understanding of him has been gained. A system message appears, a bright blue box against the stark white background. He's unlocked stage 1 of the omniscient reader's viewpoint skill. A grim determination hardens Kim Namwon's features as he prepares to use it. A system message floats before him, its blue glow stark against the background. Ha, he murmurs, a question echoing his confusion as he reads the notification. He's achieved the conditions to use stage 1 of the omniscient reader's viewpoint skill. Omniscient. Reader's viewpoint? The words hang in the air, a question forming on his lips, a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding in his eyes. What's this? The question, raw and bewildered, hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the moments of dawning understanding just before. His confusion is palpable. Fuck. Where the hell did those insects go? The outburst, raw and laced with frustration, echoes through the nearly empty train car. He scans the space, his eyes darting, searching for any sign of the creatures that had moments before filled him with confusion and dread. What the? What's that sound? Panic grips him as a new, unsettling sound shatters the tense silence. He reacts instantly, his eyes wide with alarm, scanning the train car for the source of the noise. A violet energy erupts, blasting from his hand. He unleashes a powerful attack, a wave of force that sends his opponent reeling. He counters with a furious blast of violet energy, a wave of power that sends his opponent reeling. The violet energy slams into him, a searing wave of power. Ag! Fuck, he screams, sent flying backward. Frustration boils over as he roars, "Why can't I hit you at all?" His eyes blaze with a furious energy, mirroring the violet power crackling around him. "Of course you can't hit me," his opponent sneers, the words hanging heavy in the air. A blue system message flashes, stage 1 of the omniscient reader's viewpoint skill has activated. His frustration gives way to a flicker of something else, determination. A blue glow intensifies, highlighting his right shoulder. He focuses, his determination hardening into resolve. This is it. A surge of energy courses through him, a vibrant blue light blazing from his eye. He's ready. He unleashes his power, a violet wave erupting from his fist, striking his opponent with ferocious force. The attack connects, a violent purple energy surging towards his opponent. A digital interface flashes, the word face blazing across it, promising a direct confrontation. The violet energy slams into his opponent, sending him sprawling. A direct confrontation, the promised face, is now unavoidable. The moment of impact is shown, a stark reminder of the power unleashed. It was the precise moment he activated his second skill. He connects, a fist meeting jaw with bone-jarring impact. The force is undeniable, a grim smile spreads across his opponent's face, eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. From an omniscient perspective, the reader could follow his every move as if privy to his thoughts. "For fuck's sake, you're really slippery!" He roars, frustration evident in his voice and the purple energy crackling around his fists. The attacker's fury is palpable. He's on the ground now, but his resolve remains unbroken. "But I can only use it to dodge him," he thinks. "I'm not good enough to attack yet. As long as I buy us more time." The words are a silent vow, a desperate strategy against the furious attacker still looming above. "Kid, you've got 2 minutes left now," his opponent announces, a chilling calm in his voice that contrasts sharply with the chaos around them. Below, the protagonist mutters, "Fucking hell." The timer, stark and unforgiving, reads 1:58. Panic claws at him, time is running out. Eyes blazing with desperate fury, he grits his teeth, the strain etched onto his face. Time is running out, and the pressure is almost unbearable. His eyes, wide with a desperate calculation, fix on the fallen old woman. If he kills her now, the scenario ends. The weight of that decision, the brutal necessity of it, hangs heavy in the air. No matter what, I can't allow him to move on to the next scenario. He snarls, his face a mask of grim determination. The protagonist's resolve hardens, his desperate gamble clear. He lunges, a blur of motion. "Kiki, I knew you would do that," a voice chuckles, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he casually deflects the attack with a flick of his wrist. A wickedly sharp blade flashes. A surge of blue energy erupts, the word heart blazing at its core. A blur of motion, a purple energy trails his knife as he counters, the skilled knife fighting LV.1 flashing across the screen. He counters with a blur of motion, a purple energy trailing his knife. The impact sends his opponent sprawling. "Ugh! That hurts," he groans, the purple energy of the strike still burning into his flesh. "It's like, my skin is burning," he cries out, the searing pain evident in his voice. Considering the attack, it becomes clear, he's facing a true military fanatic. Despite the searing pain, he grits his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. His hand, still clutching the burning purple energy, clenches tighter. He will not yield. He endures the searing pain, his grip tightening on the burning purple energy. A fierce determination burns in his eyes, mirroring the energy itself, as he refuses to yield. He pushes forward, a desperate urgency in his stride, carrying the injured man. Blood stains his suit, a grim testament to the chaos surrounding them. "Death is right behind me," he gasps, the weight of his words heavy in the sudden silence. A grim determination, however, still flickers in his eyes as he continues his desperate flight. If I lose to Kim Namwon here, I'll die, he thinks, his face a mask of grim determination. The words, the weak die, and the strong survive, echo in his mind, a bitter commentary on a world he finds utterly predictable. No, hasn't the world always been like this? The question hangs in the air, a stark challenge to his fatalistic worldview. He clenches his fists, a grim acceptance settling over his features. It's always been a dog-eat-dog world where the strong prey on the weak, he realizes, the harsh reality solidifying his resolve. That harsh reality settles in, hardening his gaze. He needs to be stronger, he realizes, his resolve solidifying into a grim determination. I need to steel myself if I want to survive, he vows, the words a testament to his newfound understanding of the world's brutal nature. Old man, you don't even have the strength to run away, his opponent sneers, a cruel smile playing on his lips. So let's end this now. We don't have a lot of time left. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark declaration of intent. His eyes, narrowed to slits, reflect a fierce determination. The threat hangs heavy, but fear is absent, only a steely resolve remains. He will not yield. The word hesitation looms large, a stark contrast to the unwavering resolve shown moments before. Below, we learn the protagonist's identity, Chonggil High School, second year, Kim Namwon. His opponent's question hangs in the air, do you think insect eggs count? The question is unsettling, hinting at a disturbing tactic yet to be revealed. Ha! What's with that nonsense? Kim Namwon, Chonggil High second-year student, scoffs, his disbelief palpable. The question about insect eggs, and its unsettling implications, clearly doesn't sit well with him. The answer is. Namwon's opponent declares, his hand clenching a strange, jagged object. Intrigue and a growing sense of unease fill the air. Leads to death, the chilling words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the previous casual conversation. A palpable sense of dread settles over the scene. Yes, Namwon grits out, his fist clenching, energy crackling around it. Determination, fierce and unwavering, shines in his eyes. A surge of energy crackles around Namwon as a digital display flashes before him, you have killed a living being. 100 coins have been obtained. 100 coins have been obtained as an additional reward. The grim message underscores the weight of his actions, a stark contrast to the determination that still burns in his eyes. A digital readout flashes before Namwon, you have killed a living being. 200 coins obtained. The stark message, a cold counterpoint to his burning resolve, registers. Another digital notification blazes, you have killed a living being. 200 coins obtained. The cold, clinical message serves as a stark reminder of the brutal reality, a counterpoint to Namwon's unwavering resolve. Another 200 coins appear in his account. The digital tally, a cold reminder of the life taken, barely registers amidst his grim determination. A shower of digital coins materializes, a fleeting visual echo of the recent kill. The grim tally barely registers, his focus remains unwavering. He shrugs, a blade casually held in his hand. Why would I care? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination that still clings to him. About that? The question, sharp and dismissive, hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the lingering intensity of the moment. He moves with a blur of motion, a hidden blade flashing out in a swift, precise strike. Purple energy trails the weapon's path. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. He's earned coins. A system message appears, offering a tutorial on how to use them. He grins, a surge of satisfaction evident. With a decisive click, he invests 2,700 coins, instantly boosting his physique from level 1 to 10. His physique level surges, a dramatic increase announced by a system message. The durability of his body has greatly improved. A blur of motion, a flash of purple energy. He strikes with impossible speed, the impact echoing in a silent explosion of light and power. He unleashes a fierce punch, a surge of purple energy crackling around his fist. The impact sends a shockwave through his opponent, leaving them reeling. A question mark hangs above his head, a silent query about the unexpected power he now wields. What the, how, he gasps, utterly bewildered. The sheer unexpectedness of his own power leaves him reeling, a stark contrast to the controlled fury of moments before. What, he stammers, still struggling to comprehend the surge of purple energy that just coursed through him. I won't be the one, he vows, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. The purple energy, still faintly glowing, seems to pulse in time with his determined heartbeat. Panic grips him. "PL, please," he begs, his eyes wide with desperate hope. Then, a raw, frustrated outburst, "Fuck, where is it?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate plea mirroring his frantic search. "You will," a voice booms, cutting through his frantic pleas. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to his desperate search, a chilling certainty that settles over him. 57 seconds remain. The timer's relentless countdown adds a new layer of pressure to his already desperate situation. A chilling laugh escapes him, a stark contrast to the desperation of moments before. His eyes, wide and filled with a manic glee, reflect the cruel certainty of his victory. Shit, die. Die already, he screams, his frustration palpable. The attack intensifies, purple energy swirling around him, yet his opponent remains defiant. Why won't you die? Ugh. The word escapes him, a guttural groan of pain and exertion. His eyes, bloodshot and wide with strain, reflect the ferocity of the attack still bearing down on him. Despite the relentless assault, a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. Strain etched deep into his features, he grits his teeth, refusing to yield. Only 2 seconds remain. The timer, a stark blue against the digital backdrop, counts down relentlessly. Time runs out. A stark blue message blazes across the screen. The time limit has run out. The payment settlement will begin. A guttural cry of frustration rips through the silence. AARGH. The payment settlement begins. A guttural ugh escapes him, a sound of bitter defeat. The payment begins. A strangled ag punctuates the scene, the sound swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The payment is complete. Crimson streaks stain the darkness, a grim testament to the finality of the exchange. A crimson trail, stark against the oppressive darkness, marks the victim's final moments. Silence descends, heavy and absolute. Blood drips, staining the oppressive darkness. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the slow descent of crimson. A stark blue screen appears, a digital record of survival. Main scenario number 1 is complete. The Bulgwang line, train 3434, compartment 3807. 5 people survived. A stark white screen fills the view, a brief moment of quiet before the next challenge. 5 survivors. The weight of that number hangs heavy. The screen shifts, revealing a stark message, mass. Below, an invitation to join a Discord server promises updates on new chapters. A young man with silver hair, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, is shown alongside another figure, his back turned, walking away. The weight of the 5 survivors, the quiet aftermath of survival, is palpable. Really? What's your group's name? The question hangs in the air, a challenge. He clenches a small, metallic object, his jaw tight, before answering, "We are." The word release blazes across the screen, a stark red against the deep blue backdrop. Below, a simple message. Wow, incredible. The sheer power of the attack leaves even the onlookers breathless. What exactly happened here? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the lingering golden afterglow of the previous attack. A small, almost comical creature, seemingly dazed, floats within a shimmering, energy-filled space, number 3807 faintly visible on the wall behind it. During the short while I left to watch another compartment? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the lingering energy still shimmering around the small, dazed creature. The number 3807 is visible on the wall, a silent observer to the scene of chaos unfolding within the train car. Blood stains the floor, a grim testament to a recent struggle. Only a pair of shoes remain visible, their polished leather a stark contrast to the crimson splatter surrounding them. A chilling silence descends. The aftermath hangs heavy in the air. A young man, his suit stained crimson, stands amidst the carnage of a train car. His expression is grim, his gaze unwavering as he surveys the scene, a chilling calm in the face of death. Behind him, others stand, equally affected, their faces etched with the horror they've witnessed. A digital readout appears, stark against the lingering silence. Main scenario number 1, proof of value has been cleared. Bulgwang Line, train 3434, compartment 3807. Survivors, 5 people. The young man's grim gaze drops slightly. A digital readout confirms the grim reality, 5 survivors. The weight of the mission, the lives lost, settles heavily upon him. Lee Hyunsung's face, etched with the grim reality of the mission, is shown alongside Yusanga's, her eyes reflecting a similar weight of loss. 5 survivors. The stark digital readouts confirm the devastating toll. Lee Gilleong's face, young and weary, is all that's visible. The weight of the losses hangs heavy, his stained shirt a silent testament to the brutal fight. Only 5 survived. Han Myung-go, his face grim, his suit stained with blood, clenches his fists. The weight of the losses is evident, only 5 survived the mission. A blood-stained uniform lies on the ground, the name tag reads Kim Namwon. The grim reality of the mission's cost settles in. Kim Namwon lies dead, a stark reminder of the mission's brutal cost. A single knife rests near his blood-soaked uniform. A single, dark strand of hair falls across the frame, a stark contrast to the bright, sterile ceiling above. The weight of loss hangs heavy in the air. Kim Dokja, his shirt stained crimson, stands amidst the grim aftermath. A grim set to his jaw hints at the weight of his loss, the silence amplifying the tragedy. A desperate plea cuts through the silence, "Save me." 2 weapons lie discarded, their purple energy fading, a testament to a struggle just concluded. The weight of the moment hangs heavy. A desperate plea echoes, "Please save me. I'm begging you." But Kim Dokja, his face grim, counters with a chilling question, "Why should I? People's lives are important. Isn't that obvious?" His words, sharp and cold, cut through the desperate cries. "That's a law of the previous world," he counters, his voice tight with barely contained fury. "You said so yourself. A new world requires new laws." The words hang in the air, a stark rejection of the desperate plea for help. "Don't want to die. Please. Please." The desperate plea is cut short. A guttural cry escapes the victim as Kim Dokja acts, his resolve unshaken by the desperate pleas. Kim Dokja acts, his grip tightening. A crimson stain blossoms across the victim's shirt, a silent testament to the brutal efficiency of his actions. "You're right. I am the same as you." The confession hangs heavy in the air, a chilling admission from Kim Dokja, his face streaked with blood, mirroring the grim reality of his actions. "I may have been able to save all these people," Kim Dokja reflects, the words hanging heavy in the bloody aftermath. "It would be a lie to say that I don't." His confession echoes the grim reality, the crimson stains a stark reminder of his brutal choices. Despite the blood staining his suit, a flicker of introspection crosses Kim Dokja's face. "But I wonder why?" He muses, the question hanging in the air, a stark contrast to his previous, chillingly self-aware confessions. Kim Dokja touches his bleeding ear, a question forming on his lips. "How am I able to stay this composed?" he wonders aloud, the words a stark contrast to the chaos of the recent battle. "It's as if I'm just reading a novel," he observes, a detached tone coloring his words. A system notification then appears, starkly contrasting his calm demeanor. He's killed 124 living beings, 1 grasshopper and 123 eggs. He glances at his blood-stained hands, a faint question in his eyes. "HM? Clean," he murmurs, then notices something else entirely. "Ah, the window." He observes, his gaze drifting to the bloody splatter across the glass. A system message confirms his actions, his coin count is halved for killing non-resistant life, but he still receives 6,200 coins. A system message flashes, 3,500 coins added to his account. The previous deduction for leveling up is noted, but the new influx of currency overshadows the detail. He continues walking, the blood on his jacket a stark reminder of his recent actions. A system message pops up: due to the excessive kills, you have gained the Mass Murderer achievement. He continues his walk, the grim reality of his actions, and his newly acquired title, hanging heavy in the air. A wave of notifications floods his screen. 300 coins, the standard reward, are credited. 100 are immediately deducted as a channel usage fee. Then, a final message appears: additional rewards are being calculated. The additional rewards are calculated. A single, final message appears: bonus reward for exceeding kill count, rare item, the Crimson Blade. She lies there, blood staining her clothes, a grim testament to the recent carnage. The aftermath. Blood stains the floor, a grim reminder of the battle. Two figures stand over a fallen opponent, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and grim satisfaction. A younger man, his face etched with concern, looks on from the shadows. One world was destroyed, and a new world was born. A faint rumbling sound accompanies a character's relieved whisper: "Ah, it's moving. I can finally go home." And I. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the relief felt moments before. Blood stains his coat, a testament to the brutal fight just concluded. He turns, his back to us, his silhouette etched against the light. The journey home begins, but the weight of battle remains. But his respite is short-lived. A fiery image bursts into view: gigantic, winged serpents, their scales shimmering amidst the inferno, fill the frame. A question mark, large and stark, punctuates the scene. What are? The man in the suit gapes, his eyes wide with disbelief. Beside him, a woman whispers, "Heavens!" Their faces, etched with shock and dawning horror, reflect the gravity of what they see. "Wow, amazing," a voice breathes, awestruck. The sheer scale of what they witness, the fiery spectacle of colossal, winged serpents, leaves them speechless. A chilling declaration hangs in the air: I am the only reader who knows. Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to the unseen horror. Amidst the chaos, a young man stands defiant, blood staining his suit. His gaze is unwavering, a grim determination etched on his face. Below him, a stark declaration: this world's finale. The ominous words, omniscient reader's viewpoint, appear, a stark reminder of the narrative's unique perspective. Chapter 7, Episode 2, Protagonist, begins. The stage is set. A city bridge collapses in a fiery spectacle, cars scattering below as chaos erupts. The scene is one of utter pandemonium. The dust settles, revealing a breathtaking, fiery sunset. Below, amidst the wreckage and chaos, a colossal, shadowy form emerges from the debris. From the wreckage, a monstrous figure rises. Its immense size dwarfs the surrounding cityscape, a terrifying silhouette against the fiery sunset. A chilling presence fills the air. Only a mangled train car remains, a testament to the destruction. A single, enormous question mark hangs in the air, echoing the stunned silence. Panic grips them. Why did we stop? It's coming, one cries out, their fear palpable. The other stares, speechless, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. It's not coming, one of them whispers, a tremor in their voice. The other, equally terrified, remains speechless, their blood-splattered jacket a stark reminder of their recent ordeal. That snake-like creature, they learn, is actually an ichthyosaur, a sea serpent. What the heck is that? One of them gasps, eyes wide with disbelief. The other man, equally shocked, remains silent, blood staining his jacket a grim reminder of their recent brush with death. They're safe, for now, at least. Scenarios are prioritized over everything, they learn, and as long as they remain within the confines of the current scenario, they're protected. For now, he mutters, a grim set to his jaw. The brief respite offers little comfort, the underlying tension remains palpable. 1, 2, 3. He counts, a low murmur barely audible above the wind. The tension, though momentarily eased, hasn't vanished, it hangs heavy in the air, a silent threat. A total of 21, a voice observes, the words hanging in the air. No wonder he's so happy. The narrator explains, the stars above him represent the number of constellations connected to this channel. Constellations. The most mysterious entities in this world, they are the masterminds behind this tragedy, watching from distant nebulas. To be precise, they observe us from above. 21 isn't a lot, a voice observes, but it's an unusual number for a beginner dakibi like him. Look at him dancing in joy. The speaker's words paint a picture of a young dakibi, inexplicably elated despite the grim context of bloodstains still fresh on the floor. A chilling counterfactual unfolds. Had things played out as in Ways of Survival, Kim Namwon would have slaughtered most within the compartment and lived. But, the narrative subtly shifts, leaving us to ponder the stark reality of what did happen. A system message appears, a stark reminder of Kim Namwon's demise. 2 constellations now register faint hostility. A grim realization dawns. Some constellations are probably furious, he mutters, a system message flashing confirmation. The payment delay is due to an unexpected scenario inspection, a direct consequence of Kim Namwon's death. Now that the constellation's preferences are emerging, the story truly begins in earnest. He observes the unfolding events, a grim smile playing on his lips as he murmurs, "It's funny." Until yesterday, he was the observer, watching from the sidelines. But now, the roles have reversed, he's become the observed, a shift in perspective he finds amusing. A wry smile touches his lips as he reflects, if there are constellations that hate me, there obviously would be some who like me. The system notifications confirm this, announcing that a few constellations admire his scenario and have sponsored him 500 coins. Either way, if you're gonna watch me to your heart's content, he declares, a hint of amusement in his tone. Because in the end, you'll end up paying the observation fees with your lives. A concerned voice then breaks through, "Dr. SSI? Are you alright?" Concern etched on her face, Usanga reaches out to Dokja, her voice laced with worry, "Usanga SSI." Blood stains her jacket, a stark reminder of the recent violence. "I'm sorry. I couldn't save her," Kim Dokja says, his voice heavy with grief. He looks at Usanga, his hand clasped in hers, a shared silence hanging between them, punctuated only by the grim reality of blood staining her clothes. Usanga's gaze, still fixed on Kim Dokja, speaks volumes. Her question, barely a whisper, hangs in the air, "Dokja SSI, how did you?" A single word, sharp and clipped, is his reply, "Yes?" Kim Dokja's response, a simple never mind. "Actually, thank you very much," hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the previous moments. A question mark floats beside him, mirroring the uncertainty clinging to his words. Sangda's voice, soft yet accusatory, cuts through the air. "For throwing the bug cage at me." Her words hang heavy with unspoken implications, a lingering question mark in the space between them. "Oh," Sangha breathes, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding. The discarded bug cage, seemingly insignificant moments ago, now takes on a new, unsettling weight. A slow realization dawns on Sangha. She walks away, the discarded bug cage a silent testament to a newly understood truth. The weight of it settles heavily in the air. "It was a coincidence," a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air above the bloodstains on the floor. The stark contrast between the casual shoes and the grim reality below speaks volumes. "That's why it won't happen again," he states, a grim determination etched on his face. The knife in his hand, still stained with blood, underscores the gravity of his words. Sangha stands before him, her own jacket marked with similar grim reminders. A tense silence hangs between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Although she isn't aware of everything, she's smart enough to have survived in that chaos, he reflects, the words a quiet assessment of Sangha. "She probably understood what I meant." A pensive expression softens his features, a hint of respect in his gaze as he considers her resilience. "My decision saved some people, but also killed others," he reflects, a somber tone coloring his words. "No matter who survives, I don't have the right to receive such gratitude." A cheerful, almost mocking voice cuts through his self-reproach, "Wow, everyone! Did you properly show off your value? Looks like the number of survivors is considerable. 5 survivors. More than he anticipated." The speaker's quiet assessment is punctuated by a cheerful, almost mocking voice booming from off-panel, "Wow, everyone! Did you properly show off your value? Looks like the number of survivors is considerable." A subtle shift in the atmosphere hints at the speaker's internal conflict between his self-reproach and the unexpected outcome. Lee Gil-young, his clothes stained with blood, observes a younger survivor. That must be the kid, right? He muses, a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. Lee Gil-young extends a hand to the young survivor, a small, almost imperceptible flicker of something akin to hope in his weary eyes. The gesture is tentative, yet the weight of it speaks volumes. The boy hesitates, fists clenched, before cautiously taking Gil-young's offered hand. A fragile connection forms amidst the grim surroundings, a shared understanding passing between them in the silence. Alone, the boy clutches a small, transparent container. He sits on a nearly empty train car, the dim lights reflecting in his downcast eyes. A palpable sense of loneliness hangs heavy in the air. "Kid," a voice murmurs, a hand resting gently on the boy's shoulder. The weight of the touch, though light, speaks volumes, a silent comfort in the desolate train car. "Do you want to live?" The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the gentle hand resting on the boy's shoulder. A glimmer of hope, however faint, flickers in the boy's previously downcast eyes. "This isn't foolish sympathy," the man clarifies, his hand still resting on the boy's shoulder. A quiet strength underpins his words, a stark contrast to the earlier question. He continues, "If I had to put it in words, this is," the sentence hangs unfinished, leaving the boy and us wondering what unspoken act of kindness will follow. "Then, let's go together," the man offers, his hand still gently resting on the boy's shoulder. A quiet resolve, a shared path forward, is now clear. Side by side, they begin to walk, the man's hand still resting on the boy's shoulder. A shared journey, a silent promise, hangs in the air. The word hypocrisy hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet companionship of their walk. A system message appears, awarding them 200 coins for their recent actions. "It doesn't matter even if you think it's unmerited," the man states, his gaze firm, "even I want to survive in this world." A quiet determination settles over them both as they continue walking. Taking the future events into consideration, the man mused, "I need to grab the constellation's attention now." A lot has happened, he reflects, even his neighbor's recent antics were quite noteworthy. Will you release us now?" a small, ethereal voice pleads. The man, seemingly unfazed, remains silent, his back to the speakers, as the question hangs heavy in the air of the crowded train car. "And lastly," he adds, a final thought settling on his lips before he acts. Deputy Manager Han Myung-go, a man whose pinstripe suit is marred by bloodstains, speaks. His gaze is sharp, his expression one of grudging admiration. "Truly a human with lots of luck," he mutters, the words a testament to the events that have just transpired. "Didn't we clear the conditions you gave us?" The question hangs in the air, a challenge directed at the seemingly monstrous creature before them. Its unsettling grin widens, a chilling counterpoint to the deputy manager's query. "Do you really want to go outside?" it asks, the implication heavy with unspoken menace. The creature lunges, its gaping maw a terrifying display of teeth and burning red eyes. Water explodes around it as it rises from the depths, a monstrous wave of power. "Anyways, I'm impressed," a voice remarks, a surprising assessment given the recent chaos. The speaker's calm observation stands in stark contrast to the battered faces of those around him, a testament to the intensity of the preceding struggle. "I honestly didn't have a lot of expectations for this compartment, but surprisingly, you passed the first scenario," a voice observes. "You have proven that even bugs deserve to survive." The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the bloody aftermath of the recent battle. "Damn it. That's right. We must look like mere grasshoppers in his eyes," someone mutters, the words a stark acknowledgement of their overwhelming disadvantage. A new determination hardens their resolve. "Now, shouldn't you be rewarded for overcoming those?" The voice trails off, the implication of a reward hanging heavy in the air. "For the first scenario's reward, you are entitled to receive the sponsorship of constellations." Exciting, isn't it? A cheerful, almost mischievous voice announces, the words a stark contrast to the grim determination that had just hung in the air. A fluffy, horned creature, radiating a golden glow, beams in confirmation. A golden light descends, enveloping them in a warm glow. The source? A radiant, horned creature, its presence both comforting and strangely powerful. This is the reward. Ha! Why is everyone so down? This is truly an amazing reward. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the somber expressions of the three individuals present. Their reactions to the fluffy, golden glowing creature speak volumes, a silent testament to the unexpected nature of this prize. Nobody here knows the meaning of constellations or sponsorship other than me, a voice explains, the words cutting through the lingering confusion. Let me explain it to you. Currently, you are all unimaginably weak. The gravity of their situation is laid bare. In their current weakened state, even a ground rat could kill them instantly, let alone a more formidable foe. However, a glimmer of hope emerges. Powerful, benevolent beings exist who pity their plight and offer sponsorship. Do you understand what I'm saying? The speaker demands, his voice sharp, his gaze intense. The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the blood splattered across the grimy walls behind him. What do you mean exactly? Who is sponsoring? The question, laced with uncertainty, hangs in the air. The young man's voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of blood-splattered walls. His apprehension is palpable, mirrored in the worried faces of those around him. Geez, you really don't understand anything. Oh well, instead of listening to me 100 times, just see for yourselves, he declares, his tone a mix of exasperation and weary resignation. The words hang in the air, a prelude to something far more significant. A golden light erupts, a burst of energy emanating from what appears to be a small, furry creature. The intensity of the glow momentarily blinds, leaving the onlookers speechless. Suddenly, holographic displays materialize before each person, each showcasing a detailed image of their own face. A collective gasp escapes the group as the reality of the situation sinks in. A blinding light erupts, then fades, leaving behind a fluffy, golden creature, seemingly unharmed. It blinks, a little dazed, but otherwise all right. A man in a suit stands protectively, shielding three others behind him. Each person is encased in a shimmering, blue energy field. The scene pulses with barely contained tension. The title card appears, stark and imposing against the white background, John G. Do. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. The title, John G. Do, appears, a stark declaration against the white backdrop. The weight of the name hangs heavy in the air, a promise of the conflict to come. Chapter 8 begins. The anticipation is palpable. Episode 2 begins. The protagonist's story unfolds. Part 2 begins. The story continues. A crucial decision looms. The protagonist must choose a sponsor, a powerful backer who will shape their destiny. Four options appear: the abyssal black flame dragon, the demon-like judge of fire, the secretive plotter, and the prisoner of the golden headband. The weight of this choice hangs heavy in the air. He ponders the four options, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. Four of them, he murmurs, the weight of his decision evident. Dr. SSI? The question hangs in the air, a silent query from his companion. Even if you ask me, I don't know the answer, his companion admits, a hint of worry in her voice. Two unexpected options appeared on his screen, complicating his already difficult choice. Just relax, she advises, and think of it as an aptitude test. An aptitude test. She muses, a slight smile playing on her lips. But still, she received two of them. Usanga SSI has quite amazing luck. The support of constellations, a fundamental event in ways of survival, has begun. The sponsor selection process is revealed. Constellations, watching through the Dakibi's channels, choose humans to support as their incarnations. For constellations, it turns out, want him. Considering the protagonist of Ways of Survival initially received 5 offers, 4 isn't a small number at all. He reflects on this, a thoughtful expression on his face. The constellations, however, never reveal their true names. He considers the cryptic nature of his sponsors. To understand who they are, he must rely on clues, interpreting words like abyssal, demon, or garden to piece together their identities. Well, it's a piece of cake for me since I've read Ways of Survival, he muses, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Let's see, first, he adds, already beginning to strategize, his gaze fixed on the list of cryptic sponsors. The abyssal black flame dragon. A powerful entity, its presence filling the panel, is revealed to be one of his sponsors. He's a formidable figure, indeed. He considers his options, his gaze lingering on the abyssal black flame dragon, a formidable sponsor. If he becomes this constellation's incarnation, he'll gain an incredibly powerful attack ability, a significant advantage in the early stages. However, he acknowledges the limitations of such a choice. The consequences of choosing the abyssal black flame dragon's power become chillingly clear. A warning appears: the more this constellation's power is used, the more the user's mind will be corrupted, ultimately leading to madness and murder. A grim prospect, indeed. A lingering question hangs in the air. He muses, I believe that he was Kim Namwon's sponsor in the original novel. So why did he choose me? The weight of this mystery settles upon him. He dismisses one option, muttering, this one is unpleasant. Rejected. Then, a look of disbelief crosses his face as he focuses on the second choice. I can't believe that I'm actually seeing this option, he whispers, a hint of awe and uncertainty in his tone. A title card blazes across the screen, demon-like Judge of Fire. Embers drift in the twilight, hinting at a power both terrifying and magnificent. A name that overflows with evil and sin. The words hang heavy in the twilight air, as a monstrous figure, wreathed in flames, rises before him. Its power is palpable, a terrifying majesty that leaves the viewer breathless. But the ominous title, demon-like Judge of Fire, is misleading. It's not a demon at all, the text clarifies. Instead, it's an entity that judges using flames. The implications of this revelation hang heavy in the air. Before him now stands a figure of immense power, radiating golden light. Wings of purest white unfurl behind her, framing a form both serene and terrifying. A sword, gleaming like the sun, rests in her hands, its hilt a masterpiece of intricate gold. The name, Archangel Uriel, is revealed, confirming the identity of the radiant figure before them. Her presence is both awe-inspiring and intimidating, a celestial being of immense power. It's a pretty decent choice, a voice observes, though the constellations of absolute good are powerful, they impose ridiculous constraints on the use of their powers. The speaker pauses, then adds, now, the third one. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The title Secretive Plotter blazes across the star-strewn void. A cloaked figure, eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, stands revealed. The anticipation builds. The figure, cloaked and mysterious, remains largely obscured. Only the lower portion is visible, a dark, flowing fabric that seems to ripple slightly in the inky blackness of space. The title, Secretive Plotter, hangs above, a stark contrast to the enigmatic silence. His eyes, wide and dark, reflect the unsettling void. A silent contemplation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous mystery. He seems lost in thought, his expression unreadable. It's the first time he's seen this option. A flicker of uncertainty crosses his face as he considers the possibilities. He muses that a thorough reading of the novel might shed light on the identity of this mysterious constellation, but for now, he's certain of something else entirely. It's not a powerful constellation, he observes, a slight frown etching itself onto his face. Look at this feeble-sounding adjective, he mutters, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying a list of potential patron constellations: Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, Demon-like Judge of Fire, Secretive Plotter, and Prisoner of the Golden Hourglass. Finally, a glimmer of determination appears in his eyes. His gaze settles on the final option. The last one, he declares, a newfound resolve hardening his expression. He chooses the final option, a decision met with a quiet surprise. I never expected an offer from this constellation this early in the story, he muses, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. The scene shifts to a nighttime view through iron bars. A star-studded sky is visible beyond the prison cell, the title Prisoner of. Partially visible at the bottom. The narrator's voice shifts, a subtle unease creeping in. At first glance, he says, echoing the prisoner's thoughts, this constellation feels ominous. But a counterpoint follows, a warning: pay close attention to what comes next. The camera focuses on the bars, revealing the location, the Golden Headband, the world's smallest prison. Here, behind the iron bars of the Golden Headband, the world's smallest prison, sits the Monkey King. He endures the agonizing pain of the binding head shackle, a powerful restraint. His fiery eyes, however, burn with an intensity that belies his captivity. They call him the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, a title hinting at a power yet to be unleashed. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, remains captive within the golden headband's unforgiving bars. A chilling revelation follows: among the novel's characters, one was sponsored by this very constellation. The implication hangs heavy in the air. The narrator, recalling a passage from the novel, describes a breathtaking display of power, the ability to obliterate hundreds of incarnations with a single sweep of a staff, and to annihilate thousands of monsters with a single lightning strike. The vividness of the author's description is palpable, etched in the narrator's memory. A weighty decision confronts him. If he chooses the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, as his sponsor, he ponders, a question forming in his mind: why is such a powerful constellation interested in him? Now, a team of analysts pore over holographic displays, their faces etched with concern. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. The boy stands before them, his gaze downcast. Concern etches itself onto the faces of the analysts surrounding him. They study holographic projections, their expressions grim. The weight of his decision, and the gravity of the situation, is palpable. Alone, amidst the carnage of a subway car, the boy whispers a desperate question: could I win against him? Doubt clouds his young face, the weight of countless fallen bodies a stark reminder of the overwhelming odds he faces. A digital announcement blazes across the screen: the sponsor selection has ended. The boy's fate, hanging in the balance, is finally decided. Now, everyone, are you done? A voice booms. A figure observes the scene, a wry amusement in their tone as they declare, "Oh? Ha ha. Now someone has made an interesting decision. Why not? You'll have another chance anyways." The words hang in the air, a dismissive yet strangely encouraging statement. A second opportunity is offered, the weight of the decision left lingering. Well then, since everyone has finished selecting, a voice announces, "Please rest here for a while. I must now leave to prepare the next scenario. See you in 10 minutes. A burst of light erupts as the speaker departs, leaving those present to await the next challenge. He waits, a quiet intensity in his gaze. The 10-minute countdown begins, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. "Everyone, please gather around," a voice calls out, breaking the tense silence. The countdown ends, and a new challenge awaits. A man in a suit gestures, gathering a small, apprehensive group. Blood stains the floor around them, a grim reminder of what's just transpired. Below, a new voice calmly introduces himself: "Hello. Lee Hyun-sung and Kim Dokja shake hands, a tense truce amidst the blood-soaked floor. "This may not be the best situation to say this, but nice to meet you," Hyun-sung offers, a strained politeness in his voice. Dokja, in turn, introduces himself as a soldier. "You can't contact your unit?" Hyun-sung asks, his concern palpable. Dokja's response is a quiet yes, a stark admission hanging heavy in the air. The narrator then adds, "What a strong grip." He lives up to his name as the tanker of the novel's initial stages. Hyun-sung's resolve hardens. "I must absolutely take Lee Hyun-sung with me," he declares, a grim determination etched on his face. A grateful nod follows, directed at Dokja, and Dokja SSI, "Thank you for earlier. If it weren't for you, we would have all been killed," Hyun-sung states, his voice heavy with gratitude. "And if we did survive, we wouldn't have been humans anymore." The weight of his words underscores the sheer peril they'd faced, a stark reminder of Dokja's crucial intervention. "Oh, that's not." Hyun-sung trails off, his voice laced with a dawning realization, a hint of disbelief coloring his words. "Ha ha. A job well done, Mr. Employee," a voice booms, the words laced with chilling amusement. Hyun-sung stares, wide-eyed, a mixture of shock and dawning horror etched onto his face as a hand rests on his shoulder, the gesture both patronizing and menacing. "Dokja SSI, you know me, right?" The man's words are a chilling statement, his smile unnerving. Hyun-sung remains silent, his expression a mask of stunned disbelief. Blood stains his suit, a grim testament to the recent struggle. Hyun-sung's stunned silence speaks volumes, his wide eyes reflecting the horror of his situation. The man's hand remains on his shoulder, a chilling reminder of his power. I do, Han Myungo SSI, Hyunsung confirms, his voice barely a whisper. The man's response is immediate, huh? Han Myungo SSI? Shouldn't you call me department head? He adds, with chilling finality, this isn't the company. Ha, look at this. Do you not want to come to work anymore? The man sneers, his words dripping with contempt. Just where the hell did you learn those manners? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual cruelty of his tone. And, you went a bit overboard earlier, HM? If you had noticed those bugs, you should have told me in advance, the man scolds, his words laced with a chilling blend of anger and disdain. His pointed finger underscores the severity of Hyunsung's perceived transgression. Han Myungo SSI, please shut up, the man commands, his voice sharp and silencing the previous outburst. A sudden, tense quiet descends. What? The man sputters, his wide eyes reflecting utter bewilderment. Do you still not understand the situation? Should I have left that fucking brat to hit you on the head to get your thoughts straight, he demands, his voice dripping with barely controlled fury. Mino Soft, the man questions, the name hanging heavy in the air. Do you think the company still exists even though the world has ended, he asks, his voice laced with disbelief, the image of a colossal, fiery dragon dominating the background? A long silence follows, broken only by the man's ragged breathing. Doubt clouds his features, the weight of the question, Mino Soft, hangs heavy in the air. You're not the only one. Everyone needs to wake up, a voice declares, cutting through the lingering silence. The speaker's words, echoing the Dakibi's warning, confirm the gravity of the situation. A shared understanding dawns on the faces around him, the unspoken truth hangs heavy in the air. A game-like interface appears, stark and unforgiving. Main scenario number 1, proof of value. Kill 1 or more lives. The parameters are clear, 30 minutes, 300 coins as a reward, and death is the penalty for failure. A grim determination hardens the man's gaze. Is there anyone who has yet to understand, he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air? A heavy silence descends, broken only by the ticking of an unseen clock. The weight of the impending task settles on everyone present, the unspoken rules of the game now clear. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the unspoken dread. A woman clutches her hands, her face etched with worry, blood staining her jacket. Beside her, a man stands rigidly, his own shirt spattered with crimson. A young boy stands between them, his small frame a stark contrast to the grim reality of the bloodstains on his clothes. The weight of their shared predicament is palpable. This is like a fantasy novel I used to secretly read while on duty, one of them observes, the surreal nature of the situation weighing heavily. So it still feels unreal. Another voice, tinged with disbelief, adds, this really isn't a dream, right? The blood-spattered scene around them underscores the stark reality of their predicament. It's definitely reality, someone states, the stark declaration cutting through the lingering disbelief. The weight of that statement settles heavily, a grim confirmation of their horrific, blood-soaked surroundings. It's nice that you're certain, someone remarks, a hint of dry sarcasm coloring their tone. The question hangs heavy in the air, then, what do we do now? Another voice, this one seeking guidance, asks, do you have something in mind, Dr. SSI? The bloodstains on their clothes serve as a grim reminder of their desperate situation. A system message appears, a subtle shift in the narrative. Lee Hyunsung now faintly trusts the protagonist. This small increase in understanding, however slight, offers a glimmer of hope amidst the grim reality they face. We need to get out of here, he declares, his voice firm despite the blood staining his suit. A grim determination sets his jaw, reflecting the urgency of the situation. Blood stains his suit, but his resolve remains unshaken. He turns, his back to the others, a silent command hanging in the air. A young boy, eyes wide with fear, stands close behind him. A woman points, her concern palpable. A man in a lab coat observes, his expression unreadable. A monstrous dragon bursts forth, its jaws snapping shut inches from him. The man in the suit barely registers the near miss, his focus unwavering as he continues his escape. Out! Are you insane? Someone cries out, their voice laced with disbelief. I believe we need to move forward, another counters, but it may be dangerous to move recklessly right now. The urgency in their words underscores the immediate peril. Exactly. Our heads will explode if we go out, someone shouts, the urgency palpable. A grim determination settles on the man's face as he mutters, damn, even he's siding with them. I still need to take Lee Hyun-sung with me, no matter what. His resolve hardens, despite the overwhelming odds. A blinding flash erupts, a wave of intense energy radiating outwards. A blinding explosion rocks the scene, sending a shockwave through the group. Lee Hyun-sung and the others are thrown back, faces etched with a mixture of shock and grim determination. Hyun-sung, still reeling from the blast, stares off, a question hanging in the air. What was that? Did the next scenario already start, he wonders aloud? But then, a thought crosses his mind, no, the Dakibi hasn't returned yet. That means... Hyun-sung trails off, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a dawning realization etching itself onto his features. The weight of the unspoken hangs heavy in the air. A chilling message appears. Beyond the door is the sole survivor of compartment 3707. The weight of the words hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the silence that precedes them. Hyun-sung's earlier confusion is replaced by a palpable sense of dread. It's plain obvious who that is, a voice confirms, the words echoing Hyun-sung's growing dread. A surge of golden energy erupts, revealing a figure beyond the door, a horrifying confirmation of their worst fears. Hyun-sung and the other witness stare, horrified, at the figure revealed beyond the door. Blood stains her clothes, a grim testament to the horrors she's endured. The survivor of compartment 3707 is far from unscathed. Hyun-sung's eyes widen, reflecting the terror that grips him. He whispers, barely audible, he's coming. The chilling words appear, a stark contrast to the terror already gripping Hyun-sung, this story's true protagonist. A cold dread settles over him, the weight of the revelation heavy in the air. We need to leave this place right now, one of them urges, his voice tight with a sense of impending doom. The other hesitates, a barely audible huh? But... escaping his lips, but the urgency in the first man's tone leaves no room for argument. The threat is palpable, a silent pressure hanging heavy in the air. We'll all die even before the next scenario starts, a voice declares, the words cutting through the mounting tension. The statement hangs heavy, a chilling premonition of imminent death. Dokja SSI. We're not certain if the person beyond the door is an enemy or not, one of them says, a note of apprehension coloring his voice. The weight of their uncertainty hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency of their earlier escape. He's most probably a survivor who killed people. Do you? The speaker's voice trails off, a grim suspicion hardening his gaze. A faint trail of blood stains his collar, a stark reminder of the violence surrounding them. Still want to meet him? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim reality of their blood-stained surroundings. Doubt clouds their faces, a reflection of the uncertainty gripping them. Let's search for a way to escape, one of them declares, a grim determination etched on their face. Meanwhile, another voice adds, this door won't budge. Their desperate search for an exit underscores the urgency of their situation. Shit, this one won't move either. Frustration bleeds into his voice, a stark reflection of their desperate situation. The blood staining his clothes speaks volumes about their recent struggle. Escape seems further away than ever. This one's broken as well, he mutters, his frustration palpable. The barrier's removal offers a glimmer of hope, but every door they try is useless. Their escape remains elusive. Shit, I hope there's at least one that works, he mutters, a sliver of desperation clinging to his hope. Amongst the 8 doors in this compartment, 3 remain unchecked. Hope flickers as he whispers, there's at least one that still works, a desperate plea amidst the blood-soaked compartment. 5 doors have failed, only 3 remain. A blinding flash. The final door explodes inward, showering the compartment with debris. A wave of relief washes over him as he stumbles through the wreckage, the last door breached. Only 2 remain. He bursts through the debris, relief evident on his face. A woman and child stand nearby, shaken but unharmed, as a man in a suit watches from across the room, his expression grim. 2 doors remain. His eyes widen, a grim determination setting in. 2 doors remain, and the weight of what lies ahead is heavy on him. He steels his gaze, a grim resolve hardening his features. 2 doors remain, and the choice before him is clear, he must press on. He chooses a door, his resolve unwavering. The path ahead remains uncertain, but his journey continues. A blinding flash of light erupts, energy crackling outwards in a furious explosion. Silence. A heavy, oppressive silence follows the explosion. The aftermath. Dust motes dance in the harsh light, illuminating a scene of chaos. A woman clutches a child, both visibly shaken, blood staining her jacket. Nearby, a man in a suit sits slumped against a wall, his own attire marred by crimson. The air hangs heavy with the lingering scent of burnt ozone. A grim expression settles on his face, the man in the suit clenches his jaw, eyes narrowed in a furious glare. Dust still hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the recent devastation. He rises slowly, his suit torn, his face a mask of simmering rage. The lingering dust motes swirl around him, a testament to the brutal fight just concluded. Dr. SSI. Over here. A desperate cry cuts through the lingering dust and debris. He glances up, a flicker of hope momentarily softening his rage. A young woman, her clothes splattered with blood, cries out, her face a mask of terror. Around her, the aftermath of a brutal fight is stark. Bodies lie scattered amidst the wreckage of what appears to be a public transport vehicle. Let's open it. The command rings out, sharp and urgent, amidst the chaos. A group gathers, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and grim determination, around something unseen. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air. A blinding flash. Then, silence. Only the lingering scent of smoke and the faint tremor in the air remain. A blinding light erupts, then fades, leaving only scattered sparks and the lingering scent of ozone. Amidst the lingering sparks and ozone, a figure kneels, assessing the damage. This one is broken as well, someone observes, surveying the scene. Hope flickers, however, as another voice adds, still, this is the only one slightly ajar. We can still open it. He considers his options, a flicker of determination in his eyes despite the grime and damage to his suit. I could use coins to increase my strength, he mutters, the words a quiet acknowledgement of a risky choice. The display in his vision confirms his resources, 4,700 coins. But, it's too risky. He hesitates, the risk apparent even to him. Using his coins now would boost his strength, but such a gamble early on could prove disastrous later. The potential consequences outweigh the immediate benefit, a cautious approach winning out over reckless abandon. Lee Hyunsung SSI, please use your skill, a voice commands. Confusion clouds his features as he murmurs, what? The activation of his exclusive skill, character list, is announced. What do you mean by? Hyunsung trails off, a mixture of confusion and apprehension etched on his face. The question hangs heavy in the air, the surrounding dilapidated environment mirroring the uncertainty in his heart. Hyunsung's character sheet appears, detailing his stats and skills. He's a 28-year-old soldier, sponsored by the Master of Steel constellation, with skills in bayonet combat, camouflage, and patience. His unique attribute is described as soldier who turned a blind eye to injustice, a label that seems to weigh heavily on him. The system's evaluation appears, his stats are surprisingly good, despite his past. Chosen by a constellation, this presents another chance for him. A new opportunity. A wave of relief washes over Hyunsung. Thankfully, his sponsor and attribute are the same as the novel, he thinks, a quiet affirmation in the midst of the blood-soaked scene. You must have seen it when you opened your attribute window earlier, a voice intones, since you're a soldier, you must have a skill that would be useful in this situation. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked ground where Hyunsung lies. A new challenge presents itself. I do have one, but I don't know how to use it, Hyunsung admits, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The other man responds instantly, just think about using the skill. A simple instruction, yet it holds the weight of Hyunsung's survival. Will that really work? The question hangs heavy in the air, a reflection of Hyunsung's doubt as he considers the unconventional solution. His survival, it seems, hinges on a gamble. Hop! Hyunsung bellows, a raw, desperate sound echoing his attempt to activate the skill. A guttural cry, aagh, rips through the air as Hyunsung strains, his body contorting under the immense effort. Emerald energy crackles around him, a testament to the power he's attempting to unleash. He succeeds. Emerald energy explodes from Hyunsung, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring the scene. A nearby man recoils, eyes wide with shock. It worked! It actually worked! The words burst from Hyunsung's lips, a joyous cry echoing the relief in his wide, beaming smile. A nearby observer murmurs, "He's so innocent." The success is confirmed by a system message. Hyunsung's trust has been earned, and understanding of him has increased. Run! The urgent cry cuts through the air as a warning. The group flees down a corridor, the metallic clang of the approaching danger echoing in their desperate dash. A voice announces, the door connected to the 3707th compartment will soon break. But if my memory serves me correctly, a voice reflects, our biggest problem right now isn't that. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the frantic escape moments before. Geez, I knew this would happen. A grim realization dawns on him, his words a quiet admission amidst the ongoing chaos. The weight of his premonition settles heavily. A small, demonic figure materializes amidst the fiery debris, its crimson eyes glowing ominously against the setting sun. The scene is one of both chaos and foreboding. He stands amidst the wreckage, a grim determination etched on his face. Dust motes dance in the golden light of the setting sun, highlighting the blood staining his suit. Around him, chaos reigns. Didn't I tell you earlier not to go anywhere? The words hang in the air, a low growl accompanying the demonic figure's frustrated reprimand. Damn it! The preparations for the next scenario aren't finished yet. The Demon King's frustrated growl echoes, his words a testament to the ongoing chaos. Ag! I knew it! That's why I told you not to leave. The panicked cry rings out, a man clutching his head as if in agonizing pain. His words are a desperate confirmation of his earlier warning, ignored to disastrous effect. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now, he sighs, a weary acceptance coloring his tone. A nearby creature, its form indistinct yet somehow powerful, adds, "You are a really lucky bunch of humans." Suddenly, a bright blue interface flashes, announcing, the second scenario has arrived. A new challenge begins. A man in a pinstripe suit, flanked by two others, raises his hands in a gesture of excited disbelief. Bright blue energy shields materialize around the trio, a clear sign that the new challenge has begun. The scene is set against a city backdrop, the setting sun casting long shadows. The mission parameters appear, a sub-scenario, designated escape, difficulty level E. Their objective, cross a broken bridge and reach Okusu Station within 20 minutes. Success earns them 200 coins, failure remains unknown. As he glances at the shimmering blue energy blade, a thought crosses his mind, as I thought. A grim determination sets in, his expression hardening. The challenge, it seems, will be tougher than anticipated. Blood stains his shirt, a grim testament to the fight's intensity. He grips the energy blade, its blue glow a stark contrast to the crimson splatter. The challenge ahead is clear, the escape begins now. Dr. SSI, something's wrong, a voice calls out, a note of urgency coloring the words. It says broken bridge, but it's not broken. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a puzzle piece that doesn't quite fit. Don't pay attention to that. Run quickly, the urgent voice commands, a desperate plea cutting through the chaos. He sprints, the energy blade a blur behind him, leaving the unsettling anomaly behind. In truth, Usanga was on point, a voice narrates, the words confirming a previously held suspicion. We exited the train too early, so the bridge wasn't broken yet. In other words, the bridge will definitely break. A grim certainty settles over the scene, the image of the seemingly intact bridge now a harbinger of impending disaster. The scene unfolds, a panorama of fiery destruction at Okusu Station. Explosions rock the cityscape, a chaotic ballet of fire and smoke. A grim voiceover cuts through the chaos, we're cheating for this scenario, but without doing this, there's absolutely no way for us to clear it. The words hang heavy, a stark admission of their desperate situation. One carries the other, a desperate flight through the ravaged station. At this pace, we'll somehow make it, a voice declares, a note of grim determination cutting through the chaos. Hope, however faint, flickers amidst the fiery destruction. Ah, what's that? A gasp escapes them, a sudden alarm cutting through their desperate flight. The unexpected sight halts their escape, leaving them momentarily frozen in the ravaged station. Fear grips them. A figure, bloodied but defiant, bursts into view, his frantic movements a stark contrast to the ravaged station's stillness. He's clearly injured, yet his eyes burn with a desperate urgency. A vortex of churning water opens beneath them, a maelstrom threatening to swallow them whole. Escape seems impossible. The churning vortex pulls them under, a desperate struggle against the relentless current. Then, a colossal, dark form breaks the surface, a monstrous silhouette against the fiery orange sky. It's a creature of immense size, its jagged, scarred hide glistening wetly. An ichthyosaur? No, a sea serpent? At this size, it's a sea commander. The colossal creature emerges from the churning waters, a terrifying sight against the fiery sunset. They turn, their backs to us, blood spattering their suits. A grim silence hangs in the air, broken only by the distant roar of the sea commander. Fear, palpable and raw, clings to them. A monstrous wave crashes down, a tidal fury unleashed by the sea commander. The sea commander's monstrous maw opens, a terrifying chasm of teeth and churning water. It's a crushing wave, a tidal fury, poised to consume them. It's coming. The bridge will break. Panic grips them as the monstrous wave, a wall of water and fury, bears down, threatening to shatter the bridge beneath their feet. Run! We can still make it, the urgent cry rings out as the ichthyosaur's wave crashes down. This one, unlike others, seems intent only on destroying the bridge. A desperate race against the collapsing structure begins. There's about 200 meters left, someone shouts, their voice tight with urgency. At this pace, they'll reach the other side before the bridge collapses completely, a sliver of hope amidst the chaos. They made it. Gasping for breath, they reach the far side, just as the bridge collapses behind them into the churning waters below. An easy game isn't fun, right? A chilling laugh echoes as a monstrous face fills the panel, its red eyes burning with malevolent glee. The escape was only a prelude to a new, far more dangerous game. He runs, a grim determination etched on his face, blood staining his shirt. Above, a small, dark figure plummets towards him, a chilling reminder that escape was only temporary. Shit! He gasps, hitting the ground hard. It's no fun, the pursuing voice sneers, if you escape so easily. The game, it seems, is far from over. Why don't we change the mood a bit? A monstrous, fluffy creature with devilish horns descends, a wide, unsettling grin splitting its face. Its laughter echoes, a stark contrast to the protagonist's recent struggle. The scenario difficulty shifts. From easy, it's now been downgraded to difficult. A sudden, unwelcome change. The ground itself seems to writhe, the air thick with a malevolent energy. System messages flash, the evil thoughts of the dead are resurfacing, and black ether fills the surrounding area. The difficulty level, already shifted to difficult, hangs heavy in the oppressive atmosphere. The figures collapse, consumed by a chilling, ethereal blue light. Blood stains their clothes, a grim testament to the escalating conflict. The already oppressive atmosphere thickens, the difficulty level remaining stubbornly set on difficult. Zombies, she gasps, eyes wide with disbelief as she and her companion flee the scene. The chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air, a new and terrifying element added to the already perilous situation. A chilling system message cuts through the chaos, the demonic people have woke up. The revelation solidifies the growing dread, painting a terrifying picture of the escalating threat. These bastards! The desperate cry rings out as figures, their faces obscured, lunge forward, their movements a blur of violence. Panic grips the scene, the horrifying reality of the demonic awakening is brutally clear. Dokja SSI. A desperate cry pierces the air as one man frantically pulls another, younger man along, both clearly injured and fleeing. A system message confirms their location, they've reached Oxa Station. Gasping for breath, they stumble into the relative safety of Oxa Station, the echoing silence a stark contrast to the chaos they just escaped. But their brief respite is shattered. From the shadows, monstrous figures emerge, their eyes glowing ominously, closing in on the injured pair. The chilling sound of their approach fills the air. Their brief respite ends abruptly. Injured and desperate, the trio flees down the station steps, the chilling weight of pursuit heavy upon them. Down the station steps they scramble, a desperate flight. Blood stains their clothes, a grim testament to the fight. But escape proves elusive, a wave of icy energy washes over them, the pursuer's presence undeniable. Shit, he grits out, his face a mask of grim determination. Everyone, get down. The urgency in his voice is palpable, a stark contrast to the chilling energy that continues to pursue them. A powerful blast of energy erupts, sending them sprawling. The force of the attack is immense, a desperate struggle for survival against an unseen foe. Dokja SSI. The monstrous head of a dragon looms, its fiery eyes burning with malevolent intent. The sheer power of its presence is overwhelming, a terrifying force that dwarfs everything around it. The dragon's attack leaves a trail of destruction, a violent swipe that cleaves the very air. A terrifying silence follows, the aftermath of unimaginable power. The title card appears, stark and imposing against the white background, The Return of the King. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Chapter 2 begins. The weight of the king's return settles upon the scene, a palpable sense of dread replacing the previous chaos. Episode 2, Part 3 begins. The focus shifts, the weight of the king's return momentarily receding as we delve into the story of the protagonist. A figure lies defeated, a hand outstretched in a final, desperate grasp. JSSI escapes their lips, a choked whisper of surrender or perhaps, a final plea. Doke, SSI. The defeated figure collapses, their whispered plea lost in the dust and debris of the battle. His eyes widen, reflecting the shock of what he's just witnessed. A hand instinctively rises, tracing the outline of a fresh wound on his jaw. The aftermath of the battle is etched on his face. The aftermath. A cityscape burns on the horizon, a bridge lies shattered and broken, its supports crumbling into the dark water below. Debris floats amidst the smoke and flames, a stark testament to the battle's ferocity. A desolate scene unfolds. Bodies litter the shattered railway tracks, a grim testament to the battle's brutal cost. In the distance, a burning cityscape casts an ominous glow. Two figures stand amidst the carnage, their faces etched with a weary resolve. A lone man walks away, his back to them, leaving the devastation behind. The title card appears. A stark, somber end to a brutal conflict. The title card hangs heavy in the air, a stark and somber punctuation mark to the brutal conflict that just concluded. A chilling silence follows the devastation. Chapter 10 begins. A new chapter, a new beginning after the silence that followed the devastating battle. Episode 2 begins. The protagonist's journey continues. Part 4. The journey continues. A wave of dark energy erupts behind them. Panic grips the man and woman as they're caught in its destructive path. Dokja SSI, she cries out, her voice filled with terror. They stumble forward, the man and woman both bearing visible wounds, the aftermath of the recent energy blast. A grim determination sets upon their faces, their shared plight forging a silent pact between them. The bridge broke, Dokja observes, his voice a quiet statement against the backdrop of a fiery sunset. It's not like I didn't expect this situation at all, but... He trails off, the unspoken implications heavy in the air. Dokja continues his trek, the fiery sunset painting the sky behind him. A surprised realization dawns on him, and he mutters, I didn't expect Han Myungo and Usanga to be with me. The unspoken question hangs in the air, how did they find him? Relief washes over Dokja as he reports, Lee Gilyoung and Lee Hyunsung safely got to the other side. The weight of his unspoken anxiety seems to lessen, replaced by a quiet sense of accomplishment. A wave of uncertainty washes over Dokja. What do I do now? He wonders aloud, the question echoing the gravity of the situation. A system message then appears, revealing that someone has received a constellation's favor. The implications of this development leave him visibly unsettled. A heavy silence descends. The weight of the unanswered question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the relief he'd felt moments before. Dokja stares ahead, his expression unreadable, lost in thought. A strange energy crackles, a shimmering, fractured light spreading across the scene. The air itself seems to break apart, leaving behind a trail of ethereal dust. Suddenly, a celestial intervention. Through a constellation's assistance, Deus Ex Machina activates within the scenario itself. A blinding light erupts, shattering the very fabric of reality. Debris flies, a chaotic spectacle of fractured space. The question mark hangs heavy in the air, a silent testament to the sheer power unleashed. A digital interface materializes, its bright blue glow cutting through the chaos. The words Deus Ex Machina, even bridge appear, followed by an explanation. Only an even number of people can cross this bridge of light, otherwise, it vanishes. Deus Ex Machina? The words hang in the air, a whispered question born from disbelief and dawning understanding. The bridge of light, a miraculous intervention, demands an even number of travelers. Dokja SSI, a voice cries out, a mixture of shock and disbelief coloring the words. This, in my head, just suddenly, the speaker's wide eyes and frantic gestures underscore the unexpected nature of this revelation. A system message appears before him, stark and unsettling. I created by an even number is this bridge. The bridge disappears as soon as an odd number of people try to cross it. Kim Dokja's eyes widen, a mixture of apprehension and dawning understanding settling upon his features. A cosmic backdrop unfolds, the words Deus Ex Machina blazing across the expanse. Below, a chilling explanation materializes, the right to intervene in dire scenarios, a power constellations can wield, but only at the cost of immense losses. The constellation that chose Usanga as its incarnation intervened, a rare occurrence even by the standards of ways of survival. This act of divine intervention, however, came with a heavy price, a fact that hangs heavy in the air. The question hangs heavy, who did Usanga choose as her sponsor? A command follows, sharp and immediate, activate character list. The system responds, a stark blue box flashing, this person's information cannot be accessed. A mystery deepens. The system's response is immediate, a stark blue box flashing, this person isn't registered in the character list. A chilling realization dawns. He furrows his brow, a troubled expression etching itself onto his face. I can't see it with my skill, he mutters, a hint of frustration in his voice. The question hangs in the air, does she possess a special sponsor, or perhaps a mental barrier skill? The mystery deepens. Dokja SSI, she cries out, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and urgency. The intensity of her exclamation underscores the gravity of the situation. Her voice, sharp and strained, cuts through the air. Dokja SSI. The desperate cry echoes, a stark contrast to the silence that preceded it. A wave of urgency washes over him. Behind. The warning comes too late. Panic etched on his face, Dokja spins around, reacting instinctively to the unseen threat. He barely registers the blow before a brutal kick sends him sprawling. The force of the impact throws him off balance, his body a blur of motion as he's sent tumbling across the floor. He hits the ground hard, the impact jarring him. Pain explodes through his body, a searing wave that threatens to overwhelm him. Darkness closes in. He slides across the ground, a brutal impact leaving him bleeding and dazed. The force of the blow sends him tumbling, his body a blur against the gritty stone. He lies still, a faint wisp of smoke curling from his body, the bruised earth a testament to the brutal impact. A fiery sunset bleeds across the horizon, mirroring the pain that still throbs within him. He sits defeated, smoke still curling from his wounds, as three figures stand above him, silhouetted against the fiery sunset. Their expressions are unreadable, their victory stark against the backdrop of his defeat. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence descends, broken only by the faintest wisp of smoke still rising from his wounds. The fiery sunset, a brutal witness to his defeat, casts long shadows across the desolate landscape. I shouldn't be drowning in my thoughts right now. he mutters, clenching his fist. The weight of his defeat is palpable, yet a steely resolve begins to harden in his eyes. He is a ninth-grade human-type demonic person, a human mutant infected with black ether. Demonic people, created from ordinary humans, are no different than zombies, but if the host is particularly strong, the resulting monster becomes extremely dangerous. This revelation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's quiet resolve. Why did it have to be? He wonders aloud, the name Kim Namwon visible on his blood-stained uniform. A quiet desperation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to his earlier resolve. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, a terrifying transformation complete. Kim Namwon, his name tag a grim reminder of his humanity, is now something else entirely. Rage contorts his features, a stark contrast to the quiet desperation moments before. Him of all, a voice whispers, the chilling words a stark counterpoint to the monstrous transformation unfolding before them. The name tag, still visible despite the horrifying change, serves as a grim reminder of who he once was. People? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling whisper echoing the disbelief of those witnessing Namwon's monstrous transformation. His very feet, clad in simple slippers, seem to crackle with an unnatural energy, a stark reminder of the humanity he's left behind. Suddenly, a bright blue interface flashes across the scene. The words Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint appear, a skill activated, promising a new perspective on the unfolding horror. The skill, abruptly deactivated, leaves Namwon's transformation shrouded in mystery once more. A message flashes across the scene, this person doesn't have a consciousness. The skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been cancelled. Shit, it won't work? Namwon's frustrated yell punctuates his struggle. His face contorts in a grimace of exertion, his sleeve torn, blood staining his arm as his powers fail him. We need to cross that even bridge as fast as possible. But a grim realization dawns, only 3 people remain on this side. The urgency is palpable. The stark truth hangs heavy in the air, someone must stay behind and die for the others. A grim necessity, born of desperation and dwindling hope. A bridge of light, a celestial creation, appears before them. But there's a catch, only an even number may cross. The bridge will vanish if an odd number attempts the passage. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. Usanga SSI, we need to. The words are cut short, a desperate plea hanging in the air as a monstrous hand, clawed and brutal, reaches for him. Panic flickers in his eyes, the urgency of the situation etched onto his face. A monstrous claw swipes down, narrowly missing him. Usanga and his companion are thrown to the ground, the force of the attack sending dust and debris flying. The sunset casts long shadows, amplifying the growing sense of dread. He glances back, a silent scream trapped in his throat as he witnesses his companion being carried away, their form a blur against the fading light. Blood stains his shirt, a grim testament to the brutal attack. Let go! Let me go! His desperate cry echoes the terror in his wide eyes. Blood stains his shirt, a stark reminder of the brutal attack he just barely survived. Dr. SSI. Dr. SSI. The desperate plea escapes him, a choked whisper barely audible above the pounding of his own heart. Panic etched itself onto his face, beads of sweat cling to his temples, mirroring the desperation in his trembling voice. A single, desperate plea escapes him, Dr. SSI. The name hangs in the air, a fragile thread of hope in the face of overwhelming fear. He runs, a blur of motion, desperately carrying the injured woman. Dr. SSI, he cries, the name a desperate plea echoing in the twilight. Did you seriously leave me behind? Han Myung-go's furious question explodes, a raw torrent of anger and betrayal. His eyes burn with resentment, a stark contrast to the desperate pleas he'd uttered moments before. The system messages flash, constellations reward his sacrifice, a cold confirmation of his desperate act. Character list. The words appear, stark and sudden, a jarring interruption to the furious exchange. The man, still clutching the injured woman, is silhouetted against a fiery, chaotic backdrop. The system's response is immediate, a stark blue box appearing. This person's information cannot be read with character list. Han Myung-go, still clutching the injured woman, stares ahead, his expression grim, a silent question hanging in the air. He's running on one leg. That stigma must be one-legged swift horse, a voice observes, piecing together the puzzle. It should be the stigma of the constellation lame trickster. The words hang in the air, a revelation that adds another layer to the already complex situation. A new piece of the puzzle falls into place. The narration explains that the constellation in question doesn't provide a mental barrier stigma, a power unique to incarnations, unlike skills they acquire independently. And critically, it's revealed Han Myungo doesn't possess such a defensive skill. The observer concludes their skill failed to activate for Usanga and Han Myungo due to this fact. That was stupid of me, Han Myungo mutters, a quiet admission of his error hanging heavy in the air. Self-reproach colors his expression. A digital interface flickers to life, revealing a stark message: the individual's information is inaccessible through the character database. They are not a character from Way of Survival. That was so obvious. I should have realized sooner. Han Myungo's self-reproach deepens, a quiet admission of his oversight. The weight of his mistake settles upon him, a heavy cloak of regret. A guttural roar erupts from Han Myungo, a primal scream that speaks volumes of his frustration and dawning realization. His eyes blaze with a fierce, teal energy, reflecting the turmoil within. From deep within, a raw, furious energy explodes. Han Myungo's roar shakes the very air, a visceral release of frustration and newfound understanding. Teal energy crackles around him, a visual echo of the storm brewing inside. Surrounded, Han Myungo unleashes a desperate, whirling attack. Shit, he shouts, the word a testament to the overwhelming odds. A flurry of motion, a desperate fight for survival against a tide of shadowy figures. Han Myungo, surrounded and desperate, fights on. A single thought cuts through the chaos: think. He focuses, his mind a whirlwind of strategy amidst the brutal onslaught. Han Myungo, battered but not broken, considers his options. I can't cross the bridge on my own, he realizes, his gaze sweeping the perilous path ahead. A new plan forms: what if I grab one of the demonic people to cross with me? But he quickly dismisses it. No, the success rate is far too. The sentence trails off, leaving the audience to wonder what grim reality he anticipates. A digital timer flashes, only 15 minutes remain before the scenario ends. Han Myungo's face, grim and determined, is etched with the pressure of time. Wow! You're very persistent, a voice exclaims, the words tinged with a hint of amusement. Han Myungo, desperate, looks around, his face a mask of strained determination. Now, does any constellation wish to help this poor little incarnation? His plea hangs in the air, unanswered, leaving him with a desperate whisper: oh my, is nobody interested? Han Myungo fights desperately, but he's overwhelmed. A voice, cold and dismissive, comments: TSK, how sad. As Myungo is clearly losing ground. Below, others flee in panic from the ensuing chaos. Myungo's desperate struggle continues, but his body is failing him. My body is reaching its limits, he gasps, the words a stark admission of his weakening state. He stumbles, his legs giving way beneath him. A heavy thud echoes as Myungo collapses, the ground trembling slightly from the impact. Myungo, his strength spent, collapses onto the water's edge. He clutches a small knife, his final desperate act a testament to his unwavering resolve, even as he falls. A tranquil sunset paints the sky as the scene shifts. The aftermath of the struggle is clear: peace, however fragile, has settled. A chilling silence follows Myungo's fall. Then, a group of figures emerges from the shadows, their eyes glowing an eerie green, their expressions twisted in a furious grimace. They stand amidst the wreckage, a stark contrast to the peaceful sunset. From the shadows, they emerge. Their eyes, glowing an eerie green, fix on Myungo's fallen form. A chilling silence hangs in the air, broken only by the rustle of their dark cloaks. These figures, their faces contorted in furious rage, are a stark contrast to the serene sunset. Myungo lies defeated, sweat beading on his brow. A grim realization dawns: I may actually die this time around. He curses his lack of fighting skills, the weight of his predicament heavy in the silence. A surge of blue light erupts, a holographic display materializing before Myungo. Within its glow, a self-assessment flickers. I wouldn't be having such a hard time. His defeated posture shifts slightly, a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes. He rises, a newfound strength coursing through him. The holographic assessment fades, leaving behind only the echoing determination in his eyes. This fight isn't over. A surge of energy, a renewed resolve. The Korean word for power explodes across the screen, reflecting Myunggo's inner strength. He's ready. The exclusive skill bookmark activates. Myunggo's readiness is amplified, a new power surging within him. Myunggo's eyes widen, a single word escaping his lips, huh? Confusion, perhaps even a touch of disbelief, clouds his features. The sudden surge of power from bookmark has clearly left him momentarily stunned. Bookmark? The word hangs in the air, a question both spoken and unspoken in Myunggo's wide eyes. A luminous, ethereal book floats above him, its pages aglow, a visual manifestation of the skill's activation. A surge of energy courses through him, a brilliant blue light emanating from his very being. Myunggo stands, a newfound power evident in his stance, the ethereal book above him now fading, leaving only the lingering glow. The system message blazes, character bookmark activated. A surge of power, a brilliant blue light, confirms the skill's success. He turns, the blue glow fading but leaving a lingering energy in its wake. A system message confirms the activation of his new skill, 3 bookmark slots now available. The interface flickers, displaying the contents of his newly activated bookmark slots. Kim Namwon, the delusional demon, and Lee Hyunsung, the steel sword, are now readily accessible. One slot remains empty, awaiting its champion. Despite having read 3,000 chapters of Ways of Survival, he's never encountered this skill before. A stunned realization dawns on him as the sheer power of his new ability sinks in. A guttural roar, go, erupts, the sound echoing the sheer power he now commands. The implications of his newly acquired skill are still settling in. Activate bookmark 1, he mutters, a grim determination etched on his face. He instinctively knows how to use this newfound power, a chilling realization dawning on him. Ka ha 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 ha. I'm overflowing with power, he cackles, a manic glee in his eyes as vibrant blue energy surges around him. Die. Die. Die, he screams, a terrifying grin splitting his face. His eyes burn with a dark intensity as he unleashes a wave of destructive energy. A new world, he declares, demands new laws. Bookmark 1 activated. The implications of this action hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the Demon King's previous, unrestrained fury. A system message appears. The bookmark skill's low level has shortened its activation time to a single minute. The implication is clear, a desperate measure is being taken. A surge of purple energy crackles around him. Only a fraction of his abilities are online, a system message reveals, a stark reminder of the desperate gamble he's taken. A system message blazes across the screen, blackening LV.1, has been activated. Purple energy surges, a desperate gamble taking hold. With a surge of purple energy, he plunges the knife downward. His eyes blaze with a fierce, unnatural teal light, a terrifying transformation underway. His mouth opens in a silent scream, teeth elongated into grotesque fangs. Blood stains his shirt, a grim testament to the desperate struggle. The teal glow intensifies, engulfing him in an unnatural light. The transformation completes. He stands, bathed in teal light, a terrifying figure of sharpened fangs and unnatural power. The violet light pulses, a final surge of energy. He stands, transformed. A chilling smile stretches across his face, sharp fangs glinting in the ethereal glow. With a final surge of violet energy, he explodes into action. His opponent is sent flying, dissolving into dark fragments as he unleashes his full power. He walks away, the violet energy fading, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone and the faint crackle of residual power in the air. His victory is absolute. A guttural growl, jar, gur, escapes the defeated foe as he collapses, blood staining his ravaged form. The fight is over. I don't want to die. The defeated foe's ragged breath hitches as he collapses, his last words a desperate plea against the inevitable. Blood stains the ground around him, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. The victor stands over his fallen foe, a faint purple aura still clinging to him. Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the ragged breaths of the defeated man. He sheathes his sword, the faint purple aura around him slowly dissipating. A heavy silence settles, punctuated only by the wind whispering through the desolate landscape. His breath hitches, a pained grimace etched onto his face. The purple aura, a remnant of his power, fades, leaving him vulnerable, marked by the battle's toll. A blue screen flashes, a system message declaring, "Your understanding of the character Kim Namwon has increased." The implication hangs heavy in the air, a quiet acknowledgement of growth amidst the battle's aftermath. Bookmark 1 deactivated. The system message is stark, a clear indication that a significant phase of his journey has concluded. A new chapter begins. A new objective appears: escape. The parameters are clear: cross the broken bridge to Okesu Station within 20 minutes. Success yields 200 coins, failure remains unknown. 10 minutes and 11 seconds remain. The clock ticks down, a relentless reminder of the escape deadline. He grits his teeth, a grim determination etched on his face. Time is running out, the pressure is palpable. Sweat trickles down his chin. He's desperate, the blade a mere inches from his throat. Time is almost up. He falls, a crimson stain blooming across his shirt. Overwhelmed, he's surrounded by a horde of shadowy figures, their glowing eyes fixated on him. Over. He whispers, his final breath caught in his throat. Sheesh, I'm exhausted. He gasps, collapsing amidst the fallen. Really, he thinks, utterly spent. He's late, a voice observes, a hint of impatience coloring the words. He should have arrived by now. The speaker's silhouette is all that's visible, their identity still shrouded in mystery. A blinding flash erupts, a wave of energy tearing across the scene. He unleashes a wave of energy, a blinding flash that pushes back the horde of ghoulish figures. The force of the blast sends them reeling, momentarily stunned. The shockwave from his attack sends the ghoulish figures reeling, their guttural cries of "gu" and "gu" echoing in the aftermath. A moment of stunned silence follows the explosive energy. A wave of crimson energy explodes outwards, a fierce, unstoppable torrent. The guttural cries of the ghouls are cut short, swallowed by the sheer power of the attack. They are sent sprawling, the force of the attack leaving them scattered and broken. Dust and debris cloud the scene, obscuring the full extent of the damage. A triumphant grin spreads across his face, a stark contrast to the blood spattered across his suit. He holds a bloody knife, the embers of his crimson energy still flickering around him. "You're finally here," a voice booms, echoing through the still air. The arrival is met with anticipation, the tension palpable. A section of the highway collapses, sending cars plummeting into the water below. The impact echoes, a devastating sound that underscores the scale of the destruction. A wave of concussive force erupts, a blinding flash of energy obliterating the horde. The sheer power leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The aftermath hangs heavy. A figure, back to us, stands amidst the wreckage, the lingering heat of the blast still visible in the air. Dust motes dance in the dim light. He lunges forward, a glint of steel flashing in the fading light. The attack is swift, precise, a deadly dance amidst the lingering chaos. His eyes widen, a stark terror gripping him as the full impact of the attack hits home. The fight, it seems, is far from over. He crumples to the ground, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through him. Dust and debris swirl around him as the attacker stands over him, their victory momentarily silent. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. The title card appears, a stark reminder that this story unfolds from a unique perspective. The attacker looms over their fallen opponent, a chilling grin splitting their face. A guttural sound escapes them, a triumphant snarl that echoes the brutal victory. Dust motes dance in the dim light, settling as the victor stands over their fallen foe. A chilling smirk plays on their lips, a stark contrast to the grim scene. A figure emerges from the blinding light, silhouetted against the brilliant white. Dust still settles from the recent battle, a testament to the ferocity of the fight just concluded. He walks forward, a figure emerging from the dust and fading light, his long coat billowing slightly behind him. Blood stains the floor beneath his feet, a grim testament to the battle just concluded. A defeated foe groans in the background, barely visible in the gloom. His gaze, sharp and intense, lingers on the blood-soaked floor. A grim set to his jaw speaks volumes. The victory, though hard won, carries a heavy weight. He stands amidst the fallen, a lone figure silhouetted against a tide of shadowy figures. "You," he asks, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence, "who are you? Are you telling me I need to face him?" He breathes, his voice raw with disbelief. It's impossible. The weight of the revelation, the sheer impossibility of the task ahead, is etched onto his face. The exclusive character list, initially activated, now overflows with information. It's been condensed into a summary. The sheer volume of data underscores the enormity of the challenge ahead. A character summary appears, detailing Yu Junghyuk's attributes: regressor, third turn, a mythical and rare pro-gamer. His skills are listed: Sage Eyes, hand-to-hand combat, weapons training, all at level 8, mental barrier, crowd control, and reasoning at level 5, and lie detection at level 4. The sheer breadth of his abilities highlights the monumental task ahead. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, the very air around it crackling with energy. The intensity of the gesture speaks volumes. This is no ordinary action. This is power unleashed. From his outstretched hand, raw energy surges, a visible crackle of power illuminating the scene. The intensity is palpable. This is no ordinary display of force. A hand clamps down on the man's throat, a surge of raw power silencing his gasp. "Ugh," he manages, before the grip tightens. He coughs, a strangled sound escaping his lips as the grip tightens. "Arg," he gasps, a final, desperate protest before collapsing. "You, how the hell are you alive?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a stunned disbelief coloring the speaker's voice as he stares down at the seemingly lifeless body. The first way to survive in a ruined world. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim scene below. He stands over the fallen man, a chilling calm settling on his features as he contemplates the brutal reality of their existence. The one who proved that method is the man currently gripping my throat. The regressor Yu Junghyuk. The revelation hangs heavy, a chilling confirmation of the brutal reality. The grand tragedy of this world began with this person. A chilling statement, echoing the gravity of the situation. The man, his face partially obscured, remains a figure of unsettling mystery. A sword, sheathed, hangs at his hip. Dust motes dance in the faint light, a subtle testament to the recent struggle. The regressor's grip remains unseen, but the weight of his actions and the tragedy they foreshadow is palpable. Episode 2 begins. The weight of the past and the promise of a new chapter hangs heavy in the air. Protagonist. The title card appears, stark and simple, setting the stage for a new beginning. The weight of the past, however, remains. Part 5. The simple declaration sets the stage, a quiet prelude to the unfolding story. He presses his hands to his temples, eyes squeezed shut. A silent struggle plays out behind his closed lids, the weight of unspoken thoughts heavy in the air. "It's not working. I don't see anything," he declares, frustration evident in his posture. A woman beside him adds, "It seems like the barrier-like thing back in the subway is blocking us." Concern etches her features as she looks to a young man nearby, her unspoken worry hanging heavy in the air. Defeated, he slumps against the wall, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. A shared silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the faint sounds of the city beyond. The barrier, once a formidable obstacle, shatters. Debris rains down as a colossal section collapses into the churning water below, the impact echoing the group's growing desperation. "Your name," a voice demands, a hand tightening around the man's throat. He can only gasp, "What?" Confusion and a dawning dread fill his eyes. "I'm asking for your name," the voice repeats, the grip tightening. Fear, raw and undeniable, etched itself onto the man's face. "Look at his attitude, he's definitely the protagonist," a voice observes, as the man, still choked, struggles for breath. The narrator's comment underscores the man's defiant spirit in the face of clear danger. Kim Dokja, he finally answers, his voice low. An odd name, the voice observes, I get that a lot. A hint of weariness, perhaps even a wry amusement, colors his response. A fierce clash erupts. Kim Dokja is grabbed by the throat, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The attack is swift, brutal, leaving little room for reaction. He slams to the ground, the impact jarring. Kim Dokja's body lies still, momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. A guttural AGH escapes Kim Dokja's lips as he endures the brutal attack. Despite the impact, a voice observes, a sturdy body. Looks like you already got the hang of using coins, a voice observes, as Kim Dokja, despite the recent brutal attack, dusts himself off. I could say the same to you. The retort hangs in the air, a sharp counterpoint to Kim Dokja's cough. He's clearly still reeling from the blow, but his opponent's words carry a hint of grudging respect. Don't waste your breath, his opponent commands, a chilling finality in his tone. From now on, you will only answer the questions I ask. Understood? The words hang heavy, a stark contrast to the earlier exchange. Kim Dokja's adversary clearly holds the upper hand. This is bad, Kim Dokja thinks grimly, his internal monologue a stark reflection of the situation. The worst-case scenario, one he desperately hoped to avoid, has become his reality. Yoo Jung-hyuk, it's revealed, is exceptionally dangerous, his personality having drastically worsened over 3 past regressions. Now, with his current mindset, he'll stop at nothing to reach his objectives. The weight of this knowledge settles heavily, underscoring the grim reality of Kim Dokja's predicament. Your answer? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark challenge from Yoo Jung-hyuk. Kim Dokja's silence speaks volumes, the weight of his predicament palpable. Fine. Kim Dokja's terse reply hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the ominous silence that preceded it. Yoo Jung-hyuk's immediate response, sharp and cold, leaves no room for misinterpretation. Watch your tongue. I don't want to, Kim Dokja states, his refusal firm despite the clear tension. A fist clenches, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Kim Dokja's refusal is met with immediate action. A swift blow connects, the impact a blur of motion and a sharp ha, escaping his lips. Sorry, but you're younger than I am, Mr. Pro Gamer Yoo Jung-hyuk, his opponent states, the words sharp and dismissive. A barely perceptible flicker of defiance crosses Kim Dokja's face. So you're the one who needs to watch his tongue, Yoo Jung-hyuk retorts, his words sharp as the earlier blow. Kim Dokja's defiant glare intensifies, a grim set to his jaw. The tension hangs heavy in the air. A beat of silence follows Yoo Jung-hyuk's sharp retort, the unspoken challenge echoing between them. Kim Dokja's gaze remains locked on his opponent, unwavering. Yoo Jung-hyuk's eyes narrow, a stark warning in their depths. A system message flashes, he's wary. You know me? Kim Dokja's question hangs in the air, a challenge. Yoo Jung-hyuk's response is swift, I do. Despite my current looks, I work in a game company. But a stark declaration follows, that was a lie. The truth was that Yoo Jung-hyuk was simply a character that appeared in a novel I read. You're famous, Kim Dokja states, a hint of awe in his tone. Yoo Jung-hyuk's response is immediate, a dismissive wave of his hand. Being famous was simply a plot device, he explains, revealing a deeper truth about his identity. He continues, a quiet intensity in his voice, and it wasn't a lie that I was a fan of his. The admission hangs between them, a new layer to their already complex relationship. He hesitates, then adds, I liked, the word hanging unfinished in the air, leaving the full extent of his feelings unspoken, yet powerfully implied. Hated, resented, and cheered for you, he confesses, the words hanging heavy in the air, a stark admission of complex emotions. His gaze remains distant, lost in a swirl of memories. I was by your side through 3,000 chapters, he states, a grim determination hardening his features despite the hand tightening around his throat. The weight of those words, the shared history they represent, hangs heavy in the air. A fan. I haven't heard that word in a while, he mutters, a hint of something unreadable flickering across his face. The weight of his confession, the shared history, still hangs heavy in the air. I'll forgive you this time, he says, the words a stark contrast to the grim set of his jaw. But your situation hasn't changed. The weight of his unspoken threat hangs heavy in the twilight air. I can see that myself, one man replies, his tone flat. The other, looming over him, counters, I only have a single question. Tension crackles between them, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the twilight air above the crumbling railway. How did you survive in the subway? One of them demands, his question sharp and accusatory. The other man's response is terse, so that's it. A hint of weariness hangs in the air, the weight of his ordeal etched onto his face. Will you spare me if I answer? The captive pleads, his voice barely a whisper. His captor remains unmoved, a single, chilling reply hanging in the air, we'll see. Below, a stark judgment is pronounced, he's lying. As the only reader of Ways of Survival, it's plainly obvious, just from watching his face, that he's lying. A smirk plays on his lips as he muses, oh, right. What should I say to convince this asshole of a regressor? A system message then pops up, your understanding of the character Yoo Jung-hyuk has increased. A system message confirms it, his understanding of Yoo Jung-hyuk is already very high. He lets out a quiet, huh? A system prompt appears, informing him that the conditions for activating the omniscient reader's viewpoint skill have been met. The question hangs in the air, activate the skill or not? Confusion creases his brow. Only Lee Hyun-sung and Kim Namwon should have survived, he mutters, a question forming on his lips. But Kim Namwon died, and others lived. How? And who the hell is this guy? A chilling thought bubbles up from the man on the ground, kill him. He's hearing Yoo Jung-hyuk's thoughts, just like he did with Kim Namwon. The protagonist's confusion deepens, the information is vital, but the command is brutal. A chilling smirk spreads across the fallen man's face. He's hearing Yoo Jung-hyuk's thoughts again, a cruel command echoing in his mind. A digital timer, glowing bright, displays 5 minutes and 1 second. Above it, a small, almost cartoonish figure seems to watch intently. I survived by. The text reads, leaving the reason for his survival a mystery for now. A disbelieving question hangs in the air, you cleared the scenario by killing insects. The implication is clear, his method was unexpected, perhaps even unconventional. A frown creases his face. He looks down at the figure beneath him, a mixture of disbelief and something darker simmering in his gaze. I was lucky, he admits, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. His explanation follows, I was able to find the bug cage thanks to a kid that stumbled into it because of an explosion in the compartment before ours. The frown deepens, a mixture of grim satisfaction and unsettling unease etched onto his face. The future has completely changed, a voice observes, the weight of the statement hanging heavy in the air. An explosion, bugs, the words paint a chaotic scene, explaining the narrator's shock. He can see why the other man is so stunned. Kim Namwon and Lee Hyun-sung should have perished in 3807's Battle Royale. Royale. The single word hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the deadly game they survived, a game that should have claimed them both. The implication is clear, their survival defies all expectations. It's because of me, one of them confesses, the words heavy with guilt. His explanation follows, unlike previous attempts, he deliberately caused an explosion, eliminating everyone else within the confines of the arena. The scene is grim, bodies scattered around him, a stark testament to his actions. No, even if that's the case, it's still suspicious. Doubt etches itself onto his face, a stark contrast to the earlier confession. His skepticism lingers, a shadow cast over the already grim scene. He's too calm for a beginner, someone observes, their voice laced with suspicion. He's adapting far too well to this changing world. The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air, something isn't right. A grim assessment hangs in the air. He's probably the one who killed Kim Namwon, someone states, their suspicion palpable. A pause, then a chilling addition, he may be useful, but he's dangerous. If you're finished, could you let go of me? The words, a hesitant plea, cut through the tense silence. Let's head to Okusa Station together. There's not much time left, a voice urges, but the man being held only manages a strained, ugh. I don't think so. His grip tightens, the unspoken tension palpable. Everything's about to change. Just far too convenient, he mutters, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. The intensity of his gaze speaks volumes, something isn't right. A faint shimmer fills the air, a subtle magic barely perceptible. Doubt hangs heavy, unanswered questions swirling around him like the dust motes in the hazy light. That's... He gasps, eyes wide with dawning horror. His hands clutch at his throat, a golden light erupting from within him, a stark contrast to the grim expression twisting his features. Eye of Sage. The words burst forth, a golden light intensifying as Yu Junghyak's SS-grade skill manifests, a terrifying power unleashed. The Eye of Sage's power surges, its ability to unveil not only someone's stats, but also hidden information, is revealed. This, the narration clarifies, is the strongest detection skill imaginable. A thoughtful expression crosses Yu Junghyak's face. Actually, now that it's come to this might be beneficial for me, he muses, a hint of intrigue in his voice. He continues, a touch of self-awareness coloring his words, even I don't know my own attribute and skills. Despite the imminent revelation of his own secrets, Yu Junghyak sees an opportunity. He'll use this powerful Eye of Sage to learn about his own hidden attributes and skills, information even he lacks. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, activates, instantly detecting the use of the Eye of Sage. This unexpected system notification reveals a hidden layer of the story's mechanics. A jolt of energy courses through him, a searing pain that forces a groan from his lips. Ugh, he manages, the sound barely audible above the crackling energy. Pain racks his body, a searing energy coursing through him. His face contorts in agony, eyes wide with shock and a grimace of pain twisting his lips. He grits his teeth, a low groan escaping him as the energy surges. What the? He gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief as his attacker grabs his tie, tightening his grip. The sudden assault leaves him reeling, his shock palpable. The attacker's grip tightens, but then, a system message flashes, the exclusive skill Fourth Wall has blocked Eye of Sage. Bastard! He snarls, eyes blazing with fury. The anger is raw, a stark contrast to his previous shock. His grip tightens on his attacker's hand. Just who are you? He demands, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. His attacker's grip remains firm. A bright blue interface appears, outlining the current objective, a sub-scenario titled Escape, rated as Difficulty D. The clear conditions are simple enough: cross the broken bridge and reach Okuso Station. The objective appears: escape. A 20-minute time limit hangs over him, the reward a paltry 200 coins. Failure? The consequences remain ominously unclear. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The timer ticks down, a stark reminder of the limited time he has to reach Okuso Station. The exclusive skill Fourth Wall activates, blocking the Eye of Sage. A surge of blue energy erupts, shattering the Eye of Sage attack. The counterattack is swift and decisive. Ugh! He stumbles, the impact of the counterattack clearly felt. He barely staggers back, a fierce counterattack already forming. The energy crackles, a potent riposte to the previous blow. He barely recovers his balance, a furious glare hardening his features. Bastard! He snarls, the word a low growl fueled by rage and barely contained power. His eyes blaze, a furious demand escaping his lips. Just who are you? A hand clamps down on his throat, cutting off his furious demand. He struggles, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and mounting terror. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence follows the attack. Only the title remains, stark against the white background. The title hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the silence that follows. A chilling stillness settles over the scene, amplifying the unspoken tension. Chapter 12 begins. The weight of the preceding silence hangs heavy, a palpable tension before the next act unfolds. Episode 2 begins. The protagonist's journey, it seems, is only just starting. I never thought. The protagonist's voice trails off, a whisper against the backdrop of a fiery sunset. Above, dark shapes, like monstrous birds of prey, cut across the sky, their shadows stretching long and ominous over the city below. I would have a skill that could block the Eye of Sage, he mutters, a look of dawning horror on his face. After, bookmark, it's Fourth Wall, now. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the ominous sunset behind him. His eyes, wide with a dawning horror, lock onto the other man. A grim realization settles upon him, the weight of his recent discoveries pressing down. This is far worse than he could have imagined. I must kill him now, he declares, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. A desperate plea escapes him, a barely audible whisper against the backdrop of his grim resolve, You Jung-hyuk. Wait a minute. Shit, things have gotten too complicated, he mutters, a grim realization dawning. Yu Jung-hyuk won't believe him anymore, forcing a drastic change of plans. You need reliable companions you can trust, one man shouts, his words sharp and urgent. The other, clearly agitated, retorts, Don't you know you can't clear the 46th scenario by yourself? The weight of his predicament presses down, he needs help, but trust is a luxury he can no longer afford. How do you know that? One of them asks, suspicion lacing his tone. The other replies, Don't tell me you're a regret. He shrugs it off, stating, It's not important who I am. What's important is that I can be of help to you. A glimmer of hope, however faint, flickers in the desperate situation. He leaps, a powerful bound carrying him across the chasm. Below, his companions watch, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and hope. He isn't a regressor. That's his firm conviction, a thought etched onto his face as he speaks, his words a quiet assertion against the doubt swirling around him. If he were, there's no way he wouldn't know. Then could he be? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling uncertainty replacing his earlier certainty. Yu Jung-hyuk, I know of a future you don't. The words hang in the twilight sky, a stark contrast to the uncertainty clouding Jung-hyuk's mind. A future unknown, a future only the speaker seems to see. He grabs Yu Jung-hyuk by the throat, his grip tightening. The golden light of the setting sun casts long shadows, highlighting the intensity of the moment. A future unknown, a future only he seems to see. Yu Jung-hyuk's eye glows with an intense golden light, activating his lie detection skill. The sudden activation suggests a critical moment of truth, a test of the words spoken moments before. His eyes blaze with golden light as the lie detection skill activates, confirming the truth of his words. A wave of relief washes over him, the tension finally breaking. The golden light in Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes fades, leaving behind a look of profound relief. The tension, palpable moments before, finally dissipates. Impossible. There was another prophet other than Anna Croft? And in South Korea? The thought hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the relief that had just washed over him. A new, unsettling mystery emerges. The revelation hangs heavy. In the world of ways of survival, the prophet attribute, uniquely capable of seeing the future and passively nullifying detection, belonged to only one person. This single fact throws Yu Jung-hyuk's earlier relief into stark contrast, replacing it with a chilling uncertainty. Can you perhaps use future sight? One man asks. The other replies, something similar. A chilling certainty settles over the scene. He knew this meeting would happen. I guess you knew I would appear here, the first man states, his words laced with a quiet understanding of the inevitable. Indeed, the second confirms, the weight of their shared knowledge palpable. Yu Jung-hyuk, I know you have a special power, one voice states, the words hanging in the air between them. You also know about the future, don't you? But you also know that your knowledge isn't perfect. A stark reminder of the limitations of his abilities, even as the weight of his precognitive gift remains undeniable. A regressor relives his past life, granting him foresight into future events. However, any attempt to alter the present using that knowledge will inevitably reshape his foreseen future. The implications of this revelation hang heavy in the air. Therefore, as long as regressors don't repeat their previous actions, they'll inevitably find themselves in an unfamiliar reality. The weight of this revelation settles upon them, a chilling truth about the unpredictable nature of their power. A proposition, unexpected yet strangely alluring, hangs in the air. Make me your companion, a voice offers, I can fill in the parts you are lacking in. The words carry a weight of unspoken potential, a promise of strength and support in the face of the regressor's uncertain future. A prophet. The best possible companion Yu Jung-hyuk could ask for. The words, stark and bold, emphasize the gravity of the offer, a potential turning point in his uncertain journey. He sits, hands clasped tightly around his neck, a grim determination etched on his face. The offer is reiterated, its implications weighty and profound, and I can play a similar role for him. A partnership is proposed, a reciprocal arrangement promising mutual benefit and shared strength. The reason for this extraordinary offer is revealed, because I am the only reader of this story. A profound statement hangs in the air, its implications echoing the unique nature of their potential partnership. A black smartphone screen fills the panel, stark and silent. The implication hangs heavy. The reader, the only one privy to this extraordinary narrative, is now directly involved. A smirk plays on his lips, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He turns, a figure shrouded in shadow, leaving the reader to wonder what unseen game he's playing. He grips the other man's throat, a harsh question forming in his mind, but, can I trust him? The 46th scenario isn't the only reason he needs this supposed prophet, he'll need him against the Zarathustra bastards as well. He holds the other man by the throat, a grim determination etched on his face. A thought bubble reveals his internal conflict, a companion. The timer ticks down, only 50 seconds remain to complete the scenario. Only 40 seconds remain. His eyes, narrowed in intense focus, betray a mixture of urgency and doubt. The pressure mounts, he needs this alliance, but trust remains a fragile commodity. I've made my decision, he declares, his gaze unwavering. I'll make you my companion. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency of the dwindling timer. He grips his collar, a sudden surge of power coursing through him. Whoa! The word bursts from him, a testament to the raw energy he now commands. Why, let go of, cough. The other man struggles, his words choked by the sudden grip. He's clearly overwhelmed by the surge of power. With a forceful stomp, he sends the other man sprawling. Dust erupts, and in the distance, a vast crowd watches the unfolding event from a raised walkway, silhouetted against the fiery sunset. A bridge of light, shimmering into existence, appears before them. A system message clarifies, only an even number may cross, otherwise, it vanishes. The implications hang heavy in the air. A horde of shadowy figures emerges, their eyes glowing in eerie green. Their snarls are chilling, a palpable sense of menace filling the air. What happened to Dr. SSI? A woman asks, worry etched on her face. A man beside her answers, his voice heavy with apprehension, we can only wait. The uncertainty hangs thick in the air. He moves, a blur against the darkening sky. Dust motes dance in the fading light as he pushes forward, a grim determination etched on his face. He grips his collar, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. His jaw is tight, sweat beading on his brow, yet he pushes onward, a silent promise fueling his relentless advance. In any case, I'm saved, he breathes, a wave of relief washing over him. He somehow managed to convince that stubborn regressor. The relief is short-lived. A system message flashes before his eyes, his powerful skill, the omniscient reader's viewpoint, has been deactivated due to mental exhaustion. It's a bit nerve-wracking now that the skill was turned off. He mutters, a grim expression settling on his face as he nervously adjusts his collar. The sudden loss of his powerful ability leaves him vulnerable. But this is good, he thinks, a hint of relief in his voice. He managed to team up with Yoo Jung-hyuk early in the narrative and cross the bridge, a significant step forward despite the recent loss of his crucial skill. He continues forward, his steps heavy but resolute. The yellow-lit path ahead seems to beckon him onward, despite the recent loss of his skill. A sense of quiet determination fills the air. I will ask you one last thing, one man states, his grip firm on the other's shoulder. A pained ugh escapes the second man as he's held there, the weight of the question, and perhaps the impending answer, heavy in the air. If you really are a prophet, one man demands, his grip tightening on the other's collar, then you should know your own future, right? The question hangs heavy, the implication clear, prove your claim. He breaks free, a sudden burst of movement as he throws off the other man's grip. Dust swirls around him, a testament to the struggle, as he turns to face his accuser, defiance etched on his features. Oh no, I. The words trail off, a whispered admission of fear as he turns, his back to us, walking away from the confrontation. A sense of unease settles over the scene. A chilling premonition grips him. Have an extremely bad feeling, he mutters, the words laced with apprehension as a sense of impending doom washes over the scene. His premonition proves true. A monstrous creature, a dragon-like beast, bursts from the water, its reptilian eyes glowing menacingly. The sheer power of its emergence sends a wave crashing around it. Terror grips him. He gasps, his eyes wide with a stark, undeniable fear as the monstrous beast looms, its presence a suffocating weight. Let go of this hand, or will I not? The question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate plea against the looming terror of the beast's jaws. He's faced with a choice, a terrifying decision in the face of imminent danger. Shit, this fucking psycho. The words are a raw, visceral reaction, a testament to the sheer terror he feels facing this unpredictable opponent. He barely avoids the beast's snapping jaws, a spray of saliva narrowly missing his face. His face contorted in a grimace, he clenches his fists, a furious energy radiating from him. I know about him better than anyone else, he grits out, the words laced with a chilling certainty. Knowing him, if he is the Yu Junghyuk I know. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air, a promise of a brutal confrontation to come. Before he can unleash his full fury, however, he pauses, a flicker of something like calculation in his eyes. Before that, I have two things to say, he announces, his voice low and controlled, a stark contrast to his previous rage. A beat of silence follows, before a questioning, escapes the lips of his opponent. He pauses, a brief moment of stillness before the storm. A calculated calm replaces his previous rage, his eyes narrowed in thought. The air crackles with unspoken tension, the anticipation palpable. First, he states, his voice firm despite the lingering tension, I am not your subordinate. So I hope you'll treat me fairly from now on. He pauses, then adds, second, I will cooperate with you. But you also need to promise to cooperate. His gaze is unwavering, a challenge in his eyes. To cooperate with me, he finishes, the demand hanging in the air. His gaze remains unwavering, a silent challenge to the unspoken terms of their uneasy alliance. Maybe. So, what's your answer? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge mirroring the intensity of his gaze. Release your hand and get lost, you damn son of a bitch, he snarls, his grip tightening. The words are a venomous hiss, punctuating the simmering tension. With a sharp jerk, he throws the man away, the force of the movement sending the other sprawling. Dust motes dance in the sudden disruption of the air. He stands, his jacket slightly askew, the aftermath of the forceful throw still lingering in the air. A quiet intensity settles over him. He surveys the scene, his opponent sprawled on the ground below. A dramatic sunset blazes behind them, painting the sky in fiery hues. The air is still thick with the lingering dust from the recent clash. A ragged breath escapes him, the exertion of the fight finally catching up. The fiery sunset casts long shadows, emphasizing his weary stance. He collapses, a ragged wah, escaping his lips. Above him, his opponent stands, silhouetted against the fiery sunset, a victor in the dust-filled arena. I believe you now, the victor declares, a knowing smile playing on his lips as the dust settles. His gaze holds a newfound respect, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. You definitely are a prophet, the victor proclaims, his voice carrying conviction. A newfound respect shines in his eyes, solidifying his acknowledgement of the defeated opponent's abilities. Seriously. The question hangs in the air, a stark reflection of his disbelief. His wide eyes, filled with a mixture of shock and exhaustion, speak volumes. He's swallowed whole, a horrifying maw closing around him. Disbelief, quickly replaced by stark terror, contorts his features. Son of a bitch. The words, raw and full of fury, hang heavy in the sudden, suffocating darkness. A churning, icy vortex engulfs him. He's thrown back, a blur of motion against the icy vortex. The swirling chaos obscures him completely. The icy vortex dissipates, leaving only a trail of frost and a lingering chill in the air. A stark blue message appears, you have failed to clear the scenario. The cold, hard reality of defeat settles in. The screen fades to white, a stark contrast to the icy battle just concluded. A single, bold logo appears, a silent testament to the end of the scenario. Dust motes danced in the darkness, the only sign of recent impact. He plunges beneath the surface, a flurry of motion leaving only disturbed water and rising bubbles in its wake. Gasping, he sinks further, the cold water a stark contrast to the burning pain. This hurts, he manages, a desperate plea barely audible above the rushing current. He needs to hold on, but the strength is fading fast. Hold on, he can't lose consciousness. The icy water claws at him, a relentless assault against his fading strength. His vision blurs, the world around him dissolving into a swirling vortex of gray and blue. He's pulled under, the relentless current dragging him down. A desperate hand reaches out, a fleeting glimpse of another figure caught in the same watery chaos before he's swallowed by the churning depths. He coughs, sputtering water, a desperate gasp escaping his lips as puha bursts from him. The current continues its relentless assault, but he fights, his hand reaching for purchase amidst the churning water and submerged rocks. Gasping for air, he surfaces, his soaked suit clinging to his body. I somehow managed to reach the stomach without getting ripped to shreds, he thinks, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He breaks the surface, gasping for air, his soaked suit clinging to him. A faint blue glow emanates from his hand, a small beacon in the murky water. He pulls a phone from his pocket, a faint blue glow illuminating his waterlogged face as he frantically dials. Around him, the grim reality of his escape is undeniable. Bodies, still and lifeless, drift in the murky water. He clings to a piece of debris, his ragged breathing echoing the desperate urgency of his situation. Around him, the water is stained crimson, a grim testament to the carnage. He surfaces, gasping for air, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and desperation. Around him, the grim tableau of death remains, bodies, broken and lifeless, bob in the blood-stained water. He coughs, a rattling sound that cuts through the silence, his gaze fixed on something unseen beneath the murky water. A grim determination sets in, replacing the earlier terror. Wow, what an incredible sight, he mutters, a grim smile playing on his lips. Then, a low, frustrated groan escapes him, God damn it. The weight of the scene, the carnage he's witnessed, is etched onto his face. The title card appears. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. The title appears, a stark declaration hanging in the silence. A palpable sense of dread settles over everything. Chapter 13 begins. A weight of anticipation settles, heavy with unspoken dread. Episode 3 begins, its title stark and simple, Contract. A new chapter unfolds, heavy with unspoken agreements and the weight of impending consequences. Part 1 begins. The stage is set. He fights the current, a grim determination etched on his face as he pushes through the churning water. He finally breaks free from the torrent, gasping for air as he collapses onto the riverbank. Gasping for breath, he collapses onto the riverbank. You Jung-hyuk, that fucking psycho. This isn't how you treat a companion, he spits out, his words laced with anger and exhaustion. He then mutters to himself, I need to survive this to become his companion, is that what this is? A grim determination settles over him. A grim understanding dawns on him. It's not like I don't understand him, he thinks, the words a bitter admission. The narration continues, revealing a harsh truth. After his initial failure, Yu Jung-hyuk has never formed genuine companions. A chilling realization washes over him. As a regressor, Yu Jung-hyuk's immense power earned him the title of savior, but that very strength inadvertently isolated him, making him a loner. To him, humans are either underlings or enemies. The stark statement hangs in the air, a chilling revelation of his worldview. Therefore, this is a test, the words hang heavy in the air. He's being told to solve this challenge alone, to prove himself worthy of standing as an equal. A bitter laugh escapes him, that son of a bitch. He checks his message log. The stark, cold words appear, failure. The payment settlement will begin. 100 coins vanish, a channel usage fee. Then, a surprising influx, another 100 coins, a sponsorship. The prisoner of the golden headband and the demon-like judge of fire both approve of his decision. A wave of unexpected sponsorship washes over him, 100 coins appear in his account. However, a contrasting message follows, the constellation's secretive plotter disapproves of his recent actions. He sits, silent, considering the conflicting feedback. He sits, arms crossed, on a small stone platform jutting from dark water. A brooding stillness hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent flurry of digital transactions. The conflicting feedback weighs heavily on him. Suddenly, something breaks the surface of the dark water near him. A splash, a ripple, and then, silence again. The stillness intensifies, heavy with unspoken questions. The ichthyosaur is moving, he thinks, a grim expression etched on his face. According to Ways of Survival, these creatures begin secreting stomach acid around 3 hours after eating. The tension ratchets up, time is running out. That means he doesn't have much time left. A cold dread grips him, the ichthyosaur's movements are his only warning. It's a pity things have turned out like this. It was very interesting, his opponent chuckles, a chilling amusement in their tone. Sweat beads on the protagonist's brow, defeat is near, but a strange, almost detached curiosity flickers in his eyes. He collapses onto a rocky outcrop, the churning water threatening to pull him under. A blinding flash erupts below, a surge of raw power shaking the very ground beneath him. A strange, fluffy creature appears, its small horns barely visible amidst its white fur. Dakibi, the protagonist questions, but the creature simply replies, "Yes, that's correct." "HM? You don't look surprised at all." "That's because I've been waiting for you," the Dakibi explains, its words hanging in the air as the protagonist stares, speechless. A single, questioning escapes him. "Just you wait, you Junghyuk," the Dakibi declares, a mischievous glint implied in its unseen eyes. The statement hangs heavy with unspoken threat, a promise of future conflict. Yu Junghyuk, perched precariously on a crumbling section of waterfront, declares, "Not only will I safely survive your test," his voice firm despite the turbulent waters swirling around him. The statement is a bold counterpoint to the Dakibi's earlier challenge, a defiant assertion of his confidence. "I'll also become strong enough to rival you," Junghyuk vows, his voice carrying a quiet determination that belies the turbulent waters surrounding him. The declaration is a bold statement of intent, a promise whispered on the wind, yet carrying the weight of a future challenge. A serpentine creature, vast and powerful, emerges from the churning waters. The Dakibi's challenge is made clear, you won't have a choice. The weight of this statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Junghyuk's earlier defiance. Junghyuk considers the Dakibi's ultimatum, a pensive expression settling on his face. The creature's demand hangs in the air, to accept it as a companion. Junghyuk's hand rests on the hilt of his sword, a silent contemplation of the Dakibi's words. The turquoise glow of the water around him seems to mirror the uncertainty in his eyes. A single question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet contemplation that preceded it. "You've been waiting for me?" The words, sharp and unexpected, break the stillness. Junghyuk, his back to us, seems to consider this new development, the weight of the question evident in his posture. He turns, a slow, deliberate movement. The turquoise glow of the water intensifies, reflecting in his now visible eyes, a stark contrast to the darkness of his cloak. A quiet intensity fills the scene. "Yes. You have coins to take from me," a voice confirms, the words hanging heavy in the air. Junghyuk, his expression unreadable, responds with a questioning, "Coins, you say?" A small, almost ethereal creature floats nearby, adding to the mystery. "You need to take my coins for the price of failing the scenario," a voice declares. The weight of those words settles on Junghyuk, a slight furrow appearing on his brow as he processes this unexpected consequence. A bead of sweat trickles down Junghyuk's face, his expression now one of grim determination. The weight of the unexpected cost of failure, the coins, bears down on him. And why wouldn't the price be your life? The question hangs in the air, a chilling counterpoint to Junghyuk's grim determination. The stakes have just been raised considerably. A system notification appears, outlining the mission parameters: cross the broken bridge to Oxa Station within 20 minutes. The reward? 200 coins. But the penalty for failure remains ominously vague, 3 question marks. Junghyuk's gaze sharpens, a glimmer of calculation replaces his earlier grimness. Doesn't that mean there's room for negotiation? He muses, a hint of strategy in his voice. Ha ha, how interesting, a voice echoes, laced with chilling amusement. The words hang heavy in the air, a clear indication that the stakes are far higher than Jung-hyuk initially anticipated. I'm surprised you reached that conclusion with such a small clue, a voice observes, the amusement chilling. No wonder you've attracted the constellation's attention. Jung-hyuk, seated on a rain-slicked rock, remains unfazed. The voice continues, as you said, failure in this sub-scenario means survival, as long as you can pay the price in coins. I'll ask for 5,100 coins, the voice declares, then I'll allow you to keep your life. The chilling amusement remains, but a new, stark condition is laid out. The price of survival is steep. 5,100 coins? Jung-hyuk's silent reaction speaks volumes. The sheer audacity of the demand hangs heavy in the air. The price for survival, it seems, is far steeper than anticipated. Jung-hyuk's disbelief is palpable. A digital display flashes, showing his current coin balance, 5,100. Is this jerk joking? He sees, the question hanging heavy in the air. That's too much, Jung-hyuk mutters, his disbelief evident. He then challenges the exorbitant price, then what about death? The creature, unmoved, retorts, I'm not obligated to take your coins either. If you don't comply, I might kill you right here, right now, the creature threatens. Jung-hyuk's response is immediate, defiant, then kill me. What? The creature's single word, a surprised question, hangs in the air, its meaning unclear. Kill me, Jung-hyuk repeats, his defiance unwavering. The creature, clearly taken aback, is left speechless. Jung-hyuk, unfazed, strides forward, a grim determination etched on his face. He ignores the creature's stunned silence, his focus unwavering as he continues his advance. You can't do it, right? Jung-hyuk's opponent taunts, a smugness barely concealed behind its fluffy exterior. The creature's confidence is quickly shattered, however, as a narrator's voice cuts in, of course he can't. He's having a lot of fun with me right now. The implication hangs heavy in the air, Jung-hyuk is toying with his foe. A smirk plays on Jung-hyuk's lips, a stark contrast to the grime on his face. Aren't you, he begins, the unspoken challenge hanging heavy in the air. His eyes, though shadowed, gleam with amusement. Jung-hyuk's amusement deepens. Aren't a lot of constellations being entertained watching me, he observes, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. The implication is clear, his opponent isn't as clever as they think. He continues, if he were planning to kill me, he wouldn't have descended here to talk to me. A final, exasperated chuckle escapes him. Ha, this is infuriating. Oi, are you? The question hangs in the air, a challenge delivered with a wide, unsettling grin. Bloodshot eyes, gleaming with an unnerving intensity, fix on Jung-hyuk. The creature's sharp teeth are bared in a predatory smile. The creature's identity is revealed, a low-grade dakibi, Bae-hyung. How is life as a streamer? The question, delivered with a casual air, belies the unsettling presence of the small, cloaked dakibi. Its innocent appearance contrasts sharply with the ominous setting. What? How do you know my name? Bae-hyung's shock is palpable. The little dakibi's innocent facade cracks, revealing a startled, almost panicked expression. He continues, broadcasting hasn't been fun lately, right? Aren't the constellations stingy? Just what are you? How can a mere human know? Bae-hyung's disbelief is palpable, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and awe. A system message then flashes across his vision, a few constellations have doubts about your existence. A system message appears, chilling Bae-hyung to the core, the constellation's secretive plotter is intensely interested in his plan. A whisper, barely audible, snakes its way into Bae-hyung's mind, a chilling premonition of unseen forces at play. Let's talk after you close the channel, a voice commands, a sinister smirk playing on the lips of the speaker as he gestures with a raised finger. The small, horned creature beside him seems to shrink back in fear. A surge of blue energy explodes across the screen, a torrent of digital power washing over everything. Now, the aftermath. A shattered utility pole lies half submerged in murky water, its wires dangling. A dark, partially submerged vehicle rests nearby, the scene eerily silent. "Tell me," a voice demands, sharp and urgent. Above, a small, white creature floats, holding a glowing blue tablet. The intensity of the request hangs heavy in the air. "How is an ordinary human like you aware of the Starstream broadcasting?" The small, white creature demands, its red eyes blazing. The question hangs in the air, sharp and accusatory. This system, also known as Starstream broadcasting, was designed to relay its contents to the entire universe. The subscribers are the key to everything. The cosmos stretches before us, a breathtaking expanse of stars. A voice, calm yet profound, explains, the constellations at the top of distant galaxies, the actors are all the humans, including me. And the streamers who connect the two are the Dakibis. The revelation hangs heavy, a cosmic tapestry woven with humanity's unwitting role in a grand, unseen drama. "That isn't important right now," the man in the suit states, dismissing the cosmic revelation. A furry creature beside him simply asks, "What?" The urgency in its question contrasts sharply with the man's dismissive tone, hinting at a more immediate threat. "Bai Hyung, don't you want to become the king of the Dakibis?" The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's stunned silence. A small, furry creature floats nearby, its expression mirroring his own bewilderment as he stares back, a single word escaping him, "Just what are you?" "I'm asking if you want to surpass Gak and Gildel and become the best streamer amongst all the Dakibis," the voice proposes, the words hanging heavy in the air. The question, unexpected and audacious, leaves Bai Hyung speechless, his stunned silence a testament to the sheer audacity of the proposition. Dakibi Bai Hyung, the name echoes, a stark contrast to the silence that follows. The question hangs heavy, unanswered, as a hand, glistening with sweat, reaches out, a gesture both expectant and slightly apprehensive. "Sign a contract with me," the offer is made, a confident smirk playing on the speaker's lips. The words, sharp and direct, cut through Bai Hyung's stunned silence, a stark contrast to the weight of the previous question. "I'll make you the..." The words hang in the air, unfinished, yet the confident smirk and outstretched hand speak volumes. A proposition, bold and audacious, is offered, leaving Bai Hyung's fate hanging precariously in the balance. King of the Dakibis. The title, delivered with unwavering confidence, completes the audacious offer. Bai Hyung's fate hangs in the balance, the weight of this unexpected proposition settling heavily upon him. A tattered cloak, once regal, now lies discarded. The remnants whisper of a power relinquished, a past glory fading into dust. "Dakibi Bai Hyung, sign a contract with me." The words hang in the darkness, a proposition whispered into the void. "I'll make you the king of the Dakibis," a voice promises, the offer extending a hand towards a small, glowing creature floating amidst the wreckage. The title card appears, stark against the black background, the omniscient reader's viewpoint. Chapter 14, Episode 3, Part 2, Contract. A mischievous grin spreads across the creature's face, a single word escaping its lips. "Ha," it chuckles, the sound echoing the unsettling nature of the deal just made. "Ha ha 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 ha." The creature explodes in laughter, its mirth echoing across the desolate shore. "Crazy. You're completely crazy," it bellows, the words a testament to the unsettling pact just forged. The creature's laughter dies down, replaced by a chilling realization. "I should have known when you rejected the sponsorship of all the constellations," it hisses, the words a stark contrast to its previous mirth. The implications hang heavy in the air. Indeed. During the sponsor selection back in the subway, a crucial detail dawns on the creature. Its earlier amusement fades, replaced by a chilling understanding of the protagonist's actions. "I didn't choose any of the constellations," the protagonist states, the words hanging heavy with unspoken implications. The screen displaying the sponsor selection options underscores the gravity of his decision. "But I cannot accept that offer," the protagonist declares, his refusal firm. "Unlike constellations," he explains, "Dakibis cannot become sponsors." "You seem to have misunderstood," a voice calmly corrects him. The small, floating Dakibi, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the protagonist's rejection, underscores the vast difference in understanding between them. "I never asked you to sponsor me," the protagonist clarifies, his voice firm. "What I need is your channel," he adds, emphasizing the crucial distinction. The small dakibi's earlier statement is clearly challenged. Looks like you don't understand, the dakibi explains, I'll explain it simpler. The small creature's patient tone belies the protagonist's continued misunderstanding. The request for clarification hangs in the air. Wait, are you asking for a stream contract right now? The dakibi's incredulous question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the protagonist's unwavering response, yes. The deal, it seems, is sealed. The details of the stream contract are revealed, a long-standing agreement between dakibis and constellations. The constellation's incarnation streams on a specific channel, with the dakibi receiving a commission based on the incarnation's earnings. The dakibi, however, finds the whole situation uproariously funny. Ha, now this is hilarious, it cackles, the statement highlighting the stark contrast between the seemingly benign sponsorship and the reality of the contract. The incarnation is essentially a slave to the constellation. I don't know where you learned of this, but a mere human dares to ask for a stream contract? The dakibi's words drip with incredulity, its wide, red eyes gleaming with amusement. The sheer audacity of the request is clearly baffling to it. The dakibi's amusement turns to outright disdain. You, a measly bug with no sponsor, it scoffs, the words dripping with contempt. The implication hangs heavy in the air, the human's audacity is simply beyond comprehension. It's worth signing a contract with me exactly because I have no sponsor, the human states, his voice firm despite the dakibi's earlier scorn. A stunned what escapes the creature as the human continues, undeterred, why do you believe that constellations join a channel in the first place? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the dakibi's assumptions. The human's unexpected question hangs in the air, a challenge to the dakibi's preconceived notions. He explains that there are two types of beings who join channels, fun seekers, who seek entertainment, and incarnation seekers, who seek sponsors. The implication is clear, he's not here for amusement, he's here for a contract. The human continues, explaining the criteria for channel popularity. You need to satisfy at least one of two groups, he states, either make it exciting, or follow an interesting incarnation who needs a sponsor. His words hang heavy with implication, a clear challenge to the dakibi's assumptions. You really don't get it, do you? No wonder your subscriber count hasn't hit triple digits, the dakibi snaps, his frustration evident. Shut up. Spit it out already. Impatience flares in his eyes as he demands an answer. What if your channel could satisfy both the fun seekers and the incarnation seekers? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the dakibi's dismissive attitude. He crosses his arms, muttering, there's no way that's posse. Doubt clouds his features, a crack in his previously unwavering confidence. A moment of stunned silence follows. The dakibi, his skepticism momentarily shattered, stares at the ground, lost in thought. The weight of the suggestion settles heavily upon him. But what if the incarnation doesn't choose any sponsor? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the dakibi's previous dismissal. A flicker of genuine uncertainty crosses his usually smug features. A chilling thought then takes hold, and what if that incarnation's abilities transcend the abilities of sponsored incarnations? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the dakibi's previous confidence. A new uncertainty settles upon him. A young man in a suit sits calmly by the water's edge, a smirk playing on his lips. He seems utterly unconcerned, even amused, by the unsettling thoughts that had just plagued the dakibi. From this new perspective, we see only the dakibi's back, his golden horns gleaming faintly. He's turned away from the young man in the suit, his posture heavy with a newly formed unease. The calm of the water, previously a backdrop, now reflects the internal turmoil he's experiencing. A sudden realization dawns on the dakibi. He turns, his unease escalating into a sharp question, wait a minute. Is this why you didn't choose? The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air. Yes, that's right, the young man confirms, his voice calm yet firm. The dakibi's unease deepens, the unspoken weight of the revelation settling between them like a heavy fog. I bet that the constellations are in an uproar by now, asking you to open the channel, the young man states, his gaze fixed on something beyond the dakibi's retreating form. A silent, almost imperceptible gasp escapes the dakibi as he disappears. They're dying of curiosity, he observes, a hint of grim amusement in his tone. The question hangs in the air: who is this person challenging the regressor? Is he truly a prophet, or something else entirely? A sharp command cuts through the unspoken questions. Stop. You're just. Don't make me laugh. An ordinary human cannot win against sponsored incarnations. That's the rule of this world. The Dakibi bellows, his fury a tangible force, blue energy crackling around him. His words echo the inherent imbalance of power in this reality. And I'm saying that I'll show you it's possible, the man declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Ignoring the Dakibi's furious outburst, he adds, just shut up and do as I say. Didn't I tell you I'd make you the king of the Dakibis? His words carry an undeniable authority, a stark contrast to the Dakibi's blustering rage. The Dakibi hesitates, his fiery defiance momentarily flickering. Doubt clouds his usually arrogant expression as he considers the man's bold claim. A bead of sweat trickles down his furry cheek. A smirk plays on the man's lips, a subtle confidence in his eyes despite the sweat beading on his brow and the scrapes marring his face. He's clearly pushed himself to the limit, but his resolve remains unshaken. Let's settle the scenario failure first, the man demands, a steely glint in his eye. Pay me the 5,100 coins, and I'll. He trails off, leaving the Dakibi visibly confused. What are you talking about? I didn't fail, the creature retorts, a bewildered escaping his lips. I must have fulfilled the conditions by now, the man mutters, a quiet certainty in his voice as he stands amidst the wreckage, the water lapping at his ankles. A sense of grim determination settles over him. He stands on the edge, the dark water lapping at his feet. A grim satisfaction plays on his lips, the conditions, it seems, have been met. Just open the channel, a small, horned creature commands, its red eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. A palpable tension hangs in the air. It's about to begin, he declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he gestures towards the churning water. The anticipation is palpable. He stands poised, a figure of quiet intensity, his gaze fixed on the turbulent waters. The air crackles with anticipation. Then, a surge of energy erupts from the water, a powerful wave crashing against the shore. A hidden scenario has begun. Panic etched across its face, the creature recoils, wide-eyed and aghast at the sudden, unexpected development. A hidden scenario activates. His eyes widen, a stark expression of alarm painting his face as the creature recoils from the unexpected event. The parameters of the hidden scenario flash before the creature's eyes. Commander Slayer. A plus difficulty. Kill the Sea Commander Ichthyosaur and escape its stomach within 10 days. The reward? 9,000 coins. Failure means death. The stark message blazes across a bright blue interface, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The creature's 10-day deadline looms. The creature struggles in the churning water, a desperate fight for survival. Above, a message appears, Dear Constellations. The 10-day deadline feels ever closer. The creature disappears beneath the churning water's surface, the current pulling it under. Time is running out, the 10-day deadline feels impossibly close. A small, horned creature clutches a glowing blue screen, its face a picture of panicked apology. The broadcast was shut down due to a server error. I swear I didn't close it on purpose, it pleads, a plea seemingly directed at unseen viewers. A message above adds to the urgency, please calm down. The 10-day deadline looms ever closer. What? Preferential treatment? Dear Constellations, I'm a Dakibi. Don't you know that I'll get extinguished if that happens? The small creature's panicked plea hangs in the air, its desperation palpable. A man in a suit, observing from the edge of a dark, churning sea, looks thoughtful, his hand resting on his chin. The 10-day deadline weighs heavily on them both. Hey, are these the only items I can buy right now? Isn't there a search function? The Dakibi's frustration is evident as he examines the limited options on his screen, the looming deadline adding to his anxiety. The man in the suit, still observing from afar, seems to consider this new development. Such a big fuss, the man in the suit mutters, a smirk playing on his lips as he gestures towards a screen displaying a newly opened shop. He explains, I threatened Baihyung and made him open the Starstream's cash shop. The implication hangs heavy. The streamer's vow, as he'd already pointed out, was no simple matter, and this was his solution. The solution, it seems, is simpler than expected. A stark black box appears, announcing the Dakibi bag. A sleek, digital interface fills the screen, showcasing the Dakibi bag, a starter pack offering stat boosts and a new skill, Weapon Demon. The small print clarifies its use, only for incarnations with physical stats below 10. A 300% growth bonus is advertised upon usage, a tempting offer for those who qualify. "Hey, help me out first," the protagonist pleads, his voice echoing the urgency of the situation. A difficult scenario, it seems, has begun, all because he only has access to the Dakibi bag when the channel is open. The little Dakibi cries, a visual testament to the pressure mounting. There's a search button in the lower right corner, a voice informs him, cutting through the tension. A simple instruction, yet it offers immediate relief to the protagonist, who promptly replies, "Thanks." A digital interface appears, a stark contrast to the previous scene's frantic energy. Starter packs and attribute boxes gleam, promising upgrades. A weapon demon's skill beckons, but the fine print reveals a restriction, only for incarnations with physical stats below 10. The protagonist has 5,100 coins. The choices are clear, but the cost is significant. Both humans and Dakibi can use this, he reads, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Anyways, I just need 2 searches to find the items I need, so..." He begins his search, a quiet confidence replacing the earlier anxiety. He types "search ancient dragon" into the interface, his resolve firm. A small, furry creature watches with wide, startled eyes. "What the hell? How do you even know about ancient dragons?" The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to his calm demeanor. He shrugs, a nonchalant "I just tried saying a cool name," before the screen displays the item's details: Ancient Dragon's Heart, rating SS, price 1-500-000C, and the chilling words, "just sold out." The screen shows the item is sold out. A wave of regret washes over him, he should have gotten a sponsor. According to the game, the lucky recipient of the Ancient Dragon's Heart is in Italy. The small creature beside him seems to agree that this sounds like a lie. "Just how do you even know all those names?" The small creature beside him explodes with disbelief, its tiny voice echoing the protagonist's own astonishment. He's searching for the great demon's eyeball and the purest sword force, items whose very names seem to defy explanation. "So, the things you bought are..." The ominous words hang in the air, the scene shifting to a dark, ominous landscape. A vessel, almost swallowed by the strange, fleshy terrain, sits silently on the water. The implication is clear: his purchases are far stranger than he initially realized. 4 mucus packs, and 4 thorns? Why do you even need those useless items? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the protagonist's earlier excitement. His companion's skepticism is palpable, casting doubt on his recent acquisitions. "You don't need to know," he retorted, a hint of defiance in his voice. He clutched the bundle of thorns and pouches more tightly, his expression hardening. The unspoken implication hung heavy: some secrets are best kept hidden. A detailed inventory appears: Hammer Seahorse's mucus, 124 in stock, priced at 100C. The item's description, though brief, adds a layer of mystery to his secretive acquisitions. 800 coins were spent. The transaction complete, he continued his preparations, the weight of his secret acquisitions settling heavily in his hands. "You won't get a refund even if you regret buying those," a voice warns. He nods, a quiet "I know" escaping his lips. The weight of his purchase, and the knowledge of a watchful constellation, settles heavily upon him. A system message flashes: the constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is watching, its anger palpable. He quickly closes a window on his interface, a smirk playing on his lips. "Don't watch if it angers you," he mutters, a clear warning to himself. The Abyssal Black Flame Dragon's furious gaze fills the panel, its red eye blazing. A palpable sense of anger radiates from the creature. The channel closes. He glances down, a slight frown etching itself onto his face as he grips the dark, jagged shards in his hand. A quiet tension hangs in the air. "I hope you didn't forget that I haven't agreed to your offer yet," he states, a firm set to his jaw. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect a quiet defiance. I know. We agreed to negotiate that the unspoken terms hang heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the precarious balance between them. His resolve remains firm, unwavering. Only after I clear this scenario successfully, he declares, his gaze fixed on the turbulent waters before him. The weight of his words underscores the risk he's about to take. Well, I have to get going now. He turns, his resolve hardening as he prepares to face whatever lies ahead. The urgency in his voice leaves no room for doubt. This is a mission he must undertake, regardless of the risks. Get going then, he's told, the words of firm push towards his inevitable departure. He grips his staff, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead, his resolve unwavering. You really are a shameless bastard, he spits, the words laced with venom. His hand clenches, the intensity of his anger palpable. Oh well, hang in there, a voice calls out, a surprisingly encouraging message amidst the tension. A hand gestures, a silent wish for strength. A channel opens, a gateway to a new narrative. The words, "May the story bless you," offer a cryptic benediction as the portal activates. A blinding light erupts from the portal, engulfing him. The cryptic blessing hangs in the air, a promise or a threat, as he's consumed by the radiant energy. The light fades, leaving him disoriented. His clothes are torn, a stark testament to the power of the portal's energy. He shields his eyes, disoriented but resolute. The lingering effects of the portal's energy leave him shaken, his clothes torn, but his gaze holds a steely determination. He stands amidst the swirling darkness, his gaze fixed, a grim determination etched on his face. Time is of the essence, the text on his phone illuminates the urgency, 2141. There isn't much time left before the stomach acid is secreted. His phone screen illuminates the time, 2141. A grim urgency grips him, there's little time left. Below, a figure lies still in the dark water, their mouth agape. He leans over the murky water, reaching down. The urgency in his movements is palpable, every second counts. He grasps the limp figure, pulling it from the water. A desperate hope flickers in his eyes as he begins to check for a pulse. He carefully opens a small pouch, revealing a dark, almost inky substance within. A faint shimmer catches the light. He raises a long, dark blade, its surface gleaming faintly. A renewed determination sets his jaw. He stands poised on a small, battered vessel, his dark blade held ready. The monstrous, pulsating mass behind him looms, a horrifying backdrop to his grim determination. Below him, the monstrous form rides, its surface pulsing with a sickening rhythm. A dark, viscous fluid oozes from newly opened wounds. A viscous, dark fluid continues to seep from the creature's wounds, staining the surface below. The monstrous form writhes in agony, its pulsating rhythm slowing. The creature's pulsating slows further, its dark ichor flowing freely, staining the ground beneath it. A final shudder racks its monstrous form before it falls still. Silence. Then, a single word cuts through the aftermath, it's starting. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air, the creature's stillness a deceptive calm before the next storm. I'll definitely leave this place alive, a voice resolves, the speaker's hand clenching his staff, a grim determination etched into their posture. The air itself seems to crackle with unspoken urgency. Hap! The sound explodes, mirroring the fierce determination in the speaker's eyes as he braces himself. He unleashes a burst of energy, a powerful wave emanating from the staff he grips tightly. Determination fuels his every movement. A colossal beast, a dragon of immense size, rises from the water. Above, fighter jets streak across the fiery, smoke-filled sky, their attacks seemingly ineffective against the monstrous creature. The city burns in the distance, a testament to the dragon's destructive power. A roar echoes, shaking the very ground. The dragon, wounded but defiant, unleashes a furious blast of fire. Its fiery breath still lingers in the air, a searing testament to the dragon's power. Wounded, yes, but far from defeated, it glares, its eyes burning with a furious intensity. The dragon, its fiery breath spent, unleashes a final, desperate roar. Its jaws snap shut, the sheer force of the beast's agony palpable in the raw power of its sound. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence follows the dragon's final roar, the only sound the faint whisper of wind through scorched earth. Its struggle ends. A vortex of dark water opens, swallowing the dragon's remains. The churning depths promise a swift, silent end. He's pulled under, a desperate scream ripped from his throat as the dark water closes over him. The vortex consumes him completely, leaving only ripples on the surface. He's pulled under, a desperate struggle against the current. The dark water closes over him, swallowing him whole. Darkness closes in. He's pulled further down, a desperate struggle against the overwhelming current. He fights, eyes wide with a desperate determination, gasping for air as the relentless current pulls him deeper. He's pulled under, the darkness swallowing him whole. A final, desperate gasp escapes his lips before the inky blackness consumes him completely. He sinks beneath the surface, his struggle fading into the murky depths. A final, desperate claw scrapes against the unseen floor before he disappears completely into the abyss. Silence. Then, a faint tremor. A hand, clawing desperately, breaks the surface of the viscous, crimson fluid before disappearing once more into the abyss. A sudden burst of energy erupts from the crimson depths. It's a desperate, violent surge, pushing against the viscous fluid. The crimson fluid cracks, a violent surge of energy shattering the viscous surface. It bursts forth, a desperate fight for escape. Freedom bursts forth. The crimson fluid finally yields, and a wave of relief washes over the escaping figure. The title card appears, stark against the black background. A sense of finality hangs in the air. Chapter 15, Episode 3, Contract. The title card appears, a stark white against the inky black, setting the stage for what promises to be a pivotal chapter. Part 3 of the contract begins. A close-up reveals a young man, his face streaked with grime and sweat, eyes wide with pain. A single, pained gasp escapes him. Ah! How long has it been? The question hangs heavy in the oppressive darkness. A low groan, HNNNG, is the only response, a testament to the young man's suffering. Was this a nightmare? Was this really something I could do? The question hangs in the oppressive darkness, a desperate plea echoing the young man's inner turmoil. A pained ugh and a low groan, HNNNG, are his only answers, a stark testament to his exhaustion and doubt. I'm just an ordinary reader. I'm not the main character. The words hang in the oppressive darkness, a stark admission of his own insignificance in this nightmare. A soft HNNG escapes him, a barely audible sound in the oppressive darkness. Then, a voice, gentle yet firm, asks, "Will you be all right?" He manages a reassuring response, "It'll be fine." That person is none other than my mother, after all. Not a dream. The crushing weight of reality settles upon him, a stark contrast to the fragile hope he'd clung to. He wishes, desperately, that this nightmarish ordeal were only a dream. Originally, this world held no threat to him. Death was a distant concept, a danger that didn't exist in the ichthyosaur phase. Now, a grotesque landscape unfolds before him, a nightmarish terrain of pulsating, fleshy caverns, their surfaces slick with an unnerving, viscous fluid. The very air hangs heavy with a sense of suffocating dread. A low groan escapes him. The oppressive weight of this alien landscape, this grotesque, pulsating cavern, intensifies. Strange, golden energy crackles across the slick, fleshy walls. A low groan escapes him, then a strained HNNNG, as he struggles against the oppressive weight of this nightmarish place. Golden energy crackles around him, intensifying the suffocating dread. He strains, a barely audible HNNNG escaping his lips as he fights against the pulsating, fleshy walls that seem to constrict him. Golden energy crackles around him, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness. Really, he grits out, his face strained, golden energy still sparking around him as he fights against the suffocating pressure. That's great, he mutters, the words dripping with sarcasm. His struggle continues, the golden energy around him flickering, a testament to his dwindling strength. The golden energy finally fades, leaving him drained but alive. A sigh of relief escapes his lips. He finds himself suspended within a cavernous space, clinging precariously to a strange, organic structure. Its surface resembles a vast network of pulsating veins, a dark, almost viscous substance dripping from its crevices. A wave of relief washes over him as the system messages appear. A few constellations, it seems, are impressed by his survival. As a reward, he receives 100 coins. Time passes. He lies on the ground, bruised and battered, the weight of exhaustion etched onto his face. A grim determination, however, still flickers in his eyes. 4 days. The simple declaration hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the battered figure shown before. His body speaks of relentless struggle, yet his eyes, though weary, burn with unwavering resolve. I never even thought of that. He mutters, his voice barely a whisper. The weight of his exhaustion is palpable, yet a spark of newfound understanding shines in his eyes. Using the stone hog thorns in that way, a strategy he'd never considered. He tumbles head over heels, a sudden impact jarring him to a halt. Above, a small, ghostly figure watches, a silent exclamation point hovering nearby. The hidden scenario concludes. A triumphant message blazes across the screen, 9,000 coins earned, and a historic first, he's the first to hunt a grade 7 species. He lies there, battered but with a smirk playing on his lips. A triumphant grin, reflecting the victory message that just flashed, 9,000 coins, and a historic first, the hunt of a grade 7 species. I've survived. The words hang in the air, a quiet testament to his hard-fought victory. A weary but undeniable relief washes over him. Stone hogs, it turns out, primarily live on the coast and feed on small sea creatures. This newly acquired knowledge might prove useful in future hunts. The hunt spoils are tallied, 17 stone hogs pointed thorns, each worth 100 C. A small informational box appears, explaining that these creatures impale their prey to kill it. But I didn't think they could be used to plug up the openings for digestive juices. A realization dawns as a stone hog's thorn is carefully inserted into a cavity, a practical application of the hunt's spoils unexpectedly revealed. A series of system messages appear. Very few constellations already knew this clever use of the stone hog thorns, and they're amused. A few more belatedly understand the protagonist's ingenuity. The rest complain that they should have been informed beforehand. But I never knew it had such potent immunity to the ichthyosaur's digestive fluids. He marvels at the unexpected discovery, the hammerhead seahorse's mucus proving a surprisingly effective sealant against the creature's corrosive juices. He examines his inventory, a wave of relief washing over him as he sees 124 units of hammerhead seahorse mucus, a surprisingly effective sealant against the ichthyosaur's corrosive digestive fluids. Each unit is worth 100 credits. Before striking with the stone hog thorns in earnest, he prepares, carefully pouring the hammerhead seahorse mucus onto the wound. He then applies the remaining mucus to his skin and clothes, a final precaution against the ichthyosaur's corrosive digestive juices. The mucus, he explains, helped absorb the ichthyosaur's life force seeping from the thorn. A crucial step before the final confrontation. A system message confirms the success of his actions. His stamina has increased, rising from level 11 to 12, thanks to the absorbed ichthyosaur life force. He's ready for what comes next. He explains that the rest was a battle of mental strength. The hammerhead seahorse, often eaten by ichthyosaurs, evolved to survive close contact with their digestive fluids. It's not like I wasn't scared though. He admits, a hint of lingering unease in his voice. Hey, that's my explanation. He says, a slight wince still visible. Because you didn't know it, I did it for you instead. A system message then pops up, the exclusive skill fourth wall has relieved some of the pain. A final, muttered comment follows, you damn brat. Anyway, it was definitely a great survival, he declares, a touch of bravado in his voice. Right, constellations? Enough, now open the dakibi bag. He gestures towards a small, curious creature, seemingly waiting for instructions. He directs his attention to the dakibi, a small creature patiently awaiting instructions. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares to open the mysterious bag. With a decisive movement, he plunges the staff into the ground, shattering the stone beneath with a resounding crack. From the shattered stone, a soft light emanates, illuminating the dakibi's wide, surprised eyes. Tiny particles of light dance in the air around them. A soft, ethereal glow emanates from the fractured stone, bathing him in a cool light. The Dakibi, eyes wide with astonishment, watches as the light intensifies. The light intensifies, revealing a glowing orb at the heart of the fractured stone. A system message appears: Ichthyosaur's core found. The Dakibi stares, speechless, at this unexpected discovery. A wave of disbelief washes over the Dakibi. The glowing orb, pulsing with inner light, is undeniably the Ichthyosaur's core. This discovery, unexpected and profound, leaves him speechless. "Here, I'm going to sell this," the man announces, holding the glowing orb aloft. "Put it up on the Dakibi auction for barter." The Dakibi gapes, incredulous. "You really? How do you know that feature even existed?" he marvels, his disbelief palpable. The man explains, "The item offered in exchange must be broken faith." A shadow of doubt crosses the Dakibi's face. He murmurs, "But is there even a guy with it?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the man's confident declaration about his next purchase. Wait. Before that, a message appears: "Congratulations. Let's watch an ad before we proceed to the next scenario." A fluffy, horned creature beams, its wide grin almost unsettling. The Dakibi, still clutching his staff, stares, a silent question hanging in the air. A chasm yawns before them, dark and seemingly bottomless. The Dakibi hesitates, his gaze fixed on the inky depths. A stark blue screen appears, outlining a contract. Kim Dokja is bound to the Dakibi Baihyun for the duration of all scenarios, until death. Furthermore, he's forbidden from choosing a sponsor until the very end, or until his demise. Kim Dokja considers the contract's terms. He ponders the implications of this binding agreement with the Dakibi, a partnership that will last until death, its financial details to be settled later. Kim Dokja, studying the contract, muses, "Humans prefer that." The Dakibi, hovering nearby, questions, "I'm the gap?" Kim Dokja shrugs it off, adding, "It doesn't mean anything anyway." "Let's try it," Kim Dokja decides, a quiet determination settling over him as he makes his choice. Kim Dokja's gaze is intense as he considers the contract. He questions, he actually brought a contract without a catch? A subtle but significant shift in his expression hints at a growing suspicion. "Except for one thing," he adds, a quiet undercurrent of challenge in his voice. "The main point is missing," Kim Dokja observes, his suspicion hardening. A seemingly innocuous contract, offered with a disarmingly cheerful demeanor, is revealed to be a sole pledge. The implications hang heavy in the air. "The ratio," a voice declares, cutting through Kim Dokja's growing unease. "Don't act like you didn't know." The implication hangs heavy, he's been caught. A nervous chuckle escapes Kim Dokja. He manages, a stark contrast to the accusation leveled against him. Right, he adds, the forced laughter betraying his unease. The ink stains on his shirt speak volumes, he's been caught in a lie, and the consequences are far from clear. 5:5, how's that? A proposition is made, a deal offered to Kim Dokja. In exchange for his cooperation, the channel fee will be waived. The implication hangs heavy, the stakes are high, the consequences of refusal unknown. The details of the proposed deal are laid out, a 50-50th split of future donations. Kim Dokja's inner turmoil is palpable as a single, stark question rises to the surface: have I been taken for a fool? But this is the industry's default settlement rate. Kim Dokja's protest is a quiet murmur, a barely audible whisper against the backdrop of the proposed deal. Doubt clouds his features, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. The constellations, it seems, have a standard practice, and this 50-50th split is apparently nothing out of the ordinary. A holographic display flickers to life, showcasing Kim Dokja's furious face. His arms are outstretched, a silent scream frozen in his expression. #BI7623 flashes across the screen, a stark identifier against the backdrop of the cosmos. Below, the constellations watch, their reactions obscured by shadow. Golden light, like stardust, drifts from a massive, armored hand. It's a gentle dispersal, a stark contrast to the previous fury. A sense of quiet resolution settles over the scene. The earnings were divided amongst them, a percentage-based split. This, it turned out, was standard procedure. I am an incarnation without a sponsor, he states, his voice firm despite the gravity of the situation. The small, fluffy creature beside him seems to shrink slightly at the words, a silent testament to the weight of the unspoken consequences. And while sponsoring a constellation with no backer, he continues, constellations have to pay a huge fee to the Dakibi. Because of me, haven't you been? His voice trails off, leaving the unspoken consequences hanging heavy in the air. The weight of his words is palpable, a silent confession that resonates with the unspoken burdens he carries. Haven't you been having a good time? The creature asks, a mischievous glint in its eyes. Its grin widens, a playful malice underlying its seemingly innocent question. 10 o'clock. The time hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the playful malice that still lingers from the creature's last words. A silent tension fills the space between them, the unspoken questions echoing the ticking clock. He stands firm, a tattered, worn shirt clinging to his frame, a glowing blue shield held before him. The creature watches, a silent tension hanging in the air, the weight of unspoken questions palpable between them. You will only get the commission. I won't pay you a single penny, the creature snarls, its words dripping with malice. What? That is ridiculous. The man replies, disbelief etched on his face. How about 7:3, he stammered, a question hanging in the air. The uncertainty in his voice is palpable. Will he have to switch channels? 8:2. I can't give any more, he declares, the finality of his words heavy with resignation. A thought then crosses his mind, Gildal is doing well these days. He should ask him. A small, furry creature with horns pops into view, its mouth agape in a silent scream. Above it, a single number floats, 10 o'clock. The score is undeniable. This. A creature, small yet terrifying, its features contorted in silent agony, fills the panel. The ad, it seems, is about to end, and the constellations aren't happy about it. The constellations, it seems, are less than thrilled. A system message blares their complaints about the extended advertisement, even regretting the commission fee paid for it. Their displeasure is palpable. Damn it, fine. The weary figure, stained with grime and blood, finally relents. Then will you sign the contract? But before sealing the deal, a final thought crosses his mind, one more thing. What? What else? The weary man's question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning dread. A sly smile spreads across the other man's face as he delivers the final blow, you have to make a separate down payment. Give me 5,000 coins, the other man demands, his voice dripping with unexpected avarice. The weary man stares, his face a mask of disbelief. A massive, wounded dragon lies submerged in the murky water, its scales glistening faintly in the dim light. Its labored breaths barely disturb the surface. A guttural cry, pwa, bursts from him as he struggles against the water's relentless pull. The scene shifts. A city street, shrouded in mist, stretches before us. The air hangs heavy, thick with an unspoken tension. He emerges, gasping for breath, onto a city street. Fresh air after 4 days, he mutters, a look of exhaustion etched onto his face. The city, shrouded in mist, feels both strangely familiar and utterly alien. He catches his breath, leaning against a grimy building. Actually, my original goal was 2 days, he reflects, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. The novel's protagonist took 4 days to hunt the ichthyosaur. This, he muses, isn't exactly a slow pace. He continues, a wry smile playing on his lips, plus, I signed a stream contract with the Dakibi. A small, oddly shaped creature appears beside him, looking utterly deflated. Hand it over, 5,000 coins, it demands. It's funny, he muses, a smile touching his lips, the me who couldn't earn a single contract. He trails off, then adds with a contented sigh, and I earned a lot of coins, so I'm quite happy. He reflects, a quiet contentment settling over him, I became extraordinary just because I was the only reader of a novel. A slight smile plays on his lips as he adds, now, I have to pick up some clothes and put them on. He picks up a discarded club, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, activates. This fourth wall again. A system error message flashes, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Frustration etched his features as he muttered, "Yes, my private attributes won't open, so fix it." The glowing blue interface panels remain stubbornly unresponsive. No way. There can't be any errors in the system, he scoffed, disbelief coloring his voice. A notification then appeared, 5,000 coins deposited as a down payment. A system alert blared, Dakibi Baihyun was attempting system interference. Panic flickered in his eyes as he struggled against the intrusion. The system's intrusion alert continues, but now, a question mark hangs heavy in the air, a stark visual representation of his mounting uncertainty. What will happen next? He smirks, a chilling confidence replacing the earlier panic. No one is able to see my attributes window, so it's good that I can stay concealed, he whispers, the words a stark contrast to the system's earlier warnings. The threat of the Dakibi interference remains, yet he seems strangely assured. A faint blue energy crackles around his foot, a subtle glow barely visible amidst the surrounding darkness. He remains concealed, his smirk unwavering. A system message flashes, "You have entered the area of the second main scenario." He stands amidst a surge of blue energy, his expression unreadable, yet his confidence remains unshaken. He steps forward, a surge of blue energy crackling around him. His clothes are torn, his body bearing the marks of a hard-fought battle, yet his gait remains steady, his confidence unwavering. A stark system message appears, the area of the scenario has become highly contaminated. The warning hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his unwavering resolve. It's here. He grits out, a grim determination etched on his face despite the ragged breaths escaping his lips. The urgent system message blares, "Take a deep breath and head for the underground with haste." He pushes onward, driven by a desperate urgency. A chilling system message cuts through his desperate push, "You have been exposed to poisonous fog." He coughs, the harsh reality of the situation settling in as a purple haze swirls around him. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon smiles insidiously. A chilling premonition hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the hero's desperate struggle against the poison. This is where it really starts. A chilling declaration hangs in the purple-tinged air, the city lights blurring through the ominous haze. The true battle begins. The city sprawls before them, a battlefield etched in shattered concrete and swirling purple haze. Debris litters the streets, a testament to the conflict's ferocity. The air itself crackles with anticipation. A message appears, a plea for support. The translators are struggling to acquire the raw materials, hoping for donations to continue their work. More updates are promised soon. The scene unfolds on a deserted city street at twilight. A purple haze hangs in the air, obscuring the details of the buildings lining the road. Debris litters the street, hinting at a recent disturbance. The atmosphere is heavy with an unsettling quiet. A monstrous roar erupts, shaking the very ground. The creature lunges, a blur of stone and shadow. It descends, a colossal mantis-like creature, its shadow swallowing the twilight street. Buildings shrink beneath its massive legs, the very air vibrating with its approach. A screech tears through the air as the colossal mantis-like creature lashes out, its attack a whirlwind of motion. The monstrous creature's attack leaves a trail of devastation. A nearby convenience store stands shattered, its windows blown out, the interior obscured by a swirling cloud of dust and debris. Amidst the lingering dust and debris, a figure frantically gathers scattered belongings. Books in a plastic bag are salvaged from the wreckage, the sound of hurried movements punctuated by the soft thump of objects being carefully collected. He continues his frantic search amidst the wreckage, carefully gathering what remains. A can of food is added to the growing pile, the sound of it being placed in the bag a quiet counterpoint to the lingering chaos. He shoulders 2 heavy bags, his pace quickening. "These should be enough," he mutters, a grim determination etched on his face as he heads for the basement. A system message flashes, "The surrounding area is heavily polluted, hold your breath and descend immediately." He decides to head to the basement, the item's effect is wearing off. The weight of his supplies, however, is a stark reminder of the time he spent gathering them. He pulls out an item, Elaine Monkey's lungs. A brief description appears, Bite it to purify poisonous substances, time limit 20 minutes. The weight of his supplies forgotten, he prepares to descend further into the polluted basement. A barely audible whisper escapes him, "Help!" He presses onward, deeper into the basement's suffocating darkness. A barely audible plea escapes him, lost in the oppressive silence, "Help, help me!" His descent continues, the suffocating darkness of the basement pressing in. He continues his descent, the checkered floor stretching before him, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness closing in. The air hangs heavy with the scent of chemicals, a faint metallic tang mixing with the musty odor of damp concrete. He emerges from the basement, a pacifier clutched in his mouth, a stark contrast to the desperate pleas moments before. A plastic bag hangs limply from his hand, the contents unseen. The scene is hazy, the details blurred, but a sense of disorientation hangs in the air. There's someone who survived. The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet desperation of the woman lying on the checkered floor. She's masked, her body still, but a faint tremor betrays her lingering fear. "Help me, please." The whispered plea cuts through the lingering silence, a stark contrast to the child's earlier calm. A woman, masked and trembling, lies on the floor, her desperate plea a testament to the horrors she's endured. The title card appears, omniscient readers. The narrative shifts. Point of view. The words hang heavy, promising a change in perspective, a new lens through which to understand the unfolding events. Chapter 16 begins. The story unfolds. Episode 4, Line of Hypocrisy, begins. The stage is set. A heavy thud echoes as a figure crashes to the ground. A man, carrying an injured woman on his back, sprints through a shadowy alley. The rhythmic thud of his footsteps, punctuated by the woman's pained gasps, fills the air. He's clearly desperate, his pace relentless. Behind them, indistinct figures pursue, their movements blurred, hinting at a dangerous chase. He pushes onward, his breath ragged, the injured woman's weight a burden he refuses to relinquish. The station above Base Oksu is already prepared, a beacon of hope in the relentless pursuit. Above, the words "the next station which is nearest from here" appear, a stark contrast to the previous declaration that the Oksu station is destroyed. He continues his desperate flight, the injured woman still on his back, the relentless pursuit echoing behind them. Gumho Station. The words cut through the desperate chase, a lifeline in the grim reality of their situation. It's an underground station, offering a sliver of hope amidst the relentless pursuit. He bursts through the station doors, a desperate sprint fueled by adrenaline and the weight of the injured woman he carries. The escape is far from over, the threat remains close behind. Shit, it's blocked. The harsh reality sinks in, their brief respite is over. The escape route, the underground station, is sealed. Then, maybe the other side. He glances back, a grim determination etched on his face, even as he carries the injured woman. The blocked station exit forces a change of plans, escape will require a different route. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The weight of his responsibility, the injured woman in his arms, the desperate need to escape, is palpable. His gaze is fierce, determined, as he considers his next move. 4. He counts, his breath ragged, the weight of the injured woman a constant pressure. Determination, however, remains etched on his face, escape is still the goal. Exit number 4. He focuses on the sign, a sliver of hope amidst the chaos. Escape is within reach. He pushes forward, the injured woman slung over his shoulder, towards the exit. Freedom is almost within reach. With a clunk, he manages to heave the heavy emergency exit door open. 1, 2 he counts, his breath ragged, as he struggles to pull the injured woman through the narrow opening. The heavy door swings open, revealing a narrow escape route. A series of clinks echo as he carefully guides the injured woman through the opening, inch by agonizing inch. A sharp crack echoes as the weakened support beam finally gives way. A man recoils, muttering, "What the?" His shocked reaction underscores the sudden collapse of the structure behind him. A voice, sharp and urgent, cuts through the lingering dust, "Open the door." Alarm etched on their faces, the men react with a mixture of shock and urgency. One, his jaw clenched, shouts a single, sharp command, "Open the door." "No! You can't come in." "Get lost," one man shouts, his face a mask of strained urgency. Another, however, counters, "There's a wounded person." The first man retorts, "This place is already full. We don't need anyone else." A cold indifference settles over his features as he adds, "That's not my problem." This is strange, he thinks, biting into something teal. They aren't taking any more people because the place is full? Was there a development in the novel like that? A hand reaches out, gripping a metal bar with surprising force. The word grab explodes above it, emphasizing the action. He's forcing his way in. A metallic clang echoes as he forces the metal door open, two startled figures recoiling in surprise. "Ayak," one of them cries out, his face a mask of disbelief. "Scram," one of them yells, panic clear in their voice as they flee, the other following close behind. He's already moving, pursuing them down the corridor. He lets out a breathy chuckle, a strange sight given the pacifier in his mouth. A system message appears, "You have entered the safety zone." The immediate tension breaks, replaced by a palpable sense of relief. He stops, the relief palpable. Two figures, bundled in white sacks, lie discarded on the floor. Silence hangs heavy in the air. "Put this in your mouth," she offers, "this won't fully heal you, but it'll help a bit." He gasps, the offered aid a small comfort in the aftermath of the brutal fight. He sits beside her, carefully tending to her wound. A small, green capsule is offered, a fragile hope amidst the lingering tension. A pensive silence hangs between them as he wonders aloud, was there an extra like this in the novel? His gaze lingers on her, concern etched on his face. He continues, his voice barely a whisper, "If this was the original novel, then there would have been a high chance of her dying there." A question crosses his mind, a silent query hanging in the air, should I look into this? Characters? His eyes, wide and thoughtful, betray his internal struggle. There! It's him! The realization dawns, a surge of recognition in his eyes. His earlier pensive contemplation gives way to a sharp focus, a newfound urgency in his expression. A brilliant light erupts, momentarily blinding. Two figures, crouching low, shield their eyes from the sudden radiance. The glow illuminates a crowd of onlookers, their faces indistinct in the intense brightness. He trudges forward, the weight of the moment heavy on his shoulders. Each step is deliberate, each footfall echoing the intensity of his resolve. "Who the hell are you?" The question hangs in the air, sharp and accusatory, as a man in a suit confronts him. A metallic clink punctuates the tense silence, the sound of weapons being readied. Why are you even asking that?" A frown creases his face, a clear annoyance coloring his response to the earlier accusation. He's clearly unsettled by their intrusion. "Kim Dokja," he states, his name a simple confirmation amidst the tension. The men in suits exchange a glance, a silent communication passing between them before one speaks. "Kim Dokja? That's your name?" A brief pause hangs in the air before a quiet, "Yes." "Who the hell asked about that?" The man explodes, his anger a stark contrast to Kim Dokja's calm confirmation. Another man, clearly unnerved, whispers, "That woman." The tension ratchets up another notch. That's the girl from the outcast group," someone observes, the casual tone a stark contrast to the previous tension. The comment introduces a new element into the already charged atmosphere. "Didn't she come back with you guys?" The question hangs in the air, a pointed inquiry directed at the man shielding the young woman with the pacifier. He stammers, the thing is." His hesitation speaks volumes, adding a layer of mystery to her presence. One of them sneers, a nervous chuckle betraying his unease. His expression, a mixture of apprehension and forced amusement, contrasts sharply with the other man's grim silence. "So it was about that?" A chilling smirk spreads across the man's face as he addresses the other two. His words, sharp and accusatory, leave no room for doubt. The other man, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and guilt, utters only a weak, "Ah." The weight of the unspoken accusation hangs heavy in the air. "You should have taken my permission first," he snarls, the words dripping with contempt. The statement, a blunt declaration of power, underscores the obvious villain's frequent appearance in apocalyptic narratives. A nervous chuckle escapes him. Sorry, he stammers, Cholsa Hyungnim should have been the first. The man's apology is laced with a clear lack of sincerity. He then casually asks, Cholsu? Was there a character with that name? His dismissive tone is evident as he continues, if I can't remember him, then that just means he isn't very important. Because destruction is happening, all sorts of crimes that are committed seem so cliched, he observes, a dismissive tone coloring his words. Then, turning to someone nearby, he casually demands, hey, just hand over that girl. Hyungnim, he is food, someone urgently announces, the words cutting through the man's callous disregard. A nearby figure, seemingly unnoticed until now, is pointed out as possessing food, a detail that instantly shifts the focus. Hey, he calls out, his eyes wide with a newfound urgency. The casual cruelty is gone, replaced by something akin to desperate pleading. Food, it seems, has become the priority. Leave that too and get the hell out of here. Then I'll let you live, he snarls, a chilling smile twisting his lips. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the desperate pleas heard moments before. People in real life are a lot more cliché, he mutters, a frown deepening on his face. This isn't going well. His internal frustration is palpable, mirroring the system messages confirming the constellation's anger at the unfolding situation. A system message flashes, with the constellation's request, a prize scenario occurred. A faint ding sounds. He picks up his weapon, a small, self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Not bad for me, he thinks. Ha, you're not gonna leave, he taunts, a smirk playing on his lips. Ha, poor bastards, he adds, his confidence radiating as he turns his back on the group, weapon in hand. But too bad for these bastards. He sneers, a smug grin widening as he walks away. A system message appears, Constellation Devil-like Judge is waiting for justice. Ha, that shit thinks he got something. A dismissive laugh follows the arrogant declaration, the implication clear, he's far from impressed. A blur of motion. Two blades clash, a shockwave rippling outwards. If you don't scram now, I'm really going to kill you, he snarls, a chilling smile playing on his lips. The threat hangs heavy in the air, underscored by the game's stark display, prize scenario, get rid of the disturber. Difficulty, F. The parameters appear, 5 minutes to eliminate the disturber. Failure and reward remain unknown, adding to the tension. She sits huddled against the cold wall, the weight of the threat heavy on her. The clock is ticking, 5 minutes remain. A brutal blow lands. The impact echoes, a sharp crack splitting the tense silence. Time is running out. A brutal blow sends him sprawling, a pained Kua, escaping his lips as he slams against the ground. Hyungnim cries out, the desperate plea swallowed by the echoing whump and slam of the impact. Who is that bastard? Someone demands, the question hanging heavy in the air. How she still fine after taking that hit? The disbelief is palpable. A nearby observer adds, does he have experience in this kind of thing? The answer, a stark explanation at the bottom of the panel, reveals a gangster background explains his resilience. Differences in stamina, health, and agility, it clarifies, make all the difference in a fight. His overall level, a stark 33, is revealed, contrasting sharply with his opponent's single-digit stats. The disparity explains his resilience despite the brutal blows. See crap, the bastard went for our legs so that we can't move, one of them groans, his words a testament to their predicament. Another, barely able to speak, whispers, H. Young. Their helplessness is palpable, a stark contrast to the opponent's earlier resilience. Even with celestial support, he's overwhelmed. A brutal blow lands, the sound of wood cracking echoing the man's desperate struggle. He can't bridge the gap. A cruel smirk twists the victor's lips as he utters a single, dismissive word, Kek. The defeated man's strained face speaks volumes of his struggle against overwhelming odds. A character profile appears, revealing Bang Chulsu, a 34-year-old assault force captain. His constellation sponsor is the monarch of small fries, and his skills are, well, let's just say he's lucky to have a sponsor. The analysis is blunt, he overestimates his fighting abilities. A data box appears, detailing Bang Chulsu's profile, a 34-year-old assault force captain sponsored by the monarch of small fries. A thought bubble follows, questioning his constellation choice. Why did he choose such a unremarkable sponsor? The Chuldo Group's Bang Chulsu, a voice asks, a hint of surprise in the tone. Chulsu, startled, responds, "What? You knew about that?" His surprise is palpable. He's the most pathetic of the Gumho Stations group. Wasn't he supposed to be killed by Yu Jung-hyuk? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Chulsu's unexpected survival. Why is he still alive? The question hangs in the air, a stark accusation. Chulsu's unexpected survival is now a point of contention. Oh ho! So you're also from that category? You've also killed your fair share of people, haven't you? The speaker's words are laced with a chilling implication, a dark revelation about Chulsu's past. No wonder why I felt something similar from you, a voice observes, the words hanging heavy with implication. A chilling realization dawns, a shared darkness connects these two. Maybe. The single word hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the chilling revelations that preceded it. A question mark, a possibility, a terrifying uncertainty. He slams to the ground, a pair of dull thuds echoing the impact. The dust settles, revealing him clutching his chest, his face a mask of pain. He reaches out, fingers grasping at something unseen, something just beyond his reach. Countless eyes, glowing faintly in the oppressive darkness, surround him, a silent, watchful audience to his desperate struggle. "I could have saved, be honest," he whispers, the words a raw confession hanging in the oppressive silence. The weight of his failure, heavy and suffocating, seems to press down on him. A chilling grin spreads across his face, eyes blazing with a newfound intensity. His hands clench, knuckles white, as a surge of dark energy seems to emanate from him, a stark contrast to the despair that moments ago consumed him. "You just wanted to see this sight, didn't you?" The words, a chilling accusation, hang heavy in the air. Below, the stark declaration, "Those people." A sense of grim finality settles over the scene. A system notification flashes, Bang Chulsu's bluff is broken. The fourth wall skill has negated his deception. A sharp ding echoes the confirmation. A bloody hand scrapes against the wall, fingers splayed in a desperate grasp. The crimson stain spreads, a stark testament to the deception's failure. A stabbing sound pierces the air, a sharp stab, echoing the impact. Blood blooms across the wall as a hand, desperate and crimson-stained, scrapes against the cold stone. A guttural cry, "Arg," escapes the victim as he's brutally shoved against the wall. His attacker, unyielding, delivers the final blow, "You're not in a situation where you can talk." The constellation's message flashes, Monarch of Small Fries is excited. A notification flashes, Monarch of Small Fries has donated 100 coins. Unfortunately, the news isn't good. The Monarch of Small Fries is infamous for his callous disregard, even for his own incarnations. He lies sprawled on the ground, a defeated figure. Only 2 minutes remain until the scenario ends. But a change of plans is announced. "I was originally going to leave him, but this changes things." A voice booms, revealing a shocking truth: this constellation is a masochist that enjoys seeing his own incarnation get beat up. The thud of impact echoes the surprising revelation. A system message appears, revealing a shocking truth: the constellation overseeing this scenario finds amusement in the beaten protagonist's plight. Monarch of Small Fries is having a great time, it reads, a stark contrast to the battered figures surrounding him. A sickening crunch echoes, punctuated by a desperate plea, "Stop. Let him go." The sound underscores the escalating brutality of the situation. A desperate plea cuts through the grim scene, "Let him go." The plea hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the cold indifference etched on the face of the man who stands silently, watching. His expression is unreadable, yet a chilling resolve emanates from him. "Humans are weak." The words hang heavy, a stark declaration against the black backdrop. A chilling finality settles over the scene. A young woman, slumped against a cold, metallic wall, sucks on a pacifier. Her eyes are closed, her expression one of utter exhaustion. But why can such weakness exist? The question hangs in the air, a stark counterpoint to her vulnerability. The scene shifts. A brutal attack unfolds in a dimly lit corridor. Several figures, shadowy and indistinct, violently subdue a group of humans, their struggle a desperate, chaotic ballet of blows and desperate cries. So it was about that, one man sneers, a cruel smile twisting his lips. You little bastards. You should have taken my permission first. His words hang heavy, the implication of brutal retribution clear. Why did you do that? The question hangs in the oppressive darkness, a stark contrast to the brutal scene that preceded it. Is it the chaos gripping the world that drove them to such desperate measures? The question remains unanswered, a heavy weight in the silence. Blood streaks his face, a grim testament to the fight. He's being roughly held by the collar, his attackers face a mask of cold fury. The weight of unspoken accusations hangs heavy in the air. Or because of instinct? The question hangs heavy, a stark counterpoint to the brutal struggle that just ended. Was it the chaos of the world, or something far more primal, that drove him? His eyes, half-lidded, betray a weariness that goes beyond physical exhaustion. A flicker of something else, doubt, crosses his face. The unanswered question hangs heavy. Just kill me, you son of a bitch, he snarls, his voice raw with exhaustion and bitterness. Fuck this kind of shitty world. The words hang in the air, a testament to his despair. So that's how it is. He sits, watching the defeated man on the floor. A stark realization dawns, he didn't do it on instinct. He was messed up even before the chaos, a voice observes, the weight of the statement heavy in the silence. Just like me. The words hang in the air, a chilling echo of the defeated man's earlier despair. The thought, the same, drifts through his mind. He observes the injured man, a grim understanding settling on his face. Another voice cuts through the silence, he might not be wrong. A digital timer appears, stark and unforgiving, 10 seconds left until the scenario ends. He sits, a grim determination etched on his face, seemingly unmoved by the countdown. A sickening crunch echoes. The impact, violent and sudden, leaves him breathless. The world is destroyed. The stark declaration hangs in the air, a final, brutal verdict. A bright blue message appears, you have met all the conditions to clear this scenario. Victory is declared. A reward appears, 300 coins. Then, another message, Monarch of Small Fries is satisfied and donates 100 more. Below, a figure lies prostrate, his companions kneeling in stunned disbelief. How can you do this? One of them gasps, the question hanging heavy in the air. And now, a new challenge emerges, I have to adjust to the new. The implication hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the recent victory. What adjustments await? Life. The single word hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges ahead, a stark contrast to the recent victory. What new trials await? He gently supports her, a somber expression etched on his face. The weight of life, the challenge he faces, is palpable. Take me to the group, she requests, her voice barely a whisper. He carries her swiftly through the dimly lit alley, his resolve hardening with each step. The urgency in her plea, the weight of her in his arms, it all fuels his determination. He bursts from the alleyway, his pace relentless. The woman in his arms is still unconscious, but he presses on, his grim determination unwavering. To be continued. The journey continues. The scene shifts. A bus stop, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, comes into view. The sign reads OKSU. The camera pans across a dimly lit underpass. Figures move in the background, their faces obscured, but a young man in the foreground stares, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The number 3 is visible on a nearby signpost, a detail that seems oddly significant. He glances up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He murmurs, the single word hanging in the air, a question mark in the dim underpass. Two figures emerge from the shadows, a man supporting a woman. They're from the Kyoldo group, someone shouts, the urgency palpable. People are injured. Any support here? The plea hangs in the chilling air, a stark contrast to the hushed murmurs of the onlookers. Dakja, a voice calls out, the name carrying a weight of urgency amidst the chaos. A man and woman, clearly injured, are being helped forward by others, their plight a stark reminder of the unfolding crisis. Dokja SSI? The name, a plea for help, cuts through the chaos. A young man, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension, is called upon amidst the injured and distressed. His gaze is fixed, his attention drawn to the gravity of the situation unfolding around him. Oh my God, it's Dokja SSI. The cry rings out, a wave of relief washing over the injured crowd. Kim Dokja's presence, amidst the chaos, brings a glimmer of hope. A young woman, her eyes wide with shock and her hands clasped to her mouth, stares in disbelief. The sheer relief on her face is palpable, a stark contrast to the grim scene moments before. The title card appears, stark and imposing, omniscient reader's view. A sense of foreboding, perhaps, but also a promise of clarity to come. Chapter 17 begins. A new chapter, a new perspective. Episode 4, Line of Hypocrisy, Part 2 begins. He falls, a silent thud against the dusty ground. The air hangs heavy, thick with the aftermath of a struggle. Relief floods the scene. Dokja SSI. You're safe, cries a woman, her joy palpable. A man, equally relieved, asks, how have you been? The weight of recent events hangs heavy, but for now, at least, there's a moment of reprieve. Dokja SSI. The cry cuts through the lingering tension. Someone rushes to his side, concern etched on their face. A moment later, another voice adds, I'm really sorry for back. The apology hangs unfinished, the relief palpable amidst the dust and lingering unease. Then, for leaving Dokja SSI behind. The words hang in the air, a half apology offered with a hand to the chest. No, it's okay, Dokja replies, his voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. It was a situation where that couldn't be helped. Phew, Dokja breathes, a sigh of relief escaping him. I'm so thankful that Yu Junghyuk SSI was right. His expression, though still serious, softens slightly, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Yu Junghyuk? Dokja asks, a question hanging in the air. The other person responds, well, he said that Kim Dokja SSI would probably be alive. A glimmer of hope, fragile yet present, flickers in Dokja's eyes. So, where's Yu Junghyuk? Dokja asks, his voice laced with a quiet urgency. The reply comes swiftly, a deflation of hope, actually, he's not here right now. He left this station yesterday. The news hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the sliver of hope Dokja had felt moments before. His search continues, but now, a sense of urgency intensifies. Dokja presses on, his shoulders slumped, the weight of the news heavy on him. The long corridor stretches ahead, a bleak symbol of his fruitless search. Right, I understand now, Dokja murmurs, a newfound clarity settling in his eyes. The weight on his shoulders doesn't lessen, but his expression shifts, a subtle resolve replaces the earlier despair. A chilling realization dawns on Dokja. The Kyodo group's surviving members, those who should have perished at Yu Junghyuk's hands, are still alive because of a hasty retreat from Gumho Station. This new understanding steels his resolve, a grim determination hardening his gaze. A chilling revelation solidifies Dokja's grim resolve. Yu Junghyuk, he realizes, is a regressor, reliving the same life repeatedly. Meanwhile, a worried voice calls out, Hyungnim. Are you all right? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the heavy weight of Dokja's newfound knowledge. Dokja's grim deduction deepens. He understands now, Yu Junghyuk, having reached his third regression, has become a relentless force, a monster who leaves nothing in his wake. He must have abandoned everything to achieve his singular purpose. But still, he used to be someone who at least took out the trash, Dokja muses, a hint of bitterness coloring his reflection. Anyway, quite a rushed fellow, he adds, almost as an aside, a quiet admission that his inner monologue has become a habit. A cryptic message appears, actually, there seems to be one more person who isn't here. Dokja's internal monologue, a running commentary on the unfolding events, has apparently attracted the attention of a watchful entity. Ah, the manager. She breathes, a sudden urgency in her voice. Everyone move aside. The command rings out, sharp and decisive, cutting through any lingering quiet. Someone sprints past, a blur of motion. The urgency in the air thickens. A figure ducks low, disappearing from view as two figures wielding crude weapons rush past. The urgency is palpable. A family huddles together, fear etched on their faces, as they watch the chaos unfold around them. The urgency of the situation is palpable, they are clearly caught in the midst of something dangerous. They vanish into the shadows, leaving behind only the lingering dust and the terrified whispers of those caught in the crossfire. A young man and woman, their faces etched with worry, watch from the shadows. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. Why you? The man in the suit, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and outrage, points an accusing finger. A chain rattles, barely audible above the stunned silence of the onlookers. His shock gives way to speechless fury. The man in the pinstripe suit, his face a mask of disbelief and rage, can only stare, his fingers still outstretched. A silent scream hangs in the air. He's hurled backward, a blur of motion against the gray sky. The man in the suit is airborne, a silent scream building as he's flung through the air, debris scattering in his wake. This is a flashback, a glimpse into events from days past. Get rid of that guy. He's a very deceitful man. He's not supposed to be here. The urgent words cut through the flashback, a trio of figures silhouetted against the darkness, their expressions grim. The flashback continues. A young man stands amidst three shadowy figures, their grim faces illuminated by a faint, ominous light. A chilling laugh begins, ha, Han. That kind of attitude is wrong when all the survivors need to be getting along with each other, a voice interjects, cutting off the chilling laughter. The speaker's words carry a weight of authority, a stark contrast to the previous taunts. It's nice to meet you. I see you are the new arrival today. May I ask for your name? A smoothly spoken greeting cuts through the tense atmosphere, a stark contrast to the previous threats. The newcomer, flanked by two imposing figures, offers a polite smile, his words a deceptive calm amidst the simmering hostility. My name is Cheon Inho, he states, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The introduction hangs heavy in the air, a quiet challenge amidst the lingering tension. Cheon Inho? The name hangs in the air, a question unspoken yet heavy with significance. A ripple of surprise, perhaps even apprehension, seems to emanate from those present. I'm Kim Dokja, he announces, a simple statement that carries unexpected weight. The name, already familiar to some, sparks immediate recognition and a murmur of speculation. So this is the guy behind that name, someone observes, the implication clear, leadership, power, and perhaps danger. I wiped the floor with the Kyoldo group guys, Kim Dokja declares, his words carrying the weight of a decisive victory. The statement hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous uncertainty, solidifying his position and power. So as the one who commands them, there's no way he'll let me off easy, right? The speaker's words, laced with a hint of apprehension, reveal an awareness of Kim Dokja's power and the potential consequences of their encounter. I've heard of you from the people here with me, they add, confirming the widespread recognition of Kim Dokja's reputation. You fought the monsters and saved the people of our group, someone states, the words a stark revelation to Kim Dokja. His reaction is immediate, what? A single word, yet it speaks volumes, hinting at both surprise and perhaps a dawning understanding of a situation far more complex than he initially perceived. A call rings out, summoning everyone to gather. The announcement continues, a new member has arrived, bringing much-needed food for the entire group. A collective murmur of excitement rises, punctuated by a joyful wow, we're going to eat. A slow smile spreads across Kim Dokja's face. It's food. Something to eat. He murmurs, the relief palpable. Hunger, it seems, is a powerful motivator, even amidst the ongoing uncertainty. A welcoming voice rings out, welcome to Gumho Station, Kim Dokja SSI. Kim Dokja, a wide, almost mischievous grin spreading across his face, acknowledges the greeting with a casual hand gesture. He's surrounded by a group, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and cautious hope. A chilling smirk twists Kim Dokja's lips. You bastard. That's what you're going to do, huh? He sneers, the words laced with a potent mix of anger and barely suppressed amusement. The others around him watch, their apprehension growing. A system message flashes, the constellation's secretive plotter is excited. Kim Dokja's smirk widens, a thrill coursing through him as he anticipates whatever unfolds next. A dry, almost amused voice announces, "Currently, there are 86 people in Gumho Station." "Ah, but if you include Dokja SSI, that makes 87. The casual tone of the count belies the underlying tension, a subtle shift in the atmosphere as the focus shifts from Kim Dokja's anticipation to a broader perspective. The camera pans to a broader view, revealing 86 others within Gumho Station. A subtle tension hangs in the air, the quiet observation emphasizing the sheer number of people present, a stark contrast to the previous focus on Kim Dokja. Fewer survivors than he anticipated. Kim Dokja observes the scene, his thoughts confirming the grim reality. Only those near the station, and those on the train, survived the initial wave of scenarios. A wave of grim realization washes over him. 86 survivors. That's all that remain at Gumho Station and on the train. The scale of the loss sinks in, a heavy weight in the silence. He doesn't want to say it, but the grim truth settles upon him. 86 survivors remain. All of them, he realizes, are those who trampled on others to survive the first scenario. The weight of that knowledge is heavy. A chilling declaration hangs in the air: every human present here is a murderer. Gumho Station, it's revealed, is now divided: the mainstream group and the marginalized group. The weight of this revelation is palpable. The survivors are now starkly divided: the mainstream group and the marginalized. A chilling division, born from the brutal realities of survival. Trust me. Our group's president is working hard, everyone will soon be rescued. The group's leader assures them, his words a balm against the gnawing hunger of a child clinging to his mother. "Mom, I'm hungry," the child whimpers, a stark contrast to the confident words of their leader. "It's okay, the government's definitely about to make a move," another voice reassures, a quiet hope amidst the uncertainty. A stark truth hangs in the air: when 100 murderers gather, humans are divided into the strong and the weak. The unspoken question follows, a chilling reflection on the current crisis: I wonder if everyone thought that was inevitable. Hyung Nim is absolutely right, everyone. Don't lose hope, a voice booms, cutting through the despair. A group of young men, their faces a mixture of apprehension and newfound resolve, stand together, a beacon of defiance against the overwhelming odds. "We can get out," a young man declares, his voice firm despite the grim atmosphere. Hope flickers in his eyes, a stark contrast to the apprehension etched on the faces of the others gathered around him. A path to escape, however uncertain, has been proposed. Food distribution, controlled by the mainstream group, is dwindling. Their supplies are running dangerously low, forcing a desperate measure: teams will be sent above ground to search for food. "He1 SSI," one woman asks, her voice laced with a mixture of surprise and concern. The other, seated nearby, explains, "He1 SSI was also told to go outside." "It's the name of the lady you saved, Dokja SSI." The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air, a mission of desperate necessity has been assigned, and even those who had hoped to remain safe are now being sent into the unknown. A grim revelation follows. Others accompanied He1 SSI on the surface mission, but only those from the marginalized group failed to return. A heavy silence hangs in the air, the unspoken fear palpable. "Lee Hyunsung SSI, you didn't go over to the main group," one man states, his tone a mixture of accusation and concern. The other man, clearly caught off guard, stammers, that's." The first man continues, "I'm pretty sure you must have received a love call though." A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air, the implication clear: something went wrong during the surface mission. Lee Hyunsung SSI offers a simple explanation: "I just thought that I ought to decline." His words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the accusations leveled against him. The unspoken question remains: what exactly did he decline, and why? Hyunsung continues, his voice low and thoughtful. He admits, "I don't know much about lofty morals and ethics. I got the feeling that it was not right. A hint of self-doubt, perhaps even guilt, colors his words." He adds, almost as an afterthought, "It might be hypocrisy to think about right and wrong now, but..." The unspoken implication hangs heavy: he made a choice, a morally ambiguous one, and the consequences are yet to unfold. A sudden realization dawns on Hyunsung. He brings a hand to his chin, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. The weight of his decision, the unspoken consequences, seem to press down on him. A profound realization settles over Hyunsung. He murmurs, "That feeling in your heart, don't ever forget it," a strange conviction coloring his words. The weight of his past actions, the moral ambiguity of his choices, seems to solidify within him, a new understanding dawning. He then addresses someone, a quiet, almost reverent, Dr. SSI. Hyunsung, a thoughtful expression softening his features, walks confidently down a dimly lit corridor, flanked by a group of men. Their presence speaks of purpose, a quiet strength emanating from their collective stride. Just because it was unavoidable, doesn't mean it couldn't be done without. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Hyunsung's previously pensive demeanor. A newfound resolve hardens his expression as he continues his purposeful journey. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" The request, seemingly innocuous, cuts through the quiet intensity of Hyunsung's determined march. He pauses, his entourage halting behind him, the question hanging in the dimly lit corridor. It's a fact that cannot be justified. The statement, stark and uncompromising, underscores Hyunsung's unwavering resolve. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the silence that follows. "I'll get to the point," Hyunsung declares, his resolve unwavering as he addresses the group seated before him. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. "Join our group," the invitation hangs in the air, a simple request yet heavy with unspoken implications. Hyunsung's declaration echoes the gravity of the moment. Hyunsung's quiet confidence is unwavering. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he reflects, "I knew this would happen." The unspoken weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a quiet certainty in the face of the invitation he just extended. "I can give you a high position," the offer is made, a tempting proposition. "I wish for us to lead this group together," the speaker continues, their words painting a picture of collaboration. But a counterpoint immediately follows, "And if I refuse?" The question hangs in the air, sharp and pointed, a challenge to the presented harmony. A subtle, knowing smile curves Hyunsung's lips. His quiet confidence speaks volumes, a silent response to the challenge posed. The unspoken answer hangs heavy in the air. "Ha, refuse? That's interesting," Hyunsung chuckles, a glint in his eye. "I never thought that would come to pass," he adds, his words betraying a hint of surprised amusement. "You are a hero who saved the people from monsters," the words hang in the air, a stark reminder of Hyunsung's accomplishments. The statement, however, is left unfinished, the implication clear: such a hero shouldn't refuse a request. Hyunsung considers the request, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It's an interesting idea," he muses, "but..." His companion presses on, "I'm asking you to cooperate so everyone can survive." Hyunsung's response is immediate and dismissive, "It's not a big deal." A subtle shift in his demeanor suggests he's already formulating a plan. "Can't you see those poor people over there?" The desperate plea cuts through Hyunsung's dismissal, the image of starving families a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. A young child cries out, "I'm hungry." The weight of their suffering is undeniable. Hyunsung, surrounded by his companions, stands before a group of desperate, starving people. Their gaunt faces and the cries of a hungry child finally pierce his indifference. A wave of something akin to reluctant understanding washes over him. A flicker of something new crosses Hyunsung's face. It's not quite remorse, not yet empathy, but a subtle shift. A hint of understanding, perhaps, at the weight of the suffering he's witnessed. His gaze is heavy, his expression contemplative. Hyunsung and his group move on, following a directional sign towards platform 4. A subtle shift in the atmosphere suggests a change in his internal state, a quiet contemplation following the harrowing encounter with the starving people. Hyunsung's companion questions his earlier decision, a hint of concern in his tone. Was it really okay to turn them down like that? Hyunsung hesitates, a bag of supplies clutched in his hands, before responding, "That's not what I meant, but..." His words trail off, leaving the unspoken weight of his actions hanging heavy in the air. "It's because of what Cheon Inho SSI said in the end," Hyunsung explains, his voice carrying a quiet resolve that contrasts with the earlier uncertainty. The weight of his decision, though still heavy, now seems tempered by a newfound clarity. Hyunsung's resolve hardens. That won't be happening, he states, a quiet certainty in his voice. The others, however, offer a counterpoint, that remains to be seen. Their words hang in the air, a challenge to his newfound conviction. We'll see how things turn out if we leave it be, someone remarks, a casual dismissal of Hyunsung's resolve. Then, a more pressing concern is raised. By the way, it's evening. Aren't you hungry? The shift in conversation, from weighty decisions to everyday needs, hints at a temporary reprieve from the looming conflict. Evening descends, and a different kind of tension settles. Around a low table, the group gathers, the weight of their earlier arguments seemingly forgotten. Someone offers food, a simple gesture that underscores the temporary peace. Take them one by one, someone suggests, a practical plan forming amidst the relaxed atmosphere. A hesitant response follows. Really? Can we do that? The question hangs in the air, a subtle undercurrent of doubt beneath the surface calm. Hey! The sharp call cuts through the quiet, shattering the fragile peace. A new element enters the scene, disrupting the tentative plan. A group huddles together in a dimly lit room, sharing snacks, their quiet interrupted. The fragile peace, barely established, is shattered. They loom over him, a menacing group silhouetted against the dim light. A tense atmosphere hangs heavy in the air, the quiet broken only by the sharp, almost whispered word, "SSSSH." Are you really monopolizing the food? One person shouts, their voice sharp with accusation. Another chimes in, you don't have enough food to share with everyone, so you're just going to survive by yourselves? The quiet tension explodes into open conflict, the fragile peace shattered by accusations of selfishness. He said you were supposed to give food to all of us, one voice cries out, the accusation sharp. Another adds, how is it that you're the only ones who have it? The initial hushed tension erupts into a full-blown confrontation, fueled by hunger and resentment. Hand over the food to Inho SSI. He'll make sure everyone gets a fair share, the demand rings out, a proposed solution amidst the escalating conflict. A glimmer of hope, perhaps, in the face of brewing chaos. The tension hangs heavy, a stark reminder of the harsh reality. A chilling statement appears, the truly dangerous people in this ruined. The sentence trails off, leaving a sense of foreboding and unanswered questions about the true threats lurking within this desolate world. A single eye, wide with stark terror, dominates the frame. The world around is shrouded in shadow, the unspoken threat of the previous statement lingering heavily. Fear, raw and palpable, grips the unseen figure. The chilling revelation continues, are not those driven by despair like Bang? A stark contrast to the previous fear, this statement introduces a new, more calculating threat, one not fueled by simple desperation. Ki-ol-su. The name hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous terror. A new, colder threat emerges, replacing the raw fear with a sense of calculated menace. A figure emerges from the shadows, a man named Ki-ol-su. He stands alone, a stark contrast to the looming figures that surround him, their presence suggesting a looming threat. Yes, I remember. Gumho Station's Cheon Inho. Someone who uses others' despair as fertilizer for power is the truly dangerous person. The words hang in the air, a chilling assessment of the man before them. A palpable tension grips the group, their fear now tinged with a deeper understanding of the threat they face. Please choose. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark command echoing the gravity of the situation. The weight of the decision falls upon them, a palpable tension tightening the atmosphere. A chilling smile spreads across his face, a cruel, knowing expression that speaks volumes. The man's eyes, though unseen, seem to gleam with a predatory satisfaction. The tension ratchets up another notch. Whether you will divide your assets and become a hero, the words hang in the air, a stark ultimatum. The choice, and its consequences, are laid bare. The ultimatum hangs heavy in the air, share your power and become a hero, or hoard it and become a villain. The choice is stark, the consequences, potentially devastating. He stands, silhouetted against the dim light, a figure of quiet contemplation. The weight of the ultimatum, to share his power or succumb to darkness, rests heavily upon him. His expression is unreadable, a mask of stillness in the face of a monumental decision. Cheon Inho, the name hangs in the air, a whispered plea or perhaps a desperate curse. His face is a mask of internal struggle, clenched fists betraying the turmoil within as he grapples with the monumental choice before him. A system message appears, a bright blue box against the stark white background. You are in the area of the second main scenario. Frequently move to places where the main scenario is active. The instruction hangs heavy, a stark reminder of the larger narrative at play. Hiya, we're planning on translating this manhwa until we're forced to drop it, but we are. The message, a casual yet determined declaration, cuts through the tension, a brief respite before the narrative plunges back into the heart of Cheon In-ho's struggle. A plea for support interrupts the narrative. The translators, facing financial difficulties, ask for help acquiring the raw materials, hoping donations will ease their burden. Easier. More updates coming soon. The promise hangs in the air, a hopeful note amidst the previous struggles. Kim Dokja had decided to work with us. The news hangs heavy in the air, a silent agreement solidifying between the figures gathered. Fine, Kim Dokja conceded, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He added, and I promise I will work with you in the future. Of course, we will be in charge of the food to ensure its use is fair. A knowing glance accompanied his words, leaving no doubt that he held all the cards. The scene shifts, revealing a large group gathered in a stark, modern hall. Kim Dokja sits centrally, a quiet authority radiating from him as he observes the assembled crowd. The air is thick with unspoken tension, the weight of their recent agreement palpable. Kim Dokja, a subtle smirk still playing on his lips, assures the assembled group, of course, you will have plenty of food. He pauses, a knowing glint in his eyes, before adding, that much is obvious. But the unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air, a clear indication that his agreement comes with conditions. A sly smile stretches across Kim Dokja's face as he clarifies, it won't be for free. The implication hangs heavy, his generosity comes at a price. Unease ripples through the crowd, their faces a mixture of apprehension and reluctant acceptance. The title card, Omniscient Readers, appears, a stark reminder of the narrative's unique perspective and the weight of Kim Dokja's actions. The implication of his earlier words, that the food comes at a cost, lingers, setting the stage for the next chapter. The credits roll, a brief pause before the story continues. The names of the artists Sleepy C, Woomi, and Singshon appear, a silent acknowledgement of the collaborative effort that brought this world to life. Chapter 18, Episode 4, Part 3, Line of Hypocrisy begins. The stage is set for the next act. What's that supposed to mean? He asks, a frown furrowing his brow. The muttered response, it's not free, hangs heavy in the air. His suspicion deepens as he presses, don't tell me you are selling food? A few constellations' eyes sparkle, and the constellation's secretive plotter snorts derisively. That's right. I'm not a volunteer, he states, his eyes hardening. The unspoken accusation hangs heavy in the air. And I don't trust them, he declares, a scowl etching itself onto his face. The surrounding chatter only intensifies his distrust. Then, how much money is enough, he asks, the question hanging heavy with suspicion and a hint of desperation. No, His voice trails off, the unspoken words heavy with a mixture of defiance and uncertainty. The hesitation speaks volumes, revealing a conflict within him. We'll only accept coins, a voice declares, cutting through the tense silence. The statement hangs in the air, a stark condition imposed amidst the hushed uncertainty of the group. They turn and walk away, the sound of their retreating footsteps echoing the finality of the decision. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Was that really a good choice? Someone mutters, the question hanging heavy in the air. The group's unease is palpable, even the pricing of 50 coins per food item seems to fuel their doubts. I have yet to receive 10 coins from all of you, so hand it over, a voice demands. The group exchanges uneasy glances, even a system message confirming fair treatment doesn't fully alleviate their apprehension. Suddenly, a system message appears, a small number of constellations have given you 100 coins. Relief washes over the group, their apprehension melts away, replaced by a shared sense of unexpected fortune. That's no issue, of course. I'll pay you right now, one of them replies, a slight rustle accompanying the action as coins are counted and exchanged. The tension visibly eases. I don't want freebies, she declares, her expression firm, a subtle defiance in her gaze. The unexpected refusal hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the recent relief. I am Young Hee-won, she says, extending a hand. Thank you for saving me this morning. He shakes her hand, replying simply, don't mention it. A quiet understanding passes between them, the earlier tension completely gone. You all need to wake up. Now's not the time to be making such a face, Young Hee-won declares, her voice sharp, cutting through the lingering tension. The food you see is something this man risked his life to obtain. Her words carry a weight of urgency, leaving no room for their earlier pleasantries. Surely you didn't plan to eat it for free, just like everyone else did? Hee-won's question hangs in the air, a pointed challenge to the man beside her. He merely murmurs, his expression a mixture of guilt and apprehension. I'm sorry, my thinking was too shallow, he confesses, his voice low. I don't want charity either. A quiet resolve settles over him, a stark contrast to his earlier apprehension. I'll pay from now on, he declares, a quiet firmness in his voice that speaks volumes. His resolve is clear, a stark contrast to his earlier hesitation. If you insist, all right, he agrees, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A woman then initiates a coin transfer demonstration, asking, does everyone know how to transfer coins? A young man responds confidently, I learned it a few days ago. A spark crackles between his index fingers as he presses them together. 20 coins, a payment from Lee Gil-young, are instantly transferred. Ha? Haven't you given me more than 10 coins? One of them asks, a hint of confusion in his voice. The other calmly explains, it's the price of the chocolate bar you gave me this morning. Gil-young is much better than those shameless adults, someone observes, a subtle judgment hanging in the air. The statement is met with a quiet, right. Meanwhile, a system message flashes, a few constellations are showing interest in Lee Gil-young's incarnation. It's actually the mainstream group that is monopolizing the food supply, a voice reveals, the words carrying a weight of unspoken frustration. The implication hangs heavy, the seemingly simple transaction from earlier now takes on a far more sinister meaning. A chilling revelation unfolds, people here eat whatever they hand out like livestock, and are then sent outside as scouts for reconnaissance, as though taken to the slaughterhouse. The words paint a grim picture, exposing the horrifying reality of their situation. Exactly, they've all been tamed by the mainstream group, one voice confirms, a grim understanding passing between them. I agree, the other replies, the weight of that revelation settling heavily. That's why I think Dr. SSI's declaration was meaningful, but the unspoken words hang in the air, a sense of foreboding palpable. Why can't you just sell these at 10 coins each, the way you priced it for us? One of them presses, concern etched on his face. Another responds, his voice heavy with grim resignation, at this rate, none of them are likely to survive. The unspoken weight of their predicament hangs heavy in the air. Let's wait a little while longer, a voice suggests, the words hanging in the twilight air above a city street. The scene shifts to an urban setting, the quiet hum of the city a stark contrast to the recent tension. The city hums softly around them, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. A sign for Gumho Station, number 3, is visible in the distance, offering a sense of place and grounding the scene in the everyday. The quiet hum of the city continues, but a different kind of stillness hangs in the air now. 3 figures huddle together near Gumho Station, a stark contrast to the bustling city around them. One lies unconscious, cradled in the lap of another, while the third sits nearby, her posture conveying a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. Dr. SSI, you should sleep as well, one of them offers, concern evident in their voice. I'll stay awake and stand guard. But the other, cradling the unconscious figure, firmly replies, no, I have a job to do. What job? The first one asks, a hint of urgency coloring their words. Air. One of them murmurs, a hesitant sound in the tense silence. The weight of their unspoken concern hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts. A city street, bathed in the cool light of dusk, stretches before them. The faint glow of streetlights reflects off the wet pavement. A bus stop sign, bearing the name Gumho, stands stark against the backdrop of towering buildings. Oh my God, someone whispers, the words hanging in the air, a testament to the sheer disbelief settling over them. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflect the city lights. A gasp escapes her lips, a silent scream echoing the disbelief that hangs heavy in the air. Her torn shirt speaks of a recent struggle, a brutal fight barely survived. It sold out overnight, one of them exclaims, incredulous. Another scoffs, ha, it's laughable. Everyone opted for it. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a shocking development has unfolded, leaving them speechless. The more he looks, the less he recognizes her. His initial impression fades with each glance, replaced by a growing uncertainty. A subtle shift in his perception hangs in the air, a mystery yet to unfold. However, it's not just the marginalized group, a voice reveals, a hand reaching out from behind a curtain, a rustle accompanying the gesture. The implication is clear, the situation is far more complex than initially thought. Listen, a voice commands, cutting through the growing unease. From behind a curtain, a figure emerges, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Starting today, I am limiting the food rations. 1 pack of biscuits per person. The announcement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the man's unsettlingly cheerful demeanor. 3 biscuits per person? The disbelief is palpable, a collective gasp hanging in the air. How are we supposed to survive on just that much, huh? The question, sharp and desperate, echoes the growing unrest. Don't the scouts get to eat more than our allotted rations? The murmur of discontent grows louder, a wave of anger building among the crowd. That's right, a voice cuts through the unrest. If you want more food, why don't you join the scouts teams? The offer, stark and cold, hangs heavy in the air. Hardly any scouts return after applying for reconnaissance. The ones who come back are almost always from the Kyoldu group. The statement, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the growing tension. You want us to die now, the desperate cry echoes the simmering anger of the crowd. A chilling response follows, if you're dissatisfied with the arrangements, why don't you hunt for food yourselves? That's... A young man stammers, his voice barely audible above the rising murmur of the crowd. Another, calmer voice cuts through the tension, you don't have to become a scout, there are other ways to get food. A hint of weariness, perhaps even regret, colors the speaker's words as he adds, I also didn't want to do this, but... What's this? One young man asks, a puzzled frown etching itself onto his face. His companion explains, yesterday, Kim Dokja said something quite good, before revealing the unsettling truth, last night, more than half my food was bought by the mainstream group. A clarifying statement cuts through the tension, of course, the amount was paid correctly. The words hang in the air, a subtle but important detail amidst the hushed unease. Kim Dokja SSI, you're making the worst choice. You will regret this, one warns, the gravity of their words hanging heavy in the air. A counterpoint immediately follows, Kim Dokja SSI is right, everyone. Just what comes free in this world? The question, sharp and pointed, leaves the previous statement hanging, a stark contrast of opinions. The terms of exchange are laid out. If you want food, you have to prove your own worth. We will exchange food with whatever we judge as valuable. The statement, stark and uncompromising, leaves no room for misinterpretation. Cheon Inho, a wide, self-satisfied grin splitting his face, uses his Insight LV2 skill. His action is explained simply, because that is how it naturally works. The statement, delivered with casual confidence, underscores the harsh reality of their situation. This is how you use your skill, don't you? The question hangs in the air, a pointed challenge. It's a rhetorical jab, underscoring the callous pragmatism of the situation. Thank you for saying some good things, Kim Dokja SSI, a voice offers, a quiet note of gratitude amidst the tension. The speaker stands amongst a group, their faces obscured by shadow, their glowing red eyes the only visible feature, a stark contrast to the 3 individuals standing before them. Because of that bastard. The speaker's voice, a low murmur, trails off, leaving the weight of the unspoken accusation hanging heavy in the air. He then reflects, a quiet contemplation amidst the ominous crowd. I was wondering why all these people had become so gullible, so it was because of the insight skill. In the end, he realizes, the mainstream group simply became the monopolizers of resources once more. A grim understanding settles over his features. Wasn't your main aim to undermine the monopoly of the mainstream group? The sharp question cuts through the air, a direct challenge hanging between the 2 figures. The weight of the accusation is palpable. That's right. I wanted to rouse people to action spontaneously, he explains, his gaze unwavering. If that was the case, you shouldn't have sold food to the mainstream group's people. This way, nothing has changed. The retort lands like a punch, highlighting the unintended consequence of his actions. A comment from the other person follows. Oh, she has unexpected insight. Something has changed, one of them announces, a hint of disbelief in her voice. I've obtained a lot of coins. Her companion, clearly surprised, utters a simple, eh? The first woman continues, clarifying, it's come to a total of 1,450 coins. No way. What the hell is Dr. SSI thinking? Sangha exclaims, her disbelief palpable. Simultaneously, another voice declares, I trust him, a stark contrast to Sangha's skepticism. SSI, can we really trust this man? One woman questions, her doubt evident. Another chimes in, that's a bit too much, you know. A reassuring voice then counters, you still have enough food to eat for yourself, right? The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in tension palpable among the three. Nope, I sold it all, he declares, a chilling grin spreading across his face. The response is met with a stunned, what? The air crackles with disbelief. Even if you say you believe in him, this is. One woman sputters, disbelief etched on her face. A sharp tap on the shoulder interrupts her, silencing her protest. A single, questioning him, escapes him, a subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at a dawning realization of the gravity of his actions. A subtle escapes him, a questioning sound that belies a growing unease. He's being subtly but firmly interrupted, a hand gently yet insistently adjusting his collar. The weight of his recent actions seems to settle upon him. You want me to eat it? He questions, a hesitant uncertainty in his voice. A hand gently but firmly smooths his hair, a silent reassurance. It's all right, you eat it, comes the reply, a calm directive that overrides his doubt. Ah, speaking of which, everyone, do you still have some food remaining from what was brought yesterday? The question hangs in the air, a practical query that cuts through the lingering tension. A simple instruction follows, eat all. The instruction is blunt, leaving no room for argument, eat all of it right now. It would be best if you finished it off before today ends, a voice commands, the words cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. A man stands, bat in hand, responding to the shocked gasps around him, 200 coins per piece? There's no way it can cost so much. His ultimatum follows, sharp and cold, then get out. The subway car doors slide shut, the man left standing alone on the platform. Line 333 to Yaksu is now a distant memory, his destination is Gumho, line 334. He stands alone on the deserted platform, the echoing silence broken only by the rhythmic hum of the unseen trains. A long, shadowed corridor stretches before him, the tracks disappearing into the dim distance. His journey continues. A chilling realization dawns on him. All those who went down that path are dead, regardless of affiliation. The weight of this knowledge settles heavily as he continues his journey. Surely you don't intend to go that way? A woman's voice, laced with concern, cuts through the heavy silence. He remains resolute, his gaze fixed on the shadowed corridor ahead, the weight of his grim knowledge heavy upon him. Ignoring her plea, he steps into the darkness. A grim determination sets his jaw, his resolve unshaken by the warning. Did I thank you properly yesterday? She asks, a thoughtful expression settling on her face. I think you have, she adds, a subtle smile playing on her lips. But I think I'll say it once anyway, he murmurs, a quiet resolve in his voice. He kneels, his gaze fixed on the ground, a subtle gesture of humility. Hey, that guy with a lame leg, someone interjects, his voice sharp. He was the one who assaulted me yesterday. A protective tone immediately follows, don't you dare lay a hand on him. He trudges forward, the weight of his words and the unspoken tension hanging heavy in the air. A silent promise, perhaps, to protect the vulnerable. I'm going to kill that fucking bastard myself, she vows, her eyes wide with a furious intensity. The raw emotion in her voice leaves no room for doubt. A new character is introduced, young Hee-won, a woman whose fate was intertwined with the narrator's survival. The narrator questions if she's merely a character from the novel, or if her strength was a factor in her selection. Young Hee-won, 27 years old. 3 constellations are showing interest, yet she has no sponsor. Her stats reveal a crouching figure with high agility, but untapped potential. Demon slaying and kendo are her skills, though only at level 1. Her attribute remains unverified. Hee-won's eyes widen, a stark realization dawning. The weight of her untapped potential, the intrigue of 3 constellations, and the mystery of her unverified attribute, it all hits her at once. "Did you see that?" she cries out, her voice sharp with outrage. "They're dragging in not only women, but also the elderly." A grim determination sets her jaw as she declares, "I'm going to stop them. If those people go out as scouts, they'll never come back." The question hangs heavy in the air, then will you let them starve? A private attribute of crouching figure, the revelation strikes Hee-won, her face etched with a mixture of horror and grim determination. This new knowledge fuels her resolve. "So you're saying we should just stand by and watch?" Hee-won's question hangs heavy in the air, her frustration palpable. The implications of this super-revolutionary attribute are chilling, forcing her to confront a terrible choice. "What the hell do you mean?" Hee-won's incredulous question explodes, her outrage palpable. The other person's calm response, "Yes, I think that would be for the best," only deepens her fury and disbelief. The implications of the crouched figure attribute sink in. It might seem ordinary, but its potential is terrifying. Not only could it reach rare status, but even the legendary class is within reach. Hee-won's eyes widen, the gravity of this revelation hitting her hard. One of the top 100 strongest fighters, the Crazy Butcher, evolved from this very attribute. "It just means that even if we stop it right away, it won't solve the problem," the other person explains, their words chillingly calm. "Something similar will happen again if you stop it, as long as you don't have enough food." A subtle shift in their expression hints at a proposition. "Young Hee-won, I thought you were just a passing character, but perhaps I should consider taking you as a colleague after all." A concern lingers. "The only thing bothering me is, she's a crouching figure that has the demon-slaying skill," someone observes, highlighting a potentially dangerous ability. Young Hee-won SSI, "The key to this problem is food," someone states, a stark contrast to the previous chilling calm. The concern is palpable in the response, right? A lingering fear is evident. If not carefully managed, this individual could become an unstoppable force. "Then we can just eliminate the cause of the problem," a voice declares, a decisive tone cutting through the previous anxieties. The solution, stark and simple, is presented: remove the threat at its source. "Huh? What are you?" a voice questions, a hint of suspicion coloring the words. Young Hee-won, meanwhile, remains focused on his phone, a quiet confidence in his demeanor. "It should slowly be appearing soon," he murmurs, his gaze fixed on the screen, seemingly unconcerned by the interruption. A faint crackle of energy sparks near young Hee-won's ear, a subtle shift in the atmosphere hinting at the imminent arrival of something anticipated. His eyes, sharp and focused, betray neither surprise nor concern, only quiet expectation. A crackling energy erupts near him, a bright golden light illuminating the scene. His anticipation remains unwavering. A golden light explodes, illuminating the room. "Aa Dakibi." One man stammers, fear evident in his voice. Another cries out, "Uuhsh." The anticipated arrival has begun. How has everyone been?" a voice asks, a hint of mischief in the tone. "You've been bored, haven't you?" The newcomer's words hang in the air, a subtle challenge to the tense atmosphere. "Disciplined," one of them whispers, a mix of shock and disbelief coloring their voice. The other, a woman, adds grimly, "That's why, for this scenario." The weight of their words hangs heavy in the air, revealing a sudden shift in the situation's dynamics. I'll be in charge," a voice declares, the words carrying an unexpected weight of authority. A new leader has emerged. Then, a small, horned creature, wrapped in a tattered cloth, crackles with golden energy. A wide, almost mischievous grin spreads across its face. "By the way, everyone, you all look very peaceful," the small creature observes, a sly grin playing on its lips. "That bye-bye Hyung, acting all cocky and then leaving the scenario difficulty this low." The creature's words drip with a clear implication of mockery. A golden energy crackles, erupting from the creature's hand with a sharp snap. The light intensifies, momentarily blinding. A scenario penalty is added. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Bai Hyun's arrogance has consequences. A system message flashes, food stockpiles will vanish, and access will be restricted. The consequences of Bai Hyun's actions are immediate and stark. Ha! The food, it's disappearing. Packages of snacks and drinks vanish into thin air, leaving only a faint golden shimmer in their wake. The immediate consequence of Bai Hyun's actions is clear. He. If you start the scenario, you should be thinking about how to clear the scenario, everyone, a nervous voice announces. Panic rises as food vanishes around them, leaving only a golden shimmer where snacks and drinks once stood. It's not right to just think about eating, right? A nervous voice questions the morality of their current predicament, even as a creature unleashes a blast of golden energy, declaring, "Anyway, this planet Earth is full of trash." Panic grips the group as shadowy figures erupt from the walls, their forms indistinct in the swirling dust. A wave of fear washes over everyone. The golden energy blast has clearly unleashed something far more sinister than a simple food vanishing trick. "Then, let's have fun from now on, everyone," a chilling voice declares, a cruel smile twisting his lips. The food, it seems, is only the beginning. Terror etched on the faces around him, the group braces for whatever comes next. A chilling figure emerges, his presence amplified by the echoing dring sound effect. Two glowing blue rectangles hover near him, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Fear is etched onto the faces of those around him, their terror palpable. "Yeah, now it seems more like ways of survival," he sneers, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual tone of his words. A chilling announcement appears: a cost of survival clause has been added. 100 coins will be deducted nightly, and failure to pay means death. The threat hangs heavier now, a stark reality replacing the previous casual menace. The penalty remains: a daily tax on survival, 100 coins, until the second main scenario concludes. Failure to pay means certain death. More ominously, a system message confirms their current location, deep within the second scenario's active zone. They must move frequently to areas where the main scenario is active to avoid the ever-present threat. A stark reminder appears: join Azura Scan's Discord server. The weight of survival, and the ever-present threat of the nightly coin tax, hangs heavy in the air. Chapter 18 begins. The pressure mounts, the daily coin tax, the ever-present threat within the active zone, it all weighs heavily on him. A dimly lit subway station. A sign points the way out, the words "way out" stark against the muted tones of the platform. Below, a simple announcement: "Everyone, please gather." The air hangs heavy with anticipation. "We have an important announcement," a voice booms across the hushed gathering. A low murmur ripples through the crowd, a wave of nervous anticipation. The announcement continues, the gravity of the situation settling over the assembled crowd. "The situation has become much worse," the voice declares, "so more scouts from marginalized groups are needed." A palpable tension hangs in the air, the unspoken fear is clear. "We won't." The speaker begins, the sentence left unfinished, the implication heavy with unspoken dread. "Damn, now there's suddenly an extra food penalty," a young man mutters, his expression a mixture of frustration and disbelief. The announcement's implications hit home: food will now be withheld from those who don't participate as scouts. No way. Did you know this would happen? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier pronouncements. A wave of disbelief washes over the speaker, reflecting the growing unease among everyone present. "That's why I told you to eat it earlier," he says, his tone laced with a grim understanding. The woman beside him clutches her chest, her face etched with horror. "My biscuits," she whispers, the words barely audible, a stark contrast to the man's calm explanation. "No, it can't be," she cries out, her denial echoing the disbelief that hangs heavy in the air. Shion Inho's thoughts are revealed, a close-up on his face shows a pensive gaze, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. The narrative confirms we've correctly accessed his inner thoughts. A system message appears, confirming that our understanding of Cheon Inho has deepened. Even with lingering doubts, the message implies the truth remains elusive. Whether or not he knew about the food penalty, the question hangs heavy. Dr. SSI, I didn't know this would happen. Cheon Inho's voice held a note of surprise. He stared at the glowing interface, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. I expected this, he muttered, a quiet confidence underlying his words, even as he admitted his prior ignorance of the food penalty. This situation, he explains, isn't far-fetched when considering the Dakibi's penchant for harassing humans. However, the unexpected addition of a cost of survival penalty throws a wrench into their plans. A stark warning flashes across the interface, a cost of survival clause has been added. 100 coins will be deducted nightly, failure to pay means death. This penalty, the screen reveals, will persist until the second main scenario concludes. This situation, he muses, mirrors ways of survival, but a crucial difference emerges, a cost of survival penalty, absent from the original. A nagging question forms, did his contract with Bayon influence this unexpected development? Dr. SSI, someone calls out. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he considers the pressing question, what should we do now? Do you think we should join? The weight of the cost of survival penalty hangs heavy in the air. Dr. SSI, the urgent call cuts through his thoughts. He considers the suggestion to join the reconnaissance team, a serious frown etching itself onto his face. The gravity of the situation is clear. Nope, we won't go above ground, he declares firmly. If we go there, we will definitely die. But to get food, we must go above ground. Dokja murmurs, a worried frown deepening. The harsh reality sinks in, the world has changed, so you have to change the food you eat. His words highlight the desperate need for supplies, a stark contrast to his earlier refusal to risk the surface. Ha! Dokja's voice, laced with confusion, breaks the tense silence. He and his small group stand in a dimly lit underground passage, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. The weight of their predicament hangs heavy in the air. Wait a minute, Dokja, a sudden interruption cuts through Dokja's contemplation, a voice laced with urgency halting his grim assessment of their situation. The weight of their decision to venture above ground, to seek sustenance in a changed world, hangs heavy in the air. Yes, I am, a voice confirms, the simple statement hanging heavy in the dim, underground station. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A pensive silence follows, broken only by Dokja's quiet contemplation. His gaze is fixed upward, a mixture of apprehension and grim determination etched onto his face. We will hunt monsters, the words hang in the air, a stark declaration cutting through the previous silence. A new resolve settles over Dokja, his quiet contemplation replaced by a steely focus. The title card appears, Omniscient Readers. A stark declaration, it underscores the gravity of the task ahead. The words viewpoint appear, a stark title card setting the stage for what's to come. A shift in perspective is promised, a change in the narrative's focus. Chapter 19, Episode 5, Dark Sentinel, Part 1. The title alone hints at the shadows that lie ahead. We're going to hunt the monsters roaming the railroad tracks? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the bleak, shadowed alleyway. The setting itself speaks of impending danger. They begin their descent, the metallic ladder stretching down into the inky blackness below. A cold, damp air hangs heavy, the silence broken only by the faint drip of water. Well, looking at it in the long run, a team dedicated to tackling the scenario is important. The words, though practical, offer little comfort against the oppressive darkness surrounding them. The descent continues. Reaching the bottom, they pause. A woman's voice, filled with quiet concern, breaks the heavy silence. Come back safely. The weight of her words hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the faces of the team as they prepare to move forward. A moment of quiet contemplation follows their descent. One team member muses, I thought he'd confront me for skipping the regular meeting, but instead, he seems relieved I'm leaving the group? Funny guy. What kind of boss is he? The question hangs in the air, a hint of uncertainty coloring his tone. A sudden clarity dawns. Two key reasons for increased understanding of Cheon Inho are revealed. The character's profile deepens, hinting at a more complex narrative to unfold. Cheon In-ho's understanding of others deepens. He reveals two key insights: gaining a character's trust and accurately predicting their thoughts. A smirk plays on his lips, hinting at a strategic mind at work. He's piecing it together. A key insight strikes him: understanding deepens if either trust is earned or thoughts are accurately predicted. It seems to be a case of the latter, he realizes, a knowing smirk spreading across his face. The character, Cheon In-ho, is suspicious of his intentions. While you are away, can one of my members join you? The offer hangs in the air, a subtle challenge masked by politeness. Cheon In-ho's smirk deepens, he's anticipating their next move. Indeed, Cheon In-ho wouldn't let us go so easily, a voice states, the words carrying a subtle threat. They also want information about his strategy. The suspicion is palpable. A long, dimly lit tunnel stretches before them, the tracks disappearing into a distant, bright light. A body lies sprawled across the rails, a stark crimson stain spreading across the gray stone. The scene is grim, the silence heavy with unspoken tension. A strangled cry, "Ike," escapes a man's lips, his face contorted in a grimace of sheer terror. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with fear. A strangled gasp escapes him, a corpse. Terror grips him, his eyes wide as he stares at the gruesome sight. "Why you sang SSI? Hold my hand, you must be scared," he pleads, his voice trembling. A calm retort follows, "I think you might be more afraid than I am?" And no, of course not. The sharp denial cuts through the lingering tension, a stark contrast to the previous fear. Yu Sangda's calm assurance, however, only serves to highlight the palpable unease radiating from the others huddled behind her. Will he be okay? The question hangs in the air, a palpable uncertainty etched on the faces of those watching. Yu Sangda, however, remains composed. He is neither a threat nor a help, she states, her voice firm, cutting through their anxieties. More importantly, Yu Sangda presses, her concern evident, "Is it really okay for you to come with us, young Hee-won? You haven't fully recovered yet." A subtle worry underlies her words, a stark contrast to her earlier composure. "It's really dangerous beyond this point," Yu Sangda presses, her concern deepening. "Are you really going to let him come with us?" She then adds, a hint of worry coloring her voice, "I'm more worried about Gileong-yi than about myself." In fact, even I was bothered about this from the start, Lee Hyun-sung reflects, his words adding a layer of complexity to the already tense situation. He continues, a hint of urgency in his tone, "It isn't too late, how about we send back the women and Gileong-yi?" A determined resolve settles over his features as he adds, "Lee Hyun-sung SSI, I'm not as good as you are, but I do know how to fight. I even took some kendo lessons," Lee Hyun-sung states, a quiet confidence underlying his words. But a flicker of doubt crosses his face as he adds, "I think both of you have forgotten." His expression conveys a sudden awareness of the gravity of their situation. A few days ago, the world changed completely. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the shift in power dynamics. Lee Hyun-sung's earlier doubts are now contextualized. The notion that women and children are inherently weaker is revealed to be a dangerous prejudice in this new reality. Now anyone can become strong simply by raising their stats, a voice explains, the words hanging in the air, heavy with implication. Gileong is then urged, "Show them." A silent nod is the only response, a quiet determination settling over the scene. A subtle shift in the atmosphere underscores the weight of Gileong's silent nod. The suffix a term of affection used only among close friends, reveals a depth of connection between these individuals, a quiet understanding in the face of a world irrevocably altered. Gileong kneels, his hands resting on the ground. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the earth beneath his fingertips, a soft sha sound accompanying the subtle energy. Surrounding the kneeling figure, a group watches intently. The scene is stark, the muted light highlighting the tension in their faces. A palpable sense of anticipation hangs in the air. A faint, ethereal glow snakes upward from the ground, a soft scuttle accompanying its ascent. "Oh my god, what is that?" someone gasps. A large cockroach scuttles across the floor, leaving a glowing trail in its wake. "As shit. That's a cockroach," another voice cries out, panic rising among the onlookers. My attribute is insect collector, a voice calmly states, a stark contrast to the surrounding panic. I can have basic conversations with insects. Lee Gillian's ability activates. A system message confirms it, reverse communication. His eyes widen, reflecting the shock and perhaps a touch of awe at his own power. There's no living creature beyond this point, a voice reports, calm amidst the previous chaos. It's safe for the next 100 steps forward. A reassuring assessment, delivered with newfound confidence born from Lee Gillian's activated ability. Thank you for worrying about me, Lee Gillian says, a slight smile playing on his lips, but I didn't come along with you just to be pampered. His words carry a quiet defiance, a subtle assertion of his independence. Ah, right, Lee Gillian acknowledges, his tone light. By the way, I don't think. He trails off, a thoughtful expression replacing his previous smile, hinting at an unspoken concern or a new plan forming in his mind. A palpable darkness hangs in the air. It feels as if an unseen hand has drawn a heavy curtain across the tunnel, swallowing the light. Lee Gillian's expression hardens. A sudden, sharp intake of breath punctuates the oppressive silence. He seems to sense something, a shift in the unseen forces surrounding him. A collective gasp escapes the group. Wide eyes reflect a shared alarm, something unseen has clearly disrupted their quiet descent. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A new sub-scenario has arrived. The announcement blazes across a digital interface, its stark blue light cutting through the tense silence. Lee Gillian and the others react instantly, their apprehension palpable. The screen blazes with a new challenge, a sub-scenario titled Food Acquisition. Hunt monsters, cook them, and claim 500 coins as a reward. Failure, however, remains ominously undefined. A tremor runs through the group. Lee Gillian, eyes wide, whispers, "It's a monster." The fallen creature lies before them, its clawed limbs splayed across the metallic floor, blood staining the cold surface. How the hell did this happen? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark reflection of the group's disbelief. A grade 9 ground rat lies dead before them, its classification a chilling reminder of the unexpected danger they face. A chilling explanation surfaces, these creatures, burrowing and moving in groups, are persistent hunters that roam the connecting tunnels, making travel between stations incredibly difficult. The dead grade 9 ground rat serves as a grim testament to their lethality. A thought bubbles above Yu Junghyuk's head, nobody could have killed so many of them, except Yu Junghyuk. Then, another voice cuts through the grim silence, a suggestion forming in the darkness, Dr. SSI, can't we use these creatures as food and clear the scenario? They said we had to hunt for food directly, so probably not, someone remarks, a practical assessment of the situation. Junghyuk, crouching nearby, mutters, that makes things messy. The implication hangs heavy, directly hunting for food in these tunnels, amidst the relentless ground rats, is far from ideal. He won SSI, didn't you say you were good at kendo, someone asks, the question hanging in the air. Junghyuk, seemingly caught off guard, replies, to say I'm very good is stretching it a little. His modest response hints at a potential skill that could prove useful in their current predicament. A glimpse of tattered, white cloth, possibly a discarded garment, hangs limply in the dim light of the tunnel. The fabric's condition suggests a struggle, a silent testament to the harsh realities of their underground hunt. I feel like we're suddenly back to the Stone Age, someone observes, a wry tone coloring their words. The group, now armed with crude, makeshift weapons, prepares for whatever lies ahead. These will be more efficient if the blade is sharper, another instructs, so please file the edges with rocks or something similar. The grim determination in their faces speaks volumes about their resolve. A system message appears, a glowing blue rectangle against the dark tunnel. They've succeeded. The group has obtained weapons, a fact noted by a handful of constellations, who find humanity's ingenuity interesting. As a reward, 100 coins are granted. Your hand movements were like that of an amateur, a voice observes, but you crafted them surprisingly well. The group receives detailed instructions on handling slain monsters, a reward of 100 coins appearing on a nearby screen. So we get coins for things like this too, someone else remarks, the question hanging in the air, do all of you have coins? If possible, invest everything into your strength, stamina, and agility, and only leave enough coins for the survival fee, a voice instructs, the words hanging heavy in the air. This may sound harsh, but I honestly don't expect all of you to survive. A rustle of movement accompanies the stark warning. Despite the grim warning, a voice cuts through the tension. Even so, you all must survive. The words, though laced with a hint of harsh reality, offer a sliver of hope amidst the daunting challenge ahead. A sickening crack echoes as something large and clawed breaks apart. Dust motes dance in the dim light. A chorus of guttural growls fills the air as several reptilian creatures, their eyes glowing menacingly, emerge from the shadows. Please, a desperate plea hangs in the silence, before a stark, blue interface message cuts through the tension. Sub-scenario: food acquisition has begun. He's thrown back, a pained grimace twisting his features as he slams against a wall. The impact sends a tremor through him, the sudden, jarring halt a stark contrast to the frantic energy of the moment. He slams against a wall, a pain dug escaping his lips. Blood streaks his hand, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. A guttural roar erupts, shaking the very ground. He's down, his body a crumpled heap, the ferocity of the attack leaving him gasping for breath. With a swift, brutal swipe, she sends him sprawling. The impact echoes, a sharp counterpoint to the guttural roar that had preceded it. He's sent flying, a blur of motion ending in a hard crash. Blood spatters across the ground, marking the ferocity of the blow. Damn it, he mutters, a frustrated growl escaping his lips. One slipped past his defenses. A clatter echoes as he stumbles, the weight of the near miss heavy on him. He grips the broken shaft of his weapon, the splintered wood a testament to the force of the blow. Pain laces his expression, but determination hardens his gaze. He will not fall. He counters, a fierce swing sending a shockwave that shatters the remaining pieces of his weapon. The impact echoes, a resounding smash. The final fragments of his weapon disintegrate into ash, a violent counterattack leaving only dust and the echo of the impact. A blinding flash erupts as the final blow connects. The woman gasps, her weapon reduced to splinters, a look of pained disbelief etched on her face. She collapses, her weapon shattered, gasping ragged breaths as blood stains her clothes. Defeat is etched onto her face, a stark contrast to the ferocity she displayed moments before. It looks like they all fought fiercely. A bystander observes, the aftermath of the brutal battle stark against the grim backdrop. He stands over the fallen beast, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. Blood stains the ground, a testament to the brutal fight. The air hangs heavy with the scent of victory, and the silence is broken only by his ragged breathing. Better than I expected, he muses, a hint of surprise in his voice. Then, concern replaces his previous satisfaction as he adds, "Is everyone okay?" He looks around, concern etched on his face. His companions, battered but alive, stand nearby, a testament to the fight's intensity. Relief washes over him as he confirms their survival. "Oh my God. Dr. SSI, just how many did you catch by yourself?" she gasped, astonishment evident in her voice. He simply replied, "I killed 4. Che, I only got 2 of them," one of the survivors admitted, a grin splitting his face. Another chimed in, "I also just hunted 3. The sheer number of kills, especially considering Doctor's own 4, hung heavy in the air. Astonishment was clear on their faces. A wide grin spreads across his face as he boasts, "I have a decent power level, but his stats have almost caught up to mine, and I poured so many coins into my stats too." His pride is palpable. A character profile appears, detailing Lee Hyun-sung's stats. "Starter pack," the text exclaims, a clear indication of his current, surprisingly low-level status despite his boasts. The starter pack, it turns out, is a coin package usable only when a player's total stats average less than level 10. This explains his surprisingly low level despite his boasts. It boosts combined stats by 1 level, a small but potentially useful advantage. "I envy him," one of them whispers, a clear note of awe in their voice. The other, grinning broadly, seems to take this as a compliment. "That's how he's already so strong," they exclaim, their words hinting at a secret advantage. "But how do we cook this?" one of them asks, a thoughtful frown creasing their brow. Their companion replies, "I don't think it can be eaten like this." The uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. You can't eat it right now, but there will be a way to do so later, one of them explains, a pragmatic note in their voice. The uncertainty from before seems to ease slightly, replaced by a quiet determination. A moment of quiet reflection follows. He thinks to himself, uh-oh, did I respond too calmly? A hint of self-doubt flickers in his eyes. Well, I do want to be questioned a little bit, he admits, a hint of nervousness underlying his words. The request, however, is met with another question, Dr. SSI, do you perhaps know something more about? A new line of inquiry opens, leaving him slightly on edge. Dr. SSI stands, a long staff held casually at his side, as a group questions him. The air is thick with unspoken tension. Do you perhaps know something more about this situation? One of them asks, their gaze intense. He stands, staff in hand, a quiet contemplation etched on his face. The weight of their scrutiny is palpable, yet his internal monologue reveals a different focus. I wonder if the regressor in the novel felt the same way when confronted in this manner. Dokja's quiet contemplation is broken by a memory. There were times, he recalls, when Yoo Jung-hyuk merely called his suspicions a feeling, and other times when he outright lied. As I, reader, dare I say that the best answer is to. The protagonist's inner voice trails off, the unspoken choice hanging heavy in the air. A series of system messages appear, confirming the weight of his decision. The constellation's secretive plotter, and several others, await his answer. A strangled cry, "Yu-Yua," escapes Dokja's lips as he recoils, the sound echoing the turmoil of his decision. The weight of his choice, a choice made in the face of uncertainty, settles upon him. A wave of shock ripples through the group. Their faces, contorted in disbelief and fear, mirror the sudden, violent force that explodes from the center of their midst. It's a chaotic blur of motion, a whirlwind of panic as they're flung back, their screams swallowed by the overwhelming power unleashed. Simply create situations where you don't have to explain anything at all. The words hang in the air, a chilling assessment from Manager Han, his statement echoing the unsettling calm amidst the recent chaos. Nice, Manager Han, a quiet murmur follows, a stark contrast to the fear that still lingers. A desperate plea cuts through the lingering tension, save me. The words are barely audible above the sounds of something being dragged away, a horrifying implication hanging heavy in the air. He slams into the ground, a silent scream escaping his lips. The impact echoes the desperation heard moments before. A system message appears, a stark blue box against the gray dust. The constellation's secretive plotter nods after observing your choice. Hold on to this, she cries, her voice strained, extending a hand towards him as she's pulled downwards. A desperate attempt to connect, a lifeline in the chaos. A scream, sharp and desperate, cuts through the air, Ka. He plummets, a blur of motion against the gray backdrop, a desperate hand reaching out. You sang SSI, she cries, her voice a thread of hope against the overwhelming descent. A system message flashes, the constellation prisoner of the golden headband resents whoever caused his predicament. This revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling undercurrent to the ongoing chaos. The descent continues, a dizzying spiral of gray and white. A sense of helplessness hangs in the air, mirroring the character's desperate plight. The descent continues, a relentless plummet. One figure reaches out desperately, a silent scream etched across his face. Below, another watches, his expression unreadable. Ah, seriously. I just knew that man was going to get in trouble. A woman watches, her hand covering her face, a clear expression of distress etched on her features. The falling man is now sprawled on the ground, the impact seemingly unavoidable. Join the Discord. A simple invitation, yet it hints at a larger community following this unfolding drama. A simple invitation to join the Discord server appears, a subtle reminder that this story unfolds within a larger community, eagerly awaiting the next chapter. Was it really okay to let those two go alone? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent worry echoing in the dimly lit corridor. Below, a gaping chasm yawns open in the floor, dust motes swirling in the dim light. The sheer scale of the destruction speaks to the power unleashed just moments before. Concern etched on his face, one of the two figures standing over the chasm speaks, his voice laced with disbelief, "You're going alone with only Gillianji?" The vast, gaping hole in the floor serves as a stark reminder of the recent, destructive power unleashed. Gilleon's abilities, it's explained, will be crucial to their success. The weight of the mission hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the boy's seemingly nonchalant demeanor as he holds his unusual weapon. Young Hee-won SSI's condition isn't good, so please take care of her, one of the figures urges, his concern palpable. A heavy weight of responsibility settles on the other, who nods grimly, acknowledging the unspoken difficulties ahead. A quick glance reveals Gilleon's serious expression. The weight of responsibility, the urgency of the situation, it's all etched onto his face. He's clearly aware of the risks, the precarious state of young Hee-won, and the burden he now carries. Gilleon's shoulders slump slightly, the weight of his responsibility pressing down. A subtle tremor in his hand betrays the anxiety simmering beneath his outwardly composed demeanor. He's bracing himself, preparing for whatever challenges lie ahead. He said he'd send a signal if anything happened, so let's wait, Gilleon states, his gaze unwavering. Young Hee-won, beside him, mutters, I really am fine, a barely audible grumble betraying her discomfort. A heavy silence descends. The only sound is the wind whispering through the unseen trees, a stark contrast to the tension hanging in the air. They wait. The words omniscient reader's view appear, a stark, icy blue against the black background, hinting at a shift in perspective. Now, a shift in perspective. The omniscient reader's viewpoint is revealed, promising a broader understanding of the unfolding events. Chapter 20, Episode 5, Part 2, Dark Sentinel. This is where the ground rats live, the edge of darkness. A place that swallows all light, its very walls a suffocating void. Two hands clasped together, a fragile connection amidst the suffocating darkness of the edge of darkness. Here, where the very boundaries between above and below blur into an indistinguishable void. This way, a voice guides, cutting through the oppressive darkness. He continues, a low murmur in the suffocating void, without Lee Gilleon's diverse communication ability, I might have had to use coins again. Excuse me, Hyung, one of them asks, a hesitant politeness in his voice. The other responds with a simple, yes? Their journey continues through the oppressive darkness, hand in hand. Did you do that on purpose? One of them asks, a hint of suspicion in his tone. The other, taken aback, replies, huh? Do what? Their hands remain clasped, a silent tension hanging between them in the dim light. You allowed that to happen, one accuses, the words hanging heavy in the oppressive darkness. A stark accusation, leaving the other speechless. Why did you do that? One demands, the question sharp and accusatory. The other, his gaze fixed on the ground, explains, at that time, I was looking at Hyung's face. The unspoken weight of their shared history hangs heavy in the air. Two notifications appear, glowing blue against the dark background. The first condemns his cruelty, the second, a more cryptic message, reveals the secret of plotter Constellation's watchful gaze, urging him onward. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. So he was observing me in the midst of all that ruckus, one of them thinks, a chill running down his spine. What a scary boy, he adds, a hint of unease coloring his assessment. The other, meanwhile, reflects, he's quick to catch on, so it isn't a good idea to lie. I did that because of the nature of the ground, one explains, his voice calm despite the tension. They have a habit of keeping their prey in the same place as their treasure. They also collect rare objects and items, but the paths are so complicated they can't be found unless the burrowed paths are directly followed. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the intricate game afoot. I expected them to take Han Myungo, but I didn't expect Usanga to be grabbed as well, one of them observes, a hint of surprise in their tone. Then your true purpose isn't to save them, but to get items? The other presses, his question hanging heavy in the air. Yes, comes the reply, are you disappointed in me? No, he replies, his voice barely a whisper. You shouldn't lie, Hyung, the other counters, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. The weight of unspoken truths settles between them. You wouldn't have saved me in the subway, the younger boy accuses, his words hanging in the air between them. A stark contrast to the previous exchange, the accusation cuts through the unspoken tension. I believe in you, the older brother says, their hands clasped together. A system message then flashes, some constellations are moved to tears, and 200 coins are awarded. Silence hangs between the brothers, their hands still clasped. A shared understanding passes between them, unspoken yet profound. What makes you believe in me that way? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the profound bond between the brothers. A younger brother's unspoken thoughts are revealed. I thought he was a mature boy, but at heart he's still a kid. The panel then shifts to a stark observation: in this world, there are cruel adults, who would. The sentence trails off, leaving the audience suspended in anticipation. We're almost there, one brother says, their ascent marked by a shimmering trail of light against the dark backdrop. Above them, a message appears: a few constellations are holding their breath. The older brother's earlier words echo: take advantage of such maturity. Hyun, the younger brother whispers, his voice barely audible against the shimmering light surrounding them. A sense of urgency, a quiet plea, hangs in the air. Are you the god of this world? Or perhaps, the main character? The younger brother's question hangs in the air, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched onto his face. His wide eyes reflect the uncertainty of their situation. But what do you know? The younger brother presses, his question a quiet challenge. Lee Gil-young responds, a simple statement carrying unexpected weight: I'm not the main character. Rather, I've always been envious of the main character, Lee Gil-young admits, a hint of bitterness coloring his words. His younger brother presses further, yet you still know something about this world, don't you? Gil-young's response is simple, yet carries a weight of unspoken knowledge: that's right. In that case, after clearing these scenarios, the older brother states, his gaze firm. His younger brother, clutching a strange, bandaged object, asks, can we make a wish? A wish, the younger brother repeats, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His older brother explains, usually, there's a reward at the end of a story like this. Isn't that right? The younger brother asks, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. His older brother's words hang heavy in the air. People who adapt to this kind of world suffer in different ways. Some go mad, the text reads, and the younger brother's face fills the panel, a chilling grin twisting his lips, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. His grip tightens on his throat. And some maintain an irrational optimism, the text explains, contrasting sharply with the younger brother's chilling grin from the previous panel. His image, now alone, shows him on a train, a stark change of scene, his expression unreadable. Yes, there is, a voice confirms, a hand resting gently on the younger brother's shoulder. The stark contrast between the previous panel's chilling grin and this moment of quiet affirmation hangs heavy in the air. He's grateful for the darkness, a silent confession. This way, Lee Gil-young won't see the true weight of his emotions. It isn't good to be cruel, he reflects, a quiet admission of a harsh reality, but I have become a cruel adult. A single step echoes in the dim light. A wave of dizziness washes over him, the world blurring into a vortex of blue and black. He's falling, a silent descent into the unknown. He plummets, a dizzying descent through a swirling vortex of blue and black. Another figure, a shadowy form wielding a bone club, falls beside him. The descent continues, a dizzying plunge through swirling colors. Then, a stark, blue digital interface appears, announcing, the contents of the sub-scenario have been updated. A single exclamation point punctuates the message, leaving the implications hanging heavy in the air. The jarring impact of landing is barely registered before a bright blue interface blazes to life. You have entered the ground-based trial, it proclaims, the words stark against the digital glow. A new challenge begins. Hyung. This. A gasp escapes him as a purple, glowing chest appears, labeled Ground Rat's Treasure Trove. The air crackles with energy, a low hum intensifying into a resounding wurururuk. Wait, the older one cautions, his gaze fixed on the glowing chest. The treasure trove doesn't just contain treasures. A low hum vibrates through the air, building to a resonating wurururuk as the younger one clutches his ragged toy. A low growl, barely audible, vibrates from the chest. The brothers exchange a worried glance, something is definitely amiss. From the chest, icy blue energy erupts, forming monstrous, clawed figures that crawl forth with guttural growls. One brother cradles the other, concern etched on his face. The injured brother's chest, however, pulses with an unnatural, icy blue light. This is all your fault, you Sangha SSI. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, the older brother's voice sharp with blame as he holds his injured sibling. The icy blue light pulsing from the younger brother's chest intensifies. That voice. A gasp escapes the bound woman as the man beside her protests, "My fault, what do you mean by that?" His words are a sharp counterpoint to her accusation, "If you hadn't chosen to take the subway, we wouldn't be in this situation." The tension ratchets up, the icy blue glow from the injured brother's chest a silent, ominous presence. What does this have to do with me taking the subway? The question hangs in the air, a sharp challenge to the accusations leveled moments before. The tension remains palpable, the injured brother's icy glow still a potent symbol of the precarious situation. Well, you sang SSI, you normally just used to ride a bicycle. The man stammered, his words a hesitant explanation. The woman, however, cut him off sharply. Wait a minute. Are you the one who stole my bike? Her accusation hung in the air, a sudden, unexpected twist. So what? Didn't I keep telling you I'd drive you home in my car? Manager Han retorted, his words dripping with a self-satisfied air. The sharp question, "Answer me." Manager Han, "Did you really steal my bike?" cut through his smugness, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yusanga's accusation hung heavy, the unspoken implication of his wealth and her injured brother's bicycle theft a potent mix. Benz opted for the subway. A system message then appeared, revealing that the constellation, demon-like judge of fire, harbors a strong dislike for Han Myungo. Yes. I'm the one who did it. How does it matter now? Manager Han exclaimed, his defiance stark against Yusanga's accusation. Theft? F***ck, don't chat shit. You should have just gotten in my car from the beginning, he snarled, his anger escalating. Sanga's retort, how could you say that as if it isn't a big deal? You took something that wasn't yours, that's theft, only fueled his rage. A system message cuts through the heated exchange, the constellation prisoner of the golden headband finds their argument utterly trivial. Are you done talking now? A voice demands, impatience clear. I didn't mean to come forward this early, but... The young man's voice, laced with urgency, cuts through the air. He's clearly interrupting, his words a counterpoint to the impatient demand, not yet. I'm not yet done talking. I have no choice, he declares, a grim determination etched on his face as he grips his staff, a faint glow emanating from it. The urgency in his voice cuts through the ongoing argument, silencing his impatient opponent. Hey, you Sanga SSI. When did I ever make a fuss? The young man's retort hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the previous tension. He adds, with a touch of exasperation, I didn't ask for a date. A glowing chest rests nearby, amidst the faint blue flames. A burst of blue light, labeled Blaze, erupts from his staff. He unleashes the spell, the young man's form momentarily obscured by the brilliant flash. I just said I would take you home in a friendly way. He insists, his words a sharp counterpoint to the earlier accusations. The young man's expression is one of determined resolve, his body language conveying a clear intention to end the encounter peacefully. But you kept pushing, he says, a hint of frustration coloring his voice. The young man's peaceful demeanor is gone, replaced by a growing tension. A sharp whooshing sound cuts through the air. King refusing, that's why. The young man's patience snaps. A swift, white blur erupts from his hand, a clear indication of his sudden, forceful response. A white blur streaks across the panel, a sharp whiz accompanying its rapid movement. The young man's attack is unleashed, swift and forceful. A white blur, a sharp whiz, and then impact. The attack connects, a shockwave rippling outwards. The impact throws him back, a wave of force radiating outwards. His eyes widen, a grimace twisting his features as he struggles against the sheer power of the blow. A deafening bang echoes as the force of the blow sends him sprawling. He cries out, "You whack!" The force of the blow sends him sprawling. A system message flashes, the constellation prisoner of golden headband is pleased. A bright blue notification appears, 100 coins have been sponsored. W what? The woman's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on her face. Beside her, a man gapes, mirroring her astonishment. Dr. SSI. The boy's voice cracks with urgency, his eyes wide with fear as he and the taller figure behind him hurry through the shadowy landscape. "Here it comes," Dokja mutters, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. A grim determination sets in, replacing the previous uncertainty. A sharp crack echoes as something powerful pierces the icy surface. The force of the blow sends shards flying. A deafening crack splits the ice, shards scattering as the blow connects. A bluish-white energy crackles, radiating outward from the point of impact. From the debris, a figure emerges, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. With a sickening pop, the creature explodes, its body shattering into fragments. A wave of relief washes over the man in glasses as he watches the threat disintegrate. A sharp cracking sound echoes as the ground trembles beneath their feet. The man with the bandaged hand stares, wide-eyed, at the dark-haired youth beside him, a mixture of fear and awe etched onto his face. The ground cracks, a tremor shaking them both. Fear and awe battle on the bandaged man's face as he stares at the dark-haired youth. Even in the edge of darkness, a chilling phrase hangs in the air, underscoring the unsettling power emanating from the dark-haired youth. A chilling revelation unfolds. There was a place where dark ether was so abundant that black fire, born from it, could burn. This, the narrator explains, is the core of the dark root, and at its location, a creature will inevitably appear. The ground cracks, a stark visual testament to the power at play. From the fractured earth, a chilling darkness rises. Crystalline shards, like fragments of a shattered moon, scatter across the shadowed landscape. The air itself seems to crackle with an unseen energy. A skeletal figure, cloaked and imposing, rises from the depths. Tendrils of dark energy writhe around it, ensnaring two terrified figures nearby. The creature's presence is a palpable wave of dread, a chilling confirmation of the prophecy. The Dark Sentinel has appeared. Its arrival is heralded by a system message, a chilling confirmation of the prophecy's fulfillment. The creature, a skeletal figure shrouded in darkness, unleashes tendrils of shadow energy, tightening their grip on its terrified victims. The sub-scenario updates. A chilling announcement echoes, "Kill the Sentinel has begun." The stakes are higher now, the threat undeniably real. Urg. Hyung, I. One of them gasps, clearly distressed. The other, however, stands firm, his voice resolute, "I'll be fine, so stand back." He prepares to face the looming threat alone. A grim observation follows the harrowing scene. All the insects mentally linked to Gilyoung had violently perished. The implication hangs heavy in the air, he suffered immense psychological trauma. Gilyoung, clearly strained, assesses his remaining strength. "I think I can still do it one or two more times," he manages, a harsh cough punctuating his words. "All right," he adds, directing a command to himself, "rest here for a while." A desperate plea cuts through the grim silence. "Dokja SSI," cries a bound figure, their voice laced with terror. "Save me! Hurry, hurry up!" The urgency of their call is palpable. Ignoring his own exhaustion, Gilyoung rises, his movements deliberate. He takes 2 measured steps, a glint of resolve in his eyes as he approaches the bound figure. With a sharp crack, Gilyoung snaps the bonds restraining the captive. Relief floods the bound figure's face as freedom is restored. The longer the dark root's branches touch his blade, the more it dissolves. A sizzling sound accompanies the disintegration, a testament to the demonic power at play. A grade 7 demon, the Dark Sentinel, materializes. Its presence fills the shadowed space with an oppressive aura. "Stay back," the warrior commands, his blade held firm against the encroaching darkness. The ground rat's treasure, it turns out, is a sacrificial offering to these demonic servants. Even among monsters of the same grade, demon species are uniquely powerful. A system message flashes, the Dark Sentinel has received the Demon King's favor. The warrior tenses, muttering, "This situation isn't good. I want to avoid fighting it if I can." His apprehension is palpable. Kamyun. Derivative Yitter. The demonic voice booms, chilling the warrior to the bone. He admits, "I have no idea what the hell it is saying." His apprehension deepens, the cryptic words adding another layer of unsettling mystery to the already perilous situation. A system message blares. The Dark Sentinel has emitted fear. His face contorts, a stark expression of terror replacing his previous apprehension. The chilling effect of the Demon King's words, now amplified by this new revelation, is undeniable. His exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, activates, neutralizing most of the Demon King's fear-inducing magic. A wave of relief washes over him as the chilling effect lessens. The Sentinel's face, though still etched with strain, softens slightly. A grim determination sets in, replacing the raw terror. He wipes sweat from his brow, the blue shards of his activated skill fading around him. Gwa! Yitter! The Demon King roars, his voice echoing the raw power still coursing through him, even as his magic wanes. His skeletal face contorts in a furious grimace, the dark tendrils of his magic recoiling slightly. The Sentinel counters, his blade a blur against the Demon King's fading magic. Dark tendrils recoil, unable to fully withstand the attack. The chapter concludes mid-battle, leaving us with a cliffhanger. Join us next time to see how the fight continues. Join our Discord server for updates and discussions. Kamyun. Der Yitter. A hushed whisper, barely audible above the oppressive silence, cuts through the darkness. The very air crackles with unspoken tension. Then, from the shadows, a skeletal figure emerges, its glowing eyes burning with an unholy light. The creature's ragged robes billow, and tendrils of dark energy writhe around it. A chilling presence fills the air. A system message flashes. The Dark Keeper has received the Demon King's favor. The implications hang heavy in the air. He grips his sword, a grim determination etched on his face. Dark energy crackles around him, mirroring the ominous power of the Dark Keeper. The weight of the Demon King's favor is palpable. A blinding flash erupts, the very air crackling with raw power. Omniscient readers. The title card appears, a stark reminder of the power held within the narrative itself. The words viewpoint appear, stark and bold, a shift in perspective promised. The credits roll, a brief pause before the story continues. Art by Sleepy Sea, colors by Umi, original story by Singshong. Chapter 21, Episode 5 begins. A wave of icy blue flames erupts, the word blaze etched across the fiery torrent. Damn, this has taken a bad turn. He pants, collapsing onto the cold, damp ground, the icy blue flames still raging nearby. I didn't want to fight if possible, he says, his voice strained but resolute. The others watch, a mixture of concern and apprehension etched on their faces as the icy blue flames still lick at the ground nearby. Yitter, someone cries out. A creature, wounded and defeated, crawls weakly across the icy ground. The blue flames, though diminished, still crackle menacingly nearby. Mother? The whispered word hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent battle's intensity. A wave of desperate hope, tinged with disbelief, washes over the speaker. Turning, she sees him. A figure silhouetted against the fading blue flames, a weapon held loosely at his side. Hope flickers in her eyes, fragile yet fierce. You Sangha, I told you to stay back. Why are you still here? The sharp rebuke cuts through the lingering smoke. The speaker's concern is palpable, yet their words are laced with frustration. That monster, it just said mother. A moment of stunned silence follows, before a whispered question hangs in the air. Was it, Kekarid, Yemirin? Ah, is this the pronunciation? Akatu? Sangha questions, a frantic edge to her voice. Kalayatu, she cries out, the name a desperate gasp for understanding in the aftermath of the horrifying revelation. Kalayatu. Sangha cries out, the name a desperate plea echoing across the desolate landscape. Before them, a monstrous figure looms, its form vaguely humanoid yet undeniably alien, tentacles writhing, casting long, ominous shadows. Uncertainty hangs heavy in the air, a question mark mirroring the group's stunned expressions. Oh my god. Soit isn't just Spanish, she can speak a demon's language as well. The words hang in the air, a stunned whisper reflecting the disbelief washing over the speaker. The revelation of Sangha's unexpected linguistic ability adds a new, unsettling layer to the already perilous situation. Was that right? A worried question hangs in the air, uncertainty etched on Sangha's face. Suddenly, A system message flashes. Sangha has activated her interpreter skill, level 3. The implication is clear, she can now understand the creature before them. So, what is it saying? Sangha asks, her brow furrowed in concentration. The creature before them repeats a chilling phrase, become the mother. A single word, sharp and urgent, cuts through the tension, Kalatu. A chilling silence follows the creature's urgent command, Kalatu. The weight of the word hangs heavy in the air, a palpable sense of dread settling over Sangha. I can't be a mother, I'm not even married yet. The words burst from him, a desperate plea against the chilling command, Kalatu. Why is he, of all people, being addressed as a mother? He should be a father. A purplish, serpentine appendage slithers into view, a chilling visual echoing the creature's command. The word Kalata still hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The creature, cloaked in serpentine, extends a limb, its form both unsettling and powerful. A surge of purple energy crackles around it, amplifying the chilling command, Kalatu. The weight of this word, this impossible demand, settles heavily on the scene. A wave of purple energy explodes outward, the word ETCH screaming across the panel as the creature's power manifests. The purple energy slams into him, a brutal thrust. His eyes widen in shock and pain as the force throws him back. His eyes, wide with shock and pain, reflect the full force of the attack. Beside him, a woman gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in a gesture of horrified disbelief. He coughs, a wet, gurgling sound escaping his lips as blood trickles down his chin. The impact of the attack is clear, the fight is far from over. A guttural urg escapes him, the sound raw and pained. Blood traces a path down his chin, a grim testament to the brutal blow he just endured. He dashes away, a desperate escape fueled by a newfound understanding. Right, that's what it meant by become the mother, he realizes, the weight of the revelation heavy in his stride. Useng SSI calls after him, you don't have any plans to have a child, do you? His reply is immediate and firm, of course I don't. Becoming the mother. The weight of that revelation propels him forward, a desperate flight fueled by a newfound understanding. The chilling revelation hangs in the air, demonic offspring are born through the bodies of other species. A suspicion takes hold, could Han Myungo be one of them? He moves with a blur of motion, a desperate lunge. His sword flashes, a desperate attempt to break free from the unseen force binding him. The unseen force yields, momentarily. He breaks free, a desperate counterattack launched with a flash of steel. His counterattack lands. A guttural cry, Hua, escapes his lips as he unleashes the full force of his strike. Kaliatu, he roars, the name echoing the power of his blow. With a whip-like crack, the attack connects. A blur of motion, a thunderous crack. The impact reverberates, the force of the blow undeniable. He slams into the ground, a thunderous thud echoing the impact. Dust billows, obscuring the scene for a moment before clearing to reveal him, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and fury. Ugh! The sound escapes him, a guttural groan of pain and exertion as he struggles to his feet, his face a mask of barely controlled rage. Dokja SSI. The whispered plea hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the fury that still etched itself across his face. Sweat trickles down his temples, a testament to the brutal fight he's just endured. His eyes, wide and filled with a desperate intensity, betray the pain he's masking. He attacks again, a flurry of desperate slashes. The very air crackles with the force of his blows. A desperate slash, a blur of motion. The impact echoes, a sharp slash cutting through the air. A sharp slash cuts through the air, the sound echoing the force of the blow. A sickening crack echoes as the blow lands. Silence. Only the scattered debris from the shattered wood remains, hanging in the air like a testament to the blow's impact. A purple energy wave shatters, the sound is sharp SHA. Debris flies, marking the devastating force of the blow. He deflects the attack, a purple energy wave shattering with a sharp SHA. The force sends debris flying, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The attack shatters, a resounding TTTR, echoing the impact. Dust and debris cloud the scene, momentarily obscuring the aftermath. With a blur of motion, he dodges. Shit, it's broken now, he grits, a grim realization dawning. This monster guarding the treasure chest is proving to be as elusive as the ichthyosaur under the Dongo Bridge. Right now, this is a fight with no chance of victory, he realizes, the grim truth dawning. The monster's attacks are relentless, a blur of slashing claws. Defeated, he slumps to his knees, a woman's hand resting gently on his back. His original plan wasn't to fight this monster, but to retrieve the treasure chest after its disappearance. Instead, he's left cursing Han Myungo. But as always, plans exist just to go wrong. His initial mission, a simple retrieval, has become a desperate struggle. He sprints, desperate, shouting, "Oi Dakibi! Are you still there?" A hesitant, strained "You, is the only response. He's found the Dakibi, a small, glowing creature, and his urgency is palpable. "There should be some mail for me by now, so hand it over quickly," he demands, his tone leaving no room for argument. The Dakibi, startled, only manages a shaky, "Why you knew?" Hee, it isn't my responsibility." "That's Bai Hyung's job," the Dakibi nervously replies, deflecting the protagonist's urgent request. "You're supposed to be taking Bai Hyung's place right now," the protagonist states, his tone sharp. A frustrated sigh escapes him as he adds, "Can't you see the constellations complaining?" The Dakibi's earlier deflection is clearly met with impatience. "Eek!" The Dakibi squeaks, his wide eyes reflecting the urgency of the situation. System messages flash, the constellations are not pleased. Prisoner of the Golden Headband wants to scold him, while demon-like Judge of Fire issues a threat. Relenting, he stammers, "Oh okay. Then, just this once. I guess it'll be interesting," the Dakibi declares, a nervous tremor in his voice. He seems resigned to his fate, though a bead of sweat trickles down his furry cheek. A system message blares, an item has arrived from the auction. The Dakibi watches, a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity in his gaze, as a dark figure streaks across the scene. "Here, I'm going to sell this. Put it up on the Dakibi auction for barter," he declares, his voice firm despite the nervous tremors still lingering. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casualness of his tone. "You really?" The Dakibi trails off, a mixture of disbelief and dawning suspicion in his eyes. The item offered in exchange must be broken faith, a chilling condition revealed in stark text. The weight of this demand hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the Dakibi's growing unease. A system message flashes, the item broken faith has been acquired. A surge of energy crackles around him, a tangible manifestation of the deal's completion. A surge of blue energy erupts from him, crackling with raw power. The deal is sealed, the price of broken faith is paid. A surge of blue energy, potent and bright, explodes outward, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. The transformation is complete. The transformation is complete. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, leaving him bathed in an ethereal glow. The brokerage fee has been waived due to the contract's effect. The blue energy fades, leaving him standing, transformed. He stands, transformed, a surge of blue energy now coalescing into a shimmering, ethereal blade in his hand. The blue energy solidifies, forming a blade of pure light that hums with power in his hand. He's ready. He confronts his foe, a shadowy figure wreathed in ethereal, purple tendrils. The air crackles with anticipation. A chilling laugh escapes the shadowy figure, a sound that seems to vibrate through the very air. "Kek," he sneers, his yellow eyes gleaming with malevolent amusement. He scoffs, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "How will you even fight with that old thing?" the shadowy figure taunts, his words laced with derision. The protagonist, struggling to his feet, grips his weapon, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "That's broken," the shadowy figure declares, his voice dripping with scorn, "and it can't be used without a special skill." A surge of electricity crackles around the protagonist's damaged weapon, highlighting the grim reality of his situation. Despite the taunts, he grips his broken weapon. A surge of energy crackles around it, revealing its name, Broken Faith, a D-rated item. "I knew that much," he sighs, a weary acceptance coloring his tone. "I wouldn't have bought it if I hadn't known." A system message flashes, the weapon, Broken Faith, is too old to use. The shadowy figure cackles, his laughter echoing the protagonist's grim predicament. Defeat hangs heavy in the air. He stares ahead, eyes narrowed, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The system message confirms his worst fears: achieving any performance with broken faith is impossible, its durability is too low. Ha! The protagonist's eyes widen, his gaze shifting to a small, plush bear clutched in his hand. A sudden, unsettling shift in the atmosphere, the shadowy figure's presence looms larger, his yellow eyes burning with intensity. A surge of energy erupts from the plush bear, a blinding flash of light momentarily obscuring everything. A blinding azure energy explodes from the bear, a wave of power washing over everything. He stands defiant, a figure silhouetted against the azure energy erupting from the bear. The ground cracks and crumbles beneath him, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. W what? H how? He staggers back, disbelief etched on his face. The raw power of the ichthyosaur's death throes still crackles around him, but a new revelation dawns: after killing the ichthyosaur, I had bought this skill from Bai Hyung. Just how do you even know those names? The disbelief in his voice is palpable. He stares, dumbfounded, at the screen displaying the cryptic instructions: search for Great Demon's Eyes, and search for Pure Star Energy. A small, horned creature beside him seems equally perplexed. A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from his sword. The skill, Purest Star Energy, activates, a system message confirming the power unleashed. Even the small horned creature beside him seems awestruck by the display. A system message blazes across the screen: the item Broken Faith is responding to your star energy. Instantly, another follows: the Blade of Faith has been activated. The sword glows with an intensified blue light, a tangible power now humming within its form. The sword blazes with an intensified blue light, its power palpable. He grips it tighter, a fierce determination etched on his face. The energy surges, radiating outwards, shattering the ground around him. A guttural cry, Hua, rips through the air as the foe recoils. The newly activated Blade of Faith, a vibrant blue, cuts through the darkness with terrifying speed. He cuts through the darkness, a fierce grin splitting his face as the Blade of Faith sings a deadly song. The attack is swift, brutal, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. The foe is cleaved in two by the Blade of Faith's furious blue light, a final, desperate shriek cut short by the swiftness of the blow. He moves in a blur, the Blade of Faith a streak of blue light. The air crackles with energy as he finishes the attack. A final, agonizing scream rips through the air, Huaza. The battle is over. Now, he has a chance. The victor stands amidst the rubble, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with resolve. He slumps against the debris, a defeated sigh escaping his lips. Damn it, he mutters, the sword's magic. The victor's victory feels hollow, he hadn't earned it through skill, but through a weapon's inherent power. He lacked both fighting sense and weapons training. The Blade of Faith, it turns out, was the only thing that stood between him and death. Leaning heavily on the magical blade, he realizes the harsh truth: wielding a powerful weapon doesn't make him a powerful swordsman. I'm not a swordsman, he confesses, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. After all, I'm a reader. A system message appears, a faint blue glow illuminating the screen. His exclusive attribute is improving his memory of already read pages. A small, yet significant, boost to his abilities. He lunges forward, the magical blade a blur of motion. A shockwave erupts, shattering the surrounding area. The exclusive skill bookmark activates. A surge of power courses through him, sharpening his senses. He moves in a blur, the enhanced senses from bookmark guiding his every strike. A fierce grin spreads across his face as he cuts through the air with impossible speed. Bookmark number 2 has been activated. The enhanced speed and precision are overwhelming. He moves in a blur, a whirlwind of motion. The enhanced speed is almost impossible to follow, his opponent barely reacts before the attack lands. Readers fight the way a reader would. The words hang in the air, a declaration of fighting style as much as a statement of intent. A system message flashes: the activation time for his bookmark skill is reduced to 1 minute due to its low level. He prepares for the next move. A system message appears: only a portion of the weapon's skill is currently usable due to his limited understanding of it. The activation time for his bookmark skill, however, has been reduced to a single minute. Training Level 1 activates. A surge of green energy engulfs him, a ghostly figure mirroring his movements appearing beside him. A ghostly echo of his movements, a surge of green energy, attacks. The training continues, its intensity escalating. The ghostly echo attacks with a blur of motion, green energy swirling around him as he strikes. The ghostly echo's attack connects, a guttural GWAAH, escaping the skeletal figure as it recoils. He barely parries the blow, green energy crackling around his sword as it clashes with the ghostly echo's attack. A fierce expression contorts his face, he's clearly struggling. The tentacle on the upper right will always strike first. The warning comes just as a blinding green energy erupts, the ghostly echoes attack a blur of motion. He barely deflects the blow, his own sword humming with barely contained power. And after 2 consecutive attacks, he manages to deflect them both. His sword glows, barely containing the immense power surging through him. He counters, a blinding green energy erupting from his blade. The ghostly echo recoils, momentarily stunned. "There's an opening," he shouts, seizing the momentary distraction. A surge of green energy explodes from his blade, aimed precisely at the weakness he's created. The attack connects. A wave of green energy washes over the ghostly echo, shattering it into fragments that dissipate into nothingness. A cracking sound echoes as the green energy tears through the ghostly form. "Mean," a single word, hangs in the air, marking the echo's final demise. He stares, dumbfounded, a gasp escaping his lips. "How do you know every single one of my attacks?" The question hangs heavy in the air, echoing his disbelief. Yusanga activates her interpreter skill, level 3. His disbelief is palpable. The question, "How do you know every single one of my attacks?" still hangs heavy in the air. "I just..." The words hang unfinished, a stark contrast to the confident precision of his previous attacks. A wave of uncertainty washes over him, his earlier assurance shattered. "I happen to read books very often." The simple statement, delivered with a calm that belies its implications, hangs in the air. A subtle shift in the atmosphere is palpable, the earlier tension dissipates, replaced by a quiet, almost unsettling calm. Beads of sweat trace a path down his jaw. He stares downward, the earlier confidence replaced by a palpable uncertainty. The fight, it seems, is far from over. A translator's note appears, informing readers that this chapter concludes at the end of chapter 21 of the source novel. Further, it explains a delay in future updates due to the Raw provider's holiday and requests donations to expedite the process. My God. A figure lies broken and bleeding, tentacles splayed around a body ravaged by unseen forces. "See constellations, did you all see?" a gasping voice barely whispers, the words lost in the grim finality of the scene. Did they really see that? A few constellations, even, are questioning their own eyes. The abyssal black flame dragon glares fiercely, while prisoner of the golden headband tugs at his hair, a clear expression of satisfaction. A gasp escapes him, a ragged ha. The man's eyes widen as he witnesses something incredible. An ether blade, a weapon thought to exist only in the earliest scenarios, materializes in his grasp. 500 coins have been sponsored, a digital notification flashing briefly above. 2 figures flee in the background, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and terror. A system message appears, his understanding of Lee Hyunsung has increased. Bookmark number 2 is disabled. Below, a clarifying thought bubble, to be exact, it isn't a real ether blade. He sheathes the ether blade, a hint of regret in his eyes. "It's too bad that I have to dispose of this now," he mutters, "the real weapon is much stronger than this." A nearby figure, its features partially obscured, seems to confirm this, a silent nod of agreement. "That's right. Strictly speaking, it is broken faith that has absorbed the purest star energy and formed the blade." A system message flashes, broken faith's durability has run out. This item is no longer available. Amazing, someone whispers, this guy is in that brat Bai Hyung's channel. "Give me the compensation for finishing the sub-scenario," he demands, his voice firm. A startled gasp escapes the woman nearby as he turns, a small, glowing figure hovering beside him. That's right, wait. The urgency in his words hints at a sudden complication. He receives his reward, 500 coins, a digital notification confirms, the completion of the sub-scenario finally acknowledged. A small, digital bear-like creature beside him seems equally pleased with the outcome. A system message pops up, a handful of constellations admire your method of the scenario's completion. Then, a question, laced with a hint of nervous sweat, by the way, are you not going to kill that guy? I have a non-killing ideology, the protagonist declares, a statement that hangs heavy in the air. The skeletal figure below, still alive, seems to find this concept utterly baffling, his gaping maw a silent testament to his disbelief. Non-killing, he sputters, the question echoing the protagonist's companion's wide-eyed shock. I'm not someone who kills easily, the protagonist states, a carefully crafted falsehood. Of course, that was a lie, he adds, a smirk playing on his lips as the defeated foe sputters, but aren't your rewards going to be good if you do it? The question hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the protagonist's cold resolve. You'll be first to kill a grade 7 demon, and I'll be giving you 7,000 coins. The offer hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the protagonist's earlier pronouncements. A system message flashes, 100 coins have been sponsored. He glances at his companions, a smirk playing on his lips as he asks, do you realize how much 7,000 coins is? I won't kill it, he declares, his resolve firm despite the tempting offer. A system message pops up, 100 coins have been sponsored. The secret of plotter constellation, it seems, is amused by his defiance. I need to open the compensation box, so please step aside, he states, his gaze fixed on the prize. A small, almost comical, creature with a sword leaps from the box. A sharp sound pierces the air, "Puk?" He stares intently, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension in his eyes. The scene shifts, revealing a dark, shadowy corridor. He plunges the sword into the ground, a grim determination etched on his face. The dark corridor stretches before him, an ominous path into the unknown. A triumphant ha escapes him. The grade 7 demon, Dark Sentinel, has been vanquished. A maniacal laugh erupts. Now I can be strong too. Take that, Kim Dokja, you son of a bitch, he cries, a triumphant grin splitting his face. You didn't know, he adds, the question hanging heavy in the air. A system message blazes across the scene, a grade 7 demon has been hunted for the first time. Stupid guy, a voice scoffs. Why would killing ever matter in this? The sentence trails off, leaving the question hanging, a stark contrast to the previous victory. An impossible feat has been accomplished, the system announces. Kim Dokja and Han Myungo, their names flash across the screen, are credited with 8,000 coins earned. A quiet awe hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous chaos. A person like you will never come out on top. Get that? The words explode from him, a furious outburst mirroring the blue energy crackling around him. His laughter is sharp, almost manic, a stark contrast to the quiet awe that had just settled. A chilling announcement pierces the sudden silence, the Dark Sentinel, a grade 7 demon, is dead. Worse, Demon King Asmodeus has noticed, and a relentless hunt is underway. The killer is cursed, their fate sealed until death arrives. A figure in a pinstripe suit, a mischievous glint in his eyes, stares at a holographic display. The screen proclaims, "Final blow, Han Myungo." The hunt is on, but this unexpected revelation throws everything into question. What? What is this message? He stammers, a look of utter disbelief washing over him. The unexpected announcement throws him completely off balance. Didn't I tell you? He explains, a calmness in his voice belying the gravity of his words. I chose not to kill it on purpose. Demonic servants, he reveals, worship different demon kings, inheriting power through a dark route. Killing one, therefore, means incurring the wrath and curse of their king. Among them, receiving the curse of the demon king Asmodeus was the most terrible outcome possible for a killer. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling consequence of his actions. He didn't know the specifics, but he knew the curse would be terrible. A chilling certainty settles over him as he kneels, the purple energy swirling around him a stark reminder of the consequences. A system notification flashes. His scenario has been recommended to the starstream by the constellation Secretive Plotter. A young man, beside a woman with a look of stunned surprise, reacts with wide-eyed wonder. A chilling grin spreads across his face. The young man, previously overwhelmed by the weight of the curse, now radiates a newfound confidence, a subtle shift in demeanor that hints at a plan forming. "Let's check the rewards together," he says, a confident smirk playing on his lips as a glowing chest appears before them, promising the spoils of their recent success. The title card, Omniscient, appears, a stark reminder of the protagonist's unique perspective as the story continues. Chapter 22, Episode 6 begins. The reader's perspective is emphasized, setting the stage for the unfolding events. Hour of Judgment, Part 1 begins. A dark, foreboding forest fills the frame, its gnarled, ancient trees twisting towards a shadowy sky. The air itself seems heavy with unspoken tension. "I got this," she declares, a quiet confidence in her voice. A faint purple glow emanates from the object clutched in her hand. "And I have this," she adds, her tone hinting at a hidden strength, a secret weapon perhaps, ready to be unleashed within the dark forest. She hands him a bracelet and a shield. Both are rated D-class, but the young man's expression shows a flicker of hope, a quiet determination to face whatever lies ahead in the dark forest. "It's worth less than I thought," she observes, a hint of disappointment in her voice. The young man, clutching a glowing crystal, looks up at her expectantly. "Well, that's because the protagonist who went through here yesterday probably stole most of the good items," she explains, her words offering a pragmatic, if slightly disheartening, explanation for their meager finds. "But it's fine because the main item is still here," she assures them, her gaze falling upon a glowing chest. A sense of renewed purpose settles over the young man and his companion as they prepare to face whatever treasure or peril awaits within. With a touch, the ornate chest unlocks, a soft glow emanating from within. Anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Inside, a small, ornate stove glows with an ethereal blue flame. A system message appears, Magic Power Stove. This stove can only be used once per person. "What is that thing?" one of them wonders aloud, their curiosity piqued by the mysterious artifact. "Well, I think I know a little about its use," one of them says, holding up the curious stove. The others watch intently, their curiosity piqued by this key item in their current quest. A large piece of meat is carefully placed over the ethereal blue flames of the stove. The magical heat begins to cook it, promising warmth and sustenance in the cold, mysterious cavern. The aroma fills the cavern. "Wow, this smells good." One of them breathes, their eyes wide with anticipation. Another, less certain, asks, "Can we eat this?" The label reads ground rat's leg, but the enticing smell overrides any apprehension. "Meat," exclaims a third, their hunger palpable. "I'll try it first," one of them declares, taking a large bite of the roasted ground rat's leg. Their eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and delight evident on their face as juices drip down their chin. The others watch with eager anticipation. Munching loudly, one of them tears into the meat, juice dripping down their chin. The others watch, captivated, as the delicious aroma fills the cave. He holds the roasted leg aloft, a blissful expression spreading across his face. Pure contentment radiates from him as he savors the moment. "You can eat," one of them offers, a genuine warmth in their tone. "I think it's okay," another adds, eyes wide with delight. "It's so delicious," a third exclaims, their face practically glowing with pleasure. A wave of digital notifications floods the screen, detailing the constellation's reactions to the roasted leg. Some are drooling, others nod in knowing agreement, and one even sponsors 100 coins. The sheer deliciousness is apparently undeniable, even across the cosmos. Just reading about its taste in the novel is very different from actually tasting it. One of them muses, a thoughtful expression on his face. The oil and broth content, they agree, is perfect. Even across the cosmos, this eating broadcast is a hit. I don't know why I'd said that to you earlier, I must have gone crazy." One of them stammers, a look of dawning disbelief on his face. The sheer deliciousness of the roasted leg, apparently, has even him questioning his sanity. "Eat? Don't worry about anything else, a voice commands, a chilling calmness in its tone. After all, one of them adds, a grim smile twisting his lips, you'll all die sometime after this meal. They descend deeper into the cavern, a faint, ethereal glow illuminating their path ahead. The air itself seems to hum with an unseen energy. They reach a cavern's heart, a pulsating purple light illuminating the scene. There, huddled together, they devour their meal, a chilling calm settling over them despite the impending doom. But how do you know all this? She asks, a hint of wonder in her voice. He smirks, a knowing glint in his eyes. You even know how to cook the flesh of beasts we've never seen before. He replies, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the air. Her response is a hushed, that's... trailing off in disbelief. Indeed, it must be because you read fantasy novels, right? He says, the question hanging in the air. Dokja, seemingly embarrassed, mumbles, Dokja SSI, you've worked so hard, but here I am just eating like a pig. I was no help at all. A self-deprecating tone colors her words. You sang SSI, it's because you studied foreign languages that you were able to translate the demonic creature's language for us, someone explains. A grateful, almost shy, is that so? Thank you for saying that, follows. By the way, you've been glancing at the box for a while now. Are you planning to use it for something later? Someone asks. A beat of silence, then, there's something like letters carved on the sides of the box. There's no way she can read that too. The implication hangs heavy, a mystery within a mystery, contained within that enigmatic random item box. Shit, someone mutters, the word hanging heavy in the air. Wow, thanks to you Sangha SSI, I now know what it says. A realization dawns, tinged with regret, I should have bought a language proficiency skill. I think the first one to discover this box in the original novel was the heavily made Hori, someone explains, a knowing glint in their eye. Yu Jung-hyuk, who left this place with only one magic stove, probably doesn't know about this item yet. The narrator pauses, adding, in truth, the real treasure inside. The sentence hangs unfinished, leaving the audience in suspense. Come, try it out, Dokja SSI, someone urges. Dokja hesitates, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Can I really try it for myself? He questions, his voice laced with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. The narrator adds, this is the ground rat's treasure trove, a black box Yu Jung-hyuk only discovered on his 6th regression in the novel. This box belongs to you, Dokja SSI, someone confirms, the statement met with an almost expected agreement. That's only natural, they add, before continuing, like over there, for example. There are some strange boxes that can be found in the early scenario areas. If you put certain items inside them. The explanation trails off, hinting at hidden potential and further mysteries yet to unfold. Dokja considers the implications, a dark nucleus swirling in his hand. If I place the nucleus I cut out from the Dark Sentinel, which is a grade 7 demonic species. He muses, his voice low. And broken faith. He adds, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. No one would ever have guessed, a woman remarks, a hint of amazement in her voice, that you could actually get a limited edition coin item this way. Her words underscore the unexpected success of Dokja's actions. Dokja focuses intently, his hands glowing with purple energy. Beams of light erupt from his palms, converging on a chess-like object before him. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air as the others watch, breathless. Then a top-tier item will unconditionally come out of the box. A small, furry creature cries out, "Eek!" The broadcast is over. Its panicked exclamation punctuates the sudden end of the magical energy flow, leaving everyone wondering about the unexpected item's appearance. The broadcast cuts out abruptly. A digital message appears, a sword-type item will be awarded for the items already placed. The random draw has begun. The system announces that the items placed in the box are linked to a specific constellation, dramatically increasing the chances of receiving a related item. Those last two messages were unexpected, he thinks, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Anything from a C-grade to an SSS-grade item could appear, but his silent plea hangs in the air, let it be A-grade or higher. Then, a system message blares, a top-grade item has appeared. The number of available random item boxes is now 0. A wave of anticipation hangs in the air as the group watches, the vibrant purple light fading from the box. "Shall I open it?" he asks, a playful smirk on his face. The others watch with bated breath as the explanation appears. This box, it turns out, was a Quan item immediately recalled by the Starstream's bureau after its release. "Whoa," one of them exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief. The explanation for the vanished box appears: its programming was flawed, always dispensing high-grade items, a catastrophic imbalance for the game's scenarios. A shimmering, ethereal sword materializes in his hand, its appearance causing gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The item information box appears, detailing the unbreakable faith, a star relic sword. It's the legendary blade of Keixenix, the hero who led the Gruziad during the Great Demon Age, imbued with fire, darkness, and divinity. A powerful weapon, indeed, boosting strength and stamina. Dr. SSI. At first glance, doesn't it seem like an incredible item? One of the onlookers exclaims. They're all palpable. He holds the unbreakable faith aloft, a star relic grade weapon, surpassing even the highest alphabetical grade items. "Is this for real? I got a star relic grade item," he marvels, disbelief coloring his voice. "Can I really have this?" Dokja asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice. His question is immediately answered. "Of course. You should keep it," Dokja SSI, a nearby voice confirms, settling any lingering doubt. A system message flashes: he's obtained a star relic, and its owner is now curious about him. "Well, let's head back," Dokja says, a thoughtful expression on his face. He explains, there are a lot of ground rats still alive, so it'll still be dangerous heading back with the magic stove. He'll use Gileana's diverse communication ability to find a safe path. Hyung. A young man whispers, his hand covering his mouth. A woman beside him holds a weapon, her expression unreadable as she looks at Dokja, who seems slightly startled by their approach. She responds, her tone non-committal. Dokja's plan to use Gileana's ability is confirmed. There are no insects nearby, a voice announces, a sense of cautious relief settling over the group as they navigate the treacherous path. A chilling question hangs in the air: have all of them blown up and died due to the Dark Sentinel's pressure? Not even one insect? The stark emptiness of the landscape underscores the gravity of the situation. "Well, I think there's something here I could call." A young man speaks, his brow furrowed in concentration, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Beside him, a young woman watches with wide, anxious eyes, reflecting the tension of the moment. His eyes widen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. He seems to sense something, a subtle shift in the air, a barely perceptible change in the environment. The young man's gaze sharpens, his focus intense. He whispers, a barely audible murmur lost in the shimmering light, "It's awakening." A palpable sense of dread fills the air. "Gileana," she questions, a hint of concern in her voice. He coughs, a slight tremor in his usually steady demeanor, the weight of his unspoken apprehension heavy in the air. A blinding energy surge erupts, its raw power shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Fear, sharp and immediate, grips them all. Gileung stands alone, a lone figure silhouetted against the fading light of the energy surge. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air, the aftermath of the blast leaving a chilling silence. "Dr. SSI, Gileungji is acting strange." The words cut through the lingering silence, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. Unease, palpable even in the aftermath of the blast, intensifies. Gileung's pained gasp, "Gileana," punctuates the silence. A trickle of blood traces a path down his chin, a stark contrast to the ethereal glow surrounding him. A purplish glow, almost ethereal, pulses in the air, a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere. It rides, shifting, a silent energy humming beneath the surface. The purplish glow intensifies, a radiant energy surging through the city streets. This chapter concludes mid-transformation. Chapter 25 begins. A call to join the Discord server and website follows. A surge of energy erupts, illuminating the cavern in an eerie green glow. Two figures, startled, react to the sudden power surge. A sense of urgency hangs in the air. The city groans under the strain. Buildings crumble, a chaotic cascade of debris raining down as a monstrous figure, vaguely insectoid, lumbers through the devastated streets. Panic claws at the edges of the scene. Rain lashes down, a bleak curtain falling over a city already ravaged. The monstrous creature continues its relentless march, its shadow stretching long and ominous. It continues its relentless advance, the rain now a blurry backdrop to its monstrous form. Each step sends tremors through the already shattered city. No way, one of them gasps, eyes wide with disbelief. The tremors aren't from below, the surface itself is teeming with high-level monsters. Gillianga, snap out of it, someone cries, urgently shaking the young man. Lee Gilliang's name is called out, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. If one of the creatures there is the king of insects, then we. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling realization dawning on them. The implication of such a powerful presence amongst the swarm sends a fresh wave of dread through the group. Ah! Hyung? Gilliang breathes, his voice barely a whisper. Panic etched on his face, he's clearly overwhelmed. Gilliang, ah! Cancel your skill. Hurry, someone urges, the desperation in their voice mirroring the urgency of the situation. A monstrous praying mantis descends, its sheer size dwarfing the buildings below. The creature's presence is a terrifying confirmation of their worst fears. Its mandibles snap shut, a terrifying prelude to the inevitable. The monstrous praying mantis looms, its shadow swallowing everything. Is stopped it, a shaky voice declares, the words barely audible above the lingering tremor in the air. The monstrous mantis, moments before a terrifying threat, hangs suspended, its descent halted. Silence. A heavy, stunned silence hangs in the air after the near catastrophe. The group stands, still catching their breath, the aftermath of the mantis's attack visible in the dust and debris around them. That was really. One of them breathes, still shaken. Another adds, I can't believe he can summon the king of insects this soon. We were very close to being. The unspoken fear hangs heavy in the air. A tremor of fear still lingers in the air as one of them whispers, we were close to being buried alive. The translator's note then appears, explaining that Jean-Henri Fabre, a renowned French entomologist, was known for his insect studies and his affection for them. Avoid using this skill for now, one instructs, his hand resting gently on the other's head. Only activate it if I tell you to. Alright? A quiet, almost hesitant, okay, is the reply. If you try to wander in the dark, you'll get lost, one of them cautions. We'll wait here until we see some small creatures move around. A hesitant, is the only reply. If the problem is finding our way back, one of them says, the words hanging in the air, a quiet statement of concern. I think I can replace Gilliang's role as a guide, one of them offers, a suggestion born of necessity. A quiet confidence underpins the statement, a stark contrast to the previous uncertainty. I have a similar skill, she declares, a glimmer of determination in her eyes, a sharp contrast to the uncertainty that hung in the air moments before. Her statement offers a potential solution, a lifeline in their desperate search. The title card appears, omniscient readers. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene, hinting at the complex journey ahead. The words viewpoint loom large, a stark title card against a faded, grid background. A sense of mystery hangs heavy in the air, the implications of this viewpoint yet to be revealed. Chapter 23, Episode 6, Part 2, Hour of Judgment. The weight of the title hangs heavy, promising a pivotal confrontation. A glowing thread stretches taut, held delicately between slender fingers. It's a skill that involves following a thread's path, a voice explains, the words adding a layer of intrigue to the already mysterious scene. Actually, I tied one end of this thread to the place we got kidnapped from, because I was afraid. The unspoken fear hangs heavy in the air, leaving the audience to wonder what terrors await at the thread's end. Following the glowing thread, a group cautiously proceeds. A voice, curious and perhaps a little apprehensive, asks about Yusanga's abilities. The response is a hesitant stammer, quickly followed by a dismissive, forget I asked. He observes the glowing thread, a tool to escape a labyrinth, and considers the identity of the constellation guiding them. Despite the unknown, he finds reassurance in their clear desire to aid their incarnation's growth. It's a positive sign, a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. He activates his character list skill, hoping to learn more about Usanga. The system's response, however, is immediate and stark: she isn't registered. A wave of frustration washes over him, his curiosity remains unanswered. A system message appears: currently, information is being collected about the corresponding person. He tilts his head, a single word escaping his lips: huh? The unexpected response leaves him clearly puzzled. This message, he's never seen it before. Intrigued, he studies the system's response: information on Usanga is currently being collected. A system message interrupts his thoughts: the channel #BI7623 has been reopened. Intrigued, he considers this new development. Fuck! That damn bastard messed with my channel. He seethes, a furious energy crackling in the air around him, mirroring the electrical storm depicted behind him. Ha 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 ha! Everyone! A woman's laughter rings out, sharp and cruel, as bolts of energy crackle around her. Her triumphant pose, surrounded by stunned onlookers, speaks volumes. Ta-da! A small, fluffy creature with horns beams, a mischievous glint in its eyes. Golden energy crackles around it, a stark contrast to the furious energy that moments before filled the air. Have you been good while I was away? The question hangs in the air, a low hum of power emanating from the figure shrouded in golden light. It's a question, but the tone suggests something far more ominous. The scene shifts. We find ourselves in a long, dimly lit corridor, the metallic gleam of rails stretching into the distance. A cold, industrial atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. Wow, this is so tasty! A woman exclaims, devouring a large piece of meat. She offers it to the man beside her, explaining, eating that should help speed up your recovery. A small, fluffy creature with tiny horns appears, its expression almost melancholic. Just what were you up to while I was away, huh? The man's voice is sharp, a clear question directed at the small, horned creature. His gaze is intense, suspicion etched on his face. Of course, it's a clear violation of the rules for an incarnation like me to secretly use this, he explains, his voice now audible only to the small creature. The implication hangs heavy in the air: the man's actions have consequences. A slight frown creases his brow. He seems unconvinced, perhaps even slightly irritated by the creature's explanation. The weight of the situation remains heavy. You were away for a long time. Were you in trouble because of me? The question, delivered in a text message, hangs between them, a silent accusation in the dimly lit space. A palpable tension fills the air. Well, it's not unrelated, the fluffy creature explains, its response a text message revealing the reason for its absence. It was warned for closing the channel unexpectedly and making the constellations watch ads for too long. Well, I've been called to the bureau for warnings a few times earlier too, so I've learned not to care anymore, the creature retorted, a defiant glint in its eyes. Its nonchalant attitude, crackling with barely contained energy, suggests a history of similar reprimands. A slight frown creases its fluffy face. The creature's defiance seems to waver just a touch, a hint of underlying weariness peeking through its tough exterior. More importantly, how did you know about the random item drawbox? I thought all traces of my dark history had been erased. The creature's question hangs in the air, a clear challenge to the authority figure before it. A hint of apprehension now mixes with its earlier defiance. He turns, his back now to the creature, and gazes at a glowing, golden object floating in the air. A sense of deep contemplation settles over him as he studies it. Don't tell me you made that ridiculous coin item box, the creature explodes, its fury palpable. The man's response is immediate, a low groan of self-reproach: damn it, if only I wasn't so greedy in the past. I got a few, he admits, a quiet resignation in his voice. The weight of his past mistakes hangs heavy in the air. A few, he whispers, a faint puff of air escaping his lips. The admission hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the creature's seething rage. A broad smile spreads across his face as he proudly displays his new shield, a tangible symbol of his progress. Beside him, another figure watches, their expression unreadable. A wide, beaming smile lights up his face. A system message confirms it: Lee Hyunsung appears loyal. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he wonders aloud, aren't there any items I could use? The question hangs in the air, hinting at a challenge yet to come. I'm envious of him. One man mutters, his gaze fixed on a sword carried by another. The second man simply replies, nope. The first, undeterred, presses on, what about that sword? The sword's owner responds with a definitive, it's mine. You're planning to share the food we have with the people at the station, right? One asks, a hint of accusation in their tone. The reply is curt, only in exchange for coins. A sigh follows, laced with exasperation, you're such a miser. Look, we've reached, someone announces, their voice carrying a note of quiet determination. The statement is followed by a self-explanatory aside, let's just say I have a strong desire for survival. The journey's end is marked, the unspoken challenges ahead palpable. They arrive at a dimly lit station, a group carrying large sacks of food. One man, in the foreground, clutches his shirt, a nervous energy radiating from him. The weight of their journey, and the uncertainty of their reception, hangs heavy in the air. What's this? Why is the atmosphere so tense? A nervous question hangs in the air, reflecting the palpable tension among the group gathered in the dimly lit station. The weight of unspoken anxiety settles upon them all. A stark announcement blares, from now on, 100 coins will be deducted as the cost of survival at midnight. If you fail to pay, you will die. Panic erupts. One man cries out, "Yua!" The weight of this new, brutal reality crushes the group, their earlier anxieties amplified tenfold. 20 minutes remain until the deadline. A chilling update appears, the cost of survival penalty, that 100-coin death sentence, won't disappear until the second main scenario is complete. The weight of this news settles heavily on the group, the minutes ticking down relentlessly. It's the survival fee deadline, a voice cries out, the words hanging heavy in the air. A desperate plea follows, someone please give me coins. My child doesn't have enough coins. Panic intensifies, the weight of the impending death toll pressing down on everyone. Desperation grips the scene. One man pleads, please lend me some coins. Another promises repayment, I promise I'll pay it back later. The desperation intensifies as a third character offers a staggering sum, I'll give you 10 million won in exchange. Just give me 100 coins. The weight of the impending deadline hangs heavy in the air. Where's my sister who went with the scouts team? You promised to pay her in coins. The man's voice cracks with anxiety, his question directed at a woman whose worried expression mirrors his own. The urgency of the situation is palpable. I wonder? Look for her if you want, a man smirks, his words dripping with unconcerned nonchalance. The desperate plea for information is met with unsettling indifference, leaving the questioner speechless, only able to gasp, what? A chilling grin spreads across a masked face. The eyes, however, betray a cold calculation, devoid of warmth or humor. This is no friendly smile. Are you sure she worked as a scout? One man asks, his voice laced with doubt. The other, a chilling grin splitting his masked face, replies, are you sure? You should apply and keep us company, too. His unsettling laughter hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the growing unease of his companion. Wahahaha. Those bastards dare. The masked man's laughter rings out, a chilling counterpoint to the fear etched on the faces of the two women beside him. Meanwhile, a system message flashes, young Heewon's attributes are about to blossom. In this world, the stakes are high, and the masked man's chilling laughter underscores the danger. Heewon's potential is about to be unleashed. Oh, Dr. SSI. Welcome back, a voice greets him, the words tinged with a mix of surprise and something akin to nervous excitement. The speaker's grin is wide, almost manic, as he gestures towards a group of onlookers, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. Come to think of it, you've always had a lot of. The sentence trails off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. The greeting trails off, leaving a lingering question hanging in the air. You've always had a lot of coins. The speaker adds, the unspoken implication adding a layer of intrigue to the scene. How many do you have now? Someone asks, the question hanging in the air as Cheon Inho activates his Insight LV2 skill, a smirk playing on his lips amidst the awestruck and apprehensive faces surrounding him. Right now, I have. Cheon In-ho's words hang in the air, a chilling smirk stretching across his face. The unspoken answer, heavy with implication, leaves the onlookers speechless, their apprehension palpable. He finally answers, the words hanging heavy in the air, the most coins out of anyone else in Gumho Station. A stunned silence follows, the weight of his boast undeniable. A murmur ripples through the crowd. "See coins," someone gasps. "Who has lots of coins?" The question hangs in the air, a palpable tension gripping everyone as they stare at In-ho, the weight of his claim settling upon them. Panic grips a woman as she pleads, "Save me. Please." Her desperate cry is directed at Dokja, a name that ripples through the onlookers. Nearby, a man, desperate himself, begs, "Just 100 coins, just give me 100 coins." The urgency in their pleas underscores the value of these mysterious coins. "Ha, it's like this, Dokja SSI," a voice says, the words cutting through the desperate pleas. "I don't have enough coins to keep all these poor people alive." The speaker pauses, a pointed gaze falling on Dokja. "But that's not true for you, right? Surely you won't abandon everyone?" The question hangs heavy, the weight of responsibility now squarely on Dokja's shoulders. "Cheon In-ho." Dokja mutters, his gaze hardening. A grim determination sets in as he acknowledges the gravity of the situation. There are around 20 people gathered here. The weight of their plight settles upon him. The weight of his decision presses down on Dokja. He calculates, 2,000 coins, a sum he simply cannot afford to lose. Yet, the desperate pleas of the 20 people around him echo in his ears. If he refuses to help, he'll become the villain of Gumho Station. A stark choice, a heavy burden. Desperate pleas fill the air. "Please," cries the crowd, their hands outstretched. Dokja stares down at them, a profound question forming in his mind: how many people here would also make that kind of sacrifice? The weight of their fate, and his decision, hangs heavy. He closes his eyes, the weight of their pleas, their hope, settling upon him. A silent decision forms, a commitment etched not in words, but in the quiet strength of his resolve. The first scenario, he realizes, is their original sin. These people, he thinks, cannot even take responsibility for their own lives, even though they trampled on someone else's to survive. A grim judgment settles over him. A gleeful voice cuts through his grim contemplation. "Ha ha ha. This story is getting interesting." The words are followed by a more urgent announcement: "Just so you know, there's just 10 minutes left." The weight of time, and the gravity of his decision, intensifies. 3 constellations watch his every move. The secretive plotter, the prisoner of the golden headband, and the demon-like judge of fire, all observing his impending decision. The pressure mounts, the 10-minute countdown ticking relentlessly in the background. His eyes, wide and intense, reflect the weight of the decision before him. The ticking clock, a constant reminder of the dwindling time, hangs heavy in the air. "I see. All of you want coins?" The question hangs in the dimly lit room, a stark contrast to the desperate faces before him. Each person, etched with worry and need, awaits his answer. But, he begins, a single word hanging heavy in the tense silence of the room. The weight of their desperate pleas, their anxious faces, is palpable. He pauses, the unspoken implications of his next words echoing in the expectant hush. "Why would I give you any?" The question, sharp and cold, cuts through the desperate pleas hanging in the air. His eyes, wide with a chilling intensity, reflect the harsh reality of their situation. The weight of his refusal settles heavily upon them. "I can only put up with his tricks once or twice," he declares, his voice firm, his patience clearly at an end. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the desperate pleas that preceded them. A dismissive sound escapes him, a short, sharp pht. His utter lack of patience is palpable. He turns his back on the clamorous crowd, walking away from the scene with a dismissive air. The weight of his unspoken frustration is almost tangible. "Pwa ha ha ha. I knew someone like you would say that." The jeering laughter of the crowd surrounds him, their words a sharp contrast to his quiet irritation. "Why can't you spare just a few for us? You have so many coins." He stares back, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. "Why?" he finally asks, his voice laced with barely contained frustration. You've been like this from the very start, Dr. SSI. You told everyone here to pay you in coins for food, a voice accuses, the words cutting through the lingering tension. His expression remains unchanged, a mask of quiet frustration. Outrage erupts. Exactly. He's right, one shouts, pointing an accusing finger. The crowd roars, demanding their coins back, their anger a palpable wave threatening to engulf him. You thief! Give me back my coins, they cry. He tries to interject, wait, everyone! What you're doing right now is. But the tide of fury drowns him out. Dr. SSI isn't that kind of person, someone insists, a voice of dissent rising above the angry clamor. A final chance is offered, a glimmer of hope amidst the accusations. Give these people's coins back to them, a voice commands, cutting through the uproar. The speaker's face is partially obscured, but a grim determination sets his jaw. And if I don't? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge whispered with a quiet intensity that belies the storm brewing within. A woman, her face partially obscured, lunges forward, katana drawn. The tense standoff explodes into action. Then, the attack. A swift, brutal strike that leaves the opponent sprawled on the ground, defeated. Pay us coins right now, the thugs demand, their menacing grins widening. Above them, a chilling warning hangs in the air, the worst-case scenario for you will occur. Just kill him. Everything he has will then come to us, the thugs shriek, their crazed laughter echoing the chilling threat. Terror grips the victim, his wide eyes reflecting the imminent danger. A flash of steel. A blur of motion. The victim, moments from death, is suddenly saved. Die, you F*** king psychopath, one of the thugs screams, swinging a weapon with savage intent. The others echo his fury, their faces contorted in a terrifying grin. A whirlwind of motion. The thug's attack is met with a counteroffensive so swift, so precise, it's almost imperceptible. They're sent sprawling. One thug, clutching his bleeding arm, stares in disbelief. He gasps, the question hanging in the air as the others lie defeated around him. The scene is a stark contrast to their previous aggression. He barely registers the blow before a brutal counterattack sends him sprawling. Pain explodes in his arm, a searing reminder of the fight's swift conclusion. A spray of blood erupts as he's sent flying. The fight is over. A guttural cry, Gwaza, escapes him as he impacts the ground. Blood blossoms around him, staining the earth a grim crimson. The fight is definitively over. Pathetic. This mess all of you are in. The victor stands over his fallen foes, a chilling disdain coloring his words. Blood stains the ground, a stark testament to the brutal fight just concluded. Do you really think I'm the one responsible for this mess? The victor's voice drips with disdain, a chilling question hanging in the air. His gaze sweeps over the fallen combatants, a clear implication of his own superiority. Do you really think I'm responsible for this mess? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge echoing in the victor's chilling tone. His back is to us, his sword held loosely at his side, but his eyes, wide with something akin to horrified disbelief, betray a vulnerability that belies his earlier arrogance. This chapter concludes halfway through the novel's 24th chapter. Pathetic. The word hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the terrified expressions of the men before him. Their fear is palpable. This mess all of you are in. The words, dripping with disdain, hang in the air. He surveys the scene, his expression unreadable, yet the blood spattered across the floor speaks volumes. Do you really think I'm the one responsible for it? The question hangs in the air, a challenge more than an inquiry. His tone is laced with an icy disdain, a stark contrast to the fear he'd previously inspired. His eyes widen, a stark contrast to the icy disdain he'd just projected. A flicker of genuine shock, perhaps even fear, crosses his features as he takes in the scene, the gravity of the situation finally hitting home. He grips the glowing sword, its ethereal light a stark contrast to the shadows surrounding him. A newfound resolve hardens his features, replacing the earlier shock with steely determination. Odd Disciple. The title hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the determined grip he maintains on his glowing sword. The weight of the words, and the burden they represent, settles upon him. The title, Odd Disciple, materializes, a stark declaration echoing the weight of his newfound destiny. He holds the sword tighter, its glow a beacon against the encroaching darkness. A stark white grid fills the view, the word's viewpoint etched across it in a faded teal, hinting at a shift in perspective. Chapter 24 begins. Episode 6, Hour of Judgment, Part 3 begins. Han Min-sung, a bully with surprisingly high stamina, strength, and agility, cries out in pain. His stats, displayed clearly, reveal his surprisingly ordinary magical power. I knew it, a voice observes, this guy from the Kyolda group fits the bully attribute. He's overconfident for someone with such low stats. He wasn't originally at this level, so he must have done that. The speaker studies a character profile, highlighting the surprising discrepancy between Min-sung's outward bravado and his actual magical capabilities. Min-sung's shoulders slump, his head bowed. Defeat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. The observer's words, echoing the discrepancy between appearance and reality, settle like a judgment. His eyes, heavy-lidded and downcast, betray the extent of his defeat. The bravado is gone, replaced by a stark vulnerability. The truth is, all of you already know I'm not the one at fault, Min-sung insists, his voice a low murmur against the weight of his defeat. His eyes, though still downcast, hold a flicker of defiance, a refusal to accept the blame entirely. Min-sung's face is a mask of horrified disbelief. His eyes are wide, his mouth agape in a silent scream. The weight of a sudden, terrible realization crashes down on him. You all are just scared of them, a voice cuts through the stunned silence, a cold accusation hanging in the air. Min-sung's horrified realization solidifies, the weight of this revelation pressing down on him. You know that the ones in the mainstream group are wrong, and that they almost killed me, the voice reveals, a chilling accusation. But you can't confront them because they're strong. The speaker's words hang heavy in the air, a bitter truth settling over Min-sung's already shattered composure. You're trembling right now because Cheon In-ho over there has coins. Him and everyone else in his group have higher stats and many more coins, the voice explains, the words a cold, hard truth. Min-sung's fear is palpable, a stark contrast to the casual cruelty of the statement. Ha ha. Dr. SSI, what nonsense is this? Min-sung scoffs, his disbelief clear. But the unspoken weight of the previous accusations remains, a heavy cloud hanging over his reaction. Have any of you ever stopped to wonder why they're stronger than you? And why they have so many coins? The question hangs in the air, a pointed challenge that cuts through Min-sung's earlier disbelief. It's a stark reminder of the uncomfortable truth he's been forced to confront. Because they're gangsters? No, it can't be just that. Min-sung mutters, his doubt palpable. A murmur ripples through the onlookers, their unease mirroring his own. The simple explanation feels insufficient, leaving a lingering question hanging in the air. Come to think of it, someone begins, a nervous tremor in their voice, we never asked how many coins you had, Cheon In-ho SSI. The speaker's words hang in the air, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Cheon In-ho, however, laughs, a dismissive sound. Don't you all know I don't have much? I just sold a few items for. His explanation is cut short, leaving the reason for his wealth and the others' suspicions unresolved. Cheon In-ho's words hang heavy in the air, his earlier laughter now a distant memory. A chilling revelation follows. When I arrived at Gumho Station a few days ago, there were a total of 87 people here. But now. His voice trails off, the unspoken implication of a significant, and likely grim, change hanging in the tense silence. The scene shifts, revealing a stark reality. A chilling emptiness hangs in the air, where 87 people once stood, barely 50 remain. The weight of this loss settles heavily on the group, the unspoken fear palpable. In-ho's gaze sweeps across the remaining survivors, a grim expression settling on his face. The unspoken question hangs heavy, where are the missing 37? A palpable sense of unease permeates the group. In-ho stares at the drastically reduced group, his face etched with worry. So few remaining, he whispers, the question hanging heavy in the air. A possible explanation forms in his mind, it's probably because those people went outside as scouts and His voice trails off, the unspoken dread palpable, monsters? Do you really believe that? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to Inho's grim assessment. Doubt, perhaps even defiance, colors the unspoken response. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence follows Inho's whispered fear. Only the sound of his own breath, and the faint scrape of his shoes against the cold stone floor, break the tension. Doubt, clearly, hangs in the air. Fools! Use your brains for a second. The sharp command cuts through the lingering tension, a voice of authority silencing the unspoken doubts. A chilling question pierces the silence: why is it that only those from the marginalized group have died? The speaker's back is to us, his voice heavy with unspoken suspicion. A heavy silence follows, the unspoken accusation hanging in the air. The weight of the question, why is it that only those from the marginalized group have died, presses down on everyone present. Why is it that these bastards are the only ones who always come back stronger? The question hangs in the air, a chilling accusation leveled amidst a group of grim-faced men. A palpable tension fills the space, the unspoken implications heavy with suspicion and anger. A single finger points, a silent agreement solidifying the grim suspicion. The constellation, known as the secretive plotter, nods, confirming their shared understanding of the unsettling pattern. If you kill me, all my coins will go to you, a man snarls, a chilling offer amidst the tense group. They already knew this, he'd boasted of it earlier. However, how do you think they found out that you could kill a person to get their coins? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling implication echoing the man's earlier boast. Suspicion deepens amongst the group. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. Fear, palpable and shared, hangs heavy in the air as they stare at the screen, a single image frozen, a graphic depicting a brutal death. A desperate plea for help cuts through the stunned silence. Panic grips the scene as a masked figure swings a baseball bat, the threat of violence stark against the backdrop of the earlier revelation. Inho SSI. What's the meaning of this? The panicked cry rings out, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. But the other man cuts him short, his voice tight with anger and defiance. Shut up. I'm being framed. A chilling laugh echoes, punctuated by the words, 7 minutes left till the deadline. Inho's face crumples, a single word escaping his lips, shit. Terror etched on his features, he stares at the approaching threat. Inho SSI. How could you have done this to us? The hushed whispers of accusation rise from the crowd, their faces etched with betrayal and fear. Inho stands amidst them, the weight of their condemnation heavy in the air. Inho walks away, the weight of their accusations heavy on his shoulders. He's surrounded by a crowd, their hushed whispers of betrayal and fear following him like a shadow. The tension is palpable, a storm is brewing. Inho's voice rings out, sharp and defiant, cutting through the whispers of betrayal. If you weaklings have even a shred of pride left, fight with your own hands. His words, a raw challenge, hang heavy in the air. Inho's challenge echoes, a defiant spark in the face of doubt. At the very least, try to fight, he urges, his words a call to arms against the tide of fear. Inho's face twists into a chilling smirk. What was taken from you, he sneers, his words a cruel taunt. A stark system message appears, the constellations of absolute good have branded him evil. Inho's cruel laughter rings out as he crushes the ground beneath his heel, the force of his action sending fragments of stone scattering. Inho stands amidst a crowd, a chilling declaration hanging in the air, this is the kind of world. His words, laced with a bitter finality, leave the true meaning unspoken, yet his expression speaks volumes. A cold certainty settles over the scene. He stands defiantly, a chilling figure amidst the crowd. Inho's posture, rigid and unwavering, speaks of a cold resolve. The unspoken weight of his previous words hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension gripping the onlookers. That you, Inho finishes, his voice barely a whisper, yet carrying the weight of a world's despair. The faces around him reflect that despair, fear, etched deep, twists their features. A grim understanding settles over the scene. That you now live in, Inho's chilling statement hangs in the air. A young man, tears streaming down his face, collapses, overwhelmed by the grim reality of his situation. The weight of Inho's words is palpable, a crushing burden on all those present. I know. Inho's words are barely audible, a choked whisper that speaks volumes. Sweat beads on his brow, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. He knows. He understands the horrifying truth that has been revealed. I know, damn it. Inho cries out, his voice raw with anguish and fury. He lunges forward, a desperate, violent swing of his weapon a testament to his rage. You sons of bitches! These bastards! Inho's voice cracks, a guttural whisper fueled by rage and betrayal. His attack, a furious, desperate flurry, is a testament to the overwhelming wave of fury that consumes him. Fucking bastards! They treated us like maggots! Inho screams, his rage a tangible force as he continues his brutal assault. A woman cries out, Mom, her voice a desperate plea amidst the chaos. Daeyoung, come here. Just swing the hammer, like we did on the train. The urgent command cuts through Inho's furious assault, a new player entering the fray. Inho, a whirlwind of fury, continues his assault, but Daeyoung's arrival shifts the momentum. She moves with surprising speed and precision, her hammer a blur as she joins the fight, a crucial new element in the chaotic scene. Daeyoung arrives, her expression grim, hammer raised. She joins the fight, a powerful counterpoint to Inho's relentless attack. The fight continues, a whirlwind of blows. Then, a sudden impact, a sharp crack as something connects. Die! The shout rings out, a desperate cry as a blow lands, the impact echoing the ferocity of the ongoing battle. Blades clash, a flurry of motion. He parries, a desperate defense against the relentless assault. He stumbles back, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A moment of vulnerability, a brief pause in the relentless dance of steel. A pained cry escapes him, ah! Blood streaks his face as he gasps, EU. The ferocity of the attack is undeniable, he's clearly wounded. Save me. He gasps, his voice barely a whisper. Blood stains the floor around him, a stark testament to the brutal attack. His attacker stands over him, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. He stands over his fallen foe, a grim satisfaction playing on his lips. The victor's posture speaks volumes, this fight is decisively over. Save. Cough. The defeated man's desperate plea is cut short, his body collapsing as the fight concludes. He stands over his fallen opponent, his sword still held aloft. A grim expression settles on his face, though not one of triumph, but rather, weariness. A heavy sigh escapes him. The weight of victory feels less like triumph and more like a burden. His gaze falls to the fallen figure, a flicker of something akin to regret crossing his features. I said I would be the one to kill this bastard, he mutters, the words a low growl more than a declaration. A quiet resolve, tinged with bitterness, remains. A bitter taste lingers. He wipes sweat from his chin, the victory feeling hollow. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the silence. A system message appears, all evolution conditions of the attribute crouching figure have been met. A subtle shift occurs, the hollow victory is momentarily forgotten as a new possibility dawns. A fierce grin splits his face. He grips his sword tighter, a surge of power coursing through him. The recent victory, once hollow, now fuels a new resolve. A system message blazes across the screen, the attribute of character Young Hee-won is blossoming. His recent victory, once a hollow echo, now resonates with a newfound power. This is more than just a win, it's a transformation. A figure, small and vulnerable, curls into a fetal position amidst swirling crimson mists. Her posture speaks of exhaustion, perhaps even despair. The deep red hues surrounding her amplify the sense of isolation and profound weariness. But even in defeat, a flicker of defiance remains. From the depths of exhaustion, a steely glint appears in her eye. The crimson mist swirls, yet her gaze holds firm. A surge of power erupts, a radiant transformation. Young Hee-won's attribute blossoms, solidifying into the heroic judge of destruction. Crimson energy explodes outward, a breathtaking display of power. From its heart, a magnificent sword materializes, its golden hilt gleaming. Young Hee-won, now the judge of destruction, wields it with newfound strength and resolve. Crimson energy still explodes around her, a whirlwind of destructive power. The ground cracks and shatters under the force, a testament to the Judge of Destruction's might. The crimson energy subsides, leaving behind only the faintest traces of its destructive power. Young Hee-won stands, her expression unreadable, the golden hilt of her sword gleaming faintly in the lingering afterglow. Her eyes, blazing with a fierce intensity, lock onto something unseen. A storm brews within her gaze, a silent promise of retribution. A stunned observer watches, the question hanging heavy in the air: did she really just get the heroic alignment, the strongest one out of 3 possible outcomes for a judge? His wide eyes reflect disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. "You'll need to stand back for a while," a voice commands. The observer, still reeling from the recent revelation, receives a system notification: he's significantly improved a hidden attribute, a crucial step forward. Defeating these guys, he grits his teeth, a fierce determination etched on his face despite his injured arm. The fight is far from over, but a steely resolve shines in his eyes. "Is my job now," a confident voice declares, a subtle smirk playing on their lips. The words are followed by a system message: young Hee-won will be a powerful ally in the battles to come. Eyes closed, she stands, breathing heavily, the exertion evident. Nearby, a young man watches, his expression a mixture of concern and something else, perhaps anticipation? He's ready for whatever comes next. A faint glow emanates from her, a soft, reddish light swirling around her as she slowly lowers herself to the ground. The young man watches, his earlier apprehension now replaced by a quiet intensity. Young Hee-won activates her exclusive skill, Hour of Judgment. A reddish glow surrounds her as she takes a fighting stance, her expression one of fierce determination. Hee-won's Hour of Judgment skill fully activates. A reddish aura explodes around her as she launches a swift, powerful kick towards her opponent, a blur of motion leaving a trail of shimmering particles in its wake. The impact of her attack sends a shockwave rippling outwards, a shimmering pink energy trail fading as it disperses. A system message appears: all the constellations of absolute good have agreed to the use of this skill. The implication of celestial forces backing Hee-won's attack hangs heavy in the air. A colossal pair of scales descends, its presence overwhelming. The very air crackles with celestial energy as it plummets towards the ground, a breathtaking display of power. The skill, Hour of Judgment, activates. A wave of celestial energy surges forth, the very ground trembling beneath its might. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy erupting from the collision. Dust and debris fly as the force of the blow sends tremors through the very earth. "Fuck, I can't believe I was pushed this far," he grits out, a mixture of disbelief and grim determination in his voice. He's been sent sprawling, the force of the blow evident in his pained expression. He groans, a pained "ah" escaping his lips. Dust coats his face, blood trickling down his cheek. "What the hell are my underlings doing?" he mutters, a furious question hanging in the air. His eyes snap open, wide with a dawning horror. A crimson inferno erupts behind him, mirroring the rage now blazing in his gaze. Crimson flames erupt behind him, mirroring the fury in his eyes. He's engulfed, a whirlwind of fire and rage. He is consumed, a fiery storm engulfing him. Crimson embers rain down, speckling his white shirt with the grim evidence of the inferno's intensity. Crimson energy lances explode from her blade, a furious counterattack. He's sent sprawling, the force of the blow sending him tumbling through the air. She unleashes another crimson wave, a furious torrent of energy that slams into him. He's thrown back, the impact echoing through the air. He's slammed against the ground, the crimson energy leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. This attack, brutal and swift, leaves him utterly defenseless. He lies still, the crimson energy dissipating, leaving behind only the smoking earth. The attack's power is undeniable. A blinding arc of energy streaks across the scene, leaving a trail of shimmering dust and debris in its wake. The force is breathtaking. A triumphant grin splits her face as she finishes the attack. Blood splatters across her clothes, a stark contrast to the crimson energy still swirling around her. The impact throws her back, a jarring thud echoing as she slams into the ground. Dust billows around her, momentarily obscuring the scene. He stands amidst the carnage, a grim expression etched onto his face. Blood spatters the tile floor around him, a testament to the brutal fight just concluded. Two figures lie injured nearby, their forms slumped and defeated. Tears stream down her face, a stark contrast to the grim scene around her. She sits amidst the blood-soaked tiles, the weight of the battle clearly etched in her grief-stricken expression. He stands over the fallen, his own wounds a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A young man, injured and frightened, cowers nearby, his eyes wide with terror. The weight of the violence hangs heavy in the air. Her anguished cry cuts through the silence, a raw testament to the carnage. Blood stains her arm, a grim reminder of the brutal fight. Nearby, two others, equally wounded, bear witness to her despair. A bloody blade drips, its point resting inches from her face. The crimson stain spreads, a stark contrast to her pale skin. Silence. She falls, the long, slender blade clattering to the floor beside her. Blood blooms around her, staining the pale tiles of the hallway. The hallway is awash in crimson. Bodies lie scattered, a grim testament to the brutal fight. Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the ragged breaths of the lone survivor, who stands over the fallen, their face obscured by shadow. The victor stands alone amidst the carnage, their face still shrouded in shadow. A single, chilling sigh escapes them, a sound that hangs heavy in the death-filled silence. A heavy silence settles. The victor remains shrouded, their back to us, a lone figure amidst the crimson stain on the cold stone floor. Only the faintest sigh breaks the stillness. The victor finally turns, their face illuminated, blood streaks their cheeks, eyes wide with a haunted look. A silent scream hangs in the air, mirrored in their anguished expression. Blood stains their clothes, a grim testament to the fight. Their eyes, wide and haunted, reflect the horror of what they've done. A chilling silence hangs heavy in the air. They slump against the opponent, a defeated sigh escaping their lips. The weight of victory feels heavy, the cost far greater than anticipated. A grim smile plays on their lips, a mask barely concealing the turmoil within. A ragged breath escapes them, a harsh, broken laugh following. You. The victor's words, laced with pain and a chilling triumph, hang heavy in the air. A victorious roar erupts, echoing the victor's raw triumph. The sound cuts through the silence, a testament to their hard-fought win. Just a little while ago, they were enjoying grilled meat and light-hearted jokes while walking together. The stark contrast to the battle just witnessed hangs heavy. The victor stands over their fallen opponent, a stark contrast to the recent laughter and camaraderie. Blood spatters the ground, a grim reminder of the battle's brutal end. The aftermath is brutal. Several bodies lie scattered across the tiled floor, blood staining the pale stone. A chilling silence hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent laughter. A chilling silence follows the carnage. The blood-soaked floor tells a grim tale, but a stark blue message appears. The absolute majority of constellations in the channel are feeling immense joy. A jarring contrast to the brutal scene. Now that all seems like a lie. The stark statement hangs heavy in the silence, a stark contrast to the previous message of universal joy. A stark blue system message cuts through the lingering silence. The nightly survival fee will now be collected. The young woman beside him weeps openly, her distress a stark contrast to the boy's grim, almost emotionless expression. Blood blooms across her shirt. She clutches at the wound, a silent scream etched on her face. The boy beside her remains impassive, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate horror. The girl beside him cries out, a fresh wound blossoming on her shirt. He remains still, his expression unchanged, a grim mask of stoicism. Blood stains his own clothes, yet his gaze remains unwavering, fixed on something unseen beyond the immediate chaos. A spray of blood erupts. The boy's gaze remains fixed, unwavering, as if locked onto something beyond the immediate carnage. A crimson spray explodes, echoing the boy's unwavering focus. He remains locked onto something beyond the immediate chaos, his expression unchanged. The title card appears, stark and crimson against the white background, blood. A chilling promise hangs in the air. She sits amidst the carnage, a chilling tableau of bodies scattered across the cold, sterile floor. Blood stains the pale linoleum, a grim testament to the violence that has passed. Her own clothes are spattered, her head bowed low, the weight of what she's done heavy upon her. A long, heavy silence follows. Only the faintest sounds of her ragged breathing break the stillness, a stark contrast to the crimson stain spreading across the floor. She remains there, amidst the fallen, her shoulders slumped under the weight of the unspoken. Her eyes, wide and haunted, reflect the horror of the scene. Blood streaks her face, a grim testament to the brutal fight. A shudder runs through her, a silent tremor betraying the depth of her trauma. "Get up," a voice commands, cutting through the heavy silence. The words hang in the air, a stark challenge amidst the lingering horror. Despite the command, she remains still, the weight of her ordeal too heavy to bear. A profound silence follows, broken only by the ragged breaths escaping her lips. He offers her a hand, a gesture of aid in the aftermath of unspeakable violence. The blood-splattered walls bear silent witness to the horrors they've both endured. This scenario, a chilling declaration hangs in the air, is merely the beginning of what is yet to come. Tears stream down her face, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his. The weight of their shared trauma hangs heavy in the silence. Their hands clasp together, a silent promise passing between them amidst the lingering sorrow. A fragile connection in the face of overwhelming grief. A stark announcement appears: 100 coins will be deducted daily as the cost of survival. Failure to pay means death. The gravity of the situation settles over the trio, their hands still clasped together, a fragile testament to their shared plight. The cost of survival penalty remains. 100 coins will be deducted daily, a grim reminder that survival itself comes at a price. Death awaits those who cannot pay. A wave of relief washes over them as a system message appears: main scenario is cleared. The immediate threat, at least for now, is gone. The immediate danger has passed, but the world remains harsh. A system message confirms their location: they're in the area of the second main scenario, a place frequently visited by those facing the main threat. Bloodstains mar the walls, grim reminders of recent battles. The scene opens on a city street at dusk. A bus stop sign, marked Gumho 3, stands prominently, hinting at the location. Tall buildings loom in the background, their silhouettes sharp against the fading light. An air of quiet anticipation hangs in the twilight. Shattered glass crunches underfoot. The remnants of a bus shelter lie scattered across the pavement, a testament to the recent struggle. A single shoe lies amidst the shattered remains of the bus shelter, a stark pool of blood staining the pavement nearby. A discarded pipe rests close by, also marked with crimson. The scene speaks volumes of a brutal struggle. "Hey, you guys," a voice calls out, strained but determined. The scene is grim. A hand, slick with blood, lies outstretched on the cold tile floor, a discarded mask nearby. The aftermath of violence is palpable. Are you really not coming along with us? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim scene moments before. A group, their faces etched with worry, looks to a young man who remains silent, his expression unreadable. Scattered fragments of tile litter the floor, a stark testament to the struggle that just ended. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the distant sounds of the city. "We'll be going separate ways," someone announces, the words hanging heavy in the aftermath of last night's events. A small group remains, their faces grim, 5 survivors in all, clinging to the few coins left from the previous day. Most others fled Gumho Station. A stark declaration appears, a grim summary of the survivors' plight: they were the ones who got through the massacre. They'll find a way to live on. Hope, fragile yet defiant, flickers in the face of overwhelming loss. 2 figures remain, their faces etched with the weariness of survival. A woman, her expression a mask of quiet resilience, sits beside an older man, his gaze heavy with unspoken grief. They are among the few who escaped the massacre. "We're heading out now, right?" The question hangs in the air, a simple query yet heavy with unspoken implications. Those words, the narrator reflects, came so naturally from young Hee-won, the judge of destruction, that there was no doubt she would join them. In this way, she became a new ally in their uncertain journey. The simple declaration, "party member," appears on screen, solidifying young Hee-won's decision. She's officially joined their ranks. Han Myung-go was nowhere to be found. A chilling realization settles over the group: their comrade vanished without a trace. It was time to leave Gumho Station. Let's go, someone declares, the words firm despite the lingering unease of Han Myunggo's disappearance. The group moves on, the next stage of their journey awaiting. The group departs Gumho Station, their pace brisk despite the heavy silence hanging in the air. One member carries a bandaged, inert form, a stark reminder of Han Myunggo's disappearance. The weight of their missing comrade is palpable. The title card appears, omniscient readers. The weight of their journey, and Han Myunggo's absence, hangs heavy in the air. The narrative shifts. A stark title card appears, viewpoint. The implication hangs heavy, the story is about to be seen from a different perspective. The credits roll, a stark white background highlighting the names of the creative team behind this new perspective. We're ready for a new chapter. Chapter 25 begins. Episode 6. A new perspective awaits. Part 4 begins. A fist connects. The impact is swift, brutal. We see only the force of the blow, a blur of motion leaving its target shrouded in shadow. A digital notification appears, Young Hee-won has awarded 1,500 coins. The recipient, his expression unreadable, stands silently, the faint glow of the transaction still clinging to his hand. 1,500 coins materialize in his palm, a faint blue glow briefly illuminating his otherwise impassive face. The recipient remains silent, his expression unreadable. Why, he questions, a hint of confusion in his voice. The recipient of the coins explains, I'm sharing the coins I have. I feel bad having so many. The others from the station gave their share to me. And I ended up using a lot of it, he admits, a slight grimace tugging at his lips. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. He trails off, a thoughtful silence falling between them. The weight of his confession hangs heavy in the air, unspoken questions lingering. If I were you, I wouldn't have given myself coins, she advises, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. He simply mutters, sheesh, his expression unreadable. A system message then appears, the constellation demon-like judge of fire likes your comradeship. A system message pops up, the constellation abyssal black flame dragon cackles slyly. A curious development, hinting at unseen forces at play. I have far more coins than she can imagine, he mutters, a smirk playing on his lips as he glances at his interface. Stop laughing, damn black dragon, he adds, a hint of annoyance in his tone. The recent donations have finally arrived, a significant boost to his resources. A major battle's aftermath brings unexpected financial windfall. This Dakibi bastard is still trying to take my profits, he grumbles, annoyance clear in his voice as he addresses the abyssal black flame dragon. Cough up, he demands, his gaze unwavering. The constellation's sponsorship, a result of the recent conflict, has clearly not gone unnoticed. His coin count flashes on screen, 23,050. A substantial sum, a testament to the recent battle's unexpected rewards. Thanks to his recent victory, he's able to level up some key skills. A system message confirms the investment, 1,200 coins bolster his stamina, raising it from level 12 to 15, significantly increasing his body's durability. A further 1,600 coins are poured into strength, pushing that attribute from level 11 to a powerful 15. His muscles now possess considerably greater force. A final upgrade is made. 400 coins enhance his agility, pushing it from level 10 to 11. His movements are now noticeably quicker. Then, a more significant investment, 1,200 coins are poured into magic power, boosting it from level 6 to 10. A mysterious power, it seems, now courses through him. To achieve this, he reveals, a total of 4,400 coins were spent. If Bai Hyung can upgrade his channel, he'll receive more coins from constellations through sponsorships. A new avenue for resource acquisition opens up, promising further enhancements. Once the main area is reached, the stage will be set. A simple statement, yet it carries weight, hinting at the imminence of a significant event. The anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The main area is reached. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. The tension intensifies. A system message blazes across the screen, the second main scenario has been enabled. A collective intake of breath. The weight of the announcement hangs heavy in the air, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Main scenario number 2, meeting. The system message appears, stark and cold against the bright blue interface. Go through the tunnel, find the survivors at the first main base. The reward, 500 coins. Failure? The question marks hang heavy, a chilling uncertainty. The screen clears, leaving only a stark white space. A new mission awaits. Main base? The question hangs in the air, a frown etching itself onto the protagonist's face. What exactly is this mission about? The instructions are clear enough: go through the tunnel, find the survivors at the first main base. But the uncertainty remains. The next area would be the first main base. A mission briefing flashes across a screen, detailing a 500 coin compensation, but the failure penalty remains a mystery, marked only with question marks. The protagonist's expression remains one of quiet apprehension. The next objective is revealed: Chungmuro Station. A subway map appears, pinpointing the location and highlighting the protagonist's current position. The mission continues. Chungmuro Station. The destination is clear, the mission continues. A blinding flash erupts, a powerful energy wave tearing through the ground. Debris flies, the force of the impact palpable even from a distance. The path to Chungmuro Station is cleared. Just what kind of monsters roam the underground? Someone gasps, the question hanging heavy in the air as they survey the damage. The path is clear, but the cost is evident in the battered figure slumped against the steps. Happy Chungmuro was just 3 stops away. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of their proximity to safety, a safety now tainted by the chaos they've just witnessed. Of course, the tunnel was infested with ground rats, someone explains, the words offering a weary explanation for the scene of exhaustion before them. Everyone fought them off relentlessly, their fatigue is understandable. Finally, they reach Dongguk University Station. Exhaustion hangs heavy in the air, a silent testament to their recent ordeal. Leaning heavily against a cold wall, exhaustion etched onto his face, he catches his breath. The journey to Dongguk University Station clearly took its toll. Let's take a break here, he decides, his voice barely a whisper. The words reflect the exhaustion still clinging to him. He pauses, surveying the nearly deserted station. Everyone in this station seems to have left in a hurry, he observes, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Maybe some essentials might be left behind. The possibility sparks a flicker of hope in his weary eyes. There's only one more stop before Chungmuro, so why can't we have this break after we reach? The question hangs in the air, a simple proposal born of exhaustion, yet hinting at a deeper urgency. His companions remain silent, their expressions unreadable. There's no way of knowing if we can really rest there, one of them states, his voice laced with doubt. The grim reality of Yakuza Station, recently past, is then revealed, a horrifying scene filled only with the corpses of rats and the dead. Judging from the scars on the bodies, their deaths weren't caused by monsters. A chilling revelation, suggesting a far more sinister threat lurks nearby. A grim possibility hangs in the air: Yu Jung-hyuk might be responsible. Regardless, the scene remains horrifying. The bodies of the dead litter the floor of Yakuza Station, their wounds suggesting a killer far more terrifying than any monster. The grim reality settles in: monsters aren't the only threat in this broken world. A chilling reminder of the dangers that still lurk, unseen, in the shadows. I'll look around for any useful supplies, one of them says, a practical assessment of their grim surroundings. The other nods, a simple please do, acknowledging the necessity of their task. Having a soldier among them proves unexpectedly convenient in this desperate situation. Times like these. The weight of that unspoken phrase hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of their precarious situation. The unspoken anxieties of their mission are palpable. Actually, I'm... One of them begins, a hesitant pause coloring her words. She looks away, a subtle shift in her posture hinting at a hidden truth. The other woman waits, her expression expectant, the unspoken tension between them palpable. A heavy silence hangs in the air. One woman hesitates, her gaze averted, while the other waits, her expression expectant. The unspoken tension between them thickens, a palpable weight of uncertainty. What? Want to tag along? One of the women asks, but a young man quickly declines. No, I'll pass, he says, adding, right, I forgot about the ladies. Another young man, seizing the opportunity, declares, if this is our time for personal activities, then I think I'll go to the bathroom, and a third chimes in, I want to go too. The young men, seizing their chance, head towards the restroom. A simple, utilitarian sign points the way, its starkness reflecting the somewhat awkward atmosphere. They disappear down the hallway, the muted blue tones of the restroom sign a stark contrast to the lively conversation that just ended. A woman, standing near the restroom, utters a single word, Her expression is one of mild curiosity, a slight furrow in her brow hinting at a question forming in her mind. The quiet hallway seems to hold its breath. Where's Dr. SSI? A woman asks, her voice cutting through the quiet hallway. A man beside a bandaged boy stammers, that's. His uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. He said out of the blue that he was heading above ground. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the previous uncertainty. A sharp what explodes from someone nearby, disbelief coloring their exclamation. That man, did he forget that the air's polluted with poisonous fog? The question hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the danger Dr. SSI has unwittingly walked into. Concern, bordering on panic, ripples through the group. A hazy purple light cloaks the scene as they ascend a staircase, the air thick with unspoken apprehension. The sign above, barely visible, hints at a world beyond their immediate danger. Dust and debris spray across the stone floor as they continue their ascent, the ominous purple haze clinging to them like a shroud. A suggestion surfaces amidst the oppressive purple haze, a break in Dongguk Station. It's a glimmer of hope, a potential respite from the escalating threat. A stark blue warning flashes across the screen, you have been exposed to poisonous fog. The ominous purple haze, already a suffocating presence, now carries a deadly new threat. He sprints, a blur of motion against the poisonous purple haze. The threat is immediate, the escape route uncertain, but he pushes onward, determined to reach Dongguk Station. It wasn't just fatigue, a deeper reason fueled his desperate flight. His companion's exhaustion was only part of the story. The urgency in his stride spoke volumes. He nears Dongguk Station, the sixth exit his target. According to the novel's information, this is where something significant awaits. The purple haze still clings to him, a lingering threat, but his pace doesn't falter. A sudden realization dawns on him. The purple haze, a constant reminder of the danger, flickers, intensifying his focus as he nears his destination. Found it! He exclaims, a wave of relief washing over him as he spots his objective. The lingering purple haze seems to dim slightly, mirroring his easing tension. There it stood, a weathered statue of a serene elder, staff held aloft. The purple haze, once so oppressive, now retreated, leaving a sense of calm in its wake. He had found it. Before him, the statue of the serene elder stood tall, its staff held high. The oppressive purple haze, a constant companion until now, finally dissipated, leaving behind a tranquil atmosphere. At the base of the monument, smaller figures seemed to bow in silent reverence. The name, Yuzhong Samyingdang, appeared, etched into the very air itself. A location revealed, a destination reached. A question hangs in the air, a sudden shift from the serene atmosphere. Wait, why did Dr. SSI even go outside in the first place? The query, sharp and unexpected, underscores a lingering mystery. Well. The single word hangs heavy in the air, a hesitant prelude to an explanation, a stark contrast to the previous sharp question. The mystery of Dakja's excursion remains. Dakja walks purposefully, his sword sheathed at his side, toward a statue in a quiet, almost ethereal park. A system message appears, a constellation, curiously described as wearing a straw mat, is filled with anticipation regarding his next move. He said he needed personal time for some religious activity. The words hang in the air, a flimsy excuse delivered with a nervous tremor. A stunned "huh" escapes the speaker, reflecting the disbelief of those around him. Religious activity? The question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable, a silent judgment on Dakja's flimsy excuse. Doubt clouds his expression, a stark contrast to the serene park around him. A constellation, pleased with his actions, sends a message of approval. Relief washes over him, the doubt in his eyes softens, replaced by a quiet sense of accomplishment. A bright blue notification appears: 100 coins have been sponsored. The unexpected windfall adds to his growing sense of relief. A subtle shift in his gaze, a flicker of something new in his eyes. The relief hasn't fully faded, but now, a quiet determination takes hold. He's ready for what comes next. A fluffy, horned creature tilts its head, a single word appearing above it. Intrigued, it seems to be studying a data stream displaying a player ID, #BI7623. That son of a... The creature's mutter trails off, replaced by a more inquisitive tone. What is he doing there? Its gaze is fixed on a monitor, a clear question hanging in the air. A powerful energy surge erupts, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force is immense, a clear indication of significant power unleashed. The energy dissipates, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. Silence. Then, a low growl. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion as his blade arcs through the air. The attack is swift, precise, leaving the larger figure momentarily stunned. The attack connects. Dark particles scatter as he swiftly retreats, leaving his opponent momentarily disoriented amidst the swirling dust. He lands lightly, a silent retreat amidst the lingering dust and scattered dark particles. The brief confrontation is over, leaving only the aftermath. A panicked cry cuts through the silence. No. No, don't do it. The creature's wide eyes and gaping mouth speak volumes of its terror, a stark contrast to the calm aftermath of the recent battle. A blinding flash of light erupts, the creature's desperate plea abruptly silenced. The attack is swift, decisive. A blinding light engulfs everything. The attack connects, a brilliant flash of energy engulfing both figures. Debris scatters as the light fades. Kim Dokja, you son of a bitch. The roar echoes, a raw expression of fury. A constellation, judging by the system message, is clearly appalled by the actions just witnessed. Have you gone mad? Do you know what you've just done? The words hang in the air, a stark accusation echoing the disbelief of a witness to Kim Dokja's actions. You're just eating? The disbelief is palpable, a stark contrast to Kim Dokja's nonchalant expression as he devours a massive roasted leg of meat. He sits calmly, seemingly unfazed by the outrage directed at him. A small, ornate box sits on the tiled floor, engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy. The intensity of the light seems to consume it, leaving only a faint glow in its wake. Nearby, a discarded staff lies abandoned. This is no laughing matter. The declaration hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual scene moments before. The gravity of the situation is undeniable. You just destroyed the statue of a constellation. The accusation rings out, sharp and accusatory, leaving no room for doubt. Debris still rains down from the shattered remains, a testament to the magnitude of the act. A fluffy, horned creature emerges from a newly formed crater, its mouth agape in a silent scream of either terror or outrage. The jagged edges of the hole suggest a recent, violent impact. Ugh, so noisy, he mutters, a clear annoyance coloring his tone. He continues to devour the remains of the statue, seemingly unfazed by the accusations hurled his way. All statues, it turns out, hold the power of the constellations they depict, skills and items sealed within, waiting to be unleashed. He continues to consume the statue, seemingly oblivious to the implications of this newly revealed information. Before entering Chungmuro Station, a specific skill from Samyangdang is essential. He mutters, a quiet relief in his voice, I'm glad I got a spare phone. He checks his phone, a slight frown furrowing his brow. The proper method for accessing the statue's power is far too time-consuming, he explains, so he opted for a quicker, albeit crude, alternative. The text declares, starkly, and should be struck down. A grim determination settles over him, this is not a request, but a decree. A wave of anxiety washes over him. What will we do if the bald general of justice starts to blab? He worries aloud, a hint of disbelief coloring his tone. I can't believe that despite being respected by Koreans, his modifier has the words bald general. You really think you of all people can say that? The accusation hangs heavy in the air. A constellation, apparently wearing a straw mat, is furious about his actions. Meanwhile, another, the prisoner of the golden headband, finds the whole situation utterly hilarious. Dokja SSI. The cry cuts through the air, a mixture of surprise and something akin to panic coloring the voice. One of the companions, eyes wide, stares after the departing figure. How did your religious activity go? Someone asks, the question hanging in the air. A follow-up, almost an afterthought, quickly follows. Did you visit a temple? A church? The casual tone of the inquiry belies a potential undercurrent of something more significant. I brought something for you all, a woman announces, her expression unreadable. The group around her, a mix of apprehension and weary anticipation etched on their faces, waits. You're saying? The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. The subway station's dim lighting only amplifies the underlying tension. That these are the kind of items you got from a very great person's statue, she asks, a hint of disbelief coloring her tone. Her hand gestures towards the items, a question hanging in the air. How are these rags a good drop? The item stats appear, a berated cathedral straw hat, boosting senses of justice and willpower. Have you heard of Samyangdang? Someone asks, the question sparking immediate curiosity. Another voice chimes in, who's that? A system message then clarifies, a constellation, adorned in a straw mat, seeks an audience with Young Hee-won. Ah, I know. Young Hee-won exclaims, a clear recognition in her voice. The mystery of Samyangdang, it seems, is no mystery to her. I remember seeing his name while studying for a Korean history certification, Young Hee-won recalls, a knowing smile gracing her lips. A new item appears, Samyangdang's beads, a berated accessory that boosts magic power recovery. Wasn't he a monk from the Joseon dynasty? Young Hee-won questions, her voice thoughtful. The Korean army's struggle against the Japanese invasion is brought to mind. She remembers reading about his pivotal role in the battles of Nowangpyeong and Wukwaendong. His stats shine even though the world has ended. A system message appears, revealing that a constellation, a figure wearing a straw mat, has been touched by the words of Usanga. At any rate, these items contain his power, someone states, the words hanging in the air. A moment of stunned silence follows before a gasp escapes. Wait, these items were real things he owned? The revelation hangs heavy, the implications clear. I brought my hands together and prayed in front of his statue, and these amazing items just fell out of the sky, he boasts, a smug grin spreading across his face. A system message instantly pops up, a handful of constellations admire the nonsense you came up with on the spot. The others stare, a mixture of disbelief and awe etched on their faces. I believe that Samyangdang sent these items, wishing to save Korea in some way, he explains, a fervent hope coloring his words. The way he did during the Japanese invasion, he wants to help this country. He adds, the desperate plea in his voice, fall for it, please fall for it. So he generously sent these gifts, he finishes, his voice brimming with a desperate hope that hangs heavy in the air. The plea in his eyes is almost palpable. After all, he continues, his voice low and earnest, this country is in a similar state of turmoil as it was during the Korean War, and needs the blessing of such patriots. A quiet understanding passes between them, a shared burden of hope and desperation. A system message appears, a constellation wearing a straw mat is touched by your words. Hope flickers in the woman's eyes, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of his plea and the potential impact of his words. Well, he begins, since the world has become like this, it wouldn't be strange for items like these to suddenly appear. Maybe Samyangdang is one such constellation watching who wished to help the people of his country? The question hangs in the air, a thoughtful consideration of the extraordinary circumstances. Now I've played my part, right? He asks, a hint of weariness in his tone. A new system message confirms it, a constellation, identified only by a straw mat, has revealed its modifier. A system message appears, the constellation Bald General of Justice has forgiven your sins. Relief washes over him, his actions have been absolved. The power and strength of a constellation is directly proportional to their fame, he muses, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. There's no way he can hate someone like me, who's singing his praises and spreading his story. He pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Samyangdang, was it? I'll keep. The sentence trails off, leaving the listener hanging. Another system message pops up. The bald general of justice feels a little happier, and 100 coins have been sponsored. He smiles, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. I'll keep that name in mind, he murmurs, already plotting his next move. Make sure you've prepared carefully, a voice cautions, the words hanging heavy in the air. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. The next stop is Chungmuro. Perhaps it's due to Gilyeonji's unique communication style, but so far, they haven't encountered any more of the ground rats. A subtle sense of unease lingers. It's too early to let our guard down, Gilyeonji states, his voice firm despite the unease still lingering. Only 1 kilometer remains until Chungmuro. 1 kilometer left until we reach the station, Gilyeonji warns, his voice tight with anticipation. That is about to appear. A new sub-scenario has arrived. The tension ratchets up as Gilyeonji and his companions near their destination. Stand back, everyone, Gilyeonji commands, his voice sharp and urgent. The tension is palpable, something significant is about to happen. Gilyeonji's group stands poised, a palpable tension hanging in the air. He's issued a sharp warning, his gaze fixed on something unseen, preparing his companions for an imminent event. The atmosphere crackles with anticipation. A new sub-scenario has arrived. The notification flashes, a stark blue against the white background, signaling a shift in the narrative. Stand back, everyone, a voice commands, sharp and urgent. The scene is tense, the speaker's face etched with grim determination as he addresses those around him. A sense of impending danger hangs heavy in the air. A tense silence follows the command. Fear, palpable and raw, grips the small group as they stand in a cold, metallic corridor, illuminated by flickering blue screens. The air crackles with anticipation. The title card appears, stark and simple against a faded grid background, omniscient reader's viewpoint. The credits follow, a brief pause before the story resumes. Chapter 26 begins. Episode 6. The story resumes. The Hour of Judgment. Part 5. The title card sets the stage, promising a climactic confrontation. The parameters of the challenge appear, a sub-scenario, welcome prison, rated D to F in difficulty. Escape is the objective, within a strict 1-hour time limit. Success yields 300 coins, failure remains unknown. Welcome prison? What's that? The question hangs in the air, a shared uncertainty among the group as they burst forward, propelled by a surge of bright energy. Their destination remains unknown, but their urgency is clear. The sub-scenario, welcome prison, has begun. A wave of uncertainty washes over the group as they're thrust into the unknown, their faces a mixture of apprehension and determination. A collective groan escapes them as the group is violently thrown about. The jarring impact of their arrival in welcome prison is undeniable. They hit the ground hard, the impact echoing through the chilling, desolate landscape of welcome prison. Dust and debris swirl around them as they struggle to regain their footing, the harsh reality of their situation setting in. Still reeling from the brutal impact, one of them groans, "What's going on? I feel like I'm about to puke." The words perfectly capture the disorientation and nausea of their violent arrival. A voice, strained but determined, cuts through the lingering nausea. Dakjia, it whispers, the suffix a tender counterpoint to the harshness of their surroundings. Dakjia shields his eyes, a pained grimace twisting his features as he struggles to focus. The harsh light, or perhaps the lingering effects of the impact, clearly overwhelms him. Dakjia SSI. Are you there? A voice calls out, laced with worry. Something's not right, Dakjia realizes, his eyes wide with a dawning unease. Dakjia. You haven't seen anything. All right? The words hang in the air, a chilling promise from a figure whose face is partially obscured, their hand gently cupping Dakjia's cheek. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. A sudden darkness falls. Only the faintest glow illuminates Dakjia, his form barely visible against the oppressive black. The chilling whisper from before echoes in the silence. Ah, of course, Dakjia murmurs, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A bright blue system message then blazes across the darkness. the exclusive skill fourth wall has been activated. The oppressive darkness begins to recede, replaced by a blue electrical glow. Dokja stands firm, his fourth wall skill having neutralized the welcome prison effect. The oppressive darkness, the welcome prison, is finally broken. The text, stark against the fading purple and blue, confirms its defeat. The purplish haze finally fades, revealing Yoo Jung-hyuk's back. A chilling caption appears, a subspace that digs up a person's internal trauma and drives them to madness. Below, a stark statement, Yoo Jung-hyuk must have suffered greatly. The welcome prison is one of the worst scenarios for a regressor, a voice calmly explains, cutting through the lingering tension. Everyone, take deep breaths and calm down. The words offer a much-needed sense of reassurance after Yoo Jung-hyuk's harrowing ordeal. Emerging from the purplish haze, Yoo Jung-hyuk stumbles, his mouth agape in a silent scream. The others, their faces etched with worry, watch as a system message appears. The constellation's secretive plotter admires your mental strength. He receives another system message. 100 coins are sponsored, a testament to his resilience. More significantly, the curious constellations express regret at not witnessing his past trauma. The weight of unspoken suffering hangs heavy in the air, reflected in his wide, haunted eyes. Private Lee Hyun-sung. Did you not hear your orders? A voice booms. Yoo Jung-hyuk, his face contorted in a silent scream of rage, spits back, "You fucking bastards." The raw fury in his eyes, a stark contrast to his earlier haunted gaze, speaks volumes. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, Mom," he cries, the words a desperate plea lost in the overwhelming tide of his grief. His anguished confession is immediately followed by a harsh, self-damning truth, "Fuck, it's too late." Despair claws at him, a stark contrast to the fiery rage that consumed him moments before. Dokja SSI? A whisper cuts through the silence, a voice laced with disbelief and a hint of hope. A hand reaches out, gently grasping his. Hope, fragile yet persistent, flickers in the whispered plea, "Dokja SSI?" Dokja's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in their depths. He turns, his gaze falling upon a young woman, her face etched with worry, clutching a glowing staff. Around them, the air shimmers with an ethereal light, the scene both chaotic and strangely hopeful. Yoo Sanga SSI. He calls out her name, a breathy whisper barely audible above the chaos. His form a blur of motion as he sprints towards her, a desperate urgency in his every stride. "Samindang's beads," she exclaims, a wave of relief washing over her as she clutches the glowing staff. Thankfully, they worked. "Please watch my back," he requests, his voice firm despite the urgency. "I'm going to destroy this subspace now." Sangha nods, her gaze resolute, a newfound determination hardening her features. "Indeed. I broke the statue," he confirms, his voice carrying a quiet weight. The tension, palpable moments before, begins to ease. "Here I go," he declares, a quiet resolve in his voice. He begins to move, his actions driven by a pragmatic need to complete the task at hand. The destruction of the statue, he explains, was merely a means to an end. He walks on, a subtle frown etching itself onto his features. A quiet unease hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous moment's relief. The path ahead remains uncertain. A digital interface flickers to life, a stark blue rectangle against the black void. The silence is broken only by the faint hum of unseen machinery. A new challenge awaits. His eyes blaze with an unearthly light, a stark blue intensity that fills the void. The hum intensifies, a low thrumming that vibrates through the very air. A system message appears, the exclusive skill, Destroy Evil LV1, has been activated. A new power surges within him. The welcome prison vanishes. A system message confirms the success, his newly acquired Destroy Evil LV1 skill has eradicated the confinement. He stands, the ethereal blue energy dissipating, leaving behind only a faint shimmer. A woman, previously trapped within the prison, now stands beside him, her expression unreadable. The blue energy fades, revealing a young woman lying on the ground, unconscious. She's clutching a backpack, her form still amidst the dissipating glow. This is our resolution," she gasps, collapsing to the ground. The ethereal glow fades completely, leaving her unconscious but seemingly unharmed. Point 1. We belong to the ROK army, loyal to the nation and its people. Hyunsun's voice rings out, firm and unwavering, as he recites the creed. The others watch, their expressions a mixture of awe and concern. A faint whisper escapes her lips, "Mom." The word hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the soldier's just recited creed. Gil-young lies on the ground, his head in his hands. A figure kneels beside him, their voice filled with urgent concern, "Please wake up." Gil-young remains unconscious, his head cradled in his hands. A figure, kneeling beside him, urgently pleads, "Please wake up." The scene is filled with a palpable sense of desperation. Others arrive, their faces etched with worry. One kneels beside Gil-young, while another stands watchfully nearby, sword at his side. A palpable sense of urgency hangs in the air. Gil-young's eyes snap open. A fierce determination hardens his features as he pushes himself up, ignoring the throbbing in his head. He rises, his eyes blazing with renewed purpose. Gil-young grips his sword, ready. Gil-young lunges forward, a blur of motion. He's a whirlwind of controlled fury, his attack leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. His attack met with a chilling response. "I will kill you all," the opponent hissed, his crimson eyes burning with cold fury. Her eyes are crimson. A chilling realization dawns. This is beyond anything Gil-young has ever faced. The demon-slaying skill. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark revelation of the terrifying power Gil-young now faces. Looks like even Samyangdang's straw mat couldn't help her. "Now I have no choice," he mutters, a grim determination hardening his features as he watches her. Her eyes burn crimson, a terrifying intensity that underscores the desperate situation. A desperate plea echoes in the chilling night air. "You sang the SSI, please take care of young Hee-won SSI for me." The words, a whispered testament to the gravity of the situation, hang heavy as he entrusts his comrade's fate to another. He receives a notification, the sub-scenario conditions have been met, and 300 coins are awarded. But a stark warning follows, don't relax. The tension remains palpable. He strides forward, a glowing blue blade held firm in his grip, his expression grim. Two figures huddle nearby, their vulnerability a stark contrast to his determined resolve. The warning still rings in his ears, don't relax. A wave of purple energy erupts, engulfing him. The warning, don't relax, echoes with newfound urgency. "It's not over," a voice declares, cutting through the purple energy. "The fight, it seems, is far from finished." "Not yet," a voice counters, the words barely audible above the swirling purple energy. From the chaos, several spectral figures emerge, their forms cloaked in shadow, identified as Grade 8 phantom species specters. "The fight, it seems, is far from over." He collapses, the fight's intensity leaving him spent. A wave of exhaustion washes over him as he lies there, defeated but not broken. Gasping for breath, he cries out, "I'm Private Lee. Han. Sung." The desperate plea is followed by a shaky, apologetic whisper, "I'm sorry I misheard." His wide eyes and strained expression reveal the weight of his mistake. "Ugh, what?" He sits up, disoriented, clutching his head. "Hyunsung SSI. Have you come to your senses?" The sharp question cuts through his confusion, a concerned voice urging him back to reality. Disoriented, Hyunsung sits up, his head in his hands. How long had I passed out for? Is everyone all right?" "What's happening right now?" he asks, his voice laced with confusion and concern as he takes in his surroundings. "The welcome prison was created by monsters," a woman explains, her expression calm despite the unsettling information. "They've all been defeated, so you'll be fine." Hyunsung, eyes wide with a mixture of relief and disbelief, lets out a surprised, "Eh? Doesn't that mean you and Dr. SSI were the only ones who dealt with them?" Hyunsung's question hangs in the air, a mixture of awe and disbelief coloring his voice. The woman's reply is immediate, "Actually, Dr. SSI did most of it himself." "It was mostly a mental battle," the woman clarifies, holding a glowing crystal. "Fighting the specters was the easy part." Her words paint a picture of a far more challenging ordeal than Hyunsung initially imagined. "Thank you," she says, her voice laced with relief. "I almost got myself in deep trouble." I owe you again, Dr. SSI. The weight of her gratitude is palpable, a stark contrast to the earlier discussion of the mental battle she'd endured. Don't mention it, Dr. SSI replies, his tone gentle as he rests a hand on the woman's shoulder. A quiet understanding passes between them, a shared relief settling in the aftermath of her ordeal. Gilyanga, is it really okay for you to be standing up? Concern lines Dr. SSI's face as he looks at the woman, his gentle demeanor a stark contrast to the worried expressions of those around her. The question hangs in the air, a silent testament to the lingering tension. My head hurts, he groans, clutching at his temples. Dr. SSI watches him with concern, the lingering tension palpable in the air. He collapses, whispering, Mom, a single word laden with pain and regret. His apology, uttered moments before, hangs heavy in the air. Dr. SSI watches the boy, his hand resting gently on the child's head. A thought crosses his mind, perhaps the one with the worst trauma out of everyone here, is this little child. Dr. SSI's hand remains on the boy's head, a gesture of comfort in the face of profound sorrow. A quiet understanding passes between them, a shared weight of unspoken trauma. A quiet moment passes. Dr. SSI's hand remains on the boy's head, a silent comfort in the shared silence of their unspoken grief. The boy's shoulders tremble, a silent testament to the grief still clinging to him. His head remains bowed, the weight of his sorrow palpable even in the shared silence. I think we're almost there, someone announces, their voice cutting through the somber atmosphere. The group presses onward, a shared purpose propelling them through the deepening twilight. They emerge into a vast, echoing hall, the air thick with a somber quiet. A long, elevated pathway stretches before them, leading to a distant, luminous glow at its end. Hope flickers in the shared gaze. Right now, our party is in no condition to fight, someone states, their voice heavy with grim resignation. A wave of apprehension washes over the group as they assess their situation. Is it really okay for us to enter Chungmuro Station in this state? Doubt hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the fragile hope they'd felt moments before. The question, spoken aloud, reflects the group's shared apprehension. Who are you? The question hangs in the air, a challenge amidst their apprehension. It's a demand for answers, a sudden shift from their earlier anxieties. A blur of motion. They plunged into the station, a whirlwind of activity leaving only the echoing question hanging in the suddenly silent air. A collective gasp escapes them as they burst into the station. Uncertainty, stark and palpable, hangs heavy in the air. A single, enormous question mark explodes above their heads, mirroring their shared confusion. There he stood, silhouetted against the ethereal glow at the end of the platform. A lone figure, sword-sheathed, his presence filling the vast, echoing station. A palpable tension grips the others as they take in the scene. A heavy silence descends. The group, still reeling from the unexpected sight, exchange uneasy glances. The air crackles with unspoken questions, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. Then, a single, thin line appears, a stark division across the otherwise empty space. It cuts through the silence, a subtle shift that hints at something more to come. Don't you know that this place is our hunting ground? The words cut through the silence, a sharp challenge delivered with a fierce glare. A young figure, cloaked and armed with a gleaming sword, stands ready. Their eyes burn with intensity. Since when was she there? The question hangs in the air, a murmur of disbelief and dawning realization. His eyes, wide with shock, betray his sudden unease. That girl? The unspoken threat in his tone speaks volumes. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscures his vision. When it fades, he's left reeling, the girl's presence now undeniable. The unspoken threat intensifies. He's thrown back, disoriented. The bright light fades, revealing two girls locked in a tense struggle amidst the desks of a classroom. One girl has the other by the throat. The scene is stark, the tension palpable. He's left with a stinging face and a bitter taste in his mouth. The afterimage of the flash lingers, blurring the edges of his vision. Scratches mar his skin, a testament to the struggle. His expression is one of grim determination, a silent vow to overcome. The lone survivor of Daepong Girls' High School. The title hangs heavy, a stark reminder of the brutal reality that unfolds. Lee Jae-hye. The name hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on her face. Her eyes, wide with a fierce resolve, reflect the weight of her title, the lone survivor. A single word escapes Jae-hye's lips, huh? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the unwavering resolve she'd shown moments before. Uncertainty, a rare crack in her steely demeanor, now clouds her expression. You guys, she whispers, a glimmer of something akin to hope flickering in her eyes as she clutches a glowing crystal. The weight of her solitude, the burden of survival, seems momentarily lessened. Did you seriously beat the specters by yourselves? The question, delivered with a mixture of disbelief and awe, hangs in the cool, metallic air of the corridor. Jae-hye and her companion look up, their faces partially obscured by shadow, as if still reeling from the intensity of their recent ordeal. I also know her very well. After all, a voice cuts through the hushed corridor, adding a layer of intrigue to the already surprising revelation of their victory. The statement hangs in the air, a promise of further explanation, a hint of a deeper connection yet to be revealed. How the hell did you? The voice explodes, disbelief coloring every syllable. Isn't my master the only one who can take those monsters down? The question hangs heavy, a challenge to their unexpected victory, a testament to Jae-hye's and her companion's incredible feat. A character profile appears, detailing Lee Jae-hye's stats and background. 17 years old, sponsored by the maritime war god, she's a rare scarred sword demon, her skills honed through tragedy. The evaluation notes her evolution after killing her best friend, and a surprising detail, her sponsor favors her and her companions. A starter pack is currently active. The maritime war god, it seems, has taken Jae-hye under his wing, as usual. The narration confirms a pattern of support, adding another layer to her already remarkable story. A system message flashes, Jae-hye's sponsor, the maritime war god, is pleased to encounter the bald general of justice, an old comrade. This unexpected meeting adds another layer to the unfolding narrative. Lee Jae-hye, maritime admiral and second-year student at Daepon High, is introduced. Her serious expression hints at the challenges ahead. The narration reveals a crucial piece of the puzzle, Lee Jae-hye's importance. She was, it turns out, a key reason for Yoo Jung-hyuk's urgent trip to Chungmuro. More than that, the text emphasizes her essential role in any future naval battles. Follow me. I'll take you to the station, Admiral Lee Jae-hye commands, her figure silhouetted against the dim, bluish light. She leads the group, her purposeful stride conveying urgency. Jung-hyuk's eyes, wide and shadowed, reflect the gravity of the situation. A silent understanding hangs in the air, his gaze betraying a mixture of apprehension and determination as he follows Admiral Lee. Down the metallic steps they descend, Admiral Lee's pace unwavering, Jung-hyuk close behind. The dim, bluish light casts long shadows, emphasizing the urgency of their hurried trek. They reach the bottom of the steps, a group moving with purpose through the dim, bluish light. Jung-hyuk, his sword sheathed, remains vigilant, his expression serious as he keeps pace with Admiral Lee and the others. The mission parameters appear, main scenario number 2 meeting. Difficulty, E. Their objective, traverse the tunnel and rendezvous with survivors at the first main base. No time limit, but a reward of 500 coins awaits. Failure, however, remains undefined, a chilling unknown. The mission concludes. A system message appears, confirming the completion of main scenario number 2 and announcing that their compensation will be processed. 500 coins. A small victory in the face of the unknown. The camera pans down to a subway map, highlighting the route from Jonggak to Dongdaemun. The journey begins. The subway map unfolds, tracing the route from Jonggak to Dongdaemun. A journey begins. The subway car pulls into Chungmuro Station. The journey continues towards Dongdaemun. The subway car continues its journey, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels a steady beat against the quiet hum of the passengers. The destination, Dongdaemun. The subway doors hiss open at Dongdaemun Station. A figure steps onto the platform, their polished shoes gleaming under the dim lights. On the platform, a young man nervously watches a woman walk past. His anxious gaze follows her, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He arrives at Chungmuro Station, the announcement echoing in the cavernous space. A sense of unease hangs in the air, his backpack heavy with unspoken anxieties. The atmosphere is heavy, almost suffocating. He stands in the dim light of the station, his unease palpable. Two channels activate, their digital identifiers flashing before him, GIR 8761 and BR 3462. A subtle shift in his expression hints at a dawning understanding, the weight of his unease deepening. His apprehension deepens. The sheer scale of what he faces dawns on him. Just as expected, there are many more dakibis on a stage as large as the Chungmuro area. The realization hangs heavy, a grim foreshadowing of the challenges ahead. Bib-young, he knows, will be overshadowed. A stark blue digital notification cuts across his vision. The third main scenario is currently in effect for this region. His grim expression hardens, the implications chillingly clear. This is far bigger than he initially anticipated. Oi, little. The words, clipped and menacing, cut through the tense silence. He sits, surrounded by shadowy figures, the weight of the unfolding scenario pressing down. The threat is palpable, the air thick with unspoken danger. Brought new people? The question hangs in the air, sharp and urgent. A simple yes confirms his worst fears. The implications of this new arrival, this samurai, are far-reaching, a chilling ripple in the already turbulent waters. He senses a deeper game at play, one far beyond the initial threat. Are you drunk again? The question, sharp and laced with exasperation, cuts through the tension. It's a pointed rebuke, hinting at a deeper, unspoken concern about the implications of the recent revelations. Ha ha, now that this world has gone to the dogs, what else can I do but drink? The words, a cynical laugh accompanying them, reveal a weariness that belies the gravity of the situation. It's a bitter acceptance, a shrug in the face of overwhelming chaos. But did these guys come through the Dongdae tunnel? Crazy. Do they have lots of coins? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and opportunistic curiosity coloring the words. A cynical smile plays on one man's lips as he casually holds a bottle, his companions mirroring a similar blend of wonder and greed. What's your name, miss? Do you want to rent out a room? I'm offering for cheap? The question, a blunt offer, hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous cynical musings. A new character, a young woman, is introduced, her expression a mixture of surprise and perhaps a hint of wariness at this unexpected proposition. Ha? A room? The young woman's surprised question hangs in the air, a clear contrast to the men's earlier brash proposition. Her expression reflects a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Huh, so you all still don't know about the system in place here? You see. A voice, confident and slightly amused, cuts through the lingering tension. The words hint at a hidden structure governing this place, a revelation that will likely reshape the young woman's understanding of her surroundings. Scram, stop trying to mess with the newcomers, a voice commands, cutting through the air. But a counterpoint immediately follows, oh ho, but they need to know anyway. The implication of a hidden truth, withheld from the newcomers, hangs heavy in the air. Everyone's doing this to survive. A chilling confession, delivered with a twisted grin, reveals the harsh reality of their situation. The speaker, a man holding a bottle and a blade, lays bare the desperation driving the actions of those around him. So you both want to die, a cold voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the tense atmosphere. A drawn sword glints ominously, reflecting the grim determination in the speaker's eyes. Fear is etched onto the faces of those around them. Now that you've reached this point, you're all on your own, a voice declares, sharp and devoid of sympathy. I don't want to be your babysitter, it adds, a clear dismissal hanging in the air. The speaker's words are punctuated by a dismissive glance towards a group of younger individuals, their faces obscured by shadow. They grumble, resentfully following orders, a quiet rebellion simmering beneath their forced compliance. The weight of the brat's commands hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. A single word hangs in the air, sharp and cold, bye. He turns, a hint of weariness in his posture, leaving the others behind. A young woman watches him go, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. A shadow falls across his face, obscuring his expression. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air, a silent farewell echoing the young woman's apprehension. Yoo Jung-hyuk is here, isn't he? The question hangs in the air, a whisper of apprehension cutting through the hushed hallway. A young woman, sword at her side, stares intently ahead, her gaze sharp and alert. The others behind her seem equally uneasy. A young boy, his arm in a sling, walks amongst a group of adults, their expressions mirroring the unease that hangs in the air. He clutches a bandage tightly, his gaze fixed downward. The scene is quiet, the tension palpable. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect the apprehension hanging in the air. A storm brews within him, mirroring the unease of those around him. He boards a plane, his gaze unwavering, a quiet intensity replacing the earlier apprehension. Beside him, a girl with equally serious eyes watches him closely. The journey begins. He walks purposefully through the airport, his bags slung over his shoulder, the girl beside him mirroring his quiet determination. The weight of their mission is palpable. What's your real identity? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the quiet determination that had marked their journey so far. Her gaze is intense, unwavering, a silent challenge. She subtly draws a katana, the movement fluid and practiced, a stark contrast to her outwardly calm demeanor. The weight of the unspoken question hangs heavy between them. Ah, I can already tell from the way she's talking. Yoo Jung-hyuk has ruined this child, a voice observes, the words carrying a weight of unspoken judgment. Well, I can't blame him. Finding someone with a constellation backer as strong as the maritime war. The sentence trails off, the implication clear, the girl's power is exceptional, a consequence of her powerful connections. If I were Yoo Jung-hyuk, I'd also try to leave an impression on her as soon as I reached Chungmuro, a voice muses, the words hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Above, another voice adds, God is tough, even if you search all over Korea, emphasizing the girl's exceptional power. I am the companion of Yoo Jung-hyuk, who returned alive, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. Companion, another voice questions, disbelief coloring the simple word. Isn't that impossible? If you tell him those words, he'll understand, a voice advises, a quiet confidence in the statement cutting through the disbelief hanging in the air. The scene, bathed in cool blue light, underscores the gravity of the moment. Where is Yoo Jung-hyuk? The question cuts through the tense silence. A somber reply follows, Master isn't here right now. The speaker's face, partially obscured, conveys a gravity that underscores the uncertainty of the situation. Her master already, huh? It'll be much harder to win her over now. I can't believe she chose him this fast. A murmur of disbelief hangs in the air, the speaker's shadowed face reflecting the gravity of the situation. The unexpected development casts a long shadow over the unfolding events. That's too bad, she mutters, a hint of disappointment coloring her tone. There's something she needs to tell him, but his absence creates an obstacle. A troubled frown creases her brow. She's clearly grappling with something, her gaze distant, lost in thought. The unspoken words hang heavy in the air. Hey, you! The sharp call cuts through her reverie, jolting her from her troubled thoughts. A new presence has entered. Startled from her brooding, she's abruptly addressed. Keep an eye on them, a voice commands. Another, younger figure, hurrying away, adds, I'm going to go fetch Master. Who are these people, she wonders aloud, completely bewildered. A younger companion, hurrying off to fetch their master, adds, no clue. Master's friends, apparently. A young man, eyes wide with fear, clutches his stomach, a single, choked sob escaping his lips, hic. He's clearly distressed, and the shadowy figures behind him only deepen the unsettling atmosphere. You're all really Yoo Jung-hyuk's friends? The question hangs in the air, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as a wide, almost disbelieving grin spreads across his face. He seems utterly stunned. A look of utter disbelief washes over him. His mouth hangs open, a gasp escaping his lips. You're all really Yoo Jung-hyuk's friends, he stammers, a wide, incredulous grin spreading across his face. I'm his closest friend, he declares, a quiet confidence settling over him as the stunned silence hangs in the air. He beams, a hand placed proudly over his heart. I'm his closest friend, he declares, his confidence palpable. The word omniscient fills the page, a stark, teal declaration against a faded, textured background. The words readers loom large, a teal inscription etched against a faded backdrop. It's a title, a declaration, hinting at the story's very nature. The words viewpoint appear, a teal inscription on a faded, gridded backdrop. This sets the stage, clarifying the narrative's perspective. And now, the credits roll. Sleepy CS art, Umi's colors, and Singshon's original vision brought this story to life. Chapter 27, Episode 7 begins. The title card reads, Landlord, Part 1. A single word hangs in the air, hinting at a mystery yet to unfold. The scene opens on a subway platform. In the end, we all. The ominous words hang in the air, a cryptic statement that sets a somber tone for the new chapter. On a dimly lit subway platform, two women sit, their quiet conversation a stark contrast to the ominous words that hung in the air moments before. One quietly declares, decided to follow Yoo Jung-hyuk SSI. A decision made, a path chosen, in the hushed stillness of the underground. A wide yawn escapes him, a stark contrast to the serious conversation moments before. The quiet tension of the subway platform seems to momentarily fade as he stretches, the weariness of the day finally catching up. Are you listening? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the previous quiet. He clenches his fists, frustration evident in his stance. Yes, he replies, a slight hesitation in his tone. The explanation follows, a concise summary delivered with a newfound focus. Yoo Jung-hyuk appeared 3 days ago. That's the gist of it, right? He asks, a slight tremor in his voice, his eyes downcast. The weight of the recent events, the monstrous horde, and the unexpected arrival of Yoo Jung-hyuk 3 days prior, seems to bear heavily on him. A chilling narration cuts through the speaker's previous recounting. Another person, just like Lee Jae-hai, has fallen under Yoo Jung-hyuk's influence. The narrator's grim tone underscores the gravity of the situation, concluding with a stark observation, this boy has no idea. It didn't seem as straightforward as all that. He muses, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Yoo Jung-hyuk didn't simply save them, something about the rescue feels off. Excuse me, can I ask what? A hesitant question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous chilling narration. It wasn't simply the goodness of Yoo Jung-hyuk's heart that saved the boy, his proximity to Lee Jae-hai was the key factor. Is the food supply here? One man asks, gesturing with a hand. Another replies, well, it's a little embarrassing to call it a food supply. The scene is clearly less than ideal. But most of us are dependent on Lee Jae-hai for food, one man explains. She's the one who hunts monsters, while Yoo Jung-hyuk SSI cooks. Another man, clearly unimpressed, mutters, why would you bother writing that down? What about potable water? Someone asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. A response follows, they'll trade food or coins with the Landlord Alliance upstairs for water and other necessities. The Landlord Alliance? The question hangs in the air, a clear expression of skepticism etched on his face. He seems unconvinced by the proposed solution. A question hangs in the air, a silent query from the narrator itself, is the story finally getting more interesting? The implication is clear, the previous events, while setting the scene, have lacked a certain excitement. This panel marks a potential turning point. The word escapes one of the men, a barely audible sound of surprise, as the three of them stand in a dimly lit hallway, their expressions shifting subtly. A shared moment of unspoken understanding passes between them, hinting at something unexpected about to unfold. It's the new arrivals, one of the men observes, his tone neutral. Have you come to get a room? The question hangs heavy in the dimly lit hallway, the implication of the word room far more suggestive than a simple lodging. No, we have our own. We just need to use the upstairs bathroom. One of the newcomers explains, their words cutting through the tense silence. A dismissive too bad. Be careful, is the only response from the men blocking their way, their tone leaving little room for misinterpretation. A new term surfaces, a phrase familiar to one of the newcomers, the Chungmuro Landlord Alliance. Its appearance triggers recognition, a flicker of understanding in his eyes as he processes this unexpected connection to a book he knows well, Ways of Survival. A chilling realization dawns. Perhaps that means one of the 10 evils who was among them is in this station right now, a voice narrates, the implication heavy with unspoken danger. A further, almost hesitant clarification follows, everyone's been using the word room for a while now. But what exactly does it mean, one of them asks, a genuine confusion coloring their voice. The other, however, offers a chilling clarification, those people are literal room owners. As for rooms? A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air, the unspoken implications far more terrifying than any explicit threat. That should explain it, a voice states, the words hanging in the air as two figures grapple in a dimly lit hallway, the fight a stark visual representation of the unsettling revelation. A finger jabs downwards, emphasizing the chilling explanation. The unseen floor below becomes the focus, a stark reminder of the terrifying implications of room owners and their literal domains. What's that green tile? One of them demands, his eyes widening as a patch of glowing green floor material appears beneath them, a stark contrast to the otherwise drab hallway. The question hangs heavy in the tense air. Why are they fighting? The question hangs in the air, a silent observation of the unfolding conflict below. The mystery deepens. The scenario has named it the green zone. A chilling explanation for the glowing green tile. A group of people stand in what's called a green zone, or room for short. The eerie green glow of the floor is unsettling. The explanation only deepens the mystery. You'll understand everything soon, a voice assures the group, a hint of mystery clinging to the words. The unsettling green glow of the room intensifies the unease. A question hangs in the air, a murmur of doubt amongst the group. Are all the rooms from the first to the third basement floors owned by this landlord alliance? Someone asks, the words echoing the growing unease in the unsettling green glow of the green zone. The unsettling green glow of the room intensifies as a crucial piece of information is revealed. A small number of them aren't, but the majority fall under their control. The question immediately follows, sharp and urgent, did Yoo Jung-hyuk not do anything about this? The weight of the unanswered question hangs heavy in the air. Concern etched onto his face, he stares off, lost in thought. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, did Yoo Jung-hyuk fail to act? Didn't you call him your savior? The question, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the heavy silence. It hangs in the air, unanswered, a stark contrast to the unsettling green glow that still permeates the room. He told us to make a stand for ourselves, someone recalls, their words tinged with a hint of uncertainty. That does sound like something he'd say, another voice muses, the unspoken implication hanging heavy in the lingering green glow. Doubt gnaws at him. Yoo Jung-hyuk likely never encouraged such blind faith. They saw his power, and built impossible hopes upon it. His movements feel profoundly different. This isn't the Yoo Jung-hyuk from the novel's third regression. The narrator's voice is laced with a growing sense of unease, a need to understand the full extent of this alteration. A frown deepens on his face, a stark contrast to the unwavering confidence he usually projects. This isn't the Yoo Jung-hyuk they know. Doubt, a heavy cloak, settles around him. Air, why are we stopping here? The question hangs in the air, a hesitant murmur from Yoo Jung-hyuk, his usual confidence replaced by a palpable uncertainty. The group halts in a dimly lit corridor, stacks of crates lining the walls, casting long, unsettling shadows. The bathroom is literally right before us. A nervous tremor underlies Yoo Jung-hyuk's words, his usual composure shattered. He pleads, Pildas SSI. Please take me back. The dimly lit corridor, with its stacked crates and ominous shadows, amplifies his growing unease. Please, I'm begging you. Let me be here for one more day. Yoo Jung-hyuk's plea echoes through the dimly lit hallway, his desperation palpable. He faces a large crowd, his voice a stark contrast to their impassive silence. I won't repeat my mistake again, he insists, his resolve hardening against the unspoken pressure around him. Now. Back off, a voice cuts through Jung-hyuk's desperate pleas, silencing the hallway. The command carries an undercurrent of cold authority, instantly shifting the oppressive atmosphere. Get lost, a gruff voice commands, cutting short Jung-hyuk's pleas. Two figures, one wielding a baseball bat, step forward, their expressions hard and unforgiving. The atmosphere shifts instantly from desperate plea to outright threat. I'm sure one of them is somebody from the 10 evils, he muses, a frown etching itself onto his face. But they all spout the same cliches, so I have no idea who it really is. Uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. Gil-young, wait. A desperate plea escapes Jung-hyuk's lips, a stark contrast to the menacing figures before him. His uncertainty, however, is far from over. Jung-hyuk's desperate call, Gil-young, wait, fades as he's swallowed by the crowd, his small form nearly lost amidst the imposing figures surrounding him. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. Bathroom, bathroom. Jung-hyuk mutters, a desperate whisper lost in the chaos. He's thrown, tumbling through the throng, the urgency in his voice a stark contrast to the surrounding turmoil. He cries out, AGH. The impact throws him, a small figure tossed amidst the relentless surge of the crowd. Jung-hyuk reaches out, a desperate grasp at something unseen, his fingers stretching towards a blurry, green-tinged void. The motion is frantic, a last-ditch effort amidst the chaos. He gasps, a barely audible as he collapses to the ground. Jung-hyuk and another figure stand over him, their expressions grim amidst the shadowy, indistinct forms of the surrounding crowd. He's down. Two figures loom over Jung-hyuk, their faces grim as they survey the scene. A sickly green light emanates from the floor, casting an unsettling glow on the fallen man. A stark blue system message blazes across the scene, Incarnation Lee Gil-young has trespassed private property. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a sudden shift in the narrative. Lee Gil-young's trespass triggers a system alert, the harsh blue text a stark contrast to the unsettling green glow emanating from the floor. Two figures, their faces grim, watch Jung-hyuk's unconscious form. The tension ratchets up. What do you think you're doing, brat? The sharp words cut through the tense silence, a voice dripping with barely contained anger. Wide eyes, beads of sweat tracing a path down his cheeks, betray the young man's fear. He's clearly caught in a compromising situation. Two figures, their faces grim, loom over Jung-hyuk. One, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension, clutches a weapon. The other, a more imposing figure, stands ready, his anger palpable. This is bad. Jung-hyuk gasps, his fear palpable. A voice, sharp and urgent, cuts through the tension, kid, get up quick. Run. The command is followed by a more measured, almost amused observation, you seem lost. Isn't it the way to a public bathroom? Jung-hyuk asks, a tremor in his voice. His question is met with a cruel laugh and the chilling observation, public bathroom? It used to be that. The man looming over him, a menacing figure wielding baseball bats, makes it clear this is no ordinary restroom. Cheeky little bastard. Where are your parents? The menacing figure demands, his words dripping with menace. Jung-hyuk can only stammer, Fear grips him, palpable in his wide eyes and trembling form. Panic etched across her face, a young woman watches, helpless, as Jung-hyuk is dragged away. His only response, a barely audible, speaks volumes of his shock and fear. Didn't they teach you not to trespass on someone else's land? The menacing figure's words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Jung-hyuk's stunned silence. His captor's hand rests heavily on his head, a gesture both condescending and threatening. The young woman's desperate gaze follows Jung-hyuk as he's dragged away, his stunned silence amplifying the gravity of the situation. His captor's grip tightens, a chilling prelude to whatever awaits him. I guess you weren't, the captor sneers, his words dripping with menace. So I'll teach you instead. Two menacing turrets glow ominously in the background, their presence a chilling promise of the lesson to come. Jung-hyuk is shoved to the ground, the impact echoing the threat hanging in the air. His captor looms over him, a cruel smile twisting his lips. In the background, the menacing turrets remain, silent witnesses to the impending violence. A hand descends, its weight heavy on Jung-hyuk's head, forcing him to look up into the eyes of his captor. Fear, raw and undeniable, flickers in his gaze. The menacing turrets still loom, silent and watchful. Suddenly, a system message blares, Gong Pildu has activated Armed Zone Level 3. The implications hang heavy in the tense silence. The scene shifts, revealing Jung-hyuk surrounded. 4 automated turrets, now glowing ominously, are positioned around him, their barrels trained on his every move. A palpable sense of danger fills the room. A stark demand appears. Gong Pildu wants 500 coins as compensation for the intrusion. Failure to comply? The surrounding turrets will open fire instantly. Jung Hyuk's predicament deepens. Little did he know, the demand for 500 coins was merely a prelude. A far greater threat lurks, unseen, its presence hinted at only by the chilling silence that now descends. Brat, a voice sneers, the word hanging heavy in the air. A hand, large and powerful, emerges from the shadows, a clear sign that the initial threat was just a distraction. The true danger is now revealed. Pay up, a gruff voice demands, the words sharp and menacing. The threat is palpable, a stark contrast to the earlier, seemingly minor request. This is no longer a simple transaction, this is a confrontation. A hand, open and expectant, is presented. The unspoken demand hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge mirroring the previous threats. This isn't just about money anymore, it's a power play. A powerful weapon, its barrels gleaming, fills the frame. The metallic gleam hints at the destructive potential held within. That child is. He's done for, a woman states, her voice laced with grim certainty. The onlookers watch, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. A woman, her face etched with worry, makes a desperate plea. "You Sung SSI, guard Young Heewon SSI for me, please." The urgency in her voice is palpable, the weight of her request heavy in the tense atmosphere. Yusunga, his expression unreadable, appears, a silent figure amidst the growing tension. He's the one they've called upon. "Oh ho, what's this? You had a guardian after all?" The words hang in the air, a sneering question from a man wielding a baseball bat. His amusement is chilling, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on Yusunga's face. Then, will he be paying 500 coins in your place? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling proposition from the man with the baseball bat. His sneer is sharp, a stark contrast to Yusunga's unwavering gaze. 500 coins just for stepping into someone's land, the words hang in the air, a judgment whispered as much as spoken. Yusunga's silent response is a sharp intake of breath, a barely perceptible flinch, and a muttered, "What a thief." His eyes narrow, a simmering anger barely contained. "How funny, you Jung Hyuk." The words hang in the air, dripping with sarcasm. A young man, his face mostly obscured, speaks from above, the casual cruelty in his tone a stark contrast to the desperate plea echoing from below, "Master." Yusunga watches from the shadows as Yu Jung Hyuk, his back to him, stands silhouetted against the cool, metallic gleam of the doorway. A long, dark coat billows slightly behind him, the air heavy with unspoken tension. "You just let these bastards live?" The question hangs in the air, sharp and accusatory. Jung Hyuk's eyes, narrowed and intense, betray a simmering anger. The casual cruelty of the unseen speaker is palpable. Omniscient readers. The word's viewpoint appear, stark and clear, suggesting a shift in perspective. We are about to see events unfold from a different angle. Chapter 28, Episode 7, Landlord, Part 2. The story continues. The ominous words, the 10 evils, loom large. A shadowy figure stands silhouetted against a fiery, apocalyptic sky, debris swirling around him. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. The revelation hits hard. These are 10 of the main villains from Ways of Survival, though their identities and rankings shifted with each of Yu Jung Hyuk's regressions. A chilling reminder of the scale of the threat he faces. Gong Pildu, from Chung Muro's Landlord Alliance, is revealed to be one of the 10 evils. His sinister smile, framed by the fiery chaos, underscores the gravity of the threat. The hallway stretches ahead, a stark, utilitarian space. Green Zone 56 of 70 is marked clearly above a restroom sign, a grim reminder of the vast, dangerous landscape Yu Jung Hyuk must navigate. "Just as I thought, the size of his room is on a completely different level," a voice observes, the scale of Gong Pildu's power becoming chillingly clear. This entire area, it turns out, is his personal green zone. "Why do you want coins?" Chungmuro Station is a public place, a voice declares, the words sharp and suspicious. The implication hangs heavy. This exchange, in this location, is far from ordinary. Ha, like I said, that was 8 days ago, he chuckles, a baseball bat casually held in his hand. But the following words carry a chilling shift, but not anymore. His eyes, wide and unsettling, reflect a change in the game. Fine, I'll pay, he concedes, the words a stark contrast to his previous defiance. A shadow of apprehension crosses his face, a subtle shift betraying his outward compliance. I'll pay, he agrees, but a chilling condition follows, but I'll only pay Gong Pildu himself. A young boy nearby, seemingly unaware of the tense atmosphere, utters a confused, huh? The weight of the statement hangs heavy in the air, the implication clear: this debt will be settled personally, and violently. You aren't Gong Pildu, isn't that right? The question hangs in the air, a challenge delivered with a chilling certainty. Kim Jin-chul's eyes widen slightly, his apprehension palpable. These individuals, once the station's dominant room owners, are now merely underlings, assimilated into Gong Pildu's regime. The revelation hangs heavy, underscoring the extent of his power. Ha? What? Kim Jin-chul's confused whisper echoes the growing unease. A desperate plea follows, barely audible above the tension. Gong Pildu SSI, where are you? Oh God, this guy. Kim Jin-chul breathes, his voice laced with a palpable dread. The words, "come and take my fine," ring out, chillingly calm, from the newcomer whose presence alone speaks volumes. A stark, digital message blazes across the screen: you have trespassed on private land. The sudden, cold announcement amplifies the already palpable tension. Gong Pildu SSI. The words boom out, a stark contrast to the sudden, chilling silence that follows. A sense of impending doom hangs heavy in the air as the twin barrels of a massive weapon begin to glow with an ominous red light. Gong Pildu is surrounded. Men with clubs advance, their menacing intent clear. A massive weapon, its twin barrels glowing ominously red, is aimed directly at him. He throws his hands up, a desperate plea etched on his face. That's enough. The words cut through the tension, a sudden declaration that halts the impending attack. Relief floods Gong Pildu's face as the threat, for now, is neutralized. Gong Pildu, still shaken but relieved, slowly lowers his hands. In the background, a man calmly reads a magazine, seemingly oblivious to the near-violent confrontation that just unfolded. A low growl rumbles from the man in the background, his eyes still fixed on the magazine, a stark contrast to the tension that still hangs heavy in the air. The sudden sound breaks the lingering silence. Come any closer, and you die, the man with the magazine growls, his eyes never leaving the page. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a chilling counterpoint to the relative calm of his demeanor. He remains unmoved, his gaze glued to the fishing magazine, a picture of unnerving calm amidst the tension. The threat hangs heavy, unspoken but palpable. You're a new face, the man with the magazine observes, finally looking up, but you're quite daring. His tone is less a threat now, more of a curious assessment. Isn't it unfair that I have to pay just to see you? The newcomer's complaint is directed at Gong Pildu, the master of the armed zone, whose identity is finally revealed. Oh? Gong Pildu's intrigued response follows the newcomer's complaint. A system message then confirms it: Gong Pildu, the armed zone's master, has taken an interest in him. You're running your mouth quite a lot. Don't get too cocky, Gong Pildu warns, a smirk playing on his lips. His amusement is clear, but the underlying threat hangs heavy in the air. A character profile appears, detailing Gong Pildu's impressive stats and abilities. He's the head of Chungmiro's Landlord Alliance, his skills granting him a battlefield edge even when outnumbered. The warning is clear: don't make him an enemy. The narration shifts to a detached, almost analytical voice, commenting on Gong Pildu's potential. 2 good skills and magic power at level 19, it observes. Indeed, this is more than enough for him to become one of the 10 evils in the future. The statement hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the power and threat embodied by this seemingly amused landlord. Why did you come here? A voice demands. Surely you didn't trespass just to pay a fine. Gong Pildu, the powerful landlord, is confronted, and the question hangs heavy in the air. He realizes the implication of his presence. The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent battle of wills. Should he negotiate, or simply overpower his adversary? Pildu weighs his options, the decision a critical juncture in the unfolding confrontation. I'm saying this to make it clear, don't try anything funny, Pildu states, his voice firm, a warning etched into every line of his face. The tension ratchets up, his words leave no room for misinterpretation. Pildu's warning hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the cold steel he now grips. His opponent remains silent, but the way he clutches the cross-shaped weapon speaks volumes. The tension is palpable. Pildu's gaze darts upward, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. The silence, heavy with unspoken tension, is broken only by the faint creak of the old building around them. A shadow falls over Pildu, his apprehension growing. He glances up, his eyes widening as he sees the figures looming above. The weight of the situation presses down, a palpable sense of dread replacing the earlier tension. Surrounded, Pildu's eyes widen with fear. A woman, her face etched with worry, clutches a large sack, while a man behind her holds a menacing club. The oppressive atmosphere is thick with dread. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Pildu's apprehension is palpable, his expression a mask of quiet dread. He waits, the tension almost unbearable. Calm down, he says, a smirk playing on his lips. Isn't it obvious? He's just a tenant here to see his landlord. The tension, however, remains palpable. You want a room? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous strained silence. His nonchalant tone belies the underlying tension, leaving Pildu's fate hanging in the balance. Yes. Please let me and my group stay in your green zone, Pildu SSI, the request is made, polite but firm. The immediate response, however, is a curt, denied. I don't allow outsiders into. The sentence trails off, leaving the reason for the refusal unspoken, the tension ratcheting up another notch. If you all pay 500 coins daily as the price, then I'll consider it, Pildu declares, his words a stark contrast to his initial refusal. A nearby voice adds, he's worse than the Dakidi bastards, their disdain palpable. The tension remains, but a glimmer of hope emerges with the unexpected condition. That's a bit too pricey, the man counters, a sly grin spreading across his face. So I'll trade information as a fee instead. The question hangs in the air, information? A new, unexpected bargaining chip has been introduced. Information about Yu Junghyuk, the man states, his eyes widening, a mixture of surprise and calculation evident in his gaze. The unexpected offer shifts the power dynamic, leaving the others to consider the implications of this new bargaining chip. Yu Junghyuk, one man exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. Is it the same Yu Junghyuk who raised hell here a while ago? Another man demands, hey you. What's your relationship with him? The tension ratchets up, the question hanging heavy in the air. This kind of reaction is justified too, one man observes, his words adding fuel to the already volatile situation. Another, eyes narrowed in suspicion, counters, isn't this man way too suspicious? The tension thickens, the uncertainty surrounding Yu Junghyuk's connection to these men palpable. The scene shifts, a stark contrast to the expected brawl. A simple smartphone screen fills the panel, a silent question hanging in the air, where is Yu Junghyuk? The narrative's trajectory has unexpectedly changed. The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark shift from the previous tension. A man, his face etched with suspicion, demands, what's your relationship with Yu Junghyuk? The inquiry throws the narrative into a new direction, focusing on the mystery surrounding Yu Junghyuk's connections. We are companions in life and death, the man declares, his eyes intense, a stark contrast to the earlier uncertainty. His words offer a cryptic answer, deepening the mystery surrounding Yu Junghyuk. Companions in life and death, he repeats, the words hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. His gaze remains unwavering, intense. Companions, a skeptical voice questions, the doubt palpable. But he isn't accompanying you? The speaker's concern is evident. Anyway, we're close, the man replies, his tone unwavering, a hint of defiance in his words. You don't have to believe it, he states, his voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. What do you have to lose? The question hangs in the air, a challenge, a dare. Why would I have nothing to lose? The man's question hangs heavy in the air, a defiant declaration against the doubt swirling around him. A system message flashes. Gong Pildu has activated profit calculation level 2. You could easily be a swindler, the man counters, his skepticism evident. Don't ignore my years of experience. His words carry the weight of his expertise, a challenge to the proposition before him. From what I've seen, guys like you are the types to run before paying rent at the end of the month, the older man observes, his skepticism sharp. The implication hangs heavy, he doesn't trust Gong Pildu. Gong Pildu's discomfort is palpable, he admits, I feel rather uncomfortable because it's true. The older man's pointed accusations clearly hit home. He continues, well, it's too bad that you don't. The unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air. It's your loss, the older man states flatly, dismissing Gong Pildu. Pildu, however, clenches his fist, muttering, I have to appear confident, so his resolve is clear, despite his earlier admission of discomfort. Wait, a voice calls out, cutting through Pildu's internal monologue. A thought bubble above him reads, there we go. Below, a narrator's observation, looks like he does regret losing the deal. The sudden interruption suggests a shift in the immediate situation. You still haven't paid the trespassing fine, a voice interjects, halting Gong Pildu's departure. Where do you think you're going? The question hangs heavy in the air, a sudden obstacle in Pildu's path. Gong Pildu's escape is abruptly halted. A gruff voice demands payment for the trespassing fine, pinning him in place. Defiance hardens his features, he's clearly not ready to comply. Damn it, not this again, Gong Pildu mutters, his frustration palpable. The weight of the unpaid fine, and the interruption to his escape, settles heavily upon him. The initial shock gives way to seething anger. This son of a bitch, Gong Pildu spits, the words laced with venom. The fine, initially quoted at 100 coins, has inexplicably skyrocketed to 1,000. That's too much, Gong Pildu finally explodes, his voice a low growl. The official, smug and unrepentant, simply shrugs. All right, you've been disqualified as a tenant. Rage consumes him. Die, Gong Pildu snarls, unleashing a furious attack. Red energy blasts erupt, aimed squarely at the official, who cries out in terror. The official, thrown back by the force of Gong Pildu's attack, crashes to the floor. A desperate cry rings out, Dokja SSI. Run and blend in with the crowd, someone urges, the words a desperate plea amidst the chaos. Kim Dokja, shielding the injured official, begins to move, disappearing into the swirling energy and the throng of people. Kim Dokja, protecting the fallen official, melts into the chaotic crowd. A surge of energy erupts behind them, a fiery trail marking their hasty retreat. A wave of fiery energy explodes behind them, a searing trail marking their desperate flight. A fiery explosion erupts behind them, a searing blast engulfing the space where they stood moments before. Debris flies, the force of the blast pushing those nearby to the ground. Kim Dokja and the official continue their desperate flight, disappearing into the swirling chaos. They vanished into the white-hot aftermath, the explosions roar echoing in their wake. Kim Dokja shielded his eyes, the lingering heat of the explosion still scorching his skin. Embers danced around him, a testament to the raw power unleashed just moments ago. Beside him, the official coughed, the air thick with smoke and the smell of burnt earth. Lee Hyun-sung SSI. Kim Dokja's voice, barely a whisper, cuts through the lingering smoke. He looks concerned, his gaze fixed on the official beside him, still coughing amidst the debris. Lee Hyun-sung remains still, his form half obscured by the lingering orange glow of the explosion's aftermath. Dust motes dance in the air, illuminated by the fading fire. Concern etches itself onto Kim Dokja's face as he watches. Dokja SSI, Lee Hyun-sung gasps, his voice strained. My shield won't hold much longer. A grim determination hardens his features, even as he struggles against the unseen force. Kim Dokja's worry deepens. Young Hee-won still hasn't regained consciousness, he thinks grimly, his gaze fixed on Lee Hyun-sung. If this continues, someone in my party might die. The weight of that possibility settles heavily on him. Kim Dokja's gaze remains fixed on Lee Hyun-sung, his worry deepening. The weight of the situation, the failing shield, young Hee-won's unconsciousness, presses down on him. He knows that if this continues, the consequences could be fatal. His eyes, wide with a grim determination, fix on Lee Hyun-sung. The weight of Young Hee-won's unconsciousness and the failing shield bears down, the possibility of a fatal outcome hangs heavy in the air. Dong Pil to SSI, we shouldn't fight anymore, a voice suggests, a plea cutting through the tension. Kim Dokja, his gaze unwavering, considers this unexpected intervention. Why not, he counters, the question hanging heavy in the air, a challenge to the proposed surrender. It would be better not to make enemies of us now, a voice cautions, the words a stark contrast to the brewing conflict. Kim Dokja, however, simply replies, huh? His expression remains unreadable, leaving the next move uncertain. Fight us now, you will die, the warning hangs heavy in the air, a stark declaration from a man whose eyes burn with a chilling intensity. His words carry the weight of a final ultimatum. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. The older man, startled, stumbles backward, his eyes wide with alarm. Master, it's that guy. The cry rings out, laced with a mix of fear and disbelief. The older man's face contorts in a grimace, a single word escaping his lips, fuck. His eyes, wide with dawning horror, betray his utter helplessness. That guy was pretending to be your companion. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, the older man's horror deepening. His vulnerability is stark against the cold certainty in the voice accusing him. Now the tides have turned, a voice declares, a note of grim satisfaction in its tone. My best companion is arriving. Hope flickers in the older man's eyes, a stark contrast to the terror that had gripped him moments before. That rando, that one, a nearby voice exclaims, a mix of surprise and disbelief coloring their words. A new arrival emerges from the shadows, his eyes intense, focused. The scene shifts, the previous chaos fading as attention centers on this newcomer, a silent promise of intervention hanging in the air. He appears, a figure shrouded in shadow, his gaze intense. A priest's collar is visible beneath his dark coat, a subtle detail hinting at a hidden strength. Yoo Jung-hyuk's face is a mask of grim determination. His jaw is tight, eyes narrowed, reflecting a deep unease. The priest's collar, barely visible beneath his dark coat, hints at the weight of his burden. Hi, Jung-hyuk, a voice greets, laced with a chillingly cheerful tone. The speaker, a figure whose face is partially obscured, continues, who would have thought it'd be nice to see this damn jerk again. Jung-hyuk's expression remains unchanged, a mask of grim determination. Jung-hyuk's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as a system message blazes across the scene. The skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 is activating. A surge of golden energy flares around Jung-hyuk as his enhanced perception activates. He stands poised, ready, the unexpected encounter sharpening his focus. How have you been? Your face looks as good as ever, huh? A familiar voice cuts through the air, a sly smile playing on the speaker's lips. The enhanced perception lingers, but the unexpected greeting shifts Jung-hyuk's focus. A thought bubbles above him, how is he already here? Jung-hyuk's face is etched with surprise, his enhanced perception momentarily overshadowed by the unexpected arrival. The skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2, remains active. These people don't believe we are companions, a voice requests, so can you convince them for me? The plea hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the initial casual greeting. Jung-hyuk remains silent, his expression unreadable. I know you Jung-hyuk well, a voice declares, the words cutting through the tension. He might be a murderer, but he never breaks a promise. The statement hangs in the air, a bold assertion meant to sway those present. Several constellations await Yoo Jung-hyuk's decision, a weight of expectation pressing down. The constellation, demon-like judge of fire, watches intently, its focus unwavering on whether he'll keep his word. Jung-hyuk himself remains silent, his thoughts obscured, a single ellipsis hanging in the air. Moreover, the constellations are watching his actions too. The weight of their judgment adds to the already immense pressure on Yoo Jung-hyuk. His silence speaks volumes, the next move a pivotal one. Oh, and you have to let me use the bathroom. The interruption cuts through the heavy silence, a jarring contrast to the intense pressure Jung-hyuk felt moments before. His quiet contemplation is broken, the weight of the constellation's judgment momentarily forgotten in the face of this unexpected request. Master was ignored. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual wave of a nearby man, completely oblivious to the young woman's plea. Her wide eyes reflect her frustration, a silent testament to the weight of her master's dismissal. Jung-hyuk's eyes blaze, a fierce intensity replacing the earlier contemplation. A simmering anger now radiates from him, a stark contrast to the casual disregard he witnessed moments before. Jung-hyuk SSI. Please wait. The desperate plea cuts through the air, a stark contrast to Jung-hyuk's determined stride. He continues his brisk pace, his resolve unwavering despite the call. Master, put that down. The urgent plea rings out, a desperate attempt to halt Jung-hyuk's relentless advance. His anger, a palpable force, remains undeterred. This announcement halts the narrative's flow, informing us that future releases will be exclusively on Mangadex. A request follows, urging readers to follow their group for updates and to show appreciation for their work. Phew! A sigh of relief escapes as the character stands on a deserted subway platform, the cool, metallic sheen of the train doors reflecting the dim light. A wide, almost mischievous grin spreads across his face. Good companions always look out for each other, he says, the words hanging in the air. Right? And hey, it's nice to see you again, he adds, a sly smile playing on his lips. The casual greeting belies a deeper, unspoken understanding between them. His smile fades, replaced by a sharp, calculating gaze. The shift is subtle, yet the change in his expression speaks volumes. He's no longer playing, the game has begun. So you were alive all this time. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the casual greeting moments before. His expression is one of cold realization, a chilling revelation dawning on him. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. In the end, Jung-hyuk hadn't considered him a companion. His response? A deliberate step forward, a silent declaration. He advances, sword pointed at Gong Pildu. A tense silence follows, broken only by Gong Pildu's grudging permission to use the restroom, a clear sign he's avoiding a confrontation. Were you hoping that I was dead? The question hangs in the air, sharp and accusatory. A smirk plays on his lips as he delivers the counterpoint, I thought that might have been better. My companion is a bitch, he declares, the words sharp and devoid of any remorse. He then adds, with a chilling calm, I'd like to deal him an uppercut. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Punch right now, but... He mutters, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. A nearby observer, clearly perplexed, whispers, just what's going on? Then, a system message flashes across the screen, that character list skill has been activated, but there's too much information to process, so it's being summarized instead. It didn't strike me as hard in the novel, he observes, a hint of surprise in his tone. The system then confirms, Jung-hyuk's character information is being fully loaded into the list. A character profile appears, detailing Jung-hyuk, 28 years old, a regressor on his third turn, a pro gamer, and possessing an impressive array of skills, including Sage's Eyes and exceptional hand-to-hand combat abilities. His constellation sponsor remains a mystery. The system's comprehensive evaluation of Jung-hyuk proves too extensive to fully load, but key stats appear, impressive stamina, strength, agility, and a respectable magic power level. His stigma, regression level 3, hints at a past he's trying to overcome. But now that I can see it for myself, this guy really is extraordinary, a voice observes, a hint of grudging admiration coloring the words. The rate of Jung-hyuk's growth, it's noted, far surpasses even his own progress in the third regression of the novel. Stupidly overpowered protagonist. The voice adds, a quiet mutter of disbelief. Do you have something to say? The question hangs in the air, directed at Jung-hyuk. But why? What's your deal, third turn Jung-hyuk? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge directed at the young man whose extraordinary strength has already been noted. His expression remains unreadable, a mask of quiet intensity. The speaker's words highlight the unusual risks Jung-hyuk takes to achieve such power, a fact that adds another layer of mystery to his already impressive abilities. I asked if you had something to say, the other man presses, his tone sharp. Jung-hyuk's response is unexpected, no, I was staring at you because I felt like it. A simple statement, yet it carries an air of quiet defiance, a subtle challenge to the authority questioning him. He's quite bold, someone observes, their thought bubble a silent commentary on Junghyuk's unwavering gaze. Another voice adds, where did that boldness come from? He definitely has the Chu-Uni disease. The assessment, though seemingly dismissive, underscores the unusual confidence and perhaps arrogance of the young man. But he's too cheeky. Should I just kill him now? The thought bubbles above him, a darkly humorous aside that belies a simmering intensity in his gaze. He adds, almost as an afterthought, I'm joking. But the slight smile doesn't quite reach his eyes, leaving the true nature of his intentions ambiguous. Let's not get carried away, buddy, a voice cautions, a subtle check on the escalating tension. A system message then appears, announcing a significant development. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband has been activated. The title card appears, Omniscient Readers. The narrative shifts, a stark change in perspective. Viewpoint, the title proclaims, setting the stage for a new angle on the unfolding events. Chapter 29 begins. A new perspective unfolds. Episode 7, Landlord, Part 3 begins. Panic grips the group. A shadowed figure lurks nearby, unseen but felt, adding to the already tense atmosphere. Looks like you've raised your own group of companions, a voice observes, the words hanging heavy in the dimly lit corridor. The group, already on edge, now faces a new, unsettling challenge. A digital message appears, a stark blue box against the dim backdrop. The character Yu Junghyuk is slightly disappointed in you. The young man, head bowed, seems to bear the weight of this assessment. What? Why, he questions, his confusion palpable. A system message flashes, Yu Junghyuk has activated Sage's Eyes LVE8. His eyes blaze with newfound power, a golden light radiating outwards. He got Lee Hyunsung as an ally, but could only raise his abilities to this extent, a voice observes, a hint of disappointment coloring the words. It's below expectations. The speaker's assessment hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's earlier elation. Yes, it's true that Lee Hyunsung would be a lot stronger right now if he'd accompanied Yu Junghyuk instead, a voice concedes, the words tinged with a reluctant acknowledgement. But then, a sharp retort follows, but still, you bastard. The young man's face, etched with a mixture of frustration and defiance, reflects the unspoken tension. I'm not anyone special, I'm just an ordinary reader lucky enough to know the future, the young man declares, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. A quiet confidence radiates from him, a stark contrast to the earlier argument. His eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension dawning on his face. What's this? How is this possible? He breathes, the questions hanging heavy in the air. A surge of something akin to awe, mixed with apprehension, pulses through him. A grim determination sets his jaw. He stares ahead, his eyes narrowed, a silent intensity replacing the earlier wonder. The young man is clearly bracing himself for something. He's looking at someone, a figure partially obscured by shadow. The question hangs in the air, who is he looking at? A palpable tension grips the scene, the others around him seem oblivious, their chatter a stark contrast to his focused gaze. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering. Uncertainty clouds his expression as he silently questions, is he looking at young Hee-won? The narrator adds, I can't tell because they're all standing in one place. The tension intensifies, a silent question hanging heavy in the air. A woman's internal conflict spills out. I want to ask, she thinks, a worried frown etching itself onto her face, but I'm afraid of him finding out that my skill can read his mind. The weight of her unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. And who are you to stare? The sharp retort cuts through the tension, a challenge thrown down. A young man, fists clenched, stands defiant, his companion nodding in agreement. Good, he seems to think. Well said, young Hee-won. The words of approval ring out, a clear endorsement of the young man's defiance. His companion's earlier nod of agreement is now validated, a silent affirmation of their shared courage. A chilling thought crosses Yu Junghyuk's mind, kill. His eyes, blazing with icy determination, fix on his target. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. I just have one question, the young man begins, his voice sharp. Why did you leave Gong Pildu alone? The other man recoils, muttering, this psycho. His words betray a mixture of fear and disbelief. Since you're a prophet, you should already know, one man states, his words sharp. The other, seemingly unfazed, retorts, even a prophet doesn't know everything. The exchange hangs heavy with unspoken tension, the mystery of Gong Pildu's fate still unresolved. A digital interface confirms the truth of the previous statement. Yu Junghyuk's lie detection skill verifies the speaker's honesty, adding a new layer of certainty to the already tense situation. Meticulous jerk, checking even these things, one man mutters, his annoyance clear. The lie detection skill's confirmation adds another layer of tension to the already fraught situation. So that's how it is, one of them observes, a hint of understanding dawning. You're a prophet, but with a low level of precognition. The other, seemingly unfazed, simply replies, think whatever you want. I needed to keep Gong Pildu alive. Why? Because of the upcoming scenario? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the calm assurance he displayed moments before. His expression remains unreadable, yet a subtle tension in his posture hints at the weight of his unspoken reasons. Even I know that Gong Pildu's existence is necessary for the future, one of them states, matter-of-factly. However, you only need Gong Pildu, not the entire group that follows him. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual tone. Isn't it your nature to get rid of everyone you don't need? When have you ever spared them? The pointed question hangs in the air, a stark challenge to the man's unspoken intentions. His expression remains impassive, yet a subtle tightening of his jaw betrays a hint of unease beneath the surface. A thoughtful pause follows the pointed question. He considers the implications, his silence heavy with unspoken calculations. He dismisses the pointed question with a single, dismissive thought, annoying. The man's quiet assessment speaks volumes about his disinterest in the matter. A single word escapes him, huh? The question hangs in the air, a brief flicker of genuine curiosity before he continues, a low murmur barely audible, I have. The implication of what he has, and what he will do with it, is left hanging, heavy with unspoken intent. I have many things to do. You won't understand, he states, already turning away. Hold on. You can't just leave it at that, another voice protests. If you don't make a move now, most of the people in Chungmuro will. The warning hangs heavy in the air as he continues to walk away, leaving the other man to face the looming threat alone. Doesn't matter, he dismisses, his profile sharp against the darkening background. A cold finality hangs in the air, his words cutting off any further protest. He walks away, leaving the other man alone in the dimly lit corridor. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air, the shadows seem to deepen as he goes. Can I punch you just once? The question hangs in the air, a barely suppressed rage simmering in the young man's eyes. His jaw is tight, his gaze intense, betraying a simmering frustration that the previous dismissal clearly failed to quell. Yes, if you have the guts to do it. The challenge hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's simmering rage. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. He activates his strong self-defense skill, level 5. The young man's resolve hardens further, a quiet confidence replacing the simmering rage. Coward, someone sneers. The young man, his resolve unshaken, simply states, we're leaving. He turns, his companion following close behind, leaving the scene behind them. They walk away, the young man's companion trailing closely behind him, a katana strapped to her back. A quiet determination hangs in the air as they leave the scene. 2 backpacks lie abandoned, a silent testament to their hasty departure. An on-screen timer flashes, 1 hour and 30 minutes remain until the third main scenario begins. He sits alone, a sword leaning against the wall nearby. A digital timer displays a stark reminder, 1 hour and 30 minutes until the next major challenge begins. A quiet intensity settles over him as he waits. He sits alone, his internal conflict evident. Of course, there's no way I can simply let the matter go, he thinks, a quiet resolve hardening his features. I can't let it go, but... The words trail off, hinting at the difficult choice he faces. Nearby, others wait, oblivious to his inner turmoil, the timer ticking down. A simmering rage boils beneath the surface. "You Junghyuk, that fucking bastard," he spits, the words a venomous whisper against the encroaching silence. A digital notification appears, a stark blue box against his dark attire. The message is clear: the constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is satisfied, and 100 coins have been sponsored. Weren't you afraid? The question hangs in the air, sharp and unexpected. He replies, a single word, "What?" The other person leans closer, explaining, "Of talking to that Yu Jung-hyuk." Ha ha ha. No way, not at all. He nervously chuckles, a stark contrast to the serious conversation just moments before. His companion, however, remains unconvinced. "Actually, I was thinking of a way to deal with the landlord first," she explains, a thoughtful expression on her face, seemingly unconcerned by his earlier apprehension. In truth, she states, Yu Jung-hyuk was never the real issue. Dong Pildu is a far greater problem than him right now. The gravity of her words hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier nervous laughter. "I heard that guy was occupying public places and asking for rent," she adds, a new layer of urgency coloring her voice. "Who are those bastards?" A young man sits slumped against a shattered window, his shoulders bowed. His companion kneels beside him, her expression grim. The gravity of their situation is palpable. Gong Pildu's help was essential, but securing it proves a monumental challenge. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air: what will they do now? "I'm going to go wipe out all of them," she declares, her voice sharp and resolute. But her companion counters, "Not possible." The weight of their impossible task settles heavily upon them. "I'm going to have to upgrade my party members' weapons sometime." She muses, a long, slender blade prominent in the foreground. A glimmer of determination, a plan forming in her mind, despite the overwhelming odds. "Combine our strength, we can win," she insists, a steely glint in her eyes. But a doubt lingers. Wasn't that the case for Gumho Station, she questions, the memory clearly casting a shadow on her resolve. Young Hee-won activates her hour of judgment skill, a surge of power evident in the swirling energy around her. A determined set to her jaw speaks volumes. This time, she's not leaving anything to chance. Hee-won's hour of judgment unleashes a torrent of energy, sending her opponent sprawling. The force of the attack leaves him reeling, momentarily stunned on the ground. The aftermath of Hee-won's attack hangs heavy in the air. A massive scale, glowing faintly, materializes before her, its presence both powerful and unsettling. She stands amidst the residual energy, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. The constellations of absolute good fall silent at Hee-won's command. The skill's activation is cancelled. What? Is this broken? Hee-won exclaims, her voice laced with disbelief as she stares at the deactivated scale. The text below confirms her suspicion that Hour of Judgment skill is exclusive to those with the Judge of Destruction attribute, a fact that throws her current situation into sharp relief. The skill's immense power is revealed. It possesses the highest possible attack power, but only works against enemies deemed evil. This limitation throws Hee-won's situation into stark relief. Why can't I activate it? Aren't they obviously bad guys? Hee-won questions, frustration evident in her voice. A nearby figure counters, "That's just what humans like us think," implying a more complex reality than meets the eye. "Our concepts of good and evil might be very different from what the constellations watching us believe in," a companion explains, adding a layer of unsettling complexity to Hee-won's struggle to activate her powerful new skill. "Sometimes, justice is just the majority's opinion," a voice states, a chilling observation that hangs heavy in the air. The statement underscores the complexity of Hee-won's situation, adding another layer to her struggle. Hee-won's gaze falls upon a scene that leaves her speechless. "What the?" She breathes, the words barely audible, a stark contrast to the gravity of what she sees before her. A group of figures, their faces etched with worry and defeat, huddled together, their postures conveying a palpable sense of unease. "It's not like we have no other options," a voice declares, a quiet assertion cutting through the despair Hee-won witnessed moments before. A glimmer of hope, however faint, pierces the heavy atmosphere. One of them questions, his brow furrowed in confusion. Another, more composed, explains, "It's tricky, but there's one way to take them down." A glimmer of determination replaces the earlier despair. Which is, one of them asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. A beat of silence, then the answer, it's for Gong Pildu. Someone mutters, the word hanging heavy in the air. A man sits nearby, engrossed in a newspaper, oblivious to the hushed tension around him. The weight of the plan, the weight of Gong, settles on the scene. To come out of his armed zone. The words hang in the air, a desperate plea echoing in the speaker's anguished cry. Tears stream down his face, his hands flailing in a silent scream of helplessness. The explanation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the desperate plea moments before. The armed zone skill, it turns out, is a localized defense, effective only within a specific area. Step outside, and the protection vanishes. Even his weaponized mini-turrets will become useless, the narrator explains. He won't be leaving that green zone for a while. He's stuck, then, for the foreseeable future. But at least there are blankets, food, and even a urinal nearby. Small comforts in a dire situation. Damn, hasn't he become a complete shut-in? Why is he refusing to move? Is he hiding something in there? The narrator's questions hang in the air, highlighting the mystery surrounding Gong Pildu, who, it turns out, has the largest room in all of Cheongmiro Station. A room? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the sterile, grid walls of Green Zone 56/70. It's a surprisingly large space for a subway station. A stark announcement cuts through the tension. Only 1 hour remains until the third main scenario begins. Concern etches itself onto the faces of those present, a palpable sense of urgency filling the room. Fuck. Don't come any closer. Panic claws at him, a desperate plea echoing in the chilling silence of Green Zone 1/1. His eyes, wide with terror, betray his fear. A new plan forms amidst the chaos. We should put Gong Pildu aside for now, a voice suggests, let's start with getting a room. The urgency of the situation, the ticking clock, dictates this shift in focus. A group stands firm, a stark contrast to the previous scene's frantic energy. They're in a long, dimly lit corridor, their faces grim. A young boy, his arm bandaged, stands amongst them, a silent testament to the danger they've faced. The urgency shifts, their focus is now on securing a safe haven. A cheerful, almost manic energy crackles in the air. A small, fluffy creature with horns grins widely, its announcement echoing the shift in strategy. Shall we continue with the main scenario for the third day? The question hangs, a stark contrast to the grim determination of the group moments before. We have some newcomers in the station too, so this is going to be more fun, right? A cheerful voice cuts through the somber atmosphere, a stark shift in tone. The group, still in the dimly lit corridor, exchange glances, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and wary curiosity. A burst of golden energy erupts from the horned creature's hand, a playful yet powerful display. The shift in mood is palpable, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Intrigued expressions fill the faces of the group as translucent blue screens materialize before each of them, revealing individual profiles. A palpable tension hangs in the air, a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. A bright blue interface appears, announcing main scenario number 3, Green Zone, Day 3. The category is listed as MATN, solidifying the shift to a new phase of the mission. The mission parameters appear, main scenario number 3, Green Zone, Day 3. Difficulty, C. The objective is clear, occupy the green zone within the station and survive the nightly monster waves for 7 days. The scenario lasts 8 hours, with a reward of 1,000 coins. A countdown appears, 1 hour remains until the third main scenario begins. The tension is palpable. This is, he stammers, eyes wide with disbelief as he and his companion stare at the screen. The rules, it seems, are simple. The rules are laid bare, secure a green zone before anyone else. But there's a twist, stealing another's spot is also an option. You better hurry up, a stark warning flashes across the screen. If you don't grab a green zone before midnight comes, you're going to have a bad time. The urgency is palpable. Figures scramble across the futuristic cityscape, vying for control of the glowing green squares. Good luck everyone. A sneering face appears beside a more serious one, the stark contrast highlighting the tension of the moment. The countdown is on. A tense silence falls over the group. Worried expressions are etched on their faces, the weight of the impending deadline is heavy in the air. They wait, anticipation radiating from them, the countdown ticking silently in their minds. Die. Just die. The attacker screams, a knife plunged deep into their victim. Blood stains the floor, a grim testament to the brutal attack. I'm not doing this out of a grudge. I just want to live. The desperate plea hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the brutal scene moments before. A tremor of fear, palpable even in the silence that follows. Agony contorts his face, a silent scream escapes him as a vibrant green energy erupts around him, a desperate, final surge. The title card, Omniscient Readers, appears, a stark white background punctuated by the teal lettering, hinting at the vast scope of the story to come. Chapter 30, Episode 7, Part 4, Landlord. The title card appears, a stark reminder of the sprawling narrative. No way. Don't tell me we have to fight like this as well? The words hang in the air, a testament to her disbelief and mounting frustration. Her wide eyes and open mouth speak volumes, reflecting a palpable sense of dread. There's no need, a calm voice cuts through the tension. He stands, back to the frantic woman, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding behind him. Several figures, shadowy and indistinct, advance with weapons. But he remains unmoved, his composure a silent defiance. We just have to find a room that has enough capacity, he states calmly, his words a stark contrast to the woman's earlier panic. Green zones come in many sizes, he adds, a hint of reassurance in his tone. They can go from fitting only one person, he explains, a green zone counter appearing, reading 0 to 1. The search continues. Green zones can range from fitting just one person to holding 70, just like Gong Pildu's private land, he explains, the scale of these safe havens suddenly clear. The search for a suitable space continues. Let's split up to find a suitable room, he directs, assigning pairs. Hyunsung and Sangha will search together, while Heewon takes Gyeonggi. I'll go alone, one of the group declares, diverging from the assigned pairs. A sense of urgency hangs in the air as they're reminded, if any of you can't find a room 20 minutes before the scenario begins. The clock is ticking. Please come back to this spot, a voice instructs, the group gathering once more. A shared understanding, a silent agreement, settles among them as they prepare for what lies ahead. From a shadowed alcove, a lone figure watches the others hurry down a sterile corridor. Their shared destination remains unknown, but a palpable tension hangs in the air. As I thought. He confirms his suspicions, a grim expression settling on his face as he watches the group from the shadows. They will probably walk right into the trap. A grim certainty settles over him. He watches, a silent observer, as the unsuspecting group continues their descent into what he knows to be a deadly trap. His jaw is tight, his eyes narrowed, reflecting the weight of his foreboding. His grim certainty hardens. There are no more rooms left at Chungniro Station. The only way to secure one, he realizes, is to defeat the group and take down their leader. He clenches his fist, the weight of his plans settling heavily upon him. He observes them, a grim certainty hardening into resolve. They only have one real choice open to them. The weight of his plan, a calculated risk, settles upon him. The question hangs heavy in the air, can they all kill others to secure a room, to survive? The weight of this brutal necessity presses down on him. Through the doorway, a gruesome scene unfolds. Several bodies lie sprawled on the floor, a grim testament to the brutal reality of their situation. A woman beside him, her face etched with grim determination, clenches her fists. A stark digital countdown appears, 30 minutes until the third main scenario begins. Panic clenches his jaw, the man's eyes widen, reflecting the grim reality of the blood-soaked floor around him. He stares down at his phone, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. The weight of the situation, the blood-soaked floor, and the looming countdown, all seem to settle upon him. A furious outburst erupts from his phone. Oi! What the hell are you up to? The man's frown deepens, his gaze fixed on the screen, the urgency of the message mirroring the ticking clock. His eyes widen, a flicker of alarm crossing his features as he reads the message. He sits rigidly, the phone clutched in his hand, a silent battle waged within him. The urgency of the situation is palpable. Oops, I never really thought about how bad it would be to let constellations read the contents of ways of survival. He mutters, a wave of dawning horror washing over him. The message from the constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of his reckless actions. Why are you just staring at a blank notepad? Because of you, the constellations in the channel are going crazy with frustration. The words hit him like a punch, the weight of his inaction pressing down. His eyes, wide with a dawning horror, reflect the rising panic. A blank notepad? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the frantic energy of the previous moments. His gaze falls upon the empty page, a reflection of the overwhelming task before him. Are you talking about this? The question, sharp and urgent, cuts through the silence. He holds up his phone, the screen a stark white canvas against the dim, technological backdrop. The words on the screen are a stark reminder of the pressure mounting. You'll be dead meat if you don't do something fast. A chilling realization dawns. Not just the constellations, but even the highest-ranking dakibis within the Starstream system are unable to decipher the text. His eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Well, if any of them could make out what it said, they'd have mentioned it sooner. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the urgency of the previous warning. His gaze remains fixed on the indecipherable text, a quiet determination settling over him. The author who sent him this file. Just what kind of existence are they? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge mirroring the indecipherable text on the screen. The file name, 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World, only deepens the mystery. A strangled cry escapes him, ag. His eyes widen, a stark expression of frustration and disbelief etched on his face as he stares at his phone. The mystery of the file deepens. He collapses, a pained groan escaping his lips. The teal glow of the green zone 1/1 indicator illuminates the scene, a stark contrast to the darkness of his situation. He lies still, the teal glow of green zone 1 and 1 the only light in the oppressive darkness. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by his ragged breathing. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the darkness, a young man wielding a blood-stained baseball bat. His eyes burn with a fierce intensity, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom. Green zone 1 and 1 glows ominously above him. Don't you dare come closer, a chilling warning hisses from the darkness. The blood-soaked figure remains still, his breath the only sound in the oppressive silence. Tears stream down his face, a stark contrast to the fierce intensity he showed moments before. His breath hitches, a silent scream trapped in his throat, as the weight of his situation crashes down. He's wounded, battered, and utterly terrified. Calm down, I don't need your room, a voice calls out, a dismissive wave accompanying the words. He stands over the defeated figure, his composure a stark contrast to the terror etched on the other man's face. Oh really? You're quite relaxed, a juicy. Do you have a death wish? The words hang in the air, a chilling contrast to the defeated man's trembling form. His tormentor stands over him, utterly composed, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. You seem quite relaxed too, he observes, a smirk playing on his lips. His words, mirroring the defeated man's tormentor's earlier taunts, carry a chilling undertone. No one is going to take my room, he declares, a fierce glint in his eyes. The defiant words cut through the tense silence, a stark contrast to the earlier exchange. Everybody knows they'll be thrown to the dogs the moment they try, a voice cuts through the air, sharp and chilling. The statement hangs heavy, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Only the Landlord Alliance or Yu Junghyuk, it's explained, possess the strength to rival Lee Jai-hai. I don't want you to die, a juicy, a voice says, concern lacing the words. The way you handled Master back there was really impressive. A quiet respect underpins the statement, a stark contrast to the earlier threats. I'm not going to die, she declares, a fierce determination hardening her gaze. The statement, though defiant, is followed by a clarifying thought, not finding a room doesn't necessarily lead to death. A flicker of resolve shines in her eyes, a quiet defiance against the overwhelming odds. Are you really that strong? As strong as Master? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning respect coloring the speaker's tone. Doubt warps the young woman's features, but a hint of awe flickers beneath the surface. Go back to the room, the young man commands, his tone firm. He stands before her, a stark contrast to her unwavering resolve. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Do you plan to face the waves of monsters? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark challenge posed to the young man. His expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen, as he simply replies, "Okay." You will die, the young man states, his voice devoid of emotion, and your companions will, too. The stark warning hangs in the air, a chilling counterpoint to the young woman's seemingly oblivious departure down the corridor. A smirk plays on his lips. We'll see about that, he counters, a quiet defiance in his tone. The young man's words, a stark contrast to his earlier pronouncements, hint at a simmering confidence. Ha! Damn it, that was ridiculous. He laughs, the sound a stark contrast to the chilling threat he'd just faced. A wave of relief washes over him, the tension finally breaking. He strides away, the long corridor swallowing him whole. A lingering sense of unease hangs in the air, despite his earlier relief. The young man's confident laughter feels distant now, replaced by a quiet resolve as he walks on. A rent of 2,000 coins per night, he mutters, incredulous. Are they for real? Seriously, I had a good mind to beat them up right there. Dr. SSI, the name whispered, adds a layer of unspoken tension to the scene. No, listen, Dr. SSI. Did you hear about the situation upstairs? A concerned voice cuts through the air, urgency coloring its tone. The question hangs heavy, referencing the exorbitant rent prices mentioned earlier. The speaker's worry is palpable, a stark contrast to the protagonist's earlier anger. Did you find a place, Dr. SSI? The question, laced with concern, hangs in the air. Doctor's response is immediate, no, I looked around, but couldn't. A hint of frustration, perhaps even desperation, colors his tone. The other man's worried question, did you already know about that, adds another layer of mystery to the situation. So now, we have two choices. The statement hangs in the air, a stark declaration that underscores the gravity of their situation. The speaker's hand, raised in a gesture of two fingers, visually reinforces the limited options before them. Two choices. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of their predicament. A hand, held up before them, emphasizes the limited options, leaving Datya and the others with a palpable sense of urgency. The first option, it's declared, is the easy way out, the one that guarantees their survival. The weight of this simple statement hangs heavy in the air. What's the other option? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous statement. The second choice, it's explained, is considerably more difficult. Two options presented, a stark choice. He holds up two fingers, a grim reminder that the second path, though harder, might mean not everyone survives. Alright, then, it's decided, he states, his voice firm despite the gravity of the choice. If it means all five of them will survive, the first option, however risky, is the better one. So, what exactly is the first option, she asks, a hint of apprehension in her voice. The weight of their decision hangs heavy in the air. The first option. A shadowy staircase descends into the unknown, the air thick with unspoken apprehension. Is that, a man states, gesturing towards the shadowy staircase. A palpable tension hangs in the air as the group considers their next move, the ominous descent beckoning. They reach the end of the platform, the digital display illuminating their destination, Green Zone May 5th. The journey's final leg. The final stretch of their journey ends at Green Zone May 5th. A voice then clarifies, the room they're in has exactly 5 slots. The implication hangs heavy, their destination is not simply a location, but a limited space with a specific capacity. They stand in Green Zone May 5th, a space apparently designed for only 5 individuals. Their individual strengths aren't too high, someone observes, adding, honestly, all 5 of us aren't even needed to face. The sentence trails off, cut short by an exclamation, hold on. Dr. SSI, did you just? A sense of dawning realization, and perhaps alarm, fills the air. Yes. Killing them all and taking their room is the first step, Dr. states, a grim determination etched on his face. The chilling simplicity of his plan hangs heavy in the air. And easiest way, Dokja finishes, his words hanging in the air. The others stare at him, a mixture of shock and dawning horror etched on their faces. The chilling simplicity of his plan to eliminate them all and claim their space leaves them speechless. Hyung. If you're the one saying so, then I can do it, a young voice declares, a stark contrast to the chilling plan just proposed. A quiet resolve settles over the boy's face, mirroring the grim determination of his elder. I'm not afraid. I'll do it now, the younger boy declares, his voice firm despite the chilling plan hanging over them. A quiet strength radiates from him, a stark contrast to the fear gripping the others. Gileana, no, a voice cries out, laced with urgency and fear. The question hangs heavy in the air, is there anyone here who hadn't already known about this method? A palpable tension grips the group, the unspoken dread of the method echoing in the silence. Those 5 people have also killed others to take that room, the boy explains, his gaze unwavering. We won't find a place before this scenario begins, or even overcome future scenarios if we can't do this much. His words carry a chilling weight, a stark declaration of the grim necessity of their plan. Dokja SSI, a voice cries out, raw anguish lacing the single word. Then, a confession, I became a murderer. The weight of that admission hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the boy's earlier chilling resolve. I killed them, she confesses, the words a raw, desperate cry. Her hands clutch at her chest, a stark display of her inner turmoil. The weight of her actions, the horror of her confession, hangs heavy in the air. A murderer in Gumho Station. Because I wanted to, and I don't regret it, she insists, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. But a pause follows, a hesitation that betrays her bravado, but, having done it once. The unspoken consequences hang heavy in the air. Doesn't make the thought of murder any better, she whispers, the words a stark counterpoint to her earlier bravado. A wave of self-recrimination washes over her, a chilling reflection in the blood-soaked floor. I don't want to become a monster, she whispers, the words a raw confession hanging in the chilling silence of the room. A single tear tracks a path down her cheek, mirroring the bloodstains on the floor. Dokja SSI, I'd like to know what the second option is, she asks, her voice tight with a mixture of apprehension and defiance. The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier confession. What the second option is, she demands, her voice firm despite the tremors still lingering from her earlier confession. Her gaze is unwavering, fixed on the man before her, a silent challenge in her eyes. He stands before them, a calm smile playing on his lips, a stark contrast to the tension radiating from the 2 individuals confronting him. The atmosphere crackles with unspoken questions and simmering resentment. His eyes, narrowed slightly, betray a hint of calculation. Beneath the surface of his calm smile, a storm brews. I understand how you feel, he says, his voice calm despite the tension. A beat, then, a shift in his expression, let's go with our other choice. The decision hangs heavy in the air. A wave of apprehension washes over them. The decision made, a silent understanding passes between the 2 women, their expressions mirroring a shared concern. A chilling laugh escapes her lips. It's a sound devoid of humor, sharp and cold, reflecting the weight of their shared apprehension. I knew it, one of the women exclaims, her voice sharp with accusation. Why did you talk like that when we were just going to take this way, she demands, her frustration palpable. The young man, seemingly caught off guard, responds defensively, I wasn't trying to test. His voice trailing off as the tension hangs heavy in the air. No matter what choice everyone made, the young man says, his voice laced with a quiet apology, I'm sorry. A somber tone settles over the scene, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. The young man holds a small, bandaged creature, his expression somber. A quiet apology hangs in the air, the weight of his earlier words still present. I would have respected it, he says, the quiet words a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere surrounding the group. A sense of regret hangs heavy in the air. The group stands in a dimly lit corridor, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. A somber silence hangs between them, the young man's regret palpable. So now that you've chosen the other way. His voice, though quiet, carries a weight of finality, a subtle shift in the atmosphere from somber regret to a steely resolve. From now on, you have to listen to all of my instructions, the speaker declares, his voice firm. Even if it sounds like nonsense, you have to believe in me and follow it. If even one person here loses their trust. His words hang heavy in the air, the unspoken threat palpable. The stark reality of their situation settles in. Blood stains the floor, a grim testament to recent violence. We're all going to die, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy with despair. A figure stands amidst the group, sword drawn, his expression grim. Tension hangs heavy in the air, the weight of their desperate situation palpable. A stark announcement cuts through the tension, only 5 minutes remain until the third main scenario begins. The weight of that countdown presses down on the survivors, a palpable sense of dread hanging in the air. The hallway stretches before them, long and dimly lit. A sign marks their location, Chungmuro, 381. The oppressive atmosphere intensifies, the ticking clock a constant, chilling reminder of their dwindling time. A chilling prediction hangs in the air, the monsters will likely emerge from that red-lit section, swarming line 3 before spreading throughout the area. The clock continues its relentless tick. Are we going to fight the monsters here? One of them asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. The chilling answer follows swiftly, no, we can't. Fighting them all will only lead to death. A grim determination settles over them, the red glow of the impending threat casting long shadows down the hallway. A new strategy is devised, they must split into separate groups. Lee Hyun-sung, Usanga, and Young Hee-won are named as the first team. The urgency of their situation is palpable, the ominous glow from the hallway only intensifying the pressure. Lee Hyun-sung, Usanga, and Young Hee-won move as one, a silent, determined unit, their steps echoing on the cold metal tracks. The eerie green glow ahead intensifies, a palpable sense of foreboding hanging in the air as they advance into the unknown. Even if it's hard to do, you have to trust me, Hyun-sung urges, his voice firm despite the ominous glow illuminating the words. The third main scenario has been activated on a nearby screen. The weight of their mission hangs heavy in the air. A wave of static crackles across the screen, the digital world momentarily glitching before them. The ominous green glow intensifies, a visual echo of the tension already gripping the trio. The moment those monsters appear, you have to. Hyun-sung's warning hangs in the air, a monstrous, snarling beast emerging from the digital chaos, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. The monstrous creatures surge forward, a snarling, chaotic mass of teeth and claws. Their crimson eyes burn with a terrifying intensity, their presence a palpable threat. Hyun-sung's warning echoes as the young man, eyes wide with dawning horror, witnesses the terrifying creatures advance. Their relentless approach fills him with a palpable dread. Terror grips them. The three figures flee, their faces etched with stark fear as the monstrous horde closes in. Run straight at them. Now! The command cuts through their terror, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. One carries the other, a desperate sprint fueled by adrenaline. They run directly toward the oncoming horde, a last, reckless gamble. They burst through the horde, a chaotic maelstrom of flesh and fury engulfing them. They scramble up a metal ladder, a desperate climb towards a sliver of hope amidst the chaos. They reach the top, pulling themselves onto a narrow platform, a brief respite from the relentless pursuit. Safe at last, they collapse onto the platform, catching their breath after a frantic escape. The brief respite offers a moment of quiet before whatever comes next. Run towards the direction of monsters, a voice questions, a note of disbelief coloring the words. Not towards the entrance of Dongdaegu? The urgency in the second statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the initial confusion. Yes, you have to run towards the front, a voice commands, the urgency palpable. And no matter what happens, the instruction continues, a grim determination underlying the words. A hand, calloused and strong, picks up a piece of rubble, the gesture emphasizing the gravity of the situation. They run, a blur of motion down a dimly lit corridor. A young boy, clutching a makeshift weapon, leads the charge, his small frame surprisingly resolute. Behind him, a group of adults, armed and ready, follow without hesitation. You have to run even if the monsters spawn, the order rings out, sharp and urgent. Pink energy crackles around them, illuminating the narrow, rail-lined corridor as they continue their desperate flight. Just before you reach them, look towards the left wall, a voice commands. The third main scenario has begun. They sprint down the narrow corridor, the pink energy illuminating their desperate flight. Above, monstrous figures descend, their shadowy forms a terrifying prelude to the chase. They race along the narrow, metallic pathway, a purplish glow illuminating their desperate flight. The pursuers are gaining. Ahead, a dead end. Panic flickers in their eyes as they skid to a halt, the pursuers closing in fast. Left wall, she cries, eyes wide with a desperate hope. They've reached a dead end, but she spots a possible escape route. Ah, she gasps, eyes wide with a desperate hope, her hand reaching for something along the wall. The pursuers are almost upon them. They burst through, a glowing green passage opening before them, a desperate gamble in their desperate flight. Through the shimmering green portal, they escape, leaving behind a blur of motion and the echo of a desperate struggle. A hand reaches out, fingers brushing against the shimmering green portal's edge, a desperate grasp for safety in the wake of their harrowing escape. But escape proves elusive. A monstrous, snarling beast lunges, its claws raking across the portal's shimmering surface, just inches from the fleeing figure. A system message flashes, someone has discovered the hidden feature of Chungmuro Station. The escape, it seems, has led to an unexpected revelation. A hand reaches out, desperately grasping at the ethereal, green-tinged portal. It's a frantic attempt to maintain their hold, a struggle against the encroaching darkness. The portal flickers, threatening to collapse. Its ethereal glow fades, the encroaching darkness a stark reminder of the precarious situation. Hope, it seems, is slipping away. A system message appears, hidden space, green zone for the brave. The portal, already unstable, begins to violently disintegrate. She pushes through the collapsing gateway, a desperate lunge into the unknown. She hurtles through the collapsing portal, a blur of motion against the disintegrating green light. The hidden space awaits, a perilous gamble in the face of overwhelming odds. She bursts through, landing hard in a dimly lit corridor. Fear etched on her face, she sees a monstrous canine, teeth bared, blocking her path. Hai unsung SSI. She cries out, a desperate plea echoing in the dimly lit corridor as she faces the monstrous canine blocking her path. Hai unsung SSI. Her desperate cry is cut short. A blinding flash of energy erupts, and a figure intercepts the monstrous canine, shielding the woman. In the third main scenario, several hidden green zones exist. This crucial information is revealed, a detail that could significantly alter their escape strategy. The text appears, Green Zone March 3rd. This is it, the final area. Their escape route is now clear. Dokja SSI. The call cuts through the tension, a beacon of hope in the dimly lit corridor. Before them, the final green zone glows, their escape route finally within reach. They reach the final zone, but escape isn't easy. Two figures grab Dokja, pulling him down as a green light pulses around them. He's overwhelmed, but determined. Despite their struggle, Dokja is carried away, a desperate retreat through a dimly lit corridor. A crucial detail emerges, this specific wall only appears once the scenario begins, a hidden obstacle revealed only to those who have already entered the game. Dragged through the dimly lit corridor, Dokja is forcibly moved. Above them, a stark revelation, those green zones are attached to a wall. The statement hangs heavy, highlighting a hidden, scenario-specific obstacle. A chilling realization dawns. Come to think of it, humans were the only ones who took its concept as a room in the first place. The statement hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the chaotic struggle unfolding around Dokja. He's dragged through the corridor, a monstrous figure looming overhead. The sound of snapping bones echoes as Dokja is violently thrown to the ground. The letters O, M, N, I appear, etched onto a grimy surface, a chilling reminder of the omnipresent threat. Scratched into the wall, almost invisible in the grime, the letters spell out a chilling word, Scienter. A sinister premonition hangs heavy in the air. A chilling finality settles over the scene. The credits roll, revealing the names behind this unsettling tale, art by Sleepy C, adapted by UMI, original story by Singshong. Chapter 31, Episode 7 begins. The unsettling silence that followed the discovery of Scienter gives way to the anticipation of what's to come. Landlord, Part 5 begins. The title itself hints at the power struggles and conflicts to come. A brutal impact. Blood splatters. The scene is a whirlwind of motion, leaving only a trail of crimson in its wake. Dust and debris fly, a testament to the ferocity of the blow. The aftermath reveals a brutal scene, the impact echoing the intensity of the conflict. Amidst the chaos, a figure lies bleeding, a monstrous canine looming over them. The number 331 is barely visible on a damaged sign behind the carnage. He slams into the ground, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the area. A monstrous canine stands over him, its shadow stretching long and menacing. He's on the ground, battered but not broken. There are only 2 green zones hidden in the platform of line 3, he mutters, his gaze searching. I'm sure the second one's somewhere around here. He scans his surroundings, bruised but determined. Only 2 green zones remain on line 3, he whispers, his eyes fixed on a shadowed alcove. The second one has to be close. A surge of adrenaline courses through him. He spots it, a shimmering green zone, the last one, materializing before him. Green zone 1 out of 1, the indicator confirms, his grip tightening on his weapon. Shit, I honestly just want to take over his place, he mutters, a grim determination hardening his gaze as he watches the chaotic scene unfold before him. A booming laugh echoes, ha 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 ha. Things have turned out to be quite amusing. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination he'd felt moments before. Don't you think that there should be some penalty, right? The question hangs in the air, a challenge from the grinning creature, its words a stark contrast to the booming laughter that had just echoed. The young man with the baseball bat tenses, ready for whatever comes next. A scenario penalty has been added. The implication hangs heavy, a sudden shift in the game's dynamics altering the already tense atmosphere. The penalty is revealed, a significant reduction in his attack power. A palpable tension fills the air, the young man's chances have just diminished considerably. His eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning dread. He breathes, the question hanging in the air as a system message flashes across his vision, a few of the vital green zones are being disabled. No. His desperate denial hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim reality setting in. The system's attack is escalating, he's losing ground. No. His scream pierces the air, a raw expression of terror as monstrous, clawed figures surge around him. The attack is relentless. Overwhelmed, he's consumed by the attack. A wave of crimson engulfs him, the monstrous claws tearing through his defenses. Arg! Please, help! His pleas are choked, desperate cries swallowed by the crimson tide surrounding him. The attack continues, relentless. He collapses, his body limp in the arms of another. A look of grim determination hardens the face of the one supporting him, a stark contrast to the fallen man's pained expression. Whoa! Someone breathes, the word hanging in the air as one fighter supports another, clearly exhausted. The thought bubble continues, to keep on fighting these monsters till sunrise. Yu Jong-hyuk sure is a monster. Even as he's supported, a grim doubt crosses his mind. Even if I invest all my coins into stats, would it be possible for me as well, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the bloody aftermath of the fight. Hyun, one fighter calls out, urgency lacing his voice. I'm busy, so hurry it up, the other replies, his tone sharp and impatient, a stark contrast to the exhaustion still clinging to the air. You can just leave me here, he rasps, his eyes wide with a mixture of exhaustion and a strange, unsettling resignation. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the impatient impatience of his companions. Exhaustion etched deep lines onto his face, he mutters, just leave me. A profound weariness hangs in the air, heavier even than the dust settling around him. What? He cries out, a desperate question echoing the confusion in his eyes. His blade flashes, a desperate act against the monstrous maw that threatens to consume him, as he confesses, I don't get it. Why are you helping me, and the others, he demands, his voice raw with disbelief. The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet strength he displays, clutching his makeshift weapon. If you were alone, you could survive on your own, a voice whispers, the words a challenge to his very understanding of the situation. He grips his weapon tighter, a fierce determination etched on his face. The energy crackling around his blade intensifies, a silent promise of defiance against the impossible odds. Honestly, he confesses, a grim determination hardening his gaze, I also don't know why I am going this far. The beast's maw looms over him, a stark reminder of the peril he faces, yet he remains defiant. Are those two all right? A concerned voice cuts through the lingering tension, the question hanging heavy in the air. A worried gaze falls upon the scene below, the speaker's apprehension palpable. I can't see them. The urgent words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination moments before. But a quiet resolve follows. But I'm sure of one thing, a voice declares, unwavering despite the uncertainty. Yes, you're right, a voice confirms, the words cutting through the uncertainty. A grim determination settles in, a silent vow to press on despite the unseen dangers below. He falls, a blur of motion and bright energy slicing through the air around him. Blood spatters across the scene. A brilliant flash of light erupts, followed by a resounding impact. Blood sprays across the scene as he is thrown back, the force of the blow undeniable. He catches his breath, a pained expression etched on his face. I can eat on my own and survive on my own, he rasps, it's much easier to live on my own. But a moment of quiet reflection follows, a subtle shift in his demeanor as he adds, but. A pensive silence hangs in the air before he continues, a new thought dawning, I know a novel that had a plot based on that and the plot was ruined, he finishes, his voice barely a whisper. He cradles the unconscious figure in his arms, a stark contrast to the glowing blue energy emanating from the sword he grips tightly. I'm not the main character, he whispers, a dawning realization etched on his face. The weight of this revelation settles heavily, a stark contrast to the still glowing sword in his hand. I also can't be the hero or the savior, he admits, a quiet resignation in his voice. But, a flicker of defiance sparks in his eyes, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a refusal to accept this predetermined role. I cannot let Lee. The words hang heavy in the air, a silent vow born from his newfound understanding. Determination hardens his gaze, replacing the earlier resignation. Gil-young will not die. The words hang in the air, a defiant declaration against fate itself. He stands defiant, a young boy cradled safely in his arms, a shimmering blue barrier protecting them both from the snarling beasts that surround them. His resolve is unwavering. At least for today. The words, a quiet vow, hang heavy with the weight of his promise. He will protect the boy, no matter the cost, at least until nightfall. Nightfall arrives. The protective barrier flickers, its light dimming as the last rays of sun fade. Hold on tight, he murmurs, pulling the boy closer as the protective barrier around them falters. Darkness presses in, a tangible threat. A digital display appears, listing key characters and their respective understanding levels, Kim Nam-woon, 35, Lee Hyun-sung, 65, and Cheon In-ho, 20. This information is crucial for understanding the dynamics between them. Bookmark 1 is activated. A surge of energy envelopes them, a protective shield against the encroaching darkness. A blur of motion. He moves with impossible speed, a purple energy crackling around him as he cleaves through the pack of monstrous hounds. He scoops the boy into his arms, a desperate maneuver as purple energy crackles around them, shielding them both from the snapping jaws of the pursuing beasts. The urgency in his grip is palpable. A swift, brutal strike. Purple energy lances out, cleaving a pursuing hound in two. The boy is safe, cradled in his arms, as they continue their desperate flight. He grits his teeth, his face contorted with exertion as he pushes onward, the boy still clutched protectively in his arms. Dust and debris fly behind them, a testament to their desperate flight. A monstrous bear lunges, its massive claws aimed at the boy. He shields the child, muscles straining, a desperate grimace twisting his features as he pushes on, fleeing the beast's relentless pursuit. There it is. A surge of hope, a desperate breath of relief, fuels his final sprint. He bursts through the doorway, the child clutched protectively in his arms, only to find themselves surrounded. A pack of monstrous wolves, eyes glowing red, blocks their escape. Just a little further. He grits out, pushing himself onward, a desperate surge of adrenaline fueling his every step. The child is safe, for now. He fights back, a desperate flurry of blows. His blade, a blur of motion, cuts through the air, sending sparks flying as it connects with the monstrous wolves. His eyes widen, a stark terror gripping him. He's exhausted, his breath ragged, but the fear etched on his face speaks volumes. Something far worse than the wolves is coming. Ha! The word hangs in the air, a question born of confusion and dawning dread. His exhausted form, barely visible in the shadows, speaks of a battle just fought, a battle he may not have won. A tremor runs through him, barely perceptible, yet it speaks of a deeper, chilling fear. His eyes, though shadowed, hold a haunted look, reflecting the unseen horror that still lingers. He stands, arms crossed, a grim determination etched onto his face. Nearby, a bloodied form lies still, a stark testament to the recent struggle. The silence is heavy, broken only by the faint tremors still running through him. A bloody figure lies still, the grim aftermath of the recent struggle. The silence is heavy, a stark contrast to the violence that just transpired. His breath hitches, a tremor still running through him, but his eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering intensity. The victor stands, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene, a chilling resolve settling over his features. Damn it! The victor's muttered curse hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the chilling resolve he displayed moments before. A flicker of something akin to frustration, perhaps even self-doubt, briefly shadows his intense gaze. He lets out a heavy sigh, the sound barely audible above the lingering dust motes swirling around his boots as he takes a step forward. A grim determination settles upon his face once more, replacing the fleeting doubt. Hey! The word cuts through the silence, a sharp contrast to the grim aftermath surrounding him. He stands over the fallen beast, his back to a newcomer, the weight of his recent victory still heavy in the air. Can't you go somewhere else? The words hang in the air, a sharp rebuke amidst the chaos. He carries a young boy, his grip firm, shielding him from the snarling beasts that surround them, their eyes glowing menacingly. You don't even need a green zone to survive, he states, his voice firm despite the chaos still swirling around them. He looks down at the boy, a grim determination etched on his face. I'm in danger, he admits, his voice weary, because I'm tired. The weight of his words, and the boy he still protects, speaks volumes amidst the surrounding chaos. I thought I was the only one who knew to use the hidden green zone because nobody had discovered it. His voice is laced with disbelief, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and frustration. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination he showed moments before. He gasped, eyes wide with dawning horror. The realization of his mistake, and the danger it brought, was etched on his face. A grim realization settles over him. His eyes, narrowed in thought, betray a growing unease. The weight of his discovery presses down, a silent scream trapped behind clenched jaws. A single word, sharp and decisive, cuts through the silence: take. His eyes, still clouded with apprehension, now hold a flicker of grim determination. The decision is made. Give the child, the command rings out, stark and unwavering. His face, etched with grim resolve, contrasts sharply with the other man's wide-eyed terror. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. The green zone. 2 of 2. The stark declaration hangs in the air, a silent testament to the weight of the decision just made. Hey, hold on. Hyung. A desperate plea cuts through the tension, a younger man's voice laced with urgency. He tries to stop the older man, but the weight of the decision, the grim resolve on his face, remains unshaken. Despite the younger man's desperate plea, the older one remains resolute. He's dragged away, a blur of motion, leaving the younger man behind, his protest echoing in the wake of their departure. A system message flashes: the bald general of justice has closed his eyes. Simultaneously, another warning appears: the demon-like judge of fire is watching, his gaze unsettling. Hyung! The desperate cry cuts through the air, a testament to the younger man's fear as he watches the older one being forcibly removed. A wave of dark energy erupts, obscuring the scene. The younger man's desperate cry hangs in the air, unanswered. I told you, you would die. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling confirmation of the younger man's worst fears. A grim finality settles over the scene. His eyes, wide with a desperate defiance, reflect the harsh reality of his situation. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the brutal fight. He stands, wounded but unbowed, a glimmer of something akin to resolve flickering in his gaze. Dust motes dance in the dim light as he fixes his gaze on something beyond the immediate scene. A steely resolve hardens his features, replacing the earlier desperation with a chilling calm. Surrounded, yet unyielding, he declares, "I'm not going to die." A fierce resolve burns in his eyes, mirroring the defiant glint in his weapon. He stands defiant, a whirlwind of motion amidst a snarling pack. The repeated Moya screams echo the ferocity of the beasts closing in, but his posture remains unbroken. A chilling calm settles over him, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. A blinding flash of energy erupts from his weapon, cleaving through the snarling beasts. The ferocity of the attack momentarily staggers them, buying him a precious breath. He cuts through the remaining beasts with a furious burst of energy, their bodies dissolving into dust and shadow in his wake. With a final, powerful slash, he clears the last of the beasts from his path. A relieved sigh escapes him as he and the young girl continue their escape, the sound of Hyung echoing behind them. The final beast falls, dissolving into dust. A wave of relief washes over him as he and the girl continue their desperate flight, the echoing cry of Hyung fading behind them. Main scenario number 3 begins. Their escape continues. Day 3 of the Green Zone scenario begins. The objective: hold a green zone within the station and survive 8 hours of monster waves, a challenge rated C difficulty. Success means 1,000 coins, failure, well, the consequences remain unspoken. To be continued. The screen fades, leaving the audience hanging. Hey guys! We've picked this series up and will continue translating it. The announcement continues, a call to action for fans eager to follow along. Join us on Discord, the message urges, promising to keep the translation going for as long as possible. The final page appears, a simple credit screen. Produced and edited by Red Ice Studio, the text proclaims, bringing this chapter to a close. A final request appears, a plea for support. Become a patron, it urges, or donate to help keep the translations going. Dak Jae-hyung, a voice cries out, filled with urgency. A younger man, his face contorted in distress, is grabbed by the arm by a taller figure whose expression is one of grim determination. His eyes widen, reflecting the disbelief. No way. He whispers, the words barely audible above the pounding of his heart. Just now. The weight of the recent events crashes down on him. Right before being buried under the monsters, a chilling realization dawns on him. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflect the horror of the situation. He whispers, barely audible, just now. The gravity of the moment hangs heavy in the air. A horrifying realization dawns on him. The thing he'd put in his mouth. His eyes widen, reflecting the dawning horror. Did he finally understand? A sudden realization dawns on him. Well, if it weren't for this guy, I would never have known to use this method, he reflects, a newfound understanding dawning in his eyes. The previous horror gives way to a glimmer of strategic insight. A wave of understanding washes over him. He crunches something between his teeth, the taste, or rather, the effect, revealing a hidden truth. A grim smile spreads across his face. A corridor lies in ruins, strewn with the unconscious bodies of monstrous creatures. Dust motes dance in the dim light, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A sinister claw, belonging to something far larger, rests near the fallen beasts, a silent threat lingering in the aftermath. A chilling hiss fills the ruined corridor as a bluish energy erupts from the fallen beast, its form dissolving into shimmering particles. Silence descends upon the ravaged corridor. The only sound is the faint whisper of dust settling on the defeated beasts, their forms dissolving into nothingness. A colossal claw, still menacing in its stillness, remains. A chilling hiss escapes the dissipating remains. Blue energy flares, consuming the last vestiges of the beasts, leaving only a single, massive claw behind. Silence, heavy and absolute, settles over the ruined corridor. A blue interface flares to life, announcing a transformation. You have become a specter. The silence is broken only by the faint echo of the transformation, a stark, icy blue script appearing on the wall. Spectre. Chapter 32, Episode 7, Part 6, Landlord. The transformation complete, a chilling silence hangs in the air, broken only by the lingering echo of the spectral power now coursing through them. Dokjoya. A single, whispered name hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the spectral power now coursing through them. A flash of light. Wide eyes, reflecting the sudden, overwhelming power. Dokja's transformation is complete. He collapses, clutching his head. Ugh, my head. He groans, the words a testament to the power's overwhelming force. He massages his temples, a grimace twisting his features. The transformation's aftereffects are clearly intense. He slowly rises, his movements stiff and hesitant. A figure, silhouetted against the dim light of the room, watches him from afar. The lingering effects of the transformation are palpable. He reaches out a trembling hand, the lingering effects of the transformation still heavy upon him. A figure, cloaked and shadowy, observes from across the room, their presence a silent, watchful judgment. A system message flashes across the screen. The power of the fourth wall is currently weakened due to excessive immersion. The lingering tension from the transformation hangs heavy in the air. A faint thump echoes, barely audible above the lingering tension. His heart pounds, a rhythm mirroring the unsettling silence. No. A single word, a whispered denial, escapes him as he collapses. The faint thump of his body hitting the ground underscores the gravity of the moment. This memory is too much. He whispers, the words barely audible above the dull thump as he collapses under the weight of it all. You can't think of. He manages to whisper, the words trailing off as he collapses, a final, heavy thump punctuating the silence. Darkness. A swirling vortex of shadows consumes him, the world dissolving into fragmented memories. He lies on the ground, his sword discarded nearby. A stark, empty space surrounds him, the silence heavy with unspoken implications. Panting, he struggles to rise, the weight of exhaustion heavy upon him. The fight has left its mark. He gasps for air, a hand pressed to his forehead, the exertion evident in his strained features. The fight's toll is clear. He remains on the ground, catching his breath, the fight's toll etched onto his face. A deep weariness settles over him, the weight of the battle undeniable. His breath hitches. This damn trauma. He whispers, his eyes wide, reflecting the pain of memories he desperately tried to bury. Those were memories that I absolutely did not want to see. He clutches a small, dark stone, his expression grim. The narrative reveals these are Spectre's stones, acquired on his journey to Chungmuro, capable of temporarily transforming someone into an invisible specter, hiding them from monsters. This is why I didn't want to use this method. He mutters, the weight of his words heavy with unspoken apprehension. The risk is clear, these Spectre stones, while offering temporary invisibility, unleash the chaos of buried trauma. He turns, a grim realization dawning. The fourth wall skill is a cheat, he admits, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. I didn't know it would work to this extent. The unexpected power of the Spectre stones leaves him both amazed and apprehensive. He realizes the full extent of the Spectre's stone's power. If someone else had tried this method, they might have gone mad immediately, he observes, a sobering thought. Now, he must wait for his fourth wall skill to recharge. A system message appears, a stark reminder of the cost of his reckless power. His fourth wall ability is weakened, the text explains, due to excessive immersion. A single question hangs in the air, Yu Jung-hyuk? A lingering question, Yu Jung-hyuk, echoes in the aftermath of his reckless power surge. His gaze, now slightly downcast, hints at a dawning unease. The weight of his actions settles upon him. The name, Yu Jung-hyuk, hangs heavy in the air. A system notification appears, cold and clinical, his fourth wall ability is weakened due to overimmersion. He stares at the message, a subtle shift in his posture suggesting concern. Are you Yu Jung-hyuk? The question cuts through the air, sharp and unexpected. He flinches, a subtle reaction betraying his unease. He reacts with a silent question mark, his unease palpable. The weight of the previous exchange, the system notification, and the sudden query hangs heavy in the air. No, you're not him. The denial hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the uncertainty etched on his face. Relief, subtle yet undeniable, flickers in his eyes. What? Did my trauma start again? The question hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the brief relief he'd felt moments before. A fresh wave of uncertainty washes over him. I think you may be Korean, a voice observes, the statement hanging in the air, a new element of uncertainty replacing the previous wave of doubt. No, this is a voice I don't know, he counters, a new wave of confusion replacing the previous uncertainty. Not to mention, it's a blonde foreigner? The question hangs heavy, adding another layer to the mystery. A single, crimson eye, blazing with an inner light, fills the panel. It's a shocking sight, and the accompanying thought, it can't be, speaks volumes of disbelief and dawning horror. Who are you? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the unsettling crimson eye blazing before him. A blonde woman, her gaze unwavering, stands shrouded in an ethereal glow. Doubt warps into stark terror. The blonde woman, still radiating an ethereal glow, stands before him, her expression unreadable. A silence hangs heavy, broken only by the faintest whisper of wind. The tension is palpable. His jaw clenched, a silent fury simmering beneath his skin. Anna Croft's mental barrier, level 5, activates, a stark blue interface flashing before him, confirming the skill's deployment. A system message flashes, Anna Croft's mental barrier, level 5, has been completely bypassed. A system message appears, stark against the backdrop of his intense focus, there is too much information about the applied character. The character list function will be converted to a condensed list. The sheer volume of data, previously overwhelming, is now streamlined, a necessary adjustment in the face of this powerful opponent. A character summary appears, streamlining the overwhelming data. Anna Croft's profile is displayed, prophet and savior, both legendary attributes. Her skills are formidable, precognition, retrocognition, insight, clairvoyance, and advanced magic. His training level, mental barriers, lie detection, and even his great demon's eyes skill levels are displayed, a stark blue glow illuminating the data. The numbers flash briefly, a quick assessment of his current capabilities before the next challenge. I knew it, he exclaims, a summary of Anna Croft's profile appearing, prophet and savior, both legendary attributes. Her skills are listed, precognition, retrocognition, insight, clairvoyance, and advanced magic. A thought bubble follows, why at a time like this? The text reveals a chilling truth, Anna Croft possesses the power to bypass spatial limits and enter the minds of others at will. She's the key, the one individual capable of seeing the future and manipulating events to shape the world according to her vision. The prophet, Anna Croft. The name hangs heavy in the air, a revelation that chills to the bone. How do you know my name? The question, sharp and demanding, hangs in the air. A palpable tension rises between the two figures. I'm a prophet as well, she replies, a quiet assertion that hangs heavy in the charged silence. The revelation shifts the power dynamic, a subtle but significant change in the tense standoff. Anna Croft activates her lie detection skill, level 7. The skill confirms the other's statement was false, leaving them silent, the tension thickening. As I thought, such a lie doesn't work on a real prophet, Anna declares, her confidence unwavering. The statement, a quiet victory, hangs in the air, the tension palpable. Reveal your identity while we're still being nice, Anna demands, her gaze unwavering. The other, shrouded in shadow, only responds with a single, chilling question, who are you? He senses things spiraling downwards. His opponent likely noticed him due to a weakening in the fourth wall, a skill he suspects she possesses. Now, a chilling thought crosses his mind, now, what should I do? He muses, a hint of frustration evident, at any rate, it's a bit disappointing. The weight of the situation presses down on him. Her crimson eye gleams. Did you really come here not knowing who I am? She asks, a hint of something dangerous in her tone. He can only stammer, huh? The question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable shift in the tension. I sent you the ichthyosaur's core, she states, a hint of appraisal in her tone. Haven't you used it well? The question hangs in the air, a challenge implied rather than explicitly stated. The item offered in exchange must be broken faith, she declares, her words cutting through the air like shards of ice. Didn't you implant the great demon's eyes with the help of that core? The question hangs heavy, a direct accusation. No way. She gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief. The one who requested broken faith, the implications of that revelation hit her hard. The question hangs in the air, was you? Just what is your true identity? The revelation that the great demon's eyes were obtained with the help of broken faith and that the girl before them was the one responsible for the acquisition leaves her speechless. A final text box reveals the truth: the girl's sponsor was responsible for the immense cost. Ah, I'm envious, the narrator comments, highlighting the sheer wealth involved. How? She whispers, the single word hanging heavy with disbelief. A wave of shock washes over her as the full weight of the revelation settles. The girl's shock lingers, but a subtle shift occurs. A system message appears: the authority of her exclusive skill, fourth wall, is slowly returning. Why, can't I see, she whispers, frustration and confusion etched onto her face. Her one visible eye glows with an unsettling intensity. Her visible eye glows brighter, a digital distortion rippling across her vision. The fractured reality around her slowly coalesces, the fragmented pixels reforming into a clearer image. Hope flickers, fragile but present, as her power returns. Wait for me on the continent opposite to this one, he says, a confident smile playing on his lips. We'll meet again someday. He raises a hand, a gesture both dismissive and strangely hopeful. The lingering smile suggests a confidence bordering on arrogance, yet a subtle undercurrent of something else, perhaps a hint of melancholy, tinges his expression. Their parting feels less like an ending and more like a temporary pause, a promise of future encounters. A system message flashes: his exclusive skill, fourth wall, is fully restored. He waves, a faint smile playing on his lips, a sense of quiet resolve in his posture. He walks away, sword-sheathed, a quiet confidence radiating from him. The lingering smile hints at a challenge met, a victory secured, but also a subtle acknowledgement of the battles yet to come. Panting heavily, he stands, a grim determination etched onto his face. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the battle's intensity. A system message flashes: he's gained complete immunity to the welcome prison's effects. He continues his journey, the weight of the recent battle momentarily forgotten in the face of this newfound advantage. He stumbles, a frustrated groan escaping his lips. Damn, it just had to come back this late, he mutters, the weight of his exhaustion palpable. He collapses, a low groan escaping him. I don't know why I ran into Anna Croft of all people, he mutters, his exhaustion evident. The unexpected encounter adds another layer to his already difficult journey. He hits the ground hard, a grimace twisting his features. I must be having a bad day, he groans, the words laced with self-deprecating frustration. He lies still, catching his breath. How much time has passed again, he wonders aloud, a hint of anxiety coloring his voice. Hopefully everyone else is safe, he adds, a silent prayer hanging in the air. He lies on his back, gasping for air, his eyes wide with exertion. The weight of the recent battle is evident in his labored breaths. Hyung. Please, he whispers, his voice barely audible above the heavy silence. Desperation clings to each word, a stark contrast to his previous attempts at bravado. Dr. SSI, he gasps, his voice strained, a desperate plea hanging in the air. His eyes, wide and filled with a mixture of pain and urgent need, are fixed on something or someone beyond the panel's edge. A system message flashes across the screen: the exclusive skill Permanent LV1 has been activated. Hope, however faint, flickers in his desperate plea. Two figures, their mouths agape in shock and awe, stare upwards. Their wide eyes reflect a shared astonishment, a silent question hanging in the air. A wide grin splits his face, pure joy radiating from him. His companions mirror his elation, their faces alight with shared wonder. Dr. SSI. The cry cuts through the air, a mixture of awe and disbelief coloring the voice. His eyes, wide with wonder, reflect the shared astonishment. Dr. SSI lies on the floor, his eyes wide with shock, his breath coming in ragged pants. Concern etched on their faces, his companions rush to his side, their worried whispers filling the tense silence. He remains on the ground, eyes wide, his companions gathering around, their worry palpable. A silent tension hangs heavy in the air as they assess the situation. How did the scenario go? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the bloodstains marring the otherwise sterile floor. Their anxious faces, clustered around Dr. SSI, reflect the gravity of the unspoken answer. It's over, Dr. SSI. We did it, we did it. The cries of relief erupt around him, their voices a stark contrast to the tense silence that preceded them. Dr. remains on the ground for a moment, the weight of the ordeal finally lifting. Dr. stands amidst the aftermath, sweat beading on his brow. The corridor behind him is marred by bloodstains, a grim testament to the battle just fought. A wave of exhaustion washes over him, but his expression remains resolute. The aftermath hangs heavy in the air. Dr. and another survivor sit, exhausted, amidst the blood-soaked corridor. The man beside him buries his face in his hands, his shoulders slumped with grief. A body lies sprawled on the cold floor, blood staining the tiles a grim crimson. The stark reality of the battle's cost settles heavily. It's too early to celebrate, Dr. says, his voice low and somber, a stark contrast to the woman's questioning, huh? The weight of their recent losses remains palpable. We've only survived the scenario for today, Dr. states, his voice heavy with unspoken weariness. The grim reality of their precarious victory hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the battles yet to come. Today was the third day, so. Dr. begins, his voice heavy with unspoken exhaustion. A concerned companion urges, Dr. SSI. You mustn't get up. Haven't you gotten any sleep since last night? The scene is grim, blood staining the floor around them, a stark reminder of the battles they've endured. What's the time? Dr. asks, his voice barely a whisper, the question hanging heavy in the dimly lit space. A sense of urgency, born of exhaustion and the weight of recent battles, permeates the scene. It's 8:30 a.m., a voice states, the words a quiet counterpoint to the lingering exhaustion. It's been almost half an hour since today's scenario ended. Thankfully, not much time has passed. A brief respite, a sliver of calm before the inevitable storm. Where is Gilyeonji? Dokja's question cuts through the lingering silence, a stark contrast to the quiet relief of the previous moment. Anxiety hangs heavy in the air as the others exchange worried glances. Gilyeonji is. The response trails off, leaving the unspoken fate of their companion hanging heavy. Dokja's worry is palpable, his wide eyes reflect a growing unease. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air, what has happened to Gilyoung? Wait, why is that kid with you, Junghyuk? The question hangs in the air, sharp and urgent, a stark contrast to the previous hushed worry. A sense of dawning dread replaces the earlier anxiety. When, finished, a voice whispers, the unspoken implication heavy with foreboding. Surely it wasn't that. It hasn't been long, a voice states, the words cutting through the chilling silence of the blood-soaked hallway. Young Gilyoung stands amidst the carnage, his presence a stark contrast to the grim scene around him. The implication of the statement hangs heavy, whatever transpired here, it was recent, and the horror is still fresh. A young man, his face etched with grim determination, stands amidst the aftermath. He mutters, the words barely audible, what's going on, with that kid? A second thought follows, a low, almost whispered, I know, even so. The unspoken weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a palpable sense of unease. Frustration creases his features. Damn it, I can't make out what they're saying. Gilyoung exclaims, his voice laced with urgency. The muffled voices of those beyond his reach remain a mystery, adding another layer to the unsettling scene. Gilyoung's frustration mounts. Don't tell me, he mutters, his voice tight with disbelief, the one he was surprised about after using Eye of Sage was. The unspoken implication hangs heavy, leaving the audience to share his stunned silence. His eyes widen, disbelief etched onto his face. What's this? How is it possible, he whispers, the questions reflecting a profound shock. The revelation clearly surpasses his expectations. You really, Gilyoung breathes, his voice barely a whisper, eyes wide with disbelief. The unspoken part of his sentence hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the shocking revelation. Intend not to join me, the older man asks, his voice laced with disbelief. Gilleon's response is immediate, unwavering, yes. The weight of his refusal hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casualness of his single-word answer. If you go with me instead of him, you'll gain strength much faster as well, the older man offers, a tempting proposition. Gilleon's resolve, however, remains unshaken. Yes, but I still won't do it, he replies, his unwavering refusal echoing in the cool, shadowed corridor. Stupid kid, the older man mutters, his voice dripping with disdain. A blue interface flashes, announcing that Gilleon's omniscient reader's viewpoint skill has activated. Lucky guy, the older man sneers, he'll be useful. Gilleon, however, remains silent, his frustration evident. Ugh, I really want to answer back, but I can't. He thinks, his internal struggle palpable. Gilleon's eyes widen, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air as he takes in his surroundings. The older man's dismissive words still echo in his ears, but a new unease settles over him. He's clearly not alone. Dokja Hyung. The desperate cry cuts through the chilling silence, a stark contrast to the previous moment's simmering resentment. Gilleon's eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and urgency as he runs, the shadowy figures behind him adding to the growing sense of dread. Gilleon sprints, a blur of motion across the blood-stained pavement. Fear fuels his flight, the shadowy figures relentlessly pursuing him. I can't waste any more time. I have to mount the attack. The grim determination in his voice is palpable, a stark contrast to the previous scene's desperate flight. He sets his jaw, preparing for whatever lies ahead. Attack? What attack? The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to Gilleon's grim resolve. His companion's naive question reveals a jarring disconnect between their perceptions of the situation. The weight of the impending threat clearly rests solely on Gilleon's shoulders. If I don't, then. The unspoken consequence hangs heavy in the air, a silent dread reflected in Gilleon's narrowed eyes. His grim determination deepens, the weight of his unspoken words pressing down on him. Gilleon's resolve falters. Think. I need to, but I'm so tired. The unspoken weight of his burden is palpable, his exhaustion evident in the heavy droop of his eyelids and the single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Let him sleep like this, a voice commands, a quiet authority cutting through Gilleon's exhaustion. The weight of his struggle seems to ease, a sliver of respite offered amidst the relentless pressure. Gilleon, aren't you coming? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the quiet exhaustion that had settled moments before. He rises, a surge of renewed determination replacing the previous weariness, and answers with a single, powerful word, yes. The mission parameters appear, main scenario number 3, green zone. Difficulty, C. The objective is clear, occupy the green zones within the station and survive 7 days of nightly monster waves. 8 hours, 1,000 coins reward. Failure, unspecified. Gilleon is ready. Day 3 is over. The mission continues. Hey, for how long are you going to sleep? A small, furry creature with horns and glowing red eyes interrupts the silence. The small creature's words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim setting. Bloodstains mar a weathered subway sign, the numbers 331 clearly visible. Chungmuro and Dongguk University stations are marked, a silent testament to the chaos that has unfolded. He lies still, eyes half closed, a faint tremor in his jaw. The silence is broken only by a barely audible sigh. Ah, Dokja SSI woke up, a woman observes, her voice a quiet counterpoint to the grim, blood-splattered subway station surrounding them. The injured man stirs, a sign of life in the desolate scene. Lee Hyunsung SSI, how are your thighs? The question hangs in the air, a jarring contrast to the grim reality of their blood-soaked surroundings. Dokja, still weak, rests against his companion, his expression a mixture of discomfort and weary acceptance. This morning, the roll call will. The words hang heavy in the air, a grim foreshadowing for Dokja, his face partially obscured, a mixture of apprehension and grim determination etched onto his features. The officer on duty will conduct it himself. The words hang in the air, a grim promise for Dokja, his eyes closed, a weary resignation settling over his features. The weight of the coming ordeal is palpable. I thought the height of the pillow wasn't right. Dokja's murmured observation reveals a subtle unease, a detail overlooked amidst the looming ordeal. His expression, half hidden in shadow, speaks volumes of a quiet anxiety. "Ha, you are awake? Then take this," a voice booms, echoing the callous disregard for Dokja's obvious discomfort. He sits up, clutching his neck, a pained groan escaping his lips. "Ugh, my neck." Blood stains the floor around him, a grim testament to the ordeal he's just endured. Two messages flash before Dokja's eyes, each one a chilling revelation. The abyssal black flame dragon is interested in his past, while the secretive plotter is fixated on his mother. The implications hang heavy in the air. A bright blue notification appears, a sudden influx of resources. The constellations have sponsored him 1,800 coins. Unexpectedly, a surge of support arrives. The constellations, it seems, have gifted him 1,800 coins. A small victory in the face of looming threats. "Bitches, they were trying to sneak a peek at my past," he grumbles, a scowl etching itself onto his face. The in-game notifications then pop up, a small reward for surviving the harsh night, 1,000 coins earned for completing the never-ending dawn achievement. "All right, I have achieved the targeted amount," he mutters, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. The display confirms it, 22,650 coins. He's reached his goal. "Phew, what are we going to do today? Is it going to be like yesterday?" he asks, a mix of weariness and apprehension coloring his tone. His companion stands silently nearby, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "No, it works only for one day," his companion states flatly, dashing any hopes of extended relief. A grim realization dawns: there's no detailed information about the Green Zone's location on day 4. Their situation remains precarious. "Today we are going to complete the third scenario completely," his companion declares, his voice firm and resolute. The weight of their task hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous day's brief reprieve. He lies there, bleeding, a stark contrast to the determined resolve of moments before. "What? How?" his companion exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief and alarm. The sudden, unexpected turn of events leaves them reeling. First, they must navigate the Green Zone. The counter shows 56 out of 70 sections remaining. A long road lies ahead. "Let's change the landowner," a voice declares, cold and resolute. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark promise of conflict to come. A man sits calmly, reading a newspaper in a dimly lit waiting area. The air is thick with tension, figures loom in the background, their faces obscured, their postures suggesting a silent, watchful threat. A glint of metal catches the eye, a weapon, concealed, held by one of the shadowy figures. The word "coming" looms large, a stark, blue declaration against the faded, grid background. It's a promise, a threat, hanging heavy in the air, mirroring the tension already established. Chapter 33, Episode 8. The ominous word "incident" hangs in the air, a stark, blue promise of the events to come. Hyunsung SSI? The question hangs in the air, a whispered plea in the aftermath of the incident. A young man, his face etched with worry, searches the grim, blood-stained surroundings. The weight of what's happened is palpable. Dr. SSI, seemingly unfazed by the grim scene, confirms, "Yes, I did," in response to a concerned inquiry about his rest. The bloodstains on the floor remain a stark reminder of the recent incident. "By the way, Private Lee Hyunsung, you were talking in your sleep." The words, a casual observation, hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier grimness. Hyunsung's eyes, wide with a mixture of surprise and perhaps a touch of unease, reflect the unexpected nature of the comment. Hyunsung's eyes, wide with a mixture of surprise and unease, betray his inner turmoil. The casual observation about his sleep-talking hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the recent violence. He seems to be grappling with the unexpected revelation. "I have some trauma from back when I was a soldier," Hyunsung reveals, his voice low. The other man's question, "Soldier? Isn't Hyunsung SSI an officer?" hangs in the air, a stark contrast to Hyunsung's quiet admission. A new layer of mystery deepens around the young private. Well, I was transferred. When I was a corporal, it was my third time, Hyun-sung explains, a faint chuckle escaping him. The other man's response, a comment about the army's rare reliable officers, hangs in the air, adding another layer to the mystery surrounding Hyun-sung's past. The question hangs heavy in the air. In the first place, does anyone leave the army with good memories? Three figures huddle together, their postures reflecting a shared weariness, a silent testament to the unspoken weight of their experiences. Lee Hyun-sung's military life, it turns out, was a subject never openly discussed. The unspoken history adds a layer of intrigue to his character. I'm certain that it was very tough, one of them observes, a hint of understanding in his tone. The other, seemingly more optimistic, suggests, let's cheer him up. Their contrasting reactions highlight the unspoken complexities of Lee Hyun-sung's past. I'm glad to have Lee Hyun-sung SSI here, one of them says, a genuine warmth in their voice. Lee Hyun-sung, however, responds with a simple, questioning, what? His uncertainty hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the other's evident relief. I feel relieved when Lee Hyun-sung SSI is the vanguard, one of them explains, it's like I'm being protected. Their words express a quiet dependence on him, a sentiment that contrasts sharply with Lee Hyun-sung's earlier uncertainty. Is that so? Lee Hyun-sung's response is a quiet murmur, a subtle questioning of the other's evident relief in his presence. His expression remains unreadable, a slight tilt of his head the only visible sign of his contemplation. Lee Hyun-sung stands amidst his companions, a quiet contemplation etched on his face. The hushed atmosphere of the dimly lit corridor speaks volumes, their unspoken reliance on him hangs heavy in the air. Hyun-sung gestures, a subtle but clear indication of direction. His companions, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and hope, follow his lead down the dimly lit corridor. The weight of their unspoken reliance on him remains palpable. Hyun-sung leads the way, his companions trailing behind, apprehension etched on their faces. The cool, gray corridor stretches before them, a silent testament to the unknown that awaits. Did you see my example? Just do it like I did, Hyun-sung instructs, his gaze firm. The command hangs in the air, a silent challenge to his companions. A young woman trails behind Hyun-sung, her face etched with worry. Doubt clouds her features as she silently questions the path ahead. But why do we have to do that, she questions, her doubt palpable. Hyun-sung's companion voices a concern that echoes the uncertainty hanging in the air. I thought it would help him, she adds, her words a quiet plea. Hyun-sung's companion continues, her concern evident. He looks a bit depressed these days, she observes, won't he feel better if you cheer him up a little? Her words hang in the air, a gentle suggestion amidst the lingering uncertainty. The narrative shifts to Hyun-sung's past. According to the official record, during the third round, his abilities evolved at Gumho Station. He had been protecting others from monsters, a pivotal moment leading to this significant upgrade. But that opportunity was taken by young Hee-won. The revelation hangs heavy, a stark contrast to Hyun-sung's past triumph. His image, etched in the memory of a pivotal moment, is now overshadowed by this new, unwelcome truth. Now that he knows Yoo Jong-hyuk is up to something, Hyun-sung can't simply leave things as they are. Gong Pil-do will have to remain vigilant. A voiceover, perhaps the narrator's, cuts in. Right now, we need to evolve Lee Hyun-sung's character, it states, the words hanging in the air, a clear indication that a significant shift is about to occur. The implication is that Hyun-sung's journey is far from over, and his story is about to take an unexpected turn. Lee Hyun-sung meticulously polishes his shield, a thoughtful expression on his face. Pretty much, he murmurs, acknowledging the enormity of the task ahead. A sense of responsibility settles upon him, a weight he now carries. I understand. I'll give it a try. Hyun-sung declares, a quiet resolve hardening his gaze. The woman beside him, Dokja SSI, nods slowly, her expression unreadable. Your constellation is something like the one-eyed fortune teller, right? She asks, the question hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Who is that? The question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with anticipation. A new figure, unseen, has clearly entered the scene, demanding attention. A crunching sound breaks the silence, a question hanging heavy in the air. Who is it? Who made that crunching sound? The mystery deepens, the unseen presence adding a layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. Don't you know Gungi? A voice demands. The question hangs heavy, directed at a young man standing beside a woman. A bald man in orange robes, identified as a politician, calmly explains, "It's not that. I have a special skill. The skill allows me to understand others better." His words offer a cryptic explanation, leaving the true nature of his abilities shrouded in mystery. "Anyways, please take care of him," the politician instructs, his words a dismissal, leaving the young man and woman to grapple with the situation. "You can take turns talking to him whenever you have time," the politician instructs, leaving the young man and woman with a seemingly simple task, yet one that leaves them both looking suspicious. A stark black screen appears, a title card reading, Kim Dokja interval scenario, followed by a cryptic message, "They say compliments can even make the whales dance." The enigmatic statement hangs in the air, leaving the young man and woman to ponder its meaning and the politician's odd instructions. Hyeonsung SSI is deemed truly dependable, a steadfast presence like a pine tree, according to Young Hee-won, challenger number 1. Her words, however, hang heavy with unspoken implications, leaving the air thick with intrigue. "My favorite song is also Green Pine," Lee Hyun-sung replies, a grin spreading across his face. He beams, clearly pleased by Hee-won's compliment, a quiet pride evident in his posture. "I didn't ask," Hyun-sung mutters, a shadow falling over his face. His earlier cheer vanishes, replaced by a quiet sulk. The compliment, it seems, wasn't as welcome as it appeared. Hyun-sung and a young boy huddle together, fear etched on their faces. Blood stains the walls of the dimly lit corridor behind them, a grim reminder of their desperate situation. Hee-won stands beside them, her expression a mixture of worry and determination. "I don't think I've ever seen a righteous person like Hyun-sung SSI, Yoo Sang-ga observes, a hint of surprise in his tone. His words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. "Ah, it's not true," Yoo Sang-ga murmurs, a quiet denial hanging in the tense air. Doubt clouds her features, a stark contrast to the unwavering belief she previously expressed. "To be honest, someone like me." Lee Hyun-sung trails off, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. A hint of self-doubt colors his words, a stark contrast to his usual unwavering conviction. He's begun to question his own definition of justice. "But thank you, Sang-ga SSI," Lee Hyun-sung says, his back to her. A quiet gratitude, tinged with something else, hangs in the air between them. They peer around a corner, into a dimly lit corridor stained with blood. "Yes," one exclaims, while the other breathes, "Oh." A palpable sense of shock and discovery hangs in the air. Challenger number 3, Lee Gil-young. The words appear, a stark contrast to the previous scene's grim discovery. Then, a simple statement, "Hyun-sung Hyung has the best muscles." A thumbs up and a simple thank you, a stark shift from the grim discovery moments before. The contrast is striking, a brief moment of levity before whatever comes next. Lee Hyun-sung's self-esteem has increased. The message appears, a clear and unexpected boost after the previous comments. "I can't believe such thoughtless compliments worked," one of them mutters, a mix of disbelief and relief coloring his tone. "Still, it's a relief that it worked," he adds, a sigh escaping his lips. Another chimes in, "That's all it took," their voice laced with a hint of incredulity. "That will be enough for Lee Hyun-sung," a voice declares, the words hanging in the air. Lee Hyun-sung himself remains silent, his expression unreadable, a thoughtful pause before the next step. Lee Hyun-sung waits, his expression a mask of quiet contemplation. The opportunity to enhance his abilities hangs in the balance. Blood stains his jacket, a grim reminder of the recent struggle. Lee Hyun-sung remains still, his posture suggesting a careful assessment of his surroundings, his next move carefully considered. "Good job, Gil-young," Lee Hyun-sung says, a hint of approval in his tone. "And did you find what I asked you to?" The question hangs in the air, the weight of expectation palpable. "Yes, sister." Gil-young replies, his voice a low murmur. He stands before Lee Hyun-sung, a subtle tension in his posture, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. "She is on floor B1, Gil-young reports, a quick glance at his sister before he adds, "Thank you." I'll be right back. He turns and departs, leaving Lee Hyun-sung alone with the lingering tension of the situation. Now, then. Lee Hyun-sung's thoughts trail off as he descends the steps, a quiet determination settling over him. He descends the steps, a small, rabbit-shaped charm dangling from his lips. A quiet resolve strengthens his steps. Let's go steal other people's skills, he declares, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The rabbit charm bobs gently as he speaks, a silent testament to the unusual path he's chosen. He stands at the bottom of the stairs, a determined glint in his eyes. A small, rabbit-shaped charm still dangles from his lips, a silent reminder of his unusual quest. His hand rests on the hilt of a hidden weapon, his posture radiating quiet confidence as he prepares to move. He begins his ascent, each step measured, deliberate. The rabbit charm, a silent witness to his ambition, bobs gently with his movement. A voice, laced with amusement, cuts through the quiet. Haha, who is this? If it isn't the illegal tenant. The words hang in the air, a clear indication that he's been spotted. I see you came up here after healing, a voice observes, the words carrying a hint of challenge. He's been discovered. I heard you survived without a room yesterday, is that true? Yoo Jong-hyuk helped you, didn't he? The question hangs in the air, a clear accusation. The implication is heavy, suspicion settles over the scene. He counts silently, 1, 2, 3. A figure in a shimmering green pod catches his eye, the tension palpable. Isn't it hard to live without Yoo Jong-hyuk? The question cuts through the air, a pointed challenge. Join our union, the offer follows, a subtle threat masked as an invitation. Pildu SSI might consider it. Of course, you can join, on the condition that you bring all the girls, the offer comes, laced with a chilling chuckle. The terms are clear, the stakes impossibly high. Pildu considers the chilling offer, the weight of the demand heavy in the air. A stark, metallic corridor stretches before him, the only illumination coming from faint green digital displays flickering intermittently on the walls. The atmosphere is cold, tense. He moves down the corridor, the weight of the impossible demand still heavy on him. The faint green glow of the digital displays casts long shadows, emphasizing the metallic chill of the environment. 11 in total, a voice states, the number hanging heavy in the air. Pildu, seemingly lost in thought, remains silent as a man beside him presses, Hey, are you ignoring me? Pildu finally responds, a quiet resolve in his tone, I'm listening. Tell him I'll think about it. Two men chuckle nervously, their words a stark contrast to the grim scene around them. Blood stains the floor, a grim reminder of recent events. Yesterday's scenario has decreased a lot of rooms, one of them observes, his voice tight. Still, it is almost time to start the plan. A chilling resolve hangs in the air. Pildu walks away, his expression unreadable, leaving the two men to their nervous chatter amidst the blood-soaked floor. The weight of their impending plan hangs heavy in the air. The camera focuses on a stark, dimly lit corridor. A sign, barely visible in the gloom, hints at the location's purpose. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension, mirroring the lingering unease from the blood-soaked room they just left. Pildu descends the stairs, the dim lighting casting long shadows. A thought bubbles above his head, floor B1. The air remains thick with unspoken tension. He continues his descent, the darkness amplifying the silence. Then, a small, crimson rabbit charm, dangling from a braided cord, swings into view. It falls, seemingly detached from its owner, a silent yet unsettling detail in the oppressive gloom. Suddenly, a blade flashes before Pildu's eyes. His wide eyes reflect the shock, a gasp escaping his lips as the weapon slices across his vision. Pildu's pursuer emerges from the shadows, a figure silhouetted against the dim light. The chilling proximity of the attack is palpable, he's almost upon him. He descends the stairs, the attacker's weapon a mere inches from his face. The threat is immediate, the danger palpable. Each step is a gamble. Terror grips Pildu. The blade, gleaming, is a hair's breadth from his throat. His eyes widen, reflecting the stark reality of his predicament. I'm disappointed, a juicy, his attacker sighs, the blade still poised at Pildu's throat. The words, laced with a chilling calmness, hang heavy in the air. Pildu's attacker is stunned. When did she come behind me? I didn't even feel anything, he mutters, a mixture of disbelief and dawning fear in his voice. Is it the concealed movement skill, ghost walk, he gasps, the realization dawning on him. His attacker's confusion underscores Pildu's unexpected counterattack. Lee Jihai is not weak, but she is excellent at one thing, a voice states, the words hanging heavy in the air. A sharp warning follows, a juicy, don't you know what will happen to those women if you make a deal with them? The threat is clear, the stakes raised. Of course I do, he replies, his voice firm despite the gravity of the situation. The threat hangs heavy, those women will face young Heewon's wrath if a deal is struck. He weighs the consequences, the threat of young Heewon's wrath a palpable presence. The decision hangs heavy in the silence. You knew, the sharp question cuts through the tense silence. Why didn't you just die yesterday? The speaker's words are a challenge, but a calm response follows, put the blade away, I'm only here to talk. A tense negotiation begins. A flicker of apprehension crosses her face. The tension remains, palpable even in this close-up. The negotiation, it seems, is far from over. To talk? You came to meet me for such a purpose? The question hangs in the air, sharp and accusatory. A simple, almost defiant, yes, is the only reply. A sharp exclamation point punctuates the scene, mirroring the intensity in his gaze. He stands, a figure of quiet determination, his expression unwavering despite the tension that still hangs heavy in the air. He turns, a subtle shift in his posture betraying a hint of unease. The air crackles with unspoken tension, the silence heavy with the weight of their unspoken words. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. The impact echoes, a sharp thwack as his foot connects with something unseen. He continues his advance, a low, shadowed building looming before him. The sign below, barely visible, hints at a location, a detail lost in the urgency of his movement. He bursts through the swirling dust, a katana sheathed at his hip. The figure stands before a shadowed building, the air thick with tension. What do you want to talk about? The question hangs in the air, a challenge in the shadowed hallway. He stands before the building, his expression unreadable, a katana still sheathed at his hip. He descends a dimly lit staircase, the air heavy with unspoken tension. His katana remains sheathed, his movements deliberate and controlled. She's fast, he observes, a hint of concern coloring his thoughts. But then, a question arises, why are you standing there? The unspoken tension intensifies. Master told me to protect this place, she declares, her voice firm despite the palpable tension. So don't come any closer than this. The young woman stands resolute, a silent guardian in the dimly lit corridor. She draws her sword, the polished steel gleaming faintly in the dim light. A silent warning, sharp and clear, hangs in the air. He murmurs, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow, that Yujan Gayuk, surely he wasn't trying that route? A quiet determination settles over him as he adds, I think we should move on quickly with this. I'm here because I need your help, she states, a grim determination etched on her face. The request hangs in the air, unanswered for a moment, before a skeptical question rises, my help? I'm planning to destroy Gong Pildu's group today, she declares, her voice firm and resolute. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet determination previously expressed. He stands before her, a silent, imposing figure. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a stark contrast to her earlier declarations. A single exclamation point hangs in the air, mirroring her internal shock. A young man's face fills the frame, his expression unreadable. A quiet thought bubbles up, a seemingly casual observation, he's cool. The understated comment hints at a shift in the tension, a subtle acknowledgement of the newcomer's presence. For real? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension on her face. It's a reaction to something extraordinary, something that has just fundamentally shifted her understanding of the situation. A system message confirms a breakthrough, understanding of Lee Jihai has increased. The implication hangs heavy, suggesting a deeper connection or newfound knowledge about her. The scene shifts. We're now in a subway station, the pale blue light of the platform illuminating a sign, Chungmiro Station. The number 331 is clearly visible. This new location suggests a change of pace, a shift from the previous intense encounter. Do you think she'll help us? The question hangs in the cool air of the Chungmuro Station subway platform, a stark contrast to the recent intensity. Uncertainty etches itself onto the speaker's face, a reflection of the group's shared apprehension as they await Lee Jae-hye's decision. It won't be so easy. She tries to act like she is cold-blooded, a voice observes, the words hanging heavy in the cool air of the station. Lee Jae-hye stands silhouetted against the shattered window, her posture suggesting a guardedness that belies the speaker's doubt. There's a way, a voice declares, a glimmer of hope piercing the uncertainty. The speaker's eyes, though still shadowed with concern, hold a newfound resolve. A method that only you can help with, a voice urges, the words laced with a grim urgency. Most of the people here will die if you don't help, the speaker continues, the weight of those lives pressing down heavily. The stakes are clear, Lee Jae-hye's decision hangs in the balance. Going to die anyway, a voice cuts through the air, sharp and dismissive. The speaker, a young woman wielding a pair of staffs, exudes an unsettling confidence. Doubt flickers in the eyes of the man beside her. Did he say that? He questions, his uncertainty palpable. I saw the video of your scenario when I was on the subway, a voice states, the words carrying a weight of unexpected knowledge. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a new element introduced into the already tense situation. Her eyes widen, a stark contrast to her previous composure. Doubt, now bordering on disbelief, clouds her features. The weight of the revelation settles upon her, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. It was staged, the words hang in the air, a chilling confirmation of her growing suspicions. The weight of this revelation settles heavily on her shoulders, her disbelief palpable. The video plays, a brutal scene unfolding before her. She recoils, the grainy footage showing her killing a friend to survive. The horror is undeniable. In fact, you didn't want to do that, a voice states, the words a stark contrast to the brutal scene she just witnessed. A tremor runs through her as she whispers, stop. What do you know? The question explodes from him, a raw, furious demand. His face is a mask of barely controlled rage, eyes narrowed, jaw clenched tight. He mutters to himself, a quiet admission, of course I don't know. I only know what I know. I'm just talking to myself. A flicker of self-doubt crosses his features, a stark contrast to the fiery anger he displayed moments before. A stark warning hangs in the air, a simple yet profound statement, if you turn away today, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The weight of the words settles, a heavy challenge echoing in the silence that follows. Definitely, she replies, the single word carrying the weight of a decision made. A quiet resolve settles over her, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that hung in the air moments before. Alone, she sits huddled on the cold floor, her katana resting nearby, a silent testament to the decision she's made. A quiet strength, born of resolve, emanates from her despite her posture. It's 7 p.m. She checks her phone, a quiet certainty in her eyes as she confirms the time. The moment has arrived. It will be more dangerous than yesterday. Are you all ready? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the faces of those gathered. Blood stains the floor, a grim reminder of the battles already fought. Well, let's go as planned. The words, sharp and decisive, cut through the tense silence. A grim resolve settles over the group as they move forward, their faces set with a mixture of apprehension and steely determination. They proceed, a tense silence broken only by the other's sharp instruction, stay close. The weight of the coming battle is palpable, a silent promise of danger hanging heavy in the air. A young woman, her face partially obscured, pulls her jacket tighter around her. Her posture speaks volumes, a quiet tension, a bracing for the unknown, hangs heavy in the air. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, watches them approach. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on his lips, a chilling contrast to the apprehension of the young woman. His gaze is sharp, calculating. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, follows their approach. A chilling silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faintest whisper of anticipation. The mission parameters appear, main scenario number 3, green zone. Difficulty: C. Occupy the green zone within the station and survive waves of monsters spawning nightly for 7 days. The mission parameters are displayed: 8 hours to occupy the green zone, a C difficulty rating, and a reward of 1,000 coins. Failure remains undefined. 5 hours remain until the third main scenario begins. Novel chapters 32 to 33 begin. The countdown continues. 5 hours until the next scenario begins. The countdown continues, a stark reminder of the impending scenario. 5 hours remain. Support the creators at Patreon or PayPal to help them continue their work. They move through a corridor bathed in an eerie green light, the air thick with anticipation. A palpable tension hangs in the air as they approach their destination. Blood stains the floor. A discarded sword lies nearby, its blade gleaming faintly in the dim light. The scene speaks of a recent, violent struggle. They burst into a chamber, the sickly green glow illuminating bloodstains on the floor. A discarded sword lies near, evidence of a recent struggle. It's you guys. Don't come any closer, a voice cries out, laced with fear and desperation. Just go away. The desperate plea hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim scene before them. Fear, raw and palpable, vibrates in the voice. I'm really. The words trail off, a whisper barely audible above the pounding of hearts. His wide eyes, filled with a desperate plea, reflect the terror gripping him. He clutches a bloodied bandage, his body trembling. Sorry about this, a voice says, the words a stark contrast to the crimson flash that follows. A deafening clang reverberates, a metallic shriek cutting through the air. Silence. A heavy, expectant silence follows the clang, broken only by the faintest whisper of wind. Then, a chilling silence descends. The only sound is a faint breeze. The silence stretches, heavy and vast, a stark contrast to the recent clash. Then, a title appears, etched in a chilling, icy blue, The Frozen Time. The story shifts perspective. We are now privy to the omniscient reader's viewpoint. Chapter 34, Episode 8 begins. The reader is now observing the unfolding events from a new, all-seeing perspective. Part 2 of the emergency defense begins. The omniscient reader's perspective continues. Step, step, step. A figure descends a shadowed staircase, a blade sheathed at their hip. The quiet precision of their movements speaks volumes. Dr. SSI, a hesitant voice calls out. The young man's expression is one of quiet apprehension, his gaze fixed on something unseen just beyond the frame. Dr. SSI remains silent, his gaze unwavering. A shadow of something unseen falls across his face, hinting at the weight of the situation. I'm not so sure if this will work, Dr. mutters, the weight of everyone's hopes pressing down on him. A wave of self-doubt washes over him, he's the linchpin of this entire plan, and the pressure is immense. I'm feeling the pressure now that everyone is relying on me. I'm not sure if I can do it. It'll be fine, someone assures him, their words a balm to his anxieties. You're someone we can all rely on. Dakja, running down the stairs, offers a small, almost hesitant laugh. Thank you for saying so, he replies, a hint of surprise in his voice. It's actually my first time ever hearing that. I was never treated so well, even in the army, Dakja reflects, a hint of wonder in his voice. The thought trails off, leaving a sense of quiet contemplation. A story that ways of survival never had. Someday, when everything is over, I want to listen to your story, Hyunsung SSI, Dakja says, his voice quiet but sincere. A simple statement, yet it carries the weight of unspoken understanding and a deep respect for his companion. Hyunsung takes a step, a quiet sound in the otherwise still space. Whenever I talk to you, Dakja SSI, he begins, his voice thoughtful, I have this strange feeling, it's as though. His words trail off, leaving the unspoken question hanging in the air. You've known me for a very long time. Hyunsung's statement hangs in the air, a simple observation carrying a profound weight. His gaze, though partially obscured, speaks volumes, a quiet acknowledgement of a shared history, a bond stretching far beyond their current circumstances. A system message flashes, understanding of Lee Hyunsung has increased. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of a deepening connection between the two men. I didn't mean that in a strange way, Hyun-sung clarifies, his words a soft counterpoint to the weight of his previous statement. A slight shift in his expression hints at a vulnerability, a quiet plea for understanding. It's just, I don't know how to explain it well. Hyun-sung trails off, a nervous smile playing on his lips. The other man's response is immediate. Oh, you Jung-yuk's friend. A wave of recognition washes over him, easing the tension slightly. Here to negotiate? The question hangs in the air, a challenge posed from the shadows. The speaker remains unseen, their presence a looming uncertainty. It's just you guys? What about the others? The question cuts through the air, a sharp contrast to the woman's desperate pleas for help. Save me! Save me, she cries, her fear palpable. Just ignore her, one of them dismisses the woman's pleas, his callous indifference a stark contrast to her terror. She didn't say anything. Pay up, a voice commands, cold and devoid of empathy. The speaker's eyes, partially visible, reflect a chilling resolve. Fear etched itself onto his face. He glances away, a silent plea hanging in the heavy air. He slowly reaches into his pocket, his movements hesitant, a stark contrast to the earlier demand. A palpable tension hangs in the air. Let her go, he demands, the words a low growl against the tense silence. A disbelieving comes from the man holding the woman, his grip tightening ever so slightly. What was that, eh? You think you can order us around? The man's grip tightens on the woman, his words laced with disbelief and a growing threat. Lee Hyun-sung's jaw tightens. He doesn't flinch, his gaze unwavering as the man scoffs at his command. The threat hangs heavy in the air. A vibrant blue interface appears, stark against the white background. The words the character attribute Ev are displayed prominently, promising a crucial reveal. Lee Hyun-sung's character attribute is evolving. A surge of teal energy surrounds him, highlighting his steely gaze and determined expression. Let's begin now. The words hang in the air, a declaration of intent. The transformation is complete, the stage is set. This is the time for maximum returns with the lowest possible investment. The words, a cold calculation, hang in the air, underscoring Hyun-sung's unwavering focus. His transformation complete, he's ready. Hyun-sung, his gaze unwavering, heads toward his target, a place where he can finally use his hard-earned coins. A surge of power courses through him as his stamina and strength levels dramatically increase, a clear visual indicator of his investment paying off. He's ready. His current balance, 20,450 coins. A significant sum, enough to finally make his move. A deafening bang echoes. Hyun-sung's move has begun. Hyun-sung's attack is swift and brutal. Two men crumple, overwhelmed by the force of his assault. Another, shielding himself with a makeshift weapon, barely manages to avoid a direct hit, his eyes wide with shock. A deafening bang. The impact leaves one man stunned, his question mark-shaped expression a testament to the sheer force of Hyun-sung's attack. What's this? What's going on? The man, clutching a makeshift club, staggers back, eyes wide with disbelief. The sheer force of Hyun-sung's attack leaves him utterly bewildered. Hyun-sung dashes past the stunned man, leaving him reeling in the dust. A blur of motion. Hyun-sung's attack leaves a trail of shimmering, icy energy in its wake. Hyun-sung's sword sings, a trail of icy blue energy arcing through the air as he delivers a powerful, decisive blow. Hyun-sung's attack connects, sending his opponent sprawling. He follows through, moving with a blur of motion. A guttural scream, rips through the air as blood splatters across Hyun-sung's opponent. The man crumples, defeated. Hyun-sung, panting slightly, barks out an order, Hyun-sung SSI, start now. The command is sharp, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination as he faces a fresh wave of opponents. Crazy bastards. One of them mutters, fear evident in his voice. Yes. Hyun-sung SSI responds instantly, his movements a blur as he obeys the command. Hyun-sung SSI streaks past, a blur of motion, leaving only the faintest trace of his passage. The restroom sign, barely visible through the speed lines, marks the fleeting moment. People do SSI. There's. The words are choked, a gasp of terror escaping the man's lips. His wide eyes, bulging with fear, reflect the sheer panic seizing him. Meanwhile, a man sits calmly, reading a newspaper, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding nearby. His relaxed posture contrasts sharply with the recent terror. They dash past, a blur of motion against the vibrant green energy field. The man reading his newspaper barely glances up, his calm demeanor unwavering amidst the chaos. Stop, a voice commands, cutting through the vibrant energy field. The order is quickly followed by another: surround them. The man with the newspaper finally looks up, a flicker of interest in his eyes, his previous calm replaced by a subtle curiosity. He raises a shimmering, green-tinged shield, a sudden, unexpected defense against the pursuing forces. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, betray a newfound seriousness. The green shield shatters, a wave of concussive force rippling outwards. He yells, a raw, desperate sound, as the attack overpowers his defenses. Lee Hyun-sun unleashes the Great Mountain Push, Level 1. A surge of teal energy erupts, sending his opponents sprawling. Lee Hyun-sun's attack sends his opponents flying, a blur of motion and panicked cries. They are tossed aside like ragdolls, the force of the Great Mountain Push undeniable. Hyun-sun lands, a faint teal afterglow lingering around his feet. A system message appears: you have invaded private land. The weight of his actions settles, a new challenge emerging from the dust. A crimson energy field erupts, a visual manifestation of Gongpilda's arm zone skill. The area around him transforms, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. The air vibrates with a low hum, a crimson energy field solidifying around Gongpildu. It pulses with power, a tangible barrier forming around him. Gongpildu moves with a blur of motion, his sword a streak of blue light within the crimson energy field. He cuts through the air, leaving trails of sparks in his wake. Dokja SSI. A desperate cry rings out as Gongpilda's sword flashes, a blur of blue light within his crimson energy field. He moves like a whirlwind, a blur of blue steel cleaving through the crimson energy. Several figures are sent sprawling, their desperate cries swallowed by the force of his attack. One figure, sent reeling by the whirlwind of Gongpilda's attack, crashes to the ground. The impact sends a shockwave through the crimson energy field, momentarily disrupting its flow. He continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion as he sends another opponent sprawling. The impact momentarily weakens the crimson energy field. Gongpilda's attack continues relentlessly. A flash of blue energy, a blur of motion, and another opponent is sent flying. The crimson energy field, already weakened, flickers violently. With a final, powerful surge of blue energy, Pilda shatters the crimson barrier. With a resounding bang, Pilda's attack connects. The crimson energy field explodes, leaving nothing but scattered fragments in its wake. A wave of crimson energy dissipates, replaced by the sharp sound of shattering glass. The remnants of the barrier fall to the ground, a testament to Pilda's overwhelming power. With a final, explosive bang, Pilda's attack shatters the barrier. Crimson energy flares, then fades, leaving only the lingering scent of battle. A deafening bang echoes, the finality of Pilda's attack undeniable. Crimson energy flares, then vanishes, leaving behind only the silence of shattered defenses. A deafening bang reverberates, the impact echoing the finality of Pilda's attack. Silence follows, heavy and absolute. The dust clears, revealing Pildu, his breath ragged, but eyes blazing with fierce determination. He stands defiant amidst the wreckage of his attack. Pilda stands firm, his stamina unexpectedly replenished. A system message confirms a 20-point boost, a testament to his unwavering resolve. The dust settles, revealing the full extent of his attack's impact. A bright blue system message appears: a toughness one level higher than your own is protecting you. Unexpected protection, a surprising twist in the fight. With a resounding slam, Pildu's attack connects. The unexpected protection holds, shielding him from the full force of the blow. The unexpected protection shatters, a wave of force rippling outwards. Pilda stumbles, but remains standing, the impact absorbed. A bold tenant is here, the landlord observes, a smirk playing on his lips. He continues, you clearly don't want to pay rent if you came armed. His gaze is sharp, challenging. What's the meaning of this? I'm quitting as a tenant, Pildu declares, his resolve firm despite the lingering dust from the recent clash. A system message confirms the impact of his actions. He's raised the level of the armed zone, significantly altering the battlefield. Amusing, the landlord chuckles, a glint in his eye. Are you after my land? His words hang in the air, a challenge to Pildu's recent declaration. Pildu's mini-turrets, meanwhile, prepare to unleash fortified magic bullets. Pildu's eyes widen, a look of dawning horror replacing his earlier defiance. The landlord's casual challenge now takes on a chilling new weight. His mini-turrets, poised to fire, seem almost insignificant against the looming threat. A whirring sound fills the air as Pildu's mini-turrets unleash their fortified magic bullets. The blast, however, is met with an unexpected counterforce, a surge of raw power that leaves Pildu and his companions reeling. Fear, stark and undeniable, grips Pildu's face. Die, the landlord snarls, his words a chilling counterpoint to Pildu's desperate cry, P Pildu SSI. A grim smile twists his lips, a stark contrast to the terror etched on Pildu's face. Pildu stumbles, the landlord's attack sending him reeling. His desperate cry, P Pildu SSI, is swallowed by the landlord's chilling laughter. The other onlookers watch, their faces obscured by the chaos of the fight. The landlord's words hang heavy in the air, landlords are wounded. Our land, it's been. A deep gash across his chest speaks volumes, a grim testament to the brutal fight. Dokja SSI, are you alright? The question cuts through the lingering tension, a concerned voice breaking the silence that followed the landlord's fall. One onlooker, his face etched with worry, approaches the injured Pildu. The samurai girl, it seems, has made her presence known. It's time, Hyunsung SSI. The words, sharp and urgent, cut through the aftermath of the fight. Hyunsung's eyes widen, a mixture of apprehension and grim determination etched on his face. He knows what this means. Smash it to bits, Hyunsung declares, a grim smile playing on his lips. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect a steely resolve. The urgency in his voice leaves no room for doubt. This is it. Hyunsung raises a hand, his back to us, a silent command hanging in the air. The lingering dust motes from the recent battle swirl around him, a testament to the intensity of the fight just concluded. Hyunsung clenches his fist, a surge of power radiating from him. His character attributes are about to evolve. A golden aura erupts from Hyunsung, swirling around him as he channels his newfound power. His grip tightens on his staff, a fierce determination etched on his face. This was Lee Hyunsung's moment. The culmination of his training, his power now fully unleashed. Hyunsung's power surges, a golden light illuminating the room. Nearby, a figure watches, whispering, "It really is touching," as the full extent of Hyunsung's attribute evolution becomes clear, the key to their entire operation. A witness observes, awestruck, "I could see one of my favorite scenes from Ways of Survival unfold right before me." The sheer power of Hyunsung's attribute evolution is undeniable, a breathtaking spectacle. Hyunsung stands bathed in golden light, a fist clenched, his expression one of intense focus. It was an indescribable feeling, he realizes, the full weight of his attribute evolution settling upon him. There was a reason he was one of the strongest supporting characters in the novel. The weight of that truth settles upon Hyunsung, a quiet understanding dawning in his eyes. And it was because. A wave of understanding washes over Hyunsung, his fist still clenched tight, the golden light around him pulsing with barely contained power. A quiet understanding dawns on Hyunsung's face, his eyes, though still serious, now hold a glimmer of resolve. The golden light surrounding him intensifies, pulsing with barely contained power. A system message appears, a bright blue box against the backdrop of Hyunsung's unwavering resolve. Due to character attribute evolution, a new stigma has manifested. The implications hang heavy in the air. Hyunsung grips his weapon, the golden aura around him swirling and intensifying. A potent energy crackles, radiating outward, a tangible manifestation of his newfound power. Hyunsung unleashes his new power. A golden light explodes from his fist, a wave of energy signifying the activation of the Great Mountain Smash stigma. The great mountain smash stigma explodes from Hyunsun's fist, a golden wave of energy surging outwards. His expression is one of focused intensity, his body coiled and ready. With a roar, Hya! Hyunsun's attack connects. His opponent is sent flying, a fiery explosion marking the impact. Hyunsun's opponent crashes to the ground, a stunned what the hell, escaping his lips as the dust settles. He stumbles, disoriented, muttering, the floor is. The ground beneath him cracks and crumbles, the force of Hyunsun's attack still reverberating. A deafening crack echoes as the ground beneath him gives way. He plummets, the earth shattering around him in a shower of dust and debris. A strangled cry, Yua, escapes him as he plummets. The earth cracks and crumbles further, a violent testament to the attack's power. The ground below him crumbles completely. He screams, a final, desperate sound swallowed by the explosion. Green zones destroyed, the system announces, as the man is engulfed in a fiery maelstrom of collapsing earth. A colossal explosion engulfs him. The system announces the destruction of Gongpildu's private land. Dust settles, revealing a panting figure on the ground. He clutches his chest, his eyes wide with exertion. Towering over him stands a man, seemingly untouched, a rumble echoing in the air. Dr. SSI, the towering figure says, a hint of weariness in his tone. Didn't you say you wanted to hear my story after all this was over? I also want to hear your story, Dr. SSI, the victor says, a hint of weariness, perhaps even a touch of curiosity, in his voice. The defeated man, still catching his breath, seems to consider this. I feel like there's a lot about you that I would like to know, the victor says, his gaze fixed on the defeated man. A quiet curiosity hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent battle. A flicker of recognition crosses the defeated man's face. He mutters, almost to himself, a support character in the novel I read. The weight of this realization hangs heavy in the air. It's a boring story, the defeated man replies, a hint of weariness in his tone. Yet, a conflicting thought bubbles up, but even so, I still want to hear it. The victor's curiosity, it seems, has piqued even the most reluctant of narrators. Gee, get me out of here. He gasps, his voice strained. The defeated man clings to the crumbling remains of the structure, his plea a desperate whisper against the bleak backdrop. Amidst the rubble, the victor examines the scene, his gaze sharp and assessing. The defeated man, still nearby, whimpers, his pleas for escape barely audible above the grim silence. First, let's finish what we've started, the victor declares, his voice devoid of emotion as he surveys the fallen man amidst the rubble. The scene speaks volumes, the battle is far from over. Why, you bastard? The defeated man's ragged breath hitches, his voice barely a whisper as he glares up at his victor. His words, laced with bitter resentment, hang heavy in the air. He struggles to rise, his hand reaching out, a desperate grasp for purchase amidst the debris. The fight, though seemingly won, leaves a lingering sense of unease. Two figures stand above a crater, observing the aftermath. A palpable tension hangs in the air, the silence broken only by the distant drip of water. We should go back to the times when no one owned any land, a voice suggests, a wistful tone coloring the words. The statement hangs heavy in the still air, a stark contrast to the recent battle's intensity. A chilling smile spreads across his face. Smile, he murmurs, the word hanging in the air, right? The question, though seemingly simple, carries an unsettling weight, a stark contrast to the wistful tone of the previous suggestion. A stark white page. Silence. The only mark, a small, black circle containing the number 7. He lies broken amidst the rubble, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. Nearby, another figure, barely visible, struggles amidst the debris. The air hangs heavy with the scent of dust and something else. Something metallic. A heavy foot descends, crushing the remnants of a shattered object. Blood stains the ground, a grim reminder of the brutal fight. He surveys the aftermath, a grim expression etched onto his face. The metallic tang in the air intensifies, a chilling reminder of the brutal fight just concluded. A nearby figure, still struggling, barely registers amidst the devastation. He walks away, his companion following close behind. The scene is one of devastation, the aftermath of a brutal fight, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. A defeated figure lies amidst the rubble, barely noticeable in the grim landscape. Dokja SSI. The call cuts through the silence, a worried tone evident in the speaker's voice. He turns, concern etched on his face, towards the other figure who stands amidst the wreckage. You destroyed them all, the words hang heavy in the air, a stark testament to the battle's brutal conclusion. Yes, it was easy. The words, sharp and devoid of remorse, cut through the grim aftermath. They walk away, leaving behind a scene of devastation, their casual confidence a stark contrast to the destruction they wrought. I didn't know green rooms could be destroyed like that, one of them remarks, a casual tone belying the scale of the destruction. We just stepped on the floor, and it was like bang. The text below confirms the extent of their actions. Usanga, Young Hee-won, and Lee Gilliam obliterated all the smaller green zones, leaving only Gong Pildu's, the largest, untouched. Good work everyone. A chillingly calm voice cuts through the air, a stark contrast to the furious outburst that follows. Hey, you punk! What are you doing? The words are a raw, angry yell, directed at the trio who stand amidst the ruins of their handiwork. The aftermath hangs heavy in the air. Usanga, Young Hee-won, and Lee Gilliam stand amidst the rubble, weapons at the ready. A younger boy stands amongst them, seemingly unharmed, while a furious Gong Pildu confronts them, his rage palpable. Shut up, I already have a headache because of the constellation's messages, Kim Dokja snaps, a clear annoyance etched on his face as he massages his temples. The Dakibi's complaints clearly add to his mounting frustration. Kim Dokja's frustration deepens. A new question arises, whose channel is Gong Pildu using? The answer arrives swiftly, Biryu's, the Dakibi who replaced him in the last scenario. The question of Biryu's subscription configuration hangs heavy in the air. His channel focuses on finding amusement groups. The revelation adds another layer to Kim Dokja's growing irritation. This new information only deepens his headache. The accusation hangs in the air, stark and undeniable, you destroyed them all. A dark, ominous weight settles over the scene. Yes, it was easy, she replies, a chilling smirk playing on her lips. The casual cruelty of her words, coupled with the revelation that she was ordered to destroy green zones with only 5 to 8 people, sends a fresh wave of unease through the air. It was a task beyond Young Hee-won's capabilities. The revelation hangs heavy, a chilling explanation for the devastation. She was, in fact, Yoo Jong-hyuk's disciple, the very incarnation of the sage hero. But what are you going to do? They're running around, she asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. A chilling uncertainty replaces the previous unease, the casual cruelty now laced with a hint of something more, calculating. Oh, they're here, she observes, a grim determination hardening her features. A group of figures emerges from the shadows, their presence a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. There he is. Get him. Kill him. The shouts ring out, a furious mob descending upon him. He's cornered, desperation etched on his face as he stumbles backward, muttering, Pildu SSI. The weight of their attack is undeniable, escape seems impossible. A cruel laugh echoes as he's surrounded. Ha ha ha. You're in trouble now, the words hang heavy in the air, a chilling promise of the violence to come. His pursuers close in, weapons drawn, their intent unmistakable. Suddenly, a bright blue alert flashes, a bounty scenario has occurred. The implication is clear, his pursuers aren't just a random mob, this is a sanctioned hunt. The details of the bounty appear, a sanctioned assassination, target, Kim Dokja, at Chungmuro Station. 10 minutes to complete the mission, with a reward of 2,000 coins. Failure? None specified. The stakes are clear, this is a deadly game with no room for error. I'm not going to help you this time, she declares, a chilling smile playing on her lips as she dismisses Kim Dokja's plight. Surrounding her, a group of shadowy figures, armed and ready, await their signal. Kim Dokja, facing imminent danger, swiftly accesses a digital interface. His fingertip hovers over a series of options, a desperate search for a solution against the looming threat. A confident smirk plays on Kim Dokja's lips as he interacts with a translucent, glowing blue interface. Beside him, a companion watches with a grim expression, the weight of their impending danger palpable. Kim Dokja dismisses the options before him, a confident "I don't need it" escaping his lips. His expression, unwavering, speaks of a plan already formed, a decisive rejection of the assistance offered by the interface. The letters O, M, N, I appear, vertically stacked, glowing faintly on a grid background. A sense of quiet determination hangs in the air. The letters, arranged in a grid, resolve themselves. Scienter, they spell, a word that hangs heavy with unspoken implications, a quiet challenge accepted. A chilling question hangs in the air: if I kill you, do I get 2,000 coins? The stark simplicity of the query underscores the brutal reality of the situation. Yes, will you kill me though? The question, sharp and direct, hangs between them. His response is immediate, a calculated assessment: no way. Maybe if the reward was 200,000 coins, I might have considered it. Dokja SSI, please get behind me. The command, sharp and urgent, cuts through the tense silence. A clear sense of impending danger hangs in the air. A character profile appears, detailing Lee Hyun-sung's attributes and skills. He's a person who has regained justice, a rare attribute indeed, bolstering his already impressive skill set. His abilities range from bayonet skills and camouflage to a surprisingly high level in weapons training. Hyun-sung SSI, how many more times can you use that? The question, laced with concern, hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previously established tension. It's clear that Hyun-sung's abilities are being pushed to their limits. Not more than 1 or 2 times, Hyun-sung replies, his voice strained, a grim determination etched on his face. He grips his makeshift weapon, a baseball bat, his knuckles white. The concern in the other person's eyes is palpable. The limitations of his abilities are becoming painfully clear. A blade slices through Hyun-sung's makeshift bandages, a sharp pain etched across his face. His eyes widen, reflecting a mixture of surprise and grim determination. He's clearly reaching his limit. You don't have to be nervous, a voice reassures Hyun-sung. You're not the only one who has to fight. The words offer a sliver of comfort, a shared burden in the face of overwhelming odds. What chapter was it? I'm sure I have read that scene. A voice muses, a hint of familiarity coloring the words. The thought hangs in the air, a brief pause before the action resumes. Yoo Jong-hyuk, driven mad by his regressions, had unleashed his fury upon Chungmiro, obliterating all the green zones. The scene unfolds, showing the aftermath, a chaotic landscape of destruction, figures struggling amidst the rubble. Even now, the situation remains unchanged. A grim, red glow emanates from a damaged console, a stark reminder of the devastation wrought by Jong-hyuk's rampage. Panic grips the two men as a stark blue system message flashes across their screens: all green zones in the region are destroyed, and the main scenario has collapsed. Their faces reflect sheer terror, a stark contrast to the grim red glow still emanating from the damaged console. The system's response is immediate. The difficulty level automatically adjusts to compensate for the dwindling time remaining in the scenario. A grim understanding dawns on the two men, their faces etched with a deepening dread. The scenario content updates. A grim certainty settles over the two men as they stare at the stark blue message, their faces reflecting the weight of the impending change. The scenario parameters flash before them: emergency defense. Difficulty, B, all green zones destroyed. Monsters, unleashed, will flood the region. Their mission, survive for 8 hours. The reward? 1,000 coins. Failure, remains undefined, a chilling uncertainty hanging in the air. From the depths below, a monstrous horde erupts. A wave of snarling, crimson-eyed beasts surges forth, their forms flickering with digital distortion, a terrifying tide threatening to engulf everything. The emergency defense system activates. From the shattered earth below, a monstrous horde erupts, a terrifying wave of crimson-eyed beasts surging forth. Their forms flicker with digital distortion, a nightmarish tide threatening to consume them. What? He stammers, eyes wide with disbelief. The ground trembles violently as a monstrous horde erupts, a chaotic surge of crimson-eyed beasts. Crazy. What the hell is this? He cries, his voice barely audible over the roar of the approaching nightmare. He cries out, "Arg," as a monstrous beast slams into him, sending him sprawling. The chaotic scene unfolds, a terrifying maelstrom of crimson-eyed creatures. He's thrown back, a guttural arg escaping his lips as the monstrous creature's impact sends him sprawling across the ground. "Run up the stairs!" Hyansung SSI, he yells, urgently pointing towards the staircase as he pushes past a fleeing companion. The desperate command cuts through the chaos. Up the stairs they scramble, a desperate flight upwards. Blood stains the floor behind them, a grim testament to the chaos left below. Hyansung's eyes widen, reflecting the urgency of their escape. Fear, raw and palpable, fills his gaze as he sprints upwards, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind. He bursts through the doorway, a desperate scramble for safety. The sounds of pursuit are almost upon him. Hyansung bursts into a dimly lit hallway, only to find himself confronted by a group of armed figures. "What?" "Get out of the way," one of them shouts, their weapons raised. Another snarls, "Do you want to die?" The boy is trapped, his escape route blocked. Cornered, Hyansung doesn't flinch. Instead, a cold resolve hardens his features as he declares, "I don't think you guys have grasped the situation yet." A flash of blue energy erupts from his hand, a weapon materializing in his grip. Hyansung slams his newly materialized energy blade into the ground, shattering the floor beneath his feet. "Even if you come up, you won't be able to survive," he declares, his voice cold and unwavering. "Oh my God," someone cries out in disbelief. The ground explodes beneath Hyansung's feet, a shockwave of blue energy sending debris flying as he unleashes a devastating attack. The station floor explodes in a geyser of blue energy. Debris rains down as Hyansung's attack reverberates, a chilling declaration echoing through the chaos, "There is no room left in the station." Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a woman's voice cuts through the chaos. "There is only one way to survive," she declares, her expression grim, her words a stark assessment of their desperate situation. Fear and determination war on the faces of those around her. They stand on a damaged staircase, a chasm yawning beneath them. Above, others watch, their faces etched with worry. Escape seems impossible, yet they remain resolute, their determination a stark contrast to the devastation around them. From above, the scene shifts. A vast chasm yawns below, the broken remnants of a structure stretching into the distance. The survivors' precarious position is laid bare, the scale of their predicament emphasized by the desolate landscape. "Oh, what are we supposed to do?" someone cries out, their voice laced with anxiety. A figure, resolute despite the desperate situation, replies, "It's easy, fight back." The stark simplicity of the response is met with disbelief. "That's crazy." "Get out of here," one shouts, urgency lacing his voice. Panic is etched on their faces, the destruction is complete. "You destroyed all the rooms," another man cries, his frustration palpable. A third, more decisive, urges them on, "Let's hurry up and find another stairs." "Well," a voice cuts through the chaos, a note of grim determination in its tone. The group, scrambling amidst the ruins, turns towards the speaker, a flicker of hope in their desperate eyes. A powerful fist clenches, energy crackling around it. "I don't think you can," a voice declares, the words sharp and unwavering, cutting through their desperate hope. "Arg!" "No," one man cries out, his face a mask of disbelief and anguish. The other, his features contorted in a mixture of shock and outrage, demands, "Why did you do that?" Their desperate questions hang in the air, unanswered, as the group in the distance remains oblivious to their plight. "Don't tell me you destroyed other stairs too." The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet devastation visible around them. He slams his fist down, shattering the remaining steps. Dust and debris fly, obscuring the view of the men in the distance, who are still unaware of the destruction. "Wait, a Jussie. This isn't what you told me, is it? If you leave it like that, everyone." The woman's voice is sharp, laced with panic, as she confronts the man whose actions have already caused such devastation. Her words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim silence that follows. "I know," he replies, his voice a low rumble that cuts through the woman's frantic pleas. The weight of his actions, and the consequences to come, settles heavily in the air. A surge of blue energy erupts, a shimmering, rectangular field of power materializing before them. The exclusive skill, Bookmark, activates. The blue energy field fades, revealing a list. Kim Namwon, Lee Hyunsung, and Cheon In-ho appear, their levels of understanding displayed alongside their names. Bookmark number 3's activation completes, and a new skill engages, Insight, Level 2. The timer begins its countdown, 5 minutes remain. Hey, Gong Pil-do, someone calls out. From a shattered section of the floor, a group emerges, their arrival marked by a burst of blue energy. Gong Pil-do's head snaps up. The call comes again, closer now, a surge of blue energy illuminating the scene as figures emerge from the rubble. How long are you going to stand there like an idiot? A voice demands. The sharp words cut through the lingering dust, urging Gong Pil-do to action. Shouldn't you be doing something to survive? If you do, everyone else around will survive too. The speaker's concern, though blunt, carries a weight of urgency. This dog. The words are a low growl, a barely contained rage. Gong Pil-do's eyes, narrowed and intense, fix on something unseen, his expression a potent mix of fury and grim determination. Pai Pil-do. The shout cuts through the tension, a desperate plea laced with urgency. It's a call for action, a reminder of the stakes hanging in the balance. Please save us, Pil-do. The desperate plea echoes through the dimly lit room, a stark contrast to the calm assurance of a nearby voice. The third scenario isn't as difficult as you think. Pil-do smiles, a hint of grim determination in his eyes. Half of it is true, he states, his voice carrying a weight of unspoken consequences. If Chungmuro had united before I arrived, there would have been far fewer victims. He gestures, a subtle acknowledgement of the dire situation, yet his confident demeanor suggests a plan is forming. Please save us, Pil-do SSI. The desperate pleas ring out, a stark contrast to the calm confidence of the nearby figure. Gong Pil-do, if you will fight together with the people, surely everyone will be able to survive, a voice declares, the words carrying a weight of hope amidst the desperate cries. A system message confirms, the sponsor behind Lee Jai-hai agrees with Pil-do's wisdom. The maritime war god nods his head in agreement. A silent affirmation, yet its weight is undeniable, bolstering the growing hope surrounding Pil-do's plan. Damn it! One man groans, his frustration palpable. Another shouts, gather guys. The urgency in his voice is clear, a desperate attempt to rally his companions as they circle a fallen beast, the pleas of Pil-do SSI. Echoing around them. It takes time to set up a new armed zone. Everyone, hang in there, a man shouts, his voice strained but determined amidst the chaos. Around him, others fight desperately, their cries of Pil-do SSI. A desperate plea echoing through the dust and debris. A guttural arg rips through the air. One fighter cries out in pain, the beast's jaws snapping shut just inches from his face. Another, eyes blazing with fury, swings a massive weapon, desperate to break free from the chaotic struggle. Usanga SSI, a man calls out, his voice sharp and urgent. A woman beside him, her face etched with worry, responds with a breathless, yes. The tension in the air is palpable, the urgency of their exchange a stark contrast to the ongoing chaos around them. Amidst the chaos, a figure leaps into action. He swings a staff, a golden energy swirling around it, striking with surprising speed and precision. The blow connects, sending a shockwave through the scene. A wounded man collapses, his breath ragged. A woman kneels beside him, offering support, while he manages a weak, ugh, thank you. The scene is one of chaos subsiding, leaving behind a palpable sense of relief. He stands there, a silent observer amidst the lingering dust and debris. His expression is unreadable, yet a subtle tension hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the relief felt moments before. Beside him, another man stares, wide-eyed and clearly shaken. Oh, are you after the bounty? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the recent battle's aftermath. One man, seemingly unfazed, poses the query, the other, clearly shaken, remains silent, his wide eyes reflecting the lingering tension. Suddenly, a system message appears, altering the situation entirely, the bounty on Kim Dokja has been removed. The time limit expired. Sorry, if you had come a little earlier, he says, a smirk playing on his lips. The words hang heavy with unspoken implications, a chilling contrast to his outwardly calm demeanor. I am sorry, he stammered, his face etched with remorse. The weight of his apology hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the smugness he'd displayed moments before. Out of the way, the command rings out, sharp and uncompromising. 3 figures stand poised, blocking the path of 2 others who look on with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. The scene is tense, the air thick with unspoken threat. A figure, sword gleaming, strides forward. 2 others watch, apprehension etched on their faces, as he pushes past, leaving the apologetic man behind. Dongpildo activates Armed Zone Level 3, a wave of crimson energy engulfing the corridor. A dozen figures, armed with clubs, are swept aside in a blur of motion. Crimson energy explodes outward, a wave of raw power that obliterates the dozen figures blocking his path. They vanish in a flash of red. Dongpildo unleashes Armed Zone Level 4. A devastating crimson energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. Disappear, all of you damn monsters! Dongpildo roars, unleashing a crimson wave of power. The monstrous horde is obliterated, their screams swallowed by the explosive energy. As expected of him. That's one hell of a lot of firepower, one observer remarks, awestruck. Another adds, oh, good job, Hyunsung SSI. The aftermath of the devastating attack hangs heavy in the air. Looks like it's consuming a lot of his magic power, one of the observers worries, will it really be okay not to help them? Another, however, counters, Dongpildo alone is sufficient. If we go down there, he will get distracted and stop shooting. His clenched fist emphasizes his conviction. We will be eating honey for a while, someone observes, a hint of weariness in their tone. The question hangs in the air, is it time to rest up already? The intensity of the recent battle seems to have finally taken its toll. Wow, that's great. I didn't get enough sleep, someone remarks, a touch of disbelief in their tone. A follow-up thought, almost whispered, trails off, aren't we too easygoing? The casual observation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the intensity of the ongoing battle. Think of it as being on the right lane, someone advises, their words cutting through the lingering exhaustion. The question immediately follows, a sharp contrast to the previous casualness, what about them? A sense of urgency replaces the earlier weariness. A flicker of concern crosses his face. The embers of the recent battle still glow around him, but his gaze is distant, troubled. He's clearly contemplating the them mentioned just moments before. A weighty silence follows, broken only by the faint crackle of embers. His troubled gaze remains fixed, the unanswered question hanging heavy in the air. The weight of them presses down, a palpable burden. They got the wrong lane, a voice booms, filled with a furious energy that cuts through the lingering silence. Another man groans in pain below, cursing his attackers. The scene is one of chaotic aftermath, embers still glowing on the floor, but the focus is on the man's triumphant declaration, his anger a palpable force. The chapter concludes, leaving us with the promise of more to come. A quiet anticipation hangs in the air, the embers of the recent conflict still glowing faintly in the background of our minds. A stark, angular shadow falls across the page, a stark contrast to the bright white expanse. It hints at something looming, something unseen but undeniably present. His eyes widen, a stark terror replacing the previous apprehension. Sweat beads on his brow, his mouth agape in a silent scream. He's clearly seen something horrifying. He slowly bends down, retrieving his hat from the ground. A strange calm settles over him, a stark contrast to the terror that moments before consumed him. Damn it! Damn it all! He cries out, the words a raw expression of his frustration and despair. The scene is chaotic, the figures around him indistinct blurs in the swirling dust and shadows. Die, you bastards, he roars, a surge of raw fury replacing his despair. A powerful blast erupts from a device at his feet, engulfing his attackers. His armed zone has leveled up. Dongpildo's armed zone levels up, the upgrade marked by a surge of fiery energy. The blast subsides, revealing Dongpildo's armed zone upgrade complete. A new skill is acquired, Protective Wall. The fiery energy settles, leaving behind a shimmering, translucent wall. A new defense, ready for whatever comes next. An hour has passed since the fight began. Dongpildo's sponsor is clearly rushing to bolster his progress, but a worried observer wonders how long this extraordinary support will last. Ha ha ha. Look at that old man. The laughter rings out, sharp and cruel, as one young man points and jeers at another, clearly exhausted from a grueling battle. Earlier, she told me to save them. The words hang in the air, a quiet testament to the weight of responsibility he carries. A determined set to his jaw hints at his resolve, even as the jeers of the onlookers sting. She's really sleeping. He observes her, a quiet wonder in his voice, as he watches her slumber. The weight of his earlier promise hangs heavy in the air. By the way, why isn't Yu Jong-hyuk here? The question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in focus from the sleeping girl. Busy, huh? Of course he's busy, a voice replies, a hint of dry sarcasm coloring the words. Those who try to do things by themselves are always the busiest. The statement feels less like an explanation and more like an observation, a quiet commentary on the master's relentless drive. The question hangs in the air, a quiet query. When did Yu Jong-hyuk enter the dungeon? A simple question, yet it carries the weight of unspoken concern. Around 9 a.m., a voice answers, the words precise and matter-of-fact. The speaker's expression, however, betrays a subtle tension, a flicker of something unreadable in their eyes. Wait a minute. How did you know Master entered the dungeon? The question, sharp and urgent, hangs in the air. A look of dawning suspicion clouds the speaker's face. It's 8 p.m. 11 hours have passed since Yu Jong-hyuk entered the dungeon. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, unspoken tension tightening the atmosphere. 11 hours have passed, and Master Yu Jong-hyuk is still in the dungeon. A grim determination sets in. Damn it, I have to go. He mutters, the urgency in his voice palpable. Bai-hyung, open the dakibi bag. The command is sharp, urgent, a stark contrast to the oppressive silence that had preceded it. The weight of the situation 11 hours in the dungeon presses down. Ha 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 ha. Look at this, now my channel is also. A triumphant laugh rings out, the words echoing the sudden surge of subscriptions. Open the dakibi bag if you don't want your channel to be ruined. You should see an advertisement in preparation for the channel expansion, a smaller voice urgently advises. Ah, shit, well. A weary sigh follows, a hint of resignation in the face of unexpected good fortune. I'll pay you 5,000 coins. Upgrade me to a gold member. The message pops up, a sudden, unexpected offer. A wave of relief washes over him, the channel's future, it seems, is secured. He studies the screen, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. The unexpected influx of subscribers, it seems, has brought with it a new challenge. The transaction completes. A clear message appears, 5,000 coins have been consumed. The upgrade is finalized. Congratulations! A bright blue message flashes across the screen, he's officially a gold member of the dakibi bag. A thoughtful frown creases her face. She seems troubled, lost in thought after the upgrade. What is that for, she asks, a puzzled frown deepening on her face as he displays the scroll and vials. The item description confirms it, a behind-the-scenes contract, costing 10,000 C. A simple, yet potentially useful item appears, an intermediate magic power recovery potion, costing only 500 C. Its modest price suggests it might be a frequently used consumable. 15,000 coins vanish from her account. The transaction confirms the purchase of the contract. Why is there a contract? Have you already forgotten the terms? You can't have a sponsor. The sharp rebuke hangs in the air, directed at the young man hunched over a glowing contract. He looks up, confusion etched on his face. What do you mean? Why would I get a sponsor now? A glowing, ethereal light traces characters onto the contract, finalizing the purchase. The young man's confusion deepens. There we go. He mutters, a faint smile playing on his lips as a golden light finalizes the contract. The deal is done. He hands over the contract, a subtle question hanging in the air. What did you write? She asks, her gaze intense, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension evident in her expression. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of suspicion and apprehension, fix on the contract. Silence hangs heavy between them, the unspoken question echoing the tension in the air. It's a contract that changes Gap to Yule, he explains, his voice tight with urgency as he clutches the other man's arm. The tension is palpable, a silent plea hangs in the air. The word Omni appears, each letter occupying a separate square on a grid. A sense of revelation hangs in the air, the meaning of this word, and its significance to the contract, yet to be understood. The letters rearrange themselves, forming the word Scienter. A subtle shift in the atmosphere underscores the gravity of this newly revealed term. Chapter 36, Episode 8 begins. The weight of Scienter, the word that replaced Omni, settles heavily, promising a deeper dive into the contract's mysteries. Emergency Defense, Part 4. The title alone hints at a desperate struggle, a last resort against an unknown threat. The ominous weight of Scienter from the previous chapter still hangs heavy in the air. The scenario updates. All green zones are destroyed, and the monsters, previously scheduled for release over several days, have run rampant. A desperate 8-hour survival challenge begins, the reward, 1,000 coins. Failure? Death. An hour and a half into the desperate 8-hour survival challenge, the pressure mounts. Every second counts in this fight for survival. 4 hours have passed. Gongpildu faces a relentless onslaught, two monstrous beasts, jaws agape, bear down on him. He needs to keep fighting. 6.5 hours. The relentless pressure of the challenge weighs heavily. He fights on. The grueling challenge continues. A man, carrying large water jugs, appears, a wry smile playing on his lips. Not everybody is rich because they have constellation support, he observes, his tone laced with dry amusement. I got some daily necessities for when I went to the bathroom, he adds, the casual comment a stark contrast to the ongoing struggle. Gongpildu's channel, it turns out, is specifically geared towards the finding fun constellations. Perhaps the channel's absence is due to the scenario's development, or maybe sponsorship was cut. The implication hangs heavy, this isn't just a game anymore. There's a limit to how much one can sponsor, and the constellations can't monitor Gongpildu's health. He anxiously awaits a reply, the weight of the situation palpable. It's almost time for an answer. A smirk spreads across Gongpildu's face. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband scoffs, the sound echoing his dismissive attitude. He's clearly unimpressed. Hey, there, a voice calls out, cutting through the tension. Gongpildu, his face a mask of anxious anticipation, is suddenly approached. Gongpildu flinches, a sudden wave of apprehension washing over him as someone approaches. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Will you die like this, or will you sign a contract with me? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark choice presented to Gongpildu. His apprehension intensifies, the man looming over him radiating a chilling confidence. What? Gongpildu stammers, his eyes wide with disbelief as he clutches a contract. He's clearly not expecting this. I'm not. The words trail off, his shock palpable. But if you want, I can be a person behind the scenes. How about it? The offer hangs in the air, a surprising alternative to the initial life or death ultimatum. A glimmer of hope, perhaps, for Gongpildu. What the hell are you saying? Gongpildu exclaims, his disbelief evident. A fluffy, horned creature interrupts, silencing him with a dismissive, "Shut up, Gongpildu, I'm not talking to you." The creature's words leave Pildu and the onlookers stunned, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. Better answer quickly. I'll give these items to you, if you sign it, a voice demands. Gongpildu's disbelief is palpable as he stares at the offered vials, a mixture of shock and suspicion etched on his face. Wait a minute. You're not. He begins, his words cut short by the urgency of the situation. A system message flashes, Gongpildu's sponsor has revealed themselves. The Defense Master constellation is watching, and apparently thinks Pildu is insane. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, adding another layer of bewilderment to the already bizarre situation. Hey! Are you crazy? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the previous revelations. Pildu's sponsor, the Defense Master constellation, has just been revealed, and their assessment of him is less than flattering. You are the first person in my life to try and support a constellation, the unseen voice declares, its tone a mixture of disbelief and dawning respect. Pildu, however, remains unfazed. What, can't I do it? He retorts, a quiet defiance in his voice. He's clearly made up his mind. I've thought it through, he adds, his gaze firm. The unseen voice delivers a blunt assessment, he doesn't have any coins left. The weight of this statement hangs heavy in the silence that follows. A collective gasp erupts. What? The crowd reacts with stunned disbelief as a small, glowing creature floats past, a visual testament to Pildu's audacious claim. The tension is palpable. The Constellation Defense Master. The title appears, a stark declaration that commands attention, leaving the audience breathless with anticipation. A man's face contorts in a grimace of strained memory. His world, he reveals, once became a scenario and was utterly destroyed. From that point on, the Defense Master's legend fell silent, swallowed by the past. The myth disappeared, and the constellation was unable to obtain it. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the Defense Master's lost legacy. The narrative shifts to a bleak cosmic backdrop, scattered with glittering coins. A stark voiceover explains, Gong Pildu's impending death signifies his depletion of vital resources, coins. Securing a new contract, it's revealed, is impossible without them, his very existence hangs precariously in the balance, destined to fade. Nobody even remembers the myth spread through the incarnation. The words hang in the void, a stark reminder of Gong Pildu's fading existence, his life force dwindling with each passing moment, represented by the scattered, glittering coins drifting through the darkness. A stark, white expanse now fills the void, a stark contrast to the previous darkness. Hope, however faint, flickers. Gong Pildu groans, his body racked with pain. It's clear, he's dying, a stark visual testament to his dwindling life force. A nearby observer confirms the grim reality, noting that this proves his resources are completely depleted. Unlike the callous monarch of the small fries, this Defense Master genuinely cares for his incarnation. A grim observation hangs in the air. That person will end up dying like that, a voice states, the stark reality of Gong Pildu's condition undeniable. The speaker's concern, however, is not for the dying man himself, but for the consequences of inaction. Should he leave it like this, Gong Pildu might die. The question hangs heavy in the air, so, what will you do? The Defense Master's gaze is unwavering, a serious expression etched onto his face. The weight of his decision, the life of another hanging in the balance, is palpable. A strangled cough escapes Gong Pildu's lips, his body racked with pain. Pildu SSI, a voice cries out, laced with alarm and urgency. The scene underscores the gravity of his condition. Concern etches itself onto Gong Pildu's features. His eyes, shadowed and filled with a quiet desperation, reflect the pain racking his body. A system message appears, a stark blue box against the backdrop of the scene. The Defense Master constellation is curious about the contract's contents. This adds another layer of intrigue to Gong Pildu's already precarious situation. No, really? Is this real? Pildu's disbelief is palpable, mirroring the wide-eyed astonishment of the Defense Master constellation as it begins reviewing the contract. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Pildu's face. He seems to have a plan, a quiet confidence settling over him as the Defense Master constellation continues its review. The Defense Master constellation requires time to consider the contract. A message arrives, a shocking revelation. What? You're being sold, the words register, causing a stunned outburst from the man at the center of the group. His face is a mask of disbelief and outrage. A system message interrupts the stunned silence. The Defense Master constellation has added a condition to the contract. The man's eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror replacing his initial outrage. A system message appears, laying out a stark condition. If he agrees, the Defense Master constellation will contract with him. His expression shifts, the initial shock now tinged with a grim determination. I was already planning on raising his level so he won't die in the coming scenarios, he mutters, a shrug in his voice. So it doesn't matter if you add it. The contract's conditions, while demanding, seem almost inconsequential to him now. A grim resolve settles over his features. Now, the most important thing. His gaze hardens, a quiet intensity replacing the earlier grim resolve. The weight of the upcoming challenges settles upon him, but his expression shows only steely focus. He points a finger, a smirk playing on his lips. Good, he agrees, the unspoken weight of the contract's third term hanging heavy in the air. This is it, the moment of commitment. The contract's fine print is revealed. Kim Dokja now commands Gongpildu, the Constellation Defense Master's private property, up to 10 times a day. I will sign the contract, Kim Dokja declares, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The decision is made, the weight of the agreement settling upon him. The contract is finalized. A system notification confirms, Kim Dokja now has control over the Defense Master's private property. Stop them already! Stop the monsters from coming, he cries out, desperation lacing his voice as he clutches his chest, clearly wounded. The urgency in his plea is palpable, his pleas falling on the ears of shadowy figures surrounding him. Straining, he desperately tries to hold onto the vial of purple liquid clinging to his back. Sweat beads on his brow, mirroring the urgency in his pleas for help. What's this? A woman gasps, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. A man, sword at his side, calmly replies, drink it and fight. The urgency in his words is a stark contrast to his controlled demeanor. You asshole, don't think I'll forgive you because of this. The man's furious words punctuate his desperate struggle, his face contorted in a mask of rage as he clutches the vial. He downs the potion, a dark purple liquid splashing against his skin. The vial is empty. The potion's effect is immediate. A surge of energy radiates from him, shattering the vial at his feet. His magic is restored. When this is finished, he mutters, a chilling promise hanging in the air. I will end you. He snarls, the chilling promise punctuated by a furious retort. Shut up, Gongpildu. His face contorts in a snarl of furious intent. The raw power he wields is palpable, a terrifying promise etched onto his features. He's not just angry, he's consumed by a vengeful rage. A system message flashes, under the terms of the contract, command rights is activated. Gongpildu's enraged outburst is cut short by a sudden, pained oomph. The man's face crumples, his fury momentarily eclipsed by surprise. LMAO, that's so cute, one voice snickers. The other retorts, Baka. HMPF, a childish huff punctuating the sharp dismissal. The contrast between their reactions is stark, highlighting the vastly different perspectives on the situation. Oof. Oof. A pained groan escapes Gongpildu as he slumps onto the steps, the impact echoing the earlier system message. Now then, fight hard, a voice commands, the words sharp and devoid of sympathy. A voice, sharp and unwavering, cuts through the air, don't ever lay a finger on them. The command hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the earlier levity, promising a shift in the narrative's tone. Pildu SSI? What are you doing? The sharp question cuts through Gongpildu's pained groans, a worried voice demanding an explanation for his actions. Excuse me. Dokjanim? A hesitant question, almost a whisper, emerges from a small, fluffy creature. Its anxious expression speaks volumes, a stark contrast to the tension that preceded it. The command hangs in the air, stark and unwavering, speak. Gongpildu's eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, meet the unseen speaker's gaze. His face, etched with sweat and strain, betrays the internal struggle raging within him. You've been aiming for Gongpildu from the beginning, haven't you? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling revelation that leaves Gongpildu visibly shaken. His grip tightens, his knuckles white against his chest. Scary. Are you even human? The whispered question hangs heavy, a testament to the chilling revelation that has just unfolded. Gongpildu's accuser remains unseen, their power palpable in the sheer terror that grips him. Just who did I sign with? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the unsettling calm on Gongpildu's face. A small, ghostly creature floats nearby, adding to the surreal atmosphere. A system message appears, the constellation's secretive plotter finds his idea interesting. Two system messages flash across the screen. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband has dropped his staff. Meanwhile, the abyssal black flame dragon finds his actions impudent. Everyone. I'm sorry, but I have to leave for a while. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the frantic energy that had just filled the room. A sense of urgency, almost desperation, clings to the speaker's voice. What? Now? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the speaker's previous urgency. Confusion, perhaps even a touch of disbelief, colors the response. Whether people die or not depends on a guy who disappeared because he wants all the items for himself. The speaker's words hang heavy, a chilling explanation for the sudden urgency. Come on, Dr. SSI, just where are you going? The anxious question underscores the growing unease. I'm going to. The words hang unfinished, a stark contrast to the urgency in his eyes. Determination, a steely resolve, hardens his features as he prepares for whatever lies ahead. The instruction is stark, brutal: smash the back of his head. A grim determination settles over the scene, the unspoken violence echoing the weight of the previous words. In the midst of a splitting headache, Yu Jong-hyuk has lost his mind. The stark declaration hangs heavy, a chilling explanation for the grim determination that preceded it. His back to us, Jong-hyuk walks away, a chilling declaration hanging in the air: I'll give up this life. Resignation, a stark contrast to the violent order he just received, settles over him. His resolve hardening, Jong-hyuk continues his walk, a quiet declaration hanging in the air: I'll surely succeed in the next life. A grim acceptance, a stark contrast to his earlier turmoil, settles over him. The weight of his current burden seems to lift, replaced by a strange, almost hopeful anticipation. A steely gaze meets ours. Jong-hyuk's face, etched with grim determination, reflects a newfound resolve. The weight of his decision to abandon this life seems to have settled, replaced by a quiet, almost unsettling certainty. That's Yu Jong-hyuk's. The whispered words hang in the air, a stark revelation that chills the very atmosphere. A sense of dawning dread settles in, the mystery of his presence deepening the already palpable tension. Eighth life. The stark declaration hangs in the air, a chilling confirmation of the unsettling truth. This is not just a new beginning, it's a continuation of a cycle, a grim testament to the weight of his past lives. No way. The words, stark and disbelieving, echo the character's stunned reaction. A tablet glows faintly, its blank screen reflecting the disbelief hanging heavy in the air. This eighth life, it can't be true. I don't think so, a voice whispers, a quiet defiance against the overwhelming evidence. Doubt, stark and palpable, replaces the previous shock. I don't think it's gonna be like this yet, he mutters, a frown etching itself onto his face as he stares intently at his phone. His companion asks, "What are you looking at so intensely, Dr. SSI?" The man's frustration boils over. Damn it, why is this guy, who's only in his third regression, doing this now? He sighs, adding, checking the calendar, this situation has made me lose all sense of time. Oops. Dr. exclaims, a look of mild panic crossing his features as he glances at his phone. The unexpected error throws him off, disrupting his already tense focus. So who's the bad guy? One of them asks, suspicion coloring their tone. The other responds, are you sure he's worse than Gong Pildu? A thoughtful pause hangs in the air before the final assessment, he's a lot. The sentence trails off, leaving the true extent of this new threat's danger ominously undefined. Is it okay to leave the two of them behind? One asks, a hint of uncertainty in their voice. A simple, confident yup, is the reply. The narrator explains, I left Lee Hyunsung and Usanga to keep an eye on Gong Pildu, he can stop all the monsters, so it should be safer that way. There's nothing else you can do but take rest while keeping an eye on him, one of them instructs, their tone suggesting a degree of weariness. But another voice immediately counters, actually, I'm more worried about the scenario than Gong Pildu. A shift in focus, a new concern emerging. A single tear tracks down a cheek, a silent testament to unspoken worry. The weight of responsibility, the uncertainty of the situation, hangs heavy in the air. Wait, a juicy. A desperate cry rings out, cutting through the somber atmosphere. The figure calling out remains mostly obscured, their long hair a dark curtain, but their urgency is palpable. Three figures, two adults and a child, continue walking away, seemingly oblivious to the plea. The young woman, her face etched with worry, grips her staff tightly. A desperate plea hangs in the air, unanswered. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination, fix on the retreating figures. "Where are you going?" she calls out, her voice laced with apprehension. A man, seemingly unfazed, replies, "Great. Follow me." "In any case," he adds, "this is good." The woman's question hangs in the air, unanswered except for the cryptic assurance. To where, indeed? His gaze follows them, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The uncertainty of their departure weighs heavily on him. A chilling announcement cuts through the lingering uncertainty: Yu Jong-hyuk is in danger. The weight of this news settles heavily on the man watching, his apprehension solidifying into a grim resolve. A stark report arrives, detailing Yu Jong-hyuk's attempts on Chungmiro's hidden dungeon: 8 tries, 6 successes, and 2 failures. The weight of this information settles, a cold confirmation of the danger he now faces. But now, Yu Jong-hyuk is in his third regression. The news hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the earlier reports. "That jerk," a voice mutters, "he went to the hidden dungeon at exit 1? The unspoken question hangs in the air: how will this impact his current situation? 11 hours. That's how long Yu Jong-hyuk has been inside the hidden dungeon. A hushed escapes someone nearby, the unspoken tension palpable. The decision is made, they'll leave things as they are, for now. But a chilling prediction hangs in the air: their regressor might be returning right this moment. They wait, a tense silence hanging in the dim, shadowy hallway. The air crackles with anticipation. Yu Jong-hyuk's return from the hidden dungeon is imminent. Suddenly, a deep shadow falls across the hallway. Silence. Then, a single, heavy footstep echoes, followed by another, and another. Yu Jong-hyuk is back. He stands there, Yu Jong-hyuk, silhouetted against the dim light. Surrounding him, a group of figures wait, their faces grim. A chilling declaration hangs in the air: Yu Jong-hyuk will die today. The ominous words hang heavy in the air, to be continued. A chilling cliffhanger, leaving Yu Jong-hyuk's fate hanging precariously in the balance. Novel Chapter 35 begins. A stark reminder of the stakes, a call to action for readers to join the community. Chapter 35 begins, a new chapter in the ongoing saga. The credits roll, a brief pause before the story continues. A system message appears, a blue box flashing against the dark background. It announces that someone else beat them to the dungeon's discovery, denying them the achievement. Immediately following, another message pops up: a new hidden scenario has begun. A hand, delicate yet firm, holds a small, gray device. It's activated, a soft hum emanating as swirling energy pulses from its tip, scattering faint pink particles like falling blossoms. A new challenge begins. A shadowed corridor. For figures move cautiously, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The young boy clutches a bandaged object close, his gaze fixed on the ground. The woman leading the group, her expression etched with worry, scans their surroundings. They are clearly entering uncharted territory. They move swiftly, a silent urgency in their steps. Pink energy trails shimmer behind them, fading as quickly as they appear, a ghostly echo of their passage. They burst from the corridor, the boy's pink energy trail flaring brightly one last time before vanishing. Before them stands a building, the sign Ihan Cinema barely visible in the gloom. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. A bright blue interface appears, outlining the parameters of their next challenge: the theater dungeon, a hidden scenario of Class A difficulty. The objective? Defeat the boss. The reward? A hefty 4,000 coins. Failure, however, remains undefined, adding to the growing unease. The boy steps inside. A system message flashes: you have entered the theater dungeon. A Class A difficulty. The stakes are high. He stands amidst the aftermath, the faint scent of blood clinging to the air. Crimson traces stain his dark shirt, a stark reminder of the battle just fought. The silence is heavy, broken only by the faint whisper of his own breath. A looming presence fills the space, a palpable sense of dread washing over him. The air crackles with unseen energy, the word loom echoing the growing threat. Then, a wave of crimson energy erupts, radiating outward in a chaotic burst. It washes over him, a searing heat that leaves him breathless, the very air itself seeming to crackle with power. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence follows the crimson wave, leaving only the faintest wisps of dissipating energy. The aftermath. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the slow dissipation of the crimson energy. The very air itself seems to hum with residual power. The aftermath. A chilling stillness settles, the only sound the faint whisper of fading energy. For characters, stark and imposing, appear, etched in ice blue against the white, the end. A final, stark title card appears, omniscient reader's viewpoint, followed by credits for the art, color, and original work. Chapter 37, Episode 9. A New Beginning. The Omniscient Sunfish, Part 1. A new arc begins. A juicy, is that the truth? The question hangs in the air, echoing in the dimly lit ticketing hall. A sense of uncertainty permeates the scene. Is my master really in danger? The question, sharp with worry, cuts through the hushed atmosphere of the ticketing hall. A young man, seemingly unconcerned, remarks, "A theater dungeon, huh, seems romantic." The group continues their purposeful walk, a mix of apprehension and morbid curiosity in their stride. How did you know that? And why would you try to save him? The questions, sharp and insistent, demand answers. The constellation, secretive plotter, clearly wants to know the reasoning behind their actions. We're companions, one of them insists, a smirk playing on his lips. The other, however, scoffs, a single, dismissive word hanging in the air, bullshit. It makes sense, one of them muses, that Li Jihai and the other constellations would find their actions strange. Saving someone who could easily kill them, after all, seems illogical. But, as another points out, he's useful. He sighs, a quiet sheesh escaping his lips. Though one of the constellations clearly misunderstands his actions, the system message confirms the reward. The demon-like Judge of Fire constellation has been impressed by his resolve to save a fallen comrade, granting him 100 coins. A pensive gaze fills the panel. It's a line Yu Junghyuk recalls, etched in his memory from a time long past, when his regressions numbered more than 10. Something he clearly remembers. A question hangs in the air, a memory surfacing from Yu Junghyuk's past. Captain, what happens to a world once you regress and vanish from it? The weight of countless regressions, more than 10, is palpable in his pensive gaze as he sits, staff in hand, by the water's edge. He answers his own question, a quiet admission hanging in the air, I don't know. I just try to choose the world where more people can survive. The weight of his countless regressions settles upon his shoulders, a burden he carries silently. The words sound sweet enough, someone observes, but it doesn't change the fact that no one knew of the world's fate afterwards. A skeptical voice counters, but juicy, don't you know way too much? It's fishy. Dokja SSI's sponsor is Gung Yi. Really? Doubt hangs heavy in the air. The conversation shifts, a pointed observation cutting through the air. Nowhere in Ways of Survival was the fate of the worlds left behind when Yu Junghyuk regressed ever explained, regardless of whether it was sci-fi, magic, or anything else. The statement hangs heavy, a stark challenge to everything previously discussed. So what would happen to this world if Yu Junghyuk died and regressed in time? The question hangs in the air, a chilling uncertainty settling over the conversation. The question hangs heavy, if Yu Junghyuk dies and regresses, would everything reset with him, or would this world safely branch off into a parallel universe? The uncertainty is palpable. I'd be happy if it were the latter, but in case it isn't, we may all die. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's bewildered observation. How is this a dungeon? Nothing is happening. Then, a reassuring voice cuts through the uncertainty, that's right. I am here. To ensure that Yu Junghyuk doesn't regress, a mysterious voice declares. The weight of this statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the seemingly mundane setting. Hyung, those posters are ripped. Who did that? A puzzled frown creases Yu Junghyuk's face as he surveys the damage. No clue, he mutters, a hint of frustration in his voice. The caption below adds a touch of dark humor. Yoo Jung-hyuk, who else? We should go upstairs, a voice suggests, the words cutting through the quiet unease. The suggestion is firm, a clear directive in the shadowed hallway. A staircase looms ahead, its steps leading into the unknown. Jai-hai, was it? So you're a sword user too, one woman asks, her voice curious. The other replies, yes, I like the sword, a simple statement that belies a deeper conviction. The first woman agrees emphatically, that's right. Nothing beats swords. Their shared enthusiasm echoes in the shadowy hallway as they ascend the stairs. Cutting with it is the best feeling, one of them declares, a hint of passion in her voice. The other, her Uni, smiles knowingly. So you get that feeling as well, Uni, she asks, their shared enthusiasm palpable in the dim light. That's a fine sword you have, a voice comments, the words a compliment offered with genuine admiration. A young woman, her eyes sparkling with shared passion, receives the praise. Ah, master gave it to me as a gift, she explains, a bright smile illuminating her face as she displays her sword. And yours, she asks, her gaze turning to her companion, curiosity evident in her eyes. I like the thing I got, too, he mumbles, a slight frown tugging at his lips. It's not a lie, but the words hang heavy with unspoken guilt. It's not my fault, but now I feel bad that she doesn't have a sword. He adds, his expression a mixture of self-reproach and concern as he watches the two women ascend the stairs ahead. Oi, how come you use polite speech with Hee-won SSI but talk rudely to me? The question hangs in the air, a clear challenge directed at the young man ascending the stairs. He stammers, clearly taken aback. Let's just say I'm weak to cool older unis, he stammers, a nervous twitch in his eye. The young man's explanation, though mumbled, reveals a surprising vulnerability. He's grabbed. A sudden tug sends the younger man sprawling, his ascent interrupted by a forceful hand. Shoo, there's someone else here, a woman whispers, her voice hushed and urgent. A sudden tension grips the scene, the implication of hidden danger palpable. Is it you, Jung-hyuk? The question hangs in the air, a woman's voice sharp with suspicion as she peers down the stairs. Below, a young man with bandaged arms looks up, his eyes wide with apprehension. What's this? All of them are torn? Every single one? A wave of disbelief washes over him as he takes in the scene, the words a stark reflection of the devastation before him. There's only one left. He lunges, a desperate grab for the young man descending the stairs. The impact is muted, the youth already falling. You sure about this? There's a lot here. The speaker's doubt hangs heavy in the dimly lit hall, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the faces of the others. They stand poised, a silent agreement passing between them. Of course, someone declares, their voice cutting through the lingering doubt. I paid the prophets 1,000 coins for this information. The weight of that statement settles in the dimly lit hall, a silent affirmation of their resolve. I hate their guts, but their intel is never wrong, someone mutters, a grim acceptance coloring their words. Whispers follow, who are they? I've never seen them in Chungmuro. Another voice offers a theory, they probably came from above ground, through the subway exits. The group remains tense, their eyes darting around, a palpable sense of unease filling the dimly lit hall. Above ground? But there's nothing but poisonous fog there, right? And the scenario? One of them exclaims, concern etched on his face. Another chimes in, different stations have main scenarios that move at different rates. Their scenario probably ended before ours. A wave of anxious speculation washes over the group. Prophets, someone whispers, a question hanging heavy in the air. The poison, it turns out, is manageable. But Yoo Jung-hyuk's entire life story, a life story they've all studied extensively, makes no mention of these individuals. A chilling realization dawns. The only ones who were supposed to know about this hidden dungeon this early army, and Yoo Jung-hyuk, a voice states, a decisive tone cutting through the lingering unease. Then let's head in. A sense of grim determination settles over the group as they prepare to confront the unknown. What is this new variable? The question hangs in the air, a shared uncertainty etching itself onto every face. The unexpected discovery of the hidden dungeon throws their meticulously planned expedition into disarray. A sharp click echoes through the room as a hidden screen activates, bathing the assembled figures in an ethereal blue light. The sudden revelation throws their expressions into stark relief, a mixture of apprehension and intrigue etched onto their faces. Bathed in an ethereal blue light, the group stands poised, their swords at the ready. A palpable tension hangs in the air, their apprehension evident in their rigid postures. The unexpected discovery of the hidden dungeon has left them on edge, each awaiting the next revelation. From the shadows, a group emerges, their faces etched with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A question mark floats above them, mirroring their uncertainty as a beam of light cuts through the darkness, illuminating an unknown passage. A shaft of light cuts through the gloom, illuminating a circular patch on the floor. From it, shimmering particles rise, swirling like dust motes in a sunbeam. The air crackles with anticipation. They all just disappeared. One of them whispers, a tremor in their voice. Panic etched their faces as another exclaims, What just happened? The group stares, mouths agape, at the empty space where others had just stood. He walks away, a single thought echoing in his mind, these are all ripped. A chilling realization settles over him as he continues down the corridor, the silence amplifying the gravity of his discovery. The only poster left untouched, a chilling detail that solidifies his grim discovery. He reads the words aloud, a whisper barely audible above the heavy silence, the era forgotten by mankind shall now be recreated. A profound sense of foreboding settles upon him. That bastard, Yu Jung-hyuk. Of all the ones to leave out for us. The words are a barely audible whisper, yet the simmering rage within them is palpable. His eyes, narrowed in fury, betray the depth of his resentment. A cold fury emanates from him. His lips curl into a sneer, a silent promise of vengeance against Yu Jung-hyuk. The darkness behind him seems to deepen, mirroring the storm brewing within. A spotlight cuts through the gloom, illuminating a group of figures. They move with a purpose, their faces grim, weapons at the ready. The click of a mechanism echoes in the sudden silence. A sudden, sharp click breaks the silence. Under a harsh spotlight, four figures stand poised, their grim faces and weapons a stark contrast to the polished floor beneath their feet. They are ready. A woman, sword drawn, cries out, "Ah! What's this?" Her eyes are wide with alarm as a young man beside her struggles, a pained groan escaping his lips. A strange energy crackles around them. "So you like movies, Hee-won SSI?" a voice asks, seemingly unconcerned. Hee-won, however, looks dubious. "HM? Isn't this harmless?" she questions, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. "I guess so." "Doesn't everyone like them?" she adds, her words a stark contrast to the growing unease in the scene. "Be prepared to start hating them now," a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. Hee-won, alongside another, looks on, a screen behind them displaying the chilling message, "Forgotten by mankind, now be recreated." "Oh? We're all right," one of them nervously asks, their uncertainty palpable. A bright beam engulfs them. System messages flash, "You have been hit by a projector beam. The movie's screening will commence." The ominous warning hangs in the air, leaving them with a palpable sense of dread. The blue light fades, revealing a figure walking away. The back of their form is all that's visible, their journey into the unknown beginning. The blue light dissipates completely, leaving behind three figures. They stand silently, their forms flickering like digital ghosts, before dissolving into shimmering particles. A lone figure, cloaked in white, turns and walks away, leaving the empty hall behind. The hall is now empty, save for a single, stark sign, Jurassic Park, the words glowing faintly. Below, smaller text reads, "The era forgotten by mankind, a chilling reminder of what was lost." A single, stark sign now dominates the empty hall, Jurassic Park, its words glowing faintly. Beneath it, a chilling subtitle reads, "The era forgotten by mankind, a stark reminder of the lost past." The path ahead is shrouded in mist, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unfamiliar vegetation. A figure walks forward, their boots crunching softly on the ground, venturing deeper into the forgotten era. The figure turns, revealing a stern face and a determined gaze. Behind them, others wait, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and awe, as they stand at the edge of what seems to be a prehistoric jungle. Before them, a prehistoric jungle unfolds under a pale sky. Sunlight filters through the canopy, illuminating the path ahead. A sense of both wonder and apprehension hangs in the air as they stand poised at the jungle's edge, ready to venture into the unknown. What the hell? The words escape him, a gasp of disbelief. His eyes are wide, reflecting the sheer shock of what he's witnessing. Is this? The question hangs in the air, a whisper of disbelief. He stares, his companions equally stunned, at the clearing before them. The prehistoric jungle, moments before a path of mystery, now reveals a scene far stranger. Rain lashes down, a curtain of water obscuring their view. The jungle's depths remain hidden, the mystery only deepening. A tropical beach. Birds chirp, a stark contrast to the storm-ravaged jungle they just left. The group stands, momentarily stunned by the sudden shift in scenery. We're inside a movie, someone remarks, a hint of disbelief in their tone. The dungeon master on the 8th floor, it turns out, has used their powers to recreate a film's world. The revelation hangs in the air, each poster acts as a portal, a key to navigating the theater dungeon's floors. Yu Jung-hyuk probably went into a lot of posters just to get more rewards, someone observes, a hushed tone adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Scary guy, they add, the words hanging heavy in the air. So we've been mixed up in yet another ridiculous thing. One of them sighs, the words hanging heavy in the humid air. A younger voice pipes up, a juicy, which movie are we in? The older woman simply replies, you'll see. The scene, a tropical landscape, feels both strangely familiar and utterly disorienting. Wait, where are you going, kid? One of them calls out, concern lacing their voice as a young boy runs off into the dense jungle. The other woman, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension, remains rooted to the spot. The boy, a blur of motion, disappears into the dense jungle undergrowth. Leaves scatter in his wake. A figure, cloaked and carrying what looks like a bandaged head, sprints past, leaving the pursuing woman speechless. Her shocked expression is clear as she stares after him, a question mark hanging in the air. A monstrous praying mantis, its eyes glowing ominously, descends from above. The boy, barely visible beneath it, is clearly in grave danger. Oi, kid! Back off, now, she yells, swinging his staff with fierce determination. The monstrous mantis looms, but she stands defiant, ready to defend the boy. With a roar, she grabs the mantis, the word hold echoing the intensity of her grip. The creature struggles, but her strength is undeniable. This belongs to a species from the Triassic Age, called Titanoptera, she explains, still gripping the struggling mantis. The boy, nearby, simply murmurs, eh? The boy, eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and fascination, stares at the massive insect clamped in his hands. It's a prehistoric Titanoptera, a fact that seems to escape his immediate comprehension. A figure emerges from the shadows, sword drawn, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. He moves with purpose, a silent guardian watching over the boy still captivated by the prehistoric mantis. A gentle smile plays on the boy's lips as he continues to marvel at the giant insect. His fascination is complete, the prehistoric creature seems almost docile in his hands. What's going on? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the boy's carefree laughter as he continues to play with the giant mantis. A young woman, her face etched with worry, watches the scene unfold, her expression a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. Fabre, the boy says, a single word that clarifies the unsettling scene. The name, a whisper against the backdrop of the young woman's worried gaze, hints at a hidden skill, a connection to the giant insect that remains, for now, a mystery. A thought bubble above a bystander's head confirms the unsettling scene. I'm not sure, but he's having a conversation, right? Meanwhile, another voice, seemingly the boy's, muses, perhaps this screening can be cleared more easily than I thought? The implication of a secret dialogue with the giant mantis hangs heavy in the air. Yu Jung-hyuk must have overlooked the movie's contents. In the theater dungeon, the rewards depend entirely on the film shown, after all. Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes widen. He hadn't realized the movie held a hidden, incredible reward. Ah! What, he exclaims, a dawning realization painting his face. Hyung! A young boy cries out, fear etched on his face as a monstrous praying mantis descends upon him, its menacing form a stark contrast to the boys' panicked scramble. Concern etched on their faces, the three look up, a shared apprehension uniting them. The boys' cry for help hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. The ground trembles. A monstrous shadow looms, the praying mantises attack a blur of motion. Ha! The ground. A tremor runs through them, the earth shaking violently beneath their feet. Panic grips the trio as they brace for whatever monstrous force is approaching. A deafening rumble shakes the earth, sending the trio sprawling. They're thrown off balance, the ground bucking beneath them like a wild beast. From the depths of the earth, a monstrous form erupts, its power shaking the very ground they stand on. Dust and debris fly as the earth itself seems to writhe in agony. A monstrous upheaval follows, the earth itself cracking and spitting them out into a cloud of dust and debris. A monstrous roar erupts, shaking the very earth. They stumble through the dust cloud, a desperate plea escaping one of them. "Save me!" The ground trembles violently beneath their feet. Those were the people on the first floor. One of them gasps, the rumble of the earth still echoing around them. Fear etched on their faces, they stare at the devastation. Terror grips them. Wide eyes reflect the devastation, the sound of a thunderous thud still ringing in their ears. The survivors from the first floor stare, speechless, at the catastrophic aftermath. "Ah, I think I know what movie this is." Someone whispers, a dawning recognition in their voice. From the shadows, a monstrous silhouette emerges, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness. A low growl rumbles, a chilling prelude to whatever lurks within. "Yep, me too," a voice agrees, the shared recognition hanging heavy in the air. A chilling sense of dread settles over them all. That's got to be a grade 7 monster at the least. His eyes, wide with a mixture of apprehension and grim determination, fix on the unseen threat. A chilling smile spreads across his face. But the harder a hidden dungeon is, the better the rewards. He seems to relish the challenge ahead, a glint of dangerous excitement in his eyes. The monstrous jaws snap shut, a terrifying display of raw power. Its size is truly overwhelming, a grade 7 monster, as he suspected. A desperate cry, "Yua," pierces the air as one of the adventurers is thrown aside, the monstrous creature's attack relentless. Another grabs him, pulling him to safety, a grim determination etched on his face. Panic grips them as they flee, the monstrous creature's shadow looming large. A desperate scramble for survival, each step fueled by adrenaline and fear. The escape continues, a desperate dash for survival. A call to action echoes, continue reading from chapter 37 of the web novel. The chase continues, relentless. A stark white page, a brief respite before the next chapter unfolds. To continue their desperate flight, they must turn to chapter 37 of the web novel. A blinding flash of light illuminates a sign for Jurassic Park. The year 6500 is prominently displayed. They vanish in a blur of cyan light, leaving only the faint echo of digital distortion in their wake. "Ha, how many more floors are left?" one voice asks, a hint of weariness in the tone. Another responds, "Yu Jung-hyuk probably cleared some already, so we'll be there soon." A sense of cautious optimism hangs in the air. They move through a dimly lit corridor, a palpable weariness in their steps. One voice, laced with fatigue, wonders aloud about the remaining floors. Another offers reassurance, mentioning Yu Jung-hyuk's progress and the group's imminent arrival at their destination. A cautious optimism, however, barely masks the underlying exhaustion. "Are only the intact posters usable?" one of them asks, glancing at a torn movie poster. "Looks like it. This one's ripped." "Now we've cleared it," the other replies, a slight note of weariness in their voice. "It was fine before. Let's hurry up." "We don't know how many movies are left," one of them urges, a sense of urgency replacing the previous weariness. The unknown number of remaining floors adds to the pressure. "Oh, I wanted to watch this," one of them says, a hint of wistful longing in his voice as they continue their hurried trek down the corridor. The others follow, their urgency unchanged. The letters, arranged in a grid, spell out a chilling message, omniscient. A sense of unease settles over them as the full weight of the word sinks in. Chapter 39 begins. A chilling weight hangs in the air, the unspoken dread following them down the corridor. The ominous word, omniscient, hangs heavy in the air. Now, a chilling description unfolds. This dungeon, a former movie theater, encompasses the entire building, from basement to rooftop garden. A palpable sense of dread permeates the scene. Relief washes over them as they discover the posters on the second and third floors have already been ripped down. One mutters, "Good thing this one's ripped." While another wonders aloud, "How did that bastard Yoo Jung-hyuk beat this one?" The tension, though lessened, remains palpable. This is the fourth floor. A wave of apprehension washes over them as they reach the top, the ominous text appearing amidst a splash of water, a stark reminder of the dungeon's unsettling nature. A wave of nausea hits one of them. "Gag," they mutter, hand flying to their mouth, the grim reality of the dungeon's oppressive atmosphere settling in. And we're in our final trial. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. "Hioavi," one of them groans, leaning over the railing. "It's okay, just throw up," another reassures, the harsh reality of their final trial settling in. I am seasick." One of them groans. Another sighs, "I mean, I know why the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare chose this kid, but I wish I didn't." The harsh reality of their trial weighs heavily on them. "This movie, it's the one where the ship sinks, right?" one of them asks, gazing at the massive vessel before them. "Seems so," another replies, a grim understanding dawning. "Then do we have to sink the ship?" The question hangs heavy in the air, the weight of their trial palpable. "Then Uni, you're the female lead," one of them asks, a hint of disbelief in their tone. "Your dress is pretty," another adds, the comment oddly out of place given their grim circumstances. The woman in the elegant gown, however, seems less than thrilled by the observation, a subtle frown etching itself onto her face. "Am I?" she replies, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Then is that guy the male lead?" The question hangs in the air, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension coloring their voices. "Did she have to throw up right now?" The thought bubbles from a nearby observer, a clear expression of annoyance etched across his face. The timing, clearly, couldn't be worse. "Dawson." The name explodes from one of the onlookers, a mixture of shock and suspicion coloring her voice. Another adds, "What is he really?" The question hangs heavy in the air, their expressions mirroring a shared uncertainty. "Jack Dawson." The name rings out, a sharp accusation cutting through the hushed tension. One man points directly at Dawson, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. Dawson himself holds a strange, clawed object, his expression unreadable. "So it's him," someone mutters, a hint of resignation in their voice. Another adds, "I guess that's better," a subtle shift in the overall tension, though the underlying uncertainty remains. Dawson, meanwhile, gestures thoughtfully, his expression still unreadable. The massive ship cuts through the dark water, its lights gleaming against the night. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the unresolved tension from the accusations against Jack Dawson. "All right, it seems the cast is all here," someone announces. Another, glancing at a companion, asks, "Hey, do you remember this movie?" "I do. It's the one where the boat sinks." A third individual, holding a strangely wrapped staff, adds, "Now let's see." The anticipation is palpable. Bound and gagged, the villain lies on the floor, his muffled protests barely audible. One of the group considers their next move, voicing the question hanging in the air, "What are we gonna do with this guy? We tied him up, since he's the villain and all." Another responds, I guess it isn't enough just to kidnap him." The implication of further, more drastic action hangs heavy. "Let's kill him," one of the group declares, drawing a sword. A gasp escapes another member, "What?" The bound villain struggles, his muffled protests adding to the tension. "You said the theater master's a psychopath," someone points out, "then the solution must be killing him, right?" The finality of the statement hangs heavy in the air. "Well, she's right, but..." One of them hesitates, he looks just like a real person. The other replies, "Well, this is a movie," acknowledging the inherent unreality of their situation, yet still unable to shake the unsettling realism of their captive. "Booney, now's not the time to be emotional," one of them insists, "if we don't kill this guy, we'll die instead." Another voice counters, "We're real people, and this guy's a character." The bound man groans, his struggle muted by the gag. A stark contrast between cold logic and unsettling reality hangs in the air. Even if he was a real person, he's still a bad person, one of them declares, her voice firm. The other woman, looking pensive, simply replies, "I guess so, huh?" The bound man remains silent, his struggle unnoticed amidst their debate. A sword slices through the air, a swift, brutal end. Blood splatters, painting the scene crimson. The theater master is satisfied with the altered ending. A system message appears, an entrance to the next floor has opened at the stern of the ship. The journey continues. "See, I told you so," one of them declares, a triumphant grin splitting their face. "Master could be dying right now, there's no time to waste." The group moves with purpose, leaving the bloody scene behind. They've reached the second ending credit. "Let's speedrun this," one of them declares, a determined glint in their eyes. The urgency in their voice is palpable, they're not wasting a second. The cast is revealed: Kim Dokja, Young Hee-won, Lee Jae-hai, and Lee Gil-young. Their names flash across the screen, a brief moment of exposition before the story hurtles forward. A system message appears, each member of the team receives 500 coins. Kim Dokja, however, remains pensive, a quiet thought escaping him: real people. They reach the 5th floor, a simple sign pointing the way to theaters and cinemas. The quiet hum of the building, a stark contrast to the recent chaos, hangs in the air. The team arrives at the 5th floor, a system message confirming their arrival at the rewards room. "Ha? The rewards room," one of them asks, a hint of surprise in his voice. The other, seemingly more composed, adds, "I guess there's no movie being screened here." They stand in a grand hallway, bathed in a warm, golden light, the quiet anticipation palpable. "Wow, are these all items?" one of them exclaims, genuinely surprised. The other nods, this must be where the movie props were on display. But then, a clarifying statement appears: "But, these aren't mere props, now." The implication hangs heavy in the air: these objects are something far more significant than mere movie set pieces. They're not at the level of star relics, but they're A-grade replicas, with the characteristics of the originals. The revelation hangs in the warm, golden light of the hallway. These weren't mere props, these rewards were the very reason they'd cleared the theater dungeon. "Whoa, look at this sword," one of them exclaims, their voice filled with awe. The display case showcases a magnificent blade, its golden hilt gleaming under the light. An informational box identifies it as the Mikazuki Munikika, an A-grade replica of a legendary Heian period sword. Wow! A single word, breathless with awe, perfectly captures their reaction to the treasures before them. The sheer magnificence of the rewards is palpable. "This is amazing. It's sharp, and light, too," Young Hee-won exclaims, her eyes shining with delight as she holds the new sword. "You finally have a proper sword," Hee-won SSI, her companion adds, a smile gracing his lips. Hee-won's gratitude is palpable. "It's a shame we can only take 2 things each," one of them observes, a hint of regret in their tone. Hee-won, however, wastes no time. She selects an item for her companion, and then, with a thoughtful expression, begins searching for a gift for Hyun-sung. Frustration creases Hyun-sung's brow as he struggles with a stubborn object. "Why won't this come out, damn it," he mutters, his grip tightening on the ornate, metallic piece. "That's..." Hyun-sung breathes, a grunt escaping his lips as he struggles with the object. It's a replica of Thor's hammer, a powerful A-grade blunt weapon, but only those it chooses can wield it. If this were a game... Hyun-sung's gaze hardens, a flicker of determination replacing his earlier frustration. The challenge, it seems, is far from over. "I thought only those considered worthy could wield that?" Hyun-sung questions, his voice laced with disbelief. The attendant's dismissive posture only fuels his defiance. "Are you saying I'm not worthy?" he challenges, his gaze hardening. "Oh, that's a cool hat," someone remarks, the casual observation a stark contrast to Hyun-sung's simmering anger. He and another young man stare intently at a weapon encased in glass, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. "Hey, kid. That's me." Hyun Sung's voice cracks with a mixture of disbelief and dawning realization as another young man reaches for the weapon. The word grab explodes across the panel, mirroring the urgency in the moment. Hyun Sung lunges forward, his desperate attempt to stop the other young man from taking the weapon. Too late. Hyun Sung's desperate lunge fails. The other boy snatches the weapon, a look of stunned disbelief on his face, mirrored by the horrified expressions of the onlookers. Hyun, can I take this? The younger boy asks, eyes wide with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. His older companion simply replies, sure, it suits you well, a nonchalant tone belying the gravity of the moment. Hyun Sung recoils, a look of disbelief etched on his face as the younger boy hefts the massive warhammer, a triumphant ha-ha-ha echoing in the air. What are you going to take, Dokja SSI? Someone asks. Hyun Sung, looking defeated, mutters, I'm the only unlucky one, the only one. Hyun Sung, his shoulders slumped, announces, I'm going to take. A palpable tension hangs in the air as his companions watch, their faces etched with a mixture of concern and anticipation. With a sharp snap, Hyun Sung makes his choice. The tension in the room crackles. With a decisive snap, Hyun Sung secures his tactical vest, the snug fit a testament to his readiness. Hyun Sung secures his tactical vest. A series of system messages flash across the screen, detailing the vest's enhancements: damage reduction, heightened enemy awareness, and increased agility. A bit stuffy, but I'd rather wear it than not, he mutters, a slight grimace playing on his lips. Now, let's get going, Hyun Sung declares, his voice firm despite the slight discomfort of his new tactical vest. He stands ready, a team of similarly equipped figures behind him, poised for action. Time to pay back our beloved regressor, Hyun Sung declares, his silhouette stark against the twilight sky. A grim determination hardens his features as he steps forward, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. Hyun Sung's eyes, wide and intense, reflect a steely resolve. A grim determination settles over his features, a silent promise of retribution hanging heavy in the air. He closes in, a silent predator moving with lethal grace. With a sharp crack, Hyun Sung's foot connects, the impact echoing through the otherwise silent space. The chase continues, a flurry of metallic clashes echoing as they race down the corridor. Unfortunately, Yoo Jung-hyuk wasn't on the 6th floor either, someone remarks, a note of frustration in their voice. Another voice quickly interjects, hey, don't spoil it. There might be people who haven't watched it yet. Luckily, they managed to clear the remaining movie on the 6th floor. And, perhaps because it was a plot twist thriller, the reward was also unique. Their reward for conquering the thriller flick? A mysterious, ancient-looking book, its cover adorned with an all-seeing eye within a triangle. It floats gently, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow. A bright blue notification appears, Stillbook, calm observation has been gained. A new ability, acquired through their cinematic victory. It's a shame it isn't a combat skill, but it's not bad, one of them observes, examining their new ability. The skill allows someone to estimate a target's overall stats. We should be getting close to Yoo Jung-hyuk. The implication hangs heavy, this newly acquired skill will prove invaluable in their upcoming encounter. It's a shame it isn't a combat skill, but it's not bad, one of them muses, I can't use character list on Yusanga or Lee Gil-young, since I can't use character list on them. The limitations of their new skill are immediately apparent, yet the determination to find Yoo Jung-hyuk remains. A frown creases his face. The limitations of their new skill weigh heavily, finding Yoo Jung-hyuk proves more challenging than anticipated. They stand before a wall of movie posters, the dim lighting casting long shadows. A palpable frustration hangs in the air, their search for Yoo Jung-hyuk has hit a snag. All the posters in here have been ripped as well, one of them observes, their frustration palpable. Damn it. That means. The implication hangs heavy in the dim, shadowed hallway. Please, please, all be ripped. A desperate prayer hangs in the air, a silent plea echoing the growing dread. Yoo Jung-hyuk is in the boss room. Now. A flash of light explodes from the boss room, momentarily blinding. Yoo Jung-hyuk, armored and ready, bursts forth, a large shield held protectively before a terrified colleague. Emerging from the blinding light, Yoo Jung-hyuk stands defiantly, shield raised, protecting a terrified colleague from the three figures who now surround them, swords drawn. A tense silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the ominous SHHH echoing the threat. Damn it! Jung-hyuk mutters, a grim set to his jaw. The system announcement blares, the screening for the floor will now begin. He's protected his colleague, but the fight is far from over, one last opponent remains. A beam of intense blue light cuts through the darkness, illuminating a stark, metallic corridor. The floor screening has begun. A low whirring sound fills the metallic corridor, the blue light intensifying. Tension hangs heavy in the air as Jung-hyuk braces himself for the final challenge. The metallic corridor vanishes, replaced by a vast, icy expanse. Jagged shards of ice litter a turbulent sea under a stormy sky, rays of light piercing the dark clouds above. The icy expanse gives way to a desolate, windswept landscape. Dark, gnarled trees claw at a pale sky, their branches skeletal against the muted light. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene. A metallic squeak echoes as heavy boots land on a cold, metallic floor. The figure, partially obscured, moves through a dimly lit hangar, the air thick with a sense of unease. He inhales sharply, a faint scent catching his attention. It smells salty. He murmurs, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The metallic tang hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the sterile environment. The sea, again, he questions, a hint of unease coloring his voice. The metallic scent intensifies, a stark reminder of his surroundings. He confirms his suspicions, his gaze hardening. Two figures emerge from the gloom, their movements swift and purposeful. A warrior, shield gleaming, and a woman with a katana at her hip, both moving with an almost unnatural grace. A whirlpool opens before him, a churning vortex of dark water. The metallic tang intensifies, almost suffocating. Everybody get down! The urgent cry cuts through the metallic tang, a warning echoing across the scene as unseen danger approaches. A large hand sweeps down, pushing everyone to the ground. The metallic scent intensifies as a wave of unseen force bears down. A deafening bang erupts. Flames erupt from the ends of several long weapons as they are fired, a rapid volley tearing through the air. A young warrior raises a shield, deflecting a blast that sends others sprawling. The impact throws them back, a chaotic scene of gunfire and desperate maneuvers. Another bang. The command rings out, protect the ship. Amidst the chaos, a desperate struggle for survival unfolds. Another blast rocks the ship, the impact sending a shockwave through the deck. Water sprays everywhere as the warriors struggle to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. Bang! The ship shudders violently under another attack. Water sprays across the deck as the crew struggles to hold on. The battered ship lists precariously, taking on water rapidly. It's sinking. Amidst the chaos, a figure collapses, a large shield shielding them from the immediate impact. Debris litters the deck, the ship tilting further towards the waves. God damn it, he snarls, his eyes blazing with fury. This is a movie every Korean knows. You Jung-hyuk, that bastard. Of all the movies to leave us. His voice cracks with a mixture of frustration and betrayal. How do we beat that? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark reflection of their desperate situation. The sheer scale of the challenge is palpable. A glimmer of hope sparks in one of their eyes. Maybe, she suggests excitedly, pointing towards a large, ornate bronze disc, we can use this. Across the water, a vast enemy fleet advances. Their numbers are daunting, a seemingly insurmountable tide of warships. A wave of apprehension washes over them. But even as apprehension grips them, a single ship, caught in a swirling vortex, begins to sink. A grim determination sets in. This might be their only chance. A chilling mist hangs heavy in the air, obscuring the path ahead. Strange, small houses cling precariously to the steep, fog-shrouded cliffs. An unsettling silence settles over the scene, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. Damn it, I've got to stay calm, he grits out, a fierce determination etched on his face. They're outnumbered, hopelessly so, yet he clings to a sliver of hope, muttering, there's gotta be hope. The historically accurate battle rages around them, a grim reminder of their precarious situation. He stands at the water's edge, the vast, turbulent sea stretching before him. A grim determination sets his jaw, mirroring the stormy sky above. The battle's echoes fade, replaced by the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore, a stark contrast to the recent chaos. He stares out at the churning sea, a grim silence replacing the battle's clamor. A fallen comrade lies nearby, a stark reminder of the losses suffered. Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the weight of his burden. "What the hell?" he mutters, staring at the wreckage. There should have been 12 more ships. The realization dawns, heavy with dread. What? Panic grips him. "Where's the commander?" he cries out, his voice strained, eyes wide with a desperate urgency. The question hangs heavy in the air, mirroring his growing fear. "Commander," he gasps, the question laced with panic. "I'm talking about Admiral E." The words are a desperate plea, his fear palpable. His eyes dart around, a silent question hanging in the air. Where is he? The uncertainty is etched on his face, his worry palpable. "No way," he whispers, disbelief etched onto his face. His eyes, wide with shock, betray his utter astonishment. "Has the theater master changed the plot?" he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. A grim realization dawns on him: we're supposed to win the Battle of Migriang without the Admiral? His expression hardens, a mixture of shock and grim determination settling on his features. A grim determination settles over him. He clenches his fists, the weight of the impossible task pressing down. To win at Migriang without the Admiral, it's a challenge that seems insurmountable. He sits amidst the chaos of battle, a young boy huddled beside him, their faces etched with worry. The weight of the impossible task, winning at Migriang without the Admiral, bears down on him. A grim resolve hardens his gaze. His jaw clenches, a grim set to his lips. The weight of responsibility, the impossible odds of winning at Migriang without the Admiral, presses down on him. Determination, fierce and unwavering, shines in his eyes. "Li Jai-hai!" he cries out, his voice raw with desperation. Kneeling amidst the wreckage, his anguished cry cuts through the silence, a stark contrast to the devastation around him. The boy and the older man beside him look on, their faces reflecting his despair. A plea for support cuts through the despair. The words, "Please consider donating to the translator," appear, a quiet request amidst the story's intensity. A notification flashes, his ability to recall the contents of books he's read has increased. "Hey, so how'd you get chosen by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare?" someone asks, curiosity evident in their tone. "I'm not sure either," the character replies, a thoughtful expression settling on their face. "Apparently, one of my ancestors was an admiral. Maybe that's why." The question hangs in the air, leaving the reason for their selection by the Duke still shrouded in mystery. Could it be, the speaker wonders aloud, a question hanging in the air. The revelation follows swiftly: you're a descendant of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare? The weight of this lineage settles upon the character, the implications of this newly discovered heritage unclear. "Li Jai-hai." The name is uttered, a gasp escaping the speaker's lips as he kneels amidst the chaos, two figures lying defeated around him. The weight of the revelation, his unexpected lineage, is palpable. The name, Li Jai-hai, hangs heavy in the air. A stark, almost ghostly, grid pattern overlays the page, a visual echo of the weight of this revelation. A chilling grid pattern materializes, the letters forming the word important within its structure. The revelation of Li Jai-hai's identity continues to resonate, its significance underscored by this cryptic visual. Chapter 40 begins. The weight of Li Jai-hai's identity, the mystery that continues to unfold. Episode 9, Part 4 begins. The title, Omniscient Sunfish, hangs heavy with unspoken implications, a promise of further revelations surrounding Li Jai-hai's true identity. A flashback unfolds, taking us back to around Chapter 40 of Ways of Destruction. Li Jai-hai and the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare are the subjects of a tense discussion, the details of which remain shrouded in mystery for now. The scene shows a man, clad in tactical gear, his expression grim, a shield at his side. He moves with purpose, the weight of the upcoming conflict heavy in the air. The narrative shifts. A significant backlash arose among the few remaining readers, questioning the Great Duke's actions. The doubt hangs heavy, a new layer of uncertainty added to the already complex story. His gaze, sharp and questioning, reflects the lingering doubt. It's a lack of understanding, a bewilderment at the Great Duke's unwavering focus on bloodline. No sense for the Great Duke to be so fixated on a thing such as bloodline, he thinks, the words a silent indictment of the decisions made. He observes the aftermath, a scene of quiet devastation. A figure sits slumped, head in hands, amidst scattered debris and the faint scent of blood. The weight of the Great Duke's actions settles heavily, a stark contrast to the lingering embers of conflict. Lee Jai-hai. Hey, are you okay? Concern laces the voice calling out to the injured figure, a stark contrast to the grim silence that had followed the Duke's actions. A pained groan, arg, is the only response, a testament to the severity of the situation. Concern etched on his face, he rushes to Lee Jai-hai's side. A system message flashes, the maritime war god feels pity for her. Her pained groans underscore the severity of her injuries. I can't. Lee Jai-hai cries, tears streaming down her face. The maritime war god watches, his own expression etched with sadness, as she struggles to even breathe, muttering, I'm not ever going out. Those words aren't directed at me, the maritime war god thinks, his gaze fixed on Lee Jai-hai. Lee Jai-hai, come on, get up quickly, he urges, his voice a blend of concern and encouragement. The system message confirms his actions, he's actively trying to bolster her spirit. No. Blat, you three take care of it. Jai-hai snaps, her words sharp despite her distress. One of the others retorts, you think you can put up with it for a little while? Put up with it? You don't know shit, a juicy. The scene underscores her defiance, even in her vulnerable state. Don't know shit. It's almost a catchphrase for her, a testament to Lee Jai-hai's stubborn spirit, even in the face of overwhelming odds. But I've no intention of entertaining her buffoonery, a voice declares, cutting through Jai-hai's earlier outburst. No, I do know. This isn't about seasickness, he adds, his words firm and dismissive. The scene shifts to a more serious tone, the previous tension escalating. Your dead friend liked this movie, the words hang heavy in the air, a cruel twist of the knife. Jai-hai weeps, her face buried in her hands, the weight of the revelation crushing her. Overcome with grief, Jai-hai clutches her chest, tears streaming down her face. The weight of the revelation, the cruel reminder of her friend, leaves her utterly devastated. Tears stream down Jai-hai's face as she relives the memory, a wave of grief washing over her. The vibrant blue light intensifies, highlighting the painful flashback. How did you know that? Jai-hai whispers, her voice barely audible above the sobs racking her body. The other figure remains silent, their response chillingly calm, that's nothing. I know pretty much all there is to know about you. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. He knows not only of her aversion to the sea, but also why she was chosen for her position, despite her lack of interest in justice itself. A poignant detail, this knowledge of her past, underscores his words, so you're a Lee. A smirk plays on Jai-hai's lips as she reveals a crucial piece of her identity, nope, I'm Lee from Jeonju. The text box clarifies, she's a descendant of Jeonju's General Lee Iaki, a companion of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, a man known for his firmness and compassion. The panel shifts to reveal General Lee Iaki, a figure of imposing stature. He led the navy to victory alongside the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, and when the Duke was unjustly arrested, Lee stood among the few who defended him. This historical context illuminates Jai-hai's claim, a descendant of a fiercely loyal and compassionate warrior. Tears stream down Jai-hai's face as the narrative unfolds. The Duke of Loyalty and Warfare couldn't have foreseen this, his closest friend's descendant, killing her own friend and becoming a demon. A bounty scenario has arrived. A single exclamation point punctuates the scene, a stark visual mirroring Jai-hai's internal turmoil. Her tears fall, a silent testament to the weight of her actions, as the camera focuses on her discarded sword, lying on the floor beside her. A bounty scenario appears on a screen before Jai-hai. The terms are stark: lead the Battle of Myeongyang to victory within 2 hours, and she'll gain one of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's abilities without a sponsor contract. Her expression is one of disbelief, a quiet shock hanging in the air. A beat of silence follows, heavy with the weight of her decision. The screen before her, blank now, reflects the emptiness she feels inside. A whoosh of motion fills the air. Multiple grappling hooks, propelled with surprising speed, fly across the panel. A blur of motion. Grappling hooks, launched with deadly precision, find their marks. The sound of metal striking metal, clink, clink, echoes as the warrior in the ornate helmet is thrown back, dust and debris flying around him. With a powerful whoosh, more grappling hooks arc across the scene, their targets clear. They're coming! A desperate cry rings out as a fleet of enemy ships surges into view, their numbers overwhelming. Stop them! The order is barked, the urgency palpable in the face of this sudden, massive threat. Lee Jai-hai! There's no time to explain. Get up, now! The urgency in his voice is matched by his desperate attempt to rouse her. You killed your own friend to save your own life, and you plan on throwing that life away here like this? His words are a harsh accusation, a desperate plea, and a raw reflection of the situation's gravity. You're not going to be forgiven, whether you run from here or not. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark condemnation mirroring the tears streaming down Lee Jai-hai's face. Despair etches itself onto her features, a stark contrast to the urgency of the moment. But the single word, a choked whisper, escapes Lee Jai-hai's lips, her tears a testament to her inner turmoil. A hand reaches out, a gesture of comfort amidst the despair etched on her face. If you get up now, a voice roars, the words cutting through the chaos. A warrior, sword drawn, stands over a fallen foe amidst the churning waves. The battle rages on, a brutal dance of steel and desperation. You'll at least be able to save a few people, a voice calls out, a steely resolve in the tone. A woman, sword drawn, stands ready, her gaze unwavering amidst the chaos. Around her, others fight, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. Gunfire erupts, a chaotic barrage of bang, echoing across the battlefield. The desperate fight continues, a flurry of shots cutting through the air. A metallic clang rings out as bullets strike his shield, the impact jarring. He grits his teeth, a low cook. Escaping his lips, the strain evident in his posture as he holds firm against the onslaught. Lee Jai-hai, he shouts, a desperate plea cutting through the relentless gunfire. Strain etched on his face, he holds his shield firm, the metal ringing under the barrage of bullets. Lee Jai-hai collapses, her shoulders slumping as tears stream down her face. The relentless gunfire has finally overwhelmed her. A stark contrast to the previous scene. Lee Jai-hai and another young woman sit side by side in a movie theater, sharing a bucket of popcorn, both laughing brightly. A peaceful moment. I'm revolting, she whispers, tears streaming down her face. The stark contrast between her current despair and the recent laughter shared in the movie theater is palpable. I don't deserve to be alive. She sobs, tears streaming down her face. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the carefree laughter shared just moments before. Yeah, you are revolting, a voice cuts through her despair. The words, harsh yet strangely validating, are followed by a clang of metal and a self-deprecating whisper, and so am I, for using you. A wave of self-loathing washes over her. It's disgusting that I know the circumstances of the characters, and that I am using them to survive, she confesses, her voice barely a whisper. And it's disgusting how I treat them. I'm no different from Lee Jai-hai, who killed the villains of the movies without hesitation, she declares, a chilling certainty in her voice. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the self-loathing she just confessed. Her companions stand silently behind her, their expressions unreadable. Nobody deserves to live, she declares, her voice ringing with a chilling conviction. But if you've survived, take responsibility. The words hang in the air, a stark challenge echoing her earlier self-recrimination. With a swift, brutal slash, she ends him. Blood sprays, a stark punctuation mark to her chilling ultimatum: repent, or continue your garbage life. The choice, it seems, has been made for him. Just stay alive, she whispers, tears streaming down her face. The weight of her actions, the brutal necessity of her choices, crashes down on her. A raw, desperate plea escapes her lips, a stark contrast to the cold fury she displayed moments before. The words "or do" hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the desperate plea she just uttered. Tears stream down her face, a silent testament to the burden she carries. "You actually," she begins, her voice barely a whisper, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. The raw emotion etched on her face, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror, speaks volumes. "Really want to die here?" The question hangs in the air, a stark challenge cutting through her despair. His wide, terrified eyes reflect the gravity of the situation, a silent scream trapped within his gaze. A system message flashes, Lee Jae-hye's character profile deepens. Tears stream down her face as she slumps, defeated, amidst the debris of battle. Lee Jae-hye's omniscient reader's viewpoint skill activates, upgrading to level 2. A surge of power, perhaps, or a new understanding of the battlefield. She remains kneeling, defeated but not broken, amidst the scattered remnants of the fight. Kneeling amidst the wreckage, Lee Jae-hye's resolve cracks. "I don't want to die," she whispers, her hands clenching tight, the raw desperation palpable. Tears stream down Lee Jae-hye's face as she clutches her hands, a single, heartbroken sniff escaping her lips. The system message confirms, the maritime war god constellation is responding to her unwavering will. Tears continue to stream down her face, but a bitter cynicism hardens her expression. The constellations are fickle, she thinks, her voice laced with disillusionment. They don't always send support when requested, and there are countless bastards who don't give a shit about whether their incarnations die. But no matter what, she will fight. A steely resolve settles over her face, replacing the despair. A swirling vortex of icy energy erupts, the word whirl echoing the chaotic power unleashed. When it comes to their own, a fierce determination burns within her. The icy vortex, a testament to her unwavering resolve, spins violently. With myths now the undeniable focus, she won't waver. The swirling energy behind her intensifies, a testament to her unwavering resolve. Blades clash, sparks flying as she unleashes her full power. Below, a chaotic melee rages, her allies fight fiercely, their movements a blur of steel and determination. Amidst the chaos, one figure falls. Blood stains the wooden floor, a grim testament to the brutal fight. Lee Jae-hye's battle rages on, but a surge of power erupts from within her. A new stigma is awakened, a visible energy pulse radiating outwards, pushing back the encroaching darkness. A surge of power, a new strength unleashed. Lee Jae-hye activates her Ghost Fleet Stigma, Level 1. The energy pulses outward, a visible wave of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The Ghost Fleet Stigma roars to life, Level 1 activated. A crimson wave of energy erupts around Jae-hye, shattering the floor beneath her feet. She stands defiant, her weapon held firm amidst the chaos. "At least I'm getting something out of it," Jae-hye mutters, a smirk playing on her lips despite the grim assessment. "TSK, I guess this'll only help that bastard Yu Jung-heek even more," she adds, the words laced with a mixture of determination and reluctant acceptance. A swirling vortex of energy expands, a chilling reminder that the fight is far from over. As there remain, a voice echoes, underscoring the lingering threat. The swirling vortex intensifies, its ominous energy a stark contrast to the quiet aftermath of the previous battle. A palpable tension hangs in the air, a silent promise of further conflict. With a furious cry, the figure lunges forward, blades flashing. Two more opponents fall, their surprised cries barely audible above the clash of steel. 12 ships remain. The relentless assault continues, the waves churning with wreckage and the desperate cries of the defeated. A maelstrom of churning water engulfs the remaining ships, a watery vortex of destruction. 12 vessels, reduced to splinters in the relentless tide. A monstrous roar erupts as a colossal whirlpool consumes the last of the fleet. The sea boils, a maelstrom of destruction swallowing everything whole. A deafening roar shakes the very ocean as the final remnants of the fleet are swallowed by the monstrous whirlpool. The sea itself seems to writhe in fury. With a final, earth-shattering roar, the last ship is consumed. The monstrous whirlpool, a churning vortex of destruction, claims its final victim, leaving only the turbulent aftermath in its wake. Swirling chaos. The monstrous whirlpool, a churning vortex of destruction, continues its relentless assault, swallowing the last vestiges of the fleet with a final, guttural roar. The sea itself seems to tremble under the sheer power of it. If it would allow me to get vengeance, a voice echoes, filled with a chilling resolve. The final ship, battered and broken, is swallowed by the monstrous whirlpool. The final ship, a splintered wreck, is consumed by the monstrous whirlpool. Silence follows, heavy and absolute, broken only by the churning of the water. I could die without regrets here, a voice declares, a quiet acceptance in the words as the last ship is swallowed by the churning vortex. A tattered banner, barely clinging to existence, drifts amidst the churning waters. Upon it, a single character glows faintly, hope. The churning waters continue their relentless assault, yet amidst the chaos, a single word remains, Commander. A tattered flag, barely afloat, bears the title, a faint glimmer of hope in the swirling vortex. Below, a vast, churning ocean stretches out, a maelstrom of icy blue. Hope, it seems, is a fragile thing indeed. The fleet, battered and bruised, fights a desperate battle against the unforgiving waves. Each ship, a testament to the commander's unwavering resolve, struggles to stay afloat amidst the maelstrom. Despite the commander's efforts, the relentless waves begin to claim the fleet. Ships, once proud and strong, are now tossed about like toys, their structures groaning under the strain. The icy grip of the sea tightens. Amidst the chaos, a young man with wide, fearful eyes clutches a large sword, his face a mask of desperation. Nearby, another figure, equally frantic, sprints past a splintering section of the ship, the storm threatening to swallow them whole. A cruel smile spreads across his face. He watches, unfazed, as the storm batters the remaining crew, their desperate struggles a mere spectacle to him. A young woman, her expression unreadable, stands amidst a surge of energy. A low hum vibrates around her, a palpable power crackling in the air. Tears stream down his face, a stark contrast to the cold fury that had previously consumed him. His eyes, wide and glistening, reflect a profound sorrow. She stands resolute, a spectral warrior looming behind her, a silent guardian amidst swirling energy. The air crackles with power, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the room. A shattered blade falls, its fragments scattering across the ground. The spectral warrior's power, it seems, has prevailed. She stands victorious, the spectral warrior's energy fading as she raises the shattered remains of her opponent's blade. A quiet confidence settles over her. A wave of fire engulfs the fleet. Fire, she commands, the flames consuming the enemy ships in a spectacular, explosive display. A massive explosion engulfs the remaining ships. The fiery destruction is complete. Victory! A fiery red M blazes across the page, a symbol of complete annihilation. The enemy fleet is gone. Chapter 39. The battle is over. Chapter 39. The battle is over. Join our Discord server to help us continue this series. The battle concluded. A request appears, a plea for support to continue the translation effort. A girl who doesn't shed tears now took the lead in battle. The battlefield crackles with raw power, a fiery maelstrom swirling around her. A furious golden torrent erupts, a wave of raw power unleashed. The force is breathtaking, a tempest of energy that obliterates everything in its path. The girl's attack surges forward, a tidal wave of golden energy crashing against a fleet of enemy ships. The impact is devastating, the water erupts, tossing vessels about like toys. Boom! Bang! The golden wave crashes down, obliterating the enemy fleet in a fiery explosion. A devastating spectacle of destruction unfolds. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath. A chilling declaration appears, Ghost Fleet. The harbor is silent now, the smoke clearing to reveal a devastating scene. Only wreckage remains where the enemy fleet once stood. A stark, chilling message hangs in the air, Ghost Fleet. The aftermath hangs heavy. In the future, this victory, this mark of battle, will forge Li Jihai into the strongest commander the seas have ever known. Jihai moves like a phantom, her blade a blur. She cuts through the remaining enemy soldiers with brutal efficiency, each strike precise and deadly. The deck is awash in the chaos of battle, yet she remains calm, a storm of steel amidst the carnage. The remaining enemy ships met their fate swiftly. A fiery vortex consumed them, leaving only the echoes of their destruction. A deafening bang. The remaining enemy fleet is obliterated in a fiery explosion, waves crashing as the sea itself recoils from the force of the blast. A colossal BAM. The force of the attack obliterates everything in its path, leaving behind only dust and debris. Amidst the chaos, a figure stumbles, collapsing onto the ravaged earth. The aftermath of the devastating attack is all around, a scene of utter destruction. A deafening bang. The warrior is thrown back, the impact sending him sprawling amidst a shower of debris. A tremendous bang. He's sent flying, a fiery explosion engulfing him as he crashes to the ground, the force of the blow clearly evident in his pained expression. With a resounding splash, he plunges into the water, the impact jarring. The entire ordeal, from start to finish, was less than an hour. He stands there, drenched and breathless, the scene behind him a fiery inferno. A woman and a child watch from a safe distance, their faces etched with worry. The air crackles with the lingering heat, a silent testament to the intensity of the recent battle. The word omniscient hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the battle's true cost. A heavy silence settles over the scene, broken only by the woman's quiet sobs. Chapter 40 begins. The aftermath hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the fiery battle that preceded it. Episode 9, Part 4 begins. The title, Omniscient Sunfish, hangs heavy with unspoken implications. Golden light bathes the scene, illuminating the wreckage. Shattered wood and debris float on the water's surface, a testament to the battle's ferocity. A sense of quiet aftermath settles over the scene. A system message appears, a stark blue box against the golden light. The dungeon master is satisfied with the changed ending. The protagonist, drenched in sweat, grips his sword, a silent scream escaping his lips. The credits roll, a stark blue box announcing the end of the fourth movie. The protagonist, still kneeling amidst the wreckage, lets out a silent, breathless sigh. The golden light of the setting sun casts long shadows across the scene, a final, poignant image of the battle's aftermath. A bright blue notification flashes, everyone has received 500 coins for their respective contributions. A small reward, perhaps, but a tangible sign that the ordeal is finally over. A fleet of majestic junks materializes from the ethereal glow, their sails billowing in a gentle breeze. Each vessel is outlined in a shimmering, translucent blue, a breathtaking sight against the fiery sunset. The battle is over, and the rewards, however small, offer a sense of hard-earned peace. An offer is extended, a hand outstretched towards the young man, still panting, his katana held tightly. The scene is one of aftermath, embers glow amidst the bloodstains on the wooden walls. A hard-won peace settles over the scene. "You've worked hard," a woman says, a hint of weariness in her voice. She clutches her stomach, adding, "Ugh, my seasickness is acting up." Meanwhile, a younger man offers a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Nuna, your skill is so cool." A slight smirk plays on Yu Junghyuk's lips. "It's a shame to let it go to Yu Junghyuk," he muses, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. The Admiral's stigma, he reflects, is on a completely different level. Then, a system message appears, the bounty scenario has been cleared. "Oh yes," Yu Junghyuk breathes, a slight smile touching his lips, "this means the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare will offer me a stigma. Maybe I might even get Ghost Fleet too." A hopeful glint shines in his eyes. A system notification chimes. The maritime war god has granted him a stigma. A subtle, pleased smile spreads across Yu Junghyuk's face, his anticipation is palpable. Confirmation flashes across his vision, the stigma, Song of the Sword, is his. A quiet satisfaction settles over him. Song of the Sword? His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding washing over him. This stigma, he realizes, is exceptionally rare. Not even Li Jihai obtained it before completing half of the scenarios. He murmurs, a quiet assessment, "I might need this one even more than Ghost Fleet." His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and understanding dawning. Song of the Sword, he breathes, recognizing the stigma's rarity. It's a power even Li Jihai lacked until well into her training. He murmurs, a quiet assessment, "I might need this even more than Ghost Fleet." A blue glow slips away, leaving behind only silence. He stares, dumbfounded. Just like that, he whispers, disbelief coloring his tone. He ponders the cost, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. Was it worth having the worst happen on the 8th floor in exchange? He questions, the gravity of his recent ordeal weighing heavily on him. Then, a sigh escapes his lips as he adds, looks like we'll be heading back to the theater now. A system message appears, the constellation Maritime War God thanks you. He stares at the notification, a mixture of surprise and quiet contemplation etched on his face. The return trip to the theater awaits. His eyes, wide and reflective, hold a lingering trace of the ordeal. A quiet understanding settles over him, the weight of his decision, the thanks of the constellation, all merging into a contemplative stillness. The journey back to the theater begins. He turns, his companion's worried expression mirroring the lingering unease in his own eyes. A shared silence hangs between them, heavy with the unspoken weight of what they've just witnessed. The journey back to the theater begins. Well, it'll be a good ending this time. A quiet confidence settles in his voice, a stark contrast to the lingering unease that still flickers in his eyes. The journey back to the theater continues, but a sense of resolution has taken hold. They walk on, the quiet confidence from before now a palpable thing between them. A framed portrait, depicting the Admiral, hangs on the wall beside them, a shard of something, perhaps ice, slices through the glass, shattering the image. Take some rest here. We'll save you, Jung-hyuk, one of them says, their voices firm despite the underlying tension. But a quiet dissent hangs in the air. A young woman sits, wounded, her sword lying discarded beside a small pool of blood. The weight of their mission, and the cost of success, is palpable. No, he replies, his jaw tight, a refusal etched onto his face. The weight of the mission, the wounded woman, and the unspoken doubts of his companions clearly weigh heavily on him. He will not rest. A grim realization dawns on her. She might have acquired a new stigma. The unspoken worry etched on her face speaks volumes, a stark contrast to the earlier resolve. But we don't have the luxury of sitting back and exploiting it, a voice declares, the words sharp and resolute, cutting through the previous uncertainty. The urgency of the situation is undeniable. The theater dungeon boss isn't an easy opponent, a voice states, the gravity of the situation settling in. But I can fight him while protecting a burnt-out Lee Jai-hai at the same time. The determination in the words is palpable, a stark contrast to the earlier uncertainty. A grim determination hardens the speaker's voice. But if Yu Jung-hyuk dies and this timeline ends after his regression, it's all for nothing. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air as figures hurry down a staircase, their steps echoing the urgency of the situation. Please, don't die, a whispered plea follows them, a stark contrast to the cold reality of the statement. Hopeful, yet determined, they dash down the corridor. The characters' stats, boosted by ampoules and coins, have been significantly upgraded, vitality, strength, agility, and mana, all leaping from level 18 to 24. This enhanced power is their only hope against the looming threat. Please just let that guy be safe. A desperate plea echoes down the corridor, a silent prayer accompanying their frantic dash. Wide-eyed with a mixture of fear and desperate hope, they round a corner. The frantic pace of their run is evident in the motion lines trailing behind them. They burst onto the roof garden, a system message confirming their arrival. A heavily armed figure stands guard, his protective stance a silent promise of safety for the two anxious figures trailing behind him. They arrive at a futuristic rooftop garden, a solitary figure standing guard. He stands tall and ready, a shield held firmly, offering a silent promise of protection. A sense of relief washes over them. The guard's gaze sweeps across the rooftop garden, a silent assessment of their surroundings. His vigilance remains unwavering. He remains vigilant, his gaze sweeping the rooftop garden, a silent guardian against unseen threats. The quiet intensity speaks volumes. A figure emerges from the shadows, his approach silent and deliberate. He moves with the practiced grace of a predator, his eyes fixed on the lone guard patrolling the rooftop garden. Dr. SSI, isn't that you, Jung-hyuk? A voice calls out, concern lacing the words. The speaker points towards a figure, their worry palpable. Haven't you said someone's life was in danger? Isn't he unharmed? The question hangs in the air, a note of relief underlying the speaker's voice. A wave of cautious optimism washes over them. The view shifts, revealing a vast, star-strewn expanse. A sense of unease settles in, the previous relief is replaced by a growing uncertainty. A sharp glare cuts through the uncertainty, a grim determination etched onto his face. The relief is gone, replaced by a steely resolve. He strides forward, a word echoing the intensity of his gaze, strut. The vastness of space seems to shrink under his determined advance. He moves with purpose, a squad of soldiers following his lead. The command, strut, echoes with each powerful stride, their advance a blur of motion. A swift strike sends one soldier sprawling. Oi, Yu Jung-hyuk, a voice calls out, the tone sharp and urgent. Oh my, a woman gasps, her eyes wide with shock as she and a boy watch from a distance. The scene unfolds before them, a stark contrast to their quiet observation. Ha, so he wasn't dying, Yu Jung-hyuk breathes, a smirk playing on his lips. The thought of their arduous rescue mission now fuels a different kind of frustration. When I think of how much we went through just to come to his rescue, I feel like slapping him more, but... He mutters, a hint of amusement in his tone. A final thought trails off, barely audible, damn. Does he know how badly I'd like to hit him? Yu Jung-hyuk questions, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He seems to be pondering something, a slight furrow in his brow adding to the air of contemplation. A thoughtful frown creases Yu Jung-hyuk's face. His gaze is downcast, lost in contemplation. Isn't his reaction a bit strange, he muses, a quiet question hanging in the air. Was my slap so surprising that his mind went blank? Yu Jung-hyuk wonders aloud, his brow furrowed in thought. Beside him, another man speaks, his words sharp. Why isn't he angry that you hit him so hard, Dr. SSI? The question hangs heavy in the air, a puzzle neither man seems to understand. This. Don't tell me. The words hang in the air, a whispered plea escaping the man's lips. His eyes are wide, a stark contrast to the grim set of his jaw. A dawning horror is etched onto his face, a silent scream of disbelief. This. Don't tell me. A horrified whisper escapes the man, his eyes wide with dawning terror. The dark, swirling shadows behind him seem to mirror the turmoil in his mind. A spectral, dark green energy coalesces, swirling around the man's arm. It pulses with an ominous power, a chilling confirmation of his worst fears. A chilling revelation unfolds. In his 8th regression, Yu Jung-hyuk died in the theater dungeon, but the weight of this knowledge hangs heavy in the air, a grim reminder of past failures. It wasn't weakness, but bad luck. That's the chilling explanation for Yu Jung-hyuk's death in the theater dungeon during his 8th regression. A single, sharp tap echoes the finality of that past failure. A chilling realization dawns. This guy must be the final boss, a voice narrates, the words hanging heavy with the weight of past failures. The theater dungeon. The words hang in the air, a chilling reminder of past failures. A figure emerges, a mysterious man in a suit and hat, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling knowingness. Seated on a park bench, a figure emerges from the ethereal green mist. He's impeccably dressed, a cane resting beside him, his presence radiating an unnerving calm. A system message flashes, theater owner simulacrum has appeared. The word simulacrum appears, a definition clarifying its meaning, an imitation or representation of the original, sometimes used to describe the likeness of a god. This adds a layer of mystery to the impeccably dressed figure who materialized moments before. Fuck, so that's what happened, Yu Jung-hyuk mutters, a grim realization dawning on his face. He let his guard down. The narration then explains, the theater dungeon's boss is the absolute worst opponent for a regressor like him. Now he's become a puppet, his mind a blank slate controlled by the theater owner. The realization hits Yu Jung-hyuk hard, a chilling confirmation of his worst fears. He's lost the ability to think for himself. Oi, hold on. Yu Jung-hyuk cries out, a desperate plea escaping his lips as he struggles against the unseen force controlling him. His voice, though strained, carries a glimmer of defiance amidst the overwhelming despair. Damn it, this is the worst, Yu Jung-hyuk mutters, the words a stark reflection of his despair. He's trapped, a puppet in someone else's cruel play, and the chilling truth sinks in: there's no one who can stop this. A brutal punch connects, the impact a jarring blow against Yu Jungyak's helpless body. His eyes widen, reflecting the sudden, agonizing force. Stunned, Yu Jungyak recoils, a single, bewildered escaping his lips. The impact of the blow leaves him momentarily disoriented, his eyes wide with disbelief. He counters, unleashing Force Palm, level 4. The impact sends his opponent flying. The original name of this skill, it turns out, comes directly from Chinese wuxia. A deafening crash echoes as he slams into the ground. The force of the blow sends tremors through the very air. A guttural cry escapes him, quaff. He impacts the ground hard, the sound of whack punctuating the blow. System messages flash: his reinforcement suit is damaged, and his defense has dropped significantly. A guttural cry, Dakja SSI, rips through the air as he stumbles, his body racked with pain. His sword clatters to the ground nearby. A pained ah escapes him as Young Hee-won activates his demon slaying skill, level 2. His eyes blaze with fierce, crimson light. He moves in a blur, crimson energy surging from Young Hee-won's empowered strike, a wave of power washing over Dakja. The repeated pash sound effects punctuate the ferocity of the attack. Crimson energy still flares from his strike, a blur of motion as Young Hee-won's attack connects. The impact is immediate, a sharp pash, echoing the force. The attack's aftermath. A silence falls, heavy with unspoken tension. Crimson energy fades, leaving only the lingering scent of battle. He reels back, eyes blazing with furious energy. A surge of crimson light erupts around him, a desperate counterattack forming. He recoils, the crimson energy fading, leaving him breathless but defiant. A grim determination sets his jaw. He stands, battered but unbroken. The fight is far from over. He collapses, a pained groan escaping his lips. At her current level, Young Hee-won still can't deal with someone like him. The narration cuts in, a stark assessment of the situation. His own whispered words follow, a defeated murmur: "Fuck, I can't even speak." He stumbles, his body giving way under the relentless assault. Defeat hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his earlier defiance. A pained groan escapes him, barely audible. His grip tightens on the katana, a desperate attempt to maintain his footing. The fight is far from over, but his strength is waning. His fingers, raw and bleeding, clench tighter around the katana's hilt. A desperate, almost frantic grip. He will not yield. His eyes, wide and blazing with a desperate intensity, reflect the strain of the fight. He's pushed to the absolute limit, yet his grip remains fierce. He counters, a blur of motion as his katana arcs, sending his opponent sprawling. Gritting his teeth, he pushes through the pain, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The sheer force of his will is palpable. He unleashes a powerful kick, the impact sending his opponent flying. A blur of motion, the force is undeniable. He follows through, a powerful kick sending his opponent spinning through the air in a dizzying arc. Flip, the sound effect screams as the man tumbles. Below, he crouches, ready for whatever comes next. He grunts, "Ha," a testament to the effort. His opponent, though airborne, proves surprisingly resilient. "He's pretty tough," he observes, a grudging respect coloring his assessment. He braces himself, eyes narrowed in anticipation. The impact is imminent. Impact! Yu Jungyak unleashes the 100-step Divine Fist, level 2, a blur of motion connecting with his opponent. It's another ancient Chinese martial arts move, originating from the Shaolin style of Kung Fu. The technique's origins are revealed, adding a layer of depth to Yu Junghyak's already impressive skill. He dashes down the stairs, a blur of motion, his sword held at the ready. The sound of his swift descent echoes in the dim, shadowy corridor. He arrives at the bottom of the stairs, his expression hardening into a fierce determination. Eyes narrowed, he's ready for whatever awaits. He strikes. A blur of motion, his sword connects with his target, a resounding BAM echoing through the corridor as a scream cuts through the air. The dust settles, revealing a figure crumpled on the ground. A single question mark hangs in the air, reflecting the protagonist's uncertainty as they gaze upon the scene. Hiwan Uni. The cry rings out, laced with alarm, as the attacker stands over their fallen opponent. A wave of shock washes over them, the reality of their actions settling in. Panic grips them. The attacker's shadow falls over Hiwan, the weight of their actions crashing down. The attacker's heavy boot comes down, a jarring impact echoing the weight of their deed. Dust explodes outward, momentarily obscuring the scene. Lee Jae-hai, look out! The desperate cry rings out just as a blur of motion threatens to strike. Lee Jae-hai, eyes wide with shock, barely registers the warning before a violent impact throws her back. A wave of purple energy erupts around her, the force of the blow clearly felt even from a distance. She's thrown back, a shockwave of purple energy exploding outwards. The attack's force is palpable, leaving her momentarily stunned. A fierce blow sends Jae-hai sprawling, a shockwave of teal energy rippling outwards from the impact. Her attacker stands over her, a figure shrouded in shadow, their victory momentarily unchallenged. Master? The whispered word hangs in the air, a question born of both surprise and uncertainty. This is a translator's note, not a scene from the story. It explains a collaboration between translation groups. Lee Jae-hai, look out! A warning rings out, sharp and urgent, as a sudden energy surge erupts behind her. Her eyes widen in alarm, reflecting the chaotic energy that threatens to engulf her. A wave of dark energy explodes behind her, a chaotic surge of teal and black that threatens to consume her. Lee Jae-hai collapses, the force of the blast knocking her to the ground. A figure, sword drawn, stands protectively over her, their expression grim. Master? Jae-hai gasps, eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning recognition as she looks up at the figure shielding her. Shock gives way to dawning recognition in Jae-hai's eyes as she looks up at her savior. Master, she breathes, the question hanging in the air. A blinding flash of light erupts, a deafening boom echoing in its wake. Dust and smoke still hang in the air, obscuring the aftermath. A heavy silence follows the explosion. The dust settles, revealing a cryptic message etched into the scorched earth, Omniscience Point. Chapter 42 begins. The dust settles, revealing a cryptic message seared into the earth, Omniscience Point. Episode 9, Part 6, begins. The title card reads, Omniscient Sunfish. The Omniscient Sunfish. A sea fish belonging to the rayfin fish class, sensitive to stress, and prone to dying easily. The information is displayed, adding a strange, almost whimsical layer to the mystery surrounding Omniscience Point. The omniscient sunfish, sensitive to stress, and prone to dying easily. Death from sunlight, from excessive heat, even from the shock of an unexpected presence. The description hangs heavy, a strange counterpoint to the mystery of Omniscience Point. A young man reads, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The text he studies reveals the peculiar nature of the game Surprise Mola Mola, where the goal is to keep a sunfish alive, despite its tendency to die easily. Each death, however, makes the fish stronger. He adds, clarifying a common misconception, a sunfish dying easily is an internet meme. This isn't true for the actual fish. A fist, powerful and swift, shatters the stone wall before him. Green energy crackles at the impact point, dust and debris billowing outwards. He slides, a blur of motion, across the shattered remains of the stone wall. Green energy still crackles faintly where his fist connected. He follows through, a low, controlled slide across the rubble, his momentum carrying him past the shattered wall. The green energy, a lingering echo of his power, fades. Master. A whispered plea hangs in the air, barely audible above the echoing silence of the damaged corridor. He stands over a fallen figure, his expression unreadable, as another watches from the shadows, concern etched onto their face. Yu Junghyuk is right now under mind control. The declaration hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of the man himself. His gaze is unwavering, a chilling stillness in his eyes that speaks volumes. Go after the dungeon boss, the command rings out, a sharp contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. He sprints forward, shield raised, leaving the seated figure behind. A smirk plays on his lips, a chilling contrast to the urgency of the situation. He moves with a deceptive ease, his controlled stride belying the chaos he leaves behind. A chilling smirk stretches across his face, eyes burning with an unnatural, fiery glow. He watches, a cruel amusement in his gaze, as the hero races towards the dungeon boss. He dashes forward, a blur of motion, leaving only a trail of shimmering energy in his wake. The hero's speed is breathtaking. So you're the one who... The words hang in the air, a chilling question from the observer as he watches the hero's approach. Intrigue and a hint of menace color his tone. A blur of motion, the hero sweeps past, a dark figure barely visible behind them. The observer's chilling question hangs unanswered as the scene unfolds. The hero continues their relentless advance, a grim determination etched on their face. Their movements are swift, almost a blur, leaving the observer far behind. A swift, almost imperceptible movement. He strikes, a blur of motion leaving only the faintest afterimage. Below, she barely registers the attack before it's upon her. Blood sprays as he connects, a brutal blow sending his opponent sprawling. The impact echoes the ferocity of the attack. Blood streaks his chin, a crimson stain against the stark pallor of his face. He flinches, the impact of the blow still echoing in the aftermath. He stands over his fallen opponent, a victorious silhouette against a swirling, ethereal backdrop. Blood still clings to his chin, a stark contrast to the cool composure he projects. He sheathes his sword, the cool steel a stark contrast to the lingering warmth of battle. A trace of blood still marks his chin, a testament to the fight's intensity, yet his posture speaks of quiet resolve. He moves with a blur of motion, sheathing his sword. A grim determination sets his jaw, a stark contrast to the ethereal blue backdrop that fades behind him. His breath hitches, a snarl twisting his lips as he braces himself. A surge of raw power erupts from him, a visible blue energy crackling around his clenched fists. He lashes out, a whirlwind of motion. His opponent barely manages to deflect the blow, stumbling back. A blur of motion, a crescent-shaped blade flashes. The attack is swift, precise, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. He falls, his dark hair fanned out around him like a fallen raven's wing. The fight, it seems, is over. His eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, follow the victor's movements. Even in defeat, a flicker of defiance remains. With a resounding slam, he's sent sprawling. A blur of motion, a powerful kick connects, sending him sprawling across the ground. Dust erupts where he impacts. He skids across the ground, a cloud of dust billowing in his wake. He lies defeated, the dust settling around him. Two figures stand over him, their expressions a mixture of concern and triumph. Young Hee-won activates the Hour of Judgment's skill. Lee Gil-young, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, unleashes Mjolnir's lightning. A surge of electric energy crackles around his weapon, promising a powerful counterattack. Mjolnir's lightning strikes. A blinding flash illuminates the scene, followed by the echoing crackle of immense power. The raw power of Mjolnir's lightning explodes outwards, sending shockwaves through the arena. Opponents are thrown back, momentarily stunned by the force of the attack. The shockwave throws him back, a blur of motion against the stark lines of the arena. He stumbles, barely maintaining his footing amidst the residual energy. He braces against the raw power of the attack, a fierce electrical storm erupting around him. Yoo Jung-hyuk, however, stands defiant, his lightning resistance negating the worst of the blow. A wave of disbelief washes over young Hee-won. "Hot," she exclaims, the sound barely audible above the crackling energy still swirling around Yoo Jung-hyuk. The constellations of absolute good have fallen silent at her request, a fact that clearly surprises her. "Damn it, not this again?" Young Hee-won cries out, her frustration palpable. A system message flashes, the skill activation has been terminated. Below, a narrator's voice calmly observes, Yoo Jung-hyuk might be ruthless, but he's on the side of good rather than evil. "Damn it, I knew that he was strong." Young Hee-won mutters, a grudging admission escaping her lips. The force of Yoo Jung-hyuk's attack is undeniable, she's clearly struggling to maintain her footing. But to this extent? Young Hee-won gasps, sent sprawling by the sheer force of Yoo Jung-hyuk's attack. His power, she realizes, is far beyond anything she anticipated. Yu Jung-hyuk stands over her, his expression unreadable, a chilling stillness in his posture. The aftermath of his attack hangs heavy in the air. The skill character list activates. A sudden, unexpected development, it throws a new element into the already tense situation. A system message flashes, the information overload regarding this character is too vast, and the character list is being streamlined. Yu Jung-hyuk remains standing, a figure shrouded in an ethereal blue glow, his expression still unreadable. A character summary appears, detailing Yu Jung-hyuk's impressive attributes: regressor, third turn, a mythical and rare programmer status. His skills are equally formidable, ranging from combat prowess to surprisingly high cooking levels. The sheer volume of information is staggering. A stark blue system message appears: this character has lost their ability to reason. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Damn it! Just as I thought, he already got a new stigma, a voice mutters, the words laced with frustration. It restores all the skills Yu Jung-hyuk had in his earlier lives over time. The implications of this new development are far-reaching. Gilliam, please. You know what you have to do, right? The older man's voice is firm, yet laced with a hint of pleading. Gilliam looks down, his shoulders slumped. Yes, Hyun, he replies quietly, his words barely a whisper. I'm sorry, he adds, his regret palpable. A gentle hand rests on his shoulder, a silent reassurance. Don't be, the older man says softly. I didn't want to have to do this. He mutters, a palpable reluctance in his voice. He swallows hard, the act a visible testament to his inner turmoil. A system message flashes across the screen, confirming the consumption of the Tyrant RX DNA ampoule, and a surge of power courses through him. His stats skyrocket, a temporary but significant boost. A surge of energy envelopes Gilliam. System messages flash, proclaiming a dramatic increase in his vitality, strength, agility, and an unknown power coursing through his very being. Gilliam stands poised, a golden energy crackling around him, his grip tightening on his twin swords. The power surges through him, a palpable hum in the air. Gilliam stands firm, a radiant golden energy now fully unleashed, crackling around him. His grip tightens on his twin swords, the hum of power palpable. The exclusive skill, Pure Star Energy, has been activated. Gilliam's resolve hardens. His lacking skills, previously a significant disadvantage, are now overcome. The immense power surge from his activated Pure Star Energy skill has bridged the gap. Gilliam's enhanced stats feed back into his Pure Star Energy, boosting its level. The golden energy crackles around him even more intensely now, a palpable aura of power radiating from his twin swords. His Pure Star Energy skill has leveled up, a testament to his newfound strength. This power surge, however, is only possible now, while his other skills remain relatively undeveloped. The narrator explains that this is a unique opportunity, a method only viable at this stage of his development. Fine. Gilliam mutters, a subtle shift in his stance betraying a hint of reluctant acceptance. The golden energy still crackles around him, but the intensity seems to have lessened slightly, as if he's preparing for something. He dashes forward, a blur of motion leaving a trail of shattered earth in his wake. The speed is breathtaking, a testament to his enhanced abilities. Let's fight, you sunfish bastard, Gilliam snarls, his words a prelude to the clash. He attacks with blinding speed, a furious assault launched with newfound resolve. Gilliam's attack connects, a whirlwind of motion leaving his opponent reeling. He's sent sprawling, crashing to the ground amidst a shower of debris. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, a blur of motion leaving only dust and debris in its wake. A blinding clash of steel. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards, leaving only a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. A deafening echoes as the combatants clash. The force of their impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving only shimmering energy in its wake. A blur of motion. Swirling energy erupts as their blades clash, a fierce swish, marking the impact. He grits his teeth, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. The intensity of the ongoing battle is palpable, every muscle in his face is strained. He moves in a blur, a whirlwind of motion barely visible against the twilight sky. The speed is breathtaking. A blur of motion, a flash of steel. Slice. The sound echoes as he cuts through the air with impossible speed. He slices through the air, a second slice, echoing the first. The impact sends his opponent sprawling. A second slice rings out, echoing the first. The force of the blow sends his opponent tumbling, a defeated heap on the ground. He grits his teeth, a strained ugh escaping his lips. Despite boosting his stats, the opponent's relentless pressure forces him back, a heavy thud marking his retreat. He steadies himself, a grim set to his jaw. The fight is far from over. Blades clash again, a sharp clang ringing out. He needs an opening, a way to break free from this relentless assault. I need to create a gap somehow, he thinks, his determination hardening. Suddenly, a system message flashes. The exclusive skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2 has been activated. A new advantage appears, altering the course of the fight. With a blur of motion, he activates his new skill. A wave of blue energy surges around him, pushing back his opponent. The impact of the new skill is immediate. A powerful wave of energy explodes outward, pushing back his opponent and clearing a space around them. The fight continues, but now the tide has turned. He presses the attack, the momentum now firmly in his favor. It hurts, his opponent groans, the words a testament to the effectiveness of the new technique. He barely registers the blow before a sharp "huh" escapes his lips, eyes wide with disbelief. The attack lands, a resounding "ang" punctuating the impact. This technique, he'll need to use it several more times in the future. I will have to do everything over and over again, he mutters, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The weight of repetition settles upon him, a heavy cloak in the face of an arduous task ahead. This jerk, what the hell is he saying? He scowled, a mixture of frustration and disbelief etched onto his face. The words hung heavy in the air, reflecting his growing unease. A wave of frustration washes over him. He clenches his jaw, the unspoken words a testament to his mounting anger and disbelief. Wake up, damn bastard! He lashes out, a furious energy propelling his attack. Ash billows where the blow lands. You! The word hangs heavy with barely suppressed rage, his eyes blazing as a blue energy crackles around his fist. He's poised to strike again, fury fueling his next attack. He connects, the impact sending his opponent sprawling. Blue energy crackles around the fist as he follows through, the force of the blow clearly felt. Idiot, he roars, the word a guttural shout as his fist connects with bone-jarring force. Blue energy explodes from the impact, a violent testament to the raw power behind the blow. He lands the hit, but the victory is short-lived. I actually landed the hit. But now my hand feels stiff, he mutters, a wince crossing his face as he assesses the damage. His opponent, dazed, stumbles back. He walks away, the impact of his blow still echoing in the dust swirling around his feet. A brief, hard-won victory. The scene shifts. Vast, metallic gears, colossal in scale, grind slowly against each other in a dimly lit space. An air of mystery hangs heavy. He resolves, the moment I regress, time will rewind back to the beginning. A grim determination sets in as he prepares for the temporal shift. As his companions. And then, the cycle repeats. His companions lose all their memories, any trace of his existence vanishes. The grim reality of his temporal manipulation settles upon him amidst the vast, blood-stained gears. The only reason the dungeon boss could control Yu Junghyuk was due to his volatile mental state. A grim understanding dawns on him, the weight of this revelation heavy in the blood-soaked gears. His combat skill is practically non-existent, but his mind control abilities more than compensate. Even if Yu Junghyuk's mental barrier exceeded 80,000, he might still have been affected. The narrator, seated on a park bench under a twilight sky, ponders this unsettling truth. A single, chilling thought crosses Yu Junghyuk's mind: why am I alive? The question hangs heavy in the air, his confusion palpable. Another figure, his expression sharp with concern, responds with a sharp, what? Concern etched on his face, the other figure presses, what is it? Yu Junghyuk's bewilderment is palpable, the question hanging heavy between them. As the reader, we are given a moment of reflection. The weight of Yoo Jung-hyuk's earlier question, "Why am I alive?" still hangs in the air. Aren't you a real protagonist? Why are you talking like this despite having only regressed 3 times? The question cuts through the lingering uncertainty, a sharp contrast to the previous, more contemplative mood. It's a direct challenge, forcing Yoo Jung-hyuk to confront the unusual nature of his current situation. Do you really think that way? The question hangs in the air, a pointed counter to Yoo Jung-hyuk's earlier despair. So you've already lost the resolve you had after your first regression. The accusation stings, highlighting a subtle shift in his demeanor since his initial questioning. A somber thought crosses Yoo Jung-hyuk's mind: I am the only living being in this world. The statement reflects his isolation, a stark contrast to the previous exchanges. His expression is one of quiet despair, a heavy weight settling upon him. A bitter grimace contorts Yoo Jung-hyuk's face. His teeth are bared, a silent scream of frustration trapped behind clenched jaws. The weight of his isolation, his stark loneliness in this world, is palpable. My anger, he states, the words a raw, visceral expression of the frustration that has been building. It's a stark declaration, a simple statement that carries the weight of his profound isolation. Don't drown in those foolish sentiments. The sharp command cuts through his self-pity, a harsh rebuke to the emotions he's been wrestling with. It's a forceful rejection of weakness, a call to action. He moves with a blur of motion, a swift counterattack leaving his opponent momentarily stunned. The clash of steel echoes, a sharp, metallic clang that underscores the intensity of their confrontation. Since you couldn't see the point of living, he shouts, his blade a blur as he presses the attack. The force of his blow sends his opponent reeling. The attack continues relentlessly. He drives his blade forward, a final, decisive thrust. Blades clash repeatedly, a flurry of steel and sparks. You were the one who decided to live towards a greater cause instead, he shouts, his words ringing out amidst the clang of metal. A thoughtful pause follows, a quiet moment in the midst of the battle. I wonder who it is my words are reaching. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. I wonder why my eyes sting, he muses, the question hanging in the air amidst the ongoing battle. A new question crosses his mind, a puzzled frown furrowing his brow amidst the battle's chaos. And why is my skin burning up, he wonders aloud, the words tinged with growing unease. Ignoring the burning sensation and stinging eyes, he focuses, a grim determination hardening his features. When there's no use getting emotional, he mutters, activating a skill. The very air vibrates as fourth wall shakes the battlefield. A chilling thought crosses his mind, a stark realization etched on his face: I am alone. His eyes, wide with a dawning dread, reflect the harsh reality of his isolated position. A figure emerges from the shadows, his face a mask of terror. He's clearly caught off guard, his panicked gasp audible even in the oppressive silence. Then just who did I come here for, if you are alone? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the panicked whisper escaping the lone figure before him. His initial dread now morphs into something colder, a calculating assessment of his situation. Blades clashed, a deafening clang echoing through the air. The figure lunged, a desperate attack met with a swift counter. Sparks flew as steel met steel, the intensity of the confrontation palpable. How could you say you're alone? The question cuts through the aftermath of their clash, a sharp rebuke to the earlier claim of solitude. Doubt, perhaps even a hint of suspicion, now colors the speaker's tone. Their blades still locked, a tense standoff follows the furious exchange. How could you say you're alone? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the previous claim of solitude. The time you pathetically died in the theater dungeon, the words cut like a blade, a stark reminder of a past failure. He slides back, the impact echoing the weight of that accusation. The words, the time you held your dead younger sister in your arms and cried, and the time when that prophet backstabbed you, hit him like a physical blow. He crumples, the weight of those memories of betrayal and loss too heavy to bear. The searing memories continue their assault, the joy of fatherhood, swiftly replaced by the agonizing grief of loss and the subsequent descent into madness. A single letter, then another, and another, a relentless barrage of painful reminders. The memories surge, battles against demon kings and the returned. He realizes these are echoes of ways of survival, a text whose lessons stretch far back into his past. The memories flood back. He recalls aiding the transmigrators, battling the reincarnators, moments of struggle etched into his past. These are echoes from Ways of Survival, a text whose wisdom shaped his very being. A voice, echoing from the depths of his memories, speaks, "I was there too, watching your struggles, for the strength to live on." The weight of past battles, against demon kings and the returned, settles heavily upon him. A pensive silence falls. He stares off into the distance, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his features. The weight of past battles, the echoes of Ways of Survival, all contribute to his solemn contemplation. A single, haunting thought escapes him, even I. The unspoken weight of his past, of the battles fought and the sacrifices made, hangs heavy in the air. A new resolve, born from the depths of his memories, begins to stir within. A surge of defiance erupts from him. His mouth opens in a fierce roar, a raw, visceral cry that speaks volumes of his newfound determination. The past is a weapon now, fueling his resolve. He unleashes a furious counterattack, a whirlwind of motion leaving only a blur in its wake. The very air crackles with energy. The aftermath of his furious assault leaves him seated at his desk, a faint glow surrounding him. He stares intently at the computer screen, his expression unreadable. A blinding flash erupts, a wave of raw power obliterating everything in its path. Boom! A blinding clash of energy erupts, a wave of raw power obliterating everything in its path. The impact echoes, a deafening boom shaking the very ground. Grimacing, he grits his teeth. Dust and debris swirl around him, the aftermath of a devastating clash. "I read the story just to live," he mutters, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He sweeps his weapon, a swift, precise movement that sends splinters of wood flying. "Oops," he mutters, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he surveys the damage. A flurry of splintered wood explodes outward, a testament to the force of his attack. He stands amidst the chaos, a smirk playing on his lips. He curses under his breath, "Damn it, I got too worked up." The confession reveals a calculated strategy, he only intended to buy some time. He sheathes his sword, the brief, furious outburst over. A calculated risk, it seems, to buy himself some time. Dust motes dance in the golden sunlight filtering through the arena's gaps. A blinding flash erupts as he unleashes a final, desperate attack. The force of it is breathtaking. A blinding flash. The impact reverberates, a deafening echoing through the arena. A colossal boom. The force of the impact sends debris flying, a maelstrom of dust and energy obscuring the aftermath. The dust clears, revealing a massive crater where the fighters stood moments before. A wave of energy still ripples outwards, the air crackling with residual power. A rumble shakes the ground. From the dust and debris, a single word emerges: "You." It hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the raw power just unleashed. A deafening rumble shakes the earth as their blades clash. Sparks fly, and one fighter grunts, "Ugh," stumbling back. He lunges, a blur of motion. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring the scene. The blinding flash fades, revealing wide, disbelieving eyes. A single question mark hangs in the air, mirroring the fighter's stunned reaction. Just now, his eyes lit up. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his wide eyes reflecting disbelief. The ferocity of the recent blow is etched on his face. "Who the hell are you?" The fighter's voice, raw with disbelief and a hint of dawning terror, cuts through the lingering dust. Their blades clash, a blinding flash of light and energy erupting between them. He stumbles back, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning fear. He's sent flying, a shower of sparks and shattered stone raining down around him. The impact throws him off balance, leaving him vulnerable. Read on to be the first to read our latest releases. The provided image contains only translator's notes and does not depict any scene from the manhwa. Therefore, no narration is needed for this panel. Who the hell are you? The question hangs in the air, a challenge spat between two figures locked in a tense standoff. Their swords clash, sparks flying, the intensity palpable. A blinding flash of light erupts, momentarily obscuring the combatants. The light fades, revealing a close-up. Wide eyes, reflecting the fiery embers still dancing in the air, stare out from a shadowed face. Shock ripples through him, the intensity of the recent clash is etched into every line of his expression. Ha! The single word, a breathy gasp, escapes him, reflecting the utter disbelief etched across his features. The shock of the previous attack still lingers, leaving him stunned and disoriented. A system message appears, a stark blue rectangle against the white background. The effect of the fourth wall is suppressed due to excessive immersion. The narrative itself seems to break through, pulling us deeper into the protagonist's disoriented state. The disorientation deepens. A grid of letters, omniverside, materializes before him, each character shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. The very fabric of reality seems to bend and warp around him. Before him, a grid of letters coalesces, forming the word omniverside. Each character pulses with an ethereal blue light, a stark contrast to the fading distortion around him. The swirling distortion fades, leaving behind only the stark, ethereal glow of omniverside, a name that pulses with an otherworldly light. Chapter 43, Episode 9 begins. Omniscient Sunfish, the title proclaims, its words glowing with an ethereal light. Part 7 of the story begins. Blades clash in a flurry of motion, sparks erupting as the two combatants trade blows amidst a storm of dust and debris. A fierce clash echoes, the impact a whirlwind of dust and debris. The dust settles, revealing a victor. The dust clears, revealing nothing. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the slow drift of dust motes. He stares, disbelief etched onto his face. It can't be. He whispers, the words barely audible above the lingering silence. A single thought echoes in the aftermath: did he really come to his senses after hearing my words? Doubt, tinged with a flicker of hope, hangs in the air. How is it possible, he breathes, the question hanging heavy in the air. Doubt warred with a dawning comprehension. Was this always something that could be done, he wonders, his gaze intense, a flicker of understanding, or perhaps, fear, in his eyes. Or maybe, you are. The unspoken words trailing off, leaving the true nature of the revelation hanging in the balance. Or maybe, you are. The unfinished thought hangs heavy, a question mark etched into the very air. A wave of uncertainty washes over him, his eyes wide with dawning realization. The theater owner's simulacrum recoils, a hand flying to his head. The system message confirms it, he's embarrassed. A wave of awkwardness seems to ripple outwards from him. A wave of emerald energy erupts from the younger man, a forceful counter to the theater owner's reaching hand. The older man recoils, the force of the attack clearly unsettling him. A system message flashes, the theater owner's simulacrum has tightened its control over Yu Junghyuk. He recoils, a pained ugh escaping his lips as the emerald energy surges through him. He clutches his head, a pained groan escaping him as the emerald energy intensifies its grip. The surge is overwhelming. The emerald energy flares, engulfing him completely. He's overwhelmed, barely able to stand. That's what I thought. There's no way it would be so easy. He's a sunfish for a reason, after all. The unexpected ease of the previous moments fuels a sudden suspicion. A surge of emerald energy explodes outward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force is undeniable, a clear sign that something isn't right. Yu Junghyuk's breaking the sky swordsmanship surges, its power escalating dramatically. The sudden increase confirms his earlier suspicions, something is definitely amiss. Yu Junghyuk's attack intensifies, a surge of power making his swordsmanship even more devastating. Damn it, of course the protagonist gets a buff, a voice grumbles, highlighting the frustrating turn of events. In the middle of all this, too, the attack continues, a relentless storm of steel. His sword sings a deadly song, each strike more powerful than the last. Hey, Junghyuk, a voice calls out, cutting through the furious clash of steel. The interruption hints at a shift in the relentless assault. Do you remember what I asked before? The question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the previous fury. Junghyuk's eyes, narrowed in concentration, betray a flicker of something akin to apprehension. About if I could punch you once, the words hang in the air, a simple question carrying unexpected weight after the intensity of the recent battle. I'm pretty sure you agreed to that, the powerful figure states, his words carrying a weight of unspoken understanding. A younger man stands nearby, a hammer at his side, a silent testament to the prophecy just uttered. Yu Junghyuk's strength will one day surpass even this formidable opponent. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air before he finally nods, a subtle shift in his posture acknowledging the unspoken agreement. The young man watches, his grip tightening around the hammer at his side. But we haven't reached that future yet, the young man mutters, a trickle of blood staining his chin. His words, barely audible above the babble of unseen voices, hint at a long road ahead. Just for a little while, if he can do his best. A resounding clang echoes as weapons clash, a burst of golden light illuminating the scene. Unbreakable faith, activated. The ether property shifts, a system message flashing across the screen. The ether property has been converted to flame. A fiery glow now intensifies around him. It just might be possible to take down this overpowered guy, he thinks, a surge of fiery determination fueling his words. The golden light intensifies, a testament to his newfound power. He lunges forward, his flaming blade a blur. The clash of steel echoes, a shower of sparks illuminating the intensity of their duel. A blinding flash of light erupts as their blades collide, the impact echoing through the air. A hiss escapes him as he stumbles back, a grimace twisting his features. Ugh! He groans, the impact clearly taking its toll. A hiss escapes him, his eyes widening as pain flashes across his face. He's clearly been hurt, the force of the blow evident in his staggered retreat. He collapses. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence follows his fall. Then, a bright blue interface flashes across the screen. The stigma song of the sword has been activated. The silence is broken only by the faint whisper of energy, as the stigma song of the sword activates. The sword hums with barely contained power. A faint energy shimmers, a tangible manifestation of the stigma's activation. It's Song of the Sword, one of the strongest battle buffs, a powerful constellation wielded by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. The sword itself pulses with barely contained energy. The attack buff varies each time, a consequence of the random verse recited. Still, it's a stigma he's grateful to possess. The words of the great admiral surge from the sword, a chaotic storm of imagery and sound. Arrows rain down, gunshots echo, and chaos reigns. He braces himself, a storm of spectral arrows hurtling towards him. The chaotic energy of the great admiral's verse continues its assault. He deflects the spectral onslaught, a blur of motion as the ethereal arrows shatter against his defenses. The chaotic energy of the admiral's verse continues its relentless assault, but he holds firm. Arrows shot down like rain, a relentless barrage. He parries them all, his movements a blur of focused defense against the great admiral's relentless attack. Arrows shot down like rain, and the sounds of gunshots echoed. The relentless barrage continues, a storm of spectral projectiles. He stands firm, a whirlwind of spectral arrows impacting the energy shield he's conjured. The barrage continues, relentless, but he holds. Strain etched itself onto his face, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration as the spectral arrows continued their relentless assault. He grits his teeth, the energy shield shimmering under the pressure. The chaos resembled a storm, finally breaking. Sweat beaded on his brow, a single drop tracing a path down his cheek as the shield flickered, threatening to fail. The spectral arrows ceased their assault, the storm finally breaking. A quiet settled over the battlefield, the only sound the ragged breath of the warrior who had endured the onslaught. The text below, a stark reminder of the cost of war, reads, "A thunderstorm." A wave of icy energy washes over the battlefield, the sound of whoosh echoing the force of the attack. Silence follows, heavy and pregnant with the aftermath. He counters, a wave of icy energy erupting from his blade. The attack is swift, a blur of motion leaving only the faintest trace of its passage. A guttural cry, kuagh, rips through the air as he's struck. The icy energy cleaves through him, leaving a trail of shimmering frost in its wake. The icy energy cleaves through him, a shattering shia, echoing the impact. He's sent sprawling, the force of the blow sending debris flying. He dashes, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of icy shards in his wake. The word dash explodes across the panel, mirroring his speed. He grits his teeth, a fierce expression contorting his face as icy energy crackles around him. The raw power surges, threatening to overwhelm him. He unleashes the full force of his icy power, a blizzard erupting around him. The sheer intensity is breathtaking. A wave of emerald energy washes over him, pushing back the blizzard. Yu Junghyuk activates Panacea, level 2, and the injured opponents nearby are instantly healed. The emerald energy surges, pushing back the blizzard with undeniable force. Nearby, the injured rise, healed. The emerald energy explodes outward, a wave of healing power that pushes back the blizzard's icy grip. Those injured nearby are instantly restored, rising to their feet, renewed. The emerald light fades, leaving behind an unsettling calm. The blizzard, once a raging tempest, is gone. He moves with a blur of motion, a streak of dark clothing against the still unsettled sky. Electric energy crackles around him, a potent aura. He continues his relentless advance, a figure of controlled power against the muted greens and grays of the landscape. The air crackles with barely contained energy. Fuck, he's already recovered. The words are a raw, breathless gasp, a testament to disbelief. His wide eyes reflect the shock of his opponent's swift recovery. Giliung ah! The cry rings out, sharp and filled with a desperate urgency. It's a plea, a desperate call slicing through the tension. A strangled cry escapes Giliung's lips, a sound of pure, raw terror. His eyes are wide, reflecting the overwhelming force he's facing. A strangled cry, escapes Giliung. Terror grips him, his fear palpable in the desperate sound. A shimmering, emerald energy whips past, leaving a trail of fractured space in its wake. The scene is one of intense, chaotic power. A crack of immense power echoes, a sound that speaks of shattered realities. The sheer force is almost palpable. A shattering crash echoes, the very fabric of reality seemingly tearing apart. Light explodes from the fissure, a blinding flash. He runs, a blur against the ethereal glow. Light streams down, almost like rain, as he pushes forward, a determined set to his jaw. He bursts through, a wave of ethereal energy surging behind him. The fractured light trails behind like a comet's tail, a testament to the power he unleashes. Suddenly, a system message blares, a grade 6 monster, the Titanoptera, has appeared. Its massive form fills the space, a terrifying mantis-like creature emerging from the ethereal glow. He stumbles, the force of the Titanoptera's emergence knocking him off balance. The ethereal energy dissipates, leaving behind only the monstrous insect and the young man, struggling to regain his footing. A wave of shock washes over the onlookers as the young man, still reeling from the Titanoptera's arrival, is suddenly attacked from behind. Escapes one man's lips, a clear expression of disbelief at this unexpected turn. A nervous chuckle escapes someone nearby. He. Titano is. The unfinished sentence hangs heavy in the air, a palpable sense of dread replacing the initial shock. He stumbles, a bloody nose adding to his disheveled appearance. The monstrous Titanoptera looms over him, its immense form casting a chilling shadow. Turn, a word appears above him, a grim command echoing the creature's menacing presence. A screech pierces the air, a sound of raw power and predatory intent. The Titanoptera attacks, its massive form a blur of motion as it descends upon its victim. He barely avoids the Titanoptera's crushing blow, narrowly escaping its wrath. Others leap into action, their movements a blur as they attempt to aid him. Grab! A desperate parry, a clash of steel against chitin, as he deflects the Titanoptera's attack. He stumbles back, the ground trembling beneath his boot as the force of the impact reverberates. A guttural cry escapes him, H. He's thrown back, the impact jarring him to his core. What's with that relieved look? A voice, sharp and laced with suspicion, cuts through the aftermath. The speaker's expression, a chilling smirk, leaves no doubt about his assessment of the situation. The older man, a chilling smirk playing on his lips, raises his cane. He watches, unimpressed, as the younger combatant recovers. The older man unleashes his skill, mind erosion, a chilling wave washing over his opponent. His single, malevolent eye seems to burn with power. His eyes roll back, his body convulsing. The younger man is clearly overwhelmed by the mind erosion attack. Despite the mental assault, he fights back. A fierce glint in his eyes, the younger man retaliates with a powerful strike, his weapon slicing through the air with a sharp slither. He grits his teeth, a pained agh. Escaping his lips as he fights back against the mental intrusion. His counterattack is swift, a desperate, powerful slash that cuts through the air, leaving a dark, swirling coil in its wake. Darkness falls. A chilling void consumes the scene, leaving only faint, ethereal glimmers in its wake. Faint, ethereal glimmers remain, the only light in an encroaching darkness. A chilling void, the aftermath of a fierce mental battle. Only faint, ethereal glimmers pierce the encroaching darkness, remnants of a fierce mental battle. A figure emerges, partially obscured, their form slowly resolving from the shadows. From the lingering shadows, a figure emerges. His eyes, burning red, gleam with a chilling intensity. A cruel smile stretches across his face, a stark contrast to the ethereal green glow surrounding him. He materializes fully now, a figure of chilling grace amidst the lingering green energy. His red eyes burn, a cruel smile playing on his lips. His form solidifies, the ethereal green glow intensifying around him. A cruel smile stretches across his face, his red eyes burning with malevolent glee. So many ways, he whispers, a chilling promise hanging in the air. He rises, a dark silhouette against the fading green energy, his menacing presence filling the void. The chilling promise hangs heavy in the air. A figure emerges, a man in a sharp suit and fedora, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and dawning horror. This is, he stammers, his voice barely a whisper against the swirling, ethereal green energy that still lingers in the air. His eyes, burning red embers in the encroaching darkness, lock onto the horrified man. A chilling silence descends, broken only by the ragged breaths of the witness. His gaze, a burning coal in the encroaching darkness, settles on the witness. A single drop of sweat traces a path down the man's cheek, reflecting the fear that grips him. A chilling darkness blankets the scene, punctuated only by faint, ethereal glimmers. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A torrent of words washes over the scene, fragments of a broken world swirling in the oppressive darkness. It's a dakibi, a voice whispers from the chaos, 3 are ways to survive this ruined world. The words, like ghostly echoes, reveal the grim reality of their situation. A figure, head bowed, stands amidst the oppressive gloom. The brim of their wide-brimmed hat casts a shadow, obscuring their face, yet their posture speaks volumes of the weight they bear. The silence, heavy with unspoken dread, hangs in the air. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stands alone. Their shoulders slump, a silent testament to the weight of the world pressing down. The oppressive gloom seems to cling to them, mirroring the despair within. A wave of despair washes over them. The figure remains still, the oppressive gloom of their surroundings mirroring the darkness within. Hope, it seems, has dwindled to a mere ember. Suddenly, a bright blue interface flares to life, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom. A message appears, the exclusive skill Fourth Wall has activated. A surge of power erupts, a brilliant blue light pushing back the encroaching darkness. The Fourth Wall skill has activated, a beacon of hope in the overwhelming gloom. The blue light intensifies, a wave of energy pushing back the darkness. It's a dazzling display of power, the Fourth Wall skill in full effect. He swings his sword, a blur of motion within the blue energy surge. Determination etched on his face, he fights back against the encroaching darkness. He stumbles back, the blue light fading as the darkness presses in. The fight is far from over. Overwhelmed, he collapses, the blue energy dissipating completely as the encroaching darkness consumes him. Darkness falls. The fight is over. No way. He staggers forward, eyes wide with disbelief, a chilling grin splitting his face. The fight's end is far from over. He collapses, a defeated heap amidst the swirling snow. But even as he falls, a chilling grin stretches across his face. The fight, it seems, is far from over. A guttural ahh escapes him as a blue energy surges from within, cracking his very skin. His eyes, glowing red, widen with a terrifying intensity. From the depths of his being, a raw power erupts. Blue energy crackles, shattering his skin as his eyes blaze with a terrifying red light. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy, a raw power that shatters the very ground beneath him. Debris flies as the force erupts, a blinding light accompanying the surge. The blue energy explodes outward, a wave of raw power that obliterates everything in its path. The dust settles, revealing a young man kneeling amidst the debris, his sword planted firmly in the ground. A single word escapes his lips, "Ha?" Below, a system message confirms, the Theater Master Simulacrum has been defeated for the first time. A system message appears, confirming his victory. 9,000 coins have been awarded as compensation for defeating the Theater Master Simulacrum. "Ha," he breathes, a bewildered expression etched on his face. What just happened? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the unexpected victory. A system message cuts through his confusion. You have met the clear conditions for the hidden scenario. Intrigued, he wonders what this means. A bright blue notification appears. 4,000 coins have been awarded as compensation. The unexpected reward leaves him momentarily speechless, pondering the meaning behind this sudden windfall. He'd definitely been under the influence of a powerful mental attack, but now, a strange thought crosses his mind. Did breaking the fourth wall somehow negate it? A quiet "young" escapes his lips, a mixture of relief and lingering uncertainty. A faint tremor runs through him, a lingering effect of the mental assault. He turns, his gaze following a figure in the distance, a silent question hanging in the twilight air. "Gili-ung ah." A desperate cry cuts through the twilight. He's being dragged away, a figure looming over him, the faint tremor from the earlier attack still present. Panic grips him. Wide eyes, a desperate expression etched on his face, the faint tremor from before intensifies. He's witnessing something terrible, a silent scream trapped behind his fear. A monstrous praying mantis, its serrated forelegs poised, looms over the scene. The creature's size is immense, dwarfing the cityscape in the background. Its presence amplifies the already palpable sense of dread. A system message blares, the barrier surrounding the theater dungeon has been lifted. He watches, frozen, as the implications of this chilling announcement sink in. The colossal mantis descends, its shadow engulfing everything. A chilling premonition grips him. This is far larger than anything he anticipated. Only silence. A vast, looming mantis, its shadow a suffocating blanket, fills his vision. The creature is impossibly large, a terrifying testament to the dungeon's unleashed power. Phew! He breathes a sigh of relief, the sheer size of the mantis still fresh in his mind. The thought of facing such a creature sends shivers down his spine. It's a fight he's clearly glad to avoid. A new path opens before him, a welcome sight after the terrifying encounter. Hope flickers, escape is within reach. He sits beneath a twilight sky, cradling the child close. A fallen figure lies nearby, a stark reminder of the danger just narrowly avoided. The quiet of the night offers a fragile peace, a reprieve from the recent terror. The man lies still, his form slumped against the earth. A grim reminder of the battle's cost, his stillness contrasts sharply with the fragile peace of the twilight sky. "Dr. SSI, are you okay?" A concerned voice breaks the twilight stillness. He replies, "Yes." "What about you?" His own words, though reassuring, are immediately followed by a grim observation, "I'm fine." Luckily Jai-Hai is safe too. But her face is so swollen she can't even speak. A soft ding echoes, a quiet counterpoint to the lingering tension. A system notification interrupts the quiet aftermath. The end of the third main scenario is drawing closer. One woman, slightly bruised but clearly relieved, murmurs. Her companion adds, "Looks like things have also come to an end down there." A sense of cautious optimism settles over them. A vast, white expanse stretches before them, unbroken except for a single, dark, curving line at the bottom, suggesting a horizon or perhaps the edge of a precipice. The stark simplicity of the scene underscores the weight of the previous events. The end is near. Seoul. The word hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the battle raging below. A panoramic view reveals the city engulfed in flames, a chaotic maelstrom of destruction. Below, Seoul burns. Wreckage litters the streets, twisted metal and shattered glass mark the path of destruction. The scale of the devastation is immense, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. Everything. The word hangs heavy in the air, a whisper of defeat amidst the devastation. He lies slumped against the rubble, the weight of the city's destruction mirroring his own despair. Really has ended. The words hang in the smoky air above the ravaged city, a woman's voice heavy with a weary acceptance. Nearby, a young man in tactical gear murmurs, "Awake already?" The battle's conclusion settles upon them, a tangible silence in the aftermath of chaos. Another figure, small and wide-eyed, looks on, taking in the scale of the destruction. From the ravaged city, beams of light shoot into the darkened sky, a silent testament to the battle's end. "So pretty." A whisper, barely audible above the lingering silence, yet carrying a strange weight. From the ruined city below, beams of light pierce the darkening sky, a breathtaking, if somber, spectacle. Below, the city smolders, yet amidst the ruins, a breathtaking sight unfolds. Beams of light pierce the twilight sky, a silent, stunning tribute to the battle's end. This meteor shower, a breathtaking spectacle against the twilight sky, marks the beginning of the main scenarios. A chilling proclamation hangs in the air, a stark warning etched against the backdrop of a still smoldering city. All the places in the world where those meteors fall will face disasters and nightmares no one could imagine. A young man gazes upward, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. Above him, the meteor shower continues, a breathtaking, yet ominous spectacle. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, watches the meteor shower with a grim determination. The falling stars, once a breathtaking spectacle, now seem to presage disaster. The three young adults stand together, their faces etched with worry, under a darkening sky still streaked with the fading trails of the meteor shower. A grim determination settles upon them, replacing the earlier awe. "Hyung, won't you make a wish?" the younger boy asks, his hands clasped together. His older brother, however, remains unconvinced, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "They're wishing on monsters of a disaster," he observes, his tone laced with grim certainty. "I've already made mine," the older brother declares, his voice calm amidst the lingering chaos of the meteor shower. The younger sibling, still gazing skyward, immediately asks, "What is it?" Intrigue hangs heavy in the air. "Remember, they say that if you reveal your wish, it won't come true," the older brother cautions, his voice a low murmur against the backdrop of the still falling meteors. A subtle shift in the air, a sense of unspoken weight, hangs between the brothers. The younger brother's gaze drops, a pensive silence settling over him. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the recent excitement. He seems lost in thought, the weight of his brother's words clearly impacting him. "I wished," the younger brother confesses, his words hanging heavy in the air. He lies on the ground, his posture conveying a mixture of exhaustion and regret. A simple wish, yet heavy with unspoken meaning, to see this story's epilogue. He lies there, the younger brother, his confession hanging in the quiet aftermath. The moment the sun rises, a new day dawns, carrying with it the weight of his unspoken wish. A simple hope, yet one that holds the key to understanding his journey. A fresh wound bleeds, a stark crimson against his pale skin. The brother's quiet hope from the previous dawn feels distant now, replaced by the raw reality of his injury. He lies defeated, a new chapter dawning not with hope, but with the chilling proclamation, a new hell will begin. A lone figure flees, his silhouette small against the backdrop of several figures standing still. Scattered across the ground lie discarded weapons, a testament to a recent battle. The air hangs heavy with the unspoken weight of what has just transpired. The aftermath settles, the dust motes dancing in the pale light. Two stark blue announcements blaze across the scene: the hidden scenario has ended, and main scenario number 3, emergency defense, has ended. A new phase begins. The dust settles, revealing a bright blue screen. A new challenge begins, main scenario number 3, emergency defense, a B difficulty mission. The conditions are clear: defend against a continuous wave of monsters for the remaining days. Success means 1,000 coins, failure means death. A bright blue notification appears: 1,000 coins, a reward for completing the scenario. The next challenge awaits. The next chapter unfolds, a continuation from the novel's 43rd chapter. A new challenge awaits. A new chapter begins, picking up where the novel left off. A list of names appears, a tribute to those who support the ongoing journey. Their contributions fuel the next challenge. A system message blares, main scenario number 3, emergency defense, has concluded. Two figures stand silhouetted against the ravaged landscape, surveying the aftermath. Below them, the stairway lies in ruins, a testament to the intensity of the battle just fought. The emergency defense scenario concludes. A man in a tan coat lies prostrate on the ground, amidst shattered vials and spreading stains. Above him, two figures watch, their expressions unreadable. The scene is one of quiet aftermath, the tension lingering in the air. A system message appears, detailing the scenario's conclusion: all green zones destroyed, a continuous wave of monsters will now attack. The reward? 1,000 coins. Failure? Death. The two figures stand silhouetted against the setting sun, a harsh reality of their survival stark against the fiery sky. A reward message flashes, 1,000 coins for completing the scenario. The cost of survival, it seems, is measured in currency. But the price of failure? Death. The two observers remain, silent figures against the fiery sunset, their next challenge looming large. A single, clear ding each echoes, the sound of a reward earned, a brief respite before the next wave. A system notification appears, the fourth main scenario is approaching. He reacts with surprise, muttering, "Huh? Already?" The weight of the impending challenge is palpable. "Damn it," he curses, less than 10 minutes have passed since the third scenario ended. The urgency in his voice is palpable as he instructs another, "Stay here with you, Junghyuk." A hesitant question follows, "I can?" "It's no good if you come back down with us anyway," one declares, a note of urgency in their voice. "It'll be a problem if he wakes up here alone." A simple nod is the only response, followed by the instruction, "Just let me know when he wakes up." The speaker's concern for the unconscious man is evident. "That guy deserves one more slap to the back of his head," someone mutters, their voice laced with a simmering resentment that lingers in the twilight air. He lies still, unconscious, on the ground. A sword rests nearby, a silent testament to the recent struggle. The lingering resentment in the air is palpable. A word puzzle, seemingly random at first glance, slowly reveals itself. The letters, arranged in a grid, begin to form a chilling message: omniscient. A sense of unease settles over the scene, the quiet aftermath of the fight now heavy with unspoken implications. At the bottom of the page, a stark credit sequence appears, naming the artists and author behind this gripping tale. The quiet intensity of the previous scene lingers, leaving the reader to ponder the ominous message left behind. Chapter 44, Episode 10. The ominous weight of the solved puzzle hangs in the air, a silent prelude to what's to come. Future War, Part 1. The title card sets the stage, a stark declaration of the conflict to come. "Oi, you know what I have to say, right?" One young man carries another, his words hanging heavy in the air. The weight of unspoken words, and the steps they take, carry a palpable sense of foreboding. The constellations, powerful and wealthy, are not all-knowing. That means there are secrets hidden from even them, a fact underscored as the two figures hurry down a metallic staircase, the weight of their unspoken mission pressing down. "The time you pathetically." The words hang in the air, a harsh accusation cutting through the metallic chill of the staircase. "Held, redacted, in your arms and cried," the speaker continues, his voice laced with a bitter undercurrent. The young man he carries seems oblivious, his gaze fixed ahead, his body tense with unspoken urgency. The harsh accusation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's quiet determination. His secret, the fact that he's a regressor, remains hidden, a detail carefully omitted from earlier accounts, though its significance is undeniable. "Even you couldn't hear all of it?" The young man carrying the child pauses, a frown etching itself onto his face. He mutters, "That's strange," his voice barely a whisper above the sound of his own ragged breathing. The information blockage, he realizes, is significant, even the constellations are struggling to pierce the veil of secrecy. A grim realization dawns on him. "Don't tell me." He whispers, beads of sweat tracing a path down his tense jawline. His unspoken fear hangs heavy, have the constraints of probability already been activated? And I won't send you all the constellations' indirect messages because there's way too many of those. Got it? The curt statement hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's previous anxieties. A wave of relief washes over him. The sheer volume of information is overwhelming, but at least the immediate crisis is averted. Keep that up. Only let messages from the ones who pay a lot of coins pass through me, the system dictates. A wry smile touches his lips. What am I, your manager? He mutters, the unspoken question hanging in the air. He walks away, a system message flashing at the bottom of the screen. A handful of constellations, eager to know his secrets, are watching closely. A subtle shift in his posture suggests a newfound wariness. Suddenly, two system messages appear. The first announces that the constellation's secretive plotter is fascinated by his existence. The second reveals a sponsorship of 2,000 coins. Dr. SSI, are you having a hard time? I could carry Gillianji instead, a woman offers, her concern evident. He's clearly struggling, his weary posture and dirt-smudged face telling the story. Ah, that would be nice, Doctor replies, a hint of weary relief in his voice. The offer of help is clearly welcome. Doctor accepts the offer, a wave of relief washing over his weary face. His gratitude is palpable as he subtly shifts his weight, easing the burden he carries. He1 SSI, Doctor calls out, his voice a quiet question. A simple inquiry, yet the weight of his relief is still palpable. He1's response, a single yes, hangs in the air, a silent promise of aid. How much did you hear earlier? He1 asks, her voice barely a whisper, her face etched with worry as she clings to Dokja. The question hangs heavy with unspoken anxieties. Yes, I did hear a little bit, He1 admits, her worry evident. Dokja, a faint smirk playing on his lips, reflects, and here I thought it would be fine since she was far away. He pauses, a thoughtful frown replacing the smirk. But it makes sense that there was no filtering for a human not watching through a channel. He1 falls silent, a thoughtful frown furrowing her brow. The weight of her unspoken concerns hangs heavy in the air. Dokja SSI, who really are you? He1's question hangs in the air, her gaze unwavering as she confronts Dokja. The weight of her unspoken concerns, the mystery surrounding him, intensifies. Dokja glances away, a subtle shift in his expression. Meanwhile, He1 sleeps soundly, her snores a quiet counterpoint to the unspoken tension. He begins to answer, but only manages a single, hesitant word, I. He1's snores fill the silence, a stark contrast to the unspoken questions hanging between them. I am someone who knows a little about the future, Dokja states, his voice firm despite the gravity of his words. He stands before He1, his declaration hanging heavy in the air. Is that true? The question hangs in the air, unspoken tension palpable. Dokja's claim to knowledge of the future is met with immediate skepticism. He follows up, a hint of urgency in his tone. Does Yu Sangda or Lee Hyunsung know about this? The answer, delivered quietly, is simple, not yet. He1's question hangs in the air, a mixture of suspicion and apprehension clear in his expression. You're not going to kill me or anything, are you? Dokja's response is immediate, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Why are you even asking that kind of question? Isn't that how such things usually go? Dokja's words hang in the air, a chilling implication woven into his casual tone. He continues, his gaze unwavering, with the "you've now found out too much to be left alive" line. The weight of his statement settles, punctuated by He1's plea, please don't joke about something like that. Fear, sharp and undeniable, flickers in He1's eyes. Dokja's chilling implications hang heavy in the air, but He1's fear is palpable. Then, a quick shift, I didn't mean to bring this up with ill intent. In fact, it's the opposite, Dokja clarifies, his words offering a glimmer of unexpected reassurance. From now on, the scenarios will only get more dangerous. He1 might have to face death more than once, and she could lose what's precious to her. The gravity of Dokja's words hangs in the air, a stark warning replacing the previous tension. And so? He1 asks, her voice barely a whisper. Dokja, his expression unreadable, responds, please continue to stay with me from now on. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the sterile corridor. I'm asking you to be my companion, Dokja states, his request hanging in the air between them. He stands before Hee-won, a quiet determination in his posture. They walk in silence, the only sound their footsteps echoing down the sterile corridor. A weathered sign, indicating level 4, marks their descent. A voice, sharp and demanding, cuts through the silence. Where's the bastard called Kim Dokja? Are you going to spit it out or not? Hee-won's companion tenses, the question clearly unsettling him. A hushed tension hangs in the air as Hee-won's companion, his face etched with worry, remains silent. The weight of the interrogator's question, where's the bastard called Kim Dokja, is palpable. Wait, first, calm down. Hee-won's companion pleads, but the interrogator isn't having it. You think I'm going to calm down? Ha! His defiance echoes the escalating tension. Hee-won's companion, flustered, blurts out names, Usanga, Lee Hyun-sun, desperately trying to deflect the interrogator's relentless pursuit of Kim Dokja. The plea for calm hangs heavy in the air, unanswered. It's him, someone shouts, the words cutting through the already strained atmosphere. The pursuer, enraged, descends the steps, his voice a furious growl, You bastard, where were you hiding for this long? He's closing in. Dongpilda's stats, it's noted, have spiked again. Meanwhile, a furious shout erupts, This fucking bastard. As the pursuer lunges, his rage palpable. A system message blares, the fourth main scenario will begin in 5 minutes. The tension ratchets up another notch. Dongpildu, shield raised, braces for impact. Around him, the scene is chaos, blue data streams flicker, a rain of digital debris amidst the blood-splattered floor. The pursuer is upon him. TCH. A man in a newsboy cap spits out the sound, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. The scene is still chaotic, but his expression shifts the focus, this is personal. Ha ha ha. Everyone, how are you all doing? He shrugs, a smirk playing on his lips amidst the ongoing chaos. The casual question hangs heavy with menace. Stop giving me that look and listen up. The command cuts through the lingering chaos, silencing the scene with its sharp authority. His tone brooks no argument. If Chungmuro Station alone is in this state, a voice observes, concern lacing the words, I can't imagine how chaotic all the other stations will be. The speaker's apprehension is palpable. There's a very interesting story up ahead, another voice counters, a hint of excitement in their tone, so I'm sure you'll be satisfied. The next scenario, it seems, will unfold across multiple locations. But to reach the next part of this unfolding chaos, a prerequisite must be met first. The path forward is blocked until a prior task is completed. A small, almost comical, ghost-like creature floats into view, its red eyes gleaming mischievously. It's a mess if there are too many people, right? It observes, the statement hanging in the air. You need a leader to guide you, a voice booms, the words hanging heavy in the air. The men before him, faces etched with worry and apprehension, shift uneasily. The weight of the statement is palpable. A stark announcement cuts through the tension, there needs to be a representative for each station. The words, sharp and decisive, appear against a backdrop of a station sign, Chungmuro, number 423, a location marked by splatters of what looks suspiciously like blood. A stark white space stretches out, a stark contrast to the grim, blood-splattered station sign seen moments before. The silence is heavy, the unspoken tension palpable. A digital notification blares, a sub-scenario has begun. This round, a mere skirmish, the announcement declares. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim reality of blood-splattered Chungmuro Station. Think of it as the warm-up game, a voice adds, a chillingly casual dismissal of the impending conflict. The rules of the sub-scenario appear, a representative election, a C difficulty challenge with a 30-minute time limit. The objective? Grab the primary color flag at the platform's center. The reward? 1,000 coins and the prestigious title of Chungmuro's representative, granting high command over all other station members. A bright blue flag, shimmering with energy, stands at the center of the platform. The prize of the representative election gleams, a beacon amidst the grim, blood-stained station. The 30-minute timer ticks relentlessly. The platform, a grim testament to the brutal competition, is littered with debris and bloodstains. A silent crowd watches from the sidelines, their faces obscured, as the radiant blue flag remains untouched, a symbol of the coveted prize. The clock ticks down, each second a pressure cooker. Back off, a voice roars, a furious shove sending another competitor sprawling. The tension ratchets up, the prize is within reach, but the fight for it is far from over. A competitor sprints forward, his determination etched on his face. "All I need to do is become the representative," he declares, his voice a fierce whisper cutting through the tension. The finish line, and the blue flag it holds, is within his grasp. He lunges forward, a defiant grin splitting his face. "Then even that bastard can't control me," he shouts, his voice raw with determination. "Gong Pildu, down!" The announcement rings out, sharp and decisive, ending his desperate dash. He crashes to the ground, a pained Yua, escaping his lips as the impact reverberates. He hits the ground hard, a pained groan escaping him. The impact echoes, and a system message appears. As per the clauses of the contract, the right of command has been activated. A heavy boot comes down, stomp, the sound effect proclaims as he's driven into the ground. An oof escapes him, a pained grunt swallowed by the force of the blow. He snatches the primary color flag, a system message confirming his success. "Oops. Looks like I didn't see you there," he says, a nonchalant tone barely masking his surprise as he faces his opponent. A system message flashes, he's now the representative of Chungmuro Station, qualified to walk the King's Road. A significant advancement, earned through his recent victory. A surge of power courses through him. "Ah, I can feel power rising in my body," he murmurs, a hint of wonder in his voice. Chungmuro Station will fall under his control if he holds onto the white flag for the next 5 minutes. A stark warning appears: if the flag is stolen, a new owner will be recognized, and the 5-minute timer resets. The stakes are clear, he must hold on to his victory. He stands over his fallen opponent, the timer ticking down, 2 minutes left. A voice observes, "This is power that should have gone to Yu Junghyuk of the third regression." Well, isn't he strong enough already? The implication hangs heavy: this victory, while hard won, might be more significant than he realizes. "Take the flag." "There's 5 minutes left," a desperate voice shouts, the urgency palpable. He's on the ground, defeated, his eyes wide with a mixture of frustration and fear as the clock relentlessly ticks down. "Dokja SSI." The desperate cry cuts through the air, a desperate plea amidst the chaos. He stands victorious, sword still drawn, but the urgency in the voices around him, the fleeing figures, the blood staining the floor underscores the dwindling time. The fight is far from over. "Hyeonsung SSI, catch!" The cry rings out as Dokja, with a powerful toss, sends the flag arcing through the air. "This is..." Hyunsung gapes, astonishment etched on his face as Dokja provides him with a new shield. "I chose a new shield for you," Dokja explains, his voice calm amidst the ongoing chaos. "Throw away what you used earlier." The urgency in his words matches the desperate situation. A wide, joyous grin spreads across Hyunsung's face. He clutches the new shield, his eyes shining with gratitude and relief. The weight of the previous battle seems to lift, replaced by a surge of renewed confidence. Hyunsung dashes forward, a blur of motion, his new shield held high. The renewed confidence in his stride is palpable. A clang echoes as Hyunsung activates his new skill, wide area defense. A shimmering, protective energy field erupts around him and his companions, a teal glow illuminating their determined faces. "So this is the power of a secondary skill that comes with grade A weapons, huh?" A voice, awestruck, comments on the teal energy field surrounding Hyunsung and his team. Meanwhile, another voice gasps, What the hell?" The sheer power of the wide area defense is undeniable. "Pildu SSI." The cry rings out as several figures are thrown back by the force of the energy field, impacting the ground hard. The teal glow intensifies, momentarily blinding. A guttural growl, Gur, escapes Pildu as he struggles against the force of the energy field. His face, contorted in a grimace of exertion and barely contained fury, speaks volumes about the sheer power he's facing. "Make way." The urgent shout cuts through the air as a wave of red energy surges, pushing people aside. The intensity of the power is palpable, the very air crackling with it. Dong Pildu unleashes his arm zone skill, level 6. A surge of red energy explodes outward, clearing a path through the surrounding crowd. Didn't I tell you to stay down? The sharp rebuke cuts through the air, directed at Dong Pildu. A nearby man crumples to the ground, the force of Pildu's actions evident. A system message flashes, right of command activated. Keep your head to the floor until I let you get up, a voice commands, sharp and unforgiving. Also, those turrets are annoying, shut them down. Dong Pildu's skill, arm zone, is deactivated, the system message confirming the action. A nearby man pleads, get me off the ground quickly. You son of a bitch. The furious outburst is cut short. Keep your mouth shut, too. Stay quiet for 30 minutes, the commanding voice orders, silencing the man's rage. Well, now that everyone seems to know their position, I'm going to talk to you all for a while. The voice, still commanding, addresses the group. A muffled MMMPH escapes one of the men on the ground, his protest cut short. Right now, everyone here has two options, the voice booms, its authority undeniable. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by a barely audible flinch from one of the men. 29 people remain in the station, their choices, it seems, are about to be made. A heavy silence descends. The weight of the unspoken choices hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension gripping the remaining 29 individuals. Of the 29 remaining, 20 are loyal to the landlord's alliance. A man, his face etched with worry, cowers on the ground, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. Only 9 survivors remain, including his own party. He reflects, those weren't large numbers, but it's better this way. The leader's gaze is firm, his resolve unwavering as he declares, it's time for me to gather more people to my side. The practicality of his decision is underscored by the accompanying thought, having too many people alive just makes managing them all harder. And now, it's time for the remaining survivors to choose their allegiance. The leader's decision to consolidate his forces echoes in the air, a strategic move born from necessity. The leader addresses the remaining survivors, his voice firm, you can either leave Chungmuro and go to another station, or choose to stay here under me. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air, a stark choice between uncertain futures. Only those who are trustworthy and won't betray us should stay behind, the leader declares, his gaze unwavering. Then, turning to a specific survivor, he adds, I'm asking you to become my companion. The weight of his words hangs heavy, a direct appeal amidst the uncertainty. A young woman, her face etched with worry and a hint of defiance, considers the leader's offer. The weight of his words, the uncertainty of the future, is clearly reflected in her pensive expression. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Dr. SSI, she asks, hasn't considered her as a companion until now? The weight of the leader's earlier words, his offer of companionship, is clearly reflected in her silent query. Just because you think we've allied each other doesn't mean we're actual companions, he states, his words cutting through her unspoken question. A sharp contrast to her hopeful expectation, his tone is firm, leaving no room for misinterpretation. He clarifies his position, redefining their relationship. If the idea of being companions is too much of a burden, he explains, think of it as a deal instead. I need your strength, and you could benefit from my knowledge. It's a mutual give and take. His words, though pragmatic, leave the unspoken question of genuine connection hanging in the air. What's important is that our relationship will not change, he reiterates, his tone firm. She hesitates, then asks, say, can I ask you something? He replies simply, yes. Her question hangs heavy in the air, what is my fate in the future you know of? He won SSI, you weren't there in the future I saw, she states, her voice laced with concern. He hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. I don't know, he admits, his gaze downcast. A moment of silence hangs heavy before he adds, almost to himself, is the filter still on? That's why I think our deal is especially beneficial for you, he explains, his words carefully chosen. She responds, you mean? A box of text clarifies, variables like her, who I personally raised, had no role in the original novel. Her confusion is palpable. This is a bit sudden. I need some time to think, she says, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face. The implication hangs heavy. Her future role, and perhaps even the outcome of everything, rests on a decision yet to be made. Those profits, for example. He begins, his words hanging heavy in the air. Her immediate reaction is one of startled confusion. What are you saying so suddenly? The weight of his statement, and the implication of what he's about to reveal, is palpable. Just answer me, the man demands, his tone brooking no argument. Choose whether you'll stay here, or go elsewhere. I won't harass anyone who wants to leave, however, if you want to stay, you have to accept being under my control. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken consequences. A young man, his face etched with worry and grime, whispers, control. The weight of the choice is evident in his anxious expression. So in the end, you just want to rule over everyone here. The accusation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the man's earlier, seemingly reasonable offer. His true intentions are now clear, leaving the onlookers stunned. I can't deny it, the man admits, a hint of weariness in his voice. But at least I won't be asking for rent or survival fees. A nervous question follows, a plea for reassurance. Can you guarantee our complete safety if we join your group? The weight of their decision, and the man's true intentions, hangs heavy in the air. I can promise to shield you to some extent from outside threats, the man states, but I won't be dealing with anything within this station. All of you will have to resolve internal conflicts on your own. His words, though offering a degree of protection, leave the group to face their internal struggles alone. A heavy silence settles, the weight of his ultimatum palpable. Then, a hesitant agreement hangs in the air. The group, despite the man's conditional offer, seems ready to proceed. Their decision, born of necessity and a sliver of hope, marks a turning point. People do SSI, there's nothing more to be said, let's go, one of the men urges, a sense of grim determination in his voice. He helps a colleague to his feet, the others following suit, ready to face whatever lies ahead despite the uncertainty. That guy now belongs to me, a voice declares, a chilling confidence in the tone. The man stands amidst a swirling, teal energy field, a smug smile playing on his lips. His claim, though unspoken, hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination of the men behind him. A hand gently rests on the slumped shoulders of a man, his back to us. The teal energy field, still swirling, dominates the background, a stark reminder of the chilling declaration made moments before. The weight of the situation settles heavily on the scene. Jim SSI is leaving. The words hang in the air, a quiet acceptance settling over the group as they depart. A glimmer of hope remains, though, if they stick together, they might just survive. The sub-scenario has concluded. A notification flashes, 1,000 coins awarded as compensation. He nods, a hint of weariness in his expression. Well, I look forward to everyone's cooperation, he says, his voice even, yet the slight downturn of his mouth suggests a lingering unease. A system notification appears. He's now the official representative of Chungmuro Station, under the White Flag's authority. His current strength? 24 people. A quiet weight settles on his shoulders, a stark contrast to the weary acceptance he showed moments before. A series of system messages appear. He's now in charge of Chungmuro Station, wielding the White Flag's authority over 24 people. However, a final message underscores a crucial limitation: his reputation remains insufficient to claim the title of king. He thinks of the title of king, a goal still out of reach. Then, a resolute declaration: well then, let's begin the main game. His expression hardens, a quiet determination replacing the weariness. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. He's ready. The main game begins. The fourth main scenario activates. A surge of energy surrounds him, a bright light engulfing his form as he prepares for the challenge ahead. He stands before them, a team of figures bathed in an ethereal blue light. The energy crackles around him, a palpable tension hanging in the air as the challenge begins. The mission parameters appear. Main scenario number 4, capture the flag. The challenge begins. The mission parameters flash before them: Changsan Station, a 12-day time limit, a reward of 2,000 coins, and an ominous question mark hanging over failure. The stakes are clear. A quick explanation follows. In this scenario, probability determines how likely an event is to occur. If the odds are low, a chain of probability appears, preventing unlikely events from happening without a significant cost. Crucially, Yu Jung-hyuk can only use his recovery skill, Panacea, once a day, explaining why he remains unconscious. A call to action fills the page. The team urgently needs redrawers and raw providers. Interested parties are encouraged to apply through their Discord server. A heartfelt thank you concludes the chapter, acknowledging the vital support of Aisha, Jack, Blackhawk, Rain, Starker, Technocup, and Lordiato. Their contributions are essential to the ongoing project. The mission parameters appear. Main scenario number 4, capture the flag, a C difficulty mission. Each station, it explains, possesses a flag and flagpole that can be captured. 12 days. 2,000 coins. The mission parameters are clear. Capture the flag at Changsin Station. Failure means death. Failure? The Stark message hangs in the air, a chilling reminder of the stakes. Below, a figure emerges from the shadows, his face grim, the mission's weight heavy upon him. Ugh, so damn long, someone groans, the weariness palpable in the air. The team, faces etched with exhaustion, huddle together, their individual screens glowing with mission data. The weight of the extended operation is heavy on them all. His gaze, sharp and intense, sweeps across the scene. Determination hardens his features, a stark contrast to the exhaustion that still clings to the air. He's ready. The letters, arranged in a grid, spell out a chilling message, Ornum Vincide. A sense of foreboding settles over the scene, the weight of the unspoken threat palpable. The letters, painstakingly deciphered, form a chilling message, Ornum Vincide. A cold dread grips him, the puzzle solved, the threat now stark and undeniable. Chapter 45, Episode 10, Future War, Part 2 begins. The chilling message, Ornum Vincide, hangs heavy in the air, its implications a looming threat. So, the single word hangs in the air, a heavy weight of realization settling upon him. The chilling message, Ornum Vincide, is finally understood, but the implications remain terrifyingly unclear. The chilling message, Ornum Vincide, finally clicked. Now, a grim understanding dawns. We have to protect our flag and flagpost, while planting our own flag in other stations' flagposts. The stakes, suddenly, are terrifyingly clear. That's what it sounded like to me. Did I get that right? One of them asks, confirming their shared understanding of the chilling message. The other nods in agreement. That's what I understood as well. The gravity of their task, protecting their own flag while capturing others, settles heavily between them. And the next station we need to place our flag in is Changsin Station, one of them explains, the gravity of their mission weighing heavily on their words. The other nods, a quiet affirmation, seems like it. All of you catch on fast. Their shared understanding solidifies their grim determination. Their eyes trace the subway map, focusing on the next objective. Changsin Station. The path forward is clear, their grim determination unwavering. A smirk plays on one man's lips, a stark contrast to the other's furious glare. This jerk already. The second man mutters, his annoyance palpable. A question hangs heavy in the air. And, do we really have to kill people? One of them asks, a clear furrow in their brow, their uncertainty palpable. The rules are laid bare. If a station's group is claimed, the victor decides the fate of the conquered. A grim realization dawns on the men. Ah, that's right, one of them says, a glimmer of understanding in their eyes. Nowhere has it said that the cost of losing your own station is death. A wave of relief washes over them, the initial dread momentarily eased. One man suggests a peaceful solution, a glimmer of hope in the grim situation. His companion, however, immediately counters, there is no such thing as a scenario where no one dies. The harsh reality sinks in, replacing their brief reprieve with a chilling certainty. The grim reality settles in, more casualties are expected in the fourth scenario than in any previous one. A new plan forms, a practical approach replacing the earlier despair. We ought to find out which railway line Changsin Station is on first, one of them declares, their focus shifting to immediate investigation. It's on line 6, someone announces, a practical solution emerging from the grim forecast. Taking the underground tunnel, they can reroute to Yaksu Station, a strategic adjustment to their plan. A new strategy is proposed, splitting into two groups. One team will remain to guard the station, while the others venture out as scouts. The plan is to utilize the transfer route from Yaksu Station, a calculated risk in the face of the grim casualty predictions. The safety barrier around Chungmuro Station lifts. Movement between stations is now free. With the barriers down, a young woman gestures towards the others, a plan forming in her eyes. The team prepares for their risky mission, the weight of the predicted casualties heavy in the air. A man lies prone on the floor, his hands outstretched. Above him, a young man watches, his expression unreadable. The silence hangs heavy, broken only by the unspoken questions. Dong Pildu, you may speak now, the young man commands. Pildu, groaning softly, struggles to sit up, his face a mask of pain and exhaustion. I know you have a grudge against me, the young man states, his gaze unwavering as he looks down at Gong Pildu. But you need to adapt. The days when you were a landlord are far gone. His words carry a weight of finality, a stark contrast to Pildu's labored breathing. I know the reason why you're so obsessed with owning land, the young man explains, his tone unwavering. But do it in moderation. That is, if you want to survive. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Pildu's silent contemplation. I want to leave you here to guard this place, the young man proposes, his words cutting through the tense silence. Dong Pildu, still on the ground, questions, and why should I do that? The young man continues, I won't force you to obey me this time. It's a request. And if you agree, you can have rewards too. A glimmer of consideration crosses Pildu's face, the weight of the young man's offer hanging heavy in the air. The young man's offer hangs in the air, a silent challenge. Pildu, still on the ground, considers the proposal, his gaze distant. Think about it, the young man urges, think about your family. The weight of that final statement settles heavily upon Pildu, a stark reminder of his responsibilities. Why you, how do you know? Pildu stammers, a mixture of disbelief and apprehension coloring his voice. The young man's knowledge of his family clearly unsettles him. A motorcycle roars to life, its engine a powerful vroom that cuts through the lingering tension. The young man's offer, still hanging in the air, is now punctuated by the sound of escape. A motorcycle's engine roars, a vroom shattering the stunned silence. Pildu's face, etched with disbelief and fear, is partially obscured as he and the others are swept away in a blur of motion. A red blur streaks across the panel, a motorcycle's frantic escape leaving only the echo of its engine in its wake. A roar fills the VR room as a motorcycle bursts through, leaving only a bright trail of light in its wake. The motorcycle cuts through a shimmering, crystalline structure, leaving a trail of shattered fragments in its wake. They raced, a blur of motion through the crystalline structure. Shards exploded as the motorcycles carved a path, leaving a trail of glittering destruction in their wake. The chase continues, a blur of speed and shattered crystal. They tore through the structure, leaving a glittering, chaotic wake. Screaming tires and a spray of ice shards filled the air as they sped on. The pursuer leaned into the turn, his face grim, sweat beading on his brow. No way, she gasped, disbelief etched on her face. The scenario, she realized, had barely begun. Ah, we've finally reached Chungmuro, someone announces, the words barely audible over the vehicle's engine. A chilling question follows, any yet people from other station groups are already breaking in? The implication hangs heavy in the air. I can't believe it took them this long to finally clear the last scenario, someone scoffs, the words laced with a mixture of disbelief and impatience. The implication hangs heavy, they're already behind schedule. Oi, keep it down. Everyone can hear you, someone snaps, silencing the boisterous chatter. Another voice, sharper this time, adds, don't you remember that scenarios progress at different speeds depending on the station? The urgency in their tone underscores the pressure they're under. Freeze, a voice commands, sharp and authoritative. The other person reacts instantly, eyes widening in a mixture of surprise and dawning comprehension. HM? Oh my, he mutters, the words barely audible, reflecting a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Put down your weapons and come here slowly, a voice commands, sharp and unwavering. The scene is tense, the air thick with unspoken threat. He hesitates, the command hanging heavy in the air. Slowly, almost reluctantly, he lowers his weapon. Hold on. Let's calm down, he urges, his voice a plea amidst the chaos. The weight of his words is palpable, fear, raw and undeniable, etched across his face as he confesses, "Why, I can't even defend myself because I'm so scared now." "Don't be alarmed," a voice calls out, cutting through the tension. "None of us came here to fight." The question hangs heavy in the air, then why? "Let me introduce myself," a calm voice cuts through the lingering tension. "I am the vice representative of the Dong Demonstration Group, Kang Il-han." The revelation hangs heavy, a question forming on the lips of those present. Kang Il-han? Who was that? Dong Demon's vice representative. Something's not right, someone murmurs, a sense of unease settling over the group. So it's another new variable. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder that the situation is far from resolved. Since my skill worked on him, he must be a character from the novel. The realization dawns, a chilling confirmation of their suspicions. The rumor expert's skill, it seems, had inadvertently drawn this man into their reality. "Well, and your name is?" The question hangs in the air, a simple inquiry with unsettling implications. A smirk plays on the newcomer's lips, a hint of something dangerous lurking beneath the surface. "It's Kim Dokja," the newcomer replies, his name a revelation that hangs heavy in the air. A silent question mark floats above the speaker's head, mirroring the stunned reaction of those who hear it. "Ah, Kim Dokja SSI." The question, laced with surprise and a hint of unease, hangs in the air. Before him stand three figures, armed and clearly apprehensive, their expressions a mixture of shock and wary anticipation. "Nice to meet you, Dokja SSI," one of them says, a greeting that feels more like an assessment. "Seeing as you're holding that flag, you're this station's representative, aren't you?" A grin spreads across the speaker's face, but the others remain wary. He adds, almost as an afterthought, "He definitely made a strange look for a second." "Now that you've taken a good look around, get to the point," Kim Dokja demands, his tone firm. A nervous chuckle ripples through the group before him. Please excuse us," one of them stammers, a clear indication of their discomfort. Another mutters, "Was I staring too much?" Once again, "We aren't here to fight," one of them explains, their nervousness palpable. "Rather, I came to give you a good offer," he continues, a hint of apprehension in his voice. "We're also worried about our own safety, after all." Kim Dokja remains unconvinced. "Why should I believe that?" he challenges, his skepticism clear. The speaker counters, "If you've read the rules of this scenario, wouldn't you know?" The implication hangs heavy in the air. "If we really intended to take over this station, we would have come with our representative," the speaker explains, their words a clear attempt to ease Kim Dokja's suspicions. Only the station representative can hoist a flag, a rule that further bolsters their claim of peaceful intentions. Kim Dokja, still unconvinced, presses further. "What is your offer?" he demands, his skepticism evident in the sharp set of his jaw. "We came here." The words hang in the air, a simple statement from the other party, yet Kim Dokja's eyes, narrowed and intense, betray his continued skepticism. He waits, the unspoken question of their true intentions palpable. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Kim Dokja waits, his gaze unwavering, the unspoken question of their motives still pressing on him. The tension is thick, a palpable thing between them. Their purpose is revealed, to ask you for an alliance. The words hang in the air, a proposition that Kim Dokja receives with his usual guarded expression. The weight of the request, and the uncertainty it carries, is palpable. Kim Dokja remains unmoved, his expression unchanged as several figures, swords drawn, stand before him. Their presence speaks volumes, a silent challenge to his resolve. What should we do now? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the tense silence before. A suggestion follows, a hesitant proposal, agree to an alliance for the time being? Kim Dokja considers the offer, his expression unreadable, as the figures before him remain poised, swords at the ready. Kim Dokja's response is immediate, a quiet rejection, "I'm against it. I don't trust them in the slightest. This makes me feel uneasy." His words hang in the air, a stark counterpoint to the tentative alliance proposed moments before. The weight of his distrust is palpable, a silent tension that overshadows the group's hesitant offer. To put it bluntly, Kim Dokja states, his gaze unwavering, conveying a deep-seated distrust. The bluntness of his words underscores his firm rejection of the proposed alliance. Chungmuro Station is not our target, Kim Dokja declares, his statement firm and unwavering. The declaration cuts through the tension, shifting the focus away from the uneasy alliance and towards a new, unknown objective. Kim Dokja's gaze sweeps across the group, a pointed question hanging in the air. If our target station was Dongdaemun, he presses, then what would you all do? The query is a challenge, forcing them to confront their assumptions and consider alternative strategies. I don't need to worry about that, a voice confidently asserts, cutting through the tension. We already know which station needs to target us. The statement carries an air of assuredness, a subtle shift in the dynamic as the group moves forward with a clear, if unspoken, plan. Exactly, someone confirms, their voice cutting through the discussion. And you might not know this, but Chungmuro Station just opened. However, they continue, a subtle shift in tone, the fourth scenario started in our station 2 days ago. The revelation hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the previous confidence. Don't you think we could give you plenty of information? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier confidence. A serious concern is voiced. Even in the original story, Chungmuro Station joined the conflict much later than the others, leaving them significantly behind in intelligence. Actually, our group knows this scenario's secret, someone reveals, a stark contrast to the previous uncertainty. The fourth scenario, it turns out, has a hidden guaranteed clear trick. That's why you won't regret it if you make an alliance with Dongdaemun. The words hang in the air, a confident assertion from a group standing tall and united, their resolve palpable. Their collective strength suggests a compelling offer, a powerful incentive for any hesitant allies. Their leader gestures confidently, solidifying their proposition. An alliance with Dongdaemun, he implies, guarantees success in the notoriously difficult fourth scenario. The group stands united, their resolve a silent testament to their strength. Before finalizing the alliance, their leader makes one more request, a meeting with the station's representative. His calm demeanor suggests a carefully planned next step, a measured approach to securing their advantage. Where are they? The leader demands, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A subordinate responds, that person is still in Dongdaemun. If you want, I could take you there. The offer hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the dynamic as the alliance takes a concrete, actionable step forward. Fine, the leader declares, his decision firm. He descends the steps, leaving the subordinate to hesitate, a silent, trailing in his wake. I have a question, a woman states, her voice sharp. A subordinate responds, yes, miss? Her question cuts through the air, why choose Chungmuro? The weight of her inquiry hangs heavy, a clear challenge to the group's strategy. A subway map illuminates the scene, highlighting various stations. If you belong to Dongdaemun, a voice points out, there are stations much closer by which you could ally with instead. A hesitant that's follows, a clear indication of surprise and perhaps a reconsideration of their chosen strategy. Like I said earlier, Chungmuro was just opened, a man explains, his voice slightly strained. He gestures with an open hand, continuing, what I mean to say is, why yes, the rest of those stations have already joined another alliance. His words reveal a strategic disadvantage, a newly discovered obstacle in their plans. But we didn't think anyone could ask Chungmuro Station. One man remarks, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. Well, except now. Another replies, a smug chuckle punctuating his words. We'll tell you all of our reasons if you ally with us, the second man adds, extending an offer, a proposition that hangs heavy in the air. Gillianji will stay here and rest. The decision is made, a quiet resolution following the tense negotiations. Dongpildu, make sure he stays safe, a voice commands, the instruction sharp and clear. The scene shifts, a sense of urgency permeating the air as figures move swiftly, their purpose implied. Well then, we're heading out now. The words hang in the air, a declaration of departure. A sense of motion fills the scene, a blur of speed and purpose as they leave Gillianji behind. They speed away on motorcycles, a blur of motion against the city's cool, nighttime backdrop. Dong Pildu, his expression determined, rides in the lead. Dong Pildu, his grip firm on the handlebars, navigates the city streets with practiced ease. The night air whips past, a cool rush against his determined face. By the way, Kanyel Hanessi, Pildu calls out, his voice barely audible over the roar of the engines as they continue their high-speed chase through the city. Didn't those people tell you anything more about Chungniro stations? Pildu's question hangs in the air, unanswered for now. Kan Yelhan's simple, yes, suggests a knowledge Pildu is eager to uncover. Ha? What? Kan Yelhan's surprised reaction to Pildu's question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the relentless speed of their chase. The mystery surrounding Chungniro station's representative deepens. That there is a very frightening person going by the name Yu Junghyuk there, for example. The revelation hangs in the air, a chilling detail that sends a jolt through Ilhan. His eyes widen, reflecting the sudden gravity of the situation. Ha, I don't know what you're talking about. The dismissive laughter rings out, a stark contrast to the wide, disbelieving eyes of Kang Ilhan and his companions. Their shock is palpable, a silent scream against the casual denial. Ilhan and his friends remain stunned, their disbelief palpable. The casual dismissal of their concerns only deepens their unease. Water drips from Yu Junghyuk's dark clothing, a silent testament to the recent confrontation. Yu Sanga leaps into action, a golden light erupting from her hand as she cries out his name. The urgency in her voice, a stark contrast to the earlier nonchalance, underscores the gravity of the situation. A flurry of motion. Several figures, including Yu Junghyuk, speed away on motorcycles, a trail of shimmering energy in their wake. Confusion is etched on their faces, a stark question mark hanging in the air. Sanga, propelled by a surge of golden energy, streaks across the sky, a determined expression etched on her face. Her pursuit is relentless, a desperate attempt to catch up. A motorcycle explodes behind Sanga, the sudden destruction a stark contrast to her relentless pursuit. She glances back, a flicker of surprise in her eyes before returning her focus to the fleeing figures ahead. Rain lashes down as Sanga continues her pursuit, the remnants of the destroyed motorcycle a testament to the chaos left behind. A desperate cry, Yua, pierces the downpour as one of the fleeing figures is sent tumbling, a victim of Sanga's relentless pursuit. A deafening crash echoes as the motorcycle explodes in a shower of sparks and metal, sending its riders tumbling through the rain-slicked streets. Gasping for breath, he collapses onto the rain-slicked pavement. What the hell are you all doing? He cries out, his voice a mix of disbelief and terror. Let's first pretend to agree to the alliance and talk to them for a while, a woman instructs, her voice calm amidst the chaos. The moment you see any strange signs, jump off immediately. A plan forms, a fragile hope against the backdrop of recent terror. You should have raised your stealth stats more if you wanted to ambush us, a voice calmly observes, the words cutting through the tension. The ambush, it seems, was far from successful. The ambush fails. A wave of figures tumbles down the metal stairs, a chaotic heap of bodies. Panic grips them. A dismissive tisk escapes the observer as the ambushers are sent tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic heap. From the shadows below, a new command rings out, attack. Their leader's order echoes, attack. A squad surges forward, a blur of motion, weapons drawn, answering the call with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, a young man sleeps soundly amidst the chaos, oblivious to the unfolding battle. His soft snores are the only sound competing with the clash of weapons echoing from above. I can't believe that I, Gong Pildu, couldn't go against what wasn't even in order. He mutters, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. Beside him, the young man remains soundly asleep, oblivious to his companion's turmoil. What is that? The sudden question shatters the quiet, the speaker's voice laced with a mixture of surprise and alarm. His companion, still slumped against the large cylindrical object, remains fast asleep, completely unaware of whatever has just caught his friend's attention. Blood. Spattered across the cold floor, a grim discovery that jolts Gong Pildu awake. His companion remains asleep, blissfully unaware of the horrifying implications. This crazy bitch, quack. The cry of alarm explodes from Gong Pildu, his voice raw with shock and outrage as he witnesses the bloody aftermath. A skill, Hour of Judgment, has just been activated, the system message confirming the horrifying reality. I was prepared for the cancel again, but they allowed it this time, huh? A smirk plays on her lips as she observes the scene. It's so hard to find bad guys for them, she adds, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. These people are like flies compared to that guy in the theater dungeon. A crimson glow emanates from a strange, orb-like device, suspended by a chain. Its ominous light casts long shadows, amplifying the already tense atmosphere. A figure looms above, his weapon a long, menacing spear. He stands over a fallen opponent, the shadows deepening around them, creating a chilling atmosphere. Another figure watches from the periphery, their presence adding to the scene's tension. The aftermath is brutal. Bodies lie scattered, the scene bathed in a chilling blue light. One figure, still alive, clutches his side, his face etched with pain. He stands over his fallen foe, the blue glow of his energy weapon still faintly shimmering. Pain contorts the wounded man's face as he clutches his side, his breath ragged. The victor remains impassive, his gaze unwavering. A woman, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and apprehension, enters the scene. She carries a staff, her gaze fixed on the aftermath of the brutal fight. The victor stands impassively, seemingly unfazed by her arrival. Dokja, his expression grim, is told, Dokja SSI, Chungmuro Station is. A question mark hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. His gaze is intense, his concern evident. A sickening thud echoes as a body slams into the floor. Blood spatters across the pale tiles, the aftermath of a brutal attack. Chaos reigns, figures flee in a desperate scramble for safety. Panic grips the station. A body lies broken on the floor, a stark crimson stain blooming across the pale tiles. People scatter, their terror palpable. Who are these fuckers? The man's roar cuts through the panicked screams, a desperate question echoing the chaos around him. He lunges forward, a figure of furious defiance amidst the fleeing crowd. Usanga SSI, please take care of the fight here for me. The plea, barely audible above the chaos, is cut short by a desperate dash. The speaker disappears into the fray, leaving the scene to a new combatant. Sanga, her expression grim, deflects a blow, her blade a blur as she defends against the onslaught. He dashes past, leaving her to face the enemy alone. Sanga observes the fleeing figures, her mind piecing together the puzzle. Judging from the direction they ran, are they from the Myeongdong Station group? They must have hatched this plan with Dong Demon, she deduces, her gaze sharp. Then, noticing a fallen foe, she recognizes a familiar power, that's Kim SSI's special buff. It'll be over once I plant our flag. A triumphant yell rings out, the man's words echoing his confidence as he raises a makeshift weapon high. His comrades, bloodied but unbowed, stand ready, their objective clear. They'll overwhelm their opponents later, for now, this victory is theirs. It'll be over once I plant our flag. The shout echoes, raw triumph in every syllable. A victorious roar, a defiant stance, the small victory is theirs, for now. He plants the flag, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him as the name Chungmuro snaps into sharp focus against the crimson backdrop. Victory, for now. That's their representative, a voice observes, the words hanging heavy in the aftermath of the victory. The implication chills him to the bone. A figure lunges, a blur of motion. The victor from the previous battle is suddenly thrown to the ground, the impact jarring. The dust settles, revealing a figure standing over the fallen victor. A chilling silence hangs in the air, broken only by the ragged breaths of the defeated. The story continues from chapter 46 of the novel. A simple message fills the page, a call to action for eager readers. Please read on to be the first to read our latest releases. The narrative pauses, leaving us hanging, anticipating the continuation of chapter 46. The page turns. A new chapter awaits at. A plea for assistance interrupts the narrative. The scanlators urgently need raw providers, redrawers, and Japanese translators, encouraging applications through their Discord server. A plea for help. A desperate cry for Korean translators, redrawers, and Japanese translators echoes across the page. The need is urgent, the request clear, please apply, y'all, we need you. A heartfelt thank you concludes the chapter, acknowledging the support of the team. Their names, organized by Team Ember, Blaze, and Firestorm, are listed, a testament to the collaborative effort behind bringing this story to life. A surge of energy crackles around Kim Hyuntae, the Myeongdong Station representative. The system message confirms, he's activated the red flag's additional effect. Cut through their ranks until we reach the flagpole. Hyuntae shouts, a surge of crimson energy crackling around him as the Myeongdong group charges forward, empowered by the red flag's effect. Hyuntae's team cuts through the enemy ranks, a crimson wave of energy propelling them forward. Their attack and defense are boosted by 5%, a clear advantage in this desperate push towards the flagpole. A red flag. Hyuntae's team pushes onward, but a figure emerges from the fray, Myeongdong's representative. The key to victory, it turns out, lies in the color of the flag itself. The battle rages, but a crucial detail emerges: the flag, initially white, shifts to red, blue, brown, and then. The colors themselves hold the key to victory. Finally, the flag turns black, crackling with energy. Each color change, it turns out, amplifies its power, promising a decisive advantage in the ongoing battle. A chilling observation cuts through the heat of battle: if his flag is red, it can only mean that he's occupied more than one station, or that he stole the flag by killing. The implications are stark: the opponent's power has increased dramatically. He observes the opponent's flag, a stark black now, crackling with ominous energy. A grim realization dawns: the flag by killing another station's representative. The implication hangs heavy: this opponent's strength is far greater than anticipated. They do seem to have high combat capabilities, he mutters, acknowledging the daunting challenge ahead. But if that's how they plan to invade Chungmuro, it'll never work, he declares, a quiet confidence replacing his earlier apprehension. The opponent's formidable power is undeniable, yet a steely resolve hardens his gaze. These damn bastards. Rage contorts his face, a furious grimace replacing the steely resolve. His quiet confidence is shattered, replaced by raw, unbridled anger. Gong Pildo activates Arms Zone Level 6. A surge of power, a renewed resolve. The fight is far from over. Gong Pildo unleashes Arms Zone Level 6, a crimson wave of energy erupting around him. The attackers are thrown back, their movements disrupted by the sudden surge of power. A question mark hangs in the air, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. What the Yi-1 attacker gasps, his words swallowed by the explosive force of Gong Pilda's counterattack. Crimson energy blasts erupt, sending his foes sprawling. A pained cry, Yua, punctuates the chaos. Cook, everyone, come to me. Gong Pilda shouts, his voice cutting through the chaos. One attacker, dazed and struggling to his feet, whispers, I never heard anything about this. The sheer power of Pilda's attack has left his opponents scattered and reeling. Everyone retreat, a voice commands, cutting through the chaos. Gong Pilda's assault has clearly overwhelmed his opponents, they stumble back, disoriented and defeated. And where do you think you're going, he adds, a grim determination hardening his features. And where do you think you're going? Gong Pilda's voice rings out, sharp and unwavering. His sword, a fiery blur, leaves a trail of incandescent sparks in its wake as he prepares to stop their retreat. Gong Pilda's fiery blade cuts through the air, a blazing trail of light marking its relentless path. He moves with a furious grace, his determination unwavering as he intercepts their retreat. Unbreakable faith activates, its ethereal property shifting to flame. Gong Pilda's attack is met with a sudden, fiery surge of power. A fiery explosion erupts, engulfing his opponents. Screams cut through the air as they're thrown back, the force of Gong Pilda's enhanced attack undeniable. The fiery blast continues, engulfing his foes. Get through, quickly. He grits out, pushing through the inferno. Screams of pain and the impact of the blast are all that remain. A scream pierces the air, swallowed by the ongoing inferno. He pushes onward, the heat intense, his resolve unwavering. A final, deafening dawn echoes as the last of his opponents are thrown back, consumed by the inferno. He pushes through the fading flames, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with fierce determination. A final, weary flutter, then a soft thud. Silence falls, heavy and thick with the lingering scent of smoke. Dust motes dance in the fading light, the air thick with the scent of burnt earth. Silence, heavy and absolute, finally claims the battlefield. Over the ravaged landscape, a chilling message appears, etched in the dust, omnivocide. A chilling message, etched in the dust of the battlefield, slowly reveals itself, omnivice. The word hangs heavy in the silence, a stark reminder of the devastation wrought. Chapter 46, Episode 10, Future War, Part 3 begins. The weight of the word omnivice, etched into the battlefield's dust, foreshadows the conflict ahead. Flames lick at the scorched earth, small infernos marking the devastation. A hand, reaching out from the debris, is the only sign of life amidst the ruins. The aftermath of omnivice is stark and brutal. A body lies sprawled across the scorched railway tracks, blood staining his light-colored shirt. The scene is one of utter devastation, the aftermath of omnivice is brutally clear. His eyes widen, blazing with a sudden, intense light. "Oh," he exclaims, the single word a testament to the shock rippling through him as he takes in the scene before him. He breaks into a run, a newfound urgency in his stride. "Now's my chance," he breathes, the words barely audible above the echoing silence of the devastated station. "Gongpildu," he shouts, the name a battle cry cutting through the grim landscape. "You really want me to step on you again?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling threat from a figure whose face remains mostly obscured by shadow and a cap. His tone is laced with menace, a stark contrast to the desperate urgency that fueled Gongpildu's earlier charge. Startled, Gongpildu could only manage a breathless, "son of a bitch." The sheer audacity of his opponent, still looming in the shadows of the ravaged station, left him speechless. "We shouldn't have left at all," a woman's voice remarks, a grim assessment echoing the growing tension. Meanwhile, Gongpildu retrieves a small, red flag, a system message confirming his acquisition of the Myeongdong Station Group's flag. Gongpildu holds aloft the red flag of Chungmuro, a system message confirming its acquisition and upgrade. He's one step closer to the king's path. A system message clarifies the strategic importance of the red flags, capturing them boosts not only the representative's stats but those of every member under their command. This explains why even seemingly unimportant stations are targeted. "Everyone here is dead," Gongpildu states flatly, his gaze sweeping across the scene. A dismissive humph escapes him as he adds, "Why should I show mercy to people who chose to run in blindly? The survivors of the Myeongdong group await his judgment." Gongpildu sits amidst the carnage, a red flag bearing the name Changmuro planted nearby. His declaration hangs heavy in the air. There was never any point in questioning these people. The fallen bodies around him underscore the finality of his judgment. "They must have known what would await the intruders in our station all along," Gongpildu observes, his tone devoid of any surprise. The cold finality of his statement underscores the futility of the Myeongdong group's actions. Gongpildu's gaze lingers on the retreating figures of the Myeongdong group. He muses on Kang Il-hen's peculiar reaction upon learning of Pildu's role, a detail that now seems chillingly significant. The timing of their attack, so precise, suggests an inside source. Were these intruders guided by someone within their ranks? A chilling question hangs in the air. Blood spatters mark the wall, a grim testament to the recent violence. The number 423, clearly visible on a nearby panel, offers a chillingly precise location marker for this brutal encounter. "What are you going to do to me?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate plea from a man cornered, his fear palpable. The attacker remains silent, his expression unreadable, adding to the growing tension. A young woman watches, her face obscured, as a figure slumps to the ground nearby. The scene is stained with blood, the aftermath of a brutal attack. Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the faint sounds of labored breathing. "That depends on whether you can give us useful information," one of them says, a chilling indifference in their tone. Another chimes in, "The constellations labeled his group as evil anyway, so we can torture him, right?" The first speaker cuts them off sharply. "There's no need for torture. If he doesn't talk, I can just kill him." The cold finality of the statement hangs heavy in the air. "I'm counting to 3. If you don't open your mouth, you die. The thread hangs heavy in the air, a glowing blade held poised, ready to strike. The chilling ultimatum leaves no room for doubt. A blade descends, a sharp crackle of energy preceding its impact. 1. A crackle of energy precedes the blow. Tension hangs heavy as the countdown continues. 2. The countdown continues, a charged blade arcing down. He barely has time to react before the blow lands, sending him sprawling to the cold floor. 3. The final word of the countdown rings out, a blue energy blade flashing towards him. Dong Mio. He cries out, the attack impacting him as he stumbles, gasping, Di Dong Mio Station. Gasping for breath, he reveals a crucial piece of information. There were some people there who gave us information about Chung Miro. They called. The sentence trails off, leaving the audience hanging, desperate to know more. Bound and gasping, he manages to utter, they called themselves prophets. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling implication of the information they possessed. A blade flashes, a pained AGH. Escaping the bound man's lips. Below, a guttural Yua betrays the attacker's exertion as he delivers the blow. The scene is brutal, the tension palpable. Usanga, a voice commands urgently, quickly seal his mouth with your thread. The bound man, still gasping, lets out a pained AGH. Quack! As golden threads swiftly bind his mouth shut. I never thought they would be using suggestion to control the spread of their information, a voice observes, a hint of surprise coloring the tone. They're surprisingly cautious. The bound man's wide, terrified eyes reflect the gravity of the situation. A wave of unease washes over the observers. The silence, heavy with unspoken tension, speaks volumes. The term suggestion, as used in psychology, is defined, the method of indirectly causing someone to think or act a certain way. This clarifies the unsettling method used to control the flow of information. But could this be more easily resolved than I thought? A voice muses, a hint of calculation in the tone. He's quite lucky, another voice observes, the words hanging in the air as the narrator explains, suggestion is a skill usable only on those who've seen the user's face. As long as I have this guy, the voice concludes, a chilling certainty in the statement. It'll be possible to identify at least one prophet. The statement hangs in the air, a chilling certainty in its implication. The plan is solidifying. The plan is set. Identifying at least one prophet is now within reach. A pale sky, streaked with the ethereal trails of shooting stars, sets the scene. The air hums with anticipation, the plan is in motion. Hasn't that jerk woken up yet, she muttered, a worried frown etching itself onto her face. The words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the otherwise serene, starlit sky. Her worry deepens. A shadow falls across her face, the starlight barely piercing the gloom. The wait continues, tense and heavy with unspoken anxieties. How's the station doing? A voice calls out, sharp and concerned. A figure in dark clothing lies on the ground, seemingly uninjured, while another, clad in tactical gear, watches with a mixture of impatience and disdain. Relax, the prone figure reassures, his tone calm amidst the tension. No need to worry. But master, will he be okay? Concern hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the reassurance offered in response. He'll be fine, comes the reply, though a hint of caution tempers the optimism, though he may have some leftover trauma. Trauma? The question hangs in the air, a whispered doubt contrasting sharply with the earlier assurances. His eyes remain closed, a subtle hint of unease in the stillness of his face. Here, take this, a voice offers, don't try to read that. Just give it to you Jung-hyuk. A simple instruction, yet the unspoken weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air. Got it? A note is passed, a silent exchange heavy with unspoken implications. She's definitely going to read it later anyway, a voice explains, but there's no point, since all I've written are things only you Jung-hyuk will understand after all. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable, will the note's contents reveal themselves to the constellations? The answer, a quiet indeed, confirms a shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the risks involved. Is it okay if I ask you something? A hesitant question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier confident exchange. The speaker's posture, slightly bowed, reflects a nervousness that adds a new layer of intrigue to the unfolding narrative. Wait, did Lee Jai-hai hear that too? The question hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the earlier confidence. A wave of self-recrimination washes over him as he mutters, "Damn it, I just had to run my mouth pointlessly while there were people who could hear." About, you too. The question hangs in the air, a nervous tremor in the speaker's voice. One man, clearly agitated, responds curtly, "What?" The other, seemingly more composed, declares, "I'll just pretend I know nothing." A tense silence follows, broken only by the sharp exchange, "And what you then said, a juicy." And the final, pointed response, "Said what?" "Don't drown because of your feelings." The sharp words cut through the tense silence, a young man's voice ringing with urgency. His expression is one of fierce determination, a stark contrast to the earlier uncertainty. A question mark explodes across the panel, mirroring the uncertainty hanging in the air. The young man's warning echoes, leaving the reader to wonder about the unfolding consequences. Wait. A young man's voice, tinged with apprehension, cuts through the air. His eyes, wide and unervingly bright, betray a sudden shift in his demeanor. A hint of a smirk plays on his lips, but it's a strained, almost unsettling smile, hinting at a plan forming in his mind. Don't reenact it with that tone. The young woman's plea hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the unsettling calm that still clings to the young man. His earlier apprehension seems to have solidified into a quiet determination. Your resolve. After our first time. How could you lose that? The words, sharp and accusatory, hang in the air. A wave of disbelief washes over the young man as he stares down at his hands, his face etched with a mixture of shame and horror. "Ha! I came here for you." The young man's declaration, though delivered with a hint of confusion, holds a surprising firmness. His gaze remains unwavering, a stark contrast to the turmoil he displayed moments before. "No, hold up," he counters, his voice firm despite the turmoil. "I've always been there with you. Don't lose hope. Think of our baby." His words, a desperate plea, cut through the young man's despair. "No, that's definitely not what I said." The young man replies, a hint of defiance returning to his voice. Lying on the ground, he stares up at the sky, a question hanging heavy in the air. How is it even possible for her to hear it like that? The weight of this mystery settles upon him, a stark contrast to the recent defiance in his voice. "So, that's how it is, right? You and Master are, you know." The woman's words hang in the air, a pointed question. The young man on the ground, his face partially obscured, weakly replies, "You really think?" "It's not like that." His denial is tinged with exhaustion, the weight of the revelation heavy upon him. A system message appears, revealing conflicting celestial opinions. The constellation demon-like judge of fire approves of their camaraderie, while secretive plotter finds the entire situation ridiculous. A wave of frustration washes over him. "Damn it, so there are even more idiots in the channel," he mutters, the words a testament to his growing exasperation. 600 coins appear in his account, a small consolation in the face of his current predicament. But wait. How could you have a baby? Adoption, the question hangs in the air, a sharp contrast to the preceding frustration. He's clearly incredulous, his outburst directed at the unconscious figure at his feet. "Ask Yu Junghyuk that when he wakes up," he adds, a note of weary resignation in his tone. He descends a staircase, a thoughtful expression on his face. "No matter how much I look, I can't find any mention of profits in any way," he mutters to himself, his words revealing a growing sense of frustration. That leaves us with only two possibilities, he thinks, a frown etching itself onto his face as he continues his search. The weight of the situation is palpable. A new variable emerges, a revelation that chills him to the bone. A prophet, someone other than Anna Croft, has appeared. The weight of this unexpected development settles heavily upon him. And the second one. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling revelation that adds another layer to the already complex mystery. A second prophet has emerged, a development that throws everything into sharp relief. He considers the implications, a grim expression settling on his face. The possibility of another reader besides himself weighs heavily, but he dismisses the idea of them abandoning the narrative. No, the more likely scenario, he concludes, is the emergence of a second prophet, a far rarer event. The scene shifts. He stands on a subway platform, the pale light of the station reflecting in his thoughtful eyes. Chungnyeoro Station. The name, stark and simple, offers a quiet counterpoint to the turmoil in his mind. Dokja's team, armed but seemingly apprehensive, walks through a subway station. A woman questions their preparedness, voicing a concern that their weapons alone may prove insufficient. Dokja, however, assures her they aren't planning a fight, their immediate goal is assessment, deciding how to handle the situation. Dokja's gaze is grim. If we just let the remaining Myeongdong station members go, he states, his voice low, they won't live long, unless they're very lucky. Wanderers who lose their group are soon killed by people from other stations. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air of the subway station. Just like those 5 Landlord Alliance members who left Chungnyeoro. The grim reality of their situation sinks in. The team continues down the subway tracks, the weight of Dokja's words a palpable presence in the desolate station. Their mission, it seems, is far more complex than a simple assessment. They press onward, the silence of the abandoned subway tracks amplifying the weight of their unspoken anxieties. The grim reality of their mission hangs heavy in the air. A young woman walks beside a man carrying a red flag, her expression a mixture of apprehension and concern. He, in turn, seems burdened by unspoken anxieties, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond her. The weight of their mission continues to press upon them. Are you regretful? That we weren't able to join an alliance, the woman asks, her voice laced with a hint of apprehension. He replies simply, a little. His gaze remains fixed ahead, his words revealing a deeper cynicism, most people can't be trusted that much. In the future, things won't resolve in the way you hope, Sangye SSI, a voice cuts through the air, a stark counterpoint to the woman's earlier anxieties. A sense of grim resignation settles over her face as she hears the words, a subtle shift in her expression reflecting the weight of this prediction. I know, but still. I wanted to believe in them if I could, she confesses, a quiet resignation coloring her words. A hint of melancholy hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier discussion of alliances. It's because I've trusted others that I was able to come this far, she states, a quiet strength underlying her words. A subtle but resolute expression settles on her face, a quiet defiance in the face of the earlier prediction. The scene shifts, revealing a figure with a long, slender object strapped to their back. Beside them stands another, their posture suggesting a quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the earlier intensity. Dokja SSI. The call cuts through the quiet contemplation, a note of urgency in the voice. A figure turns, their expression unreadable, but the name itself speaks volumes, hinting at a relationship of significance. 2 figures appear, framed within the glass doors of what seems to be a transit area, blood splatters marring the otherwise clean surface. A sense of urgency hangs in the air, amplified by the exclamation point above them. A horrifying scene unfolds. Several figures lie sprawled within and outside a glass-walled corridor, blood staining the pristine surfaces. Their lifeless forms paint a grim picture of a brutal attack. A man lies bleeding, his eyes wide, staring blankly at the ceiling. His body, slumped against the wall, is marred by crimson stains. The scene is brutal, the silence heavy with the weight of what has transpired. 2 figures in dark uniforms stand guard amidst the carnage, their impassive faces betraying nothing of the horror surrounding them. The scene, viewed through a glass partition, is chillingly calm in contrast to the brutal aftermath. From a distance, through a pane of glass, we observe the aftermath. 2 figures in dark uniforms stand watch over a scene of brutal violence. The stillness is unsettling, a stark contrast to the crimson stains marring the floor. The central figure, his uniform stained crimson, turns, a grim expression etched onto his face. His gaze, sharp and assessing, sweeps across his 2 colleagues. A palpable tension hangs in the air, unspoken questions simmering beneath the surface. Chaos erupts. A flurry of motion, bodies thrown, motorcycles crashing. The sound of shattering metal and bone fills the air, a brutal ballet of violence. Who are those people? What's happening? One of them demands, his voice laced with alarm. The other, equally bewildered, simply replies, I don't know. The scene is one of sudden, chaotic confusion. He shakes his head, disbelief etched on his face. I can't believe even Dr. SSI doesn't know. He mutters, a grim realization dawning. They fled as though they knew we would come. The weight of this unexpected development hangs heavy in the air. They crouch low, peering into the shattered remains of a train station. Blood stains the glass, a grim testament to a recent struggle. The scene is desolate, the silence heavy with unspoken questions. A system message appears, stark and unsettling against the backdrop of the ravaged station. Currently, no group is occupying Myeongdong Station. The silence, already heavy with unspoken questions, deepens. A stark blue box appears, a system prompt against the ravaged backdrop. Would you like to occupy this station? The question hangs heavy, a stark choice in the desolate silence. A red flag, planted firmly in the ground, seems to answer for them. A hand plants a red flag, emblazoned with the word URO, firmly into the ground. The silent decision echoes the desolation around them. The confirmation flashes across the screen, you have occupied Myeongdong Station, but... He stands tall, the red flag planted firmly, a silent declaration of control in this desolate, blood-splattered space. A sense of grim determination settles over the scene. Myeongdong Station. The words blaze across the screen, confirming his conquest. A stark, blue banner announcing his hard-won victory in this ravaged landscape. His power increases. The points for his red flag climb, a tangible reward for securing Myeongdong Station. A grim satisfaction plays on his lips, he surveys his hard-won territory. A bright blue notification flashes across the screen, a hidden scenario has been activated. The implication hangs heavy in the air, his victory at Myeongdong Station has triggered something unexpected. A hidden scenario activates. The King's Path, it's called, a challenge of significant difficulty. The objective, control at least 10 stations within the next 10 days. A new path to power unfolds before him. A new challenge emerges. 10 stations must fall under his control within 10 days. The King's Path, they call it. His gaze is fixed, determined, on the path ahead. The rules of the King's Path are laid bare. 10 stations must be secured within 10 days, failure means certain death for him and his allies. The stakes, it seems, are impossibly high. Finally, this hellish scenario has begun. The weight of the challenge, 10 stations in 10 days, settles heavily. The journey begins. To be the first to read the latest releases, visit. Two paths diverge. The choice, it seems, is ours. A call to action. The need is urgent, raw providers, redrawers, and Japanese translators are needed. Applications are accepted through their Discord. A plea for help. Raw providers, redrawers, and Korean translators are desperately needed. The message is clear, apply through their Discord. A heartfelt thank you. The team expresses their gratitude for the ongoing support, listing the names of their dedicated members under the Ember, Blaze, and Firestorm teams. Their collective effort fuels the project forward. This situation feels overwhelmingly complex. Dr. SSI, will everything be alright? A woman's anxious question hangs in the air, her worry palpable. Another adds, but I'm glad you're the one who received the king candidate scenario. Dokja, however, remains unconvinced, muttering, I can't tell if they're selfless or stupid. Blood stains the floor, a grim reminder of the situation's precariousness. Dokja's inner turmoil is evident. It might be an advantage, but I still don't envy myself for getting this hidden scenario. He muses, a hint of self-deprecating humor in his tone. Then, a more pressing thought strikes him, does this mean I should call you my lord from now on? Oh my lord, judging from the conditions of this scenario. One of Dokja's companions exclaims, a mix of awe and apprehension in her voice. Dokja, however, recoils, his response immediate and sharp, that's a joke, right? There's no way I would ever want that. The weight of his new, unexpected position hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual suggestion from another that he should be heading towards a new station to occupy now. A stark blue interface appears, outlining the parameters of a new scenario, the King's Path, a hidden challenge of difficulty A. The message above it reads, "If you care for the lives of your subjects," that is, adding a layer of ominous weight to the situation. The parameters of this new challenge flash before them: the King's Path, a hidden scenario of difficulty A. 10 days to occupy at least 10 stations, or they all die. The reward? The King attribute. A final, chilling message appears below. Excited, are we? First of all, we need to find out more about those behind this attack, one of them declares, his gaze intense. He then outlines his plan. I plan to go directly to Dongmyo Station from here. Young Hee-won SSI and Lee Hyun-sung SSI, will both of you come along? The question hangs in the air, the weight of the situation palpable. Oh, then I can also. One of the team offers, but another immediately counters, no, it would be better if you stayed here. The urgency in their voices underscores the danger they face, the weight of their mission pressing down. Yes, of course. One of them agrees readily, but another immediately adds, it would be better if I'm not there. A quiet oops escapes the first, a clear indication of a sudden realization. Usanga SSI, a voice calls out, the name carrying a note of concern. Her wide eyes reflect the gravity of the situation, a silent acknowledgement of the danger they all face. Not everyone can excel at the same task, a voice states, the words hanging heavy in the air. Sanga's quiet agreement, yes, I realize that, underscores the gravity of the situation, a shared understanding of the limitations they face. A concern hangs in the air, a quiet assessment of Usanga's capabilities. The unspoken question, whether she's truly useful, is voiced aloud. Perhaps Usanga might be worrying if she's of any use. After all, she doesn't have Young Hee-won's high attack power, nor Lee Hyun-sung's endurance. The words, though spoken, feel heavy with doubt. Of course I do, Sanga declares, a bright smile illuminating her face. I even wrote the lines down in my phone's notepad. Her enthusiasm, however, is met with a questioning gaze. But why would you write that down in the first place? The other person asks, their tone laced with curiosity. Usanga SSI, there are things here that only you can do. The statement, though simple, carries a weight of unexpected confidence, a stark contrast to the earlier doubts. It's a turning point, a recognition of Sanga's unique value. The urgency of the situation is laid bare. Gilyeonji remains unconscious and can't be left alone. Furthermore, a reliable person is needed to manage the nervous station group members should their plans change. A low humph escapes someone nearby, a subtle hint of skepticism or perhaps annoyance at the added complications. A subway map highlights Hohyeon Station, a critical point. The risk is clear, leaving it unguarded while the team is away would leave it vulnerable to invasion. Gong Pildu is left in charge, but a contingency plan is revealed. The narrator's binding thread may be needed. The implication hangs heavy, the current arrangement is fragile, and unforeseen circumstances could necessitate their intervention. A proposal is made. Usanga SSI will be given a position of authority. The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge to the team's existing dynamic. One member, clearly surprised, utters a simple, questioning huh? That's great. Usanga SSI is very trustworthy, one of them declares, his voice carrying a note of relief. Another, bowing slightly, murmurs, oh, my lord. The tension, palpable moments before, seems to ease slightly. If that is your wish, so be it. A quiet acceptance hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. The tension, previously thick, dissipates into a thoughtful silence. A system message appears, the special authority of the station representative has been used. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of a powerful action taken. I don't know whether someone like me deserves this role. Doubt hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the recent transfer of authority. Usanga's words reflect a quiet humility as he accepts the newly bestowed position of vice representative. Because it's necessary, he murmurs, a quiet acceptance coloring his words. The weight of his new responsibility is palpable, a stark contrast to his earlier self-doubt. Someone like you, the representative says, a hint of trust in their voice, I can leave the station in your care. A system notification confirms the transfer of authority. Usanga is now the vice representative, empowered to punish group members on the representative's behalf. Usanga, now vice representative, stands tall, a confident air surrounding her and her team. They stand poised, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead, their new authority palpable in the atmosphere of the subway station. A shadow falls across Yusanga's face, a subtle shift in her expression. The weight of her new responsibility, the vice representativeship, settles upon her. A flicker of doubt crosses her lips. The weight of her new position, the immense responsibility, is clearly settling in. A determined smile spreads across Yusanga's face. "I'll do my best," she declares, a newfound resolve hardening her gaze. The doubt is gone, replaced by a quiet confidence. A hand clutches her chest, a silent testament to the weight of her newfound responsibility. The quiet confidence remains, but a subtle tremor betrays the enormity of the task ahead. A grid of letters, worn and faded, reveals itself, omniscient. The word hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the immense power and responsibility now resting on Sanga's shoulders. Chapter 47 begins. The weight of her destiny settles upon Sanga, a new chapter unfolding. Episode 10, Future War. The title alone foreshadows the conflict to come, a stark contrast to the quiet weight of destiny that preceded it. A subway map illuminates the path ahead, a stark visual representation of the future war to come. The route is highlighted, tracing a journey from Chungmuro to Dongmyo. The Yaksa station looms, a stark, imposing presence against the muted cityscape. "This is it, the starting point." "Nicely done," a voice observes. Yusanga SSI was looking a bit depressed after all. The words hang in the air, a quiet acknowledgement of the weight of the impending future war, as the sign for Dongdaemun History and Culture Park comes into view. "I didn't do it just to make her feel better about herself. I really did." The words, a quiet declaration, hang in the air, a stark contrast to the muted cityscape surrounding them. A sense of purpose, perhaps even a hint of defiance, colors the statement. They walk, a trio moving through a cold, metallic corridor. Yusanga, her back to us, remains the focus. The words, a quiet assertion, follow them. Yusanga is much more than just the beautiful lady in HR who everyone admires. Since not everyone can excel at the same task, I gave her a task that she does best. The statement, a justification, hangs in the air as the trio continues their walk. A counterpoint immediately follows, then assign me a job too. A role that suits me. The suggestion is met with a dismissive, "Forget it." Regarding that delinquent, one of them asks, "Is it really okay to leave him behind on the roof?" The question is met with a knowing smirk from Sanga. "You mean Yu Junghyuk?" she replies, still pretty accurate. "He should be fine," one of them assures, but the next question hangs heavy in the air. "Why do you always sound like you're close to him? What's between you two?" A final query follows, directed at Heewon. "Do you have a sibling?" "Yes, a younger brother," Heewon reveals. "He'll be in his first year of middle school this year." The question, why, hangs unspoken but heavy in the air. "What's it like to have a brother?" someone asks. Heewon sighs, a hint of weariness in her expression. "Annoying," she admits, "he's irritating and keeps making trouble. When he caused a ruckus at school, I had to go instead of my mom." Despite that, a subtle worry still lingers in her eyes. The question of her brother's well-being remains unanswered. "Well, he's family," Heewon says, a quiet acceptance in her tone. The other person agrees. "I feel the same way." A shared understanding, however reluctant, settles between them. "So you also have a sibling?" Heewon is asked. A moment of hesitation follows before the reply. "No, I meant Yu Junghyuk." Confusion flickers across Heewon's face, a brief "huh?" "Oh." Escaping her lips. "So that means you don't hate him at all," someone observes. The response is immediate. "No, I do. Thanks to that jerk, I've fought with a lot of people." A thoughtful pause follows, before a revealing statement. "Back in the days when Ways of Survival was first published online, I wasn't the only reader of the story." The story's humble beginnings are revealed. For the first 10 chapters, many followed out of curiosity. Even by the 50th chapter, only 12 readers remained. He continues, a hint of bitterness coloring his voice. "Those were the guys who often fought with me in the comments." The memory, it seems, is still fresh. Even after all this time, the early days of his online story remain vivid. Perhaps the one we're going after now is one of those commenters, he muses, a thoughtful expression on his face. His companion, beside him, adds, both of you also seem to be growing close. The implication hangs heavy in the air. Oh ho, soldier I juicy. Are you jealous? A woman teases, her smirk evident. He stammers, ahem. It's not like that. His discomfort is palpable. She continues, reflecting on a past detail, thinking back, Lee Hyun-sung's setting was inside an all-boys school, and then he had to leave for the military right after college. I feel a bit sorry for him. We've reached Dongdaemun Park. The announcement hangs in the dimly lit underpass, the tracks stretching out before them into the darkness. The city's night lights blur above them, a stark contrast to the darkness of the underpass. Ahead, the tracks stretch into the unknown, promising a journey into the night. The train pulls into Dongdaemun History and Culture Park. Number 422. The journey continues. It's strange. No one was left to guard this place, a voice observes, a hint of unease coloring the words. The group moves cautiously through the deserted corridor, their weapons at the ready. A system message appears, shattering the uneasy silence. This station is already occupied by the Dongmyo station group. A system message cuts through the quiet tension. To claim this station, they must capture the Dongmyo station flag or seize their flagpole. The group, their own flag held ready, stares at the rival team's marker. A teammate is hoisted onto someone's back, a hasty retreat in progress. The sound of rustling clothes underscores their urgent escape. No, no! Panic grips him as he's carried away, his teammates' words trailing off, Dongdaemun Station, it's been. The urgency of their retreat is palpable. Fear etched onto his face, he's carried away at breakneck speed, the blurry motion lines emphasizing their desperate flight. His wide eyes reflect the terror of their situation. The fragmented words of his teammate, Dongdaemun Station, it's been. Hang heavy in the air, adding to the mounting suspense. He hits the ground hard, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. His companion, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and grim determination, looks down at him. The unspoken weight of their situation hangs heavy in the air. He landed hard, a sharp gasp escaping him. Above him, his companion's worried gaze fell upon him. Kan Ilhan SSI. The question hung in the air, a mixture of concern and dawning dread. Kan Ilhan, now officially designated a wanderer, is supported by his companion. A grim assessment follows, looks like Dongdaemun has also been captured. The weight of this news settles heavily upon them. It was a double trap, Kan Ilhan realizes, his face grim. The ones who deliberately encouraged Myeongdong's actions are revealed as the true architects of their predicament. The horrifying truth dawns on Kan Ilhan, they knew that both groups would die there all alone. A chilling realization of a deliberate double-cross, a meticulously planned slaughter. The horrifying realization solidifies, the moment those two lost their powers, it was all over. Their enemies would seize Myeongdong and Dongdaemun for themselves. A chilling thought strikes Kan Ilhan, perhaps those who escaped Myeongdong Station are part of this very group. The scene unfolds before him, a grim tableau of fallen bodies, a chilling testament to a massacre. Two figures stand amidst the carnage, their swords stained crimson, their faces obscured. The weight of this betrayal crushes Ilhan, the horror of it all is palpable. Ilhan pieces it together. These killers knew Chung Muro would win, and they knew his identity from the original novel. I see, he mutters, a grim understanding dawning. So that's what those bastards are after, huh? Now he knows for certain. The prophets who orchestrated this massacre are definitely involved. A chilling realization settles over Ilhan as he surveys the scene, the name Dongmyo visible on a nearby sign. A chilling, turquoise glow emanates from a central device on the ground, its metallic surface slick with blood. The air hangs heavy with the aftermath of violence, the scene is a stark reminder of the massacre. This is Dongmyo. There are people coming this way, a voice warns, the tension palpable. Ilhan and his companions exchange a grim look, their investigation has attracted unwanted attention. Down a long, dimly lit railway track, figures approach. Their silhouettes are stark against the pale light filtering from the distant windows, their hurried pace adding to the growing sense of urgency. Oh, Kang Ilhan SSI? The surprised question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the growing unease. Ilhan and his group are discovered, their pursuers have caught up. Looks like you just came back with useless rabble, a voice sneers, the words cutting through the tension. The assessment hangs heavy, a stark judgment on Ilhan and his companions. So will you all introduce yourselves, or not? The demand hangs heavy in the air, a challenge issued to Kang Ilhan and his group. A system message flashes, the character list skill has activated. The character list skill, recently activated, fails to provide information on at least one individual present. A frustrating limitation becomes immediately apparent. A man, adorned in gold chains and a sharp suit, regards them with a knowing smirk. His presence is unregistered. The question mark hanging in the air reflects the group's shared confusion. What's this? The question hangs in the air, a reflection of the protagonist's confusion. He explains, "We've come from Chungmuro Station," but the response, a questioning Chungmuro, only deepens the mystery. His eyes widen, a jolt of alarm flashing across his face. A system message appears, someone has used attribute search on him. A jolt of energy courses through him, the man cries out, "AGH?" His hand flies to his eyes, shielding them from the sudden, searing pain. Relief floods him as a system message appears, his fourth wall skill has successfully blocked the attribute search. He blinks, dazed, a single word escaping his lips, "Eh." Confusion etches itself onto his features, replacing the previous pain. The sudden relief is palpable. Sorry, who are you again?" he asks, his voice laced with genuine confusion. Three figures stand before him, their expressions unreadable, weapons at the ready. The sudden shift in his memory is unsettling. These are the people who knew the story's original representatives, a voice in tones, the words hanging heavy in the air. In other words, they knew Yu Junghyuk was meant to be the representative of Chungmuro. The revelation settles upon him, a weight of understanding dawning in his wide eyes. The weight of the revelation settles upon him. His eyes, wide and unblinking, reflect a dawning comprehension, a silent acknowledgement of the truth. A slow, chilling grin spreads across his face. The corners of his mouth curl upwards, revealing a predatory gleam in his eyes. That chilling grin widens, a predatory gleam intensifying in his eyes. The realization dawns, he understands, and the implications are terrifying. He lets out a chilling breath, a slow, deliberate exhale. Then, the words hang heavy in the air, "I am." His eyes, filled with a terrifying intensity, lock onto his captors. The tension is palpable. His eyes, wide and unwavering, bore into them. A chilling intensity emanates from his gaze, leaving no doubt, this is a moment of profound, terrifying revelation. Yu Junghyuk. The name, spoken with chilling finality, hangs in the frigid air. Three figures stand before him, armed and ready, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. The revelation is complete, the identity, undeniable. Shock ripples across their faces. One utters a questioning, the other a startled. The weight of the revelation, the name Yu Junghyuk, hangs heavy in the air, leaving them speechless and visibly shaken. A beat of stunned silence follows. Then, a gasp escapes one of them, a raw, visceral reaction to the weight of the name. The revelation of Yu Junghyuk has left them speechless, their faces etched with a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. "Ah! You can't be." The words are barely a whisper, a choked gasp of disbelief escaping one of them. Their face, etched with shock, reflects the impossible weight of the revelation. The narrator's words hang heavy in the air. There are many descriptions of Yu Junghyuk's appearance in Ways of Survival, they explain, a particular emphasis placed on his striking handsomeness. The implication is clear, and a wave of dawning realization washes over the onlookers. "But even with a face like mine, surely there was some room for creative license," he asks, a hint of self-deprecating amusement in his tone. "Why not?" he adds, the question hanging in the air, a challenge to the stunned onlookers. Indeed," he replies, his tone noticeably more polite than before. A subtle shift, yet undeniably significant. At least one thing is now undeniably clear. This guy here has read Ways of Survival. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a sudden, unexpected revelation that alters the dynamic completely. His eyes, wide with a newfound intensity, reflect the gravity of the information. A tribute, the word hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous exchange. His eyes, narrowed now, burn with a fierce intensity, a silent testament to the weight of this newly revealed information. Yes, he's trying to gather some more information now. The observation, delivered in a hushed tone, underscores the tension. A quiet assessment hangs in the air, the unspoken question of what this new information means for them all palpable. Insolent bastard. Watch out where your eyes fall, a voice snaps, the words sharp and laced with warning. The implication hangs heavy, the information has been found, and the consequences are imminent. He convinces himself that he possesses the skill of Sage's eyes. A gasp escapes him, a sudden, sharp intake of breath as the weight of his self-deception settles. The implication is clear, he's about to use this newfound, self-proclaimed ability. Did you really think I couldn't tell you used a B-class detection skill? The accusation hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the nervous, almost whispered, "No," from the other man. His guilt is palpable. But I can tell that you're talking down on us, you son of a bitch. The words explode from him, raw fury replacing the earlier accusation. His voice drips with contempt, a stark contrast to the nervous whisper of his opponent's denial. Rage contorts his face as he levels a furious glare at the other man. He grips his staff tighter, the wood creaking under the pressure of his fury. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. He unleashes a furious roar, a guttural cry of quack. The sound explodes from him, a raw expression of his barely contained rage. His eyes are wide, his face contorted in a mask of fury. Darkness. Only the faintest crimson sparks punctuate the black, hinting at the ferocity of the preceding clash. Silence, heavy and pregnant with unspoken tension, follows the roar. He collapses, a bloody mess. The aftermath of the attack is brutal, a stark contrast to the silence that follows. A witness recoils in horror. "I deeply apologize," the man in the tactical vest says, his voice heavy with remorse. A witness stares, aghast, at the carnage nearby. The weight of the unspoken hangs in the air. "Someone of your position shouldn't have to see such a pathetic scene," a sharply dressed man declares, his tone laced with a condescending air. He pauses, a smirk playing on his lips, before adding, "Please let me introduce myself formally. My name is Lee Sungkook," he states, the introduction hanging heavy in the aftermath of the brutal scene. His words, though simple, carry the weight of unspoken power. "I am the vice representative of Dongmyo Station," Lee Sungkook declares, his words cutting through the lingering tension. Three figures stand behind him, their presence a silent testament to his authority. Did this bastard really just say? The disbelief is palpable, hanging heavy in the air as a witness watches Lee Sungkook, the vice representative, stand over fallen figures. The weight of his announcement settles, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. A hazy, almost dreamlike atmosphere hangs in the air. Dust motes dance in the weak light filtering through the grimy windows of what seems to be a long, narrow corridor. The only other detail is a faint, dark smear on the floor, a grim reminder of the recent struggle. The Dongmyo Station sign hangs askew, marred by bloodstains and scratches. A grim testament to the recent violence, the scene speaks volumes of the brutal fight that just transpired. A low mutter escapes him, barely audible above the lingering silence. He looks around, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. The aftermath of the fight is stark. A low mutter escapes him, barely audible above the lingering silence. He stands amidst the aftermath, surrounded by onlookers whose expressions range from shocked to curious. One, a man in glasses, gestures wildly, clearly recounting the events. He walks away, a lone figure amidst the chaos. Blood stains the floor, a grim testament to the recent battle. Others scatter, some helping the wounded, others simply staring, mouths agape at the scene he's left behind. A muffled doke dash is cut short by a sharp punch, and a pained agh. The sound of impact hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet aftermath of the previous battle. A swift, brutal blow. One man crumples, his attempt at speech cut short by a sharp impact. The others watch, stunned, as the figure in tactical gear remains impassive, the silence heavy with unspoken tension. Even if I can't explain immediately, you roughly know what to do, right? He asks, his tone brooking no argument. A hesitant, yes, sort of, comes in reply. The soldier, still impassive, continues his advance, leaving the others to grapple with the sudden, brutal reality of the situation. Ever since then, I've committed to the Yu Jung-hyuk impersonation. The words hang in the air, a chilling declaration. Dongmyo Station? I see. A quiet acknowledgement, a confirmation of a plan already in motion. Now get lost, he snarls, a chilling command. The other party's confused, only serves to underscore the speaker's cold dismissal. He turns, his back to us now, a figure of opulent defiance. Layers of gold chains adorn his chest, a stark contrast to the shadows swirling around him. The scene is a silent testament to his power, his dismissal echoing in the empty space. This is my station now, so put down your flag and get lost, he declares, his voice a cold command. Wide, startled eyes stare back at him, reflecting the stark reality of his power. A silent, stunned reaction. The wide eyes, previously reflecting fear, now hold a dawning comprehension of the monarch's absolute power. His words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the sudden, chilling silence that follows. Did you not hear what I just said? The monarch demands, his voice sharp. It's not possible, the other stammers, claiming a station that's already occupied. The monarch cuts him off, a hint of barely controlled fury in his tone. Do you think I'm a fool? You are the vice representative, the monarch states, his voice carrying an undercurrent of barely suppressed fury. And stations can be temporarily transferred if you have the authority of a vice representative or higher. He levels a piercing gaze at the other man. Did you not know even that much? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. If you don't hand over this station before I count to 3, I'll slit all your throats, the monarch declares, his voice cold and hard. 1. Does it sound like I'm joking? The monarch demands, his voice dripping with menace. The word 2 hangs in the air, a chilling countdown. Fear is etched on the faces of those around him. One whispers, is he really going to do it? 3. The monarch's final word hangs heavy in the air, a prelude to violence. But from the shadows, a figure emerges, eyes blazing with defiance, a sword crackling with blue energy. Please stop. I'll do it. A desperate plea cuts through the tense silence, a voice trembling with a mixture of fear and resolve. The energy crackling around the newcomer's sword intensifies, a silent promise of intervention. Not just that, a voice declares, cutting through the tension. Wide-eyed, a bystander watches, speechless, as a trio stands ready, their energy crackling, a blue-tinged sword held aloft. What? The question hangs in the air, a single word expressing utter confusion and disbelief. The weight of the situation presses down, the silence amplifying the uncertainty. You took too long for the answer, a voice snaps, the words sharp and impatient. Now give me Dong Demon Station 2. The speaker's demand hangs heavy in the air, a chilling ultimatum delivered with a menacing glint in his eye. In this way, Dongmyo Station was reached. The statement hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the previous tension. A new phase begins. But giving away Dong Demon Station is. First, at least meet with our representative for a matter like this. The demand is countered by a solemn vow, I swear on the king's honor that I won't dare to harm you. A tense negotiation unfolds, the stakes impossibly high. Fine, lead the way, the other party concedes, a tense agreement reached. The vice representative, Lee Sung-kook, has sworn an oath on the king's honor, a promise backed by the threat of swift punishment should he break it. A fragile truce, born of necessity, hangs in the air. If my memory serves me right, the representative of Dongmyo Station was that shut-in, Lee Sung-kook muses, his words a quiet observation as he leads the way. Here we are. Lee Sung-kook gestures broadly, his expression a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. Blood stains the floor, a stark reminder of the violence that preceded their arrival. This is the scene. Lee Sung-kook stands at the forefront, his team arrayed behind him. A grim set to his jaw speaks volumes about the gravity of the situation. They're ready. The mission parameters flash before them. Main scenario number 4, capture the flag. Difficulty, see, each team has a flag and flagpole. The objective is clear, the stakes are high. The mission parameters appear. Capture the flag, 12 days to seize Changsin Station's flagpole. Failure means death for the entire team, success yields 2,000 coins. The stakes couldn't be higher. A note clarifies the mission's location: Dongdaemun Station, captured off-screen by the Dongmyo Group, and Dongdaemun Park, where Dokja currently is. The timing is crucial, a detail that could swing the mission's outcome. A stark reminder flashes across the page: please read on to be the first to read our latest releases. The urgency of the mission, the pressure of the clock, it all hangs in the balance. A plea for help interrupts the narrative. The translation team urgently needs raw providers, redrawers, and translators, Japanese and Korean speakers especially. The message is heartfelt, a desperate cry for assistance to keep the story flowing. A call to action appears, a prompt to join the Flamescan's Discord server for instant access. Clicking the button promises immediate entry into a community buzzing with activity. A heartfelt thank you concludes the chapter, acknowledging the support of the Flamescan's team. The names of the dedicated members, from Firestorm to Ember, are listed, a testament to their collective effort. Right now, there are two things I want to know. The weight of this statement hangs heavy in the oppressive darkness. One question burns in his mind: does Lee Sungkook possess a similar text file? The man holds a phone displaying 3 ways to survive in a ruined world, a stark reminder of their precarious reality. A chilling question hangs in the air: how many others like Lee Sungkook exist? The answer, it seems, is more than one. A system notification then flashes: the exclusive skill 4th wall has been activated. A new skill activates: character list. He thinks, it would be good to find out if he can also use skills like mine. He deduces, the last one is unlikely, seeing as he used attribute search instead of character list earlier. So that means I could assume he doesn't have the file of the novel either. A thoughtful frown creases his brow as he considers this new information. Wait, what has this bastard been staring at on his screen all this time? The question hangs in the air, a sudden shift from his earlier thoughtful contemplation. His brow furrows deeper, a mixture of suspicion and annoyance etched onto his face. He invests 5,000 coins, boosting his agility from level 20 to 30. A silent step forward, a subtle shift in his posture, hints at newfound speed and reflexes. He moves with a blur of motion, a newfound agility propelling him forward. The enhanced reflexes are evident as he effortlessly evades an attack. What are you looking at so closely? The question snaps him out of his intense focus, a hint of annoyance coloring his voice. He glances up, his enhanced reflexes still evident in the subtle alertness of his posture. He checks his phone, a slight frown furrowing his brow. The enhanced reflexes, so recently showcased, are now replaced by a thoughtful concentration. The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as he scrolls through the device. Ah! It's nothing, he exclaims, a nervous laugh escaping his lips as he quickly hides his phone. That was close. A group chat? He stares at his phone, a question mark forming above his head. Internet access in this place? Unbelievable. He types furiously, his fingers a blur across the screen. The sheer disbelief of finding internet access in this unexpected location is palpable. Wait, this is Dongmyo Station, where the shut-in was supposed to be. He realizes the significance of his location. Another voice chimes in, I see, is that why he has internet now? A figure gestures urgently, this way. Our representative is waiting for you inside. Get on with it, a gruff voice urges. He complies, a quiet understood his only response as he follows the woman deeper into the station. A barely audible ha escapes him as he kneels beside a gruesome sight. A body, brutally violated, lies before him. Blood stains the cold floor. A wave of nausea washes over him. The sight is horrific, the brutality undeniable. He can only stare, speechless, at the victim. No way, this can't be called a proper rule, someone shouts, the words a raw reflection of the scene's brutality. Another voice urges, then make use of those hands, a stark contrast to the paralyzed figure who continues to stare at the horrific scene. Don't act rashly, a calmer voice interjects, wait and observe the situation. A hushed conversation unfolds. About that guy, one whispers, concern lacing their tone. The other replies, equally quietly, make sure to put him in his place later, okay? The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. Two figures watch intently as a man carries another, seemingly unconscious, through a blood-stained corridor. A grim determination settles on the faces of the observers, their silence speaking volumes. He's carried, slumped against his rescuer's shoulder, his face hidden. Sweat beads on his brow, a stark testament to the exertion, or perhaps the trauma, he's endured. The grim determination of the watchers intensifies. Yes, Jung-hyuk Nim. I will do as you command. A voice rings out, filled with unwavering obedience. Meanwhile, another figure watches the scene unfold, a smirk playing on their lips as they remark, Hyunsung SSI, why did you copy her? Looks like you're enjoying yourself. He's gently lowered to the ground, his body still limp. Blood stains the cold stone beneath him, a grim reminder of the fight. Nearby, another figure watches, a smirk playing on their lips. The panel provides an explanation of Korean honorifics, clarifying the difference between NIM and SSI, offering context for understanding the respectful language used in previous and subsequent dialogue. A brief interlude follows, clarifying the nuances of Korean honorifics. The difference between NIM and SSI is explained, shedding light on the respectful language used in their interactions. This provides crucial context for understanding the dynamics between characters. Chapter 48 begins. Episode 10, Future War Begins. Part 5. The title alone hints at a larger conflict to come. The map illuminates their current location, Dongdaemun History and Culture Park. A pivotal point, perhaps, in the unfolding conflict. The king is in Dongmyo Station. This new information shifts the focus, setting the stage for the next encounter. Fingers fly across the keyboard, a frantic rhythm against the quiet hum of the machine. Information streams in, a digital tide of data flowing into the system. A boy, chosen as one of the 7 kings of Seoul, a revelation that adds a new layer to the unfolding narrative. Please come in, a voice invites. The boy, one of Seoul's 7 kings, steps forward, his presence immediately commanding attention. He would soon be known as the Hermit King of Shadows. A hint of skepticism plays on his lips. The Hermit King of Shadows, newly revealed, seems less than enthralled by the summons. The click-clack of keys fills the air as he rapidly types, a flurry of activity reflecting the urgency of the situation. The click-clack of keys continues, a frantic rhythm accompanying his focused typing. A small flag, bearing the barely visible letters DCMYO, rests beside him, a silent testament to the task at hand. The frantic clicking continues, a rhythm punctuated by the words appearing above him, the boy king, who has already met more than half the conditions for the King's Path scenario completion. He's clearly making progress. A character profile pops up, detailing Han Dong-hoon, a 17-year-old, noble hermit shut-in hero, sponsored by the shadow behind the curtain. His skills are impressive, particularly his level 5 wide area internet, suggesting a significant advantage in the game. A character profile appears, revealing more about Han Dong-hoon. He possesses the unique ability to manipulate public opinion, but his mental state is dangerously fragile due to a lack of mind barriers. His sponsor, clearly unhappy, notes that he is currently under strong hypnosis. It was Han Dong-hoon, the young hero, who enabled communication between the men in the room. After the scenarios began, Seoul's communication lines were jammed by the Dakibis and their channels, a problem Dong-hoon's unique abilities seem to have solved. A click of a mouse punctuates the scene, highlighting his quiet but crucial role. Of course, that means people outside Seoul are unaware of the city's current state. The implication hangs heavy, complete isolation. A chilling revelation unfolds in the messages, the isolation isn't limited to Seoul. Tokyo and Beijing share the same fate, trapped under a mysterious dome. The gravity of the situation deepens, the question of a rescue operation for Seoul, supposedly launched yesterday, hangs heavy in the air. A chilling exchange unfolds online. It's hard to believe, one message reads, but everyone trapped inside has discovered superpowers. It wasn't fantasy, until the monsters appeared. The gravity of the situation is underscored by another note: the economic downturn in Gangnam, Seoul's affluent district, signals a wider crisis. Han Dong-hoon, fingers flying across the keyboard, activates his comment manipulation skill, level 3. The action is punctuated by a series of sharp clicks, each keystroke sparking with energy. A question hangs in the digital air: have any of you heard about the prophets? The query, stark and unsettling, hints at a mystery yet to unfold. A dismissive chuckle follows. I don't know about it, someone types, but those guys say they know the truth behind all this. The casual tone belies the gravity of the claim. Like anyone would believe that, retard, a reply snaps back, dismissing the earlier claims about the prophets with a sneer. The casual cruelty underscores the skepticism surrounding the mysterious figures. I thought that too at first, but now it's different, one message reads. Everything that would happen? And their prophecy? They leaked those details, and all of it came true. A second message follows quickly: where are these guys? Where's the link? The sudden shift from skepticism to urgent curiosity hangs heavy in the air. Representative Dong-hoon? The question hangs in the air, a silent inquiry born from a mixture of surprise and suspicion. His expression is unreadable, a mask of barely contained tension. An important guest is here. Greet him, a voice commands. A young man, seated before a computer screen, reacts with a simple, "Ah." The tension in the room is palpable, the unspoken question hanging heavy: who is this unexpected visitor? A hesitant, hello, escapes the young man's lips. His eyes, wide and slightly apprehensive, betray his nervousness. The weight of the unexpected command hangs heavy in the air. A thought bubble reveals an internal monologue: it's true, he was socially impaired in the original, confirming a key aspect of the character's personality from a previous iteration. This insight subtly foreshadows potential challenges in the current interaction. Alright, you Jung-hyuk Nim. Now I can leave you to have a serious conversation with our representative, a voice states, releasing the young man. He nibbles his finger, a thoughtful expression on his face. But it wasn't this extreme, he muses, a hint of concern coloring his internal reflection. Are you messing with me right now? The sharp question hangs in the air, a clear challenge in the young man's voice. His counterpart, a flash of disbelief crossing his features, simply stammers, "What? That's your representative?" The disbelief in Yoo Jung-hyuk's voice is palpable. He continues, a sharp edge to his tone: "You're making a puppet sit down and talk to me?" His eyes widen, a silent exclamation of disbelief escaping him. The sheer absurdity of the situation is etched onto his face. Ah, that's. Yoo Jung-hyuk stammers, his eyes wide with disbelief. The words "the actual head of this station is you. Isn't that right?" hang in the air, a stark contrast to the absurdity of the situation. A weary sigh escapes Yoo Jung-hyuk. He confirms, "Yes, you're right," his voice barely a whisper, acknowledging the startling revelation: he's no ordinary person. If you were the representative, then why bring me here in the first place? Jung-hyuk asks, a hint of suspicion coloring his tone. The response comes swiftly: so that we could talk privately. You've realized it, but there's a soundwave jamming skill set up around this tent, the speaker reveals, explaining the unusual quiet of their private conversation. Yoo Jung-hyuk Nim, the speaker begins, his voice low and serious. What I'm about to say will be very important for all of us. He pauses, extending a hand towards Jung-hyuk, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. I am a prophet, one of the prophets, to be exact, the speaker reveals, his voice carrying a weight of significance. The revelation hangs in the air, unspoken implications swirling around Jung-hyuk. This is great, I'm finally getting the information I had wanted, Jung-hyuk says, a quiet satisfaction in his tone. Relief, palpable and clear, washes over him. A beat of silence follows, heavy with the weight of the revelation. Jung-hyuk absorbs the information, his expression unreadable, yet a quiet sense of purpose settles over him. We are also aware of your special ability, the group declares, their words hanging in the air. A new layer of complexity is added to Jung-hyuk's situation. It's a miraculous power that transports you back into the past no matter how many times you die. The group's revelation hangs heavy in the air. Jung-hyuk remains stoic, arms crossed. As they press further, this will be filtered out, right? A question laced with apprehension, highlighting the precariousness of his unique ability. You Jung-hyuk Nim, you may have repeated this life several times by now. The statement hangs heavy, a stark revelation about Jung-hyuk's existence, a secret now laid bare before him. The weight of his past crashes down. Jung-hyuk stands, his back to us, a silhouette against the crimson backdrop. Words, heavy with unspoken sorrow, paint a picture of his solitary struggles. You have surely battled terrible enemies, and fought back against otherworldly creatures to save our people. All that time you've been alone, carrying lonely memories. All of us admire your noble spirit from the bottom of our hearts. The words ring out, a testament to Jung-hyuk's unseen sacrifices. Meanwhile, another voice, less reverent, mutters, "This bastard is pretty good." The stark contrast underscores the profound impact of Jung-hyuk's actions, even on those who might not fully understand them. But the accolades, the praise, even the grudging respect, all fade into the background as a quiet truth is voiced. Jung-hyuk, sitting alone at his computer, must have realized the pattern, the cyclical nature of his past regressions. The weight of his countless battles, his lonely burden, is palpable in the quiet intensity of this moment. A quiet voice, a stark contrast to the recent accolades, cuts through the silence. Even though you are capable of miracles, you still can't face the upcoming disaster alone. The words hang in the air, a sobering reminder of Jung-hyuk's impossible burden. But you Jung-hyuk Nim, this time it'll be different, a voice declares, brimming with confidence. That's because us prophets were given a special blessing, and sent out to this regression for the sake of helping you. The speaker's words carry a weight of purpose, a stark contrast to the previous somber reflections. Wow, what is this bullshit? Jung-hyuk's disbelief is palpable. The prophet's words, though well-intentioned, land with a jarring impact. I know this might be hard to believe, but 10 years ago we were given a revelation telling us about this day, he explains, his tone unwavering despite Jung-hyuk's incredulity. Revelation? Jung-hyuk questions, skepticism etched on his face. The prophet confirms, explaining, in this regression, there's a revelation secretly passed down among us prophets. His words hang heavy in the air, a new element of mystery introduced into the already complex situation. Jung-hyuk stares, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension in his eyes. The prophet's words sink in, it is the story that you have lived, and will continue to live through. It is the book of Revelation that has recorded the story of your past as well as the future. The weight of this revelation settles heavily upon him. Wait a second, don't tell me this revelation is ways of survival? Jung-hyuk's voice cracks with disbelief, a dawning horror replacing his earlier confusion. The implications of the prophet's words hit him with full force. That you would bring steel sword Lee Hyun-sung to your side, the speaker explains, his words confirming Jung-hyuk's horrifying suspicion. Although they aren't here right now, we know you've made the delusional demon Kim Namwon and Marine Admiral Lee Jae-hai your allies as well. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, the implications far-reaching and deeply unsettling. So where is this revelation right now? The question hangs in the air, a palpable tension replacing the previous shock. Unfortunately, the original document is damaged and irretrievable. But, a reassuring "but you don't have to worry" follows, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the unsettling news. Each of us remembers some fragments, the speaker explains, a glimmer of reassurance in his voice. All of us will guide you on the right path using our memory of those fragments. With our help. Hope, however fragile, begins to bloom amidst the uncertainty. You will surely live out a different regression. The words hang in the air, a promise and a warning, as the young man stands, his expression unreadable, lost in thought. A shadow falls across his face, obscuring his eyes. His expression remains unreadable, a mask of quiet contemplation. The weight of the prophecy, the promise of a different life, settles heavily upon him. This is surprising, he murmurs, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. The weight of the prophecy seems to lift slightly, replaced by a dawning curiosity. I can't believe he made up this setting in such a short time, he marvels, a genuine astonishment coloring his tone. The initial disbelief gives way to impressed wonder. He should try being a writer, a voice observes, the comment hanging in the air. A quiet assessment, almost a suggestion, follows the earlier expressions of wonder. "So, was your name Lee Sungkook?" one man asks, his tone inquisitive. The other replies, "Indeed, Yu Junghyuk Nim," confirming the identity. "Let's assume you really have been given a revelation," the first man adds, a thoughtful expression on his face, the implication of the statement hanging heavy in the air. "What exactly is your motive?" The question hangs in the air, a pointed demand for answers. The weight of unspoken accusations intensifies the already tense atmosphere. "Ah?" Lee Sungkook's companion utters, a questioning inflection in their voice, their expression mirroring a mild surprise as they react to something unseen. The tension, palpable moments before, shifts subtly, hinting at a new development. "These are new faces." Lee Sungkook's companion murmurs, a low observation that hangs heavy in the air. The statement, simple yet laced with unspoken tension, shifts the focus from the previous accusations. A new element has entered the scene, altering the dynamics of the confrontation. A stark white expanse fills the frame, a sudden, unsettling shift from the previous scene. The silence is heavy, broken only by the faint echo of their hushed words. A new, unknown element has entered the narrative, leaving both characters and the reader in suspense. "Who are you two?" The question, sharp and demanding, cuts through the lingering tension. A new figure emerges, his gaze fixed on Lee Sungkook and his companion, a clear challenge in his tone and posture. "Form an alliance?" The question hangs in the air, a suggestion rather than a demand. Lee Sungkook and his companion exchange a look, the weight of the unspoken hanging heavy between them. Blood stains the floor, a grim reminder of the recent conflict. "Form an alliance?" The proposal hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked floor. Lee Sungkook and his companion consider the offer, their silence speaking volumes. "So, you want to ride on the protagonist's bus?" The question, blunt and to the point, hangs in the air. Lee Sungkook's companion explains, "It's an alliance only in name, in reality, we'd just be going under your command." The weight of the proposal settles heavily between them, a stark contrast to the earlier violence. "An interesting proposal," Lee Sungkook muses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he scrolls through his phone. His companion's question hangs in the air, "So does that mean you'll?" But Sungkook's response is immediate and unexpected, but the order is backwards. "How do you expect me to form an alliance with complete strangers?" Lee Sungkook's skepticism is palpable. The retort is sharp, "The likes of you can't do whatever you want here." His companion's earlier proposal is met with blunt defiance. "If you really want an alliance with me," the other party presses, "isn't clarifying your identity the first thing you should do?" Lee Sungkook's skepticism is challenged directly. The implication hangs heavy, trust must be earned before any agreement can be reached. "Can't start a fight with us either," the retort cuts through Lee Sungkook's doubt. A beat of stunned silence follows, punctuated only by a disbelieving, "Huh?" from his companion. "What?" The sharp question cuts through the air, a clear expression of disbelief on the speaker's face. His companion's earlier statement clearly hasn't sunk in yet. Lee Sungkook stands before his companion, a stoic figure in tactical gear. His expression is unreadable, yet a quiet intensity emanates from him. The other man, his back to us, remains visibly stunned by the recent exchange. Sungkook remains silent, his gaze unwavering as his companion finally turns, a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding in his eyes. The weight of the recent revelation hangs heavy in the air between them. A beat of silence hangs between them before Sungkook finally speaks, his voice low and measured. "It's worse than we thought." The gravity of his words settles heavily on his companion, mirroring the growing unease in the air. "But I've already told you everything about my identity." His companion's stammering protest hangs in the air, a stark contrast to Sungkook's grim silence. The weight of unspoken implications settles between them. "Neil," Sungkook demands, his voice sharp, cutting through the heavy silence. His companion's eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air before he manages a breathless, "What?" Sungkook's companion hesitates, his body language a picture of stunned confusion. He sits, knees bent, a stark contrast to Sungkook's commanding presence. The weight of the demand hangs heavy in the air. "Kneel before me," Sungkook commands, his gaze unwavering. The intensity of his demand leaves no room for argument. He remains seated, defiance flickering in his eyes despite Sungkook's command. A silent battle of wills plays out, the tension palpable. Sungkook's command hangs heavy in the air, and tell me all your attributes. A look of utter bewilderment crosses Yoo Jung-hyuk's face. The narrator observes, he must be very confused right now. But Jung-hyuk's expression shifts subtly, a hint of knowing replacing the confusion. A silent thought bubbles up, Yoo Jung-hyuk can already see my attributes through Sage's eyes. Is this a test? Jung-hyuk wonders aloud, his skepticism evident. He's already seen Sungkook's attributes, a fact that hangs heavy between them. The question, however, isn't for Sungkook's benefit, it's a silent acknowledgement of the game's strange rules. Sungkook leans forward, a subtle shift in his posture. My attribute. He murmurs, the words hanging heavy with unspoken implications. Jung-hyuk, however, remains calmly seated, his expression unchanged, a silent acknowledgement of the game's peculiar rules. Sungkook's revelation hangs in the air, his hypnotist. His eyes are wide, his mouth bound, a stark picture of vulnerability. That's not all, Jung-hyuk states, his voice calm yet heavy with implication. He reveals a further, chilling detail, Sungkook is likely the one who used the suggestion skill on Kang Il-hun. Anything else? Jung-hyuk presses, his question hanging heavy in the air. Sungkook, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion, whispers a single word in response, what? I'm the ninth. Sungkook stammers, the revelation hanging heavy in the air. The weight of his confession settles upon him, his posture slumping slightly under the unspoken implications. Sweat beads on Sungkook's brow, his shoulders slumped. The weight of his confession is palpable, the revelation of his identity, the ninth, leaves him visibly shaken. Sungkook, the ninth, murmurs, the ninth, to get off, a quiet instruction hanging in the air. He seems to be following some unseen order, his gaze fixed on a faint, ethereal beam of light emanating from the floor. The ninth. A woman's voice cuts through the silence, a note of disbelief coloring her words. No, wait, hold on. Just how many readers are there? Her question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Sungkook's quiet obedience moments before. I have never heard of this attribute, Sungkook states, a quiet wonder in his voice. Another voice, equally surprised, responds, of course not, even us prophets saw this for the first time. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a mystery unfolding before them. But it's strange, someone observes, a thoughtful tone coloring their words. If you all really received a revelation, why is the attribute titled got off? The question hangs in the air, a puzzle demanding an answer. Just what does it mean, someone asks, the question hanging in the air. A nervous reply follows, it's for the ones who got off the Book of Revelation. Beads of sweat trickle down his brow, his furrowed expression a testament to the weight of the mystery. The unsettling explanation hangs heavy in the air, leaving him visibly disturbed. It's the order for when we had stopped reading the revelation. The words hang in the air, a chilling revelation that leaves him visibly shaken. His brow furrows deeper, the weight of this new information pressing heavily upon him. You stopped reading? Why would you do that? The question explodes from him, a raw, desperate cry born of disbelief and mounting panic. His anguished face, contorted in a silent scream, reflects the gravity of the situation. Because the contents of the revelation were so large, complex, and profound. The explanation hangs heavy in the air, but the other man isn't buying it. This bastard, making stupid excuses, he thinks, his suspicion clear. So you were one of the first to stop reading, huh? The question is sharp, laced with accusation. Doesn't that mean you won't be of any use to me? The accusation hangs in the air, sharp and cold. His eyes wide with panic, he stammers a desperate denial, no. I can still help you. Why are you always peeking at your phone? The sharp question cuts through the tension, his eyes wide with suspicion. The accusation hangs heavy, leaving the man speechless, his guilt palpable. How dare you talk like I'm not important? The outburst explodes, his eyes blazing with anger. A sharp retort follows, laced with self-deprecating shame, I am sorry. I have a phone addiction. A smirk plays on his lips. I haven't given a damn about you for a while now, fucker, he sneers, the words dripping with unconcerned disdain. He dismisses the apology with a flick of the wrist, a bored expression settling on his face. The disdain is palpable. A low rumble vibrates through the air. He watches, a question mark forming in his mind as a beam of light shoots from the other man's hand. What was that? I felt a vibration. He murmurs, a frown furrowing his brow. His gaze sharpens, suspicion evident as he adds, did someone trigger a sub-scenario? What did you just say, you bitch? The outburst explodes, raw fury replacing his earlier suspicion. The intensity of the words leaves no room for doubt, this is no longer a simple investigation. Two figures burst through a curtain, their expressions mirroring the escalating tension. One, clad in tactical gear, looks startled, the other, more casually dressed, gapes in disbelief, a silent exclamation point hanging in the air. One of them, a blur of motion, sends the other sprawling across the floor. The impact echoes in the confined space. He moved with a blur of motion, his sword a silver flash. The other figure, caught completely off guard, was sent sprawling. You heard right, asshole, he snarls, the defeated opponents face a mask of disbelief as he lies on the ground. A sharp sound cuts through the air. Young Hee-won. He explodes into motion, a blur of speed leaving the defeated man in a cloud of ash. A plea for help hangs in the air, a desperate cry for raw providers, redrawers, and translators of both Japanese and Korean. The image of a weeping Pepe the Frog underscores the urgency. A call for help echoes, a plea for support in translating and redrawing the manhwa. The need is urgent, a desperate cry for assistance. A heartfelt thank you concludes the chapter, acknowledging the support of numerous individuals: Aiko, Mogimog, Seldid, Ewald, Vincent, JB, Aisha, Blackhawk, Locomiko, Technocup, Horthas, Porkchop, Kenny, and Stefan. Their contributions are vital to the project's continued success.